Chapter 1, I was cheated on by a beast girl? I'm sorry. Li Bo, let's break up. Wait. Muaoxue, let me slow down a bit. Looking at the naked beautiful schoolgirl and the white-eared cat girl in the room, Li Bo's eyes almost fell to the ground. You mean? I was cheated on by a beast girl? Muaoxue said nothing, but shyly took the cat girl's hand and lowered her head. Seeing this scene, Li Bo was almost so angry that he got a cerebral thrombosis. I can tolerate it if you find a tall, rich and handsome guy, but what the hell is wrong with you finding a beast girl? This beast girl is the Moonlight Cat, the first pet that Muaoxue contracted after she awakened her talent for taming beasts a few months ago. Some pets have the ability to transform into human form, and this Moonlight Cat is one of them. A few days ago, after Moonlight Cat turned into a beast girl, Muaoxue stuck to it all day long, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating without leaving its side, and ignored Li Bo more than once. Until today, Li Bo and Muaoxue made an appointment to play poker. Muaoxue did not go on a date with him and used poor health as an excuse to rest at home, which aroused Li Bo's suspicion, so he raided Muaoxue's residence to find out what was going on. The moment he opened the door, Li Bo was stunned. They were actually mining each other. Muaoxue is one of the two campus beauties of Jianghai University, and he spent a lot of effort to pursue her. Now, after just a few days, he was cuckolded by a cat girl. Li Bo wished he could find a piece of tofu to kill himself. Why? Li Bo stared at Muaoxue. Can't I satisfy you? No. No. Muaoxue explained immediately. That's not the case. Li Bo. I admit you're amazing. But Miao Miao and I are truly in love, and I hope you can. Stop. Li Bo shook his head. I'm not sisterly. Alas. Muaoxue sighed deeply. Li Bo, you don't have the talent to tame beasts, so you won't understand. This sentence immediately silenced Li Bo. Muaoxue was right. He was already 18 years old, but he had not yet awakened his talent for taming beasts. He was not originally from this time and space. He was living a good life on Blue Star. One night, he accidentally fell into a sewer without a manhole cover and then traveled to this world. This is a world where beast taming is king. Everyone who is 18 years old or above will awaken beast taming talents of varying strengths. Li Bo originally thought that he could make a big splash in this world. After all, he had watched a lot of Pokemon in his previous life. Being admitted to Jianghai University as the top scorer in liberal arts in the college entrance examination is enough to prove Li Bo's potential, and this is also the capital for him to pursue Muaoxue. But I never thought that after so much time since college, Li Bo still hasn't awakened his talent for taming beasts. Without talent, it means that you can only take the academic route and cannot become a noble beast master. Yeah. I don't have the talent for taming beasts. Li Bo said with some self-mockery. Muaoxue knew that she had touched Li Bo's sore spot and apologized quickly. Sorry, Li Bo. I didn't mean it. I was just too excited. Li Bo reached out his hand to stop her. There's no point in saying more, Muaoxue. Now that things have come to this, I respect your choice. Let's both be well. Bang. Li Bo closed the door tightly, unwilling to take another look. Walking on the street, the summer evening breeze blew on Li Bo's face, but at this moment it seemed particularly cold. It would be a lie to say that I don't care. This is the woman I have invested so much love in from the beginning to the end. Actually, Muaoxue has a good personality. She has been with him for so long and she doesn't mind being poor. She has a nice figure too, with 30-60 headlights, a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and a tight and warm body. What on earth am I reminiscing about? Li Bo quickly shook his head and sighed. He actually knew very well in his heart that even if he hadn't been cheated on, he and Muaoxue would definitely not be able to stay together for long. Muaoxue has awakened the S-level talent of beast taming and is the target of competition among major forces. An invisible gap has already been established between the two of them. Hey! If only I had the talent to tame beasts. Ding! Detected that the host is being cheated on by a beast girl. The strongest beast girl system has been activated successfully. Oh my god! The cheat is finally here. Li Bo shuddered and was awakened by the empty mechanical sound in his head. The strongest beast mother system? It seems like I have to be cheated on by a beast girl in order to activate this broken system of yours. You old man! You've been keeping me waiting for so long, tell me what abilities you have. This system aims to cultivate the strongest beast girl for the host. As long as you complete the system tasks, you can upgrade your skills and complete various evolutions. That sounds simple enough. Li Bo touched his chin and said, "It's just that I haven't awakened my beast taming talent yet. According to convention, shouldn't I give a novice gift package first?" Nature. If you want to rule your wife, you must first strengthen yourself. This system will directly give the host 5 god-level talents. 1. Holographic Eye, can identify the talents and skill information of any pet. No rare pet can escape your keen eyes. 2. Succubus Sacred Body, female pets will succumb to your charm. Within the Beast Tamer level, as long as a female pet that makes eye contact with you, you can directly contract it without fighting. 3. Golden Right Hand, place your right hand on the head of a female pet to instantly transform it into a beast mother. This is also effective for pets without contracts. 4. Spirit King, the host will possess the strongest spiritual power in the world. The number of pets you can have is not limited by your Beast Tamer level. You can contract as many as you want and control as many pets in battle as you want. 5. God Level Space, the host's starting beast controlling space is 1000 cubic meters. The pet can automatically recover from all injuries within this space, including coma, poisoning, and burns. God Level. Isn't this even more awesome than SSS level? 1 alone is incredible. 5 of them would definitely take off. Li Bo immediately lost his composure. You know, among so many colleges and universities in the country, the number of awakened SSS level people can be counted on one hand. In this Jianghai University class, only Mu Aoshue has awakened an S-level student. The martial arts competition is in a month. If I give it my all, I might even qualify to enter the secret realm. Li Bo decided to contract his first pet immediately. The most urgent thing is to go back to school and get a Gosan Jia. According to the education system of Xia country, each year a certain number of 3 types of pet beasts will be allocated to each beast taming academy across the country. They are rain tadpole, blaziken, and cactus, with attributes of water, fire, and grass respectively, commonly known as the Big 3. Students who have awakened their talent for taming beasts can apply to receive one of the 3 beasts. Although these 3 pets are not the strongest, their lower limit can be sufficiently guaranteed. Because all 3 pets can eventually evolve to the excellent level, and with careful training, they are enough to allow students to achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Pet levels: Ordinary, Elite, Excellent, Leader, Overlord, Monarch, Lord, Holy King, God, each divided into 1 to 9 levels. Of course, some students with strong backgrounds will not choose the 3 major families, but will instead contract rarer and more promising pets. Mu Aoshue's Moonlight Cat is a super-powered pet that can evolve to the leader level. Its price is so high that it is out of reach for most students. However, for Li Bo, who grew up in an orphanage and lived in poverty on scholarships, applying for a Royal 3 Kingdoms was the wisest choice. With the holographic pupil at his disposal, Li Bo was confident that he could choose a pet with high qualifications. Chapter 2 Yusanjia. Li Bo came to the counselor Wu Gang's office. The door was half open. Boom boom boom. "Hello, Teacher Wu." Wu Gang, who was working at the office, turned around and pushed the thick frame of his glasses. "Oh. Li Bo. Come in." Wu Gang was only 30 years old, but his head was already bald into a crescent shape. He seemed stern but was very responsible. After going to college, Li Bo received a lot of care from him. "Is there anything wrong, Li Bo?" Wu Gang looked at him and said. He felt extremely sorry for this student who had been teased by fate. "It's like this, Mr. Wu. I've now awakened my beast taming talent, and I'd like to apply for a contract with one of the 3 beast tamers." Li Bo directly stated his purpose. "What? You've awakened your beast taming talent?" Wu Gang stood up excitedly with an expression of disbelief. "That's not right. All beast tamers awaken their talents on their 18th birthday. Your 18th birthday has been a long time ago, hasn't it?" Li Bo had already anticipated Wu Gang's question and had prepared his response. He scratched his head and said, "Teacher Wu, I didn't quite understand it at first. But after thinking about it, I think the orphanage must have made a mistake with my date of birth." "Wrong date of birth?" Wu Gang showed confusion on his face, but then he thought that it seemed to be the case. "Who can tell the exact date of birth of the children in the orphanage?" He hesitated and said, "Let's do this, Li Bo. To confirm, let me give you a simple test first." "Test? How do I test?" Wu Gang smiled and said, "No matter what talent is awakened, a Beastmaster will open up a beast control space in his body. What I want to do is to test whether there is a beast control space in your body." "I see. That's no problem at all. Then, Teacher Wu, let's get started." "Very good." Wu Gang nodded, then put his hands together and made a summoning gesture. "Come out, Steel Arm Octopus." Suddenly, a blue 5-star magic circle appeared on the floor in front of him. Seeing this scene, Li Bo's pupils shrank slightly. Blue magic circle. Excellent pet. Generally speaking, the color of the magic circle summoned by the Beastmaster represents the strength and level of the pet to a certain extent. Ordinary pets have a yellow magic circle under their feet, while elite pets have a green one. Wu Gang's blue magic circle must be for an outstanding pet. As the magic circle flashed, the next moment, a tall mechanical octopus with 8 tentacles appeared in front of the two. In Li Bo's eyes, a virtual message slowly unfolded. Name: Steel Pivot Octopus. Gender: male. Attributes: Steel, Psychic. Level: Excellent Level 2. Potential: Excellent. Skills: Interference Intermediate, Psychic Perception Advanced, Steel Tentacles Advanced, Spiritual Analysis Advanced. Status: Calm. Evolution Sequence 1. Description: A highly intelligent, tempered octopus pet. Each tentacle is equipped with tens of thousands of high-precision sensors, possessing powerful perception and analysis capabilities. Spiritual Analysis, Advanced Skill. When Li Bo saw the information about Lingshu Octopus, he was still surprised. Pet skills are also divided into levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary, destructive, catastrophic, and creation levels. Although Lingshu Analysis is only an advanced skill, it can accurately calculate the size of the Beastmaster's beast taming space. In addition, the Steel Axis Octopus has very developed senses and can detect the level of the Beastmaster at all times. Therefore, many senior teachers will cultivate a Steel Axis Octopus to pay attention to the growth of their students. Li Bo, I believe you are very clear about the ability of the Steel Axis Octopus. It can sense the size of the beast controlling space in your body. Let's start the test when you are ready. Wu Gang said. Okay. Come on, teacher. Li Bo cooperated and closed his eyes. Wu Gang nodded to the Steel Axis Octopus, and the latter extended 2 mechanical tentacles, one on the left and one on the right, and stuck them to both sides of Li Bo's head. Use Lingshu Analysis. As soon as Wu Gang finished speaking, rays of light blue light were transmitted from the 2 tentacles of the Steel Axis Octopus to Li Bo's head, making a slight buzzing sound. The whole process only lasted about 3 minutes. The Steel Arch Octopus retracted its tentacles and quickly conveyed the test results to Wu Gang. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Upon hearing the message from his pet, Wu Gang's eyes widened and he muttered. 1,000 cubic meters of beast controlling space. The data from the Steel Arm Octopus doesn't lie, but this isn't scientific. What's wrong, teacher? Li Bo asked. According to common sense, the beast taming space of a first-level beast tamer is only about 10 cubic meters, and those with extraordinary talents can only have 20 cubic meters. You have just awakened your beast taming talent, and you actually have 1,000 cubic meters of space. This is really too horrifying. Wu Gang said seriously. Li Bo smiled. Hey! Teacher! Doesn't this just prove that I'm gifted? Li Bo did not intend to hide his incompetence. He knew very well that the Great Xia Kingdom would give priority educational resources to the training of high-potential beastmasters. It won't do any harm to your growth to show some of your edge. Just this beast taming space. Li Bo, I'm afraid it's enough to give you an S-level beast taming talent. After Wu Gang hissed, his face was full of excitement. This class produced an S-level student, Mu Aoxue, and he was directly promoted to department head. If Li Bo is rated S again, then the position of principal will be just around the corner, right? Seeing that Wu Gang was even more excited than him, Li Bo said. It's not that exaggerated. Li Bo was a little surprised. Compared with his other 4 god-level talents, Li Bo felt that this beast taming space seemed a bit childish. Li Bo, you may not know what a large beast controlling space represents. Wu Gang said excitedly. Some pets are extremely large. Many beastmasters, despite having sufficient combat power, are unable to contract them. The reason is that the beast control space is too small to accommodate them. At this point, Wu Gang sighed deeply. Teacher, for so many years, because the beast taming space cannot be expanded, I can only reluctantly contract 2 pets. The steel pivot octopus takes up most of the space, and the other pet has not dared to evolve for a long time. Mediocrity like us can't even expand the beast taming space to 1,000 cubic meters. And this? Li Bo. It's just your starting point. It is said that there are mythical beasts in the world, thousands and tens of thousands of feet tall, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas with just a thought. Perhaps, Li Bo, you will be able to contract them in the future. Nothing else. With this spatial talent, you'll have the opportunity to contract those huge dragon-type pets. A dragon-type beastmaster will be able to thrive anywhere. A dragon-type beastmaster. Li Bo had never thought about it in this way. But, teacher, I don't even have a pet right now. Ouch. Look at me. I forgot about this in my excitement. Wu Gang slapped his forehead vigorously. You just said you wanted to apply for the Imperial 3 families, right? Well, if possible, I would like to choose a flame chicken to make a contract with. Li Bo replied. I'm sorry. All the places for the school's 3 major families have been applied for. Wu Gang sighed. Ah. No more? Li Bo was a little disappointed. There's nothing we can do. Our Jianghai University isn't one of the top 985 or 211 universities in the country. We're ranked outside the top 100 universities nationwide, and the number of places allocated to the top 3 universities is limited. Top students take some, poor students take some, and people with connections take some more. There's still not enough to go around. Wu Gang spoke very frankly and also pointed out a real problem. Although many students choose to purchase their own pets and sign contracts with them, the 3 major pets are still in short supply. Over the years, the 3 royal families have undergone several official genetic modifications, and the lower limit of their combat power has been guaranteed. But pets are intelligent creatures after all. They have their own emotions and cannot be bred in batches like poultry. Therefore, with the influx of tens of millions of college students across the country every year, it is impossible to guarantee a 1:1 quota, so the allocation can only be made according to the comprehensive strength of the school. Noticing the disappointment on Li Bo's face, Wu Gang comforted him immediately. Ha ha. Li Bo, you don't have to be too disappointed. Although the school's 3 major families have been allocated, after you are officially ranked, you can go through the National Special Application Channel. With your talent, applying for a flame chicken is not difficult. Tezhen Channel? Li Bo touched his chin and fell into deep thought. This special channel is a good idea. However, there is only one pet that can be sent down, and its qualifications depend entirely on luck, and you cannot choose it yourself. Moreover, he has to wait until he is ranked before he can apply. Now there is only 1 month left until the martial arts competition, and Li Bo can't afford to wait that long. Teacher Wu. Is there any other way? I still want to contract a pet of my choice as soon as possible. Li Bo said sincerely. Any other solution? Wu Gang was stunned for a moment, then he thought seriously, and then said with some concern. Well, there is a solution. But compared to the 3 great families, these pets might not be to your liking. Teacher, please feel free to speak. Li Bo looked expectant. Ha ha. Wu Gang laughed. That's right, Li Bo. If you don't mind, you can go to the academy's training base and pick out a pet to train with for now. To accompany the training of pets? That's right. With the increasing difficulty of the martial arts exams in recent years, the school has specially arranged some training pets to help students improve their combat abilities. They're right here at the school's training base. I see. But Wu Gang changed the subject. Li Bo, most of these pets were purchased in bulk from outside breeding bases, and a small number were captured from the wild by the academy teachers. Their levels are not high, and the breeds are even less satisfactory. It's okay, Mr. Wu, I want to go and take a look. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Compared to applying for a special application, going to the special training base to pan for gold in the sand was more to his liking. Seeing Li Bo so expectant, Wu Gang was a little surprised. Li Bo. You have to think carefully. Most first-level beastmasters only have enough mental power to contract 1 pet. Otherwise, you should wait a little longer. No need to wait. Teacher, I'll go now. Well then. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you any further. After saying that, Wu Gang took out a piece of paper, wrote a few big words on it, stamped it, and handed it to Li Bo. Take this certificate and go find the teacher at the training center. They won't make things difficult for you. It's better to have nothing than to have something of inferior quality. Chapter 3 Lin Fair. After a while, Li Bo came to the door of a huge circular building alone. Because he has not awakened his talent for beast taming, this is Li Bo's first time to come to the training base of Jianghai University. For the safety of students, the school stipulates that only beast masters who have contracted pets can enter the venue. Arriving at the entrance, Li Bo handed the document issued by Wu Gang to the teacher on duty. The latter looked at Li Bo with some surprise, and then earnestly warned. Remember, some of the pets in the venue are quite wild. Try to hide behind other beast masters and wait for the right opportunity to try to contract your favorite pet. Li Bo nodded. I understand, teacher. As soon as he entered the venue, Li Bo heard the loud fighting sounds coming from inside. Rain tadpole. Use rain prayer. Cactus. Prick it with a needle. Wind speed. Speed. So many pets. Looking at this training base that is as big as 10 football fields, Li Bo couldn't help but click his tongue. I heard that the school's training base was solely sponsored by a wealthy entrepreneur in Jianghai. What a generous investment! The training base is divided into many sections, each of which is a habitat specifically built according to the pet's attributes. Giant wood plate, lava plate, lake plate. There are 20 sections in total, which correspond to the 20 existing categories in the Beastmaster continent. Water, fire, grass, electricity, stone, earth, ice, poison, steel, bug, dragon, Asian dragon, light, dark, ground, flying, fighting, normal, psychic, demon, Holy Spirit. Li Bo walked around and observed casually, and found that several blocks were empty. There were only habitats but no pets to train. Li Bo guessed that in addition to budget reasons, it was also because some types of pets were very difficult to obtain. After all, pets of the dragon and psychic types are not only expensive, but also rarer than other pets. As a training base for an ordinary beast taming academy, there is no need to be so extravagant and wasteful. The best way is to spend money wisely. After all, some students don't hold back when beating people, and it's common for pets to be beaten to death during training. In this case, purchasing cheap and large quantities of pets from outside becomes the most cost-effective way. There are quite a lot of types. What kind of pet should I contract? Li Bo was strolling aimlessly in the training base. When he passed by the lava plate, he stopped. Most of the pets that live here are of the fire type. Many beastmasters come here for training, making it one of the most popular areas. Among wild pets, fire-type pets account for a large proportion. Mastering the skills to deal with fire-type pets is an essential skill for exploring various secret realms. Li Bo actually favors fire-type pets, many of which have decent damage. It can be said that this is the type that produces the most civilian pets. When the attributes do not overlap with each other, it is often a good idea to take out a panacea fire-type pet. Flame chicken is one of them. When it evolves to the excellent level of flame chicken, it will have an additional combat system. This is why Li Bo wanted a flame chicken in the first place. Oh? Flame pig? Although not as good at attacking as flame chicken, its thick skin and flesh are also a big advantage. Li Bo looked at a purple piglet with flames on its fangs with great interest, and several lines of information popped up in his mind. Name: Fire Tooth Pig. Gender: male. Attribute: fire. Level: normal second stage. Potential: ordinary level. Skill: wild boar thrust basic. Status: dazed. Evolution sequence: none. Description: a fire-tusked pig that can't control its flames yet often accidentally burns itself into a roast suckling pig. Li Bo shook his head. There was no need to consider a pet that didn't even have elite potential. Then he turned his attention to a pet beast next to him that was brown and looked like mud. Name: volcanic mud. Gender: male. Attributes: fire, earth. Level: normal first stage. Potential: elite. Skills: self-heating basic, throwing mud basic. Status: trembling. Evolution sequence: 1. Description: a pet that lives near volcanoes. It's timid and often hides in the dust, making it difficult to detect. When encountering an enemy, it heats its body red to protect itself. Volcanic mud? Li Bo touched his chin. Although volcano mud is a dual-element pet and can evolve into Fire Mud King, its combat potential is far too low. The point is, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a pile of poop. Then Li Bo scanned several pets on the lava plate in succession, but the results were not satisfactory. There was no other way, so he had to reluctantly go to other training sections. Let's try our luck in other departments. Name moongrass. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, normal second stage. Potential, elite. Skill, leaf blade basic. Status, conceited. Evolution sequence, 1. Description, a beautiful grass-type pet that can evolve into a creeping moonflower, perfect for viewing. Vase pet, eliminated. Name electric mouse. Gender, female. Attribute, electricity. Level, normal first stage. Potential, ordinary level. Skill, discharge basic. Status, observing in secret. Evolution sequence, 1. Description, a rodent pet that loves electricity. Be sure to keep your electrical wires safe. Alas! The potential is too low. Li Bo sighed in disappointment. He had browsed through several sections and looked at hundreds of pets, if not 1,000, but he still couldn't find a pet that was suitable for the contract. As Wu Gang said, the pets here are still quite different from those of the 3 royal families. The only thing left to look at is the ice plate. Li Bo decisively came to the cold winter area where ice-type pets lived. Before entering the training ground, Li Bo saw from afar a tall red-haired girl commanding her pet to fight fiercely inside. The girl is about 1.78 meters tall, with long twin ponytails hanging down to her waist. She is wearing a beige cheongsam, which outlines her hot figure perfectly. Her straight long legs are wrapped in snow-white stockings, and her legs are tightly stitched together, perfect like a work of art. The strange thing was that the area around the ice plate was crowded with many beast masters, but no one dared to enter to train together. They looked at the training ground and kept making sounds of astonishment. Frog fun. It's the school beauty Lin Feier. Goddess. You actually dared to bring your dragon-type pet to fight against the ice-type attributes. What a courage. I heard that most of the pets in the ice zone were captured by teachers during their expeditions to extremely cold regions. They're extremely wild and much more powerful than those greenhouse flowers from the breeding bases. TSK. Lin Feier has been fighting here continuously for a whole day. What kind of perseverance makes our Lin University campus beauty so hard-working? You don't understand this. Lin Feier and Mu Aoxue are both Jiang University campus beauties. Whether it's academics, looks, or family background, they've always been on par with each other. They've also been secretly competing with each other. But a few days ago, Mu Aoxue awakened her S-level talent, while Lin Feier only awakened her A-level talent. Since then, Lin Feier has become a completely different person, spending all day at the training base, training like crazy and not caring about her life. No wonder Lin Feier's red crystal dragon has already upgraded to the 8th level in such a short time. If it continues like this, it might be able to evolve to the elite level before the martial arts exam. Is this the red crystal dragon? TSK, I heard this pet is extremely rare, and the price out there has been hyped up to 30 million beast coins. This Lin Feier is truly wealthy. Li Bo was outside the crowd, looking from afar but not daring to step in. Damn! Why is Lin Feier here too? He was no stranger to this woman. She and Mu Aoxue were both campus belles of Jiang University, but her personality was completely different from Mu Aoxue's quiet and gentle one. If Mu Aoxue is a fragrant jasmine, then Lin Feier is a queen of flowers. Lin Feier not only has a hot body, but also a hot temper. She is extremely competitive, and what she is most passionate about is surpassing Mu Aoxue in all aspects. You have to compete for grades, compare pets, and even fight for boyfriends. Li Bo used to be the first in liberal arts, and with his handsome appearance, he was quite popular in school. Later, he pursued Mu Aoxue madly, causing quite a stir in the school, which made Lin Feier very dissatisfied. We are both campus belles of Jianghai University, so why do you pursue Aoxue instead of me, Lin Feier? Is it because my charm cannot compare to hers? Li Bo was blocked by Lin Feier at the school gate several times, asking her to be her boyfriend. Li Bo repeatedly refused several times. He was very clear that Lin Feier didn't really like him, but was using him as a tool for comparison. Later, when Li Bo and Mu Aoxue got together, Lin Feier became furious and asked someone to stop Li Bo and beat him up. So much so that Li Bo now has to take a detour whenever he sees this woman. Why are there so many corpses? Li Bo suddenly discovered that the ice plate was filled with pets of all sizes, all in a state of death. Could it be that Lin Feier did all this? Chapter 4 by Ling Snake. Li Bo couldn't help but look at Lin Feier's pet. Red Crystal Dragon. The red crystal dragon stands on 2 feet, is 2 meters tall, and its body is made of red transparent crystal. From a distance, it looks like it is wearing a red armor, with a majestic beauty. Name: Red Ankylosaurus. Gender: male. Attributes: dragon, ground. Level: ordinary 8th level. Potential: excellent. Skills: Dragon Claw Basic, Red Crystal Continuous Shot Basic, Rage Intermediate. Status: tired. Evolution Sequence 1. Description: The red Ankylosaurus, a sub-dragon pet, is composed entirely of red crystals. In sunlight, they refract light, significantly disrupting an opponent's vision. The red Ankylosaurus enjoys combat, and when enraged, its combat power is enhanced. Be careful not to provoke it easily. He has learned to be furious. He does have some strength. Li Bo exclaimed. Rage can increase the pet's attack power by 50%. Although the red armored dragon is a sub-dragon and has some differences in bloodline from purebred dragon pets, the 0.5 times increase brought by rage is enough to make up for this shortcoming. Red Crystal Dragon. Use Dragon Claw. Inside the ice plate, Lin Feier roared, and then suddenly rushed towards its opponent, the Snow Barbarian. The Snow Barbarian is very strong, even taller than the red armored dragon. Wearing a straw raincoat, he looks like a savage in the snow. Name: Snow Barbarian. Gender: male. Attribute: ice. Level: normal 3rd stage. Potential: excellent. Skills: Violent Charge Basic, Ice Fist Basic. Status: invincible. Evolution Sequence 1. Description: An ice-type pet that lives in extremely cold lands. It has a strong sense of territory and can evolve to the excellence level, Blizzard Savage. Blizzard Savage. Oh my god. This is the only one that works. Compared with other pets with low qualifications, Li Bo looked at this strong Snow Barbarian and found him to be so handsome. He guessed that the Snow Barbarian was probably captured from the wild. With its outstanding potential, it would be a good choice to train it as a pet. Unfortunately, this is only a male, so I can't directly contract it. I have to find the right opportunity. Beast girls and such are not important, a strong pet is the most important thing. Li Bo quietly passed through the crowd, waiting for Lin Feier to defeat the Snow Barbarians, and then issued a contract while they were weak. Rumble. At this moment, as soon as Lin Feier finished speaking, the red armored dragon took heavy steps and rushed towards the Snow Barbarians with great momentum. Faced with the ferocious and sharp dragon claws, the Snow Barbarian decisively used his ice fist to counterattack. A thick layer of ice condensed from his fist and smashed towards Lin Feier's red armored dragon. Bang! The pure collision of forces produced a huge muffled sound. However, the next second, the dragon claw emitted a red light and immediately shattered the ice in the Snow Barbarian's hand. Then the red armored dragon struck the snowman's head with another claw. Boom! The snowman fell to the ground unconscious. Snow Barbarian, death. Fuck! He's dead. Looking at the changes in the Snow Barbarian's information in the system, Li Bo couldn't help but curse in his heart. This woman was really cruel. She killed the Snow Barbarian before he even signed the contract. No, is there any law here? At this time, a staff member with a badge came over and shouted at Lin Feier. Lin Feier. Why do you always like to kill the training pets? This is a training base, not a real battlefield. If you kill the training pets, how can the others train? Facing the scolding, Lin Feier didn't care at all. She crossed her arms and said coldly, Once we're on a real battlefield, the enemy won't show me any mercy. They're just a few pets for training. Report them back to my family and I'll pay them the price. You. After hearing this answer, the staff was so stunned that they were speechless. According to school rules, if you kill your training pet several times, you will be expelled from the training base and blacklisted. But Lin Feier's father, Lin Feng, is a business tycoon in Jianghai City and controls the entire power system of Jianghai City. Not only that, Lin Feng is also the president of the Jianghai Beastmaster Association, and can be said to be a man who can handle both good and bad things. The key point is that Zhang De has received a lot of financial support from him. Even if he is angry, he cannot just kick Lin Feier out. What a tyrant! Hateful woman! Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Li Bo cursed inwardly. Thinking of the time when he was trapped in the corner and Lin Feier stepped on his face harshly with her black high heels, a chill surged from Li Bo's heart. He swore that one day, he would return the humiliation that Lin Feier had inflicted on him double. Lin Feier turned her head away and ignored the staff member with a gloomy expression on his face. She said to her pet in a magnetic voice, "Go on, Red Crystal Dragon." But what he didn't expect was that the Red Crystal Dragon stood there motionless, breathing heavily, and gave his Beastmaster a look of pity. "What? Are you tired?" Lin Feier laughed coldly. "Humph. This is just the beginning. How can you evolve to elite level before the martial arts competition in this state? If you can't even hold on, I will terminate the contract and sell you off. You are a weakling, unworthy of accompanying me, Lin Feier." Hearing this, the Red Crystal Dragon couldn't help but shiver, but still forced himself to endure the fatigue and took a step forward. "That's right. Go ahead, there are only a few white snakes left. Once we take care of them all, today's training will be complete." White Spirit Snake. Where is it? Li Bo looked around the entire ice and snow plate, but did not see the white snake. Could it be hiding? Red Crystal Continuous Shot. Before Li Bo could think, Lin Feier commanded the red armored dragon to activate its skills. Whoosh whoosh. Red diamond-shaped crystals shot out rapidly from the red armored dragon's hands, aiming directly at the caves in the ice and snow plates. Hiss! As screams rang out. Sure enough, the next moment, a group of pure white snake-like pets emerged from those holes one after another. During this opportunity, Li Bo quickly checked the information of each white snake. Name, White Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, normal first stage. Potential, elite. Skill, Snow Mist Basic. Status, fear. Evolution sequence, 1. Description, a beautiful snake pet, deceased. Fuck. Killed again. Before Li Bo could finish reading the information carefully, the white snake was shot dead by the crystal arrow shot by the red armored dragon. Next one. Li Bo quickly changed his target and quickly checked among the fleeing white snakes. Normal potential. Eliminated. Elite potential. Eliminate. Lin Feier acted very quickly. In less than a moment, the entire ice and snow plate turned into a Shura field. Li Bo must check all the information of these white snakes before she shoots them all to death. The last one. Soon, there was only one white snake left on the field. What no one expected was that under the dense attack of the red crystal dragon, the white spirit snake actually took advantage of the ice and snow field and looked for ice piles to hide. Moreover, it seems that its reaction is much faster than other dead white snakes. Isn't this just one difference? But the potential is still elite. Li Bo quickly read the information about the white snake on the panel. When he saw the last line, his eyes suddenly widened. Name, White Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, normal second stage. Potential, elite. Skills, Snow Mist Basic, Entanglement Basic. Status, at ease. Evolution sequence, 1. Description, a beautiful snake-like pet that excels at creating icy environments. It's a favorite pet at the ice cream factory. Note, this white spirit snake contains a trace of true dragon blood. After the contract is signed, you can receive the task of returning to your ancestral form and become a white spirit dragon. Chapter 5 A Gentleman. Fuck. White Spirit Dragon. Li Bo's eyelids twitched suddenly. This time he really found a treasure. He had to contract this white spirit snake no matter what. However, he was too far away from the battlefield now, and the white spirit snake couldn't see him at all, and couldn't look it in the eye, so Li Bo couldn't make a direct contract. He glanced at Lin Feier from a distance. Although he didn't want to have any contact with this woman, he still squeezed in. At this time, the white spirit snake was still anxiously fighting with the red armored dragon. The white snake was very agile and dodged the deadly crystals shot at it again and again. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Feier's face was obviously a little embarrassed as the attacks of her proud pet beast failed again and again. Sly thing. Being teased by a mere ordinary second-level low-level pet, the arrogant Lin Feier could no longer bear it. She screamed. Use rage. Next moment. The red armored dragon's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and it roared towards the sky. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the entire training ground. Then the red crystals on the red armored dragon's body began to shine violently, and its momentum continued to surge until the red light completely enveloped its body. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying power. Wow, so strong. Is this the true strength of the red armored dragon? I can't believe an ordinary pet can actually emit such pressure. It's no weaker than an elite pet. Lynn Fair. She's so sexy and domineering. What kind of man can conquer such a beauty? Continue using red crystal continuous shot. Lynn Fair once again commanded the red armored dragon to attack. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, blood-red crystal arrows shot out from the red armored dragon, and the crystal arrows were more than twice as thick as before. The white spirit snake still chose to hide behind the ice pile, but this time, the powerful red crystal arrow actually shattered the ice pile. The white snake's eyes showed fear and it began to flee in a panic. Seeing this scene, Li Bo cursed inwardly and tried his best to move through the crowded crowd. Ha ha! Let's see how you can hide this time. Lin Fair sneered. Under the fierce attack of the red ankylosaurus, the ice piles on the battlefield were quickly destroyed, and the entire ice plate became a bare plain. Without the protection of obstacles, the white spirit snake was full of flaws. Whoosh! A red crystal arrow suddenly brushed past the tail of the white spirit snake, and blood immediately oozed out from its white skin. The white snake screamed and fell to the ground, its movements becoming much slower. It's over, little thing, Lin Fair said with an indifferent expression, and then the red armored dragon shot the crystal arrow at it again without mercy. Faced with this fierce attack, the white snake's eyes widened in horror. This time, it could no longer hide. It slowly closed its eyes and prepared to face death. In a daze, it seemed to see a young man rushing out from the crowd and stretching out his hand towards her from afar. His eyes seemed so gentle. On my hands, a warm light seems to be blooming. Now! Li Bo squeezed hard to the innermost part of the crowd and rushed out panting. Li Bo? The moment she saw Li Bo's figure, Lin Fair was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes moving around. When the crystal arrow was about to hit the white snake, Li Bo suddenly stretched out his right hand. Contract! A dazzling yellow light flashed rapidly from his hand, and then the white snake on the ground suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this incredible scene. No! What just happened? The white spirit snake suddenly disappeared. Good boy. Has this been contracted by Li Bo? Can you still play like this? Shouldn't a contract be negotiated with the pet first? How come Li Bo rushed in and immediately made a contract with this white spirit snake? Li Bo? The one who topped the liberal arts class and is Mu Aoshue's boyfriend? Didn't they say he never awakened his beast taming talent? Who knows? I heard that this guy was cheated on by a beast girl some time ago, and Mu Aoshue ran off with her cat girl. How miserable. Hee hee. It's not just Mu Aoshue, this guy also has a close relationship with Lin Fair. Rumor has it that Lin Fair tried to pursue Li Bo but failed, so she stopped him and beat him up. Wow. Now we're going to have some fun. Li Bo's arrival has become a hot topic, and the ice and snow section has become bustling with people. Some people talked about Li Bo's talent for taming beasts, some gossiped about his past with two school beauties, and some fangirls marveled at his handsome face that was as handsome as the readers. However, Li Bo's mind was not here. After the contract was successfully completed, he carefully felt his beast controlling space. The white spirit snake curled up in a corner, obviously not understanding what had just happened. It was just that its subconscious told it that the young man was already its master, and it had to obey his words unconditionally. Although it was a little at a loss, the white spirit snake was surprised to find that its wounds were healing rapidly, and it felt that the space here was as warm as home, so it soon let down its guard and took a rest. This is exactly the benefit brought by Li Bo's god-level space, which can naturally repair the injuries of pets. Xiao Bai. I'll just call you Xiao Bai. Li Bo's gentle voice suddenly sounded in the beast taming space. I will be your beast master from now on. Please take care of me. Noob. The white snake tried hard to understand the nouns Li Bo said, spitting out its tongue and hissing as it translated in its own language. Although everything happened suddenly, this beast master seemed very reliable. He just saved me, well, he is someone worthy of trust. A warm feeling rose in Xiao Bai's heart. Finally, he wouldn't have to get beaten on the training ground anymore. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously and responded to Li Bo. Hiss, good master. Be good. Close your eyes and rest for a while. When you're healed, master will take you out for a delicious meal. His sleepy zzz. If you don't explain this to me clearly, don't even think about walking out of the training ground alive today. Day. Along with Lin Feier's magnetic voice, there was also the sound of high heels echoing on the ice and snow. What's coming will come. Li Bo sighed, turned his head and looked at Lin Feier, who was slowly walking towards him, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lin Feier, I don't have any other intentions. I just came here to contract a pet. Oh? A contracted pet? Lin Feier walked up to Li Bo, lifted his chin with her slender fingers, and said with interest. I didn't expect that a little loser like you would actually awaken your talent for controlling beasts. The fragrance filled her nose. Lin Feier's flaming red lips were only a hair's breadth away from Li Bo. She said in a charming voice. Just take a step forward, and I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. Lin Feier's hot breath lingered on Li Bo's nose. No matter how determined he was, he couldn't help but gurgle in his throat. Damn it, it's so annoying. Li Bo cleared his throat. Ahem. Lin Feier, you know I'm a gentleman and I don't like women. Not interested in women? Ha ha. Lin Feier sneered. Last month, there were only 30 days in total, and you and Mu Aoshue checked into a hotel room 29 times. And you tell me you're a gentleman? Chapter 6 Bet. What the hell? How did you know? Li Bo immediately lost his composure. It turned out that Lin Feier had been secretly investigating him and even found out the hotel records. How connected was this woman's family? It was terrifying to think about it. Snort. Lin Feier turned her head and said with a look of regret. What a shame. The white moonlight you chased after so desperately turned around and ran off with the beast girl. What a irony. I warned you a long time ago that Mu Aoshue was a slutty vixen, but you couldn't control yourself, and you still didn't believe it. Okay, now the whole school is laughing at you. Having already expected that the other party would use Mu Aoshue as an excuse, Li Bo remained calm and replied. Xiao Shue and I have broken up. Whatever she chooses has nothing to do with me, and I think it has nothing to do with you either. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feier smiled coldly. All right. Then let's talk about something relevant. Tell me about what happened today. How do you want to solve it? There's no trouble. I don't understand what's there to solve. Li Bo said lightly. Ha ha. You disturbed my training, that's the trouble. Lin Feier retorted. I have a certificate from my teacher, which allows me to contract any pet I want for training in the training facility. Besides, the training facility doesn't belong to you alone. I haven't done anything wrong. Li Bo handed the certificate given by Wu Gang to Lin Feier. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even look at me, but just folded his arms and said contemptuously. Ha ha. Li Bo, are you sure you want to use your teacher to pressure me? I think you may not understand the gap between us. To tell you the truth, this training venue of Jiangda University was built entirely with funds from my Lin family. Not to mention you, Teacher Wu, even if the president of Jiang University comes, he has to be polite to me. You. Li Bo gritted his teeth. Lin Feier had been brooding over what happened before, and today she had been given another chance. He knew that she would not let it go. He took a deep breath and looked at the other person calmly. Lin Feier, just tell me what you want to do. Ha ha. Smart. Lin Feier walked around Li Bo twice and said. Summon the white spirit snake you contracted and have it fight me. I'll have a good fight and I won't bear any grudge against you. You clearly know that the white spirit snake is not as good as the red armored dragon, and now it's injured. How can it fight against you? Li Bo said angrily. Sorry. That's your problem. Damn woman. Li Bo clenched his fists. Lin Feier was always arrogant and unreasonable, and he couldn't do anything about her. He sighed. Lin Feier, even if you beat me now, you won't be able to enjoy the fight, and your victory won't be glorious. Hearing this, Lin Feier was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Bo curiously. Oh? So what do you mean? In a month, the Jiangda martial arts competition will be held. How about we have a fair fight then? Li Bo said calmly. According to the Dasha National School System, at the end of the first semester of university, each beast taming academy will hold a martial arts competition. Freshmen will randomly draw lots to have a 1v1 duel to determine the champion. The champion will be eligible to enter the National Level 3 Secret Realm. Ha ha. You are so confident. Lin Fei sneered without disguising. At your current level, I'm afraid you won't last a single round against me. Her meaning was very clear. The martial arts competition was conducted by random drawing. She was very confident that she could make it to the final competition, but if Li Bo was eliminated in the first few rounds, he would naturally have no chance to compete with her. No. Li Bo's words were filled with unspeakable determination. I promise you, I will fight you to the end and give you a fair fight. You. Lin Fei stared at him blankly, lost in thought for a moment. Although I don't know where this guy got his confidence from, but seeing his serious look, he doesn't seem to be arrogant. Lin Fei smiled charmingly. Okay. I'll give you a chance. But what? Li Bo frowned. I want to make a bet with you. Bet? If a simple competition is too boring, only betting can make people excited. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Li Bo hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Okay. What do you want to bet? If you win, all the things you did to upset me today will be forgiven. Not only that, I'll also give you an extra $1,000,000. $1,000,000? Li Bo hissed. This guy really doesn't take money seriously. That sounds pretty good. What if I lose? He asked again. Lost? Ha ha. Lin Fei smiled strangely. You have to be my boyfriend. What? Holy crap. There's such a good thing. When these words were spoken, not only Li Bo, but everyone present almost dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would actually make such a request? In the eyes of other admirers, this is really too cheap for this guy. Unconsciously, Li Bo had attracted hostile gazes from many boys around him. However, Li Bo did not feel relieved at all. If he really stayed with this vicious woman, he did not know how he would be ravaged. He could not help but shudder in his heart. What? Are you scared? Lin Fei raised her eyebrows. Afraid? Li Bo sneered, then said firmly. I tell you, Lin Fei, you won't have this chance. Ha ha. I hope the rest of your body will be as tough as your mouth. Lin Fei gave Li Bo a contemptuous smile, then turned and left the ice and snow plate. The venue was quiet for a moment, but soon became noisy again, and many people cast sympathetic glances at Li Bo. You're done, Li Bo, get your steel wool ready. How could a white spirit snake of your inferior race possibly defeat Lin Fei's red armored dragon in just 1 month? If I were you, I would just admit defeat. Isn't it nice to be a gigolo? There were many different opinions, but Li Bo just smiled calmly. Sorry. My teeth are very good. After leaving school, Li Bo did not stay for long. He went to the nearest pet store, bought a few bottles of basic nutrient solution, and then boarded the bus home. Li Bo lives alone in the lower city district of Jianhai City. Although it is remote and dilapidated, the rent is cheap, so Li Bo does not have to sleep on the streets. After going through several alleys, Li Bo returned to the small house he rented. After closing the door, Li Bo calmed down. He made a summoning gesture with both hands, a yellow light flashed, and the figure of the white spirit snake appeared again from the 5-star magic circle. Hiss, master, hee. After coming out of the beast controlling space, the white spirit snake coiled its body and rubbed Li Bo with its head happily. Then it spit out its tongue and licked Li Bo's leg. A cool touch instantly entered Li Bo's mind. Itchy, xiao bai, ha. Li Bo played with it for a while, then carefully scanned the 1-meter-long body of the white snake. Hey! All the injuries on your body have healed. After recuperation in the beast taming space, the bloodstains on the white spirit snake's body have completely healed, and there is no trace of battle at all. This recovery speed is faster than that of a professional veterinary hospital. Li Bo took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution from his pocket and shook them in front of Xiao Bai. Look what this is. Xiao Bai looked at him excitedly. Hiss, master, I want to eat. Li Bo smiled and unscrewed the nutrient solution one by one and fed it to Xiao Bai. After a while, Xiao Bai burped contentedly. I'm full. Next, it's time to plan how to become stronger. Li Bo said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Ling Snake immediately ignited his fighting spirit and looked at Li Bo expectantly. Li Bo opened Xiao Bai's panel. Name, White Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, normal 2nd stage. Potential, elite. Skills, Snow Mist Basic, Entanglement Basic. It has been detected that the white spirit snake contains a trace of true dragon blood, and can revert to its ancestral form, the white spirit dragon. Do you want to accept the reversion mission? Detected that snow fog can be upgraded to ice fog intermediate. Do you want to accept the skill upgrade task? Detected that entanglement can be upgraded to deadly entanglement intermediate. Do you want to accept the skill upgrade task? Oh my god! It can actually be upgraded to an intermediate skill. Libo was surprised and happy when he saw the message pop up on the panel. He is well aware of the power of various skills. Snowfog is a primary ice skill and is basically a standard skill for ice pets. This skill can release a hazy mist to interfere with the opponent. The range of the mist increases with the level of the pet. As an intermediate skill, ice mist is even more powerful. In addition to having much lower visibility than snow fog and being extremely confusing, ice fog can also slow down or freeze the opponent to a certain extent, and the degree of control is far higher than snow fog. Entanglement and fatal entanglement are both ordinary skills, but the difference between them is more obvious. The physical power of the elementary entanglement skill is only about 10 kilograms, while the intermediate fatal entanglement is a killing move starting at 100 kilograms. Intermediate skills can generally only be learned and mastered by elite pets. Ordinary pets are usually equipped with primary skills. Unless they are ordinary pets with extremely strong talents, they can learn intermediate skills, but they must also be ordinary high-level pets. That's why Libo was surprised that Lin Feier's red armored dragon could learn the intermediate enhancement skill rage. Xiao Bai is only at the second level of ordinary, and he can already learn intermediate skills. The elite potential white spirit snake is already like this. If it really reverts to its ancestral form and becomes a white spirit dragon, it will immediately take off. Libo rubbed his hands excitedly. Receive all the tasks. Chapter 7, Atavism Mission. All tasks have been successfully received. Mission 1, Atavism White Spirit Dragon. Quest requirements: lead the white spirit snake to kill wild pets named Dragon and collect 7 crystal cores to revert to the white spirit dragon. Crystal core collection progress, 07. Mission 2, upgrade the skill Snow Mist. Quest requirements: create and sell 100 smoothies with the white spirit snake to upgrade to the intermediate skill Ice Mist. Smoothie sales progress, 0100. Mission 3, upgrade the skill Entanglement. Quest requirements: the white snake turns into a scarf and wraps around the host's neck for 12 hours. Stockings around the neck progress, 012. What the hell? What the hell is this? Libo broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the tasks popping up one by one on the system. Let us talk about this atavism mission first. It requires killing a pet with the word dragon in its name. Isn't that a dragon-type pet? Dragon-type pets are so rare. If I could just come across one in the wild, would I really need to go back to my ancestral home? You still need to get 7 crystal cores. Are you going to summon the dragon in this episode of Dragon Ball? Libo sighed and looked at Xiao Bai. With your current combat power, if you encounter a dragon-type pet, you'll probably just get beaten. Xiao Bai looked at Libo with full fighting spirit. Hiss. Hiss, even if it's a dragon, I'm not afraid. Xiao Bai, be obedient and don't be a reckless man. A pet named Dragon. Libo touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The system didn't seem to mention it either. What if it's a dragon-type pet? Dragon, huh? Aren't lobsters also dragons? Libo clapped his hands excitedly. Yeah. Lobster. Steelhead lobster. Thinking of this pet, a smile immediately appeared on Libo's face. He was very familiar with this steelhead lobster. It was a dual attribute pet with steel and water attributes, and its largest habitat was the Sunset Beach in Jianhai City. Sunset Beach is a tourist attraction and requires several hundred yuan in tickets to enter, but this is not Libo's biggest problem at the moment. Xiao Bai's level is too low. If he is attacked by a group of steelhead lobsters, he will definitely not be their match. I'd better upgrade Xiao Bai's 2 skills to intermediate level first, and then go hunt steelhead lobsters. Libo made a decision immediately and immediately focused on the 2 upgrade tasks. Making smoothies isn't difficult, and the task matches the skill set quite well. The only thing left is figuring out how to sell them. Libo touched his chin and then focused on the entanglement upgrade task. If it turns into a scarf, won't it strangle me to death? Libo pulled the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Of the 3 tasks, this one is the easiest. He carefully explained the requirements of the task to Xiao Bai and told it that doing so would make its skill stronger. A few minutes later, Xiao Bai still looked at Li Bo in confusion. If Xiao Bai becomes a beast mother, he won't strangle his master to death. Okay. Then first I have to turn you into a human. Li Bo began to use his innate power. He slowly placed his hand on Xiao Bai's head and thought of transforming her into a beast girl. Then a white light flashed, and something magical happened. Oh no. A light voice sounded. Li Bo looked down and saw a girl with silver hair suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Bai. Li Bo was startled by Xiao Bai's sudden ability to speak, but the next scene made his blood boil. Xiao Bai transformed into a human form without any clothes, and Li Bo took in her perfect body naked. She was tall, standing gracefully with her long hair cascading down her fair back. Xiao Bai raised his head, revealing his handsome oval face and a pair of extremely deep light blue pupils. Li Bo was stunned by the scene in front of him. Xiao Bai was so beautiful. He couldn't help but glance down. Xiao Bai's whole body was as perfect as a sculpture. Does it look good, master? Seeing that his master was staring at him without saying anything, Xiao Bai tilted his head curiously and looked at Li Bo, without a trace of shyness on his face. Ahem. So beautiful. Li Bo quickly took out a large-sized long t-shirt from the cabinet and handed it to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, put on your clothes first. Clothes? Xiao Bai blinked his big eyes and looked at Li Bo. But master, I don't know how to wear it. Or maybe I shouldn't wear it at all. I'm not afraid of the cold. You're not afraid of the cold. But I'm afraid of the heat. Li Bo didn't say anything and quickly put the clothes on Xiao Bai. Li Bo almost fell. After putting on the white t-shirt, Li Bo took 2 steps back, looked at Xiao Bai, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It fits pretty well. Li Bo is 1.85 meters tall, and Xiao Bai is about 1.75 meters tall. The oversized t-shirt can just fit Xiao Bai as a dress. Xiao Bai pouted, looking reluctant. This dress was simply a restraint for her. Master. Now, are you going to wear those stockings you mentioned? Where? Li Bo chuckled and started rummaging through the cabinets. When I was dating Muaoxue, I prepared a lot of stockings. Seeing his master constantly taking out various styles from the cabinet, Xiao Bai couldn't help but look through them. What kind of one piece, open crotch, black, gray, flesh-colored? It can be said to be varied. Master, isn't this something for girls? Why do you have so many? Isn't our family supposed to be very poor? Faced with Xiao Bai's many questions, Li Bo scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha. Well, save where you can and spend where you can. Don't say so much for now, Xiao Bai, just pick one at random. Li Bo said with a smile. I like clean colors, so let's take this white one. Xiao Bai chose a pair of the whitest body stockings, and then said to Li Bo with some embarrassment. Master, can you help me put it on? That's right. You can't even put on clothes, how can you wear this? Li Bo asked Xiao Bai to sit on the stool next to him. Be good, stretch your legs. Hearing this, Xiao Bai consciously stretched out her perfect jade feet in front of Li Bo. It's so terrible. Li Bo suppressed his thoughts and dressed Xiao Bai carefully. After putting on the white silk, Xiao Bai stood up and turned around twice. Not bad. Yeah. The size is perfect for Xiao Bai's body. Li Bo said in a tone of praise. Master is so skilled, he must have dressed other girls before. Xiao Bai's tone suddenly became resentful. Ah. Well. I can't help it, my master is always willing to help. Humph. Xiao Bai is unhappy. Xiao Bai curled his lips. Then how can Xiao Bai not be angry? Li Bo comforted with a smile. Master, I won't be angry if you make me stronger. Master, according to what you said, should I learn Fatal Coil now? Ha ha. Of course. Li Bo tried to hide his embarrassment by laughing. Chapter 8 Make a Smoothie. The next day, Li Bo's alarm clock rang. It's time. He quickly stood up and checked Xiao Bai's message. As soon as you open the panel, the task completion box pops up. Neck wrapping learning progress, 1212. Skill entanglement upgrade successfully. Congratulations to the host, the White Snake Skill Entanglement Basic has been upgraded to Death Entanglement Intermediate. Death Coil, a normal skill. A white snake wraps around the opponent and suffocates them. Its power increases as the snake grows. White Snake Upgrade. Current level, normal third stage. Great! My pet's level has been upgraded along with its skills. Seeing that Xiaobai had become much stronger, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Now, as long as you upgrade the snow fog to a higher level, you can go to Sunset Beach to catch lobsters without any worries. Li Bo touched his chin and fell into deep thought, sold 100 smoothies. With Xiaobai's current snow fog skills, making smoothies should have no problem. But Li Bo needs to think about how to sell it quickly. After much thought, I decided to set up a stall. Yes, right in front of the university. There are many students from Jiangda University, maybe they can come and take care of his business. First we need a smoothie cart. Li Bo did what he said, picked up a hammer and a wooden board, and started banging on the floor downstairs. Li Bo learned a lot of life skills in the orphanage since he was a child, so basic carpentry work is not difficult for him. In about an hour, a simple ice cream truck frame was completed. Li Bo touched his chin with satisfaction, admiring his work. Well, it just needs some simple decoration. Next, I have to start researching how to make delicious smoothies. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Bo prepared to go back to the room to wake up Xiaobai. But just as he turned around, he found a silver-haired girl outside the door staring at him blankly with tears in her eyes. Noob! Li Bo hurried over and looked at the crying Xiaobai in confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Woo woo! Xiaobai held Li Bo tightly in a bear hug, as if afraid that he would run away. I thought, the master didn't want me anymore. Xiaobai buried her head in Li Bo's shoulder and sobbed, making Li Bo a little at a loss for a moment. Seeing the other party so emotional, Li Bo swallowed back the words he wanted to explain. He stroked Xiaobai's hair and soothed him. Sorry. It's my fault. I won't leave you alone next time. Woo woo woo. Xiaobai cried even harder and said seriously. My world only has my master, please don't leave me. Fool. How could that be? Li Bo gently wiped away Xiaobai's tears. Look, your eyes are blurry from crying, and your hair is messy. I'll comb it for you when we get home. After hearing this, Xiaobai stopped sobbing and said to him sweetly. Li Bo took Xiaobai to the street to buy some decorative materials and fruits, and also bought 2 sets of close-fitting clothes for Xiaobai. Back home, Li Bo taught Xiaobai how to bathe like a human. After drying his hair, Xiaobai sniffed the fragrance of his hair with great joy. Great, it smells just like my master. We use the same shampoo, so of course it smells the same. Li Bo smiled. He. Xiaobai will need the master to bathe me from now on. Well, it's not impossible. Great. Xiaobai loves his master the most. Xiaobai happily kissed Li Bo on the face, and the latter was extremely surprised. Hey, Xiaobai, how do you know this? I never taught you. He. Xiaobai laughed mischievously. It's not like humans are the only ones who express affection with kisses. I see, I'm narrow-minded. Ha ha. By the way, Master, is the training you mentioned completed? Do I still need to cling to you to sleep tonight? Li Bo twitched his lips. No need for now, Xiaobai. With your current strength, you will really strangle me to death. Okay. What's that cart downstairs used for? Is it for the owner to complete that smoothie selling mission? Xiaobai kept asking like a curious baby. Ever since she became Li Bo's contracted beast, she felt that she talked a lot more than before, and she couldn't help but want to talk to her master. Xiaobai is so smart. The next task will depend entirely on Xiaobai. Li Bo touched her head and said. No problem. Xiaobai is the best at making ice. Xiaobai puffed out his chest and said confidently. Okay. But master needs you to get back into fighting stance now. Xiaobai said then quickly changed back into its original form of a white spirit snake, coiling around Li Bo's neck and shoulders. Yes master, I'm ready, let's start. Li Bo laughed and said, I haven't made smoothies either, so I can only try it slowly. Hiss, it's okay, master, I know what to do. You know how to do it? Li Bo was a little surprised. Yes. This is a skill engraved in my genes, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But I need the master to help me with some simple processing of the fruit. Of course. Li Bo was overjoyed when he heard this. Li Bo quickly picked up the fruit knife and started working quickly. Wash the strawberries, cut the bananas into pieces, and peel the mangoes. Li Bo simply processed the various fruits and placed them neatly. Hiss, it's my turn to perform. Xiaobai quickly jumped onto the table, flicked his white snake tail, and slapped the peeled banana flat, and the flesh instantly turned into milky yellow mud. This strength is comparable to that of the iron paw panda beating rice cakes next door. Li Bo joked. Then the little white snake's tongue hissed out a cold mist, and the fluff on the surface of the strawberry formed icy particles like frosting. Li Bo rubbed it clean with his hands. That's great. I don't have to soak in salt water to get rid of the insects. When it was time to process the mangoes, the little white snake flicked its tail and quickly took out the core. Then it held the mango core in its mouth and turned it. The cold air condensed into ice knives and automatically cut the flesh into neat small cubes. Holy crap! Brilliant! Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Xiaobai to have such a unique skill. Hiss! Look at my master! Then, Xiaobai suddenly sprayed a cloud of snow mist into the air, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped sharply. Then it quickly rolled up all the fruits with its tail and threw them into the snow mist. A mini tornado suddenly blew up in the air, and the strawberry red, mango yellow, and banana white mixed into a pink and sticky vortex. After a while, the smoothie piled up into a small snow mountain, and emitted fairy-like white smoke. That's all. Seeing Xiaobai made the smoothie in no time, Li Bo praised it. That's great, Xiaobai. With your skills, I wonder how many ice cream factories you can support. Hiss. Master, try the smoothie I made. Li Bo scooped a mouthful with a spoon and put it in his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. The tip of your tongue first hits the sourness of the strawberry ice cubes, then your mouth is immediately covered with mango puree, and finally the milky aroma of the banana gurgles into your throat. Hiss? Really, master? Well, I can open my stall now. I'm ready to make a fortune. A smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. Chapter 9 Phantom Cloud. In order to diversify the variety, Li Bo made several different flavors of smoothies. Looking at the cart filled with smoothies, Li Bo felt much happier. Over 100 smoothies should be enough to sell. Hiss, I also want to sell smoothies with the master. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo expectantly. Oh? Xiaobai wants to change back into Beast Girl form? Li Bo asked. Xiaobai nodded seriously. Li Bo smiled, then placed his right hand on Xiaobai's head. A light flashed, and Xiaobai transformed into a tall girl again. Beast girls are not uncommon in this world, so Li Bo is not worried that taking Xiaobai out will attract attention. He. Master, Xiaobai can't wait any longer, let's go. Let's go. School training will be over soon. Let's take advantage of the crowds leaving school and make a killing. After a while, Li Bo pushed the cart to an open space not far from the university gate. A simple banner on the smoothie cart reads, "Purely handmade smoothies, real ingredients, never pre-made." At this time, students had already walked out of the school gate one after another. Li Bo seized the opportunity to shout loudly. Smoothie. $10 a serving. Unfortunately, the students were in a hurry and ignored Li Bo's shouting. Xiaobai stood timidly beside him and said softly, Master, is the smoothie I made unappealing? How could that be? Li Bo hurriedly consoled him. Smoothies out there are all around 20 yuan, and we sell them for 10 yuan. Ours look and taste just as good as theirs, so we're pretty conscientious. All right. There was still a look of self-blame on the pretty boy's face. At this time, another group of students passed by Li Bo's stall. During this time, a few of them heard Li Bo's shouting, glanced at him, and then walked away without any thought. Although Li Bo was disappointed, he did not show it. He knew that his stall was still a little behind the professional smoothie shops. Although the entire process is sterile, roadside stalls give people an unhygienic impression. Almost half an hour had passed and Li Bo still hadn't opened the shop. He couldn't help feeling anxious. Xiaobai had to spit snow mist into the cart every once in a while to lower the temperature around the smoothie and prevent it from melting. Master, it seems like someone is here to get smoothies. Xiaobai said uncertainly. People? Great, we can finally start making orders. Li Bo was startled and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of Xiaobai, but there was no one there. Xiaobai, you must have seen it wrong. But, there is indeed one smoothie missing from the table. Xiaobai said innocently. Hearing this, Li Bo immediately inspected the smoothies on the stall and found that there was indeed an empty spot. Damn it! There's a thief! Li Bo cursed in his heart. He had stood there for most of the day but hadn't sold a single smoothie. Now, it was stolen. He quickly looked around, trying to find traces of the smoothie in the hands of a passerby, but now, apart from him and Xiaobai, who else was there around? Master, are we seeing a ghost? Xiaobai clutched Li Bo's clothes tightly in fear. Li Bo was at a loss for words. Xiaobai had even experienced life and death battles, yet he was afraid of such an illusory existence as ghosts. Li Bo shook his head. Xiaobai, there are no such things as ghosts in the world. Ghost? Li Bo suddenly thought of something and said with a look of sudden realization. It's not a human. Then it must have been done by a pet. He quickly looked up and squinted his eyes at the sky. Sure enough, 5 or 6 meters above his head, a cup of smoothie was floating there. What's weird is that the amount of smoothie in the cup is constantly decreasing, as if it has disappeared into thin air. It seems that the dark pet is responsible. Li Bo whispered to Xiaobai. A dark-type pet? Damn it! Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then an angry expression appeared on his face. Master, let me meet it. Without saying a word, Xiaobai spit out a white mist of snow, which suddenly flew towards the cup in the air. The existence in the air seemed to be immersed in the deliciousness brought by the smoothie, and seemed to not care about the arrival of snow and fog. Snow mist floated over the pet, suddenly outlining its outline. The shape of this pet is very unique, like an irregular cloud. Cloud? Dark. Li Bo quickly thought of the name of the cloud-shaped pet in his mind, and an idea struck him like an electric shock. Could it be? At this time, the smoothie in the air had been finished by the mysterious pet, and the cup was thrown away by it and fell down in free fall. What poor quality! Xiaobai said angrily. The pet didn't seem to take Xiaobai seriously at all. It slowly shook its snow-covered body, and then its true appearance slowly emerged. Holy crap! Phantom cloud. It really is. Li Bo recognized the pet at a glance, and his eyes immediately became extremely excited. Huan Mingyun is a very rare and niche pet. In the 3,000 years of beast taming, the number of beast tamers who have contracted with Huan Mingyun can be counted on one hand. Therefore, there is very little research on this pet. An extracurricular material that Li Bo has read records that humans have currently developed less than 1/10 of the evolution of the phantom cloud. I never thought that Li Bo would encounter such a rare pet here today. The main body of the phantom cloud is a transparent gray-purple cloud, about 1 meter long. There are waves of energy on the surface of the cloud, which looks very strange. Li Bo immediately opened the detailed information of Huan Mingyun. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, normal 3rd stage. Potential, leader level. Skill, Shadow Ball intermediate. Status, full. Evolution sequence, 2. Description, Phantom Cloud likes to hide in the clouds high in the sky. It possesses the gift of phantom color mimicry, allowing it to blend into its surroundings unnoticed. It is mysterious and powerful. Oh my god. He actually has leader-level potential. And he actually has 2 evolutionary sequences. Li Bo stared at the panel with excited eyelids. Illusionary mimicry. That guy just used the skill to hide in the air. Powerful and mysterious. Reading this, Li Bo's heart suddenly surged with excitement. To be able to be described in this way by the system, one can imagine how talented Huan Mingyun is. His master, what should I do? Do you need me to jump up and catch it? Xiaobai stared at the phantom cloud in the sky with a look as if he were looking at a thief. Li Bo shook his head. Xiaobai, you can't fly yet. This guy is always floating in the air. There's nothing you can do to him. As if he understood the conversation between the two, Huan Mingyun stuck out his tongue at them. Damn it! Xiaobai was so angry that his face turned blue. At this time, Huan Mingyun burped with great satisfaction, and mumbled something in his mouth as if he was saying thank you for the hospitality. To Xiaobai, this sounds like a provocation. Then Huan Mingyun turned his head away leisurely, no longer paying attention to Xiaobai, and floated lazily into the air. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Master, is there really nothing we can do about him? Xiaobai stomped his feet in anger. Little phantom cloud, there is a way to deal with it. Li Bo deliberately amplified the sound. Sure enough, the phantom cloud understood what Li Bo said. It stopped and turned around, looking at Li Bo quietly, and an unconcealable sneer suddenly appeared on its face. But when he saw the faint light emanating from the other person's palm, Huan Mingyun's smile suddenly froze. Ha ha! You've been fooled! Li Bo smiled confidently, and a yellow light suddenly appeared on his right palm. Contract. Chapter 10. Are you going to pick up a snake? In the blink of an eye, Huan Mingyun had already arrived at Li Bo's beast control space and could communicate with Li Bo without any obstacles. Huan Mingyun, Buzz well, it can be considered as a direct contract with you. Oh. Li Bo laughed and said, you don't look very happy. Buzz. Humph. I was careless. Buzz. Beastmaster, please be nice to me. Of course. Let me give you a name. What should I call you? Li Bo touched his chin and thought. Buzz. No need to think. Just call me Ziyun, that's what my parents call me. Ziyun, nice name. Li Bo smiled. By the way, Ziyun, are your parents nearby? Do you need to tell them that I took you away? Buzz. No thanks. They abandoned me a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't be wandering around stealing your smoothies. Buzz? Beastmaster, you won't abandon me in the future, right? Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then said seriously and firmly. You won't wander anymore, because I will never leave you at any time. Buzz, I hope you keep your promise? Master, what are you whispering to the thief? Xiaobai pouted and stared at Li Bo. She didn't seem very happy about having contracted with Huan Mingyun. Li Bo covered his face and said, Xiaobai, don't call me a thief anymore. Ziyun will be our partner from now on, so you two have to get along well with each other. Humph. A thief is a thief. He stole our smoothie and he will never be forgiven. Xiaobai folded his arms, and then his blue eyes rolled around. Master, please summon me back to the beast taming space so that Ziyun and I can get along well. Li Bo twitched his lips. How could he not know Xiaobai's little thoughts? If he really let Xiaobai go back to the beast taming space at this time, the two of them would definitely fight. Xiaobai. Didn't you want to sell smoothies to me? The mission hasn't even been completed yet. This. Xiaobai glanced at the number of smoothies on the stall, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Okay. Then Xiaobai blew out a burst of snow mist from his mouth again, lowering the temperature of the smoothie again. Look, without you, this smoothie will melt. I can't leave you, Xiaobai. Li Bo's flattery made Xiaobai laugh out loud. She took Li Bo's hand and pressed her face against his. Xiaobai can't leave his master either. Buzz Beastmaster, she's so corny. Omega. Li Bo disagreed. Isn't it normal for a pet to be close to its master? Buzz, I don't want to do this again. Just when Xiaobai and Li Bo were being intimate, a sharp female voice suddenly came from not far away. You don't want the school beauty in front of you, but you're going to pick up a snake? Li Bo's expression immediately became alert. Lin Feier? Turning around, he saw Lin Feier walking slowly towards him in 10-centimeter high heels. Oh no. Xiaobai nervously grasped the corner of Li Bo's clothes. Li Bo knew that she still had some shadows in her heart about Lin Feier, so he protected her behind him. It's okay, Xiaobai, don't be afraid of her. Lin Feier was full of aura, with a condescending look. She looked at Li Bo's stall with a defiant look, then set her eyes on Xiaobai and said with disdain. Li Bo. I really don't understand you. The martial arts competition is almost here, and you're not going to train. Instead, you're here to set up a stall with this snake. Did I kick your brain last time and ruin it? What I do doesn't seem to have much to do with you, Lin Feier. Li Bo said calmly. Lin Feier raised the corner of her mouth. Oh? Can't I just buy a smoothie? You come to buy things, I welcome you. Hearing this, Lin Feier was stunned for a moment. Li Bo, if you need money, you can just ask me directly. There's no need to work so hard. At this point, Lin Feier's tone was unusually less harsh and more sincere. However, Li Bo ignored her and just said lightly. How many smoothies would you like? What flavors? How about a strawberry smoothie? How much is it? Lin Feier said lazily. 10 yuan apiece. 10 yuan? Lin Feier snorted coldly, then casually took out a beast coin worth 1,000, held it between two fingers and handed it to Li Bo. Here's 1,000, no need to change. Just as Li Bo was about to take over, Lin Feier loosened her fingers and the beast coin fell to the ground with the wind. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai stood up excitedly. You're going too far. I'm talking to your master, and it's not your turn to interrupt, a broken snake. Lin Feier stared at Xiaobai fiercely. Anger flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. "I'll kill you, woman." Lin Feier showed no fear and raised her head. "Come on, if you're brave enough. If I can beat you once, I can beat you countless times." The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Li Bo hurriedly stopped Xiaobai and said, "Forget it, Xiaobai. Why not do business if you have one?" Li Bo squatted down, picked up the 1,000 yuan bill, dusted it off and put it away. Who would have a problem with money? He handed the strawberry smoothie to Lin Feier with a smile on his face. "Thank you for your patronage." After the transaction was completed, a system task box immediately popped up in Li Bo's mind. Smoothie sales progress, 100. Host, please keep up the good work. Seeing that Li Bo was not surprised, Lin Feier said with some appreciation. "You're quite adaptable. I hope you can still remain calm and composed when you lose to me in the martial arts competition." Li Bo stared into Lin Feier's eyes. "Are you so sure you can eat me?" "Of course. I've already seen that you're just a pet vase that won't make any waves. Li Bo, you can't escape from my grasp. Who are you calling a vase pet?" Xiaobai was so angry that his face turned green, and he wished he could pin Lin Feier to the ground and beat her up. Whether she's just a pretty face or not, we'll have to wait and see. As she spoke, Lin Feier picked up the smoothie in her hand and sniffed it casually. "You made this. It's terrible." With a snap, Lin Feier threw the smoothie on the ground without even tasting it. Then she walked away in front of Li Bo and the others, and Lin Feier did not forget to step on the strawberry smoothie. "You!" Li Bo clenched his fists. No matter how good his heart was, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. How could there be such a rude and domineering woman like Lin Feier in the world? Woohoo! Noob! Hearing the sobbing, Li Bo turned around hurriedly and found Xiaobai squatting on the ground, staring blankly at the smoothie that was stepped on by Lin Feier, tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Li Bo felt a pang of pain in his heart, and hurriedly hugged the sobbing Xiaobai in his arms. "It's okay, Xiaobai. That woman doesn't know what's good, don't take her words to heart. Master! I must trample Lin Feier under my feet, I must." "Woo-woo," Xiaobai said with gritted teeth. "Hey, are you still selling smoothies?" At this moment, the voice of a strange boy sounded from beside him. Hearing that business was coming, Xiaobai quickly wiped away the tears on his face, forced a smile and greeted the customers. "Hello? What kind of smoothie would you like?" This is a boy wearing glasses. He pointed at the smoothie on the ground and said hesitantly, "I want this one, is that okay?" Hearing this, Xiaobai looked at Li Bo strangely. "Classmate, this one has been stepped on and is dirty. Why don't you change it?" Li Bo explained to him. "Did Lin Feier step on it?" As he spoke, the boy with glasses showed excitement in his eyes. Li Bo nodded and expressed his confusion. "Okay. I want this. 10 yuan apiece, right? I'll pay." In front of the two of them, the boy carefully picked up the smoothie on the ground, paid for it promptly, and left, leaving Li Bo and Xiaobai disheveled in the wind. "Master, is this a hobby? But I think it's a bit perverted." Xiaobai looked at Li Bo in confusion. "Don't even mention you, I think I'm a pervert." Li Bo opened his mouth wide, and then an idea quickly flashed through his mind. "Hey man! I know how to sell smoothies." Li Bo hurriedly opened his backpack, took out paper and a banner, and began to write. Xiaobai stared blankly. "Master, what are you doing?" After a while, Li Bo replaced the title of Handmade Smoothie on his car. Instead, there were a few big words: "School beauty is good enough to make smoothies." Chapter 11: Evolutionary Thinking. Smoothie sales progress, 100. Congratulations to the host. The White Snake Snow Mist skill upgrade is complete. Snow Mist Basic, Ice Mist Intermediate. Ice Mist, Area Attack. The White Spirit Snake summons a thick mist to shroud the opponent, obstructing their vision. Those hit will be slowed down and have a chance to be frozen. White Snake Upgrade. Current level, Normal 4th stage. Congratulations! Xiaobai, you've leveled up again. Li Bo said happily that in just 2 days, he upgraded Xiaobai to the ordinary 4th level and also learned 2 intermediate skills. This speed is probably unprecedented. I didn't expect the owner's trick was so effective. As soon as the sign was changed, there was a constant stream of people coming to buy smoothies, and in the end there weren't enough to sell. Ha ha! Who can resist a 10 yuan smoothie made with school beauty's feet? But, if we use Lin Feier to promote like this, will she retaliate against us? Xiaobai said with some concern. Revenge? Li Bo laughed. It's not like Lin Feier is the only school beauty. I didn't name her and said she did it. We just borrowed the title of school beauty, relying on the imagination of those who buy smoothies. Master is so smart. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo with stars in his eyes. He. Ultimately, it's all thanks to Xiaobai's delicious smoothie, otherwise the hype alone would be useless. Xiaobai's pretty face turned red. Master, whatever you say is right. But master. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Li Bo asked curiously. Do you think, am I as pretty as Lin Feier? Xiaobai said hesitantly. Hearing this, Li Bo was a little bit amused. Xiaobai, why do you want to compete with her? You are different from her. Why is it different? Xiaobai raised his head and said stubbornly. I also look like a human girl now. Master can tell who is beautiful and who is not at a glance. Could it be that Master thinks I am a pet and not worthy of being compared with Lin Feier? Ah! Li Bo was a little caught off guard when he heard this. His pet was indeed a little fragile. Li Bo hurriedly comforted her. That's not the case, Xiaobai. In terms of beauty alone, you're no worse than Lin Feier. But when we look at people, we can't always judge them by appearance. Take Lin Feier for example. What's the point of being pretty? She's still a vicious and annoying person. Unlike my Xiaobai, who is not only good-looking but also kind-hearted and capable. Master, you're making me shy. Xiaobai lowered his head. Li Bo spoke in a very eloquent way. The inexperienced Bai Ling snake could not stand his sweet words. Buzz. 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 Oi. Oi. This is so corny. Ziyun's voice rang in Li Bo's mind. Buzz. Beastmaster, have you forgotten that you have a little baby abandoned in the pet space? I almost forgot about you. Let's talk about it when we get home. Li Bo smiled, quickly set up the smoothie stall, and then returned to his room. A yellow magic circle flashed, and Li Bo summoned Xiaoyun and said to Xiaobai. We'll be partners from now on. Let's get to know each other. Humph. Even though you stole my smoothie, I won't bother with you this time for the sake of my master. From now on, you have to call me sister. Xiaobai looked proud. Buzz. I refuse to accept this. Beastmaster, quickly turn me into a human. I want to face this snake head-on. Do you want to transform into a beast girl form too? Li Bo was stunned. With his last experience, he used the money he earned from setting up a stall to buy a set of clothes for Ziyun in advance. Then Li Bo gently stroked Ziyun's floating body with his right hand. With a thought in his mind, Ziyun quickly turned into a beast girl form. Ziyun is about the same height as Xiaobai, with a playful and sexy face, purple hair like a waterfall, and equally purple eyes as clear as crystal, sparkling with lively light. Of course, the headlights of Ziyun 3060 are also brand new, and its legs are as white as jade, tightly stitched, without any flaws. Ziyun, put this on. Li Bo prepared a Lolita-style retro long dress for Ziyun, which made her look very girlish against her exquisite figure. Ziyun put her hands on her hips and glared at Xiaobai angrily. Why should I call you sister? I don't accept it. Humph. Just because I'm a higher level than you and have followed the master longer than you. What's the use of having a high level? If you want to survive in this world, you have to rely on your fists. Whoever is stronger will be the boss. Ziyun shook his fist. It seems like you want to have a fight? Well, you won't give in unless I teach you a lesson. Xiaobai was not afraid at all. Let's compete. Hey. Stop it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Li Bo immediately stopped the two of them. I didn't ask you to come out to fight. Xiaobai, since you are the elder sister, you should give Ziyun some ground. Li Bo took Xiaobai's hand and tried to persuade him, but Xiaobai didn't say anything and just muttered. He looked at Ziyun again. And Ziyun. If you want to eat delicious smoothies more often, you have to coax Xiaobai better. This. Ziyun was moved. Thinking of the delicious smoothie, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She immediately became a different person and enthusiastically took Xiaobai's other hand. Oh. Sister Xiaobai, I was just kidding. Please forgive my little willfulness. I call you sister, so you have to make smoothies for me more often in the future. Hearing Ziyun's coquettish behavior, Li Bo and Xiaobai laughed at the same time. "You're such a foodie." "Sister Xiaobai, sister, brother, why don't I call you brother Li Bo from now on?" Ziyun said to Li Bo. "Of course." Li Bo nodded. "Oh my. It feels so good to be a beast girl. I can wear all kinds of pretty clothes." Ziyun sighed and suddenly fixed his eyes on the white short-sleeved shirt Xiaobai was wearing. Seeing the bulging peak in front of the other person, Ziyun reached out his hand to grab it. "Sister Xiaobai, your steamed buns seem to be bigger than mine." Seeing this scene, Xiaobai blushed immediately. Living with Li Bo for the past 2 days, Xiaobai has developed some human sense of shame in his mind. Facing Ziyun's claws, Xiaobai protected himself reflexively. "No. Ziyun. Let me pinch it." "Sister Xiaobai, I can pinch you too." Seeing this scene, Li Bo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, the two of them finally got to play together, and Li Bo felt relieved. He quietly watched the two pets playing around and began to seriously think about the future development path. As for Xiaobai's evolution, we have to wait until the atavism mission is completed. Li Bo had never heard of the white spirit dragon mentioned by the system, but that was nothing surprising. There were tens of thousands of pets in the world, and new pets were discovered every year. Although the history of beast taming dates back thousands of years, humans are still in the process of continuously understanding and studying pet animals. Xiaobai currently has elite potential, which also means that he can complete the regular evolution of the white spirit snake, which is to cultivate it into a slightly larger ice pattern python. Although most common white spirit snakes are cultivated as pets, they are not completely useless. The elite level ice python has many remarkable features as a combat pet. For example, most ice python tamers will cultivate an intermediate skill called death gaze. Death stare can cause the opponent to be terrified and unable to move, which just makes up for the slow speed of snow fog. In regular duels, the first hand combo of snow mist plus death gaze plus entangle can often catch the opponent off guard. However, the upper limit of the ice pattern python is only elite level. Although it can meet the combat needs of the second level beast tamer, it will become useless when the beast tamer breaks through to the third level or higher. I wonder what level the white spirit dragon can evolve to after reverting to its ancestral form. Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but look forward to it. Now with Ziyun joining him, he decided to set off early tomorrow morning to go to Sunset Beach to catch steelhead lobsters. Which direction should Ziyun develop in? Li Bo opened Ziyun's information panel and fell into deep thought as he looked at the two evolutionary sequences. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, normal third stage. Potential, leader level. Skill, Shadow Ball intermediate. Status, happy. Evolution sequence, 2. Sequence 1, pure dark cultivation route. Illusionary dark clouds, dark mist clouds, eternal dark clouds, purple dark realm. Sequence 2, dark plus water cultivation route. Illusionary dark clouds, abyssal dark clouds, yellow spring purple clouds, purple wave, sea of clouds. Chapter 12, a tough decision. Purple nether dark realm, purple wave cloud sea, they're all leader level. It's really hard to choose. The two forms in front of Huan Minjian are the only two evolutionary sequences currently developed by humans. Although he had never seen their true appearance, Li Bo had learned the basic information about these two pets from bits and pieces of information in books. There is no doubt that the purple nether dark domain and the purple wave cloud sea are both extremely powerful pets. The purple nether dark domain was cultivated entirely according to the dark attributes of the phantom nether cloud. It contains extremely pure and powerful dark attribute power. It can create a strange dark domain space in battle and kill the enemy invisibly. Therefore, the purple dark realm is often trained as an assassin. Because it is too mysterious, its skills and characteristics are still being deciphered. However, Li Bo heard that there is still a beastmaster in the beast taming continent who possesses the purple nether dark domain, and he is a top killer. This killer has a glorious record of killing many overlord level pets. Various countries have offered a lot of rewards for the capture of this killer, but he is still at large because brutal murders in the Zimming dark domain still happen from time to time. As for the purple wave cloud sea, it is a powerful attacking pet that combines the power of water. Compared with the extreme attributes of the purple nether dark domain, it has a much higher fault tolerance rate. Therefore, most Phantom Cloud Beastmasters will choose this route for training. However, although both of these pets have successfully appeared in the world, there are no official records of their specific evolution methods. After all, the Phantom Cloud is too rare, and the beastmasters who own it are all making a fortune quietly. Who would openly announce the evolution method to the public? There is only a sequence but no method of evolution, so even if someone is lucky enough to contract with the Phantom Cloud, it will be wasted in their hands. Fortunately, Rebirth has a system. Rebirth tentatively clicked on sequence 1, wanting to check the cultivation method of the dark attribute, but suddenly a system prompt box popped up. Note, once the evolution sequence is selected, the pet training tasks will be formulated in accordance with this sequence and cannot be changed midway. Please choose carefully. Then the system popped up a second prompt box. Host, do you wish to choose Phantom Cloud Evolution Sequence 1, Dark Attribute Purple Dark Domain Cultivation Route? Rebirth was stunned for a moment. The only choice? After hesitating for a moment, Rebirth clicked the cancel option. After all, he just wanted to take a quick look at Ziyun's evolution plan and didn't intend to make such a hasty decision. Ziyun is only at the 3rd level now, and only has one companion skill. I should cultivate it for a while and see which route is more suitable and safe. Rebirth touched his chin and fell into deep thought. But system, didn't you say that humans have developed less than 1/10 of the Phantom Cloud? The 2 sequences you provided are both officially recorded by the human race. Logically, there should be other evolutionary sequences. Replying to the host. The potential and evolution sequence of all pets are determined by the system based on the pet's current stage characteristics. Based on Phantom Cloud's current characteristics, these 2 boss-level evolution sequences are the optimal solutions. Current traits. Rebirth was a little confused. What I mean is that when a pet grows to a certain stage, its potential and evolutionary sequence may change. Host can understand it this way. The system will update the potential and evolution sequence at any time based on the characteristics of the pet. I see. Rebirth finally understood everything. It seemed that it was the right decision not to rush into choosing Ziyun's evolutionary sequence. Who knows, if Ziyun's characteristics change one day, a more advanced evolutionary sequence may appear. Forget it. I don't want to think too much, let's finish Xiaobai's mission of returning to his ancestral home first. Rebirth looked at Xiaobai and Ziyun, it's getting late. Let's get some rest. We have to go to Sunset Beach tomorrow. Okay, master. Okay, brother Rebirth. The 2 pets said in unison. Seeing that they were motionless, Rebirth spoke again. Then why don't you turn back into pets? I'll summon you back to the beast taming space, where you can rest well. Master, Xiaobai is not tired today. Can I continue to sleep with you? Xiaobai said hesitantly. Brother Rebirth. I'm afraid of the dark and I don't want to go to the beast taming space. Ziyun also shook his head hurriedly. Hearing what the 2 said, Rebirth's head was filled with black lines. Don't go too far. Xiaobai, you've been setting up the stall all day today, you must be exhausted. How are you going to fight tomorrow if you don't get enough rest? And you? Ziyun, your excuse is too outrageous. As a dark attribute pet, it's not fair to say you're afraid of the dark. It's okay. Master, I promise to fight in my best condition tomorrow. Xiaobai patted his chest. Brother Rebirth. No matter what, I must sleep with you today. Xiaobai slept with me yesterday, and today it's my turn. Ziyun said with a smile. Hey! Ziyun, you can't say that. What you said sounds weird. Is that alright? Brother Rebirth. Please, master. The 2 pets pulled Rebirth's hands, one on the left and one on the right, and acted coquettishly towards him. Rebirth held his forehead inside, forget it. There's really nothing I can do about you. Very good. As he spoke, Xiaobai skillfully fiddled with Rebirth's cabinet and took out a piece of white silk. Master. I'm still wearing this today. Seeing this scene, Ziyun opened his mouth wide instantly. Oh my god, you guys are really having fun. It's so perverted. Can you take me with you? Take your head. Rebirth was speechless. He explained to Xiaobai, who looked innocent. Xiaobai. This mission has been completed, so we don't have to do it today. Task? You guys still do it. Ziyun's mouth had already opened into an O shape. Oh my god. Has it gotten this perverted? I love it. Go away. Ziyun, stop making trouble. Take a shower and go to bed. Late at night, Xiaobai and Ziyun's breathing could be heard rhythmically beside Rebirth. Li Bo stared at the low ceiling for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. The bed is too small. The room is too small. Li Bo never felt bitter after living alone for so many years. Now Xiaobai and Ziyun accompany her like family. Looking at the two people sleeping soundly, Li Bo felt guilty for the first time. With his current conditions, he cannot provide them with a good living condition. Although pets will not despise their beast masters, the desire to make money began to sprout in Li Bo's heart at this moment. I will contract more pets in the future, and I can never let them squeeze into such a small room with me again. Chapter 13 Sunset Beach. The next morning, Li Bo boarded the bus to Sunset Beach early. Zhanghai City, where Li Bo is located, is a coastal city in the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Its administrative scale reaches 10 million square kilometers, which is almost the size of a large country on Blue Star in the previous life. Sunset Beach is located at the easternmost coast of Zhanghai. The vast coastline, the stunning sunset, and the unique marine pets together make Sunset Beach a beautiful 5-level scenic spot. In addition to tourists, many people who come here like Li Bo come for their pets at Sunset Beach. When Li Bo arrived at the scenic spot, it was already noon. Hello? One ticket. Li Bo went directly to the ticket office and spoke to the staff. The person at the window was an old lady with a mole on the corner of her mouth. She looked at Li Bo casually and saw that there was no one else around him, so she said, 500 yuan. 500? Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then said, I'm a student, can I get a discount? Student? The old lady raised a scornful look. You weren't born into this world. What? Don't students get a 50% discount? That was in the past. Now the tourist area has so many tourists that in order to control the flow of people, the half-price student tickets have been cancelled. Fuck. You're breaking the rules. I want to complain. It's up to you. Buy it or not. You. Li Bo gritted his teeth and handed over 500 yuan. Give me one. That's not enough. The aunt glanced at Li Bo proudly, then handed him the ticket. Remember. You must leave the scenic area before 6 o'clock. What? Before 6? Why? When Li Bo heard about this rule, he immediately lost his composure. Because there are many tourists on the beach during the day, pets basically do not appear. They only go to the beach at night when there are fewer people. This is especially true for steelhead lobsters, which are timid in nature. There's nothing we can do. We do this to be responsible for the tourists, the aunt explained. The tides at Sunset Beach have been very high lately, and dangerous pets have been drifting in from the sea. There have been several incidents of sea beasts injuring people. Sea beasts hurt people. Li Bo immediately replied, I'm a beastmaster, I'm not afraid of sea beasts. Beastmaster? The old lady sneered. I hear this at least 1,000 times a day, useless boy. At 6 o'clock in the evening, staff will be clearing the area. It doesn't matter if you are a beastmaster or not, everyone must leave the scenic area. If something goes wrong, no one will be held responsible. Hurry up. We still need to buy tickets. That's right. Dilly-dallying. At this time, Li Bo heard many complaints from dissatisfied tourists behind him. Forget it. Let's talk about it after we get inside. After checking his ticket, Li Bo came to the beach. After changing into the beach pants, sunglasses, sun hat and other equipment that had been prepared long ago, Li Bo leisurely lay on the lounge chair on the beach hill. Xiaobai and Ziyan had also been summoned by Li Bo long ago, serving on Li Bo's left and right. Master. Drink some water. He. Xiaobai bent down and handed the coconut with a tube inserted to Li Bo. Li Bo took a sip, admired Xiaobai's round northern hemisphere through his collar, and sighed with satisfaction. This is what life is all about. Brother Li Bo, you're sweating. I'm so heartbroken. Ziyan immediately picked up the fan and started fanning Li Bo. Cool. Really cool. Li Bo held his hands on his head, leisurely enjoying the spring scenery on the beach. Passing tourists cast envious glances at him from time to time. There are many beast masters who come to the beach with their beast girls for vacation, but it is really hard to find beautiful pets like Xiaobai and Ziyun. Master, when will the steelhead lobsters appear? Xiaobai asked. When night falls and the tourists disperse, the steelhead lobsters will naturally come ashore. Li Bo said confidently that steelhead lobsters are the native pets of Sunset Beach. They are in the sea during the day and only come ashore at night, so Li Bo is not worried about not meeting them. But, don't they start dispersing tourists here at 6 o'clock? Xiao Bai was a little worried. It's almost dark at 6 o'clock. The beach is so big, is there no place to hide? Li Bo said with a smile. Master, what I mean is, when the time comes, we hide and don't come out until the place is cleared. Li Bo hummed, I guess we're not the only ones preparing to do this. Ziyun said in surprise, Brother Li Bo, do you mean that the others should wait until the area is cleared and then look for steelhead lobsters here? Ha ha. Ziyun, there's more than just steelhead lobsters on Sunset Beach. And judging by the looks of some of these people, it seems like they're here for some powerful pets. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on several beastmasters with extraordinary temperament in the distance. He had been observing these people for a long time. Unlike other tourists, these people strolled around aimlessly, but their eyes never left the blue sea. They didn't look like they were here for sightseeing at all. The most eye-catching person was a tall and thin man with a gloomy face and a long and narrow scar. Although he didn't know what level he was, from the powerful aura he exuded, Li Bo guessed that this person was at least a third-level beastmaster. Third-level beast tamer? Contracted 3 pets, one of which reached the excellence level. Ziyun recalled the beast taming knowledge that Li Bo taught him. The beast tamer level is a set of beast tamer levels developed by the Global Beast Tamer Association. A first-level beastmaster, also known as a novice beastmaster, only needs to contract 1 ordinary pet. In order to become a second-level pet, in addition to contracting 2 pets, one of them must reach the elite level. And so on from the 3rd level onwards. The number of pets can reflect the strength of the beastmaster's mental power and the size of the beastmaster's beastmastering space, while the evolution of pets represents the beastmaster's training ability. Li Bo's class teacher Wu Gang, although he has an excellent steel pivot octopus, but because the beast taming space has never been able to be expanded, he has only had 2 pets for so many years, so he is still a second-level beast tamer. Therefore, this set of beastmaster levels can represent the beastmaster's comprehensive combat power to a large extent. Third-level beastmasters are extremely rare in the entire Jianhai area. I really don't know where they came from. Li Bo felt a little uneasy, remembering what the ticket seller had just said about some ferocious beasts appearing during high tide in the evening. He wondered if these people coming to Sunset Beach had anything to do with this. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me. Let's get some sleep first. Li Bo shook his head. With the level of these people, they would definitely look down on karami pets like steelhead lobsters, so there was no interest relationship between them and him. As long as they complete the system tasks, they can leave. These people can do whatever they want. Li Bo lay down with his arms and legs spread out like a salted fish. Before he could close his eyes, a sudden noise came from all around. Ma'am, please show me your ID card. Who are you? Why should I show you? We are the Jianghai Patrol Division. We have been ordered to investigate the murderer who sneaked into the scenic area. Please cooperate with us. Murderer? Ah, sir, I look so beautiful, do I look like a murderer? What a coincidence. The suspect we're looking for is also beautiful. Chapter 14 Suspect. Cop. These were 2 plainclothes officers, and their voices were not loud in the noisy crowd, but because they were not far from Li Bo, they heard every word of their conversation with the woman. After verifying the identity of the woman, the 2 plainclothes officers returned her ID card and headed towards Li Bo, interrogating them one by one. Before Li Bo could seriously watch the fun, an enchanting figure in front of him completely blocked his view. This was a woman dressed coolly. The first thing that caught Li Bo's eyes was her long, black, straight hair that almost reached her waistline. The woman is about 1.78 meters tall, with a waist as thin as an A4 paper. A black bikini makes her skin look extremely sexy and fair. Although Li Bo hasn't seen her face yet, it's not difficult to tell from her extremely hot body that she is a stunning beauty. Especially the peachy buttocks half covered by the panties, it is hard not to let people imagine. While Li Bo was admiring the scene, he suddenly felt puzzled, because when the woman walked in front of him, she froze and stopped moving. Then a scene happened that stunned everyone. The woman's body seemed to have lost weight, and she fell straight towards the lying Li Bo. Fuck. This is not possible. Li Bo was stunned. Thump. In front of Xiaobai and Ziyun, the woman naturally lay in Li Bo's arms and let out a soft moan. Hey! What are you doing? Xiaobai was completely angry. You stinky woman, don't take advantage of my brother Li Bo. Ziyun also cursed. Purple cloud resentment value plus 20. What is this? Suddenly, two inexplicable pop-up windows appeared in the system, and Li Bo was puzzled. But now his mind is focused on this. This woman's body is soft and fragrant. Who would want to care about this broken system bug? Taking this opportunity, Li Bo also saw the woman's face clearly. As Li Bo guessed, she had a face as perfect as her figure. But Li Bo didn't know how to describe her for a moment, because while her face was beautiful, it also had a coldness like that of an iceberg. What impressed Li Bo the most was the bright red yet moist lips, which were full of sexual tension and a strong sense of danger. I don't know what kind of lipstick this woman used, but he always felt like taking a bite of it. The woman didn't care about Xiao Bai and Ziyun's scolding at all. She lay on Li Bo, her face close to his profile, and made an extremely charming and magnetic voice. Hold my waist tight. Li Bo was stunned. There was such an excessive request. This is not good. In the spirit of helping others, Li Bo grabbed the woman's slender waist as smooth as jade and began to caress it. You woman! Let go of my brother Li Bo. Seeing this scene, Ziyun was so angry that his teeth were chattering. Purple cloud resentment value plus 20. The woman felt speechless. Who is not letting go of whom? Your master's hands are more dishonest than anyone else. Hey! Don't go too far, kid. The woman said into Li Bo's ear, her tone filled with invisible murderous intent. Ha ha! You're asking me to do something, but you don't want to make any sacrifices. Li Bo sneered, then deliberately slapped the woman's round buttocks with his hand. The woman's expression was extremely angry, but she still pretended to be calm and said, I don't understand what you mean. I just fell down accidentally. You rascal, help me up. Fell down? I'm afraid it's not such a coincidence. Li Bo fixed his eyes on the two plainclothes patrol officers walking towards him. If I'm not mistaken, the person they're looking for should be you. Now, do you still want me to help you up? As soon as the words fell, the woman's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Li Bo could clearly feel her breathing, which had briefly stopped. The woman smiled and then said jokingly, Ha ha! Little brother, if you dare to say it out loud, I won't mind taking your clever little head off. Hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but shudder. Because just now, he could clearly feel the powerful aura suddenly emanating from the woman. He didn't know if the other party was trying to intimidate him on purpose, but Li Bo was certain that this woman was also a beastmaster, and her strength was no less than that of the scarred man. The woman said she wanted to take his head, so it would definitely happen in a matter of seconds. Li Bo coughed twice. I was just kidding. My dear sister, since you are so strong, please stop bullying me. If that cop finds out, I won't be able to escape responsibility either. The woman sneered. If I'm discovered, I'll be the first to kill you. From now on, treat me as your beast mother. Purple cloud resentment value plus 20. What? Beast mother? Li Bo hissed. It turned out that the woman had come to him to hide from the inspection department because she saw that he was accompanied by two beast girls. Absolutely not. Ziyun was the first to object. Slut. Take your dirty hands away from my brother Li Bo. Purple cloud resentment value plus 20. Brother Li Bo. Please take care of her. Purple cloud resentment value plus 10. Li Bo was in tears. I wanted to take care of her, but this woman was much stronger than me. They're coming. Little brother, my sister's safety is in your hands. The woman buried her whole face next to Li Bo's head. From time to time, two plainclothes patrolmen appeared in front of Li Bo. They said to Li Bo, young man. We are members of the Jianghai Patrol. These are your companions, right? Please ask them to show their IDs. Patrol team? Li Bo said innocently, Sir, are we in any trouble? You misunderstood, said a patrolman. We've been ordered to apprehend an S-rank female killer. She's extremely dangerous. Please cooperate with our investigation. S-level killer sounds very scary. Li Bo looked solemn. Yes. This female killer, codenamed Night Rose, sneaked into the river and sea a while ago. We tracked her for a few days, but unexpectedly lost her near Sunset Beach. We suspect she has sneaked into the scenic area. Night Rose? I've never seen it before. Li Bo gestured to Xiao Bai and Ziyun. Turn around and let the two officers see if this is the person they're looking for. After saying that, Xiao Bai and Ziyun turned around at the same time and stood straight. This. When they saw Xiao Bai and Ziyun's faces, the two patrol members were stunned. They are all beast girls, one of the patrol members said in surprise. Well, the hair color and pupils are obviously beast girl characteristics, and there is a fighting spirit, another person answered. Then there's no need to check these two. As they spoke, they both turned their eyes to the woman lying on Li Bo's body. Feeling the patrol team's sharp gaze, Li Bo's heart suddenly shuddered. Owner. At this moment, the woman suddenly shouted in a very charming voice. Oh shit, this is terrible. How could the hot-blooded Li Bo stand such provocation? He tried his best to sober himself up and restrain his inner fantasies. At this time, the anger in Ziyun's eyes had reached its peak. Purple cloud resentment value plus 20. The woman's voice was neither loud nor soft, and was just heard by two patrolmen. They looked at each other with indescribable weirdness in their eyes. Li Bo looked at them and grinned, hee hee. Please excuse my embarrassment, sirs. This is the only hobby I have. In front of the two of them, Li Bo suddenly exerted force with his palm. This beast girl was just contracted not long ago and is not very obedient. I am still training her. The woman's face suddenly turned red and warm. She had never been taken advantage of like this since she was a child. All kinds of shame and anger gathered in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it at all. She gritted her teeth and cursed softly, you little pervert. Ha ha. Being my beast girl, this is a required course. Li Bo smiled mischievously. The two patrolmen stared at Li Bo's trick in amazement. The suspicion in their eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by indescribable embarrassment. Ahem. I don't think there's any need to check this anymore. Well. It's getting dark, let's go check ahead. A patrol member earnestly warned Li Bo. Hey boy. This night rose is about 1.75 meters tall, with a rose pattern printed on its body. If you encounter it, be extremely careful and notify us immediately. Okay. I will report to the two commanders if there is any situation. Li Bo replied without hesitation. Well. I won't disturb your fun. Before leaving, they said to Li Bo earnestly, young man. You are still young, you must take care of your health. Chapter 15 Night Rose. Have you had enough of taking advantage of me, woman? You're still not getting up now that they've all left. Looking at the woman still lying on Li Bo seductively, Ziyun was very angry. Purple cloud resentment value plus 10. Ziyun's resentment value has reached 100. Congratulations to the host. Completed the limited time hidden mission resentment accumulation. Within 3 minutes, Ziyun's resentment value reached 100. Phantom Cloud Comprehend Skill Curse Advanced. Curse, convert the opponent's skill gains into negative effects. Hidden mission? Li Bo was shocked when he saw the prompt box popping up on the system. It turned out that he was really lucky. It's actually a curse. Li Bo was stunned for a moment. Curse, this is an extremely rare shadow skill, and only a few pets can comprehend it. After learning this skill, any enhancement moves are useless in front of Ziyun. It is simply the nemesis of those pets that can be super enhanced. Hearing Ziyun's words, the woman raised her head and saw the two plainclothes patrol officers walking away. She tried to get up from Li Bo, but no matter how hard she tried, her body remained motionless. Looking down, Li Bo's hand was still firmly on her buttocks, not leaving it even a little bit. Little brother, haven't you taken advantage enough? The woman said with some embarrassment. Li Bo laughed and said, ha, sister, you're wrong. I'm just afraid that the patrol team will suddenly turn around. If you're discovered, it's all over, right? The woman glared at him and said, slippery-tongued boy, since you just helped me, I won't bother with you. Woman, who's taking advantage of whom? I saw you really enjoying yourself just now. Ziyun's face turned green with anger. If Li Bo hadn't kept persuading her not to be impulsive, she would have taken action long ago. The little girl has quite a temper. The woman glanced at Ziyun, and soon a look of surprise appeared on her face. Oh? Huan Mingyun? You're lucky. Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there were not many beast tamers in Huan Minjian, and even fewer of them had seen one. Now Ziyun is in the form of a beast girl, and this woman could see it at a glance. How could he not be shocked? Ha ha. You don't have to be too shocked. Although Phantom Cloud is rare, I do know a Beastmaster who has a Phantom Cloud under his contract. It's not surprising that he could recognize it. Other Phantom Cloud Beastmasters. Li Bo couldn't help but become curious about which evolutionary sequence this Beastmaster followed and to what level he had evolved the Phantom Cloud. His mind wandered and he couldn't help but be distracted. The woman took this opportunity, supported Li Bo's chest with her hands, and slowly got up from him. But before he could savor it, the scene before him gave him a sudden shock. Because on the half-exposed hemisphere of the woman, there was a black rose pattern engraved. S-Class Killer. Night Rose. Remembering the reminder from the two patrolmen just now, Li Bo said it reflexively. The woman paused for a moment, then looked at Li Bo and smiled playfully. Oh? What's the problem, little brother? You are a killer. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. The woman adjusted her black bra to completely cover the rose pattern, then smiled coquettishly and said, Sister is so beautiful, how could she be a killer? If you're not a killer, then why are you hiding from pursuit? Little brother. You're asking too many questions. You might get into trouble. The woman's words were very calm, but Li Bo could clearly feel the awe-inspiring aura in them. His face stiffened unconsciously. Now that he knew her identity, he was worried that she would be killed to silence her. This was Li Bo's biggest worry at the moment. The woman raised her eyebrows. Why are you silent? Little brother, where did your courage go? What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will kill you? Hearing this, Li Bo clenched his fists, ready to let Xiaobai and Zian take action at any time. Look how nervous you are. Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. The woman suddenly laughed. To tell you the truth, I'm not a killer, I'm a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter? Li Bo sneered, is there any difference between the two? The difference? The woman said without hesitation. The difference is, the killer takes life, I take wealth. Then why did the patrolman say you were a killer? Well. The woman touched her chin. Maybe it's because I've probably taken more lives than some assassins. After all, the association often assigns assassination missions to me, and I'm really helpless about that. Hearing that the other party had killed so many people and still looked nonchalant, Li Bo couldn't help but shudder. Using the term femme fatale to describe this Night Rose would be the most appropriate. Seeing him like this, Night Rose laughed even more happily. Little brother, don't be so scared. I usually don't kill good people. Night Rose laughed so hard that her body shook violently. Li Bo felt uneasy. Don't call me little brother. It's disgusting. Oh? Don't you like it? Little brother, your brother is not small. He. Li Bo was sweating profusely. I have a name, Li Bo. Li Bo? Yi Meiguei touched her chin, her eyes unconsciously glancing towards Li Bo's crotch. The name is quite fitting. By the way, brother Li Bo, I guess you come to Sunset Beach not just for a vacation. Night Rose suddenly said. Li Bo looked at her in surprise. How do you know? It's obvious. It's almost dusk, and you have no intention of leaving. I guess you are here for that thing on the sea. Night Rose said with a smile. That thing on the sea. Li Bo paused, and the warning given to him by the ticket seller rang in his mind unconsciously. He also thought of the several high-level beastmasters who appeared on Sunset Beach. Now this mysterious and powerful Night Rose also appeared here. Could there really be some amazing treasure on the sea? Oh. Isn't it? Seeing Li Bo's puzzled expression, Yi Meiguei said, That's right, you are so weak, you will die if you go. What on earth is there on the sea? Li Bo couldn't help but ask. It seems like you really don't know about this. Yi Meiguei looked at Li Bo meaningfully, then fixed her eyes on the rolling waves on the sea, and said indifferently, A powerful beast that makes countless people jealous. Ferocious beast. Li Bo was shocked. Sure enough, the ticket seller did not lie to him. The incident of pet animals injuring people at Sunset Beach was true. But to be described like this by Night Rose, how powerful must this mysterious pet be? The tide is rising. Leave the scenic area immediately. Hurry up and go. While the two were talking, several staff members suddenly appeared in the distance, shouting with loudspeakers, and kept driving tourists out of the scenic area. Brother Li Bo. I'm kindly reminding you not to get involved in this matter. After all, not all bounty hunters are as kind as me. After saying that, Night Rose turned her gaze to the scarred man not far away. Li Bo was frowning. You have taken more lives than any killer, and you still have the nerve to mention the word kindness. What I want to do has nothing to do with the ferocious beast you are looking for. Li Bo said lightly. Oh? Yi Meiguo smiled, said nothing more, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence for Li Bo. I hope I don't see you here again tonight. Chapter 16 Undercurrent Before the Tide. The night is as dark as ink. Compared to the bustle of the day, the sunset beach shrouded in darkness has a bit more mystery. The sea was surging with waves, and the rising tide had submerged most of the beach. Li Bo walked out from behind a huge reef and breathed a sigh of relief at the closed gate of the scenic area in the distance. It's so late, it looks like the people patrolling the scenic area have all gone off duty. Almost at the same time, figures kept emerging from hiding places on the reef where Li Bo was. These people, like him, had been hiding here since the moment the scenic area closed. However, Li Bo was not interested in their purpose of lurking in the scenic area. He casually summoned two pets from the pet space and earnestly instructed them. Xiao Bai. Ziyun. From now on, we have only one goal, and that is to kill the steelhead lobster that appears. Ziyun and Xiaobai nodded at the same time. At this time, among several huge reefs in the waves 100 meters away, several beastmasters dressed in different clothes cast curious glances at Li Bo at the same time. Oh? This kid is really interesting. He actually contracted with an extremely mysterious phantom cloud and an ordinary white spirit snake at the same time. The speaker was a fair-faced young man. Although young, his voice was extremely hoarse, and his narrow eyes were cunning and calculating. What? Bai Liang. Are you interested in this kid's phantom cloud? But as a third-level beastmaster, bullying a first-level brat is a bit embarrassing. On the nearby reef, a rough-looking man said with his arms folded. Ha ha. Huang Yan, you are wrong. The man named Bai Liang smiled. Although phantom cloud is very powerful, there is still no public method to evolve it. Forcibly seizing the contract will cause great mental damage to the pet. I don't like imperfect pets. Evolution method? I heard that in the 7th division where Scar is, there is an S-level hunter who evolved the phantom cloud into the purple dark realm. This guy has become very famous recently. Huang Yan said. Oh? Scar, you 7 departments have such talents? Why not introduce them to me? Bai Liang smiled jokingly and turned his gaze to a man next to him with a long and narrow scar on his face. I don't know him well. Scar replied coldly without even looking at Bai Liang. Oh. That's right, they're already S rank, so naturally they won't take us a rank minion seriously. Hearing this, Scar's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he glared at Bai Liang fiercely, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Bai Liang remained calm and sneered. What? Scar, that thing hasn't arrived yet? Are you ready to fight me? I don't mind killing you here first. Scar said lightly. You. Bai Liang was speechless and clapped his hands repeatedly. Good. 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 I heard that your sawtooth shark has already reached the 9th level of excellence. But if we really have to fight, my level 3 scarecrow is no pushover. Just try it. Scar said in a low voice, as if he didn't take Bai Liang seriously. Ha ha. Bai Liang, please be more careful with your words. That cut on Scar's face was done by that S rank you mentioned. A magnetic female voice came. Hearing this, Bai Liang and Huang Yan turned their heads at the same time, and even Scar, who was always calm, slowly cast his gaze over. Night Rose. This woman was none other than the Night Rose whom Li Bo met during the day. Unlike her previous revealing attire, this time Night Rose was wrapped in a tight black leather jacket, with her straight black hair hanging down to her waist, completely blending in with the night. Her fiery body is outlined into a perfect curve, and her charming lips reveal an extremely dangerous aura. The moment they saw Night Rose, the three of them looked unhappy. Huang Yan was the first to say. Night Rose. Your pet has already broken through to the leader level. Do you think you're going to fight us for the precious blood? Bai Liang had a gloomy face. Night Rose. The precious blood of our 3 main pets is related to whether they can break through the upper limit. You, an S-level killer, come to compete with us for it. I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable. Huang Yan's expression was also very complicated. What a headache. Night Rose sighed softly. I've said it countless times, I'm a bounty hunter, not a killer. I'm not like you guys who work for the Hunter Association while also taking on dirty jobs. Hearing Yi Meigui's sarcastic tone, Bai Liang cursed in his heart and his face looked extremely ugly. He thought to himself that all the bounties you accepted were for murder, and you have taken more lives than the three of us combined. Why are you pretending to be a fool? So, someone has offered a bounty for precious blood to the Hunter Association? Scar suddenly spoke. The sponsor's asking price is very high. Night Rose said suddenly. According to the association's rules, you can't participate in missions without receiving a bounty. If the association finds out that the three of you secretly interfered with an S-rank bounty mission, I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong. Damn it! Bai Liang clenched his fists. Why can S-ranks take such lucrative jobs, while us A-ranks can only scrape by and depend on the association for what it wants us to do? Why should I be afraid of him? It's not like I signed a contract to sell myself. The hunters and the association are just partners. What do hunters do privately? Do they need to report it to the association? If they're held accountable, just say I didn't know and that's it. Huan Yan started to curse. It's not a bad thing that Night Rose is here. I have received news that this ferocious beast is very powerful. It may take the combined efforts of several of us to kill it. Scar seemed very calm. Bai Liang's eyes turned. In that case, let's make a deal. How about we split the precious blood equally? As soon as these words fell, the three of them turned their eyes to Night Rose at the same time. Obviously, everyone was very afraid of her strength. I saw the corner of Night Rose's mouth curl up. I'll take the necessary amount and hand it over to you. You can divide the rest up however you want. What? Bai Liang could no longer stand. Night Rose, you're being a bit too harsh. The amount you need. God knows how much you need. What if you take all of us? Then let's take it all. Night Rose replied nonchalantly. You. Bai Liang pointed at Wild Rose angrily, but unexpectedly the other party just glanced at him lightly. The murderous intent in his eyes made Bai Liang unconsciously retract his hand, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Let's wait until that guy shows up. Huan Yan looked towards the sea worriedly. I don't know if the news is accurate. Don't worry. Bai Liang smiled confidently. According to the information I purchased, after the explosion at Baxia Fortress 3 days ago, many of the imprisoned pets fell into a coma. That creature is no exception. Based on its size and the speed of the ocean currents, it should reach Sunset Beach tonight. I don't know who is so crazy. He actually blew up the largest fortress in the west of Fuso, causing some captured ferocious beasts that have not yet been tamed and signed to be released. Huang Yan said. Ha ha. I actually said it was done by a powerful beastmaster. He probably has an irreconcilable feud with Xiao Rizi. Who cares? That creature will most likely appear when the tide is at its highest. Everyone, these superior beasts are intelligent. Don't hold back and miss such a precious opportunity. Huang Yan's voice was very deep, and every word he said was transmitted to the ears of the three people. Ha ha. I just hope that no one will stab me in the back. Scar glanced at Bai Liang meaningfully. Scar. What do you mean? You're looking down on me, Bai Liang. Bai Liang was completely embarrassed by this insinuation. Just when he was about to scold and blame Scar, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Bo's movements in the distance, and couldn't help but feel curious. Ha! This guy has been lurking for so long, I guess he's here to catch lobsters. Hearing this, Yi Meigui slowly turned her head and set her sights on Li Bo. Chapter 17 Cold Blade Tale. Master. Steelhead lobster found. The purple cloud in the sky suddenly sent a message to Li Bo. In order not to alert the enemy, the purple cloud followed Li Bo's instructions and used phantom mimicry to lurk in the air and search. Hearing this, Li Bo quickly took Xiao Bai and headed towards Ziyun. Sure enough, before he walked far, Li Bo found a steelhead lobster lying on a low reef not far away and eating the moss on it. Name steelhead lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel, water. Level, normal second stage. Potential, ordinary. Skill, violent charge basic. Finally we're ashore. Li Bo smiled slightly. With the help of the faint light shining through the clouds, he was able to see the appearance of the steelhead lobster. This ordinary two-segment steelhead lobster is only about 80 to 90 centimeters tall, standing on two legs. Apart from two huge black claws, the mechanical structure of its head looks like a helmet, making it look stupid. Xiao Bai. Go! Li Bo gave an order in his mind, and Xiaobai rushed forward without hesitation. Use death coil directly. Xiaobai swam quickly along the sea water from below, and when it touched the feet of the steelhead lobster, it suddenly started to wrap itself upwards. Snap! Before the steelhead lobster could react, his body was shattered by a strange force. This set of actions only took a few seconds, but it did not escape the eyes of the people watching from a distance. Oh? Entanglement? It can actually kill instantly with one strike. This white spirit snake doesn't seem to be simple? Bai Liang showed surprise. It seems that he has just become a first-level beastmaster and has already contracted 2 pets. This kid is quite capable. Huang Yan replied. It's death coil. Scar said with a vicious look in his eyes. What? Death coil. This white spirit snake is only at an ordinary level, yet it has already mastered an intermediate level skill. Bai Liang narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that this white spirit snake is a little strange. What's so interesting about this low-level fight? Yi Meiguei crossed her arms, as if she didn't want everyone to focus their attention on Li Bo. After quickly finishing the first steelhead lobster, Li Bo quickly asked Xiaobai to cut open its head. Xiaobai turned around and shook his head at Li Bo in disappointment, indicating that he had not found the crystal core. Li Bo immediately comforted him, it's okay, Xiaobai. This steelhead lobster is too low level, so it's normal that it hasn't developed a crystal core. Next time, we can just pick a bigger one to fight. After being encouraged, Xiaobai immediately perked up again. Sister Xiaobai. On the right. Ziyan in the sky conveyed the message, and now she has become Xiaobai's assistant. Xiaobai nodded, quickly moved his tail, and rushed towards the reef on the right. Seeing that the steelhead lobster was nearly 1 meter tall, Li Bo quickly opened its panel. Name steelhead lobster. Gender, female. Attributes, steel, water. Level, normal 4th stage. Potential, ordinary. Skills, violent charge basic, scissor hand basic. Xiaobai. Be careful of its scissor hands, use ice mist to slow it down first. Li Bo hurriedly passed the message. Xiaobai stopped and looked at her opponent. Sure enough, the steelhead lobster was making a crackling sound and was about to counterattack her. Xiaobai decisively sprayed out ice mist, and immediately a white mist with tiny ice crystals quickly enveloped it. With the ordinary 4th stage of the steelhead lobster, it was unable to escape the intermediate skill ice fog. Soon its claws were covered with a transparent layer of ice, and it could not move at all. The temperature is low at night, and the chances of freezing due to ice fog have increased significantly. Li Bo smiled faintly and watched Xiaobai finish off the steelhead lobster again. The surprise was that this time, Xiaobai took out a crystal core the size of a fingernail from the steelhead lobster's head. Collect pet cores with dragon in their names +1. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 1-7. Host, please keep up the good work and complete the White Snake Return mission. Looking at the series of prompts popping up from the system, Li Bo's face was filled with excitement. Sure enough, the steelhead lobster's crystal core is effective. At this rate, we can complete the atavism mission tonight. Ice Mist. Another intermediate skill. Seeing this scene, the expression on Huang Yan's face changed a little, and a strange light flashed in Scar's emotionless eyes. As third-level beastmasters, they knew very well the value of ordinary pets being able to learn intermediate skills. 1 might be understandable, after all, some pets are gifted, but 2 is a bit unbelievable. Even some elite pets can only comprehend 1 or 2 intermediate skills. This white spirit snake with inferior bloodline can use 2 intermediate skills in succession at such a level. Several people can't help but wonder, how did this kid cultivate it? Such talent is not inferior to those top beastmasters. The 2 on the left need a sneak attack. Ziyun's voice came again. Xiaobai turned around decisively, looked at the 2 steelhead lobsters rushing towards him quickly and violently, and dived into the water decisively. When the attacks of the 2 opponents missed, Xiaobai quickly jumped up and launched Death Coil in succession, quickly eliminating the 2 opponents. As time passed, more and more steelhead lobsters appeared on the reef, and Ziyun no longer needed to look for them specifically. While Xiaobai was fighting fiercely, a steelhead lobster appeared behind it. Name steelhead lobster. Gender, female. Attributes, steel, water. Level, normal 4th stage. Potential, ordinary. Skill, water gun basic. This one only knows how to use a water gun. Ziyun, use Shadow Ball to help Xiaobai block it. No problem, Brother Li Bo. The form of Xian appeared in the air, and then he quickly sprayed a basketball-sized shadow ball behind Xiaobai, accurately hitting the sneak-attacking water gun and instantly defeating it. Xiaobai took advantage of the situation to break through and successfully eliminated the enemy in no time. Collect pet cores with dragon in their names +1. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 2-7. 5 more to go. Li Bo's heart began to beat rapidly. He couldn't wait to see Xiaobai transform into Bai Linglong. Xiaobai. The one in front is the biggest. Li Bo reminded that the larger the steelhead lobster killed, the higher the probability of a crystal core exploding. Name steelhead lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel, water. Level, normal 5th level. Potential, ordinary. Skills, water gun basic, iron tail basic. You actually know iron tail. Use ice mist. Ice mist plus death coil is an extremely safe combo. The first attack can catch the opponent by surprise, and the freezing control can also protect Xiaobai from close resistance. Soon, this ordinary 5-segment steelhead lobster was also solved. Collect pet cores with dragon in their names +1. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 3-7. Congratulations to the host. Successfully killed the pet with the skill Iron Tail. Activate the skill Simulation Transformation task. Simulating the transformation of Iron Tail into Cold Blade Tail. Imitation Conversion Progress, 25%. Cold Blade Tail. Intermediate skill. Li Bo was stunned for a moment. The last time he was cutting fruits, Li Bo discovered Xiaobai's talent in using the tail. If he could successfully learn the Cold Blade Tail, his strength would be greatly improved. Xiaobai. Now follow my instructions. Kill the steelhead lobster with the skill Iron Tail. Xiaobai nodded seriously, and following Li Bo's instruction, he rushed towards the designated steelhead lobster. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 4-7. Imitation Conversion Progress, 50%. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 5-7. Imitation Conversion Progress, 75%. Crystal Core Collection Mission Progress, 6-7. Imitation Conversion Progress, 100%. Congratulations to the host. Skill Simulation Conversion task completed. White Spirit Snake successfully comprehended the skill Cold Blade Tail Intermediate. Cold Blade Tail, the white snake gathers cold air into its tail, forming a sharp ice blade to attack. White Snake Upgrade, Normal 5th Stage. Very good. Li Bo hurriedly opened Xiaobai's panel to check. Name, White Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, normal 5th level. Potential, elite. Skills, Ice Mist Intermediate, Death Coil Intermediate, Cold Blade Tail Intermediate. State, excited. You've become a lot stronger. Li Bo happily touched Xiaobai's head beside him, looked at the atavism task in front of him with a progress of 6-7 and said, with a little more effort, I'll soon transform you into a noble dragon beast. Hiss hiss. It's not hard, the master is really awesome. Xiaobai's eyes were burning. She felt that her strength had increased a lot. She looked at Li Bo with even more admiration. The white snake turned its head and looked at the largest steelhead lobster, as if it was determined to get it. Let's test the power of our new skills. Xiaobai, come on. At Li Bo's command, Xiaobai's slender body shot out like an arrow. However, the next second, the steelhead lobster seemed to be frightened by something, and it took a step forward and dived into the sea, and its figure disappeared from Li Bo's sight in an instant. Xiaobai stood there in a daze. What's going on? Li Bo narrowed his eyes. Then a strange scene happened. All the pets on the beach, including the steelhead lobsters, rushed towards the sea like frightened birds. It's finally here. At this moment, Night Rose looked into the depths of the deep sea, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 18 The Dragon Turtle Appears. Rumble. Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded and boiled like a pot, and then an extremely deep roar of a ferocious beast was heard. Li Bo frowned and looked into the distance at the extremely deep coastline. Although the figure could not be seen clearly, this powerful aura made Li Bo's soul tremble. Such a strong energy fluctuation. These killers have been waiting here for so long tonight, they must be here for this pet. As he spoke, Li Bo inadvertently cast his gaze on Night Rose, who was standing upright in the distance. Several beastmasters on the reef were all looking forward to it and staring at the sea surface intently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a strong earthquake on the beach. Li Bo suddenly felt something was wrong and hid behind the huge reef again, observing everything silently. Damn it! Why didn't he come earlier or later? He showed up just when I was just one steelhead lobster crystal core away. Li Bo cursed inwardly. But the next second, the scene in front of him made Li Bo's eyes suddenly widen, and he was speechless for a moment. In the hazy dark waves, the outline of a huge monster that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly appeared. Its pair of scarlet eyes as big as watermelons were like two headlights, adding a bit of terror to the dark sea. So big. Seeing such a huge creature for the first time, Li Bo felt his breath stop. Scar stared at the giant figure, and a rare smile appeared on the corner of his ferocious mouth. The dragon turtle finally showed up. As the ferocious beast slowly came ashore, Li Bo finally saw its shape. This is an extremely huge turtle pet. Its shell is made up of rock like pentagons. Its surface looks like cracked farmland in summer. In front is its head that looks like a water snake. Every time it moves, the earth will shake. It's actually a dragon turtle. Li Bo's eyes were full of disbelief. Name, dragon turtle. Gender, male. Attributes, water, rock. Level, leader 5th stage. Potential, leader level. Skills, super rock armor super, high pressure water cannon advanced, wild waves advanced, crush advanced, arrow rain advanced, hail advanced. Description, dragon turtle an extremely rare island pet. Although its primary attribute is water, it cannot survive underwater for long periods of time and needs to come ashore regularly to breathe. Dragon turtles have long been believed to be descendants of the ancient dragons of 10,000 years ago. After countless generations, they have long lost their dragon attributes. Even though their bloodline is weak, the precious blood nurtured within their shells can allow some pets to break through the upper limit of their evolutionary sequence. So they came here for the dragon turtle's precious blood. Looking at the people standing on the reef, Li Bo finally figured out their purpose. Li Bo had heard a little about the existence of some treasures in the world that could allow pets to break through the upper limit of their evolutionary sequence, but he had never expected that such a thing could exist in the shell of a dragon turtle. Detected a leader-level ferocious beast dragon turtle. Kill the dragon turtle to inherit its skills. Host, please kill the opponent as soon as possible. Li Bo? No. You're fucking kidding me. We're just two ordinary level guys, fighting a leader level one with our heads. You really think highly of me. Seeing the new task popping up by the system, Li Bo was very upset and had no desire to fight at all. However, Li Bo was very puzzled. The dragon turtle lived on a hidden island in the outer sea, and its habitat had never been found in Daxia. How did these people know that the dragon turtle would appear here? However, this dragon turtle is at the leader level. Can these people really eat it? The eyes of the people on the reef were burning. Scar took the lead and immediately summoned his pet. A blue magic circle flashed by, and then a ferocious shark pet that was 5 meters tall and holding a trident appeared on the sea. Name, Sawtooth Shark. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Level, excellent 9th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, high pressure water cannon advanced, water blade advanced, water punch advanced, devil's bite intermediate. Description, a ferocious shark pet that enjoys dismembering and eating other pets. It's actually a sawtooth shark. Sure enough, this Scarface has something special. Li Bo silently looked at the figure of the sawtooth shark. Its sharp teeth, like saw teeth, were emitting a bright cold light in the dark night. Li Bo glanced at Scar again, who had a cold face. This guy has already evolved the sawtooth shark to the 9th level of excellence. If he doesn't break through the upper limit, this will be the end of his life. Eating the dragon turtle's precious blood may allow the sawtooth shark to advance even further. As Li Bo had guessed, the moment Scar saw the dragon turtle, a crazy fighting spirit immediately emerged in his eyes, and he immediately signaled the sawtooth shark to fight. The sawtooth shark dived into the sea, leaving only its shark fin exposed, and swam quickly towards the dragon turtle. When it was less than 50 meters away from the opponent's side, the sawtooth shark suddenly appeared and opened its bloody mouth. Boom! A giant water column as thick as a pillar instantly spurted out from the mouth of the sawtooth shark and attacked the dragon turtle's head at an extremely tricky angle. What a powerful high-pressure water cannon! The dragon turtle's weak spot is its head. This guy fights with no hesitation at all. Li Bo secretly sighed that if the dragon turtle was hit by this huge water column, even if it was a leader, it would probably not be able to withstand it. Just when Scar thought he was going to succeed, the dragon turtle just turned back indifferently, and then sprayed out a high-pressure water cannon from its mouth to suppress him. Stronger high-pressure water cannon. Li Bo narrowed his eyes silently. The high-pressure water cannon sprayed by the dragon turtle was almost twice as thick as that of the sawtooth shark. With just a casual blow, he crushed the water cannon that was about to hit the dragon turtle's head back. After the dragon turtle's high-pressure water cannon swallowed all the incoming water cannons, the powerful aftermath was directed directly at the sawtooth shark. Scar hurriedly issued an escape order to the sawtooth shark, and the latter quickly dived into the water. Boom! The dragon turtle's huge water cannon directly blew the huge reef where the sawtooth shark was standing into pieces. Although he dodged the attack, Scar was still frightened. With the same skill, the power of a leader-level pet is far greater than that of an excellent-level pet. If it weren't for my quick reaction, the sawtooth shark would have been disabled if not dead after being hit by this high-pressure water cannon. He said to Bai Liang and the others. How long are you going to watch the show? If you don't summon your main pets to fight now, when this dragon turtle rests on the shore long enough and dives back into the sea, you'll regret it too late. Scar. Look, you're anxious again. Bai Liang had a look of watching a show. Did we say we wouldn't fight? You're just too impatient. Everyone wants the precious blood, but you have to use your brain. Bai Liang, I think you are tired of living. Scar's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Forget it. Stop arguing. This dragon turtle is not easy to deal with. Let's work together to quickly kill it and share its health. Otherwise, if we provoke other powerful beast masters, we won't have enough to share. Huang Yin persuaded, then put his hands together and shouted. Come out. Giant armored stone man. A blue light flashed, and a huge brown pet beast made entirely of stone suddenly appeared. Name, Giant armored stone man. Gender, male. Attributes, rock, ground. Level, excellent 7th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, earthquake advanced, rock blast fist advanced, rock armor advanced, stone spell intermediate. Description, evolved from a small stone, its entire body is composed of giant stone segments. It has abandoned speed and possesses top-level attack and defense. Oh? Stone Man? Li Bo was really enlightened. Every pet that appeared today was a rare commodity. Take this stone man for example. The initial pet, Little Stone, was very weak, but had extremely high growth potential. The giant rock ore required to upgrade and evolve Little Stone is in the tons level. It can be said that this pet is extremely resource intensive. I don't know how much money Huang Yen spent to evolve it to its final form. Huang Yen, now that you've made your move, it would be a bit unreasonable to keep hiding. Bai Liang laughed strangely. It's our turn to perform, the 3rd level Scarecrow. Name, Level 3 Scarecrow. Gender, male. Attribute, superpower. Level, excellent 8th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, Spirit Arrow advanced, Telekinesis advanced, Mysterious Smile intermediate. Description, compared to the 1st and 2nd levels, the 3rd level Scarecrow can control the opponent's emotions and defeat the enemy without anyone noticing. The Scarecrow is not big, about the same height as a normal adult, and looks ordinary. If you really want to find a difference between the 3rd level Scarecrow and the Scarecrow in the field, it must be the pair of eyes that emit a faint yellow light. Seeing this, Huang Yin joked. Ha ha. Bai Liang, Scarecrow has been around for so many years, and no one has developed a higher sequence. Do you really believe that the dragon turtle's precious blood can allow it to break through the 4th level? If you don't try, how will you know? Bai Liang smiled strangely, then turned his gaze to Yimei Gue. Ha, Night Rose, as the only S-level person here, it's unreasonable for you not to summon your pet. Night Rose's lips curled up slightly, and she said lightly. Isn't it behind you? Behind? Bai Liang suddenly felt a chill on his back. He slowly turned his head and suddenly found that a pair of extremely sharp eyes in the darkness were staring at him. It was an extremely strange rose-shaped humanoid pet. Except for the enchanting fiery flower head, the entire body of this pet, including its leaves, hands and feet, was dyed black. Although it was not big in size, Bai Liang felt a powerful breath that was as cold and piercing as the god of death. Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Night Shadow Rose. Name, Night Shadow Rose. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, Leader 2. Potential, Leader level. Skills: Magnificent Flower Formation Extraordinary, Flash Advanced, Leaf Storm Advanced, Leaf Blade Advanced, Giant Leaf / Advanced, Dai Sang Intermediate. Description: A rose blooming in the darkness, beautiful yet dangerous. Chapter 19: Fierce Battle. I really managed to evolve you to the leader level. I'm really jealous. Looking at the strange night shadow rose beside him, Bai Liang said with a dry mouth. As long as he obtains the precious blood, Scarecrow will have the opportunity to achieve the 4th transformation and break through to the leader level. He stared directly at the dragon turtle, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Scarecrow. Use telekinesis. As soon as he finished speaking, the Scarecrow mechanically turned his head and stared at the dragon turtle. Then the yellow light in his eyes suddenly increased, and an imperceptible strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the dragon turtle not far away seemed to be out of control and slowly rose into the air. What a powerful telekinesis! He can actually force this dragon turtle weighing over 10 tons to stay suspended in the air. The ability of a psychic pet is truly terrifying. Everyone! Now is the time. Kill the dragon turtle! Huang Yan's deep voice rang out. The giant armored stone man took the lead in launching a fierce attack. He raised his 2 thick stone arms high, and then a round yellow boulder slowly condensed. In less than a moment, it became as big as a house, with extraordinary momentum. Stone magic! Li Bo stared at the scene intently. At the same time, the sawtooth shark quickly emerged from the bottom of the water, the trident dancing wildly in its hand, and an arc-shaped crescent wave of water was instantly shot out. It is the advanced skill water blade. The night shadow rose was like a phantom, running across the sea with swift steps, like a dragonfly skimming the water, elegant and full of explosive power. Leaf Storm. The night rose red lips gently pout. As soon as the words fell, countless black leaves gathered in Night Shadow Rose's hands, and then it suddenly stopped and swung them violently into the air. The leaves quickly gathered into a black tornado dozens of meters thick, sweeping up endless wind and waves, and rushed towards the dragon turtle in the air frantically. Is this the strength of a 3rd-level Beastmaster? Li Bo was secretly shocked. Each of these people's main pets was no ordinary one. Under this kind of attack, it was really possible that the dragon turtle could be captured by them. Boom! At this moment, the giant stone of the giant armored stone man has been completely condensed, and its size has reached the point where it is comparable to the dragon turtle. The giant armored stone man throws the giant stone towards the dragon turtle like throwing a shot put. At the same time, the water blade and leaf storm were also heading in different directions, heading straight for the dragon turtle suspended in the air. Hee. What's the point of being big? Under the telekinetic control of my 3rd-level Scarecrow, you'll just be a sitting duck. Bai Liang smiled confidently. Just when he thought he was going to succeed. Woo! The dragon turtle suddenly let out a long roar that resounded through the sky, and anger almost overflowed from its face. Li Bo suddenly felt his eardrums being severely impacted and hurriedly covered his ears. Crash! At the critical moment, the seawater around the dragon turtle was mobilized by it, and it quickly wrapped around the dragon turtle's body like a giant water dragon. It's Quan Lang. It turns out that this dragon turtle is not so easy to deal with. Li Bo said in his heart. In a water environment, the power of the waves can be said to be brought to its fullest. The huge waves surged and connected into several giant airtight water curtains, surrounding the dragon turtle's body tightly. The attacks of Huang Yan and his companions' pets were, as expected, completely dissolved by the water curtain. Woo! Immediately afterwards, the dragon turtle let out a long roar, and heavy rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Fuck! It's a rain of arrows. These people have completely pissed off the dragon turtle. What fell from the sky was not ordinary rain, but densely packed, extremely sharp, long and narrow water arrows. These water arrows were like ice cones, each 20 centimeters long, with an extremely wide range, almost covering the entire battlefield. Seeing this scene, Li Bo cursed inwardly. These guys were all well equipped and were not afraid of this rain of arrows. He was penniless and had no protective equipment, so how could he take on the knife with his bare hands? So he hurriedly ran to the shelter of a reef and curled up. Ding ding ding. The first to suffer was undoubtedly Huang Yan's giant armored stone man. The rain of arrows hit its huge body, making continuous crisp sounds. In addition, the stone element is naturally defeated by the water element. Under the fierce attack of the rain of arrows, the giant armored stone man fell to his knees on the ground with a bang. Use the rock armor quickly. Huang Yan shouted. After receiving the order, the giant armored stone man secretly exerted his strength, and his body was suddenly covered by a brown light, and the pain in his body was relieved a little. Although the rock armor can double the defense, if the rain of arrows doesn't stop, we will be exhausted to death sooner or later. It's too passive. Huan Yan clenched his fists worriedly. The Scarecrow's situation is not optimistic either. The most taboo when using super skills is being interrupted. Now that the rain of arrows has appeared, the third-level Scarecrow has to temporarily give up his telekinesis and keep fleeing in the rain of arrows. This also gave the dragon turtle a chance to escape. After a muffled sound, the dragon turtle came to the ground again. The sawtooth shark was lurking in the water, not daring to show up. Bai Liang said to Night Rose urgently. This isn't a solution. Night Rose. Your Night Shadow Rose attribute is superior, quickly break this guy's rain of arrows. You don't have to teach me how to do things. Night Rose frowned slightly and nodded slightly to Night Shadow Rose. Night Shadow Rose received the order and quickly summoned Leaf Storm, forming a wide black leaf vortex in the air. The rain of arrows was sucked into the vortex due to the strong gravitational force, and the air briefly returned to clarity. Saved. Huang Yin sighed deeply. It's not over yet. Scar stared at the dragon turtle and said. As expected, before they could launch a counterattack, white round crystals the size of apricots suddenly fell from the sky. Fuck. It's never going to end. What is this? Hail. Bai Liang cursed angrily. Hailstorm. This guy knows that ice-type skills can counter Night Shadow Rose. Li Bo frowned. As expected, when the pet beast reached the leader level, its combat awareness was comparable to that of a beastmaster. I actually have ice-type skills. Night Rose's red lips parted slightly. Under the influence of powerful hail, the leaf storm of Night Shadow Rose suddenly became weak, and the leaves were constantly being knocked down and scattered. The Scarecrow has the worst defense and is in a terrible state after being hit. Use flash dodge to avoid the hail. Night Rose did not dare to be careless at all and commanded Night Shadow Rose to dodge back and forth on the battlefield. The hailstorms became more and more intense, and their range became larger and larger. Bai Liang had no choice but to rush to the reefs where Li Bo was to seek refuge. Although several of them were wearing some expensive protective gear and could fight together with their pets at close range, no one was willing to risk their life in front of this leader-level dragon turtle. Damn it! I don't believe it. Use Rock Blast Fist. Huan Yan was completely furious. After going through so many battles, he was no longer as cowardly as he was now, hiding under a rock for shelter. You go too. Condensed Water Punch. Sawtooth Shark, said Scar. I'll cover you. Scarecrow. Mysterious Smile plus Spirit Arrow. Bai Liang gave the order, and a creepy smile appeared on the face of the third-level Scarecrow. The dragon turtle froze for a moment and was controlled in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the Scarecrow quickly shot out a swift transparent light arrow, which accurately hit the dragon turtle. An expression of pain immediately appeared on the latter's face. Li Bo was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Spirit Arrow. It can make a pet fall into painful memories. This Scarecrow is really a pet of the sixth master. Its emotions are controlled by the Scarecrow, hurry up. Bai Liang shouted. Several people nodded at the same time, and the three pets rushed forward. The Night Shadow Rose leaped up, and a huge, extremely sharp black leaf quickly condensed and spun towards the dragon turtle. Giant Leaf Slash. The giant armored stone man and the sawtooth shark also came to the dragon turtle at the same time, and attacked at the same time with their advanced skills Rock Blast Fist and Water Condensation Punch. At the critical moment, the dragon turtle suddenly let out a shocking long roar and immediately woke up from the control of the Scarecrow. It quickly retracted its body into its shell, and several pet beasts attacked it, making only a few muffled sounds. What a strong defense! Both of those heavy punches were just like tickling. Scar's face didn't look very good. Night Shadow Rose's giant leaf slash did leave a hole in the turtle shell, but it still couldn't break the dragon turtle's defense. Huang Zhu sighed. Your attacks aren't strong enough. Bai Liang's expression changed. If that doesn't work, my Zapdos might be able to restrain this guy. Bai Liang, don't be impulsive. Huang Yan advised. Your Zapdos may have superior stats, but it's only at elite level. This guy's hail of fire will kill you instantly. Damn it! Is there nothing we can do? Bai Liang said unwillingly. If the main pet is struggling so hard, don't even think about sending other pets out to die. Currently, the only one who can deal with this dragon turtle is probably Night Shadow Rose. Huan Yan said seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, several people turned their eyes to Yi Meiguei. Scar also spoke. Night Rose. The dragon turtle has rock plus water attributes, and your Night Shadow Rose has a quadruple counter. If we don't make a serious move, all our previous efforts will be wasted. But Night Rose's face was very calm. You don't have to look at me like that. Night Shadow Rose was trained as an assassin, emphasizing a single strike to kill. This dragon turtle has too strong a defense, and I'm not sure if it can kill me instantly. At this moment, the dragon turtle began to roll on the beach, making a rumbling sound. Oh no! It's crushing! It's dangerous! Huan Yan shouted. In the darkness, a huge turtle shell more than 10 meters high was rolling wildly on the beach. The first person the dragon turtle attacked was the giant rockman, who was the slowest in movement. No matter how many people attacked, the dragon turtle's speed did not slow down at all. Rock armor. Use rock armor. Huan Yan gave the order quickly, and the giant rockman tried his best to defend himself, but under the violent impact of the dragon turtle, he was still knocked back more than 10 meters, smashing a huge reef. Huan Yan looked at this scene with heartache. This guy's damage is ridiculous. The armored stone man is in terrible condition right now. He suddenly looked towards Night Rose. Before you fall, Night Rose, we're going to give you a chance to kill you with one strike. Please stop hiding your strength. Chapter 20 Extraordinary Battle. Hearing this, a solemn look appeared on Yi Meiguei's face. I'll do my best. Huan Yan nodded and said to the seriously injured giant armored stone man. Giant armored stone man. You must hold on a little longer. Feeling the will of his beast master, the giant armored stone man endured the pain and stood up from the rubble. Dragon turtle. Let me show you the strongest bond between us. Huan Yan shouted angrily. Use earthquake. Buzz. The giant armored stone man suddenly burst out with a strong fighting spirit. His whole body was covered with brown light, his huge hands kept beating his chest, and the giant armored stone man roared to the sky. Sensing that the opponent was still alive, the dragon turtle rushed towards the giant armored stone man again. The giant armored stone man stood still like a mountain. He gathered all his strength in his hands and then slammed them hard towards the ground. Snap! Along the strong arms of the giant armored stone man, a crack was forcibly smashed into the ground, and the earth actually began to shake. Holy crap! Is this really that exaggerated? Ground-based skills are truly terrifying. It was as if there was an earthquake on the beach. Li Bo almost stumbled and fell down. He hurriedly grabbed the reef to steady himself. Buzz! The giant armored stone man roared. As it continued to exert force, the cracks in the ground became bigger and bigger. With a loud bang, the crack suddenly extended towards the dragon turtle, and the huge impact directly shook the dragon turtle's rolling body into the air. After seeing the true strength of the giant armored stone man, everyone was stunned and shocked, speechless. Night Rose's eyes were like lightning, and when she saw the opportunity, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Magnificent flower formation. With a cold shout, Night Shadow Rose disappeared in an instant. What? Gorgeous flower formation. Extraordinary skills. Hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes were filled with surprise and indescribable jealousy. When a pet learns extraordinary skills, it means that it has mastered the power of some laws to a certain extent, and its power far exceeds that of advanced skills. Unexpectedly, this Night Shadow Rose actually hides such powerful strength. This is S-class. Scar looked at this scene with complicated thoughts in his eyes. I'd like to see for myself how powerful these extraordinary skills are. Li Bo watched the battlefield silently. When they tried to catch sight of Night Shadow Rose again, they discovered that it had appeared in the air above the dragon turtle's body. Looking closely, there were still a few flying black leaves in the air. It turned out that Night Shadow Rose was stepping on the flying leaves and rushing to the side of the dragon turtle. The Night Shadow Rose in the sky suddenly closed its eyes and spread out its hands gracefully. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the air, and the battlefield was filled with the fragrance of roses. The air also became sweeter. Then something even weirder happened. Beneath the dragon turtle, a blood-red rose, over 10 feet wide, suddenly appeared, slowly blossoming in the darkness. Night Shadow Rose stood on the dragon turtle, and lightly tapped its long legs. The heavy turtle body fell towards the huge rose below as if it had lost weight. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several black vines shot out from the side of the flower and quickly wrapped around the dragon turtle's body, fixing it in the rose and making it unable to move. The hurricane in the air became more and more violent, and countless blood-red petals continued to pour into the rose. Each petal was extremely sharp, emitting an extremely cold, murderous intent. Millions of petals gathered into several red tides and began to launch a powerful offensive against the dragon turtle inside. Seeing this scene, Li Bo couldn't help but take a breath. Is this the magnificent flower formation? How long will it take to train to become extraordinary? Snap! Snap! As the sound of explosions continued, thousands of narrow wounds suddenly appeared on the rock like turtle shell. Upon closer inspection, blood was still flowing from the surface. Precious blood. The blood of the dragon turtle. Bai Liang looked extremely excited. After preparing for so long, he finally saw the precious blood hidden in the dragon turtle's shell. Scar and Huang Yan both showed a hint of joy on their faces. At this rate of progress, Night Shadow Rose would soon be able to completely break through the dragon turtle's defense and kill it. Woo! The dragon turtle let out a violent howl of pain, and Night Rose looked at the scene with a cold expression. If you die, you won't have to face pain. Something's wrong. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene. Logically speaking, as a leader-level pet, the dragon turtle should not be so passive. It has been attacked by the Night Shadow Rose like this. Is it accumulating strength or preparing for something? Li Bo touched his chin and looked at the dragon turtle panel. Soon an idea flashed through his mind and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dragon turtle is using Transcendent. Just when Li Bo was puzzled, a shocking scene happened the next moment. The pentagonal, dry soil-like surface on the dragon turtle's shell began to tremble violently, constantly moving towards the center. Immediately afterwards, the pentagonal skin continued to piece itself together. After it was completely pieced together, the surface of the dragon turtle became extremely shiny, emitting an intense earthy yellow glow. What's this? Bai Liang asked in confusion. Such a long time of charging. Could it be super rock armor? Huang Yan looked shocked. What? Super rock armor. Is this any different from your rock armor? Bai Liang looked confused. Super armor. Extraordinary skills. This is trouble. Scar narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, after the dragon turtle successfully activated the super armor, Night Shadow Rose's attack was no longer so effective. The huge turtle shell was like a solid rock armor, without a single flaw. Yi Meigui's brows were furrowed into a chuan shape, and she made a decisive decision. Come back. Night Shadow Rose. Night Shadow Rose decisively withdrew her attack and quickly returned to Night Rose. Seeing this scene, Bai Liang said angrily. No. Night Rose, the fight was going on fine. Why did you summon your pet back? The gorgeous flower formation is ineffective. Fighting in vain will only put Night Shadow Rose in trouble. Night Shadow Rose said lightly. How could it be? Bai Liang was a little exasperated. Night Shadow Rose is a grass-type pet, and it's 4 times stronger against the dragon turtle. If you hold on a little longer, you might be able to kill it. It's useless. Huang Yan suddenly sighed. What did you say? Bai Liang stared at him with wide eyes. Super Kaiwa. 5 times the defense boost. Huang Yan said this lightly, and it was like a bolt of lightning from the blue that hit everyone with despair. 5 times the defense gain, that is to say, the dragon turtle's defense is now 6 times that of before. Even if the Night Shadow Rose restrains it, there is no way to kill it instantly. It seems that we underestimated our opponent. Scar said. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The duck that was about to be eaten just flew away. Bai Liang looked unwilling. I, Night Rose, never do anything I'm not sure of. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Night Rose turned and left. The conversation between the two people did not escape Li Bo's ears. 6 times defense. Li Bo looked at the dragon turtle and suddenly thought of something. The gain is still there, maybe Ziyun can give it a try. Li Bo's heart couldn't help but start beating wildly. He gritted his teeth secretly and ordered to the purple cloud in the sky. Ziyun. Use the grudge. Chapter 21. Kill the dragon turtle. At this time, Ziyun's figure became ethereal, and then soon disappeared completely in the air. He. For a moment, there were constant childlike cries and strange laughter around the dragon turtle. Upon closer inspection, there were ghosts of all sizes constantly lingering around it. These ghosts seemed to be absorbing the dragon turtle's energy. The bright light on the dragon turtle suddenly dimmed. What is this? A ghost? Bai Liang rubbed his eyes vigorously. Ghost skills. It was that kid's doing, Scar said indifferently. Hearing the noise, Yimei stopped immediately and squinted her eyes to look at the battlefield not far away. Li Bo. Yimei opened her red lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes kept moving as she looked at Li Bo's figure. What's going on? Why do I feel that the dragon turtle's super armor is slowly disappearing? Huang Yan said uncertainly. Super Kaiwa skill gain, 5 times. 4 times. 0. 1 times. 2 times. It really works. The curse turned the dragon turtle's positive effect into a negative one. Li Bo suddenly became excited and looked at the information about the dragon turtle on the panel without blinking. Xiao Bai. Go! Xiao Bai nodded and quickly swam towards the dragon turtle. 5 times. Li Bo's pupils shrank sharply. The dragon turtle's defense had been reduced to the extreme by Ziyun. It could be said that no matter how hard it was before, it was just as fragile now. We must succeed. Li Bo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As the shrill screams continued to linger in his ears, the dragon turtle became anxious. He suddenly felt that he was full of flaws and his body was as fragile as a piece of paper. A bad thought flashed through the dragon turtle's mind, that is, his defense was forcibly lowered. Escape! This was the dragon turtle's only thought. It immediately decided to extend its limbs and head from the shell, ready to quickly return to the sea before the killers could react. However, how could Li Bo miss this great opportunity? He observed the dragon turtle's every move with a sharp gaze and ordered Xiao Bai, who had already rushed over. Now! Maximum ice fog, freeze the glands! Xiao Bai's clear blue eyes moved strangely, and a powerful cold current suddenly gushed out of his mouth, quickly attacking the dragon turtle. The moment the dragon turtle's fragile head stretched out, it encountered a gust of white ice mist. The dragon turtle suddenly felt something was wrong, but it was too late to regret. Under the low temperature of the night, Xiao Bai's ice mist froze the dragon turtle's head firmly without any surprise. Cold blade tail. Murderous intent flashed in Li Bo's eyes, and he immediately launched the final attack. Xiao Bai bent his body on the reef, then launched himself into the air and did 2.5 rotations in the air. At the same time, the cold air condensed from the little white tail, and the cold ice layer in its tail formed an extremely sharp ice blade, which shone extremely brightly under the moonlight. Following a perfect arc. Bang! Xiao Bai's cold blade tail chopped on the dragon turtle's head without mercy, making a huge crisp sound. Under the gaze of everyone, the dragon turtle's head, which was frozen solid, suddenly exploded, and a shining night pearl as big as a palm suddenly appeared in the air. Congratulations to the host! Successfully killed the leader-level ferocious beast dragon turtle. Skill inheritance rewards being calculated. Rewards are being distributed. White Spirit Snake successfully inherits Dragon Turtle skill, Hail Advanced. Phantom Cloud successfully inherits the Dragon Turtle skill, Arrow Rain Advanced. Phantom Cloud upgrade normal 6th stage. White Snake upgrade normal 8th stage. Seeing the system's prompt, Li Bo was overjoyed. Great! It worked! The leader-level beasts are indeed different. The levels of the two pets have increased by 3 levels at once. Li Bo's series of moves happened in just a few seconds, and Bai Liang and the others took a long time to react. This kid actually killed the dragon turtle. It's unbelievable. Scar's incredible words were full of praise. Look! The crystal core exploded. Huan Yan pointed at the night pearl shining in the sky and said, "It's the dragon turtle crystal core." Bai Liang looked at this scene greedily and licked his lips excitedly. Damn it! We've worked so hard to kill the dragon turtle for so long, we can't just make things easier for this brat. Come out! Zapdos! After a flash of intense light, a golden bird-like pet suddenly appeared in the air. Name, Lightning Bird. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, electricity. Level, Elite 6th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, Feather Spin Advanced, Thunder Intermediate, /Intermediate. Seeing that there was suddenly a pet in the air, Xiao Bai felt something was wrong. Before landing, he decisively used his tail to sweep up the dragon turtle crystal core. As if sensing Bai Liang's unfriendly look, Li Bo's face immediately showed a trace of worry. Xiao Bai. Come back soon. As expected, Bai Liang's sharp voice drifted over with the sea breeze. Boy. Leave the dragon turtle crystal core behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the lightning bird staring at him from the sky, Li Bo gritted his teeth. Hateful. After hesitating for a while, Li Bo said to Xiao Bai unwillingly. Xiao Bai. Give him the crystal core. Ha ha. You're smart. Bai Liang smiled proudly. Bai Liang, right? I'll remember you. Li Bo secretly memorized Bai Liang's appearance in his heart. In front of the third-level beast master, he knew that his current strength left him no room for resistance. As the saying goes, there is life, there is hope. This feud is settled. Unexpectedly, after Li Bo issued the order, Xiao Bai remained unmoved and accelerated as fast as he could to run towards Li. Seeing this scene, Li Bo angrily said. Xiao Bai. Be obedient. Put down the crystal core. Master. We killed the dragon turtle, why should we give it the crystal core? Xiao Bai gave the Zapdos in the sky a fierce look, with no fear in his eyes. Ha ha. Since you, the white spirit snake, are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, I'll let you have a taste of my own medicine. Bai Liang smiled strangely and said. Thunder. The next second, the lightning bird suddenly flapped its wings. With a loud bang, a blue lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit Xiao Bai squarely. Dust flew everywhere, and Xiao Bai's body twitched, then he fell to the ground. There were lightning flowers jumping on his body, and several dark scars were burned on his white skin. Noob! Li Bo shouted and ran towards Xiao Bai in the distance regardless of everything. Feeling the call of his beast master, Xiao Bai gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and then slowly moved his body towards Li Bo. Xiao Bai. Put down the crystal core. We don't want it. Li Bo ran and yelled, clenching his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Bai Liang. You bastard. I, Li Bo, will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Owner. Xiao Bai looked at Li Bo weakly, his eyes became very blurred, but his tail was still tightly wrapped around the dragon turtle crystal core, and he slowly crawled towards Li Bo. Oh. What a touching master-servant bond. Bai Liang looked at the scene jokingly, Zapdos, then treat this young man well. Thunder. Another bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Seeing this scene, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat and his breathing almost stopped. If Xiao Bai was hit by the lightning bird again, he would definitely die. Sister Xiao Bai. I'm here to save you. At the critical moment when the lightning was about to fall, Ziyun quickly blocked the air above Xiao Bai. Purple cloud. Under Li Bo's gaze, lightning struck Ziyun without a drop of lightning. What was strange was that after the earth-shattering thunder fell into Ziyun's body, it was like a drop in the ocean, without any fluctuations at all. Everyone present, including Li Bo, was shocked by this scene. Bai Liang looked puzzled. This phantom cloud absorbed the lightning? Chapter 22 The Battle for Crystal Core. I just don't believe this. Seeing that Ziyun was unharmed, Bai Liang felt a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Zapdos. Thunder with all your might. I saw lightning jumping on the golden wings of the lightning bird, powerful electric currents gathering, and the air around it seemed to be stirred. The lightning bird swung with all its strength, and after a loud bang, a burst of blue lightning as powerful as the trunk of an old tree rushed towards Ziyun madly. Seeing this powerful force, Li Bo's face changed. Purple cloud. A powerful electric current instantly hit Ziyun's body. Ziyun's cloud-like body became extremely flickering under the effect of lightning, making it impossible to open one's eyes for a while. It was not until the Zapdos released a complete set of thunder skills that Ziyun's body became clear again. What was shocking was that Ziyun still looked safe and sound, but this time after being hit by a full-throated thunder, her body was covered with jumping arcs of electricity. These electric arcs seemed to be absorbed by Ziyun and merged naturally with its body. How is this possible? Bai Liang's face was full of disbelief. The level difference between this phantom cloud and the lightning bird was so great, yet it could actually withstand 2 thunder attacks from the lightning bird in a row. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ziyun's figure, feeling something was very strange. Brother Li Bo. I'm so full. Ziyun's somewhat comfortable voice suddenly rang in Li Bo's mind. Li Bo shuddered and then breathed a sigh of relief. The tense string in his heart finally relaxed a little. Ziyun, you scared me to death. Congratulations to the host. The third evolutionary sequence of Phantom Cloud has been successfully activated. Please open the Wanming Cloud panel in time to check. Third sequence? Seeing the system's prompt, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, but his mind was not on evolution at the moment. He quickly ran to the two pets and hugged Xiaobai and Ziyun tightly. Master, I don't want to give it to it. The dragon turtle, the crystal core is ours. Xiaobai said these words with weak eyes and then fell asleep. Li Bo caressed Xiaobai's head tenderly. No, I won't give it to you. Even if I die today, I will keep this crystal core. After gently taking the crystal core wrapped around Xiaobai's tail and putting it into his body, Li Bo summoned Xiaobai back to the pet space to rest. Boy! You actually dared to hide the crystal core. Ha ha! I think you are tired of living. Bai Liang shouted. Li Bo stared at the figures of several people watching coldly from a distance. At this moment, he deeply realized the importance of strength. The weak have no capital to come to the table for negotiations. Even if he killed the dragon turtle, what does it matter? These killers only care about their own interests. If only I were stronger, Xiaobai wouldn't have to suffer this kind of injustice. Thinking of this, Li Bo clenched his fists and said, Bai Liang, you'd better kill me today. If you let me walk out of Sunset Beach alive, I will kill you. Li Bo gritted his teeth, his eyes like a wolf, revealing a harsh and ruthless force. That ferocious aura, as if wanting to devour someone alive, startled Bai Liang for a moment. He pretended to be calm and said, Ha ha! How could I be afraid of a brat like you? Bai Liang had a condescending expression. You don't really think that just because your Phantom Cloud took 2 lightning strikes from Zapdos, you have the qualifications to challenge me? Even if there's a huge gap in strength, so what? I, Li Bo, will never be a lamb to be slaughtered. Having said this, Li Bo stood up. Things had already developed to this point. If he continued to be timid, it would be disgraceful for him to die. Sensing Li Bo's will, Ziyun floated in front of him, ready to fight to the death at any time. Good. 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 Bai Liang said while clapping his hands. Today, I will make you understand the chasm-like gap between you and a third-level Beastmaster. Zapdos. Feather spin. Hearing this, Huang Yan hurriedly stopped him and said, Bai Liang, are you crazy? Using advanced skills can really kill people. Do you want to attract the patrol team's pursuit? Ha ha. Huang Yan, didn't you hear the cruel words this kid said? If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Bai Liang's eyes were extremely gloomy. This kid has such explosive potential right now, maybe he'll catch up to me one day. Finishing him off here, then capturing those 2 pets and selling them on the black market is the wisest option. After saying that, the lightning bird flapped its wings and began to spin rapidly in the air. Crash! As the air current swept through, a giant white tornado suddenly formed in the air with the lightning bird as the center, and the wind and waves made Li Bo's hair rustle. Feather spin. Advanced flying type skill. Feeling the violent fluctuations in the air, Li Bo's eyes became serious. Are you ready? Ziyun. Ziyun was calm and fearless. Brother Li Bo. Even if I die, I will be with you. What a pity. I haven't had time to evolve you into the third sequence. Li Bo said to himself with some guilt. Kill them. Zapdos. As soon as Bai Liang finished speaking, the lightning bird came towards Li Bo with wind and waves of dozens of meters high. Just when Li Bo was about to close his eyes, a cold rebuke sounded. That's enough. Whoosh! I saw a huge black arc of light in the air, attacking the lightning bird that was rushing towards me. Bang! The black arc hit the Zapdos hidden in the wind and waves without missing a beat. After a scream, the Zapdos lost all its offensive power, flew sideways and crashed into a huge rock. Blood flowed along with the stone, and the Zapdos was dying instantly. Giant leaf slash, Night Shadow Rose. Seeing this scene, Li Bo's pupils suddenly widened and his gaze fixed on Night Rose, who was standing upright not far away. Bai Liang was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Zapdos was almost dead, he pointed at Night Rose and scolded her. Night Rose! What do you mean? Night Rose folded her arms and said nonchalantly. You can't kill this kid. Can't kill him? Bai Liang was annoyed and angry. Why can't I kill him? Who is this kid to you? No reason. I said you can't kill, and that's it. Yi Meiguo suddenly looked at Bai Liang, and an extremely cold light flashed in her eyes. Bai Liang couldn't help but shudder, but still said bravely, Night Rose, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a leader-level pet. There are more than just you, the S-level killer in this world. Oh? Are you hinting at your sister who has been missing for many years? Yi Meiguo raised the corner of her mouth with a sneer. Even if she comes, she can't do anything to me. Before that, I don't mind getting rid of you first. You. Bai Liang was speechless, then looked at Scar and Huang Yan. This kid wants to take the crystal core for himself. Can you tolerate this? Huang Yan patted Bai Liang's shoulder heavily. Honestly. Bai Liang, even though this guy seems to be taking advantage, he really killed the dragon turtle, so it's only natural for him to take the crystal core. You. Bai Liang looked at Scar again and provoked him. What about you, Scar? Being snatched from someone's jaws isn't like you. I'm only interested in the precious blood. Everything else is up to you. Okay. Two of you agreed that Li Bo would take the crystal core, and one person abstained. Bai Liang, what else do you have to say now? Yi Meiguo said. Bai Liang gritted his teeth and wanted to attack, but since the strength of several people was no less than his, he decided to give up. After glaring at Li Bo with resentment, Bai Liang said unwillingly, This kid is lucky. Let's divide the precious blood. It will be troublesome if the police come later. At this moment, Yi Meiguo quickly gave Li Bo a look. Why don't you hurry up? Li Bo saw several people start to command their pets to draw precious blood from the dragon turtle's back. Taking advantage of the night, he took Ziyun and ran towards the exit of the scenic area. Chapter 23 by Linglong. The gate to the scenic area had already been closed, so Li Bo had no choice but to find a lower fence and climb out with great effort. Looking back, seeing no one chasing him, Li Bo quickly left Sunset Beach and ran towards home. I guess these people are dividing the dragon turtle's precious blood. Li Bo laughed at himself and said that he was the one who killed the dragon turtle, but not only did he not get any treasure, he even lost his life here. Fortunately, I fought hard to save the dragon turtle crystal core. Combined with the 6 steelhead lobster crystal cores I got earlier, I should be able to restore Xiao Bai to his ancestral form. Li Bo immediately checked Xiao Bai's injuries in the beast taming space. The other party was curled up in the corner motionless. Li Bo saw that Xiao Bai was breathing evilly and thought he should be asleep. Seeing that its wounds were slowly healing, Li Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Liang. Zapdos. Li Bo's eyes flashed with venom. I hope you can still be so domineering when we meet again next time. Hiding his hatred deep in his heart, Li Bo began to plan how to quickly improve his strength. Just as Li Bo was hurrying on his way, he saw a tall woman standing on the road ahead with her back to him, as if she had been standing there for a long time. Li Bo stopped and squinted his eyes. Night Rose. The other person was wearing a black tight leather jacket, and under the moonlight, her back looked extremely sexy and enchanting. Wasn't this guy going to get the dragon turtle's precious blood? How did he get in front of him so quickly? Could it be that Night Rose also has a flying pet? Li Bo muttered to himself. You're finally here. Night Rose turned her head and gave Li Bo a charming smile, becoming full of charm in an instant. Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. He was not so narcissistic as to think that Yi Meiguo had any special feelings for him. This woman had an unpredictable temperament and was very dangerous. She suddenly intercepted him here. Could she be coming for the dragon turtle crystal core? He suddenly let Bai Liang let him go at Sunset Beach, and then appeared here alone. Could it be that he wanted to better cover up his tracks and kill people to steal treasures? Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This scene did not escape the sharp eyes of Night Rose. The corners of her mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. Oh? Little brother, you were so open and generous when you were intimate with your sister during the day, why are you so timid now? Li Bo looked at her calmly. Just tell me what you want to do, Night Rose. What? Ha ha. Night Rose walked towards Li Bo in an elegant cat-like manner. After stopping in front of him, Night Rose drew a circle on Li Bo's chest with her hand and said in an almost hazy voice. What do you think your sister can do to you at this late hour? Li Bo lowered his eyes and saw the zipper of Night Rose's leather jacket, and the deep ravine between the snow-white peaks. Li Bo hissed. Are you like this with every man? You think too easily of your sister. Yi Meiguo was not angry at all, and then she breathed into Li Bo's ear. "You were so manly on the beach just now. I loved it." Li Bo shuddered subconsciously, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you?" "Not entirely." Night Rose giggled and slowly rolled up her sleeves, and an exquisite bracelet inlaid with beautiful red gems came into Li Bo's sight. The silver water chain, crafted from 1,000-year-old silver ore and inlaid with pearls nurtured by deep-sea red clams. It's a luxury item with storage capabilities. Seeing this scene, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. Storage supplies are not rare, but this silver water chain is the only one in the world. It is rumored that it was bought by a wealthy man for a large sum of money. Later, the wealthy man was assassinated and the item disappeared completely. Li Bo had seen the silver water chain in the news before. When he saw that the one worn by Night Rose was exactly the same, he thought that the rich man must have been killed by her. Sensing Li Bo's gaze, Night Rose gently stroked the silver water chain. "Oh? Are you interested in this thing? How about you ask me for it and I'll give it to you? I don't feel bad about stealing it anyway." Li Bo smiled bitterly. "Forget it, I can't afford it." "I knew you didn't have the guts." Night Rose smiled charmingly. "If you don't want this, I'll give you something else." As she spoke, Night Rose took out a transparent glass bottle filled with red liquid from the silver water chain. Li Bo's pupils shrank slightly. "Could this be?" "Just as you thought. The precious blood of the dragon turtle," Night Rose said with a smile. "Is this for me?" Li Bo couldn't believe it. Night Rose was waiting for her here just to give her such a treasure. "Surprisingly, a good thing happened to me. Could it be that God was blessing me because I used to ride the old lady across the road every day? Why? Don't you want it?" Night Rose frowned slightly and was about to take the bottle back. Li Bo hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Good sister. I want it." Even though Li Bo didn't know much about the dragon turtle's blood, after witnessing several killers almost going crazy in order to kill the dragon turtle tonight, Li Bo probably knew how precious this blood was. After collecting the precious blood, Li Bo looked at Night Rose curiously. "Why give it to me? This is an extra portion, you deserve it." Night Rose replied. "I'm afraid this reason isn't sufficient," Li Bo said suspiciously. Given the value of the dragon turtle's blood, Scar and the others would only think it's too little. How could they have an extra portion? I forced you to give me an extra copy. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yi Meiguo turned her head and hugged her arms, then said, "This is my reward for helping me conceal my identity during the day." Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then he said softly, "Thank you." Li Bo knew very well that saving his life on Night Rose Beach was already a repayment, and now she was giving him a portion of her precious blood. How could he not be grateful? You're welcome." Night Rose seemed to be unaccustomed to saying such things, and her restrained look was in stark contrast to her previous appearance. Looking at the expression on her face that was trying hard to hide her generosity, Li Bo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and his impression of Yi Meiguo changed a lot in an instant. This terrifying killer actually has such a reasonable side. It seems that we can no longer define and evaluate a person based on one side alone. Let's go. Bai Liang is coming out soon. This guy is extremely narrow-minded. You have to be careful next time. Remember, don't be as reckless as you were today before you have absolute strength. After hearing Yi Meiguo's series of instructions, Li Bo nodded in a daze. As if realizing that she had talked too much, Yi Meiguo stuffed the precious blood into Li Bo's hand, then quickly turned around and strode away, trying to restore her image in the other person's heart. Looking at the figure getting farther and farther away in the darkness, Li Bo suddenly spoke. Will there be a chance to see you again in the future?" Night Rose stopped and raised the corner of her mouth in an imperceptible arc. "Yes, brother." Soon, Li Bo returned home. "Come out. Xiao Bai. Ziyun." The two pets accompanied Li Bo on his left and right. After experiencing a life and death situation, he suddenly felt how precious this ordinary warmth was. "Master, can I become a dragon beast?" Xiao Bai stuck out his tongue and looked at Li Bo with his big round eyes. "Xiao Bai, your injury hasn't fully recovered yet. Why don't we wait until tomorrow?" Xiao Bai shook his head stubbornly and said to Li Bo seriously, "Master, I'm too weak. I must become stronger." Looking at Xiao Bai's determined eyes, Li Bo was speechless for a long time. Thinking that Xiao Bai had suffered so much along the way, he probably didn't care about these insignificant scars left on his body. All right. Li Bo took out 6 crystal cores of steelhead lobsters and placed them neatly in front of Xiao Bai. He also placed the large crystal core of the dragon turtle that shone like a night pearl in the middle. At this moment, the system prompt popped up in front of Li Bo again. Collection progress of crystal cores with dragon in their names, 77. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the White Snake Atavism quest. Host, please confirm whether you want to revert the white spirit snake to its ancestral form. Confirm. Li Bo immediately gave a positive answer. Okay. Reversion of the white spirit snake to its ancestral form is in progress. 5% of the throwback. As the atavism began, Li Bo was surprised to find that several crystal cores on the ground were floating up involuntarily. Then the 7 crystal cores began to rotate rapidly around Xiao Bai, and the energy in their bodies continued to gather towards Xiao Bai. For a moment, Xiao Bai began to emit a bright white light. 52% of people are atavistic. As the crystal core rotated faster and faster, the light on Xiao Bai's body became brighter, and its figure was gradually obscured and blurred until Li Bo could no longer see its figure. 78% of people are atavistic. 99% of the time. Return to the ancestors 100%. Congratulations to the host, the white spirit snake has successfully returned to its ancestral form. Please check your new pet white spirit dragon. Success! Li Bo and Xian didn't dare to blink, staring intently at the movement in the light. As the white light gradually faded away, the reborn figure of Xiao Bai appeared in the eyes of the two. This is a 3-meter-long snow-white pterosaur with a streamlined body. Although it is not big in size, Dragon Wing is full of power like an ice sculpture, and its body is covered with pure white translucent ice crystal scales. A pair of exquisite dragon horns grew on the little white head, there was a diamond-shaped ice pattern on the forehead, and the ice-blue dragon pupils were deeper than before. Xiao Bai has 4 slender claws with tips like icicles, and a forked tail like a swallow's tail, covered with a thin layer of frost. With every breath, cold mist came out of his mouth and nose, and tiny ice crystals fell all over his body. Noob. Seeing the beautiful appearance of Bai Linglong, Li Bo's breathing almost stopped and he opened its panel involuntarily. Name, White Spirit Dragon. Gender, female. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Level, Ordinary 8th level. Potential, Overlord level. Skills, Dragon Claw Basic, Ice Mist Intermediate, Death Coil Intermediate, Cold Blade Tail Intermediate, Cold Edge Thorn Intermediate, Hail Advanced. Status, Quiet. White Spirit Dragon's new evolution sequence is now open. White Spirit Dragon, Frost Ice Dragon, Black Blue Ice Dragon, Proud Ice Dragon King, Extreme Cold Holy Dragon. Detected that the White Spirit Dragon has fused with the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core. Congratulations to the host. Bai Linglong has successfully inherited the Dragon Turtle's genetic characteristics High Defense. White Spirit Dragon fuses the Dragon Turtle's skill Rock Armor to gain a new skill Ice Armor Advanced. Ice Armor, summons solid ice to cover the body, increasing defense by 1 times. Ice Armor is a growth skill, and its effect will automatically increase as your pet evolves. Chapter 24 Dark Electric Sequence. Owner. Xiao Bai rubbed Li Bo gently with his head. As he stroked Xiao Bai's brand new dragon horn, a feeling of genuine joy welled up in Li Bo's heart. Finally, I've returned to my ancestral form and become a dragon-type pet. Then he began to carefully check Xiao Bai's panel information. Dragon Claw, a dragon-type grappling technique. Although Dragon Claw is only a basic skill, its explosive power cannot be underestimated when combined with the dragon-type pet's brutal physique. Ice Spikes. The White Spirit Dragon flaps its wings and quickly shoots out long, narrow ice spikes to attack the opponent. They have extremely strong penetrating properties and are the nemesis of high-defense pets. Li Bo was quite satisfied with the 2 new dragon and ice skills that Xiao Bai had mastered at the same time. However, what surprised him was that in addition to the Hail skill inherited from the Dragon Turtle, Xiao Bai also comprehended the advanced skill, Ice Armor. I didn't expect that after fusing with the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core and returning to my ancestral form, I would accidentally inherit its genes. Although the current gain is only 1 times, according to the system description, Ice Armor will become stronger as Xiao Bai grows. In other words, in the future, Ice Armor may also become an extraordinary skill like the Dragon Turtle's Super Rock Armor. Extraordinary. The battle between Night Shadow Rose and Dragon Turtle is still vivid in his mind. After witnessing such a shocking scene, Li Bo couldn't help but yearn for the extraordinary. No matter what, Xiao Bai's current strength is a world of difference compared to before. An ordinary pet beast is actually equipped with 2 advanced skills and 4 intermediate skills at the same time. I wonder how many people will go crazy if this is made public. The most important thing is that Xiao Bai's potential has now reached the Overlord level. In the entire continent, Overlord level pets are extremely rare, and the Beastmasters who can contract them are undoubtedly the top people on the continent. Xiao Bai's next form is Frost Ice Dragon. Li Bo touched his chin and thought. All the names of the evolutionary sequence of Bai Linglong had never appeared in any information. In other words, there is no precedent for evolving the Frost Ice Dragon, and Li Bo needs to explore it on his own. What should I do? This moment stumped Li Bo. Just when he felt helpless, a prompt suddenly popped up from the system. The White Spirit Dragon has been detected to have reached the 8th level. You can receive the evolution task in advance. Confirmed to receive the ticket. Fuck. It's worthy of being the strongest Beast Girl system. As if seeing a life-saving straw, Li Bo's eyes lit up and he clicked confirm without hesitation. Most pets can only start evolving to the next form when they reach the 9th level. However, smart Beastmasters will make preparations for their pets in advance. The system pops up a prompt again. White Spirit Dragon Evolution Quest successfully received. The only evolutionary sequence of the White Spirit Dragon has been detected. Ice Dragon Evolution Quest is being issued. Task 1, White Spirit Dragon reaches normal 9th level, not achieved. Mission 2, command the White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against opposing attributes, progress 01. Task 3, collect 3 stalks of Hanlian grass, current progress, progress 03. 3 tasks. Li Bo started thinking seriously. Although there are 3 tasks, only one of them is really difficult. Task 1 is a hard requirement for evolution. When it comes to level, things should be done naturally and there is no need to rush. Task 2 requires you to win a battle against opposite attributes. Xiao Bai has 2 attributes, and there are many attributes that can restrain her. To complete the task, you just need to find a pet with attributes such as fire or stone to defeat her. But the third one, collecting the cold spirit grass, caused Li Bo to have troubles. Li Bo was fortunate enough to learn about the rare spiritual herb, Hanlian grass, in a book. This plant has very strict climate requirements and only grows in the extremely cold north. I am in the Great Xia Kingdom in the eastern part of the continent. Where can I find the Hanlian grass? Perhaps some black market traders are selling this rare material, but with Li Bo's current resources and background, how can he get in touch with such mysterious people? What's wrong? Master. Seeing that Li Bo remained silent, Xiao Bai turned his head and looked at him with his clear blue eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai's wings only moved slightly, but swept everything on the cabinet to the ground, making a ping-pong sound. Realizing that he had gotten into trouble, Xiao Bai's eyes immediately became panicked. I'm sorry. Master. I didn't mean it. Li Bo smiled bitterly. It's not your fault, Xiao Bai, it's just that this room is too small. Xiao Bai's body length has now reached 3 meters, and it will be much larger when it spreads its wings. Li Bo's small house can only accommodate the original flexible and compact body of the white spirit snake. Now Xiao Bai finds it difficult to move flexibly inside. Li Bo placed his hand on Xiao Bai's head and said, "Let me turn you back into a beast girl." Xiao Bai nodded obediently. A white light flashed, and Xiao Bai turned into a beast girl again. What surprised Li Bo was that after becoming a beast girl, Xiao Bai's appearance had changed significantly compared to before. The most obvious thing is that there are 2 white dragon horns on the head. In addition, Xiao Bai's already fair skin became even whiter than snow, and her whole body exuded a cool and noble temperament. Master. Have I become ugly? Seeing that Li Bo was staring at him, Xiao Bai touched his face with some insecurity. Of course not. Li Bo smiled. Xiao Bai is the most beautiful. Humph. What about me? Ziyun on the side immediately became unhappy. Oh. I was negligent. My Ziyun. Li Bo hurriedly comforted her. Ziyun is still as beautiful as ever. You're lying. Brother Li Bo obviously likes Xiao Bai more. Ziyun turned his head to the side, pouted, and looked very unhappy. It's not easy to coax her. Li Bo was very upset. Compared to Xiao Bai's simplicity and sensitivity, Ziyun seems to be more prone to temper. You are all my pets, so my love for you is naturally the same. Li Bo said, stroking Ziyun's head. But unexpectedly, the other party did not buy it at all. I don't believe it. Ziyun said proudly, unless you make me as strong as Sister Xiaobai. So you're jealous of this? Li Bo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Ziyun must have felt the rapid improvement in Xiaobai's strength and felt unbalanced. However, Xiaobai, after returning to his ancestral form, is stronger than Ziyun. Li Bo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened the Ziyun panel. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, ordinary 6th level. Potential, overlord level. Skills, Shadow Ball intermediate, Grudge advanced, Arrow Rain advanced. Status, seeking attention. Evolution sequence, 3. Sequence 1, Pure Dark Cultivation Route. Illusionary Dark Clouds, Dark Mist Clouds, Eternal Dark Clouds, Purple Dark Realm. Sequence 2, Dark plus Water Cultivation Route. Illusionary Dark Clouds, Abyssal Dark Clouds, Yellow Spring Purple Clouds, Purple Wave, Sea of Clouds. Sequence 3, Dark plus Electric Cultivation Route. Phantom Cloud, Shadow Thunder Cloud, Storm Thunder Cloud, Nirvana Thunder Prison, Final Thunder Glory. Sure enough, an electric type evolutionary route has been added. Li Bo was both surprised to see Ziyun's third evolutionary sequence. Surprisingly, Ziyun has now also reached the potential of the Overlord level. As for the Dark plus Electric dual attribute route, it is almost the same as Li Bo guessed. He clearly remembered that on Sunset Beach, Ziyun was struck by lightning twice in a row by the lightning bird, and one of them was hit by a full thunderbolt. After that, the system popped up an evolution sequence update. As previously described by the system, when the characteristics of a pet change, the evolution sequence will also change. It must have been the lightning from the Zapdos that caused Ziyun's characteristics to change. I didn't expect it. Ziyun can actually absorb lightning. Although he had a grudge with Bai Liang, to some extent, he had to thank him for activating Ziyun's third evolution sequence. However, Li Bo was also glad that he did not hastily choose the first two sequences for training, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to make Ziyun stronger. Dark plus lightning, what a rare attribute combination. Li Bo smiled happily. It is rare to find a pet with both dark and electric attributes. Ziyun's route is even more unique. Storm and Thunderclouds, the prison of annihilation, the thunder of the end. Li Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Just from these names, he could guess that Ziyun would be incredibly powerful after evolving. Then Li Bo curiously clicked on Ziyun's dark electric sequence, but the system did not pop up the evolution task like Xiaobai did. Could it be that Purple Cloud's level hasn't reached the normal 8th stage yet? Li Bo muttered to himself. But now I don't have that much energy to prepare for the evolution of two pets at the same time. The most urgent thing right now is to find a way to get the cold spirit grass that Xiaobai needs for his evolution. Ziyun's level is still low, so let's put the evolution aside for now. Chapter 25 Muaoshui. The university curriculum is not that tight. Although the college allows students to arrange their training confidently, they must report to the school training center every Monday. In addition to confirming whether students have any accidents, another most important purpose is that teachers need to monitor students' growth status at all times. That morning, as soon as Li Bo walked into the training ground, he saw several classmates busily discussing topics such as pet breeding and fighting. Hey! Did you hear that Zheng Hong from Class 8 drew a blind egg a while ago and actually hatched a humpback owl? TSK. This thing can evolve to the leader level, it's really enviable. Don't be too envious yet. Zheng Hong's innate mental strength is insufficient, so she can't even contract a second pet right now. She's still debating whether to terminate the contract with her initial pet. And more. Huang Miaomio from Class 3 recently discovered a rock-type bouncing rabbit in the wild. It's a new species. It was even on the TV news. TSK. What's so strange about that? If we talk about which jumping rabbit is the best, my fire jumping rabbit is undoubtedly the best. Bullshit. The hopping rabbit has so many attributes, your fire hopping rabbit can't even be ranked. Light hopping rabbit, electric hopping rabbit, evil hopping rabbit, which one is not more powerful than yours? Ha ha. Lunong, do you think your Arcanine has recently broken through to the 5th level of normal, and you think you're good enough again? I think you're really floating around. What? From what you said, you want to touch me? Don't leave after school. Hey! Look! It's Muaoshui. Oh my god. The campus beauty. I don't know where she's been all this time, but she looks a lot prettier than before. I heard that Lin Feier's red armored dragon has evolved to the elite level. I wonder what the current situation is with Mu Aoshue's moonlight cat. Why are you worrying so much? This goddess-like figure has nothing to do with us. Just stay quiet and work on your tiles. Oh. When I think of this beauty being kicked so hard by Li Bo, I feel so sad. This kid is really lucky. Li Bo suddenly sneezed. Who the hell scolded me? Turning around, Li Bo found that a graceful girl was walking towards him. Li Bo's face darkened instantly. Mu Aoshue. Mu Aoshue wore a high ponytail and a short white skirt. She was as confident as before, without a trace of makeup on her face. That flawless face is the white moonlight of countless people. Mu Aoshue stopped in front of Li Bo and greeted him. It's been a while, Li Bo. Really? Li Bo sneered. The scene in the room that day is still as vivid as yesterday. Hearing the thorn in the other party's words, Mu Aoshue was stunned for a moment, then said, I heard that you've awakened your talent for beast control. I apologize for what I said before. Regardless, congratulations, Li Bo. Mu Aoshue, we are old acquaintances, there is no need for such polite words. Li Bo smiled calmly. You don't have to apologize. It's perfectly normal for a beastmaster to have a relationship with his pet. Just let it go. Mu Aoshue was a little surprised that Li Bo suddenly understood her so well. So, you forgive me? Forgive? Haha, it's impossible to forgive. You cheated on me, and I will remember you forever. Mu Aoshue. Looking at Li Bo's vindictive expression, Mu Aoshue kept dodging his gaze and hurriedly changed the subject. I heard you and Lin Feier have a bet. The martial arts competition will be held in a few days. If you don't mind, I can train you. Don't worry about that. Li Bo said nonchalantly. Lin Feier and I are willing to accept the loss. After all, the worst that can happen is that I become her boyfriend. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. You. Mu Aoshue looked unhappy and said hurriedly. Your white spirit snake has ordinary talent, how could it possibly defeat her red armored dragon? Could it be that you really want to be Lin Feier's boyfriend? Mu Aoshue gritted her teeth, feeling a little uncomfortable about this matter. Li Bo didn't care about her look. So what if it is, so what if it isn't, what does this have to do with you? Just as the two were arguing, Li Bo's class teacher Wu Gang suddenly came over. He handed a report to Li Bo, with an uncontrollable joy on his face. Congratulations! Li Bo, your beast taming talent has been determined. Wu Gang's voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone was very curious about the level of the beast taming talent that the former genius Li Boan had awakened to. Mu Aoshue also stood there and looked at it curiously. Beast taming talent level. Li Bo opened the report and saw a large number of signatures from authoritative organizations. But the most eye-catching thing is the capital letter S above. S rank? Li Bo was not very surprised. The beast taming talent given by the system was so incredible that it seemed a bit of a disgrace for the school to only give him an S-level rating. In short, with the talent certification, I can finally take part in the martial arts exam with full justification. Although Li Bo remained calm, a tsunami of discussion erupted around him. His classmates surrounded him and congratulated him one after another. This also means that Li Bo has become the second S-level person in Jiang University after Mu Aoshue. This is also the first time since the founding of Jianghai University that two S-level talented beastmasters have been born in the same class. Mu Aoshue stood outside the crowd in a daze, speechless for a moment about Li Bo's change. After a long silence, she curved the corners of her mouth and slowly uttered the three words congratulations in a tone that only she could hear. Li Bo's S-level talent caused a small commotion, and then the college leaders gave some instructions on daily training matters, as well as precautions for the martial arts competition 3 days later. After Wu Gang recorded the grades of all the students in the class, he naggled a few words, such as telling them to train well, and then announced the dismissal of the class. After a brief period of being the center of attention, Li Bo also left the school. But just as he walked out of the school gate, Li Bo saw Mu Aoshue's receding figure again from afar. Strange, Mu Aoshue's home isn't in this direction. Li Bo was a little puzzled. Normally, there was a special car to pick up Mu Aoshue from school every day, but this time, not only did she choose to walk, but she also left in a direction completely different from her home. Mu Aoshue looked back as she walked, and after making sure that there was no one around, she disappeared around a corner. This inevitably aroused Li Bo's suspicion, so he simply summoned Ziyun. "Do we need to fight, Brother Li Bo?" Ziyun asked. "No need, use the phantom color mimicry and follow Muaoxue. Report any movement to me," Li Bo ordered. Ziyun nodded, then blended his body into the color of the surrounding environment, concealing his figure and following. Muaoxue walked into a very hidden alley. After turning around for more than 10 minutes, the purple cloud floating in the air successfully locked onto her figure. But Li Bo discovered that as Ziyun approached, a young man was standing and waiting in front of Muaoxue. Muaoxue stopped and the man slowly turned around and smiled at her. "Congratulations, Xiaoxue. You successfully passed all the apprenticeship assessments. You're now a D rank hunter." Chapter 26 Hunter Association. D class? Muaoxue was stunned. "Why is it so sudden?" "Ha," the man laughed. "According to the Hunter Association's rules, if you complete all assessment tasks and reach a contribution value of 1000, you can be promoted from apprentice hunter to D rank." "Minister Yang, has my contribution value reached 1000? Muaoxue was a little surprised. Adding the 200 contribution points from this mission, your cumulative contribution points are now 1050. Have you figured out how to use them?" "Of course. I have been saving it for so long, naturally, for the key materials for the evolution of Moonlight Cat." Muaoxue replied straightforwardly. "According to the price in the Hunter Mall, one psychedelic mooncake requires 1000 contribution points, right?" The man nodded. "Yes. Are you sure you want to exchange it?" "Sure." After hearing Muaoxue's affirmative answer, the man took out a palm-sized yellow mooncake from the storage ring on his hand. "One psychedelic mooncake deducts 1000 contribution points. You only have 50 contribution points left now. You'll have to complete more tasks in the future." The man narrowed his eyes and smiled, then handed the psychedelic mooncake to Muaoxue. "Are there any bounty missions suitable for me recently?" Muaoxue asked. "There just happened to be one." "Oh? Master Yang, why don't you tell us about it?" The man put his hands behind his back and said seriously. "Someone's offering a large reward for the Zhanghai University martial arts champion. Xiaoxue, with your strength, perhaps you could consider accepting the reward and giving up the championship." "Martial arts champion?" Muaoxue was extremely surprised. "There's actually such a bounty." "Ha ha." The man chuckled. "Nothing in this world, flying in the sky or running on the ground, can't be measured by profit. For us in the Hunter Association, everything can be traded. Not to mention a mere martial arts champion. Give up the championship, how can you be sure that I can win it?" Muaoxue asked doubtfully. "I, Yang Fei, can never be wrong in judging people," the man joked. "Currently, the two strongest people in Zhang University are you and Lin Feier. Although Lin Feier's red armored dragon has been promoted to elite, you have successfully obtained the key evolutionary materials for the Moonlight Cat, and the elite evolution is just around the corner. Between the two of you, I'm more optimistic about you. The sponsor will smooth over all the connections to avoid you two and successfully advance to the finals, as long as you are willing to agree." "Still not." Before the man could finish speaking, Muaoxue rejected the request outright. The man was stunned for a moment. "Xiaoxue, with your background, you can obtain high-level materials without entering the secret realm. Why not help others? You can also earn contribution points? This is not a question of resources, this is a question of principle." Muaoxue said decisively, "I like to fight with all my strength. Since you've said so, I can only wish you the qualification to enter the secret realm." "Thank you, Minister Yang. I've decided to focus on training Moonlight Cat from now on, and I won't be accepting any more bounty missions for a while. Respect your decision." The man said this and watched Muaoxue leave. After Muaoxue's figure completely disappeared, Yang Fei's eyes suddenly became sharp. After glancing at the sky, he smiled playfully at a corner. "Are you going to come out on your own, or will I kill your pet before you show up?" No. It's all a misunderstanding." Accompanied by an apologetic smile, Li Bo slowly walked out from the corner, but he was wondering how this guy discovered him in Ziyun. Li Bo heard every word of the conversation between the two. He never imagined that Muaoxue was also a bounty hunter. But what made him most curious was what contribution points Muaoxue had used to exchange for the key evolution materials of Moonlight Cat. They even have rare items like psychedelic mooncakes. Maybe this guy named Yang Fei also has a way to get the cold spirit grass. Don't tell me you're hiding here just to see beautiful women. As Yang Fei spoke, he looked Li Bo up and down. Hey! Minister Yang, oh no, Brother Yang. Li Bo said with a smile. To be honest, that was my ex-girlfriend. I just stumbled here by accident and I don't mean any harm. You smooth-talking brat. I never knew Xiao Xue and you were in a relationship. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fei's face, then he calmed down and said. Just tell me. What do you want from hiding here? Li Bo didn't expect that the other party was also a direct person, so he simply stopped beating around the bush. Hey! Brother Yang, do you have any cold spirit grass here? How much is it? I can buy it. Purchase? Yang Fei was sweating profusely and said speechlessly. Who do you take me for? I'm not a businessman, and I don't sell anything. But? Yang Fei changed the subject. I have some cold spirit grass here. Oh my god. Brother Yang. It really is true. Li Bo excitedly grabbed Yang Fei's arm, acting very familiar. You are simply a genius. Stinky boy. Don't try to get close to me. Yang Fei moved Li Bo's hand away. Li Bo was not angry at all. He smiled and said. Hey! Brother Yang, didn't Muaoxue just exchange some contribution points for materials? If I become a bounty hunter, can I earn contribution points by placing bounties? Oh? You know bounty hunters? Yang Fei looked a little surprised. I know a thing or two. Li Bo's mind flashed with the image of Night Rose, and he grinned. Hunters are paid to ward off disasters. Take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. Ha, you kid has some talent as a hunter. There was a hint of appreciation in Yang Fei's tone. Then, Brother Yang, can I become a hunter? Li Bo looked at him expectantly. Sorry. Not yet. Yang Fei rejected him outright. Hunter registration is by invitation only. To become a hunter, you must be recommended by a C rank hunter or above. This also serves as a guarantee. Recommendation? Li Bo touched his chin. How do you recommend? Of course I will recommend you in person, but since the hunters are very busy, if you can't recommend someone in person, you can just show them the corresponding token of recommendation. Yang Fei said. Token. Li Bo fell into deep thought. Seeing that Li Bo was in trouble, Yang Fei patted his shoulder. All right. Boy, I don't have time to mess around with you anymore. Keep everything I've seen today in your heart. If you reveal Xiao Xue's identity as a hunter, I won't be so polite next time we meet. Just as Yang Fei was about to leave, Li Bo suddenly called him. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Yang Fei looked at him with narrowed eyes. Isn't it just a token of trust? I have it. Li Bo said with an idea. Oh? Before Yang Fei could react, Li Bo took out a transparent glass bottle filled with red liquid from his body. The moment he saw this thing, Yang Fei's pupils suddenly widened. This is Dragon Turtle Essence Blood. Chapter 27 Become a Hunter. When Li Bo saw Yang Fei, he recognized the item immediately and knew that there was hope. Brother Yang, you are very knowledgeable. This thing is the essence and blood of the dragon turtle. There is no need to say more about who introduced me. Li Bo said with a smile. According to what Li Bo heard that day, Night Rose's purpose was different from Scar and the others. She went to Sunset Beach to accept a bounty. As the minister of the Hunter Association, Yang Fei must know about this. Night Rose. Yang Fei looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You know Night Rose? It can be said that it is very familiar. Yang Fei carefully stroked the dragon turtle blood bottle and sighed. She actually accomplished such a difficult task as killing the dragon turtle. She's truly worthy of being an S-rank hunter. Li Bo just smiled and said nothing, and did not reveal the fact that he was the one who killed the dragon turtle. Since you have the dragon turtle's blood, you should have been at Sunset Beach that day. Yang Fei suddenly asked. Yes. What's wrong? Li Bo didn't understand why Yang Fei cared about this issue. After Yang Fei returned the dragon turtle's blood to Li Bo, he suddenly looked at him with lightning-fast eyes. Let me ask you. Besides Night Rose, are there any other hunters present? Other hunters? Li Bo touched his chin. I'm not sure if these three are hunters. 3. Who are they? One is called Bai Liang, and the other two seem to be called Daoba and Huang Yan. Really? Yang Fei sneered. These old hunters are really getting too much. They even dare to interfere with S-level missions without permission. Wait. Old minister, what do you mean? Li Bo asked. Well, since you have the token of Night Rose, becoming a hunter will be no problem. It's okay to tell you. Yang Fei said. The Bounty Hunter Association is a global underground beastmaster organization that has emerged in recent years. It has millions of registered hunters and thousands of branches. So much. Li Bo was a little surprised. Although the area and population of this planet were 100 times that of the Earth, the number of millions of hunters really overturned his cognition. So the old departments refer to the branches that were established first. Li Bo suddenly realized. That's right. Yang Fei nodded and said slowly. These hunters from the old tribe have been members the longest and are familiar with the association's rules. Furthermore, they are very powerful and often take on private work outside the association, mostly involving murder and arson, which is shameful behavior. For so long, the official authorities have directly classified the Hunter organization as a killer organization. But, doesn't the Hunter Association itself have many killing missions? Li Bo was very puzzled, remembering what the patrol team had said before, that the reason why Night Rose became a wanted S-level person was because she had killed too many people. Good question. Yang Fei explained. All bounties are subject to a rigorous and professional evaluation by the association. Only when the association deems the benefits sufficient and the target worthy of elimination will they be officially released to hunters. To some extent, it can be considered as punishing evil for the sake of society, but in recent years, the evil deeds of some hunters have overshadowed the original intention of the association. So, I really misunderstood this woman. Li Bo thought to himself. Boy. After learning all this, do you still want to join the Hunter Association? Maybe one day I will assign you a murder bounty mission. Yang Fei asked half-jokingly. If joining the association can give me access to more resources, then I'm willing. For Li Bo, who urgently needed to become stronger, his tone at this moment was extremely firm. Don't worry about that. As the saying goes, where there's a lot of money, there's always a brave man. Without enough benefits, there wouldn't be so many beastmasters joining the Hunter Association. Yang Fei added, you just witnessed Xiaoshui exchanging contribution points for evolution materials. The resources the association possesses are far richer than you can imagine. How to do it? Let's start. Li Bo said seriously. Yang Fei smiled without saying anything, then made a summoning gesture with his hands. A blue light flashed, and a mechanical octopus pet appeared. Damn! Another steel arm octopus. Li Bo was stunned. This steel-pivoted octopus looked exactly like Wu Gang's, except that Yang Fei's steel-pivoted octopus had reached the 9th level of excellence, and its size seemed a little bigger. Another difference is that Li Bo discovered in the panel that this steel-pivoted octopus had also learned an advanced skill called chip implantation. Name. Yang Fei suddenly spoke. Li Bo. Very good. Li Bo. Now stretch out one arm. Yang Fei continued. Li Bo nodded and stretched out his right hand. The steel arch octopus's tentacles quickly popped out and tapped his wrist. Li Bo only felt a slight sour sensation like a mosquito bite, and then he saw the steel arch octopus retract its tentacles. Congratulations, Li Bo. You now have the Hunter Association's identity chip implanted in your body, which means you're now a registered trainee bounty hunter. In other words, an E-rank hunter. Chip? Li Bo looked down at his arm, which was still intact, without any scar from the implant. Interesting, what is the function of this chip? Li Bo asked curiously. This chip is like a special communication device. Its functions are not limited to accepting bounties, contributing to them all, and contacting the contact person. When you want to activate it, you just need to send a command with your brain. So magical? Li Bo tried to open the contribution value mall in the chip, and a virtual interface was automatically generated in front of the retina. There were a lot of things displayed on it, including pets, pet eggs, materials, medicine. Li Bo was browsing the contribution value mall carefully, when suddenly a few things startled him handling grass. There really is cold spirit grass. Li Bo was very satisfied with the fact that Yang Fei had no water. He checked the contribution value of the handling grass and found that it required 100 per plant. In other words, if he wanted to successfully evolve into the Lingshuan Ice Dragon, he had to get 300 contribution points. As if he had guessed what Li Bo was thinking, Yang Fei added, "The points mall is just a display interface. If a hunter wants to redeem items in the mall, they need to contact the contact person, who will distribute them to the hunter." "Brother Yang, are you my contact person?" Li Bo grinned. "Ha ha. I'm not only your contact person, but also your department head." Yang Fei's face became serious. "Li Bo, from now on, you are a member of the Hunter Association's 4210th Division." "Welcome." "Oh my god. 4210 divisions, how many Beastmasters are there in our division?" "Including you, there are 7 in total." Yang Fei said solemnly. "Fuck. 7. So few. We agreed that a unit would have several thousand people." Li Bo wondered. Yang Fei coughed. "Well, our department was just established not long ago, and the team is still expanding. No wonder they accepted me in without any verification. It turns out the threshold is so low." Li Bo muttered to himself. "No matter what, we must work hard on the missions and strive to break through to D level as soon as possible." Yang Fei said with a beaming smile. "Xiao Xue broke through to D level in less than half a year. Can you only level up by completing tasks?" Li Bo asked curiously. "Ha ha. Not entirely. Breaking through D rank requires a cumulative contribution value of 1000. The higher you go, the more contribution value you need increases exponentially. During this period, you really have to rely on constantly taking on bounty missions. However, in addition to contribution points, there is a faster way to level up." Yang Fei smiled mysteriously. "What is it?" Yang Fei smiled mysteriously and said, "Battle for the top position." "Battle for power?" Li Bo looked puzzled. Yang Fei began to explain. "A higher ranking battle is a battle between a lower level hunter and a higher level hunter. When hunters meet, their chips can sense each other, and a hunter can use the chip to initiate a higher ranking battle. If the battle is won, the hunter's rating will be exchanged. This is a simple and effective way to upgrade," Li Bo said, touching his chin. The higher the level of the bounty mission you can receive, and the more contribution points you will gain. So I just happen to have an E-level bounty here. Do you want to take it?" Yang Fei raised his eyebrows at Li Bo. "Answer it." "Why not?" Li Bo replied. Yang Fei chuckled, then took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Li Bo. "Open it and take a look. Your first mission." With curiosity, Li Bo unfolded the scroll. "Eliminate the night werewolves." After reading the few simple lines of information on the scroll, Li Bo looked up at Yang Fei. "Are you asking me to kill a pet?" "That's right," Yang Fei explained. "This werewolf has been lurking in various nightclubs and bars in Shanghai recently, often seducing young girls to rape and kill them. He's been responsible for numerous murders, and the owner of the bounty also lost his beloved daughter because of this, so he's offering a large reward for the werewolf's head to us." "I see." But looking at the contribution value of the reward, Li Bo couldn't help but frown. "Can I handle an E-rank mission with 350 contribution points?" "Ha ha. Don't worry." Yang Fei smiled. "You can even contract the Phantom Cloud, so I believe you can handle a night werewolf without any problem. However, this werewolf is quite skilled at disguise and very cunning, so the contribution value is higher than that of an ordinary E-level bounty. You'll have to put in some effort to find it." Hearing this, Li Bo looked at Yang Fei warily. "How did you find Ziyun's trace just now?" "Ha ha. Although the color mimicry can hide your body, it can't hide your aura. As an excellent Beastmaster, you shouldn't miss any fluctuations in the air." "The fluctuations in the air." Li Bo was speechless. Although Yang Fei looked cheerful on the outside, he was actually very meticulous on the inside. He even knew the characteristics of a rare pet like Ziyun so well. His strength was really hard to predict. "That's all I have to say. Contact me as soon as you complete the task." Yang Fei waved to Li Bo and gave him a word of advice before leaving. "Remember, don't reveal your hunter identity casually. In the eyes of the patrol department, we are a big trouble." Chapter 28 Pole Dancing. Backstreet Bar. The neon lights illuminate the men and women on the dance floor like agate. The noisy music mixed with the midnight revelry seems like two different worlds compared to the silence of the street. In a booth outside the dance floor, Li Bo crossed his legs, put his left arm around Xiao Bai's shoulders, and picked up a glass of depth bomb with his right hand and drank it all in one gulp. As the most secret underground bar in Jianhai, it took Li Bo a lot of effort to find it. Master! Stop drinking! Don't you have a competition tomorrow? Xiao Bai hurriedly snatched Li Bo's cup and looked at him with concern. Li Bo was burping, but his eyes were still clear. He put his arm around Xiao Bai's neck and said with a big laugh. He. Xiao Bai, don't worry. The master can drink a lot. Li Bo's image at this moment is like a playboy who often hangs out in nightclubs. It is difficult to associate him with students. This is also due to the fact that in his previous life, he worked as a slave and often blocked wine for the leaders, so he was not so sensitive to alcohol. But master, aren't we here to look for the werewolf of the night? Xiao Bai reminded, fearing that Li Bo would forget his purpose. Shoo! Li Bo looked around vigilantly. Keep your voice down, Xiao Bai, don't scare the werewolf away before you even see it. Xiao Bai quickly covered his mouth. Sorry. Master. Li Bo smiled. Xiao Bai, do you really think the master is here to enjoy himself? The bar's booth fee is so high, the master's heart is bleeding. But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. In order not to alert the target, we must act naturally. But, is the night werewolf really in the backstreet bar? Xiao Bai said somewhat disappointedly. We've been to several nightclubs and bars these past 2 days, but haven't seen anything. I'm afraid we'll return empty-handed again today. This guy is so elusive, you can only rely on luck. But the reason I chose the backstreet bar today is because I heard there have been frequent orc performances here recently. Li Bo fixed his eyes on a few scantily clad beast-eared girls not far away, and then said, I think a place like this where humans and animals mix is the easiest to hide. If a night werewolf were to appear here, it would definitely not attract attention. Beast Mother Show. Xiao Bai turned his head curiously and looked around. All kinds of beast girls and beastmen surrounded the customers, flirting and showing off their charm. This kind of service has become a feature of backstreet bars, so no matter how intimately Bo and Xiao Bai are, no one will suspect it. Ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly, a voice attracted the attention of Li Bo and the other man. A man in hip-hop clothes stood in the middle of the dance floor, holding a microphone and began to host the show. Welcome to Backstreet Bar. Now, please welcome our heavyweight guest today, Meow Meow. As soon as the words fell, the bar instantly became lively, and the men kept shouting oh excitedly. Meow? Li Bo's face was startled for a moment, and he stared at the movement in the center of the dance floor. This scene did not escape Xiao Bai's eyes. She said with resentment, Ha! The master's eyes are almost popping out. Smelling the strong smell of vinegar, Li Bo smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Bai, what are you thinking? I just remember that Mu Aoshua's moonlight cat seemed to be called Meow Meow. Is that so? Xiao Bai also looked over. There is a long steel pipe standing in the center of the dance floor. Above the steel pipe, a cat girl dressed in sexy clothes slowly slides down. Her figure is very enchanting. As the shouts grew louder. Boom! All the spotlights on the field were focused on the cat girl at the same time, and Li Bo's eyes widened instantly. The cat girl has a very hot body, with all the curves in the right places. She only wears a tube top with very little fabric on her upper body, and the hot pants on her lower body are so short that they almost reach the base of her thighs. A pair of black silk suspenders make those two slender yet fleshy long legs look extremely sexy, which makes it hard not to have wild fantasies. Name, Moonlight Cat. Gender, female. Attribute, superpower. Level, ordinary 9th level. Potential, leader level. Skills, fast movement basic, scratching basic, mind power basic, hypnosis intermediate. Description, a pet that feeds on moonlight. Under a full moon, the moonlight cat's strength is greatly enhanced. Holy crap! It really is her. Li Bo was not wrong in his guess. The cat girl with big black curly hair and gray and white fluffy ears on the dance floor was none other than Mu Aoshua's pet Meow Meow. Master, are you sure it's the same pet? Xiao Bai asked with some doubt. No mistake. Li Bo stared straight at Meow Meow's exposed white shoulders. There's a mole on her left shoulder. It must be Mu Aoshua's moonlight cat. Ah! You even know there's a mole on her shoulder. No matter how innocent Xiaobai was, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, and his face was instantly filled with unhappiness. Ahem. Xiaobai. This is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly when I get back. Humph. How annoying. You're ignoring your master. Xiaobai turned his head away again. Li Bo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself why his two pets were so jealous. If he told them that he had seen Moonlight Catgirl naked, there would be no end to it. This is weird. Why did this Catgirl end up in this nightclub? Does Mu Aoxue know about this? Just when Li Bo was feeling puzzled, Miao Miao on the dance floor seemed to notice Li Bo's presence. After looking at Li Bo, he was stunned, not knowing what he was thinking. However, amid the screams in the bar, Miao Miao quickly collected her thoughts, turned her eyes away from Li Bo, and began her performance. Miao Miao was performing a pole dance. She was light and graceful, spinning and winding on the pole, showing off the cat's soft body to the fullest. Every movement was full of temptation and power. Intoxicated by the music and alcohol, the men below were all thirsty and kept whistling at Miao Miao. Miao Miao on the field seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, and his actions became more and more explicit and suggestive. During this process, Miao Miao glanced at Li Bo more than once. At first, there was a hint of fear in her eyes, as if she was stealing something, but as she became more immersed in the situation, she actually flirted with Li Bo repeatedly and blew kisses to him. Xiaobai was so angry that his face turned red. Humph. I knew she had a special relationship with the master. I'm going to tell Ziyun. Xiaobai is really wrong this time. Li Bo looked like a dumb person swallowing bitter herbs. The master's eyes are wide open. If the master likes pole dancing, Xiaobai can also dance for you. What? Li Bo turned his head and looked at Xiaobai, who was pouting and looking extremely serious. There was an indescribable contrast. Detected that Bai Linglong has a strong desire to learn dance. Activate skill Dragon Dance, learn the task. Quest requirements: Bai Linglong performs a pole dance around the beast tamer to gain the advanced skill Dragon Dance. Current task progress, 01. Holy crap! This works! Looking at the task that suddenly popped up in the system, Li Bo couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He could actually learn Dragon Dance. As an advanced dragon skill, Dragon Dance is a very powerful enhancement skill. After successfully using Dragon Dance, all qualities of the pet can be doubled, not only limited to speed, attack power, and defense power. Among the 20 categories, there aren't many skills that can provide all-around benefits, but the Dragon category happens to have such a skill. Therefore, the top Dragon Beast Masters will carefully select and train Dragon Beasts that can learn Dragon Dance. After all, when Masters fight, every detail is counted. What's more, Dragon Dance, a skill that can bring decisive factors to the battle, is even more fanatically pursued. However, Li Bo was completely confused about the bizarre task of learning Dragon Dance. Is there any connection between pole dancing and dragon dancing? Seeing that Li Bo was momentarily distracted, Xiaobai timidly whispered. Could it be that Master doesn't want to see Xiaobai pole dancing? No. Li Bo shook his head. Pole dancing is great. I have to learn it. Chapter 29 Werewolf of the Night. When everyone was drooling over the sexy Moonlight Catgirl, only Xiaobai had a serious look on his face, constantly recording every move of the dance. Soon, the host announced that Miao Miao's pole dancing performance was over, and other forms of Beast Girl performances would follow. But Li Bo was suspicious to find that after Miao Miao left the stage, she did not go backstage, but instead held up 2 red wine glasses and walked gracefully towards him. Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes, not knowing what the other party intended. Miao Miao came up to Li Bo and said in a charming voice, "It seems that you are not very happy to see me." "Should I be happy?" Li Bo replied suddenly. "I guess you're still mad at me for taking your girlfriend away." Miao Miao smiled charmingly, sat on Li Bo's thigh naturally, put her arms around Li Bo's neck and handed him a wine glass. "I'll buy you a drink as an apology." Li Bo was unmoved. "I'm curious, does Mu Aoxue know that you're being so unrestrained in this nightclub?" Miao Miao blew into Li Bo's ear and said, "I'll tell you if you drink it." Li Bo handed the wine glass over, shook it gently in front of him, and did not drink it in a hurry. Miao raised an eyebrow and said, "Why? Afraid it's poisonous?" Li Bo put the cup on the table and pushed it away, smiling, "I have something important to do today, so I can't drink anymore." "Oh? Meow Meow turned his gaze to Xiao Bai beside him. You're bringing such a beautiful dragon girl to a nightclub in the middle of the night. Are you serious about this? This has nothing to do with you. It really has nothing to do with me. But... Meow Meow drew a circle on Li Bo's chest. If you feel that she is not very open, I can help you train her. Who wants to train you? Xiao Bai said angrily, but you, behind your master's back, are flirting with other people here. You don't have the slightest awareness of being a pet. Awakening? Ha ha. Meow Meow grumbled and drank the red wine in the glass. I strive to level up and become stronger, defeating my opponents time and time again on the battlefield, bringing the victory trophy to Xiaoxue's hands time and time again. As a pet, I fulfill all my obligations. Meow Meow's cheeks were slightly red, and she was not very good at drinking. Under the influence of alcohol, she seemed to be talking to herself. But what about Xiaoxue? I'm already so powerful, yet she still contracts other pets. Why should pets be loyal to their masters, while masters can divide their love among other pets? I won't accept this. Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Has Muao Xue already contracted a second pet? There is no doubt that Muao Xue is worthy of being a favored girl of heaven, as she can contract 2 pet beasts at this stage. But I didn't expect that this Meow's love for Muao Xue had become so abnormal that it was so overbearing that it thought her was the only pet her should be. Presumably, she came to this backstreet bar to indulge herself, as a revenge against Muao Xue and to vent her dissatisfaction. Oops, I'm drunk. Meow Meow's face was as red as an apple, and she said in Li Bo's ear with an almost hazy voice. So, Beast Master, don't you want revenge on Xiaoxue? Would you consider taking me home tonight? I'm bisexual. Li Bo was sweating profusely and gently pushed Meow Meow away. I don't have such bad taste. Meow Meow groaned softly and fell weakly towards the aisle. Just when Meow Meow was imagining that Li Bo would pull her back in time, a strong hand suddenly supported her from the aisle. This boy doesn't understand romance. Why don't you just follow me, this beautiful lady? This was a man wearing a black hat and a jumpsuit. Although his face could not be seen clearly, he was tall and strong, which made Meow Meow's pretty face blush. Li Bo curled his lips in disdain. It's so hot, wearing a hat. What's the point of pretending? Meow Meow smiled triumphantly. Look. You don't cherish me, but there are people who do. At this time, her face was very red, and under the influence of alcohol, Meow Meow was almost about to collapse. The man bent down, ready to help Meow Meow up, and the moment he lowered his head, Li Bo's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he suddenly saw that under the black dress and hat, the man actually had a pair of short black ears on his head. It's actually an orc. Li Bo's heart shuddered. Although it was just a brief glance, judging from the appearance, Li Bo was very sure that it was a pair of wolf ears. Wolf ears. Could it be? Li Bo quickly opened the orc panel. Name, Werewolf of the Night. Gender, male. Attribute, evil. Level, elite 2nd stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, bite basic, bounce basic, dark claw basic, night roar intermediate. Description, a vicious wolf lurking in the darkness, its hands stained with the blood of a young girl. Unlike other orcs, the night werewolf is even more powerful in human form. Finally I caught you. I've been waiting so long. Li Bo's heartbeat quickened instantly, and he tried his best to suppress his inner excitement. There are many people in the bar, and accidents are very likely to happen if you fight rashly. It is definitely not okay to expose your identity here. Li Bo must find a way to lure the werewolf out of the bar. Wait a moment. Li Bo immediately grabbed Meow Meow's hand, pulled it away from the night werewolf's hand, and hugged it in his arms. The other party looked at Li Bo with a puzzled look. This scene not only shocked Xiao Bai, but also confused Meow Meow in his arms. Because she found that the beast master in front of her was completely different from the unyielding look just now. Li Bo's big hands kept stroking the cat girl's waist and moving around her body, then he pinched Meow Meow's elastic buttocks. Ah! How disgusting! Meow Meow let out a soft moan and looked at Li Bo, her eyes showing shyness but also surprise and joy. Li Bo glanced at the night werewolf provocatively. How dare you snatch my food? Don't you even consider your own strength? The night werewolf didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Bo fiercely, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Li Bo knew that this guy had taken the bait, so he slapped Meow Meow hard on the butt in front of the night werewolf. Meow Meow was stunned for a moment. She blew a breath of hot air into Li Bo's ear. You are so mean. Seeing Meow Meow's passionate look in Li Bo's arms, the dark werewolf's eyes suddenly filled with jealousy. Unexpectedly, the duck that was about to be caught flew away like this. The night werewolf was very unwilling and snorted coldly before walking away. Li Bo followed the werewolf's figure with his peripheral vision until it completely walked out of the backstreet bar. Only then did a sly smile appear on the corner of Li Bo's mouth. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly stretched himself. Oh no! It's getting late. We should go back. We have a competition tomorrow. Master, do you really want to take her with you? Looking at the sleeping Meow Meow, Xiaobai felt so wrong that tears welled up in his eyes. Although Li Bo had previously communicated with her about the plan to deal with the werewolf, Xiaobai was extremely jealous when she saw her master being so intimate with the cat girl. Xiaobai is not wronged. Master is just playing along. Li Bo wiped Xiaobai's tears, but his eyes were fixed on the door of the bar. His expression suddenly became extremely sharp. Ziyun, you have to follow closely. Don't worry, brother Li Bo. But everyone needs to cheer up, the battle is about to begin. Chapter 30 Kill the Werewolf. On the dark road leading to the downtown area, Li Bo walked slowly forward carrying the drunk Meow Meow on his back in the faint moonlight. Hey! Can you turn back into Moonlight Cat? I'm tired of carrying you like this, Li Bo said with some fatigue. However, after a while, there was no response at all except the sound of the person's steady breathing in sleep. Why? Li Bo sighed, Muao Xue, you are really my enemy. On the way, Li Bo occasionally stopped inadvertently, and wanted to turn back several times but gave up. Sly fellow. After walking for another half an hour, Li Bo and Meow Meow arrived at a quiet alley, which was the only way for him to go home. Walking into the alley, Li Bo suddenly stopped and looked ahead with his eyes narrowed. In the dim light, a sturdy black shadow stood in the middle of the alley. Li Bo looked at the black shadow, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. You've been following me for so long and haven't shown up yet. I almost thought you were going to run away. Hearing this, the black shadow was stunned for a moment, then took off his hat, revealing his orc face. It was the night werewolf that Li Bo met in the backstreet bar. The night werewolf smiled grimly and said in a nearly hoarse voice, You dare to steal my girl, boy, you really are tired of living. Your girl? Li Bo suddenly burst into laughter. Not to mention that Meow Meow already has a beastmaster, and she made her choice at the bar just now. It's obvious that she doesn't like an ugly thing like you. Hearing this, the night werewolf's eyes instantly became vicious. You blindly confident brat. Wait, I'm going to take your head off and chop your body into pieces. Ha ha. No one here will save you. Save me? What a coincidence. You want to take my head, and I want to take yours too. Li Bo's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Purple cloud. Shadow ball. What? The night werewolf's face suddenly became terrified. I turned around suddenly and found that a strange purple cloud was slowly emerging in the sky behind me. Before he could react, a black mist ball suddenly hit it. The shadow ball instantly hit the werewolf's back. The werewolf spat out a mouthful of blood, his body bent into a bow shape, and was instantly knocked away and fell into the middle of the alley. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Despicable beastmaster, you have no moral principles. The werewolf stood up in embarrassment. Only then did he realize that it was not him who was following Li Bo, but the other party who had been following him. The relationship between hunter and prey was suddenly reversed, and anger surged in the eyes of the night werewolf. Oh whoa! He suddenly let out a long howl towards the sky, and his face, which still had a human appearance, suddenly changed drastically, and in an instant turned into an extremely ferocious wolf head. At the same time, his body size also grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became 3 meters tall and completely turned into a standing wild wolf. His body was covered with black hair. The scarlet eyes of the night werewolf stared straight at Li Bo. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black werewolf launched himself with explosive force, and 4 fingers extended into shiny claws over a foot long, charging towards Li Bo. All this happened in a split second. Ziyun, who was across the alley, watched the scene in horror and hurriedly passed on the message. Brother Li Bo, be careful. Prepare to die, boy. I want to enjoy this moonlight cat in front of your corpse. The werewolf's expression was twisted and ferocious, almost drooling, as if he was determined to get it. What a fool's dream. Just when the night werewolf was less than 3 meters away from Li Bo, an extremely sharp female voice suddenly rang out. The night werewolf instantly felt the temperature around it drop sharply. In the yellow magic circle, it vaguely saw a winged ice dragon roaring towards it. It is Xiaobai's true form, the white spirit dragon. Not good. The night werewolf cried out in his heart that something was wrong, and reflexively stretched out his claws to catch the other party. However, unexpectedly, the opponent also stretched out his dragon claws without fear. The dragon claws were extremely powerful. Under the gaze of the night werewolf, a huge white shadow quickly enveloped the dragon claws and came straight towards him to capture him. Bang! The dark claw and the dragon claw collided quickly. Xiaobai's attack momentum was so fierce that the shadow werewolf couldn't help but slide back a few steps. The werewolf bared his teeth, and before he could think of a way to fight back, he felt a sense of weightlessness. He looked down and found that his body was suddenly lifted into the air. Xiaobai held the wolf claws tightly and flapped his wings to throw the night werewolf into the air. Let me go! You evil dragon! Seeing himself getting farther and farther away from the ground, the werewolf's face was filled with fear. If I really fall from this white spirit dragon, I will be crippled if not dead. Thinking of this, it hurriedly opened its mouth and roared, making an extremely piercing scream. The wolf's howl struck Xiaobai's soul directly. He suddenly felt a splitting headache and the strength in his hands unconsciously weakened by 3 points. Wild Night Roar. A sonic skill that can throw your pet's brain into chaos. Li Bo saw this and quickly gave an order, Xiaobai, throw it down quickly. Xiaobai made a prompt decision and dived quickly towards the ground. When he was still 10 meters away in the air, he suddenly threw the night werewolf down. With a dull thud, the werewolf fell heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. After one round, the already torn clothes of the night werewolf became even more torn into pieces. Blood oozed from the corners of its mouth, and it simply tore off the remaining cloth on its body, revealing its muscular limbs. Boy! I'm going to kill you! The night werewolf suddenly jumped onto the wall, quickly moving his limbs and crawling towards Li Bo with his body flashing. Unexpectedly, Li Bo remained motionless as a mountain, just staring coldly at him as he attacked. I want beauty! Xian's voice suddenly rang out, and in a blink of an eye, she had already stood in front of Li Bo to protect him. Seeing this familiar figure, the night werewolf's pupils shrank sharply, and then he found that a dense and sharp drizzle was falling from the sky. The werewolf in the dark looked up at the sky in horror, and reflexively blocked his head with his tensed arms. However, Xian's rain of arrows still pierced straight into the werewolf's body, and dense blood continued to gush out. What the hell is this? The night werewolf gritted his teeth, feeling extremely puzzled. He was an elite pet, and his physical strength and defense were even better than the other two pets. Why was the move from Xian, who was only of ordinary skill, so deadly? Little did they know that in the face of advanced skills, all the struggles of the night werewolf were in vain. The rain of arrows on his body were like sharp blades, constantly cutting holes in the body of the night werewolf, and his body was already soaked with blood. The night werewolf had to give up the attack, took a step back, and quickly ran out of the range of the rain of arrows. Humph! Want to escape? Li Bo sneered, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The more the night werewolf thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This kid must have been absolutely sure that he dared to intercept him here. In the final analysis, it was all because of his carelessness. These two pets are too strange. Thinking of this, the night werewolf desperately ran out of the alley. Looking at the faint light at the entrance of the alley, the werewolf's instinct for survival was extremely strong. However, it was horrified to find that what was waiting for it in the light was not the hope of survival, but the eyes of Bai Linglong that were like the god of death. Ended with ice mist and cold thorns, Xiaobai. Li Bo said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiaobai was blocking the air at the entrance of the alley, flapping his wings violently. The biting cold current immediately made the shadow werewolf unable to open his eyes. In the hazy ice fog, the night werewolf suddenly saw a series of extremely shiny ice spikes rushing towards his face mercilessly. Swish! The werewolf was caught off guard, and the sharp ice spikes blinded his eyes first. Awah! The werewolves in the night kept making extremely shrill screams. Having lost his vision in an instant, the night werewolf had no room to resist and could only wait for the powerful cold spikes to forcibly overturn his body and continuously penetrate his flesh. When the icy fog dissipated, the night werewolf was already lying motionless in a pool of blood. The panel information popped up in Li Bo's eyes again. Werewolf of the Night Death. Phantom Cloud Upgrade Normal 7th Stage. White Spirit Dragon Upgrade Normal 9th Stage. Chapter 31, Cunning Meow Meow. Oh. Upgraded again. Li Bo unconsciously turned his gaze to Xiao Bai, and a smile appeared on his face. 9th level of commonness. As long as you exchange it for the cold spirit grass, you will immediately evolve into a frost ice dragon. Li Bo then directed Xiao Bai, use the cold blade tail to cut off the head of the night werewolf. Xiao Bai nodded, and his tail quickly condensed cold air into a shining ice blade. Snap! A white shadow flashed by, and the body of the night werewolf on the ground was instantly separated. Li Bo took off his coat, wrapped the bloody wolf head tightly, and raised the corner of his mouth. 350 contribution points received. Li Bo's brain quickly sent a communication command to the hunter chip. The next second, a dialogue box with Yang Fei popped up in front of his retina. He typed and sent a message with his consciousness. Contact person, the mission has been completed. Please prepare 3 cold spirit grasses for me in advance. Unexpectedly, within less than a minute of sending the message, Yang Fei's reply came. Well done, kid. Meet me at the usual place tomorrow after the competition. Li Bo smiled, then calmed down and said to Xiao Bai and the others, let's go. Let's go home. But master, do you really want to take her home? Xiao Bai looked at Miao Miao on Li Bo's back with an unhappy look. Brother Li Bo. Just leave her here. Ziyun crossed her arms, looking reluctant. Li Bo smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but there's such a big commotion here, and the patrol team will come to investigate soon. If we just leave her here, if she is taken away by the patrol team, we will be implicated. He added, besides, it's late at night and everyone is asleep. This Miao Miao is completely drunk and unconscious. If I run into a dangerous pet like the night werewolf again, Mu Aoshue will definitely strip me alive if anything goes wrong. Xiao Bai's face was moved. Okay then. Master. But I have one request. She can only sleep in the living room. Li Bo smiled and said, just as Xiao Bai said. After returning home, Li Bo took off Miao Miao's shoes, lifted her feet, and carefully placed them on the sofa. Then he stood up and stretched his muscles comfortably. Damn it! I'm so tired. Li Bo glanced at Miao Miao, who was sleeping very peacefully. The soft white light in the room shone on her, and Li Bo saw her appearance clearly for the first time. Miao Miao has a perfect figure and a pair of straight and slender long legs. Unlike Xiao Bai's noble snow-white skin, Miao Miao's skin is completely the pale white like moonlight, as if it has never been exposed to the sun. Although her eyes are closed, it is not difficult to tell from the slender eyeliner that these are a pair of captivating eyes. Miao Miao's pretty and straight nose is full of wildness, and the 2 peaks on her chest rise and fall with her breathing. I have to say, Miao Miao's temperament is peaceful when she's asleep and wild when she's awake, exuding a unique sexual tension. No wonder Mu Aoshue is willing to be gay with her. That. Master. Xiao Bai suddenly tugged at Li Bo's sleeve and said hesitantly. What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Li Bo asked. Didn't you say that we were going to do pole dancing? Xiao Bai's face turned red like a ripe apple. Xiao Bai has memorized every move. Whenever the master wants to see it. Ah. So this is what Xiao Bai is talking about. Li Bo looked at the shy Xiao Bai and said after thinking for a while. Let's do it another time, Xiao Bai. It's getting late. We have a competition tomorrow. Li Bo looked at the time. It was already 1 or 2 hours past midnight. Tomorrow was the preliminaries. With Xiao Bai's strength, he didn't need to use dragon dance. Li Bo is still very concerned about this martial arts competition. There may not have been a chance to hit these 3 points before, but with the rapid increase in Xiao Bai and Ziyun's strength, Li Bo had the idea of winning the championship for the first time. Most importantly, he still has an enemy he has to defeat, Lin Fei. It's okay, master. I can take you to school tomorrow. From now on, you can sleep half an hour longer every day and don't have to take the bus anymore. Xiao Bai suddenly said. Noob. Looking at Xiao Bai's serious face, Li Bo felt warm in his heart. Being your beast master is a blessing earned in my past life. What about me? Brother Li Bo, you always forget about me. Ziyun pouted and threw herself into Li Bo's arms without caring about anything. Ziyun is also very sensible. Li Bo gently stroked Ziyun's hair. He. Ziyun smiled mischievously. Then I will sleep with my master tonight. That won't work. You both have to stay in the beast taming space and rest tonight. Li Bo refused outright. Why? Xiaobai and Ziyun said in unison, their faces full of reluctance. Of course it's because you had a big fight with the elite pet beasts tonight, and you need to recuperate in the beast controlling space, otherwise how can you face tomorrow's battle? Li Bo said seriously. But Xiaobai hesitated to speak. No buts. Xiaobai, you're the team's star player now. You have to keep fighting until the quarterfinals are decided. Also, if you run into Lin Feier in the qualifiers, you don't want to lose to the Red Armored Dragon just because you're not in good shape. Red Armored Dragon, Lin Feier. When this name came to mind, Xiaobai's eyes unconsciously ignited with anger. Okay. I'll listen to you, master. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo with a firm tone. Li Bo looked at Ziyun again. What about you, Ziyun? I'll just listen to you. Ziyun pouted, knowing that Li Bo was a little angry, and her voice unconsciously became 3 times softer. That's good. Li Bo smiled and put the 2 pets into the pet space at the same time. The recovery ability of the god-level space is very strong. Li Bo believes that after waking up, Xiaobai will be able to return to his peak condition. The living room suddenly became much quieter. Just as Li Bo was about to turn off the lights and return to his room, he suddenly saw Miao Miao sleeping soundly, wearing very scanty clothes. What a headache! Li Bo returned to the room and covered Miao Miao with a blanket, then said to himself. After waking up, hurry back to Muaoxue. Li Bo turned his head and suddenly heard a voice behind him. You're so gentle that I can't resist you. What? Li Bo suddenly turned his head and found that Miao Miao had sat up at some point. Her eyes were clear at this moment and she didn't look drunk at all. You. Li Bo looked incredulous. He. You've been fooled. Miao Miao's eyes suddenly flashed with a faint green light. Hypnosis. What a cunning fellow. Li Bo cried out that it was not good, but his eyes had already met Miao Miao's. Even if Li Bo forced his brain to clear, his eyelids still closed uncontrollably. With a muffled sound, Li Bo fell headfirst onto the sofa and fell asleep. Looking at Li Bo's handsome face, Miao Miao stretched out her wet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth sexily. Xiaoxue, it turns out you eat so well. Then Miao Miao suddenly looked up at the ceiling, and green light flashed in his eyes again. Then, the light on the floor suddenly clicked and went out as if there was a power outage. Chapter 32 The martial arts competition begins. The next morning, the Jiangdao competition venue was packed with people. As the draw for the first round of preliminaries came to an end, the students all looked towards the arena eagerly, their hearts filled with excitement and immense nervousness. This is the first official competition for the freshman after he awakened his beast-taming talent. On the high seats in the martial arts competition field, a whole row of seats were filled with counselors from various classes. Principal Lu Jun was sitting in the middle of the crowd, watching the movements on the field attentively. The martial arts competition can directly reflect the results of the students' experience over the past 6 months. Ha! President Lu, this year's Jiangda has produced quite a few talented students. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in a black suit who was sitting upright next to Lu Jun. The man was of extraordinary bearing and burly build, and he exuded an invisible aura when he spoke. Lu Jun seemed to respect this person very much and smiled modestly. We're lucky to have produced 2S-level students, but compared to some of the top universities in the country, there's still a big gap. But Mr. Lin Feng, to be honest, the best student in this martial arts competition is still Feier. Oh? The man named Lin Feng looked at Lu Jun in surprise. According to you, you think your daughter can defeat the other 2S-class warriors and win the martial arts competition? Brother Lu Jun, you are not deliberately flattering me, are you? Not really. Principal Lu Jun shook his head. Ha! We've known each other for so many years, there's no need to be so polite. Really? Lin Feng smiled, I'd like to hear your analysis. It's very simple. Lu Jun said with a smile. Since Feier awakened her talent, she has been growing very fast. There's no need to say much about the other students. The only 2 students in this class who can compete with her are the S-level Muaoxue and Li Bo. Muaoxue. Hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Old Man Mu's granddaughter is usually very low-key. I just don't know how strong she is now. Xiaoxue. I pay more attention to her. Lu Jun said. But I learned from his homeroom teacher a few days ago that her Moonlight Cat hasn't yet begun evolving, while Feier's Red Armored Dragon has already been promoted to elite level. Based on this alone, Feier's chances of winning are much greater. Ha! It's worth my while to search everywhere for the red armored dragon evolution materials. I paved the way for Fair long ago. But this girl is so arrogant and always wants to compete with the girl from the Mu family. Her training is also very harsh on herself. I'm afraid it will still be a bit difficult for her to face an S-class head-on. Lin Feng said with some concern. That's wrong, Lu Jun said. In terms of talent, although Fair is a level in this 1v1 martial arts competition format, her talent is actually more advantageous than Xiaoxue's S level. I hope so. After all, Fair is determined to get the things in that third-level secret realm. Suddenly, Lin Feng changed the subject. By the way, what about that kid named Li Bo? I heard that he recently awakened to the S rank. I think I heard another rumor. Fair made a bet with him? Li Bo. Lu Jun smiled. You don't have to worry too much about him. Li Bo has awakened a spatial talent. Although his future is bright, in the early stages, this talent's actual combat ability is indeed a bit weak. Moreover, the pet beast that Li Bo chose for his contract is a white spirit snake, so it shouldn't pose a threat to Fair. White spirit snake. Lin Feng looked a little surprised. Why would you choose such a low-level pet contract? What a waste of such a good talent. I don't understand that kid either. Hey, it's Fair's turn to compete. Lu Jun and Lin Feng both turned their attention to the martial arts competition arena. After several rounds of fierce competition, the atmosphere in the ring has become extremely heated. At this moment, on the big screen of the game, the words, Lin Fair vs. Huang Yu, were clearly written. When the host called out her name, Lin Fair walked onto the stage calmly in her high heels. Her red hair was draped over her shoulders, and her tall and straight figure was domineering, looking down upon the whole audience with an arrogant look. Huang Yu stood opposite, staring at the beauty in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Hey! Lin Fair, if I defeat you, can I become your boyfriend? As the strongest man in Class 10, Huang Yu is very confident that he can show his prowess in the martial arts competition. If he can also win the girl's heart, he will feel a great sense of accomplishment. Facing the provocation of her opponent, Lin Fair only uttered 2 words lightly. Rubbish! You! Huang Yu's face looked extremely ugly. Lin Fair didn't even want to look at him straight in the eye. It was obvious that she didn't take him seriously at all. He felt extremely humiliated in an instant. Okay. I'll let you see my true strength. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and called out. Come out. Infernape. A yellow light flashed, and a monkey with flames burning from head to toe appeared in everyone's eyes. The appearance of the fire monkey instantly raised the temperature of the arena by several degrees. Oh my god. It's Infernape. A dual-type pet with fighting and fire. This monkey is kind of handsome. I've only seen this pet on TV. I heard that the Beastmaster has to endure the roasting of his flames before they can form a contract with him. This Huang Yu is quite something. The number 1 guy in Class 10 is just kidding. You're facing a tough opponent so soon. It's going to be interesting. The image of Infernape was extremely cool, instantly attracting everyone's attention to the stage. Mu Aoxue and Miao stood in a corner, watching this scene silently. Xiaoxue. Do you think Lin Fair can defeat this Infernape? Mu Aoxue smiled faintly. It's easy. Oh? Xiaoxue is so optimistic about Lin Fair. She is your competitor. Miao said in surprise. Rival? Mu Aoxue shook her head. I never considered her a rival. That's what I say. But, Xiaoxue, do you really want to see that man lose to Lin Fair? Miao looked at her and said. Li Bo. Mu Aoxue's expression became complicated, and her eyes wandered, not knowing what she was thinking about. Suddenly, she looked at Miao. Oh right. You still haven't told me where you went last night? I have all the materials ready, waiting to evolve them for you. Ah. Miao's eyes were a little evasive. Didn't I tell Xiaoxue? I went to bask in the moonlight last night. Because the moonlight was so beautiful, I stayed there for quite a while. But, why do you have a very familiar smell? Mu Aoxue leaned over and sniffed Miao, her face full of confusion. Oh my. Look, Lin Fair's pet has appeared. Hey, the red ankylosaurus has evolved. Miao hurriedly pointed at Lin Fair on the field and said. Chapter 33 Red Crystal Armored Dragon. The dazzling sunlight shines through the curtains and directly into Li Bo's house. On the sofa, Li Bo opened his eyes drowsily, caught a glimpse of the time on the wall clock, and sat up in shock. Oh my god! It's 10 o'clock. Today is the day of the martial arts competition, but I actually overslept on the sofa. Wait. Why am I on the couch? Could it be? A bad thought flashed through Li Bo's mind. After so many years of fighting in the love field, I have never encountered such an outrageous thing. That's too much. Meow meow. Not only did you snatch Muao Xue away, but now you're trying to bully me. Thinking of this, Li Bo was so angry that his teeth were itching. Damn it! You're destroying the beautiful flowers of our motherland. Meow meow, I'm not done with you. Li Bo felt like he had no strength left in his body. Brother Li Bo. My heart is breaking. Whoa whoa whoa. Suddenly, Ziyun's heart-wrenching cry was heard in the beast-controlling space. Master! I'm going to skin this catgirl. Xiaobai choked up and said, if Ziyun and I had been with you last night, you wouldn't have been bullied by her. Did you all hear that? Li Bo's tail flapped slightly. What kind of noise must it have made to make Xiaobai and Ziyun feel so much malice? How could I not hear it? Ziyun said angrily, that woman's screams were so excessive. Xiaobai and I didn't get a good night's rest. This. Li Bo scratched his head with some self-blame. Sorry. It's all my fault. I accidentally fell into Meow Meow's trap. Master. Please summon me out quickly. If I don't go to school, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated before the competition even starts. Xiaobai suddenly said. Yeah. There's still a competition. After being reminded by Xiaobai, Li Bo quickly put aside all distracting thoughts, put on his clothes, and summoned Xiaobai out the window. Master. Ride on me quickly. Xiaobai said anxiously. Li Bo nodded and jumped onto Xiaobai's back. Call. Xiaobai flapped his wings quickly and rushed towards the school. At this time, on the arena, Lin Fei pointed right with one hand and shouted, "Come out! Red crystal armored dragon!" A green light flashed, and beside Lin Fei, a huge dragon beast with a body of more than 5 meters and standing on 2 legs slowly rose up. This is exactly the evolution of Lin Fei's Red Armored Dragon Elite. Different from the previous Red Armored Dragon, which was made of pure crystal, the crystal on the back of the Red Crystal Earth Dragon has evolved into the color of hot lava, and high-temperature steam can be erupted from the gaps between the scales. Woo! The Red Crystal Armored Dragon let out a long roar, bursting out with an incomparably powerful momentum. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and the ring suddenly felt like an earthquake. Seeing this ferocious beast, Huang Yu, who was standing opposite, suddenly changed his expression. Wow, so big. Compared with the Scarlet Armored Dragon, his Infernape looks just like a skinny little monkey. Seeing this scene, Meow Meow couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. The evolved Red Crystal Armored Dragon has gained a new fire attribute. I'm afraid Xiaobai is no match for it. Oh? Are you worried about Li Bo's pet? Mu Aoxue looked at her suspiciously. No. No. Meow Meow hurriedly explained, I'm just lamenting the gap between them. Meow Meow. If you face this Red Crystal Armored Dragon, do you have the confidence to win? Mu Aoxue suddenly asked. He. I can fight after evolving into an elite. Meow Meow smiled confidently. Huang Yu was a little scared, but he had already said the polite words, so there was no reason to run away. Go! Infernape, use Fire Jet plus Spin Kick. Huang Yu roared, and the Infernape instantly spewed out a stream of scorching flames from its mouth, sweeping towards the Red Crystal Armored Dragon. The Red Crystal Armored Dragon did not have the speed advantage and was quickly eroded by the flames. Taking advantage of the fire, Infernape took vigorous steps and rushed towards his opponent. When it was less than 3 meters away from the Red Crystal Ankylosaurus, Infernape spun on the spot and flew into the air, stretching out its right leg and smashing it hard towards the opponent's head. Is this all you can do? Lin Fei looked at the scene with disdain. Then, Huang Yu was surprised to find that the flames sprayed by the Infernape suddenly became dim. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was the red crystal protruding from the back of the Red Crystal Armored Dragon that absorbed all the flames. What? Huang Yu looked at the scene in disbelief. Infernape's position was exposed, and Scarlet Armored Dragon quickly locked onto it. Swish! Dragon Claw! The powerful claws of the red crystal armored dragon quickly and accurately grabbed Infernape's right leg. Then it swung Infernape's body and spun rapidly in the air, making a whirring sound like the wings of a helicopter. Whoosh! With the force of gravity, the red crystal armored dragon threw the Infernape directly out of the ring and smashed the display screen on the stage to pieces. Infernape! Huang Yu shouted sadly. Infernape is knocked out of the ring. Lin Feier wins. As the referee's voice fell, there was a sigh of relief from the audience. How brutal! The red crystal armored dragon is so powerful. It's an expected ending. Goddess Lin Feier is still so cool. I love the way she looks at trash. That's awesome. The monitor is broken. I can't even see who's competing in the next round. I remember, it seemed to be Li Bo. Li Bo? Although Lin Feier broke the display screen, no staff member dared to blame her. So on the field, maintenance personnel were making emergency repairs on one side, while the referee was presiding over the normal work on the other side. Now, let's move on to the next match. Zhang Tingting from Class 13 will face Li Bo from Class 8. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tingting, who had been preparing for a long time, quickly stood on the ring. But in the opposite direction, there was no sign of Li Bo. Strange? Where's Li Bo? You're not going to run away from the battlefield, are you? Didn't they say he had awakened to S level? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Who knows? Maybe he witnessed Lin Feier's terrifying strength, and his mentality exploded, and he got stage fright. There were many different opinions off the court, and everyone's eyes were focused on Li Bo's vacant position. Muao Xue frowned slightly as she watched this scene. He is not such a coward. Miao Miao huddled aside, his eyes rolling around. Oh no! I overused hypnosis. Li Bo, wake up quickly. Lin Feier opened her red lips slightly, staring at Li Bo's position with cold eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking in her mind. 5 minutes passed, the referee looked at the time, sighed, and picked up the microphone again. Li Bo from Class 8 is absent. I hereby announce that Zhang Tingting will directly advance to the final. Woo-ah! Before he finished speaking, a dragon roar that resounded through the sky suddenly came from the sky above the circular arena. Wait a moment. Li Bo's voice then rang out in the martial arts competition arena, and everyone looked up. Under the dazzling sunlight, an incomparably holy snow-white ice dragon, carrying its beast master, galloped towards the arena. Chapter 34, Come to the Fore. Look! What is that? The dragon's roar was deafening, echoing continuously in the circular martial arts arena. Someone pointed at the Bai Linglong flying quickly in the air, with disbelief written all over his face. Dragon-type pet. A snow-white pterosaur. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen it before. It seems very powerful. Oh my god, this thing must be so expensive. Li Bo seems to be on my back. What? Li Bo? Isn't his pet a white spirit snake? How did it turn into a dragon? Holy crap! So handsome. Xiao Bai dived down towards the ring with all his strength, leaving a long white tail line in the clear sky, elegant and gorgeous. I have to say that Li Bo's way of appearance was very cool, and the audience instantly exploded like a pot of boiling water. The Beast Masters looked at Li Bo with different expressions, some envy, some jealousy, some disbelief. This is... Mu Xue's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at Li Bo's approaching figure. From a distance, she could feel the cold aura emitted by the white spirit dragon. She didn't understand why Li Bo had contracted such a powerful pet in such a short time. Miao Miao, who was standing by, had a relieved expression on his face. Thank goodness we made it. On the viewing platform, the class teacher Wu Gang took off his sunglasses and stared at Li Bo in amazement. Good boy. Brother Lu Jun. Didn't they say that this kid's contract was with a white spirit snake? How did he turn into a dragon? And this white dragon, why have I never seen one before? Lin Feng looked at Li Bo and said in confusion. Don't talk about you. I have been the principal for so many years, and I have never seen such a pet. But I always feel that this white dragon and the white spirit snake seem to have a certain relationship. Lu Jun stared at Xiao Bai's figure with vicious eyes. Lin Feier suddenly stopped, blinked her long eyelashes, and stared at Li Bo flying from the sky to the ring. Looking at Li Bo's confident look in the sunshine, Lin Feier's heartbeat unconsciously quickened by 3 points. It only took this guy 1 month to go from being unknown to being the center of attention. Thinking of this, Lin Feier couldn't help but smile. That's more like it. After Xiaobai landed on the ground, Li Bo jumped down from under it and hurried to the referee. Sorry. I'm late. Referee. If you're 1 second late, you'll be considered to have forfeited. That's really outrageous, the referee criticized sternly. Li Bo scratched his head. I'm so sorry. Something unexpected happened yesterday. Please give me another chance. Let's start the game if you're ready. The referee nodded and blew the whistle. Next. Zhang Tingting from Class 13 versus Li Bo from Class 8. Li Bo stood at the edge of the ring and smiled at Zhang Tingting opposite him. Sorry for the wait. Boom. Xiaobai took a step forward, ready for battle. Zhang Tingting glanced at Li Bo in surprise, with a warm smile on her face. Li Bo. Although your white dragon seems very powerful, I'm not afraid of you. Come out, Garridos. Following Zhang Tingting's call, a huge carp that was 2 meters long appeared on the stage. Name, Garridos. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Level, ordinary 8th level. Potential, excellent. Skills, water gun basic, slap basic, leaping dragon gate basic, blessing intermediate. Garridos is completely red, with an O-shaped mouth. The most noticeable thing about it is its fan-shaped tail, which is wider than its body. It gives people the feeling that it can kill someone with a slap. Oh? Garridos? This pet is quite interesting. Li Bo smiled faintly. As soon as Garridos appeared, Zhang Tingting immediately issued an attack command to it. Use the water gun. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 water guns as thick as a baby's arms came flying towards Xiaobai from the left and the right. Li Bo nodded, and Xiaobai understood. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Now. Leap over the dragon gate. Zhang Tingting had already thought of a strategy to deal with Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai took off, the Garridos' massive tail instantly bent, and with the rebound force of the ground whoosh, it instantly landed in front of Xiaobai. Slap. Zhang Tingting made a prompt decision and gave an order to Garridos, who then quickly flipped 180 degrees in the air, and roared towards Xiaobai with its huge tail. This set of moves is practiced very smoothly, but it's a pity that you met my Xiaobai. Li Bo's expression was calm, cold blade tail. Xiaobai's slender dragon tail quickly condensed cold air and turned into an ice knife, quickly rushing towards the attack of Garridos below. Bang! It was obvious that Garridos was overwhelmed by the collision of intermediate skills and primary skills. After being hit by Xiaobai's cold blade's tail, Garridos groaned and then fell rapidly to the ground. Oh! He even learned the cold blade tail. This white dragon's bloodline is quite high. Lin Feng on the stage said in surprise. Principal Lu Ju narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Xiaobai's every move. I didn't use flying skills to suppress it. This white dragon should have dual attributes of ice and dragon, and no flying attribute. Seeing Garridos being defeated, Zhang Tingting looked a little nervous. She didn't expect that Li Bo's white dragon was so powerful that he could suppress Garridos with just one strike. I can only pray and give it a try. Zhang Tingting muttered silently, I hope God will give me a lucky boost. Garridos' turquoise eyes began to move, emitting a faint glow. Finally used the blessing? Li Bo smiled. Blessing is Garridos' special skill, which can randomly evolve and use one of Garridos' skills once. The gap between the upper and lower limits of this skill is very large. After using it, the skill may fail to evolve, wasting the Beastmaster's mental energy in vain. But if the Beastmaster is lucky enough, he can evolve the skill once through praying. If you are extremely lucky, you can even evolve twice and directly reverse the battle. This was the first time Li Bo saw this skill in action, and he was curious about which skill Garridos would successfully evolve into. With a swish. Suddenly, the light in Garridos' eyes suddenly brightened, and Zhang Tingting's face showed ecstasy. Great! After 2 evolutions, I'm finally not so unhappy anymore. So lucky? Li Bo looked at Garridos' dashboard and noticed that his skill, Water Gun, was changing dramatically. Water Gun, Basic, High Pressure Water Gun, Intermediate, High Pressure Gatling Gun, Advanced. Hey! Li Bo, today I'll let you experience the fall of a genius. Zhang Tingting smiled mysteriously and shouted, High Pressure Gatling Water Gun. Then, dense water guns gushed out from Garridos' mouth and fired at Xiaobai in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Holy crap! Advanced skills. That's fucking outrageous. No. Is Zhang Tingting so lucky? The probability of praying for 2 evolutions is less than 1%, and she actually got both. This high-pressure Gatling gun goes whoosh whoosh. It's like masturbating. Advanced skills. Ordinary pets definitely can't withstand it. Unless there is a high-level skill to suppress it. Li Bo is in trouble this time. He met Zhang Tingting, the lucky one. Whose ordinary pet has advanced skills? Strange, why did this white dragon suddenly stop hiding? Everyone looked at Li Bo with doubt. The latter raised his lips in an imperceptible arc. I don't want to play with you anymore. Xiao Bai. Use hail suppression. Chapter 35 outshines all the others. Xiao Bai flapped his wings rapidly. Swish. 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 In the biting wind, hailstones as big as fists quickly formed and fell densely to the ground. After returning to its ancestral form and becoming a white spirit dragon, the power of hail has increased a lot. Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. This is the advanced skill hail. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun's pupils shrank sharply and his face could no longer remain calm. If an ordinary pet learned intermediate skills, it could only be said to be gifted. But if advanced skills are configured on ordinary pets, it would be incredible. The audience was in an uproar, watching the hailstone swung by Xiao Bai and talking about it. Oh my god! He even learned how to create hail. This white dragon is truly outrageous. Holy crap! That Gyarados used a high-level skill, that's lucky. That white dragon also used a high-level skill, is Li Bo cheating? No. Whose hailstones are as big as fists? Looking at the huge ice balls falling from the sky, everyone was stunned. In comparison, the power of the continuous Gatling water gun is not enough. Under the powerful suppression of Xiao Bai's hail, the water guns in the sky were swallowed up in an instant. The remaining hailstones mercilessly smashed onto Gyarados' huge body, causing screams to come one after another. Gyarados! Zhang Tingting looked at the scene with heartache. In less than a moment, Gyarados was knocked unconscious, and Li Bo immediately signaled Xiao Bai to stop. After all, this is just a competition, mainly for sparring. According to the rules, if the opponent falls unconscious or is expelled from the ring, he or she will be considered a loser. 5. 4. 3. The referee started the countdown. After 5 seconds, Gyarados was still unconscious. The referee raised Li Bo's hand and shouted. Gyarados is defeated. Li Bo advances. Everyone off the court was sighing. Although it was just a short game, Li Bo's Bai Linglong showed overwhelming strength. With this level of skill, I'm afraid this guy might become the dark horse to win the martial arts competition. Come back. Xiao Bai. Li Bo directly took Xiao Bai back to the pet space to rest. Today's competition will continue until the top 8 are decided. Therefore, it is a double challenge for the pet's physical strength and endurance. Li Bo found an inconspicuous place to sit down and silently observe the following game. During this period, many girls came to talk to Li Bo, but Li Bo, who was tired after a night of work, had already become as holy as a Buddha in his heart and had no interest in women at all. Soon, it was Mu Aoxue and her moonlight cat's turn in the preliminaries. The appearance of the school beauty once again pushed the atmosphere of the competition to another climax. But what surprised everyone was that Miao Miao chose not to fight as Moonlight Cat, but stood on the ring as a beast girl. Ha! Won't you turn back into Moonlight Cat? Li Bo looked at the scene curiously. Generally speaking, except for pets like the night werewolf that are born with orcish appearances, the combat capabilities of ordinary pets in the half-human, half-beast state are not as strong as their original bodies. Obviously, the Beastmasters watching the battle were shocked by this amazing operation. Mu Aoxue actually let Moonlight Cat appear in the form of a beast girl. This is too arrogant. Miao Miao has a very sexy and tall figure, and her appearance is comparable to that of her school beauty, the Beastmaster Mu Aoxue, which attracted the attention of many boys in the audience. However, Li Bo discovered that unlike the hot outfit she wore in the nightclub last night, Miao Miao was wearing a pair of white stockings today, her mysterious area was covered by a small apron, and her upper body was a well-behaved maid outfit. It can be said that how wild Miao Miao was before is how well-behaved she is now. As if noticing Li Bo's gaze, Miao Miao met his gaze with both eyes and blinked at Li Bo mischievously, as if he was very satisfied with Li Bo's performance last night. Damn it! Li Bo's face was filled with black lines, and he made up his mind to teach Miao Miao a lesson himself. Damn demon! How dare you flirt with my brother Li Bo? Ziyun, who had been lying on Li Bo's head, suddenly spoke. Since entering the martial arts competition arena, she has been lurking using phantom mimicry. Seeing Miao Miao's provocative eyes, Ziyun was furious. Brother Li Bo. If I meet Mu Aoxue in the competition, I must go. I will definitely beat this guy to a pulp. Miao Miao is fighting against an ordinary 9-segment cactus. Although the opponent's performance was also good, Miao Miao's skills were even more abnormal. She first used hypnosis to make the cactus fall asleep, and then in front of everyone, she kicked the cactus out of the ring. The other Beastmaster was completely dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth almost dropping to the ground. The whole battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. There was a brief silence in the audience, and then suddenly there was a commotion. Dirty. Really dirty. Fuck. Is this hypnosis even possible? Even psychic pets are this awesome. If you're capable, go contract one. Calm down. It's just basic hypnosis. Just don't look into its eyes and nothing will happen. Don't look at the eyes? My pet isn't a blind monk, so why would it get a black forged eye? Suddenly, Miao Miao was being criticized by thousands of people, but she looked unconcerned, her hands behind her head, and she lazily walked off the stage. The first round of eliminations ended quickly, half of the students were eliminated, and the other half continued to compete. Soon, Li Bo had his second game. The one on the field is Xiaobai again, and his opponent is an ordinary 9th-level quick-frozen penguin, also of the ice type. However, Xiaobai did not take the opponent seriously at all. Relying on his flexible maneuverability in the air, he captured the frozen penguin with a dragon claw and quickly ended the battle. As the number of people who advanced continued to halve, the level of the Beastmasters Li Bo encountered also became higher. But fortunately, Xiaobai is more skilled. Rain Tadpole defeated. Li Bo advances. The Earth Lizard is defeated. Li Bo advances. Shen Tinghua is defeated. Li Bo advances. In the qualifying rounds, Li Bo was unstoppable and successfully made it into the top 16. At dusk, Li Bo entered his last round of competition today, which is the quarterfinals. The next match is between Class 7's Tao Jian and Class 8's Li Bo. Please invite them to the stage. As the referee shouted, thunderous applause suddenly broke out from the audience. Those who can advance to the top 16 are undoubtedly the best at winning the championship. This Tao Jian seems to be very popular, and many people are constantly calling his name. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young man dressed in extremely simple clothes slowly walked onto the stage. Li Bo. I finally met you. Tao Jian greeted him with a smile, his every move exuding a resolute temperament. Please give me your guidance. Tao Jian. Li Bo responded politely and sent Xiaobai on stage again. Looking at Bai Linglong's appearance, Tao Jian smiled lightly. After so much training, we finally met an opponent worthy of our full effort. Then Tao Jian made a summoning gesture and shouted in a serious tone. Come out, flaming fighting chicken. Chapter 36, Flaming Cockfighting. Flaming fighting chicken? When he saw the pet, Li Bo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The flame chicken evolved from the elite flame chicken. It is 2 meters tall and stands on 2 legs. Its body is burning with thick flames from head to toe, and it has a pair of fierce eyes like an eagle. Just by standing there, the flame-fighting cock exudes a powerful aura that is shocking. Li Bo originally wanted to contract a Blaziken from the 3 great Pokémons, so when he saw this flaming fighting chicken, his emotions were very complicated. As one of the most famous pets for the common people, Flammel combines fierce attack and swiftness. Because it was a gift from the country, it can be said that it helped many talented but financially strapped Beastmasters to get through the early stages. Just now I was hearing people in the audience talking about how someone in Jianghai's freshman class had already evolved the Blaziken into the fierce flaming chicken. I didn't expect to see them so soon. Li Bo took another closer look at the young man named Tao Jian. Although the clothes he wore were old, they were washed exceptionally clean. He thought that his family background was probably not much better than his own. The young man's eyes exuded a sense of determination, just like his flaming fighting cock. He looked straight ahead with determination and full of fighting spirit. Li Bo, neither the fiery fighting cock nor I will hold back. You'd better be careful. Tao Jian said. I'll do my best. Name, Flame Fighting Chicken. Gender, male. Attributes, Fire, Combat. Level, Elite First Stage. Potential, Excellent. Skills, Fast Movement Basic, Fire Blade Basic, Flame Kick Basic, Flame Wave Intermediate, Arrow Step Intermediate. Description: a battle-hardened fighting cock, the blazing flames burning on its body symbolize its unyielding will. 3 beginners, 2 intermediates. After opening the panel of the flame-fighting cock, Li Bo was surprised. With such configuration, it is considered to be the best in the same class. No wonder Tao Jian is so confident that he can cultivate the fierce fighting cock to such a level. I wonder how much hardship this guy has endured. Xiao Bai. Be careful. Li Bo looked at Xiao Bai and reminded him. I'm not afraid of its owner. Xiao Bai replied without any fear. Despite saying so, Li Bo couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was Xiao Bai's first time to challenge an elite pet, and its attributes were completely restrained. If he wasn't careful, he might fail. The most important thing is that he always feels that Tao Jian is not as simple as he seems. Go! Flame fighting cock. The flag of victory is waving to us. In the blink of an eye, Tao Jian issued an attack order. Dad Ada. The flaming turkey took swift steps, like a phantom, and rushed towards Xiao Bai quickly. Move quickly. You've really mastered it. Li Bo squinted his eyes and gave Xiao Bai instructions in his mind. Let's fly. Take advantage of the air superiority. Whoosh. Xiao Bai flapped his wings rapidly and left the spot immediately, and the flame-fighting cock missed his target in an instant. Let's fly too. Tao Jian shouted. The flame-fighting chicken reacted extremely quickly. After its attack missed, it braked decisively. It opened its hands, and the feathers on its arms spread out as wings. It actually chased in the direction of Xiao Bai. Li Bo was not very surprised by this. Some talented fighting cocks had the ability to fly short distances, and Tao Jian's was one of them. Hail suppression. Xiao Bai flew faster and quickly gained air superiority. Crash. Merciless hail fell quickly, covering the head of the flaming turkey. I guessed you would use this trick. Tao Jian smiled confidently. Move quickly to assist the arrow step. Break through. The flame-fighting chicken first dodged a huge hailstone by turning sideways, and then stepped on it directly as a step. With a whoosh, the flame-fighting chicken rose 4 or 5 meters. There's something. Seeing the fiery fighting cock's extremely agile figure, dodging and moving back and forth in the hailstorm with ease, Li Bo immediately said to Xiao Bai with caution. Give up the hail. Beware of its sudden attack. Xiao Bai immediately put away the hail, but was surprised to find that an extremely hot breath was coming quickly from below. It's too late. Tao Jian looked like he had everything under control. Use fire kick. The flaming fighting cock relied on the last hailstone and suddenly shot to Xiao Bai's side. At the same time, the flames on its feet suddenly exploded, and the hot breath made Xiao Bai feel dangerous. You can't dodge it. Block it with your wings. Li Bo reacted quickly, and Xiao Bai hurriedly folded his wings in front to protect his body. Bang! The flaming fighting cock kicked Xiao Bai's wings mercilessly with its feet, and the powerful force caused Xiao Bai to fly for more than 10 meters. Be careful. Don't cross the line. Li Bo reminded that the boundaries of the martial arts competition field in the air are the same as those on the ground. Once you exceed the boundaries, you will be eliminated. Xiao Bai quickly spread his wings and stabilized his body when he was about to cross the boundary line in the air, while the flame turkey did a backflip and knelt on one knee after a gorgeous fall. Although he resisted the attack, Xiao Bai had 2 burn marks on his pure white ice crystal wings, and a feeling of pain penetrated his heart. It was actually blocked. This white dragon is really not that simple. Tao Jian's expression flashed with surprise. He had been observing and recording Li Bo's battles in the previous rounds and was already familiar with Xiao Bai's skills. He didn't expect that the actual battle would be far more difficult than he had imagined. Li Bo's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. I almost let Xiao Bai get eliminated due to my carelessness. I guess I can't just sit there and wait for death. Use ice fog to block the flame-fighting chicken's vision first. Li Bo conveyed the message to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai nodded, swooped down quickly, and at a tricky angle, sent out a thick ice mist to cover the flaming fighting cock. Facing the icy fog, Tao Jian was not panicked at all. Ice fog, huh? Let me show you how to dissolve it. He shouted, flame-fighting chicken. Use flame wave. Flames filled the eyes of the fiery fighting chicken, and then it threw a heavy punch out of thin air. With a loud bang. With the flaming fighting chicken's fist as the center, an invisible white heat wave quickly gushed out, directly melting the oncoming ice fog. When the battlefield returned to normal, the pupils of the flame-fighting cock suddenly constricted. Because not far ahead, the ferocious white spirit dragon was rushing towards him with its sharp claws. Tao Jian's face changed. No! Quickly block it with a fire kick. The flaming fighting cock quickly changed its shape, and at the critical moment when the ferocious dragon claw grabbed it, it used a flaming kick to accurately block the dragon claw. Xiao Bai began to retreat under the force. That was a close call. Tao Jian just breathed a sigh of relief, but his face suddenly darkened. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Before the flame-fighting cock could steady itself, it discovered that a powerful white dragon's tail had wrapped around it tightly. Chapter 37 Ignition Blizzard. Tao Jian suddenly understood that Bai Linglong had pretended to be repelled, and took advantage of the unstable center of gravity of the flame-fighting chicken to launch a sneak attack on it with its tail. Fly! Death coil! Li Bo said coldly. Woo-ah! The dragon's roar sounded again, and the little white tail swept up the flaming fighting cock, and it suddenly spun and flew towards the sky above. Oh no! Tao Jian's face was in a panic, and he no longer had the composure he had just now. Because he could clearly feel that as the white spirit dragon's death coil exerted its strength, the flame-fighting chicken's body was suffering from the pain of being forcibly squeezed. The white spirit dragon continued to soar upwards. From the audience's perspective, they could see that the white spirit dragon's figure was getting smaller and smaller. Fuck, Li Bo's move is really ruthless. Let's not even talk about how long the flame-fighting chicken can last under the death coil. If it falls from such a high altitude, it will be crippled if not dead. A normal level dragon can put up such a brilliant performance against an elite level dragon. Who on earth is this white spirit dragon? The white spirit dragon is already at the common 9th stage. I can't believe how powerful it will be once it evolves into an elite level form. It's already like this. Isn't Tao Jian going to give up? If you don't admit defeat, the flame-fighting chicken will really die. There were many different opinions in the audience, and everyone cast their eyes on Tao Jian. Even the referee was sweating as he looked at him, holding the whistle in his hand ready to blow at any time. The pressure of public opinion and the struggle of the fierce fighting cock were like mountains pressing down on Tao Jian's heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. After a long silence, Tao Jian suddenly shouted hysterically. I'm fighting with the flaming cock. How can we possibly stop in a place like this? He looked at the two pets that had already turned into the size of stars in the sky, with a desperate expression. Use all your strength to burn your body. Flame-fighting chicken. Feeling the will of its beast master, the flaming fighting cock in desperate situation suddenly opened its eyes. With the support of strong belief, all I heard was a loud bang. The flames on the flaming fighting cock soared 3 meters, and its whole body was like a fireball. Burned by the 1,000-foot high temperature, Xiao Bai screamed and immediately let go of his tail as a conditioned reflex. Like a burning meteorite, the flaming turkey quickly descended towards the ring. Because its wings were on fire just now, when the flame-fighting chicken landed, it rolled back several times uncontrollably and fell to the ground. 5. 4. The referee started counting down again. 3. 2. Just before the count reached 1, the flame-fighting cock suddenly moved its body, and finally staggered to its feet. It looked very painful as it was trying to hold on. Can you still fight? Everyone, including the referee, was shocked and moved by the indomitable fighting spirit of the fiery fighting cock, and they all burst into thunderous applause. The greatest charm of pet battles lies in the bond and belief between pets and beastmasters that transcends life and death. The flame-fighting cock was trembling all over, its feathers were burnt, and its body was covered with scars, but it still stood stubbornly, making a weak but firm cry. Li Bo was also moved by the moment. Regardless of winning or losing, this fierce fighting cock is an opponent worthy of respect. Li Bo. You are very strong. Stronger than I could have imagined. Tao Jian suddenly looked at Li Bo, but he changed his tone and gritted his teeth. No matter how powerful your white spirit dragon is, it's still an ice-type pet. Li Bo squinted his eyes and looked at him. Originally, I was going to use this trump card in the finals. But using it on you in advance is worth it. What? A bad premonition came over Li Bo. At this time, Xiao Bai slowly flew back from the sky. Seeing this, Tao Jian shouted. Ignite! Ignite! Tao Jian's beast-taming talent. Someone off the court suddenly said in shock. Since awakening, I have never seen Tao Jian use this talent. This talent seems to be B-level, so no one has paid much attention to it. Ignite? Li Bo frowned slightly. It should be some kind of beast-taming talent that increases fire attribute. Let me show you the strongest bond between me and the flaming fighting chicken. A pale smile appeared on Tao Jian's face, and then he heard the fierce fighting cock crowing at the sky with its almost hoarse voice. With a loud bang, the entire martial arts competition arena was suddenly filled with boundless heat waves, and the temperature began to rise sharply. What? Feeling that the temperature in the martial arts competition field had suddenly risen by more than 20 degrees, Li Bo's face changed. At this time, Lu Jun in the stand smiled appreciatively. Ha ha! The ignition talent has extremely high upper and lower limits. When a fire-attributed pet is stationed, it can forcibly increase the air temperature within the range, creating a high-temperature environment that is beneficial to fire-attributed pets. Although it's only a B-level talent, its effect is positively correlated with the beliefs of the Beastmaster, and the beast in question, Tao Jian, is a true king. In his hands, this talent could be as effective as an S-level one. Oh? So, Li Bo is in big trouble. Lin Feng cast his gaze on Li Bo curiously. How are you going to deal with this? All this happened in an instant. The moment Xiao Bai returned to the battlefield, he found that the temperature had risen by more than 30 degrees. Master! It hurts. Xiao Bai cast a painful look at Li Bo, and Li Bo found that the ice crystals on its feathers began to melt. No! Xiao Bai! Hurry up and break through to end the battle. Li Bo made a prompt decision and decided that he could not delay any longer. Xiao Bai gritted his teeth and nodded, then flapped his wings forcefully and rushed towards the flame-fighting chicken again. The opponent's physical strength had reached the limit, and he only needed a dragon claw to solve the problem. I won't let you rush in. Tao Jian immediately ordered, as if he had guessed Li Bo's intention. Use Flame Wave. Stop it. Boom. The fiery fighting chicken once again unleashed a wave of flames. Under the influence of the high-temperature environment, the range of the wave of flames became extremely wide, like an invisible net covering Xiao Bai. Feeling the heat wave coming towards him, Xiao Bai was shocked and reflexively sprayed out ice mist to block it. The heat wave gushed in, instantly melting all the ice fog. The remaining power of the flame wave directly enveloped Xiao Bai's body and repelled him. A look of pain flashed across Xiao Bai's face. The power of the ice mist is still too low. Li Bo's face didn't look very good. Flame Wave and Ice Mist are both intermediate skills, but in terms of attributes, Flame Wave is extremely powerful against Ice Mist. Moreover, in such a high-temperature environment, Xiao Bai's Ice Mist seems a little vulnerable. In order to break the opponent's Flame Wave, you must have more powerful skills to resist it. It can't withstand the current flames. Fierce flame fighting cock, keep attacking. Tao Jian's face was filled with joy, as if he saw a chance to win. Another surging wave of fire came, Xiao Bai's face changed, and he had to use Ice Mist to block it. After several rounds, Xiao Bai was already covered with wounds, and the ice crystals on his body kept melting. The worst thing was that the temperature on the field continued to rise, almost reaching 100 degrees, and the heat waves on the field were almost distorted. The situation turned around in an instant, and everyone was worried about Xiao Bai. Tao Jian was right. No matter how strong Xiao Bai was, it was still an ice-type pet. Within this fixed range, his ignition is almost unsolvable. Noob. Li Bo looked at Xiao Bai worriedly. The other party was very weak now and didn't even have the strength to fly. In addition, the flames from the fierce fighting cock came one after another, and Xiao Bai was overwhelmed and had to retreat step by step. Li Bo. Are you still not giving up? Your ice dragon will suffocate in this heat. Tao Jian reminded. Xiao Bai. Come back. Let Ziyun go up and end the battle. Li Bo said to Xiao Bai seriously. According to the competition rules, the martial arts competition is not limited to only one pet beast on the field, but at this stage, most beastmasters have contracted a pet beast. Originally, Li Bo didn't plan to reveal the mysterious Ziyun so early, but Xiao Bai has reached this point and can no longer hold back his strength. I can still hold on, master. Xiao Bai's stubborn response came to Li Bo's mind. No. The temperature on this battlefield is already over 100 degrees. There's no point in persisting. Li Bo scolded, if something goes wrong, do you want the master to regret it for the rest of his life? If Xiao Bai can't even hold on, how can he deal with Lin Fei, and how can he defeat the red crystal armored dragon? Xiao Bai said in a trembling voice as he numbly waved out the ice mist. Xiao Bai. Li Bo felt a pang in his heart when he heard this. Although Xiaobai looks gentle, she has an extremely strong character. Li Bo knows very well that no one can stop her once she has made up her mind to do something, just like at Sunset Beach, where she risked her life to protect the dragon turtle crystal core. In that case, Xiaobai. Li Bo's eyes also became firm. Then let's go all out. Keep using Ice Mist. Let's see who can outlast the other. Li Bo stared at the flame fighting cock with a fierce look in his eyes. Although Xiaobai was not in good condition, the opponent was also gritting his teeth and persevering. You. Seeing that Li Bo was not giving up, Tao Jian felt unprecedented pressure. The flame turkey was injured and fell from a high altitude just now. Its condition is very critical. It can hold on until now only by holding on with one breath. Neither of the two pets wanted to give up first, so the pet duel suddenly turned into a test of endurance and a contest of will. Before I knew it, dozens of rounds had passed. Continuously waving the ice mist has reached Xiaobai's limit. The ice on his body flows down like water, dripping onto the scorching ground, and disappears into nothingness with a hiss sound. Silly Xiaobai. Just when Li Bo was struggling over whether to forcibly recall Xiaobai back to the pet space, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Congratulations to the host. White Spirit Dragon continuously waves Ice Mist to activate the hidden task Ice Mist evolution. Quest requirements: Bai Linglong uses Ice Mist 100 times in a row. Task progress: 100. Task rewards are being distributed. Ice Mist, Intermediate, Blizzard, Advanced. Chapter 38 Advance to the quarterfinals. What? A blizzard? Looking at the information on the panel, Li Bo's eyes lit up. Blizzard Advanced Skill creates a large-scale blizzard environment, causing frostbite to those hit. Li Bo is not unfamiliar with this skill. Blizzard combines cluster damage and field control, and can be said to be a very powerful ice skill. There are many beastmasters in this world who specialize in one type of beast, and there are even more who specialize in the ice type. But if you want to play a pure ice lineup well, Blizzard is an indispensable configuration. However, in a battle at the level of the freshman martial arts competition, taking out the Blizzard would seem a bit bullying. But Xiaobai is in danger now, and Li Bo can't care about so much. Xiaobai. Use Blizzard. End the battle. Hearing Li Bo's voice that gave him a sense of security, Xiaobai suddenly perked up. New skills. Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. He didn't know why his master was so powerful. He always made him suddenly realize powerful skills. Thinking of this, I like Li Bo even more. The casting movements and key points of Blizzard seemed to be imprinted in Xiaobai's mind. Suddenly, her azure dragon eyes shone strangely, and an extremely cold breath overflowed from her eyes. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the martial arts competition field, and the originally hot venue suddenly became extremely cold. The biting cold wind blew, and everyone couldn't help but put their hands in front of their eyes. This is... Lu Jun widened his eyes, quickly stood up from his seat, held onto the railing, and stared at Bai Linglong's movements motionlessly. Brother Lu Jun. Why are you so panicked? Lin Foam also stood up and said in confusion. Snowstorm. It's a snowstorm. Lu Jun said with trembling eyelids, genius. Absolutely a genius. Oh? Blizzard? Advanced ice type skill? Lin Foam looked at Li Bo calmly, with a glint of admiration in his eyes. What's this? Tao Jian shielded his eyes and watched the effect of the fire he had ignited quickly disappear. His eyes flickered with disbelief. It's hard to imagine that such a commotion was caused by an ordinary pet. Thinking of this, Tao Jian's always firm heart suddenly wavered, and a sense of disappointment surged in his heart. Obviously, I have tried very hard to shine, but in front of this genius, I am still reduced to a dull background. Before I knew it, pure white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Look! It's snowing. With a loud noise, everyone looked up at the sky. Snowflakes filled the sky and landed on everyone's shoulders. The martial arts competition field instantly turned into Xiaobai's gorgeous stage. Mu Aoshue stretched out her beautiful hand and caught a snowflake, her eyes flickering as she said, "What a nice view." Oh? Lin Feier was stunned, and a smile appeared on her lips as she looked at Li Bo. Interesting. As the little white wings flapped rapidly, endless wind and snow gathered together, and then formed a snow-white cold current dozens of meters wide, covering the flaming fighting cock. The winner is decided. The cold current was as powerful as an avalanche, and the small flame wave was unable to stop it at all. The flaming fighting cock was quickly enveloped by the blizzard and swept out of the ring. When Li Bo asked Xiao Bai to stop, he saw the flame fighting cock lying on the ground, dying. The flames in its body were almost extinguished, and cold air was coming out of its mouth while its body was constantly moving. Flaming fighting chicken. Tao Jian shouted and quickly ran out to check the injuries of the flame fighting cock. It's okay. There are still vital signs. Tao Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and asked the medical staff to help carry the fierce fighting cock for treatment, and said to Li Bo, "What a thrilling battle! I lost. Li Bo, thank you for showing mercy." Tao Jian was very grateful that Bai Linglong stopped in time, otherwise the power of the blizzard would have been enough to kill the flame fighting chicken directly. Li Bo smiled faintly and said, "It was just luck, Tao Jian. I have to say, your flame chicken is very strong. I'm really surprised that you can cultivate flame chicken to this level." Hearing Li Bo's praise, Tao Jian was stunned for a moment, then he smiled with relief. "To have your approval makes this battle worthwhile. I will continue to work hard." Tao Jian turned and left, leaving behind only a slightly lonely figure. Li Bo wins. Advances to the quarterfinals. The referee's voice was like thunder, igniting the atmosphere in the martial arts arena once again. Li Bo. Li Bo. The shouts from the audience rose one after another. As the last qualifying match for the top 16, it has to be said that this is the most exciting battle since the start of the martial arts competition. The tenacity displayed by Tao Jian and his flaming fighting cock, as well as Bai Linglong's sudden outburst of survival in desperate situations, deeply shocked everyone present. This textbook-like offensive and defensive battle was extremely beneficial for both the beastmasters on both sides and the students watching from the audience. At this time, Xiao Bai was lying motionless on the field. The moment she knocked the flaming fighting cock out of the field, she fainted due to exhaustion. "Thanks for your hard work, Xiao Bai." Li Bo caressed its head with heartache, sighed, and took it back to the beast control space. "It's still a bit difficult to encounter an elite fire-type pet. It seems that we have to hurry up and break through." After the game, Li Bo did not leave the scene immediately. According to the process, the next step is to draw lots to determine the list of top 8 to top 4. Li Bo also wanted to know which player he would fight against in the next battle. Sure enough, after adjusting for a moment, the referee cleared his throat and began to preside over the meeting again. "Everyone. After a day of fierce competition, the top 8 contestants of the martial arts competition have all been announced. They are Li Bo, Lin Feier, Mu Aoshua, Wang Linxian. For the quarterfinals, we'll give the players 1 day to train and adjust. The competition officially begins the day after tomorrow. Before that, we will randomly draw the matchup list for the semi-finals today. Next. Everyone, please look at the screen." As soon as the referee finished speaking, the names of the 8 contestants scrolled rapidly on both sides of the screen. Everyone held their breath and watched the movement intently. With the end of the rolling, the list of players for the first round of the competition was quickly finalized. Mu Oshua vs Zhu Chen. Li Bo had seen the previous match of this man named Zhu Chen. The opponent's main pet was an elite second-level steel fist gorilla, and its momentum was very strong. Li Bo couldn't help but glance at Mu Aoshua and Miao Miao, thinking that they should also be planning to break through to the elite level. After all, among the top 8 contestants, only Mu Aoshua's main pet is still at the ordinary level and has not yet started evolving. Okay. Let's proceed to the second round of drawing lots. As the referee read out the announcement, the screen scrolled quickly again. And when both sides' names were paused, everyone couldn't help but hiss. There were a few big words written on it. Li Bo vs Lin Feier. Chapter 39 Evolution. Frost Ice Dragon. Oh my god. It's finally here. Dragon vs Dragon. Interesting. I didn't expect the two of them would actually meet in the quarterfinals. The fateful battle. I'm really looking forward to it. I thought Li Bo was definitely going to lose. But with such a strong performance, I'm afraid he can really compete with Lin Feier. I don't think so. Although Li Bo's white spirit dragon is powerful, Lin Feier's red armor crystal dragon is superior in both level and strength. It all depends on whether Li Bo can quickly break through the white spirit dragon level. I'm also eager to see what it can evolve into. It seems that if Li Bo wins, he can get Lin Feier's 1 million, and if he loses, he has to be her boyfriend? Damn it. I'm not at a disadvantage anyway. Why can't I get this good thing? There are different opinions off the court about who is stronger, but the battle between the two has indeed attracted a lot of attention. It can be said to be the most anticipated match in Jeongdo Woobi. Li Bo let out a long sigh. What was supposed to happen has finally happened. He couldn't help but cast his gaze from afar towards Lin Feier, who was standing opposite him, and found that she was also staring at him. When meeting Li Bo's gaze, Lin Feier's lips curled up slightly, then she revealed a provocative smile and turned to leave the martial arts competition arena. Damn it! That's crazy! Li Bo was so angry that his teeth were itching. He had always been bullied by this woman. Now he finally had the chance to take revenge. He must fight hard in the competition the day after tomorrow. Right. It's time to go find Yang Fei and submit the mission. Li Bo suddenly thought of something and immediately put on his bulging bag and left the school. After making many twists and turns, Li Bo finally arrived at that alley again. As expected, as soon as I entered the alley, I saw Yang Fei's long-awaited back. You're finally here. It seemed as if he had already guessed that the person coming was Li Bo, Yang Fei said without turning his head. Minister Yang. I'm here to submit the task. I should not be late. Li Bo said uncertainly. I didn't expect that. You're quite efficient. Yang Fei turned around and looked at Li Bo with a smile, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Stop talking. I'm almost going bankrupt from going to bars these days. By the way, why doesn't the Hunter Association pay some basic salary? Li Bo complained. You've just become a hunter, and you're already thinking about getting paid? Are you going to be like Scar and the others, doing dirty work for others and getting paid dirty money? Yang Fei's sharp eyes shot directly at Li Bo, who chuckled. How dare I, Minister Yang? As a hunter, I always remember my mission, which is to serve the people. Slippery-tongued brat. Yang Fei rolled his eyes at him. All right, give me the thing. Upon hearing this, Li Bo immediately squatted down, put his backpack on the ground, opened the zipper, revealing the ferocious wolf head of the night werewolf covered in blood. Yang Fei opened his mouth wide. Just like that, Shui Lingling stuffed the wolf head into the bag. What else can I do? A poor kid like me. I don't have money to buy any storage equipment? Li Bo looked at Yang Fei pitifully. No. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Yang Fei said. Don't cry poor to me, kid. There are storage equipment in the Hunter Mall that can be exchanged for your contribution points. Your identity as a night werewolf is fine. 350 contribution points have been issued to your account. Check it yourself. He. Minister Yang. Didn't I say I wanted to exchange for 3 cold spirit grasses? How can I get so many contribution points to exchange for storage equipment? Li Bo stared at Yang Fei with a look of anticipation, like a hungry child waiting to be fed. Forget it. There's really nothing I can do about you. Yang Fei took out a storage ring from his bag. Here. Take it and use it. Storage ring. Li Bo's eyes lit up, but he hesitated for a moment. This won't deduct my contribution points? You are such a stubborn kid. Yang Fei sighed helplessly. Just use it and feel free. I bought this out of my own pocket as a reward for completing a bounty perfectly on your first try. There's about 10 cubic meters of space inside, which should be enough to meet your current storage needs. Li Bo was overjoyed and quickly took the storage ring. Minister. Oh. No. Brother Yang. You are such a kind person. From now on, I will be at your service. If you need anything from me, just give me instructions. Of course, it would be even better if I can contribute. Oh? Seriously? Yang Fei raised his eyebrows. There's a bounty on Jianghai University. Would you consider taking it? The price is quite high, isn't it? Jiang Da's reward? Li Bo frowned, suddenly remembering the last time he eavesdropped on the conversation between Mu Aoshue and Yang Fei, in which they said that someone wanted to pay a high price to buy the Jiangda Martial Arts Championship. Li Bo guessed that Yang Fei already knew that he had entered the quarterfinals, so he issued this kind of bounty to him again. Although it is still unknown whether he can win the championship, Li Bo always feels uncomfortable about deliberately losing the game. Both of his 2 pets have very strong personalities. If they really surrender without a fight, Xiao Bai and Ziyun will be the first to disagree. Before Yang Fei could tell him the specific reward, Li Bo shook his head. Hey. Still no. I won't answer it for now. Sly boy. Knowing that Li Bo was pretending to be stupid, Yang Fei sighed. Since you and Xiaoxue are unwilling to take it, I have no choice but to turn this task down. Oh, I'm going to get my performance deducted again. Brother Yang, there's no need to sigh. Li Bo said sternly, now you have a brave general like me. From now on, our 4210th Division will surely prosper. You are the one who knows how to talk. Yang Fei rubbed Li Bo's head vigorously. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You said before that you wanted to exchange for the cold spirit grass, right? Did you bring it? Li Bo looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. Of course. Yang Fei smiled and immediately took out 3 crystal clear little grasses from his body. Cold spirit grass. Li Bo's eyes lit up. The cold spirit grass was snow white in color, and emitted a bright white light under the sunlight. Li Bo held it in his hand, and a bone-chilling chill penetrated his heart. 1 piece of cold spirit grass is worth 100 contribution points. After exchanging for 3 pieces, you only have 50 contribution points left. Yang Fei said. Good. Li Bo was in a very happy mood. It seemed that joining the Hunter Association was the right decision. The more you work, the more you earn. As long as you take on more tasks, you can get a lot of evolution materials that are difficult to buy outside. No problem, I'll be leaving first. Stay tuned for updates, I'll post bounty missions for you regularly. Yang Fei gave Li Bo a few instructions and then said goodbye. The next day after returning home, Li Bo summoned Xiao Bai. Owner. The moment he saw Li Bo, the fatigue on Xiao Bai's face disappeared a lot. It seems like you've recovered well in the beast taming space. After a night of recovery, all the scars on Xiao Bai's body healed, his wings were as white as before, and his whole body exuded a chilling aura. Everything is ready. It's time for you to evolve. Xiao Bai. Hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately perked up. Yes. I'm ready. Master. Li Bo nodded and immediately opened the Xiao Bai Evolution Task Panel. Evolution Mission. Task 1, White Spirit Dragon reaches normal 9th level, achieved. Mission 2, command the White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against opposing attributes, current progress, 1-1. Task 3, collect 3 stalks of cold spirit grass, current progress, 3-3. It has been detected that all the evolution conditions of the White Spirit Dragon have been met, and elite level evolution can be started. Should I evolve the White Spirit Dragon into the Frost Ice Dragon? Li Bo placed the cold spirit grass in front of him and shouted. Evolution. Chapter 40 Long Way. As the evolution began, Xiao Bai's body suddenly burst out with dazzling white light, forming a huge ball of light, illuminating Li Bo's entire room into a hazy light. Xiao Bai was completely enveloped in the white light, as if it had its own gravity. The 3 cold spirit grasses in Li Bo's hand all flew towards Xiao Bai uncontrollably until they completely disappeared in the white light. Has the fusion started? Although the white light almost blinded Li Bo's eyes, he still endured the pain and observed every movement of evolution. We must succeed. Li Bo's hands were sweating. After all, there was a certain probability of failure in evolution. Losing materials after failure was a small matter, but damaging the foundation of the pet would make it extremely difficult to evolve again in the future. Evolution successful. Host, please check your latest pet, the Frost Ice Dragon. The good news from the system came to his mind, and Li Bo opened his eyes wide with excitement. Success! However, as the light faded, Li Bo heard a loud boom. A big hole suddenly appeared on the roof of the house due to Xiao Bai's evolved head. Fuck! Li Bo felt very disappointed, as this made the already poor family even worse off. I'm sorry. Master. Xiao Bai's regretful voice sounded. I have tried my best to control my body shape. She curled up on the ground like a child who had done something wrong. Li Bo saw that the evolved Xiao Bai had become twice as big as before and was indeed too confined in the room. He gently stroked her dragon horns, which were as perfect as sculptures. It's okay, Xiao Bai. It's just to be expected. Originally, Li Bo planned to evolve Xiao Bai into an elite in a remote suburb, but then he thought that the evolution of pets cannot be disturbed by the outside world. If something unexpected happens and destroys Xiao Bai's evolution sequence, he will regret it. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Bo decided to start the evolution in his own small house, so he sacrificed the roof. Li Bo put his thoughts aside and looked at Xiao Bai carefully. The Frost Ice Dragon's body length suddenly increased from 3 meters to 7 meters. Xiaobai's overall shape is still a snow-white pterosaur covered with ice crystals, but its form looks a lot more mature. The dragon's horns branched into ice crystal antlers, and the dragon's genetic characteristics became more and more obvious. In addition, 5 sharp ice spikes protruded from Xiaobai's slender spine, emitting a dangerous aura. The edge of the dragon's wings sharpened into ice blades, and under the illumination of the light, a chilling light penetrated people's hearts. Standing next to Xiaobai, Li Bo instantly felt that the temperature had dropped a lot compared to before. It seems like the power of ice-type skills has increased a lot. Li Bo smiled with satisfaction and immediately opened the Xiaobai panel. Name: Frost Ice Dragon. Gender: female. Attributes: Ice Dragon. Level: Elite First Stage. Potential: Overlord level. Status: Hungry. Skills: Dragon Claw Basic, Dragon Might Intermediate, Death Coil Intermediate, Cold Blade Tail Intermediate, Cold Edge Thorn Intermediate, Blizzard Advanced, Hail Advanced, Ice Armor Advanced. Description: a noble dragon species soaring across the frozen lands, the Frost Dragons, rulers of the Frozen Age 10,000 years ago, saw their prosperity decline with global warming, long lost in the dust of history. I've learned Dragon Power. Looking at the new skills appearing in the skill bar, Li Bo touched his chin and began to think. Dragon Might is a relatively common dragon-type skill. It intimidates the opponent by emitting the aura from the eyes, achieving a terrifying effect. There are 2 aspects that can influence the power of Dragon Might. One is level. When a high-level dragon beast uses its Dragon Might against a low-level opponent, it can often make the opponent surrender without a fight. The second is bloodline. For purebred dragon beasts with noble blood, the power of Dragon Might is even greater. Even if you accidentally encounter a ferocious beast that is much higher in level than you, the kingly aura emitted by the dragon's might can often directly force the opponent back. It seems that after evolving, Xiaobai's dragon characteristics have become more obvious. Li Bo looked curiously at the description of Xiaobai's information that was updated in the system. The ruler of the Ice Age. It seems that Xiaobai's ancestors are not simple. Li Bo suddenly remembered what his homeroom teacher Wu Gang had said before, that Xiaobai was captured by teacher Jiangdi in an extremely cold place, and was later placed in the training base as a training pet. Xiaobai's original form was a white spirit snake. So it seems that the trace of true dragon blood contained in its body as described by the system before must be from the lineage of the Lingshuang Ice Dragon. If Xiaobai is evolved to the Overlord level, perhaps he can reproduce the peak dominance of his ancestors in the Frozen Age. Aohan Ice Dragon King. So, Xiaobai, you are a descendant of the royal family. Li Bo looked at Xiaobai with a smile, but the other party was confused. He just blinked his blue eyes and looked at Li Bo curiously. Li Bo stretched out his hand and transformed Xiaobai into a beast girl again. In her human form, her appearance did not change at all. Master. I'm so hungry. Xiaobai said weakly. Ah. Li Bo suddenly looked at Xiaobai's information in the system. The status bar displayed the word hungry for Xiaobai. Li Bo slapped his forehead. Look how excited I am. I almost forgot about this. I wonder if Xiaobai's diet has changed after evolving. Li Bo couldn't help but think about it. When pets are in the normal stage, due to their development, they mainly rely on simple supplementary foods such as nutrient solution. Once a pet reaches the elite level, its appetite will increase significantly, and nutrient solution will no longer be enough to fill its stomach. Beastmasters will then prepare nutritious meals based on the pet's preferences. Xiaobai? What do you want to eat? Li Bo asked Xiaobai. I want to eat meat. Xiaobai said with a serious look. Meat? Li Bo was stunned. It turned out that ice dragons also liked meat. He thought Xiaobai grew up eating ice in the wild. It seems that we will have to spend a lot more money in the future, but no matter how poor we are, we cannot let our children starve. Li Bo asked. What kind of meat do you want to eat? I'll take you to buy it. Xiaobai shook his head lightly. Xiaobai doesn't quite understand. That's right. I haven't taught you much about modern diet. Li Bo was in a dilemma. Xiaobai just wanted to eat meat physically, but he couldn't even tell what kind of meat he wanted to eat. I wonder if the system has any good recommendations? Li Bo once again set his sights on the system Xiaobai's panel. I haven't even checked my pet status yet. I wonder if there's an answer. Suddenly, Li Bo curiously clicked on the hunger status column. To his surprise, a message popped up on the system. The Frost Ice Dragon loves meat, especially seafood. It is recommended that the host take the frost ice dragon to a seafood feast to replenish its body to prevent it from starving. You really have this function. You are worthy of it. Li Bo was surprised, but his face showed joy. The status of a pet is ever changing. If it enters a negative state, does that mean there's a solution in the system status bar? Thinking of this, Li Bo felt more confident. So Xiaobai likes to eat seafood. Li Bo hurriedly felt his waist bag and took out the few coins he had. He counted them and found that there were only 200 yuan. He couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. A seafood feast. System, you really think highly of me. Chapter 41 Storm. At night, Li Bo brought the two beast girls to a famous barbecue street in the lower city area. I can't afford a seafood feast, but I can still have a delicious roadside barbecue for 200 yuan. It smells so good, master. Looking at the two long rows of barbecue stalls, Xiao Bai's eyes almost popped out. This is what we call fireworks. Li Bo smiled. Although Xiaoqing district is where the poor from the rivers and seas gather, it is home to more than half of the city's population. Most of them do low-level jobs and contribute silently to the city. At night, these roadside barbecue stalls attract many diners who are tired after a day of work. Although the price is cheap, the taste is no worse than some high-end restaurants. Li Bo chose a place that specializes in seafood, found an empty seat and sat down, then greeted the stall owner. Boss. Give me the 200 yuan barbecue. Hearing this, Xiaobai said in distress, Master. Why did you spend all your money? I can eat less. Silly Xiaobai. Li Bo laughed. You can earn more money if you lose it, but I'd be heartbroken if you went hungry. Brother Li Bo. Didn't you say that if you defeat Lin Feier tomorrow, you can get her 1 million? Ziyun on the side spoke. Ziyun. You're really thinking about this million. Li Bo said with a wry smile, whether we can beat Lin Feier is another matter. Even if we win, they didn't say they would give us this million right away. Li Bo is also very troubled by the recent sharp increase in expenses. All the grants and scholarships he had saved were almost used up. He thought about it and decided that if Lin Feier really found an excuse to refuse the 1 million, Li Bo would simply sell the dragon turtle's blood on the black market and exchange it for some money to help him out. Ziyun opened her mouth wide. If I had known earlier, I should have asked her to sign a written agreement. Humph. No matter what. I will definitely defeat the red crystal armored dragon tomorrow. Xiaobai gritted his teeth. We must trample her hard. Ziyun said angrily, we can't let that evil woman get away with it and let brother Li Bo become her boyfriend. Barbecue is coming. At this time, the barbecue owner brought 2 large plates of hot seafood barbecue and placed them on the table for several people. You must be starving, Xiaobai. Eat quickly. Li Bo said lovingly. Xiaobai said him and then buried his head and started eating seriously. Li Bo looked at Ziyun. Ziyun, you try it too. Okay. Then I'm going to start. Ziyun picked up a large bunch of grilled squid and ate while saying, it's delicious. Brother Li Bo is so nice. Even if you are poor, I am willing to follow you. He. Li Bo smiled faintly, sat beside them and watched the two of them eat quietly. A feeling of happiness surged in his heart. Bang! Before Li Bo could immerse himself in such beauty, suddenly, a heavy sound of pounding on the table beside him pulled his mind away. Baga! I've been in Great Xia for so long, and I still have no clue about the culprit, let alone the dragon turtle's death. The dragon turtle tragically died in the sea. Its precious blood was even stolen. These Daxia people are truly greedy. A few so? Li Bo's heart tightened. Listening to the conversation between the two people, it seemed that they were talking about the killing of the dragon turtle. The human language in the beast taming world is universal, but there are obvious accent differences between different regions. Looking at these two Japanese people with poor accents, they seem to be venting their emotions while drunk. Li Bo pretended to laugh with Ziyun while listening attentively to their conversation. General Oda was furious about this and ordered that the Daxia man who killed the dragon turtle be captured by any means necessary. It's just hard for us, leaving our hometown and wandering in this strange land. Yamamoto-kun. Look at it calmly. Anyone who can kill the dragon turtle must be as powerful as us 2 second-level beastmasters. Let's just treat it as a trip. You're wrong. In addition to catching the murderer, General Oda also issued an order to retrieve the dragon turtle's precious blood. If the precious blood is consumed by a pet, the pet must be brought back as well. No matter what. More experts will enter Dacia to investigate this matter. Let's enjoy this newly served barbecue first. Yamamoto-kun, have a taste. Yoshi. Fuck. They're here to arrest me. Hearing this, Li Bo felt like 1,000 horses galloping through his heart. Bai Liang and his friends took advantage of the situation, but in the end, he has to bear the blame alone. However, listening to the conversation between these two people, it seems that the dragon turtle is very important to this man named Oda, and he even doesn't let go of the pet that has used the dragon turtle's essence and blood. Yoshi. This barbecue, why is it so disgusting? Ugh. After a period of dry heaving, the man named Yamamoto suddenly started to attack the stall owner, grabbing his collar and saying, Baga. How much chili did you put in this barbecued meat? Are you trying to make us die of it? Hearing this, the stall owner scratched his head innocently. That's not too much. It's a normal portion. I think you are targeting us too. Yamamoto's eyes widened and he threw him to the ground. Another Japanese angrily stepped on the stall owner's head and squeezed hard. Tell me. Are you sincere? My lords. Please let me go, the stall owner pleaded hurriedly. I didn't mean to. This barbecue, this is what it tastes like. You still dare to be so stubborn. Yamamoto kicked the stall owner hard with both feet. You lowly Dacia. I don't think you'll admit your mistakes until you learn a lesson. Don't want. The stall owner kept screaming ah. Although many other stall owners nearby wanted to help, they stopped in their tracks when they saw that the two Japanese were both second-level beastmasters, and were angry but dared not say anything. After all, not everyone has a talent for fighting. Most of them are just low-level people who earn a meager income and struggle on the edge of survival. Please spare me. My two sirs. Can't I just give you a free meal? The stall owner begged bitterly. Free? Ha ha. Yamamoto laughed. You want a free meal? Do you think that all of us Fusan people are as cheap as you Dacia people? He kicked the stall owner away. Right now. Get down on your knees. Kowtow 100 times. The stall owner had a bruised face and looked at a loss. I was just doing my business honestly, and never thought I would encounter such an unexpected disaster. What? You refuse to kneel? Yamamoto smiled sinisterly. Then I'll have to break your legs. Don't want. Looking at the two people approaching, the stall owner sat on the ground and backed away repeatedly. That's enough. Li Bo suddenly stood up. How dare you, a scumbag from Fuson, run wild and bark like a dog on the territory of the Great Xiao Nation? Although he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, Li Bo really couldn't bear to see his compatriots being humiliated like this. Oh. Hearing this, Yamamoto suddenly turned his head, looked at Li Bo, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Then he saw two stunning beast girls standing next to Li Bo, and suddenly smiled obscenely. Yoshi. Haven't you tasted what it's like to be a beast girl here? You bastard. If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. The anger in Ziyun's eyes almost overflowed. Brother Li Bo. I'm itching to give these two ignorant fellows a lesson today. Good. 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 Yamamoto licked his lips. I just like this kind of beast girl with personality. It's fun to play with. Then he nodded to his accomplice next to him, and then the two of them made summoning gestures at the same time. Several rays of light suddenly appeared, and 4 pets of different shapes stood in front of Li Bo. Chapter 41 Dark News. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and quickly looked at the information of the 4 pets. Poison Shadow Python, Elite Level 3. Thorn King Bee, Elite Stage 2. Milk-tailed Lizard, Ordinary 9 stages. Iron-toothed Rat, Ordinary 8th level. Among the several pets, the one with the strongest oppressive power is the Poisonous Shadow Python summoned by Yamamoto. The Poisonous Shadow Python is 9 meters long, and just the sight of it lying there is enough to make people shudder. Its body is covered with dark green scales with a strange luster. Its triangular head is held high, and it spits out its tongue from time to time, making a hissing sound. Although the Thorn King Bee was slightly smaller in size, it exuded a sharp aura and its wings could be seen flickering faintly. After several pets were summoned, the surrounding stalls were inevitably damaged, and the stall owners fled in panic. The exclamations of the crowd and the roars of the pets intertwined together, and the originally bustling night market suddenly became chaotic. This night market was so lively. Now it's all ruined. Li Bo sighed, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes when he looked at Yamamoto and the other man. Hey! Kid! As long as you hand over the two beast girls and kowtow to us to apologize, I can consider letting you go. Yamamoto laughed arrogantly. Do you really think that having more pets means you can defeat me? Li Bo sneered. After all, he was now a second-level beastmaster. The two opponents were of similar levels to him, so he didn't need to be afraid. Ha ha! Since you're deliberately trying to make yourself uncomfortable, don't blame us for being rude. The man next to Yamamoto smiled grimly. Li Bo nodded to Xiaobai and Ziyan at the same time, and the two pets immediately changed into their original forms, hovering in the air next to Li Bo, one on the left and one on the right. It's a dragon. The moment he saw the true form of the frost ice dragon, Yamamoto's pupils shrank sharply and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Xiaobai flapped his huge wings in the air. Although he did not launch any attack, the 4 opponents' pets felt a fear from the soul in an instant. It's actually a rare dragon beast. I didn't expect it. I found a treasure today. Yamamoto-kun, although we didn't find any clues about the dragon turtle, it's not a loss to bring this ice dragon back, said the man next to Yamamoto. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and gave an order. Superior. The 4 pets came from all directions and quickly attacked Li Bo. It's a good time to try out the power of my new skills. Li Bo was not panicked at all. Xiaobai. Use dragon power. As soon as the words fell, Xiaobai's eyes shone brightly, and an invisible aura of majesty burst out from him. Like a powerful shock wave, it spread out in an instant. The ordinary 8-segment iron-toothed rat was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, its limbs went limp and it collapsed directly to the ground. The other 3 pets stopped attacking and stood there in a daze. What are you doing? Yamamoto was puzzled. Just a dragon glare. Is it really that scary? However, the 4 pets were completely indifferent. The powerful pressure emanating from Xiaobai's eyes deeply shocked their souls, and they had no strength to move forward at all. The spirit of a king. The man next to Yamamoto suddenly changed his expression. Oh no! Yamamoto-kun. This is a high-level dragon beast. Ha! The effect is so strong. Li Bo on the side blinked, obviously shocked by the power of the skills released by Xiaobai. Logically speaking, dragon power is only an intermediate skill. At Xiaobai's current level, it can be considered a success if it can slow down the opponent's attack rhythm. Unexpectedly, it actually scared them all and made them stop in place. Even the ferocious-looking poisonous shadow python couldn't help but tremble, looking at Xiaobai's figure with great fear. As a snake-type pet, the poisoned shadow python can most clearly feel the suppression from its bloodline. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. A sneer appeared on Li Bo's lips. Xiaobai. Cold-edged thorn. Whoosh whoosh. Xiaobai flapped his huge wings quickly, and a series of extremely long and sharp ice spikes rushed out. The pets on the opposite side had no time to react and were hit by the cold thorns one after another. In this kind of battle, there is no need to hold back any strength. Under Xiaobai's extremely swift attack, Li Bo only saw the life state of the opponent's pet changing rapidly. Iron-toothed rat death. Melted tail lizard death. Thornet king be death. In the blink of an eye, the 3 pets were quickly killed by Xiaobai. Nanny! Both of my pets are dead. The man next to Yamamoto looked at this scene in great shock, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. In other words, Yamamoto's poisonous shadow python was of a higher level, and it was still twisting its body wildly and struggling on the ground. However, that huge body was already covered with dense ice spikes, dark green blood continuously overflowed from its body, and the poisonous shadow python kept making extremely creepy screams. Yamamoto watched this scene with great pain. This poisonous shadow python was his entire fortune, and he had spent all his life's blood and energy to cultivate this pet. I thought I had victory in my hands, but I didn't expect to be suppressed by the ice dragon to the point that I couldn't even lift my head. Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, and he felt only regret in his heart. He should never have messed around here and provoked this expert. Don't kill my poisonous shadow python. I beg you. Yamamoto fell to his knees in front of Li Bo with a thud. Young man. I was wrong. Please give it a chance to live. Li Bo looked at this tragic scene with a cold and unmoved look on his face. It's no use begging me. Kill it. Xiaobai. As the cold words rang out, Xiao Bai's attack became more and more fierce. After struggling for less than a minute, the poisonous shadow python's state turned into death. Don't want. Yamamoto was completely desperate, and the arrogance on his face was gone. Sister Xiao Bai. I didn't even have a chance to do anything. You killed them all. Ziyun on the side said something resentfully. Xiao Bai smiled. Ziyun. Aren't I afraid they'll run away? Oh my god. He really ran away. Ziyun suddenly shouted. Not far away, Yamamoto and his accomplices no longer cared about their dead pets, and ran away desperately with their buttocks between their legs. Want to run away? Have you got my permission? Xiao Bai snorted coldly, flapped his wings quickly and rushed towards the two of them. She suddenly stretched out her powerful dragon claws and directly grabbed the two men and lifted them into the sky. Woo! I'm afraid of heights. Mom! Let me go, you bastard. Yamamoto also stretched out his legs and struggled desperately. You said it. Xiao Bai smiled strangely, and simply released his dragon claws, letting the two of them fall from a height of 10 meters. Ah! The two men yelled at the top of their lungs, and then heard two muffled thuds in succession. The two men smashed the tables and chairs on the ground to pieces. Yamamoto-kun. I have broken bones all over my body. Yamamoto's accomplice cried out, covered in blood. Yamamoto was not in a much better condition. After falling from such a height, he was basically half crippled. Every time he moved his body, he felt extremely painful. Seeing Li Bo slowly walking towards him, Yamamoto said viciously. Damn it! What are you doing? Although he was very scared, Yamamoto suppressed his fear and scolded. Kid! I advise you not to act rashly. You can't afford to provoke the power behind me. Threatening me? Li Bo laughed, then stepped heavily on Yamamoto's head. I don't think you understand the current situation yet. Li Bo suddenly said to Xiao Bai, go get the crystal core. We can sell it for some money. He. Good. When Xiao Bai heard that he could exchange it for money, he happily went to perform craniotomy on the 4 pets. Don't want. Yamamoto was helpless and furious, and could only watch as Xiao Bai used his tail to split the heads of his pets open one by one. Brother Li Bo. What should we do with these two people? Let me think about it. Li Bo touched his chin. He wanted to just kill the two of them to silence them. In the world of beast taming, people died in battle every day. But this is a city after all, and is subject to legal constraints. Plus, I'm still a student. If I'm really involved in a murder case and am taken away by the patrol team for investigation, I'm afraid my secret will be exposed. Li Bo sighed, tied him up first. I'll listen to you, brother Li Bo. Finally there was something to do. Zian excitedly found 2 thick ropes on the stall next to him, kicked Yamamoto and tied him up. The crystal core is here. Master. Xiao Bai was very efficient and in less than a moment he took out the 4 crystal cores intact and handed them to him. Looking at the 4 pet crystal cores of different colors, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. I made a small fortune. Although not as big as the previous dragon turtle crystal core, the crystal cores of 2 elite pets can still be sold for a lot of money. After taking back the crystal core, Li Bo saw that Ziyun was almost there. The two were wrapped tightly in the purple cloud from head to toe like mummies, constantly moaning. Li Bo couldn't help but twitching his mouth. Ziyun. Who taught you to tie people up like this? Hey! We need to teach them a lesson. Detected that Huan Minjian completed a perfect binding. Complete the skill, Dark Noose, learning task. Congratulations to the host. Huan Mingyun has successfully comprehended the Dark Noose. Dark Noose, a mid-level dark skill. Releases a sharp black chain to attack the opponent. If it successfully penetrates the opponent's body, it will cause double soul damage. Looking at the few lines of information coming from the system, Li Bo's eyes widened. Is this even possible? Chapter 42, Learn Dragon Dance. The patrol team is investigating. Please stay where you are and don't move. Suddenly, a majestic and scolding female voice came from the front. Li Bo looked up and saw several people wearing blue patrol uniforms rushing towards him. Leading the group was a young woman with a heroic appearance. The woman has an extraordinary temperament and an extremely delicate face. She has neat short hair, thick and long eyebrows, deep eyes that emit a sharp light, and she looks very heroic. Although she was wearing a formal dress, the buttons that were almost bursting were enough to prove her greatness. Li Bo saw that the badge pattern on the woman's arm was more complicated, and thought it must be the leader of this group. When the woman approached the scene, she first looked around the chaotic battlefield, then set her sights on the two people who were tied up, and glanced at Li Bo in surprise. "Oh? You did all this?" The woman's words were intimidating without being angry. From her powerful aura, Li Bo guessed that she must be a third-level beastmaster. They were the first to attack. Li Bo replied calmly. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to investigate you." The woman smiled. "We just received a report from the public that 2 foreign beastmasters were disrupting order here. We didn't expect that when we rushed over, they were subdued by you, a young man of about 18 or 19. Ha ha. It was just a fluke." Li Bo smiled faintly, feeling fortunate that he had not killed the 2 men just now, otherwise he would have no excuse now. "In that case, leave them all to me," the woman said. "Can you go back with me to register the details?" Li Bo scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face. "Sir, I have classes tomorrow." "Well." The woman hesitated, "Then leave me your identity information." "My name is Li Bo." As he said that, Li Bo took out his ID card and asked the woman to verify it. "Oh, sir. Those 2 said they wanted to take revenge on me. There must be other accomplices lurking in Shanghai. You have to protect my safety." Li Bo narrated with pretended fear. "Oh? There's such a thing?" The woman quickly glanced at Yamamoto and the other man, then handed Li Bo a business card and introduced herself seriously. "I'm Lu Wei, captain of the Shanghai 3rd Patrol Squadron. If you encounter any trouble, call me immediately." "Okay. I feel relieved with your words." Li Bo smiled gratefully. "Goodbye, Captain Lu Wei." After leaving the barbecue stall, Li Bo went to the nearest pet store to sell crystal cores. 2 ordinary grade crystal cores were exchanged for only 500 yuan in total. However, the 2 elite crystal cores earned him a huge sum of 8,000. This is mainly due to the green poisonous shadow python crystal core. Poison crystal cores have a wide range of uses and are relatively difficult to obtain, so the poisonous shadow python core alone is worth 5,000 yuan. After getting the money, Li Bo bought some nutritional supplements for Xiaobai and Ziyun, and also bought each of them a new set of beautiful clothes. The 2 were very happy and kept holding Li Bo's arm happily all the way. After going to the hardware store to buy some tools and supplies, Li Bo returned home and spent 2 hours repairing the damaged roof. After taking a shower, Li Bo lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, feeling extremely tired. Suddenly, Xiaobai poked him and muttered, "Master, Ziyun has learned a new skill today." "I haven't." "No. Xiaobai, didn't you just evolve? In terms of the number of skills, you have half as many as Ziyun." Xiaobai's face turned red like a ripe apple. "But, I want to learn the dragon dance." "Dragon dance?" "That's right." Li Bo suddenly remembered that there was still a dragon dance learning task that had not been completed. "Damn it, I've been so busy these past 2 days that I almost forgot about it." "Hey! Brother Li Bo. I've prepared everything." Xian looked like he was enjoying the fun. "Dang dang dang. Look. What is this?" Xian suddenly took out a set of black garter stockings and a black lace halter neck hollow bra. "Not Ziyun. Where did you get this thing?" Li Bo was speechless. "Did you dig through the cabinet?" "Brother Li Bo, you have such a rich array of equipment." Ziyun smiled mischievously. "But Xiaobai, can you dance on the pole?" Li Bo's face was also burning badly. Letting an innocent newbie do such a thing, this system is so evil. Xiaobai nodded shyly and said him in a mosquito-like voice, "Brother Li Bo. Just let Sister Xiaobai have a try." Xian looked even more excited than Li Bo. "After all, we're going to fight Lin Fair tomorrow, so more skills will increase our chances of winning." Although Ziyun is not serious, what he said does make sense. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo nodded. "Then, give it a try." Hearing this, the 2 women smiled at each other, and Ziyun turned off the bright lights on the ceiling, leaving only an ambient light at the head of the bed. "Is this dress required to be worn?" Li Bo rolled his eyes at Ziyun. "It makes me feel more involved when I wear it," Ziyun said with a giggle. "Besides, Xiaobai has no objection, so Brother Li Bo doesn't need to say anything more." Li Bo glanced at Xiaobai. Under the dim light, Xiaobai slowly took off her clothes one by one. Although I'm used to seeing their bodies, as the saying goes, a girl's blush is better than anything. At this moment, the spotless and slightly shy Xiaobai looks her most beautiful. After changing into the clothes prepared by Ziyun, Xiaobai walked in front of Li Bo and extended her beautiful hand in black lace to him. Master! Let me dance for you. 10 minutes later, Xiaobai skillfully finished the entire pole dance. What surprised Li Bo was that Xiaobai's dance moves were so perfect, but the system didn't even play a reminder that the mission was successful. Ha! That shouldn't be the case. Li Bo was very puzzled. The mission was very clear. The Beast Girl had to perform a pole dance around the Beast Master to gain the skill Dragon Dance. So, what's wrong? What's wrong? Brother Li Bo? Ziyun asked curiously. It didn't work. Li Bo told the two of them the requirements for learning. Could it be that I didn't dance well enough? A feeling of frustration surged into Xiaobai's heart. Of course not. Xiaobai. You have done a great job. There must be other reasons for the failure. Li Bo immediately comforted. Failed? Ziyun's grape-sized eyes kept rolling around. After a while, she suddenly said with a gleam in her eyes, could it be that I'm holding it in the wrong place? The two of them lowered their heads in unison, focusing their gaze on Li Bo's weaknesses. Chapter 43 Bet. Congratulations to the host. The Frost Ice Dragon successfully comprehended the Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance, an advanced dragon skill that improves all attributes of your pet by 100%. I finally learned the Dragon Dance. Looking at the 3 lines of information floating in front of him, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Not all dragon-type pets can master the skill of Dragon Dance. Although Lin Fair's red crystal armored dragon is powerful, it is a sub-dragon after all. Its enhanced skill, Rage, only has a 0.5x increase, and it only increases the attack attribute. But Dragon Dance is an all-round doubling of the power, which means that after Xiaobai uses Dragon Dance, his attack, defense, speed, will all be twice as much as before. Ah. Sorry. Master. The pretty boy's face turned red from his neck to his cheeks. Humph. Brother Li Bo is so biased. He gives Meow Meow a good deal but not us. Ziyun turned his head and said angrily. At this time, Xiaobai slowly raised his head, revealing his cool and beautiful face. Master. I think what Ziyun said makes sense. Otherwise, today, you can give us a bargain. No. Xiaobai. How did you become like this? Li Bo looked into Xiaobai's eyes seriously. Don't let Ziyun lead you astray. I didn't. Xiaobai muttered. Why is Meow Meow allowed to be so close to you? The 3 of us are inseparable all day long, so what if you give us a chance? Hearing Xiaobai's shocking words, Li Bo's mouth almost dropped to the ground. Xiaobai. You've changed. You're no longer my good Xiaobai. Xiaobai always listens to his master. Xiaobai pulled Li Bo's shoulders and said coquettishly. Please. Master. Is it okay, brother Li Bo? The two of them became excited instantly, grabbing Li Bo's arms on the left and right and refusing to let go. No. We have a competition tomorrow. No strenuous exercise today. Li Bo righteously rejected the two people's unreasonable demands. So brother Li Bo means that it's okay after the competition is over? Ziyun said with a roll of his eyes. That's not it. Okay. Then Xiaobai will win this game tomorrow no matter what. Before Li Bo could finish his words, Xiaobai's firm tone instantly drowned out his voice. Hey! Xiaobai. I'm not finished yet. Brother Li Bo. You've already said what you want to say, so don't go back on your word. Ziyun smiled mischievously. What did I say? Ziyun, you bad guy. Do you want me to teach you a lesson before you behave yourself? Brother Li Bo, I accept bullying me. I only bully you. What a headache. Li Bo sighed, let's go to sleep. Okay. I must win tomorrow, zzz. Before he knew it, Xiaobai had fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder, and Ziyun also rested her head on Li Bo's arm, pretending to fall asleep together, for fear that Li Bo would summon her back to the pet space. I really can't do anything with you. Li Bo turned off the lights and covered the two of them with a blanket. The next day. Jiang Da's competition venue was crowded with people early in the morning. It can be said that the martial arts competition has never been as packed and popular as it is today. The reason is that, in addition to everyone's focus on the competition among the quarterfinals, the first game today was kicked off by the battle between Li Bo and Lin Fei, which was full of gimmicks. As soon as he entered the martial arts competition arena, Li Bo heard heated discussions one after another. Have you heard? Lin Fei has upgraded the Red Crystal Armor Dragon to the Elite Second Stage. Ah! It's only been a few days and he's already reached Elite Second Stage. TSK. Upgrading to an elite level isn't any more difficult than upgrading to a regular level. Every upgrade requires actual combat and a significant accumulation of resources. This Red Crystal Armored Dragon is growing so rapidly, I wonder how much money Lin Fei has spent on it. Ha. His father is the president of the Jianhai Beast Tamer Association, and he's surrounded by numerous beast tamers offering hands-on instruction. Furthermore, the Lin family has a monopoly on the entire Jianhai power industry. Money comes to them faster than a printing press. Such a rich woman. If you can marry me, I'd be willing to grow 20 centimeters taller. Why the hell are you still eating and taking things? You're drooling all over the floor. By the way, do you think Li Bo has a chance? I think it's a close call. There's a huge gap between ordinary and elite. Lin Fei's Red Crystal Armored Dragon is no fancy pet. It won't be easy to deal with. Ah! Not only is she beautiful, but her family is also so rich. And she works harder than us. It's simply unbearable. I actually hope Li Bo wins. This guy has already hooked up with a campus beauty. If he becomes Lin Fei's boyfriend, it would be worse than killing me. How about? Let's make a bet. Okay. Let's bet. I bet 500 that Li Bo wins. I bet 2,000. Lin Fei wins. Before the game even started, people in the stands started to take the lead. For a moment, the discussion about who would win and who would lose between the two reached its peak. There was no doubt that most of the people who placed bets were optimistic about Lin Fei, and the most people bet on her to win. Brother Li Bo. These people are going too far. Our odds of winning are 5 times as high. How much do they look down on Sister Xiaobai? Ziyun said angrily. Li Bo smiled. No one in school knows about Xiaobai's evolution yet. It's normal for them to be pessimistic about us. Master, how about we go place a bet too? Bet on ourselves to win. Xiaobai suddenly said. Oh? Xiaobai is very confident of winning. Li Bo joked. It's not that I'm confident of winning. It's that I must win. Xiaobai stared at Lin Fei on the preparation platform opposite, and a surge of fighting spirit almost overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Okay. In that case, let's try it. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. There was still 6,000 left from selling the crystal core yesterday. Li Bo took it all out and gave it to Ziyun. Ziyun. Go, all in on Xiaobai to win. Chapter 44 Battle with Lin Fei. At this time, the referee on the stage saw that the time was almost up, so he began to preside over the meeting. Next. Let's begin today's first round of the top 8 to semifinals. Li Bo vs Lin Fei. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience suddenly erupted in shouts one after another. Goddess! You must win! I declare you! Li Bo! Show some strength for me! I'm totally crushing you! Lin Feng and Lu Jun also waited on the platform early, observing the scenes off the stage together. Ha! Mr. Lin Feng! The showdown between Fei and Li Bo is finally here. Lu Jun said with a smile on his face. Lin Feng set his sights on Li Bo. I'm curious. How many rounds can this kid last against this girl? Oh? It seems that you have great confidence in your daughter. Lu Jun said curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not that I'm blindly overconfident, it's just that Fei takes this competition very seriously. From childhood to adulthood, I've never seen her take something so seriously. Even when competing with that girl from the Mu family, she never trains so frantically and recklessly. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. What does Lin Feng think? Is Fei really interested in Li Bo? Lin Feng glanced at him. Ha! You cunning fellow, you want to ask me what I think of Li Bo? He sighed deeply and said. Alas! This boy comes from a poor family. He's just a bit good looking. I don't know what Fair is thinking. She has introduced many young men to her, but none of them are good enough. She has a special liking for this poor boy. But if Fair really likes it, as an elder, I can only respect her decision. After all, I, Lin Feng, only have this one daughter. Mr. Lin Feng, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Lu Jun smiled. I know a little bit about Li Bo. Apart from his poor family background, his character is pretty good. He's got a sharp mind, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten first place in the liberal arts exam. Now that he's awakened his S-level spatial talent, his future is bright. Lu Jun praised Li Bo without any reservation, his words full of admiration for him. S-level spatial talent. Lin Feng said thoughtfully. This guy also happens to have a dragon-type pet. If Fair really wants to be with him, we can arrange for the two of them to study at Holy Dragon University together. Ha ha. Lin Feng once again locked his gaze on Li Bo below, observing his every move as if he was examining his son-in-law. As Li Bo walked onto the ring, Lin Fair followed with a confident and fiery step. Lin Fair's long, bold red hair was draped freely over her shoulders. She was wearing a tight black outfit that perfectly outlined her proud figure. The neckline of the tight-fitting outfit was just right, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin, and a pair of straight, beautiful legs that were longer than her life, which captured the hearts and souls of every boy present. Lin Fair looked at Li Bo with a slightly sick smile. Finally, no one disturbs our world of two. What the hell is this world for two of us? Li Bo said with a dark face. I'm here to fight, not to have a romance with you. Now that the fight is over, can't we talk about love? Lin Fair said in a voice full of magnetism. I've already booked a restaurant for tonight. As the venue for our first date, I've decorated it very grandly. Who wants to date you? Li Bo was sweating profusely. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered from being bullied by this woman before, Li Bo said viciously. Today I must beat you hard. Lin Fair. I admire your courage. Li Bo. Lin Fair looked like she had everything under control. I have to say, your performance in the martial arts competition was very impressive. From the perspective of strength, you have already earned my, Lin Fair's, approval. But if you want to defeat me, your white spirit dragon is still a little lacking. Come out. Red Crystal Armored Dragon. With Lin Fair's call, the tall figure of the Red Crystal Armored Dragon appeared on the scene again. It looked down upon the entire audience with disdain, and the word invincible was almost written on its face. Roar! The Red Crystal Armored Dragon roared. The sound was so deep and breathtaking that it kept echoing throughout the entire arena, causing the audience to cover their ears. What a fierce aura! The Red Crystal Armored Dragon is much stronger than before. No wonder Lin Fair is so confident. How can she defeat such a tanky Red Crystal Armored Dragon? What do you think? Lin Fair gave Li Bo a charming smile, but it was full of provocation. Oh? That's a little off? Li Bo looked at the Red Crystal Armored Dragon. His face showed no sign of panic, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Red Crystal Armored Dragon is indeed powerful. Perhaps it is indeed a huge threat to the White Spirit Dragon. But if I offer this, how will you respond? Lin Fair's smile gradually froze, and she only heard Li Bo's loud shout. Come out. Frost Ice Dragon. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Woo-ah! A huge dragon roar resounded through the sky, reverberating throughout the entire martial arts competition arena. Before everyone could react, a giant white dragon suddenly jumped out from the blue magic circle summoned by Li Bo, dominating the sky. This is... Lin Feng on the stage widened his eyes, looking at Li Bo's face, which was uncertain, and then showed a hint of joy. He's indeed the man Fair likes. Good boy, he really didn't let me down. Lu Jun didn't seem that surprised by the appearance of Ling Shuang Ice Dragon. He muttered to himself. Lu Weiqing doesn't lie to me. This kid actually killed 2 second-level Beastmasters. Lu Jun turned and looked at Lin Feng. Boss Lin Feng. Why do I feel like you're so excited to see Li Bo become stronger? If Fair loses, she'll lose the chance to enter the secret realm this time. Hey! Brother Lu Jun. You're too narrow-minded. Although the opportunity to enter the secret realm is rare, I'm more concerned about Fair's growth in the competition. But this kid actually evolved the White Spirit Dragon. He's a rare opponent. Lin Feng said with a smile. Fair has been spoiled by me since she was little. It would be nice to have a stronger man to take the spotlight off her. Besides, my Lin family is big and powerful. If you want to be my son-in-law, you must have some strength to prove yourself. Compared to Lu Jun and Lin Feng's calmness, the audience were not as calm when they saw the figure of the Frost Ice Dragon. Oh my god. Evolved. Evolved. White Spirit Dragon. What kind of pet is this? It's so white. And so big. This beast must be about 7 or 8 meters long. Even bigger than the red crystal armored dragon. What a cool ice dragon. Li Bo is such a good hidden gem. Ha ha ha. I knew I was right. Li Bo, my dear buddy, whether I can become rich overnight depends entirely on you. Why are you so excited? In my opinion, even if Li Bo's white spirit dragon breaks through to the elite level, it will only be a 50-50 chance against the red crystal armor dragon. That's right. It's still unclear who will win or lose. Xiaobai flapped his wings and stayed in the air, and the air around him seemed to cool down by several degrees. When enemies meet, they become extremely jealous of each other. It looked down at the red crystal armored dragon below, and the fighting spirit in its heart reached an unprecedented level. It seemed that the red crystal armored dragon recognized that the giant dragon in front of it was the white spirit snake from the former training ground. There was a look of disbelief in its eyes. Suddenly, the red crystal armored dragon's eyes became extremely firm, and a fierce look appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if declaring to Xiaobai, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. With a loud bang, the red crystal on the red crystal armored dragon's back suddenly ignited, and the high-temperature aura quickly resisted the icy environment brought by Xiaobai. Name: Red Crystal Armored Dragon. Gender: Male. Attributes: Dragon, Fire, Ground. Level: Elite Second Stage. Potential: Leader Level. Status: Belligerent. Skills: Dragon Claw Basic, Red Crystal Continuous Shot Basic, Dragon Might Intermediate, Rage Intermediate, Lava Shield Intermediate, Pyroblast Fist Intermediate, Gravity Intermediate, Lava Cannon Advanced. Description: the red armored dragon evolves into the red crystal armored dragon, which gains a fire attribute. This significant increase in strength is the result of billions of resources. This is an extremely expensive pet. Ordinary Beastmasters, please be cautious. Lin Fei looked at Xiaobai's figure, hesitated for a while, then looked at Li Bo with a hint of surprise. Oh? I really succeeded in your evolution. Ha ha. To deal with you, I have to go all out. Li Bo said coldly. Interesting. Interesting. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. In that case, don't blame me, then you're welcome. Chapter 45: Confrontation. Roar. A strong fighting spirit suddenly rose in the eyes of the red crystal armored dragon, and its momentum soared. Use dragon power. Lin Fei shouted, and the scarlet eyes of the red crystal armored dragon suddenly flashed with a strange red light, staring straight at Xiaobai in the air. Long way. We have it too. Xiaobai didn't avoid it all. His azure eyes met the gaze of the red crystal armored dragon below, and he also used the dragon's power. Although dragons might cause a substantial physical damage to pets, once it works, it can often achieve the effect of defeating the enemy without fighting. Both sides chose to use dragon power to suppress their opponents, hoping to create an advantage for subsequent battles. For a moment, a strange silence enveloped the entire martial arts competition field. Everyone held their breath and watched the contest between the two intently. Only the red crystal armored dragon could feel the powerful sense of oppression emanating from Xiaobai's blood. That was a kind of pressure that belonged to a king. Oh? It seems that the bloodline of this ice dragon seems to be more advanced than that of the red crystal armored dragon. Lin Feng looked at the scene in surprise. The red crystal armored dragon is a sub-dragon. It can't get any advantage against a purebred dragon beast with dragon power. Lu Jun laughed. What? Seeing that the frost ice dragon had also learned the dragon's might, and its suppressing power seemed to be slightly better than that of the red crystal armored dragon, Lin Fei's eyes flickered. How could it be a purebred dragon beast? Isn't it an evolution of the white spirit snake? Silence. Absolute silence. The battlefield was so quiet that the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be clearly heard by everyone. Everyone was sweating, and in this tense atmosphere, some audience members even had beads of sweat on their foreheads. The two sides are on the verge of a fight, and the only thing they are competing for is who will get scared first. Look! It's moving! An unknown shout was like thunder out of the blue, bringing everyone back to their senses from the pressure. It's the red crystal armored dragon. Following everyone's gaze, I saw that on the battlefield, Lin Feier's red crystal armored dragon couldn't help but take 2 steps back. That look full of fighting spirit was instantly replaced by timidity. Xiao Bai's eyes were still as sharp as ever, and his expression was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, causing the red crystal armored dragon to feel a shudder from the depths of its soul. This kind of oppression comes from blood and is irresistible. What's going on? Red crystal armored dragon. Lin Feier obviously did not expect to be defeated in the first round of confrontation. She knew that if she continued, the opponent's dragon power would definitely make the red crystal armored dragon completely lose its combat capability. She quickly gave the order. Give up dragon might. Use red crystal continuous shot immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Waves of red crystal arrows quickly flew out from the red crystal armored dragon, blocking Xiao Bai's vision. All this happened in a matter of seconds. The red crystal arrow came at him fiercely. Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. What a quick reaction! The red crystal burst is much stronger than before. The first time I saw this skill was when the red armored dragon was fighting fiercely with Xiao Bai in the training ground. At that time, the red crystal continuous shooting, both in quantity and speed, was far less powerful than the red crystal armored dragon's current unleashing. But my Xiao Bai is no longer the Xiao Bai he used to be. He quickly issued a counterattack command to Xiao Bai, block the cold thorns. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Bai flapped his wings rapidly, and long and narrow ice spikes immediately shot out from both sides of his wings. Bang 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 bang. The ice spikes and crystal arrows collided with each other quickly, causing violent explosions one after another. The red and white arrow formations kept crossing each other in the air, like fireworks blooming. Everyone was amazed by this extremely gorgeous scene. However, although the red crystal armored dragon is extremely powerful, the cold edge thorn is only an intermediate skill after all. Its power and size are not comparable to the primary red crystal continuous shot. Soon, the cold thorn suppressed the crystal arrow. Whoosh! After the 2 ice spikes penetrated the crystal arrow, they hit the chest of the red crystal armored dragon without any error, and blood immediately flowed out of the wound. Seeing this scene, the audience all gasped. Blood is seen right away. How cruel! What a huge hatred and resentment this must be. The red crystal armored dragon was injured, but Lin Feier didn't care at all, and said with disdain. That's all the attack. What about tickling? As he spoke, the red crystal armored dragon's body suddenly heated up and steam rose. The 2 ice spikes quickly melted and disappeared into the air. However, the next second, he discovered that the frost ice dragon in the air, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, stretched out its ferocious dragon claws and rushed straight towards the red crystal armored dragon to capture it. Oh! Dragon claw! A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Feier's eyes. Li Bo really didn't give her any chance to breathe and attacked her round after round. Just in time. We used Dragon Claw too. Lin Feier started to get serious. At the moment when Xiao Bai was about to hit the red crystal armored dragon, the opponent suddenly stretched out its dragon claws to block it. When the two met, there was a muffled bang. An invisible circular wave, centered on the 2 giant dragons, quickly spread out towards the surroundings of the arena, making the hair of the people around them rustle. The red crystal armored dragon and Xiao Bai on the battlefield were once again in a stalemate. Both sides were baring their teeth, neither was willing to give in, their eyes only focused on the desire to defeat the opponent, with no intention of retreating at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Feier was also stunned. The power of the dragon claw is actually comparable to that of the red crystal armored dragon. You know, its red crystal armored dragon is known for its strength, and among dragon beasts of the same level, no one has ever taken advantage of it. I didn't expect that after just 2 short exchanges, the frost ice dragon would burst out with such a strong oppressive force. What is the origin of this frost ice dragon? Its performance is more outstanding than some purebred dragon beasts. Lin Feier couldn't help but feel curious. In the air, Xiao Bai's chest was filled with rage, his wings spread out with all his might, and he pressed towards the red crystal armored dragon with all his might. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the red crystal armored dragon took 2 steps back. Seeing that the dragon claw was actually dominated by the opponent, Lin Feier's face changed slightly and she quickly gave instructions. Throw it away. Upon hearing the command, the red crystal armored dragon quickly closed its claws and held Xiao Bai's claws tightly. Then the red crystal armored dragon gathered its strength, grabbed Xiaobai, and kept spinning on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the red crystal armored dragon's speed increased, the two bodies quickly merged into a tornado with red at the bottom and white at the top. All I heard was a whoosh. The red crystal armored dragon suddenly threw Xiaobai far away, intending to throw it directly out of the ring. However, the air is Xiaobai's home turf after all. When he was about to reach the edge of the field, Xiaobai suddenly spread his wings and fixed his body in mid-air. Right now! Blizzard! Li Bo immediately gave the order. A blizzard started falling from the sky again, and the biting cold wind enveloped the entire arena. With the wind and snow mixed together, the visibility of the entire arena dropped sharply, and the audience on the field could only see a hazy white. The evolved Xiaobai has increased the power of the blizzard to a higher level. As the little white wings continued to dance, the blizzard quickly gathered into two thick cold currents, quickly attacking the standing red crystal armored dragon. Xiaobai attacked without any reservation. A strange light flashed in her azure eyes. The two cold currents quickly converged halfway through their attack, constantly interweaving and merging. It actually formed a long snow-white dragon. The snow-white dragon looked ferocious and fierce, rushing towards the red crystal armored dragon with great momentum. Chapter 46: A Level Talent. What a powerful move! This is Li Bo's true strength. The moment they saw the snow-white dragon, everyone's eyes widened, thinking that their pets were simply unable to resist this powerful attack. It's becoming increasingly difficult for me to understand. Lin Feier's face showed fear for the first time. Facing this attack, she did not dare to be careless at all. She hurriedly sent a message to the red crystal armored dragon. Use lava shield quickly. Wow! The crimson back of the red crystal armored dragon was suddenly ignited, and a bright flame shone brightly in the wind and snow. The flames quickly enveloped the body of the red crystal armored dragon, forming a huge circular flame shield. Boom! The long snow-white dragon hit the shield quickly, causing a huge explosion, and snowflakes flew everywhere. Just when everyone thought that the red crystal armored dragon had withstood the fatal blow, unexpectedly, the snow-white dragon continued to attack. With a ferocious dragon head as the center, the temperature around it dropped sharply and became extremely cold. In an instant, the red lava shield was covered with a layer of frost. Using ice to make fire. Such a scene made everyone present gasp in shock, and sighed that the attributes of this ice dragon were truly incredible. Blizzard is an advanced skill. How can a mere lava shield withstand it? Li Bo sneered. The lava shield was quickly eroded by the frost, the red flames gradually dimmed, and were replaced by a thick layer of sharp ice. It turned into a hockey puck. Wonderful! Wonderful! Who could have thought that Li Bo's ice dragon could actually freeze the lava shield, trapping the red crystal armored dragon inside? Woo! Sudden! The long snow-white dragon let out a long roar that shook the earth, carrying Xiaobai's overwhelming anger, and smashed the ice ball into pieces. Bang! The ice dragon rudely slammed into the red crystal armored dragon inside the ice ball. After flying several meters through the air, the red crystal armored dragon fell heavily to the ground, its eyes filled with pain. Red crystal armored dragon. Lin Feier's face changed. Li Bo saw that the chance to win had come and immediately gave the order. Surprise attack, use Dragon Claw to take it out of the field. Call. Xiaobai flapped his wings quickly, made a grappling gesture with his claws, and swooped down towards the red crystal armored dragon on the ground. When he was less than 5 meters away from the red crystal armored dragon, Li Bo suddenly saw that the corners of Lin Feier's mouth suddenly curled up. Xiaobai, be careful. Li Bo quickly reminded. Ha ha. I'll let you fly. Red crystal armored dragon, use gravity. Lin Feier suddenly shouted, and then the red crystal armored dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, quickly opened its arms, and let out a shocking roar. In an instant, an extremely strong gravity from above quickly pulled Xiaobai's body down. Gravity, intermediate ground-based skill. After use, the gravity within 5 meters of your pet increases to twice its normal value, and the effect lasts for 2 seconds. Under the impact of gravity, Xiaobai's body quickly lost balance and slammed towards the ground. Although it was only 2 seconds, it was enough to give Lin Feier a chance to strike and win. Now! Fire Blast Fist! Lin Feier shouted loudly, and the red crystal armored dragon's right hand suddenly ignited with flames. It aimed at the falling Xiaobai's abdomen and blasted out fiercely. Say goodnight to this world. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the audience in the stands covered their mouths when they saw it. The red crystal armored dragon's punch was extremely powerful and hit Xiaobai's vital point directly. If it really hit, the match would be declared over immediately. I can't hide anymore. Is there any other solution? Li Bo. It seems that Lin Feier has more practical experience. Just when everyone thought that Li Bo had run out of tricks and was ready to face defeat, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Ice armor. With a swish, Xiaobai's body surface was suddenly covered by a layer of solid ice, forming an airtight white armor that tightly wrapped her body. This is ice armor. Lin Feng suddenly stood up and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Another advanced skill. This kid, how many advanced skills has he used since the start of the competition? Lu Jun's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He reversed the situation again and again. How many cards does this guy have? Mu Aoshue stared at Li Bo's figure, her eyes moving around. Perhaps he has completely surpassed us. You're too pessimistic, Xiaoxue. Don't forget, I'm now an elite super-powered pet. Miao Miao beside her seemed not to care at all. Although her appearance had not changed much after her evolution, her temperament had gained a touch of nobility and mystery. Ice armor double defense. The moment she saw the ice armor, Lin Feier's face turned pale. Although the Flame Blast Fist could restrain the ice dragon, it was only an intermediate skill after all. It might not be very effective against Xiaobai, whose defense had been strengthened. She cast her eyes on Li Bo and gritted her teeth. You're hiding it too well. This was the first time Xiaobai's ice armor had appeared since the martial arts competition, which naturally caused quite a bit of controversy. Now, the red crystal armor dragon flame explosion fist suddenly blasted out, and with a bang, it hit Xiaobai's abdomen squarely. As Lin Feier expected, under the indestructible defense of the ice armor, the flame blast fist only left a dark burn mark and did not cause any substantial damage to Xiaobai. Fortunately, Lin Feier discovered that although this punch did not cause any damage, it actually repelled the ice dragon. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiaobai's body leaned, Lin Feier suddenly ordered, "Use gravity again." Another strong gravity pulled Xiaobai to the ground, but this time, Li Bo's expression was very calm. "Do you think I'll be fooled?" "What?" Lin Feier looked up suddenly, although the ice dragon was restrained and fell heavily to the ground. But along with it, thousands of huge hailstones also fell. Look! Under the influence of gravity, the speed of the hail has also increased. Someone noticed that the hailstones produced by Xiaobai were falling much faster than before. Fist-sized hailstones came surging down like white meteors, falling vertically and hitting the red crystal armored dragon mercilessly. Roar! The red crystal armored dragon howled in pain. Hail is particularly harmful to pets with high defense, not to mention that this is hail strengthened by gravity. With a loud bang, the red crystal armored dragon knelt on one knee, unable to lift its head due to the pressure. Lin Feier murmured as she watched this scene, her eyes flickering. For a moment, she felt that her arrogance was like the red crystal armored dragon at this moment, being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Li Bo. "You can actually push me to this point. Li Bo, I am worthy of being the man I, Lin Feier, approve of. But, Li Bo, you still can't escape from my grasp." Ha ha ha. Lin Feier's face actually showed a crazy smile, and her wandering eyes became firm again. Use rage. The lava shield of the red crystal armored dragon lit up again, and with 50% of its power, this time, all the hail was melted outside the shield. As the effect of the hail disappeared, the red crystal armored dragon slowly stood up. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo with an unprecedented seriousness in her eyes. "It seems that this is the only way to deal with you." Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Here I come." Mu Aoshue frowned in the audience. A level talent locked. Chapter 47 Quadruple Defense. Lin Feier put her hands together and chanted a few spells, and then strange things happened. The red crystal armored dragon seemed to have suddenly comprehended some strange law. The surface of its body continued to emit a dazzling crimson light, and its eyes became extremely sharp, as if it could see through the void. This is... Li Bo watched the scene with vigilance, but the next second he was surprised to find that Xiaobai's body suddenly began to emit this strange crimson light. The power of talent. Li Bo suddenly understood that this was Lin Feier activating her talent for taming beasts. Noob. Li Bo hurriedly checked Xiaobai's condition. After opening the panel, Xiaobai's status column showed two big words, locked. Lock, a level beast taming talent. The beast tamer selects a standing pet to lock onto the target opponent, gaining insight into the opponent's subsequent actions and launching a guaranteed attack. Note, this talent is ineffective for pets with spatial abilities. A sure hit. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He was actually able to lock onto his opponent. Without spatial ability, it meant that he would not be able to avoid the next attack. In this kind of 1v1 duel, this talent is really incredible. At this moment, Xiaobai and the red crystal armored dragon seemed to be forcibly linked together by an invisible chain. Tell Xiaobai directly that no matter how he dodges, he cannot escape the pursuit of the red crystal armored dragon. Li Bo. Your ice armor is indeed a little beyond my expectations. Lin Feier raised the corner of her mouth. But if I'm not mistaken, the power of your ice dragon's ice armor is only a twofold defense increase. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. So what? Although intermediate skills can't damage your ice armor, but you're not the only one with advanced skills. As she spoke, Lin Feier's red crystal armored dragon's aura rose again. The crimson crystal on its back began to gather energy. Looking closely, it looked like boiling magma, constantly boiling inside. Li Bo watched the scene coldly. Are you finally ready to use the lava cannon? Oh. Lin Feier was stunned for a moment, and was very surprised that Li Bo guessed the skill of the red crystal armored dragon. You know, this skill of hers has never been shown in the martial arts competition. Smart. No wonder you're number one in the liberal arts department. She immediately smiled and said. Li Bo. I'm sure you're well aware that, given the same power, fire-type skills are twice as effective as ice-type skills. In other words, with 50% of its furious power, the next red crystal armored dragon will be able to triple your ice dragon's power. Triple restraint. That seems to be the case. Li Bo's expression seemed very calm, with a sneer on his face. Is this your trump card? Lin Feier. Seeing that Li Bo was still calm, Lin Feier was stunned for a moment, but instead of getting angry, she smiled. Li Bo, do you know what I like most about you? Could it be it's because I'm more handsome? Hee hee. Lin Feier laughed so hard that her body shook uncontrollably, her eyes blurred with charm. That's one thing. But what I admire most about you is your courage to never give in even in desperate situations like today. Hearing this, Li Bo suddenly laughed. Ha! Lin Feier. Do you know that I have been resisting you so much? Oh? Why? Curiosity appeared on Lin Feier's face. That's just you're so arrogant. Always self-righteous. And inexplicably proud. You. Hearing this, Lin Feier's eyebrows raised and her smile froze instantly. Okay. So this is how I've always been in your mind. Today I will let you know that the reason why I, Lin Feier, am so arrogant is because I have the capital to be so arrogant. Lin Feier's face was serious, and then she shouted loudly. Use the lava cannon. The red crystal armored dragon quickly locked onto Xiaobai's figure in the air, as if it had the ability to predict the future. Xiaobai's next flight trajectory appeared clearly in its eyes. Not only that, every movement of Xiaobai seemed to be broken down frame by frame, becoming extremely slow in the eyes of the red crystal armored dragon. Double ice armor, it really can't stop Feier's triple restrained lava cannon. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo and said, Boy, how are you going to deal with this next? Such a strong aura. Everyone present was shocked by the powerful pressure of the red crystal armored dragon. Many timid spectators couldn't help but cover their mouths, worried that Li Bo's ice dragon would die. The red light on the ice dragon is so strong, it must have been completely locked. A sure hit skill. It's over. We're bankrupt. Looks like the game's over. Some spectators couldn't help but turn around and leave their seats, not wanting to see this tragic scene. Is there any other solution? Mu Aoshue's eyes flickered, and her heart was extremely complicated. I hope Li Bo wins this match, but I'm also afraid that if Li Bo advances, we'll inevitably meet in the ring. The lava cannon was about to burst out, and just when everyone thought Li Bo would give up, a mysterious and confident smile appeared on his face. Use Dragon Dance! Li Bo shouted. What? Lin Feier widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Woo-ah! Xiaobai let out a deafening dragon roar, her eyes were like torches, and her white wings kept spinning, turning into a white stream of light, rising vertically into the sky. Under the sunshine, Xiaobai waved his body wildly, and his attributes increased rapidly. At this moment, she was as pure and white as a god, like the ruler of the sky. Look! It's Dragon Dance! Someone stood up excitedly. Holy crap! Dragon Dance doubles the power in all aspects. I can't believe I've seen this skill on an elite pet. What kind of monster is this Li Bo? Incredible. He even learned the Dragon Dance. Lin Feng was surprised and couldn't help but look at Lin Feier with worry. Good boy. The fourth advanced skill. Principal Lu Jun's eyelids trembled constantly. To be able to cultivate a pet at such a level, and even learn the difficult Dragon Dance, even among the top beast taming universities in the country, Li Bo deserves the title of genius. Dragon-type beastmasters are talents that all parties strive to recruit, and their future prospects are limitless. With a loud bang, a column of blood-red magma suddenly erupted from the back of the red crystal Ankylosaurus, hitting Xiaobai's flight path quickly, accurately, and fiercely. The lava cannon was extremely powerful, and its temperature was so high that even the surrounding air was distorted. Xiaobai had no spatial skills, and Li Bo knew he had to withstand this attack. He smiled coldly. It's time to end your farce. Lin Feier. Ice armor. Swish. The ice armor appeared on Xiaobai's body again, but this time, with the blessing of Longwu, the thickness of the armor increased a lot. It was as hard as diamond, without a single flaw. She quickly merged her wings together to form a huge shield in front of her. Chapter 48. Huge sum of money in hand. At the same time, there was a loud boom sound, and the lava cannon, like a volcanic eruption, continuously burst out with hot flames and billowing smoke, and went straight towards Xiaobai's wings. This attack was as powerful as thunder, unstoppable, and with unparalleled impact force, it hit Xiaobai's wings hard. In an instant, a dazzling red light streaked across the sky like a huge meteor, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Xiaobai's wings were hit by this powerful force and trembled violently. Everyone looked up and squinted their eyes to stare at this dazzling scene. This level of battle had already exceeded their expectations, and many young beastmasters were amazed at the huge gap between them and the two. Seeing that Xiaobai was still stubbornly resisting the lava cannon, everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it was blocked. Dragon Dance plus ice armor quadruples the defense. As the effect of the red crystal armor dragon's rage disappeared, Xiaobai could clearly feel that the power of the lava cannon was dropping sharply. Wait until the red light on your body completely disappears. Wow! Xiaobai suddenly spread his huge wings, bounced off the flames, and flew away from the spot at a rapid speed. At this moment, the red crystal armored dragon was already at the end of its strength, not to mention that Xiaobai still had the buff of Dragon Dance in his hand. The situation was already doomed. Cold Edge Thorn ends the battle. Li Bo said indifferently. Xiaobai suddenly swung out long thorns. There were so many of them that the red crystal armored dragon on the ground could not avoid them at all. The strengthened cold spikes were 50 centimeters long, like sharp ice blades, carrying a biting chill as they shot towards the red crystal armored dragon. The red crystal armored dragon wanted to struggle to dodge, but it had consumed too much energy in the previous battle. Not only was its movement too slow, it no longer had the energy to fight back. The cold thorns pierced into its body one after another, and the red crystal armored dragon was soon transformed into a giant hedgehog. With a loud bang, the red crystal armored dragon lost consciousness and fell completely to the ground. However, Xiaobai's anger did not diminish, and he was still desperately attacking the red crystal armored dragon, constantly venting his desire for revenge. Stop! The referee suddenly shouted at Xiaobai. This competition is primarily for sparring. If anyone dies, they will be disqualified. Hateful. Although Xiaobai was extremely reluctant, he still folded his wings and flew back to Li Bo. The red crystal armored dragon has lost its fighting consciousness. Li Bo advances to the semi-finals. As the referee read out the announcement, Lin Feier clenched her fists and trembled continuously on the spot, her eyes filled with emptiness. She never thought that even after using her talents and strongest skills, she still couldn't beat Li Bo. With reluctance and disbelief mixed in her heart, Lin Feier fell silent for a moment. Xiaobai turned back into a beast mother and hugged Li Bo. Master! I finally got my revenge. Woohoo! It's okay, Xiaobai. Li Bo stroked her hair and comforted her. He knew that Xiaobai had defeated the red crystal armored dragon, which was considered to be getting rid of a demon in his heart, and he could fight with more peace of mind in the future. At this moment, Lin Feier suddenly looked up at Li Bo. I lost. Lin Feier's beautiful face was less harsh than before, and she seemed to be more relieved. Although his expression was somewhat dejected, Li Bo did not try to comfort the other party. He said, "Hey, Lin Feier. Don't forget our bet. Hearing this, Lin Feier was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "Who do you think Lin Feier, am I going to blame you for a mere 1 million? As she spoke, Lin Feier casually took out a black card from her pocket and handed it to Li Bo. "There's exactly 1 million in there. The password is your birthday." Li Bo picked up the black card and said in astonishment, Are you ready?" Li Bo was very puzzled. Logically speaking, with Lin Feier's selfish personality, she should be able to defeat him in the martial arts competition. "What's the matter with this black card prepared in advance?" Lin Feier folded her arms. "I originally thought that after I defeated you and made you my boyfriend, I would give you this million as my first gift. I didn't expect that Lin Feier, would be outmatched." Li Bo was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Lin Feier's expression did not seem to be joking, he wondered if he had missed out on 100 million. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, Lin Feier raised her eyebrows and smiled. "What? You really don't want to consider it? What are you considering? Aren't you short of money? Being my boyfriend is nothing." "Don't want." Before Li Bo could reply, Xiao Bai was the first to disagree. Lin Feier glanced at Xiao Bai and said, "Oh? You have to think carefully. As a dragon beast, you have a lot of money to spend. Given your master's current financial situation, raising you will probably be very difficult. It's none of your business." Xiao Bai still had a bad face. "No matter how poor my master is, he will never sell himself to you." Hearing this, Li Bo was furious and quickly stopped in front of Xiao Bai and said to Lin Feier, "Don't worry about that. Lin Feier, as agreed, I won the competition. Please don't embarrass me anymore. The martial arts exam is coming up soon, so I advise you to focus more on training. Can I think that you care about me?" Lin Feier smiled. "In that case, I'll have to train even harder to surpass you. But, does today's bet still stand?" "Huh?" Li Bo was stunned for a moment. "From what you said, you still want to challenge me? Why not have a strong sparring partner?" Lin Feier said. "Old rules, if you beat me once, I'll give you 1 million. If you lose, you still have to be my boyfriend." "Ha ha." Li Bo replied nonchalantly. "If you like giving money so much, I don't mind. That's a deal." Lin Feier's face lit up with joy, and she said, "I've booked the Jianghai Hotel tonight. Do you want to have dinner with me?" "No." Before Lin Feier could finish her words, Li Bo directly refused. "It's too high-end. A poor person like me can't get used to it." Lin Feier froze for a moment, then forced a smile. "Anyway, I'll be waiting for you in the private room on the top floor. It's up to you whether you come or not." After saying that, Lin Feier turned around and left the martial arts competition arena. Compared with the past, Lin Feier's departure seems a bit bleak. When Li Bo returned to his seat, he saw Ziyun's excited face. "I'm rich. I'm rich. Brother Li Bo." Ziyan took out a stack of banknotes and waved them in front of Li Bo. 5 times the odds. 30,000 in hand. Chapter 49 Phantom Mooncat. Li Bo smiled, looked at the two girls and said seriously, "Now, I can buy you 2 nice new clothes." Xiao Bai doesn't want clothes. The little white head shook like a rattle. "I want to save money and buy a new house for my master." "Buying a new house?" Looking at Xiao Bai, Li Bo showed a look of surprise on his face. "Yeah. Xiao Bai destroyed the place we live in last time. Let's save money and buy a new big house, okay, master?" "So you're still blaming yourself for this?" Looking at her serious expression, Li Bo felt a pang in his heart. Xiao Bai was always so sensible that it made people feel distressed. He. I don't want to buy skirts anymore. I want to save money to buy a big house in the upper city for brother Li Bo." Ziyan also joined in. "Silly Ziyun." Li Bo smiled and said, "Since you both say so, then when the master saves enough money, he will take you two to move to a beautiful big house." "Okay. When the master saves enough money, he will take you two to move into a beautiful big house." "Oh right. Master." Xiao Bai gently tugged at the corner of Li Bo's clothes. Li Bo saw Xiao Bai hesitating and her neck flushed red, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Didn't you say that if you beat Lin Feier, you can do that?" Xiao Bai said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Huh?" Li Bo was confused. "Which one, Xiao Bai?" that one. Xiaobai buried his head as low as he could, and his fair face suddenly became like a ripe red apple. Oh. Ziyun suddenly became anxious. Brother Li Bo, that's what you and that Miao Miao did. Xiaobai slowly raised her head and looked at Li Bo, biting her lips and saying him. Ah. Li Bo's old face turned red. Well. Master, you can't regret it. Xiaobai said immediately. That's right. We agreed that if we win the game, we'll get a free gift. Ziyun snorted while hugging his arms. As a beastmaster, if you don't keep your word, your prestige in the hearts of your pets will be greatly reduced. When Li Bo heard this, he suddenly felt a headache. Xiaobai is obedient and easy to deal with, but Ziyun is not so easy to deal with. Xiaobai. When I say winning the competition, I mean winning the championship, not just defeating Lin Feier. This. Xiaobai's expression suddenly fell into deep thought. What the master said seemed to make some sense. Li Bo smiled and looked at Ziyun again. And Ziyun. It seems like Xiaobai won all these matches, right? It's a bit unreasonable for you to join in the fun. Humph. Brother Li Bo is biased. Ziyun immediately became unhappy. It was you who didn't let me play and kept letting Xiaobai play. You made me seem useless. Ziyun's face was filled with grievance, and he buried his head in Xiaobai's soft chest. Woo woo. Xiaobai, Brother Li Bo is bullying me. Ziyun buried his head tightly, glancing at Li Bo from time to time while speaking. Xiaobai touched Ziyun's long hair and comforted her. Don't be sad, Ziyun. You are not useless. Then Xiaobai, tell me, what use am I? Ziyun suddenly looked up at Xiaobai. Ah. This. Wow. Ziyun cried even louder. I'm a useless little piece of shit. Boom. Master. You made Ziyun cry. Please explain to her. Xiaobai was so anxious that his head was about to explode. Okay. Li Bo comforted. My Ziyun is not a useless little piece of trash. Then why don't you let me play? I finally understand. Brother Li Bo just likes Xiaobai more. Ziyun said relentlessly. What are you talking about? Li Bo explained. The reason why I didn't let you appear so early is because Ziyun is my last trump card. Trump card? Really? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, stunned by Li Bo's coaxing. Of course. Have you ever seen anyone casually reveal their trump card? No. Ziyun's body stiffened for a moment, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she hugged Li Bo tightly. So touching. Brother Li Bo. I knew you had me in your heart. Alright. There are a lot of people around. Don't reveal your identity. What are you afraid of? They're all focused on that slutty cat. Ziyun said with a pout. Oh. It's Muash Yue's match. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at the stage. At this time, Muash Yue's battle had already begun. Her opponent is a boy named Zhu Chen, and his pet is an elite rank 1 ice wildebeest. The ice wildebeest is snow white all over, and its body shape is no different from that of an ordinary horse, except that it has a sharp ice blue horn in the middle of its forehead, which faintly exudes a hint of coldness. Seeing that the opponent was also an ice beast master, Li Bo couldn't help but pay more attention to the arena. Muao Yue still chose Miao Miao to stand on the side. Also in beast girl form, Meowth walked onto the ring very confidently. Evolved? Although the beast girl's appearance had not changed much, Li Bo still saw Miao Miao's true identity after evolution from the system Phantom Moon Spirit Cat. It has to be said that fighting as a beast girl is very confusing. Zhu Chen on the opposite side obviously did not realize that his opponent is an elite psychic pet. Quickly spin around the ring. Avoid the hypnosis of her eyes. Great. He should be almost dizzy. Now is the time, use the freeze ray. Zhu Chen issued attack commands one after another. I have to say that the players who can advance to the quarterfinals are more or less capable. Zhu Chen's ice wildebeest has reached its maximum speed. With the speed of the human eye, it is impossible to capture the running movement of the ice wildebeest. The series of actions of the ice wildebeest happened in just a few seconds. Before everyone could react, it launched an attack towards Miao Miao in the middle of the ring from an extremely tricky angle. The freezing rays gathered from the horn of the ice wildebeest. In the blink of an eye, a thick and long white light quickly rushed towards Miao Miao. However, facing this fierce attack, Mu Aoshue remained calm. Use the super mirror. After receiving the command, Miao Miao put his hands together, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and then a transparent mirror suddenly appeared beside him. The mirror surface is smooth and shiny, and it looks extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Swish! The freezing ray hit the mirror directly, but was instantly bounced back and shot towards the ice wildebeest in the opposite direction. What? Shu Chen's face changed drastically. He never expected that Mu Aoshue had such a trick. What was even more incredible to him was that the speed of the reflected freezing ray was almost twice as fast as the original one. The ice wildebeest had no time to react and was hit hard by the freezing ray that he had fired with all his strength. Bang! The ice wildebeest was knocked down and slid sideways for dozens of meters, letting out a wail. Although ice-type pets are immune to freezing, the freezing ray, as an intermediate skill, has basic damage that cannot be underestimated. Stand up! Ice wildebeest! Zhu Chen shouted. It's too late. Li Bo frowned and observed Miao Miao's movements carefully. Obviously, after her evolution, her strength has reached a new level. Sure enough, the next second, Mu Aoshue issued the final command. Over the shoulder throw. Chapter 50, Level 3 Thunderpool. Whoosh! Miao Miao's figure was like a phantom, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. So fast. Zhu Chen's face was filled with indescribable shock. This kind of explosive power was no less than the speed that he and the ice wildebeest were proud of. By the time everyone reacted, Miao Miao's tall figure had already appeared in front of the ice wildebeest. Before the ice wildebeest could steady itself, Miao Miao quickly and accurately grabbed its front hooves, and with a swift over-the-shoulder throw, threw the ice wildebeest out of the ring. Shu Chen stood there, his expression as if he was dreaming, and he couldn't believe what he had just seen. After a period of silence, the referee's voice broke the silence again. Ice wildebeest is eliminated. Mu Aoshue advances to the semi-finals. The audience also started to make loud noises. So strong. What a simple and rough battle. Compared to Li Bo and Lin Fei, it was too easy for Mu Aoshue to advance to the semi-finals. Are psychic pets really that perverted? Listening to the continuous discussions around him, Li Bo fell into deep thought. They were both ice-type pets, and although he was confident that Xiao Bai was much stronger than the ice wildebeest, if he really faced Miao Miao, Xiao Bai would not gain any advantage in a limited battlefield like the martial arts competition field. Once you are controlled by Miao Miao's skills, being knocked out of the field will happen in the blink of an eye. Thinking back to the last hypnosis, Li Bo still has lingering fears. After Miao Miao on the field won the game, the first thing he did was look at Li Bo in the opposite direction. As if she had guessed what Li Bo was thinking, Miao Miao gave him an intriguing smile. Ziyun immediately stood in front of Li Bo and glared back at Miao Miao. Look again. I'll dig your eyes out. Miao Miao withdrew his gaze and gave Ziyun a provocative smile. They could smell the tension between them even from dozens of meters away. You only know how to use these insidious skills, Ziyun said with disdain. When she thought about how Miao Miao had taken advantage of Li Bo, she was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she wanted to slap Miao Miao twice right now. Brother Li Bo. We agreed before that I have to fight against this slutty cat. Li Bo looked at Ziyun, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, he clapped his hands excitedly. That's right. Ziyun, as a spirit, is immune to psychic attacks. Maybe Xiao Bai doesn't have the advantage against Miao Miao, but if Ziyun takes over, maybe he can catch her off guard. We still have to let Ziyun upgrade and evolve as soon as possible. Although the dark system has a certain restraining relationship with the psychic system, Ziyun is only an ordinary 7th level now. Compared with the evolved Xiao Bai, there is a big gap in strength. Now that Xiao Bai has become a frost ice dragon, Li Bo will have to concentrate his energy and resources on cultivating Ziyun. After the semi-finals, the finals won't be far away. We have to hurry up and train. After watching Mu Aoshue's match, Li Bo quickly left the competition field with his 2 pets. The remaining 2 quarter-final matches are scheduled for the afternoon. Li Bo does not want to waste time on this. Instead of trying to figure out his opponent, he would rather spend more time polishing himself. At this time, Li Bo set his sights on Xiao Bai. After the battle with the red crystal armored dragon, the status bar had already displayed the word, tired. Li Bo clicked it, and a message popped up immediately. The frost ice dragon is in poor condition and needs to return to the beast taming space to recuperate as soon as possible. Xiao Bai. Go back to the pet space. Li Bo's tone was very serious. Xiao Bai wanted to refute him but didn't say anything. After saying oh, he obediently returned to the beast taming space and fell asleep. After walking out of the school gate with Ziyun, Li Bo suddenly said, Ziyun! Change back to your original form and use the color mimicry to follow me in the air. Report any signs of trouble immediately. Okay. Brother Li Bo. After saying that, Ziyun transformed into Phantom Cloud again, and then its shape and color changed rapidly as it disappeared into the air. An hour later, Li Bo returned to the lower city area. After walking a few steps, I heard Ziyun's warning voice. Be careful. Brother Li Bo. There are people in front and behind, and they seem to be coming towards us. Li Bo stopped and began to look around with a frown on his face. This is a garbage dump area, and the high summer temperature makes the already smelly air even more pungent. Although it is daytime, there are few people here, so setting an ambush here is a good choice. Just as Li Bo was thinking, two figures wearing black stockings on their heads slowly walked out from behind a few green trash cans in front of him. Ha ha! Li Bo, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind Li Bo. Turning around, he saw a thin man who was also wearing pullover stockings. Li Bo guessed that these people must have come to intercept him on impulse. Li Bo sneered calmly. You three came here to stop me, aren't you here to play landlord with me? Fuck you. You've kept me waiting in this scorching heat, a man yelled. Hand over all the money you have, and I'll save you a beating. Oh? So you're here to rob? Li Bo's eyes were sharp, he quickly glanced at the three people, and then said. We're classmates, so why not show your true colors to each other? Hiding and hiding doesn't seem sincere enough. Upon hearing this, the two people in front were stunned at the same time as if they had been electrocuted, and looked at each other in panic. Don't be afraid of a bird, the thin man behind him said sternly. The city is so chaotic now, robbery is as common as eating. Who would bother to investigate? Hearing this, the other two people threw away the distracting thoughts in their minds and looked at Li Bo with a fierce look. Ha ha! You really are a student from Jianhai University. Li Bo smiled coldly, as if everything was expected. The news of his bet with Lin Feier became known to everyone in the school. Although this 1 million was not a lot of money for the rich people in the upper city, it was a considerable sum for students like him who lived in the lower city. Presumably, these three people had been waiting here for a long time since the moment he defeated Lin Feier. So what if you guessed it? The thin man suddenly said. Li Bo, I admit that you are very strong. But your ice dragon has just fought with the red crystal armored dragon and is already exhausted. If you are sensible, I can spare you a beating for the sake of our friendship. What if I don't know what's best for me? Looking at the three people, a hint of coldness flashed across Li Bo's eyes. The man gave Li Bo a vicious look and said to the other two. Get started. We'll split the 1 million equally after we're done. As he spoke, yellow magic circles flashed across the ground one after another, and three pets suddenly came into Li Bo's sight. Chopping winged duck. Green poisonous bird. Blue silver grass? Li Bo quickly took a look at the three pets. They were all at the 8th or 9th level. He shook his head and sighed in disappointment. This one is not enough. What did you say? The three of them were angered by Li Bo at the same time. They thought they could scare the other party, but they didn't expect Li Bo's words not enough to break their defense. Everyone can brag. If you have the guts, bring out your frost ice dragon, one of them shouted. Who said that? I only have the frost ice dragon. Li Bo raised his mouth in a strange arc. Let's use them to level up. Ziyun. I can't wait. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun's voice suddenly came. What? You contracted a second pet. Following Ziyun's voice, the three of them looked up at the sky at the same time, and saw a strange purple cloud quickly appearing in the invisible air. Obviously, none of them knew what Ziyun was, but what shocked them even more was that Li Bo actually contracted a second pet, and it was of a fairly high level. You actually became a second-level beastmaster. One person pointed at Li Bo and said in disbelief. You know now. It's too late. Li Bo's expression was cold. Don't be afraid. 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. The leading man suddenly said. Then, as if in tacit understanding, several of them simultaneously issued attack commands to their pets. Flying wing combo. Poisonous fog. blue and silver entanglement. In an instant, white wings, black poisonous gas, and blue vines all attacked the purple clouds in the sky. However, to their surprise, the strange purple cloud mysteriously disappeared in the air just before it was attacked. What? Invisibility skill. Several people suddenly felt something was wrong. The next moment, Ziyun's oppressive figure suddenly appeared behind several pets, and then 3 extremely sharp black chains shot towards the 3 pets respectively. Dark skill, it's actually a dark pet. Oh no! Several people's faces changed drastically. By the time they reacted, Ziyun's dark noose had already pierced through the bodies of the 3 pets. The dark noose struck their souls directly. The moment the 3 pets were attacked, they did not die immediately, but continued to endure the torment of their souls. No! Deeply feeling the pain of his pet, the leading man suddenly shouted, having already lost the momentum he had just had. Don't kill my winged duck. Li Bo. We're all classmates. There's no need to be so ruthless. The other 2 begged for mercy, hoping that Li Bo would let their pets go. When you were planning to rob me of my money, you should have been prepared to die. Li Bo remained calm and ordered Ziyun, kill them all. This is not a school, so there is no such thing as a limit in fighting, so Li Bo does not intend to show mercy. Ziyun nodded in response, and the chains instantly turned black and rapidly spun around the bodies of several pets. The 3 Beastmasters could only watch helplessly as their pets' vital information quickly disappeared until they died completely. Several people were filled with despair. They never expected that not only did they not get the money, but they also lost the pets they had worked so hard to raise. Run! The leading man was the first to react, and the 3 of them rolled and crawled away in different directions. Seeing Li Bo motionless, Ziyun said anxiously, Brother Li Bo. Aren't you going to chase them? If you hand them over to the school, they should be punished. In response to this, Li Bo just shook his head and smiled. These 3 guys ran off in separate places, there's no way we could catch up. Don't worry, Ziyun, the school has registered every student's pet information. As long as we have their pet's corpse, we won't have to worry about not finding them. Well then. It's really a bargain for them. Ziyun was a little disappointed. Suddenly, she said with a gleam in her eyes. But before I hand over the pet beasts' corpses to the school, I have to extract their crystal cores first. I want to sell them to buy a house for Brother Li Bo. Seeing Ziyun starting to work on the corpse, Li Bo shook his head slightly. You are such a money grubber. Phantom Cloud upgrade normal 8th stage. Detected that the Phantom Cloud has reached the normal 8th stage and can receive the evolution task. Are you sure you want to receive the gift? The evolutionary tasks that quickly flashed across the system panel suddenly made Li Bo's eyes light up. Finally, I can prepare to evolve Purple Cloud. With a hint of excitement, Li Bo immediately clicked the word, confirm. Phantom Cloud evolution mission successfully received. Detected the evolutionary direction of the Phantom Cloud cultivation dark plus electric sequence. Issuing Phantom Cloud evolution quests. Mission requirements: Huan Minjian enters the level 3 Thunder Pool and trains for 5 hours. Current progress, 0.5. What? Level 3 Thunder Pool. Seeing this task, Li Bo's eyes widened immediately. No. System. Are you fucking kidding me? In the entire Jianghai city, there is only one level 3 Thunder Pool. And the controller of this Thunder Pool is none other than the Lin family. Chapter 51: Going to the Banquet. As the name suggests, Thunder Pond is a dangerous area shrouded by the power of thunder and lightning. In the world of beast taming, the Thunder Pool is not only an important place for electric pets to train and upgrade, but also an essential power hub for every city. According to the current and power, the Thunder Pool is divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, several levels. The first level Thunder Pool has a relatively weak current, and the total power consumption is no more than that of a street. It is suitable for training ordinary electric pets. The second level Thunder Pool has a greatly increased current intensity and a reserve power that can meet the electricity needs of an entire county. It is suitable for elite and excellent pet training. In the third level Thunder Pool, the density and violence of the electric current have reached a terrifying level. Anyone who enters without strong defensive measures will be torn into pieces by the powerful thunder and lightning inside. In terms of photovoltaic power reserves, the third level Thunder Pool can directly meet the power supply of a medium-sized city. Its importance is no less than that of a city's core military base. In order to train in the third level Thunder Pool, the most basic condition is that the pet reaches the excellent level. In addition, if there is no necessary means to save life, even if it is at the excellent level, entering is suicide. Seeing the evolutionary tasks arranged by the system, Li Bo couldn't help but hiss. Ziyun is just an ordinary 8th level. Can he really enter the 3rd level thunder pool? At this time, Ziyun had just finished dealing with the corpses of several pet animals. He happily walked up to Li Bo with the crystal core, but found that his master was confused and lost in thought. Brother Li Bo, what's wrong? Ziyun tilted his head and looked at Li Bo. Ziyun, let me ask you, how did you feel when you were attacked by the lightning of the Zapdos on Sunset Beach that day? Li Bo suddenly asked. Feel? Ziyun touched his lips with his index finger and thought seriously. If I really have to describe it, I think it's similar to the smoothie that Xiaobai made. It's sweet and delicious. Tasty? Li Bo was at a loss for words. Ziyun actually used this word to describe the feeling of being struck by lightning. But he thought about it carefully and remembered that day, the Zapdos released 2 consecutive thunder attacks on Ziyun, but did not cause any damage. Logically speaking, intermediate skills are fatal to ordinary pets. Ziyun was able to remain safe and sound at that time. Li Bo speculated that Ziyun might have some characteristics that absorb lightning, so he regarded lightning as food. Li Bo looked at Ziyun and continued, Ziyun, since you can eat lightning, do you know how much lightning you can absorb at most? Although Ziyun is immune to thunder attacks, the 3rd level thunder pool is no joke. Before that, he must figure out the upper limit of Ziyun's ability to absorb lightning. How much can it absorb? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, tried to recall for a while, then suddenly shook her head. I can't explain it either, Brother Li Bo. But what is certain is that the lightning bolts that Zapdos sent that day were not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. It was so weak. What? Weak? Li Bo was speechless for a moment. You know, even if Zapdos is not very good, it is still an elite high-level pet, and it is only 1 evolutionary threshold away from the excellent level. In response to the attack of such a level of opponent, Ziyun actually said the 3 words weak. Li Bo touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Looking at Ziyun's leisurely and contented look, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In that case, maybe you can really stand your ground in the 3rd level mine pool. Level 3 thunder pool? Ziyun's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly. Brother Li Bo, what is this? It sounds delicious. The level 3 thunder pond isn't for eating. It's a dangerous place ravaged by thunder and lightning. Ziyun, if you enter the level 3 thunder pond, the master is really worried that something bad will happen to you. Then, can I go? Brother Li Bo, I want to give it a try. Ziyun replied expectantly. You really are a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Li Bo smiled bitterly and said. We can't just go to the 3rd level minefield whenever we want. If it were the 1st or 2nd level minefields, it would be fine. Many powerful private owners have run the minefields very commercially. As long as you have enough money, you can enter. But the 3rd level minefield is not so easy to enter. At this point, Li Bo sighed. In such a huge city like Zhanghai, there's only 1 level 3 thunder pond. And this thunder pond is controlled by the Lin family. Although the 3rd level mine pool is a popular commodity, it requires enormous manpower and material resources to maintain. Without absolutely strong funds, it is impossible to get this cash cow. Only a giant in Zhanghai like the Lin family can operate the 3rd level thunder pool. Relying on the huge power generation brought by the 3rd level thunder pool, the Lin family has monopolized the entire Zhanghai power industry, so Lin Feier's father Lin Feng can dominate Zhanghai. Ah? The Lin family. Ziyun's tone suddenly became disappointed. Forget it, Brother Li Bo, it's the same if we go to the 1st or 2nd level mine ponds. Li Bo shook his head. How can the power of a level 1 or 2 thunder pool be compared with a level 3 thunder pool? Li Bo knew very well that since he had chosen to evolve Ziyun towards electric attributes, entering the thunder pool for tempering was an indispensable condition. The system has arranged such an evolutionary task, and its importance can be imagined. If you choose a low-level thunder pool and delay Ziyun's evolution, you will only regret it if you want to make up for it. But, if we go to the level 3 thunder pool, don't we have to ask the Lin family for help? I don't want Brother Li Bo to have any more dealings with Lin Feier. I don't think Xiaobai would want to see that either. Ziyun's tone was firm. Ziyun. There are always some things in this world that can't go exactly as we wish. Li Bo looked at Ziyun seriously and said. Entering the 3rd level of the thunder pool, you can't avoid Lin Feier. Although I don't want a baker, but in order to make you stronger, this must be done. Xiao Bai has evolved to the elite level, and I have to treat everyone equally, so I must evolve you as well. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes and she burst into tears instantly, throwing herself into Li Bo's arms. I knew that Ziyun also meant something to you. Silly Ziyun. Li Bo stroked her hair. To me, you are as important as Xiao Bai. Woo woo. It's so touching. Ziyun burst into tears. Ziyun lost her parents when she was young. After wandering for so many years, she has never felt the taste of being valued. Brother Li Bo, you are the most important person to me. Ziyun will definitely work hard to become stronger and repay you. Okay, don't cry. Li Bo comforted. Let's think about how to enter the Forbidden Zone in a proper way. After much thought, we still have to go find Lin Fei. Now that the grudges are settled and we're all classmates, she shouldn't sit idly by. Ha! Ziyun suddenly raised his head. Brother Li Bo. Didn't I remember that Lin Fei said that whether you go or not, she will wait for you at the Jianhai Hotel for dinner? This. Li Bo was silent for a moment. Thinking about how he had decisively rejected Lin Fei's invitation before, he now had to shamelessly go to her again. Fate is the most cruel thing. After a mental struggle, Li Bo clenched his fists and looked towards the upper city. It's just a banquet, what's there to be afraid of? Chapter 52 Jianhai Hotel. In the evening, Li Bo arrived at the door of the most prosperous restaurant in the center of Jianhai City. Jianhai Hotel, as a gathering place for celebrities in Jianhai, is different from the bustling scenes in the past. The hotel entrance today seems particularly deserted. At the hotel entrance, two tall beastmasters in suits and ties stood upright, one on the left and one on the right. A powerful and murderous aura emanated from them, as if warning passers-by not to approach easily. Li Bo's heart trembled. Looking at this aura, he must be a third-level beastmaster. They actually use third-level beastmasters as security. I'm afraid only the Lin family can afford such a thing. Li Bo took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and strode towards the hotel gate. The next moment, the two beastmasters stopped him instantly with sharp eyes. Sorry. This hotel has been booked. Please leave as soon as possible. One of the beastmasters said coldly. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then said. Lin Fei packed it, right? I came here to find her. Whom? You know the young lady? Hearing this, the two beastmasters showed surprise on their faces. They looked at Li Bo and saw that he was dressed simply. A trace of disdain flashed in their eyes, and then they said unfriendlily. There are so many people who want to see the young lady. Boy, our young lady has a date with a beautiful woman today. I advise you not to disturb her. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Li Bo smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm the one your young lady is dating. What? You? The two security guards' jaws almost dropped to the ground. They looked at each other and looked at Li Bo carefully again. This guy is not of high rank, looks poor, and has no other advantages except being handsome. Why would the young lady invite him to dinner? Although they had some doubts, they still did not dare to slack off, so they asked tentatively. Could it be that your name is Li Bo? Guaranteed genuine. Is there any proof? Li Bo handed his student ID to the two to confirm their identities. Then the two beastmasters immediately changed their attitude 180 degrees and bowed to Li Bo to apologize. Apologies. We were blind and neglectful of our distinguished guests. Since the eldest lady has invited you, Master Li Bo, please follow us. The two men protected Li Bo in the middle, one in front and one behind, and then took him into the restaurant hall. As soon as he entered the lobby, Li Bo was shocked by the magnificent decoration inside. Every brick and tile showed luxury. The overall splendor was filled with the atmosphere of the upper class. It was worthy of being the largest hotel in Jianhai. However, before Li Bo could observe carefully, a neat welcoming voice instantly made him shudder. Welcome Master Li Bo. Looking around, I saw 2 rows of young waiters dressed neatly as maids standing in the hall. They were all energetic and shouting in unison. Just in terms of numbers, there are about 200 or 300 waiters in these 2 rows, and each of the maids is beautiful and elegant. Li Bo was frightened by this scene and thought to himself, are the lives of rich people so simple and unpretentious? If I hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known that Lin Fei had given me such a grand ceremony. After a while, seeing two security guards leading him straight to a corridor, Li Bo said suspiciously, "Isn't your lady in the private room upstairs? Where are you going?" "Master Li Bo, don't worry." One of them responded with a smile. "The young lady instructed me before that when the young master arrives, he should take you to change clothes first, and then go upstairs to have dinner with the young lady." "What? Changing clothes?" Li Bo obviously didn't expect that Lin Feier was such a particular person. Helpless, I had to follow them to a fitting room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw two maids standing there with their arms crossed as if they had been waiting for a long time. "Let us get started." After the two security guards said something to the two of them, they retreated outside and closed the door. "Master Li Bo, take it off." A maid covered her mouth and smiled. Li Bo felt a little restrained. Are the clothes your lady prepared for me decent?" "Poochie." The two girls were amused by Li Bo at the same time. "What are you thinking, sir? Our lady has prepared a proper suit for you." "Oh? A suit?" Li Bo suddenly looked at the clothes rack in front of him. A luxurious black suit was hanging neatly on it. Although he had not put it on yet, Li Bo could clearly feel that the size of the suit was a perfect fit for his body. He even knew the size of his clothes clearly. Lin Feier was quite concerned about this. Sure enough, with the help of the maid, Li Bo put on the suit and turned around twice. It was neither too big nor too small and fit him perfectly. Then Li Bo sat down, and another maid who was responsible for his image began to fiddle with Li Bo's head. Trim, wax, and style all in one go. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Li Bo stood up and saw his face in the mirror. He was a little dazed for a moment. The journey through time was a complete disaster. The only thing I could show off was my face. However, because I never took care of my appearance, my looks were largely preserved. After being taken care of by two maids today, his appearance has been completely renewed. With a clean and simple slicked back hair, an angular face, and sharp and brilliant eyes, he looks like a handsome guy no matter how you look at him. Coupled with the high-quality suit, his broad shoulders are highlighted with a strong sense of hormones, and coupled with his height of over 1.8 meters, his image is comparable to those beast-taming stars on TV. The two maids looked at Li Bo with satisfaction, their eyes sparkling with peach blossoms. One of them said in astonishment, "Sure enough. The young lady's taste never disappoints." "Now, can I go?" Li Bo asked. "Go. The eldest lady is waiting for you on the 10th floor," said the maid with a smile. After a while, Li Bo took the elevator to the 10th floor. As the highest standard reception room of Jianghai Hotel, the entire 10th floor has no partitions and is entirely made of transparent glass, with arc-shaped private rooms for pure viewing. As he entered the room, Li Bo saw a delicate table not far away, upon which were laid several dishes meticulously prepared like works of art. Several candles burned quietly in the middle of the table, accompanied by two goblets and a bottle of aged red wine. Next to the table, a graceful figure in a burgundy dress stood by the glass window, staring at the night scene that was shimmering across half of the river and sea in a trance. The reflection of the girl's peerless beauty emerged in the glass window, like a natural and beautiful painting, which also depicted the figure of Li Bo who had intruded. The moment she saw Li Bo's reflection, Lin Feier's eyes were as bright as the stars, and she turned around suddenly, holding up her red skirt. "You are here." Chapter 53: The Past. Lin Feier's face no longer had the arrogance and pride of the past. Under the candlelight, the girl's face was rosy and even a little shy. Seeing that Lin Feier also had such a charming side, Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He took a few steps forward and said, "I am not late." Lin Feier smiled, looked at the half-burned candle, and said to herself, "I thought you really wouldn't come. Well, I'm suddenly a little hungry. I thought there was a free dinner here, so I decided to come and have some." Li Bo said somewhat embarrassedly. Thinking back to the day when the two of them were fighting fiercely in the ring like mortal enemies, saying every harsh word they wanted to say, he didn't expect that they would have a candlelight dinner in the evening. Even if Li Bo was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at this moment. That's such a lame excuse. Lin Feier walked slowly in front of Li Bo in her red high heels, stretched out her beautiful hand and gently adjusted his collar, smiling charmingly. "It looks a bit like a human being now." The rich and fragrant scent of Lin Feier's perfume hit his face. The neckline of her red dress was a deep V, and she looked down from above. For a moment, Li Bo was dazzled by the whiteness in front of him. With such a size, I'm afraid she must have a 36D. I didn't expect Lin Feier to have such a deep career line. Does it look good? Lin Feier's voice suddenly woke Li Bo up. Li Bo chuckled and slowly looked away. After being bullied by Lin Feier for so long, it's okay for me to take advantage of her. Sit down. Lin Feier was not angry at all. Aren't you hungry? I'll ask the waiter to serve the food right away. Li Bo didn't hesitate and pulled out a stool and sat down. Lin Feier skillfully opened the red wine and filled each of their wine glasses to 7 points. She said lazily, I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to sit down and have a long chat. There's a lot of time to come. There's a lot of time to come. Li Bo sneered, but what he was thinking about in his mind was how to talk about the matter of the third-level thunder pool in a less purposeful way. That, Lin Feier. Eat first. Before he could finish his words, Lin Feier suddenly interrupted him. Lin Feier raised her glass and made an invitation. If you have anything to say, let's talk after we've had enough food and drink. Looking at the other person's meaningful eyes, Li Bo knew that Lin Feier should have guessed that he had something to ask of her. But I didn't expect that Lin Feier, who has always been arrogant and unreasonable, didn't make things difficult for me because of this. Although he was extremely confused, Li Bo still raised his glass, clinked glasses with Lin Feier, drank the red wine in one gulp, then picked up a piece of steak and began to chew it. Ha ha! You can drink quite well. Lin Feier smiled and suddenly said, no wonder you can hang out in bars, you really are a hidden talent. Hearing this, Li Bo stopped chewing and looked at Lin Feier in disbelief. You know this too? What's there to not know? Lin Feier looked as if it was natural. The entire Jianghai, whether black or white, so much intelligence has passed through my Lin family. You've been frequenting nightclubs and bars recently, but don't tell me it was just to see Muaoshua's catgirl. Li Bo hissed. Wow, this Lin Feier is not only staring at him, but also tracking Muaoshua's pet. I'm curious, why do you always have a problem with Muaoshua? Li Bo said doubtfully. Logically speaking, Lin Feier and Muaoshua are not in the same class at all, and their interactions are even remotely related. I really don't understand why she wants to compete with Muaoshua everywhere. If it weren't for Muaoshua, Lin Feier wouldn't have targeted herself like this. Make life difficult for? Lin Feier placed the wine glass on the table, looked at Li Bo and said slowly. Li Bo, is it true that in your mind, I, Lin Feier, have always been that unreasonable, overbearing, and domineering young lady? Li Bo was silent. He wanted to reply, isn't it? But I still didn't say it. However, looking at the serious expression on Lin Feier's beautiful face, it seemed as if there was another hidden story. Well, it's a rare opportunity to sit down and have a good chat today, so I'll tell you about this. Lin Feier said. Li Bo. Muaoshua and I are always fighting over everything. It's not because I, Lin Feier, am vain, but because I want to stand up for my teacher. Lin Feier spoke in a firm tone, but a look of grievance that was hard to conceal appeared on her face. Li Bo had never seen her like this before. Stand up for your teacher. Li Bo was confused, thinking that he knew almost all the teachers at Jianghai University, and he hadn't seen any major conflicts between them. I think you misunderstood. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo and shook her head. What do you mean? Lin Feier sighed deeply, looked out the window, and her thoughts drifted far away. Muaoshua and I have had a Beastmaster teacher tutoring us since we were young. Although we are not related, our teachers are from the same school. We are both gifted Beastmasters and have a very close relationship. It's no exaggeration to say that we are like sisters. There's also this. Li Bo pondered. Although everyone's talent for beast taming doesn't awaken until they're 18, children from well-off families like Lin Feier and Muaoshua have hired excellent beast taming teachers to teach them knowledge and combat techniques, paving the way for their future development early on. This is also why Lin Feier's performance in the ring is far more experienced than those of her peers. Lin Feier continued. I lost my mother when I was young, and my father was busy with his career and paid little attention to my growth. To me, teachers are both teachers and mothers. Their position in my heart is incomparable. So, your teacher and Muaoshua's teacher had a conflict later? Li Bo guessed. Lin Feier hummed softly, then continued. My teacher is the younger of the two. Ever since she broke up with teacher Muaoshua, she's become a completely different person, silent all day long. The only thing that hasn't changed is her extremely strict training. She repeatedly told me to surpass Muaoshua in every way. At this point, Lin Fei sighed. I was eliminated in the quarterfinals, while Mu Aoxue advanced to the semifinals. My teacher is very proud and would definitely be disappointed if he knew I lost the competition. Lin Fei's eyes were empty and she said no more. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence again. No. Li Bo's voice broke the silence, he said. No one cares whether the top 8 or top 3 in the martial arts competition are in the finals. The only one whose name will be remembered forever is the champion. Hearing this, Lin Fei raised her head, her beautiful eyes moving as she stared at Li Bo in a daze. If I defeat Mu Aoxue and win the championship, you'll still be on the same starting line as her. There's no such thing as winning or losing between Mu Aoxue and me. Li Bo said confidently. Are you sure you can defeat Mu Aoxue? Lin Fei said with some doubt. You've seen the power of her phantom moon spirit cat. Ice-type pets can't hurt her at all. Who said I was going to use an ice-type pet to deal with her? Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Chapter 54 Identity. Hearing this, Lin Fei looked at Li Bo with an incredible look on her face. You have become a second-level beastmaster. Li Bo nodded and admitted it directly. After all, they have to enter the forbidden area, and Ziyun's affairs will definitely not be hidden from Lin Fei. Lin Fei retracted her gaze and said with some regret. I naively thought I could compete with you even if I used all my talents. I didn't expect you to have already contracted a second pet. Your growth rate is truly enviable. Lin Fei only then realized that Li Bo had not used his full strength in the duel. If the red crystal armored dragon had managed to defeat his Xiaobai, then it would have to face Li Bo's mysterious pet that had never been seen before. Judging from his experience of breeding the white spirit snake, this guy's second pet would probably be even more incredible. But soon, Lin Fei let it go. She smiled and said, Only a man like you is worthy of my admiration. Li Bo smiled bitterly. Honestly, Lin Fei, I still don't understand. I broke up with Mu Aoxue before, but you're still picking on me. Why? Do you think I'm pursuing you just to spite myself with Mu Aoxue? Lin Fei smiled suggestively. Isn't it? If I say I really like you, would you believe me? Lin Fei looked up and stared straight into Li Bo's eyes, with an unprecedented serious look in her eyes. Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him, and quickly looked away. Stop joking. Ha ha. You really don't understand women. Lin Fei said lazily. Li Bo, women always admire strong men, but most women like to hide themselves. I, Lin Fei, dare to love and hate. As long as it is something I set my mind to, I will get it no matter what means. Hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but shudder. You know, a forced melon is not sweet. But it quenches thirst. Lin Fei smiled charmingly. Why? Do you think I'm inferior to Mu Aoxue in some way? In terms of looks, we're pretty evenly matched. She has a slim waist and a big butt, and I'm not in bad shape either. Although she has a powerful grandfather, her family background is nowhere near as rich as our Lin family. Li Bo was sweating profusely. How come this guy started competing again while talking? Do you like to mention your love rival when you are on a date? Li Bo said speechlessly. Cluck. Lin Fei laughed so hard that her body shook. I love the word date. After calming down her smile, Lin Fei said with satisfaction. We had a great dinner tonight. Li Bo, didn't you want to talk to me about something? Now you can tell me. She guessed it right. Looking at Lin Fei's mischievous appearance, Li Bo felt a little guilty for a moment. After organizing his words in his mind, he said seriously. To be honest, Lin Fei, my second pet needs to evolve. Only you can help with this. Lin Fei crossed her legs, picked up her wineglass and said lazily. Oh? Why don't you tell me about it? I want to enter the third-level mine pool. What? Level 3 thunder pool? Lin Fei put the wine back when it was about to reach her lips. You're crazy. Your second pet should only be ordinary level. Entering the third-level thunder pool will kill you. Li Bo smiled. I'm well aware of the power of the level 3 thunder pool. It's a long story, but only by entering the level 3 thunder pool can Ziyun have hope of evolving. Ziyun is your second pet. Lin Fei fell into deep thought, then said disappointedly. Entering the level 3 thunder pool. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to do so. What? Even you don't have the authority. Li Bo was a little surprised. Lin Feier shook her head. You don't understand, although the third-level Thunder Pool is run by my Lin family, the actual control lies with the Shanghai Beastmaster Association. The reason is that the third-level Thunder Pool requires a large number of electric Beastmasters to maintain it, and only the General Association can coordinate so many Beastmasters. So, to enter the Forbidden Zone, I have no say in the matter and must obtain their approval. We still have to go find the Beast Tamers Association. Li Bo sighed. How could a behemoth like the Shanghai Beastmaster Association care about a young boy who hadn't even graduated yet? As if she had noticed Li Bo's disappointment, Lin Feier suddenly smiled and said, "But, it's not impossible. You still have a way?" Li Bo's eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Feier, if you can find a way to get me into the level 3 Thunder Pool, I will reward you handsomely once you succeed. Li Bo knew very well that with Lin Feier's strength, ordinary treasures would not be of any use to her. Fortunately, he still had a piece of dragon turtle blood in his hand, which he could use as a bargaining chip at a critical moment. A generous reward? Hearing this, Lin Feier raised her eyebrows and smiled. Li Bo, I'm not interested in anything else except you. You? Li Bo was in a dilemma. It turned out that this guy was waiting for him here. He gritted his teeth. Did he really have to sacrifice his looks just to enter the Forbidden Zone? Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Lin Feier put away the joke and said seriously. Entering the level 3 Thunder Pool is both difficult and easy. In a nutshell, as long as we find the president of the Shanghai Beast Tamer Association, everything will be easy. Could it be that, you know the president of their association? I know him. My dad Lin Feng. Fuck. Li Bo almost spit out all the wine he had just drunk. Why didn't you tell me earlier that your father is the president of the Beastmaster Association? All this nonsense is just a matter of your words. Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Feier smiled and said. Although my dad is the president of the association, he doesn't have the final say. The Shanghai Beast Tamer Association has established a series of rules and regulations, which have many restrictions on entering the third-level Thunder Pool. Don't think that my dad will let an outsider enter the Thunder Pool casually just because he dotes on me. Restrictions? Li Bo was puzzled. Do you have any specific requirements? Tell me. I'm not too sure about this. Lin Feier shook her head. I've never been very interested in the association's affairs, but I can take you to see my dad for some advice. Since you're determined to enter the level 3 minefield, you'll have to pass my dad's level sooner or later. Going to see Lin Feng? Li Bo felt somewhat uneasy, as he had only heard fragments of the legend about this Shanghai great man in newspapers and news. I didn't expect that Lin Feng, besides being a business tycoon, is also the president of the Beast Tamer Association. No wonder the Lin family can get along with both the black and white sides. With this identity, I wonder how many people are willing to win over Lin Feng. Li Bo's eyes were determined. Okay. Then please take me to see your father. I'm afraid my father is not free now. Lin Feier said with a smile. No time? Li Bo touched his chin. That's right. With the size of the Lin family, your father must be extremely busy with all sorts of things. That's not the reason. Lin Feier said with a smile. According to the time, the teacher should be back in Shanghai soon. Dad is probably still asking her about something important right now. Oh? Li Bo suddenly became interested. I'm curious about who your teacher is, considering he's someone even your father respects so much. He. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo and smiled. It's okay to tell you. Lin Feier's eyes lit up and she said with reverence. My teacher is elusive, and she has many nicknames circulating in the martial arts world, but there is one name that makes many people tremble with fear. What's her name? Night Rose. Chapter 55, Blazing Eagle. Lin Family Hall. Sitting in the guest seat was a charming woman wrapped in a black leather jacket. The woman looked relaxed as she lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Oh? You mean, Feier only made it to the quarterfinals in the martial arts competition? Lin Feng sat on the main seat, his expression a little reserved. Well, I watched the game. Feier did try her best. I hope you won't blame her too much. It is hard to imagine that Lin Feng, the current head of the Lin family, is so cautious in front of this woman in black. The woman in black put down her teacup, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on the corner of her mouth. Let me guess, is it the girl from the Mu family? Lin Feng shook his head lightly, not really. Oh? The black-clad woman's eyes flashed with surprise. Fair has a gift for precision, and with the red crystal armor dragon's fury within her, I can't think of anyone else who could defeat her except that girl from the Mu family. This kid is truly a dark horse. He performed brilliantly throughout the entire martial arts competition. It's no wonder Fair lost to him. The woman looked at him. You don't seem to care that much about your daughter losing? Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed. There are always some geniuses in this world that are hard to predict. Fair's loss will make her realize that there are always people better than you. Besides, this kid is Fair's crush. He's so talented at such a young age, and his future is probably limitless. Lin Feng looked calm, and there was a hint of appreciation in his words. Fair's crush? The woman in black suddenly became curious. I've watched my disciple Fair grow up. She's always been very ambitious. It seems like anyone who catches her eye must be no ordinary person. But the woman changed the subject. Since you're so indifferent to Fair's win or loss, and you called me over so late, there must be something else going on. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly and said, as expected of an S-rank hunter, not only is he decisive in killing, but his eyesight is also so ruthless. Yi Meiguei, Fair is so lucky to have you as her teacher in her previous life. Night Rose smiled softly. Lin Feng, we've known each other for so many years, there's no need to be so polite. I'm helping you accept the bounty on the dragon turtle out of kindness as Fair's teacher. Besides, the price you offered is very high, so I have no reason to refuse. I'll be leaving Jianghai soon. If you have any difficult enemies recently, tell me and I'll take the time to help you deal with them. Ha ha. Night Rose, you are a well-known figure among the hunters, and you are also Fair's teacher. How can I let you do my dirty work all the time? Sigh. Lin Feng sighed. If my pet can also break through to the leader level, then I can basically sleep soundly in Jianghai. But seeing that the other party was hesitant to speak, Yi Meiguei looked at Lin Feng with a sharp look in her eyes. You've already used the dragon turtle's precious blood. Lin Feng laughed and nodded in agreement. To be honest, I didn't ask you to come here so late to help me kill someone. I used some of the dragon turtle blood you brought last time, but a huge accident happened. So the blazing eagle failed to evolve after using the precious blood? A hint of shock appeared on Yi Meiguei's calm face. Lin Feng said nothing, sighed and made a summoning gesture. After a flash of blue light, a strange-looking fire eagle suddenly appeared in the living room. Seeing this scene, even Yi Meiguei couldn't help but widen her eyes. Half of Lin Feng's fiery eagle's body was burning with raging flames, while the other half was burned to only bones, as if it had experienced a huge catastrophe, and it looked extremely terrifying. Looking at the pile of bones, Night Rose said somewhat at a loss for words. How could this happen? Isn't it said that the dragon turtle's blood can help pets break through the evolutionary limit? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I always believed this before. He said slowly and sadly. As my first pet, the blazing eagle holds a position in my heart second only to Fair and her mother. However, the lifespan of a pet is ultimately limited. The blazing eagle has been stuck at the 9th level of excellence for many years. If it doesn't evolve, it will only have another year or two left. I couldn't bear to see it grow old and die, so I searched high and low for a way to help my pet reach a new level of evolution. After years of searching, a friend overseas finally told me about the precious blood of a dragon turtle. It could help my pet reach even higher levels. I invested a huge amount of money in tracking down any intelligence related to the dragon turtle. Perhaps it was God who took pity on my sincerity, and a peerless master appeared in my great Xia kingdom and blew up the Baxia fortress of the Sakura kingdom. I also paid a large sum of money to have detectives track the direction the dragon turtle was dispersing, and later, through you, I officially issued a bounty to the Hunter Association. It's been a bumpy road all along. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued. I thought everything was going well. After obtaining the dragon turtle's precious blood, I immediately gave it to the blazing eagle. But I never expected it to lead to the situation we're in today. Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the flaming eagle, which looked so miserable, and felt distressed. I'm sorry, Lian Fening. I was too impatient. Night Rose was silent for a moment and said, although the blood of the dragon turtle has miraculous effects, I've heard that the dragon turtle contains the blood of a true dragon. Ordinary pets might not be able to withstand its pressure. Night Rose. Lin Feng suddenly pleaded, you've been a hunter for so many years, and you've traveled all over the world. You're quite knowledgeable. So, do you have any solution for the current situation with the blazing eagle? Night Rose shook her head. When it comes to killing people and bleeding them, I'm quite good at that, but when it comes to the difficult and complicated problems encountered in pet breeding, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Then could I ask you to have the Hunter Association issue a bounty? Who knows, there might be a master among the hunters who's skilled in the art of cultivation. Lin Feng frowned and looked a little anxious. Night Rose looked at him, thought for a moment and said, "Of course I can. As an S rank, I have the authority to directly issue a bounty for all ranks once a year. However, the problem caused by the dragon turtle's precious blood is too special. Whether or not a solution can be found is another matter. The key is that the blazing eagle has very little time left to begin with, and now that it's in this state, it's probably difficult for it to hold out until someone accepts the reward. No matter what. As long as this problem can be solved, I'm willing to pay any amount of money." Lin Feng looked at her expectantly. Night Rose was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "For Feier's sake, I'll help you one more time," she said to Lin Feng. "Then how many beast coins can you offer? I will immediately activate all S-level permissions. Once posted, this bounty will immediately appear in all hunters' chips." Lin Feng looked serious and uttered 3 words. 100 million. Chapter 56. Meet Night Rose again. A few hours later, Li Bo was taken to a huge manor by Lin Feier. Although it was night, the manor was brightly lit, and the luxurious decorations shone charmingly under the lights. The whole manor was like a shining pearl inlaid in the dark city. Although he had heard about the wealth of Lin Feier's family, when Li Bo walked into this palace-like building, he was still shocked by the luxurious scenes before him. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo with a smile. "What do you think of this place?" Li Bo smiled awkwardly. "It's a nice place, but it's far out in the suburbs. Aren't you tired of running so far to school every day?" "I don't live in this place." Lin Feier sneered. "My dad likes to work here, and I usually live uptown." Li Bo was silent for a while. It made sense. With the huge size of the Lin family, their properties must be everywhere. Naturally, Lin Feier could live wherever she wanted. Just as the two were talking, a message suddenly popped up on Li Bo's hunter chip. "E-rank hunter Li Bo, you have a new bounty for all ranks. Please check it immediately and don't miss the best opportunity to claim it." "Ha? A bounty for all levels? What is this?" Li Bo was a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the reward information be released by the contact person? Why is the process a little different? Soon, Li Bo saw a line of small words below the message, explaining the meaning of the bounty for all levels. All level bounties, these are posted directly by S-level and above hunters. After approval by the Hunter Association, the organized information will be posted to each hunter's chip. Hunters can decide whether to accept the all-level bounties based on their own circumstances. Note, the full-level bounty is a special privilege for S-level hunters and does not generate any contribution points. I didn't expect an S-rank hunter would have this kind of authority. I wonder which expert issued this bounty for all ranks. Li Bo muttered to himself, and with curiosity, he silently clicked on the reward message. Reward type, all-level reward. Rewarded by 3S rank hunters Night Rose. Reward amount, 50 million. Reward location, Jianghai City Lin Family Manor. Reward target, Healing Pet Beast Fiery Eagle Excellence Night Stage. Although there were only a few lines of text, the huge amount of information contained in it was so overwhelming that Li Bo couldn't react at once. Is it her? When Li Bo saw the 3 words Night Rose, his nerves seemed to be pulled. It's actually at the Lin Family Manor. Li Bo remembered what Lin Feier had said just now, that Yi Mei was her teacher. In this case, this bounty should have a great connection with Lin Feng. However, looking at such a huge reward amount, Li Bo couldn't help but take a breath. 50 million is an astronomical figure for him. The Lin family really doesn't treat money as money. However, Li Bo quickly calmed down. Thinking carefully, with such a generous reward amount, the task should be extremely difficult. As a mere rank hunter, he could only stand in the distance and watch. However, as he got closer to the Lin family's gate, Li Bo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Will you still be able to see her? The beauty of the sunset on the beach and the Night Rose is still vivid in his mind. The moment she rescued him from Bai Liang's clutches is unforgettable. Whenever he thinks of this mysterious elder sister, an inexplicable complex emotion wells up in Li Bo's heart. Looking at Li Bo's constantly changing expression, Lin Feier asked doubtfully. What's wrong with you? Oh. No. It's okay. Ha ha. You don't have to be too nervous. My father may look a little strict, but he's actually quite easy to talk to. Li Bo laughed dumbly. I hope so. I hope you can say a few good words for me at this critical moment. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to become so reserved just because of asking for help. Lin Feier joked, and then opened the door to the living room. Arrive. When the door opened, the two saw Lin Feng sitting upright and talking with Yi Meiguei. The moment he saw the terrifying appearance of the fiery eagle next to him, Li Bo's pupils suddenly shrank. It really is Lin Feng's bounty. Oh. Feier is back. Lin Feng said with a smile, and Yi Meiguei also looked towards the gate. Noticing the familiar face of Li Bo next to Lin Feier, Yi Meiguei trembled slightly. It's him. Night Rose. Li Bo's attention shifted from the fiery eagle. He didn't expect that he would meet Night Rose again in this way. Lin Feier led Li Bo to the front. Dad. Let me introduce you. This is Li Bo, right? Ha ha. Before Lin Feier could finish her words, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a gleam in his eyes. How does Dad know him? This must be the first time you meet each other. Lin Feier said puzzledly. Ha ha. Silly girl, this guy forced you into the quarterfinals, how could your father not remember him? He cast his gaze on Li Bo again, and seeing that he was dressed in a suit and tie, and had the temperament of a nobleman after being dressed up, he nodded with satisfaction. That's right. That's right. Heroes are born young indeed. Hello, uncle. Li Bo nodded politely. Oh? You defeated Feier? You're quite capable, little brother. Night Rose on the side smiled at Li Bo, and only Li Bo could understand the profound meaning of her smile. He smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. Ha ha. It's this kid. Lin Feng laughed. You haven't seen how brilliant this kid's performance is in the martial arts competition. He's the center of attention every time he appears. It's a pity you didn't witness their battles, otherwise you would definitely find it incredible. I've seen his abilities. Night Rose whispered. I'm sorry, teacher, I embarrassed you. Lin Feier suddenly spoke, unconsciously lowering her head 3 points, and glanced at Yi Meiguei with a fearful look, while she was mentally prepared to be punished. Unexpectedly, Night Rose replied. It's not unfair that you lost to him. Ha? Lin Feier raised her head and looked at her teacher with a look of disbelief on her face. According to common sense, every time I perform poorly, I will be strictly disciplined by the teacher. But this time, the teacher not only did not criticize her, but also said that her loss was not unfair. Seeing her cheerful face today, completely different from her usual serious look, Lin Feier couldn't help but wonder in her heart, has the teacher fallen in love recently? Ha ha. Let's not talk about this. Lin Feng changed the subject. Feier, it's so late, and you brought your boyfriend to see me, is there something important? Hearing this, Li Bo's body staggered and he almost fell down. Yi Meiguei looked at Li Bo suspiciously, with a strange look in her eyes. Ah. Dad? Lin Feier blushed and explained, it's not, what you think? You haven't confirmed your relationship yet? Lin Feng looked at the two of them in confusion. Looking at the way you're dressed, shouldn't you be going home after a date? Dad, I'll explain this to you later. Lin Feier's eyes turned and she suddenly said, Li Bo wants to enter the 3rd level Thunder Pool. What? Level 3 Thunder Pool. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Li Bo intriguingly, then pulled Lin Feier aside and whispered to him. Seeing Lin Feng and his daughter discussing important matters, Yi Meiguei took 2 steps towards Li Bo and twisted his arm inadvertently. Little brother. You're quite charming. You even managed to seduce my good disciple. Chapter 57 Conditions. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Li Bo looked painful. Good sister. Be gentle. Yi Meiguei glared at him and slowly loosened her hand. Li Bo rubbed the soreness in his shoulder and said angrily. My dear sister, I haven't seen you for a while, I miss you so much. Oh? You missed me? You missed me so much that you seduced my apprentice? Night Rose folded her arms and snorted. I didn't expect that Feier has such high standards that she was deceived by you. Sister, you're wrong. What do you mean by I was tricked? Li Bo looked innocent. Your apprentice and I are innocent. We haven't even touched hands. It's not like with you. Oh? What to me? Yi Meigui's expression changed slightly. Thinking of the time on the beach when she hid in this boy's arms and was taken advantage of in order to avoid being caught by the patrol team, a nameless shame surged in Yi Meigui's heart. She looked at Li Bo with a smile, raised her eyebrows and said, "Why don't you tell me what's going on?" Seeing the other party's half smile, Li Bo felt uneasy and laughed out loud. He. My sister will be unhappy if I tell her, so I better not tell her. Smooth-tongued boy. Yi Meigui spat lightly, then calmly asked Li Bo, "You became a hunter?" Upon hearing this, Li Bo was stunned for a moment. Thinking that hunters could sense each other's presence, it was not strange at all, so he nodded in agreement. Why? Hunters spend all day hanging out in mud and ditches. It's not a good job that can be seen in the light. Night Rose asked curiously. Oh? Li Bo was a little surprised. From what I hear, it seems like my sister doesn't really like being a hunter. You're just an S rank, and you're really putting yourself down by saying that. Yi Meigui smiled meaningfully and did not answer Li Bo directly, but asked in return. I'd like to hear why you became a hunter? Reason? Li Bo touched his chin and continued. That's a long story. If you want to hear it, we can make an appointment tonight and have a good chat by candlelight. A candlelight night talk? Yi Meigui glanced at Lin Feier and smiled jokingly. Little brother, Feier is still here. You are a little too bold to tease her teacher like this. Whether it's big or not, I don't know for sure. He. Li Bo smiled mischievously. Ah, it hurts. Li Bo's face changed, and he turned around to see that Yi Meigui's beautiful hand had twisted his arm 180 degrees again. Li Bo whispered. Sister, can you please be nice and talk to me? I can't stand you constantly twisting me. See if you can still be so talkative. Yi Meigui glared at Li Bo and then said. Feier just said that you want to enter the third-level thunder pool? Yeah. Li Bo nodded in agreement. Is it for Huan Ninjian? There was a hint of surprise in Yi Meigui's eyes. Li Bo was stunned at first, then smiled dumbly and said. Sister is really smart, you guessed it all. Really? Night Rose analyzed. That day at Sunset Beach, your phantom cloud took 2 lightning strikes from Baileon Zapdos and remained unharmed. I guess then that your phantom cloud had the ability to absorb lightning. I guess your visit to Feier's father today was probably for the evolution of your phantom cloud. As expected of an S-level girl, nothing can be hidden from my sister. Li Bo said with a bitter expression. Ha ha. Your idea is quite good. Night Rose smiled. So far, no Beastmaster has used the Phantom Cloud in any other way except for Dark plus Water in pure Dark sequence. Using the method of cultivating electric pets to break through evolution, you might actually succeed. But Yi Meigui changed the subject and looked at Lin Feng. This third-level Thunder Pool is not something you can go to just because you want to. Li Bo sighed lightly. He knew very well how difficult it was to enter the Thunder Pool, but for Ziyun, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Li Bo was unwilling to give up. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and his daughter. Seeing that the two were still arguing fiercely, Li Bo's heart unconsciously tensed. Flaming Eagle? Li Bo's eyes suddenly fell on the fiery eagle not far from Lin Feng, and he said to Night Rose. Sister, this all-level bounty for the Blazing Eagle was posted by you, right? Oh? Night Rose raised her eyebrows slightly. From what I hear, little brother, are you interested in this reward? Feier's father offered 100 million to save this fiery eagle. What? 100 million? Li Bo looked at the Night Rose with his mouth wide open. The reward clearly says 50 million. That's a ridiculous profit. Why are you looking at me like that? Night Rose glanced at Li Bo. The Hunter Association took the extra money. I was only responsible for releasing the information. Besides, Feier is my apprentice. Even if I'm a greedy sister, I wouldn't do such an unkind thing. Damn it! No wonder it's so easy to get into the Hunter Association. Li Bo suddenly realized. It feels like the hunters do all the dirty work, while the association just sits back and makes money. Little brother. Aren't you very capable? Night Rose said jokingly. I just happened to be here to help you confirm that you saved the fiery eagle. 50 million will be deposited into your account immediately. Li Bo curled his lips. Good sister, you think too highly of me. You have so many clever ideas that you can even kill leader-level beasts. I believe saving a mere 9th-level fiery eagle shouldn't be a problem at all. Although it was a joke, there was an admiration in Night Rose's tone that was hard to conceal. You think too much. Li Bo smiled bitterly, turned his head and looked at the flaming eagle with its bones gleaming, and observed it carefully. Name, Blazing Eagle. Gender, male. Attributes, fire, flying. Level, excellent 9th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, Fire Blade intermediate, Flame Pounce intermediate, Wind and Wave advanced, Feather Killing advanced. Status, life hanging by a thread. Description, a precious pet with an extremely ferocious personality. After using the dragon turtle's precious blood, the intensity of the flames suddenly increased, causing its attributes to become disordered. The flame eagle was unable to control the raging flames, resulting in half of its body being burned. So it was the blood of the dragon turtle. Li Bo looked at Yi Meiguei meaningfully. It turned out that the financial sponsor he had mentioned in the past should be Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, the precious blood of the dragon turtle, which was regarded as able to break the upper limit of pet beast evolution, was almost killed by the flaming eagle. Just as Li Bo was observing the condition of the flaming eagle, Lin Feng and the others slowly walked over. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a smile, and then said, Li Bo, Fair has already explained the whole story to me. Using a level 3 thunder pool to temper an ordinary pet may seem like a crazy idea, but from another perspective, I admire your courage. Hearing this, Li Bo's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Then uncle, can I enter the thunder pool? Lin Feng shook his head slightly. You're probably aware that the true control of the thunder pool lies with the Zhanghai Beastmaster Association. Although I'd love to help you, the association has its own rules. As the president, I have to lead by example. There are some strict conditions for entering the thunder pool, and I need to explain them to you. Hard conditions? Li Bo's expression changed slightly. Uncle, please speak frankly. Chapter 58, Marriage Controversy. Lin Feng smiled and said, The level 3 thunder pool was jointly built by the Zhanghai Beastmaster Association. The electric beastmasters are responsible for its daily operations. Before I became the president, I personally swore to abide by the 3 iron rules for entering the thunder pool. 3 iron laws? Li Bo's eyes showed doubt. Well, as long as you can meet one of the 3 iron rules, you can enter the forbidden pool. Lin Feng said slowly. First, those who have made outstanding contributions to the Beastmaster Association can enter the thunder pool. Someone who has made outstanding contributions? Li Bo touched his chin, thinking that he had never dealt with the Zhanghai Beastmaster Association, so how could he talk about contributions? He shook his head and said, Who's the second one? Second, you must bring something the association deems valuable to enter the forbidden area. Something of value? Li Bo touched his chin and thought to himself, isn't this just indirectly asking for an entrance fee? However, Lin Feng did not give any criteria. For a behemoth like the Zhanghai Beastmaster Association, what exactly is considered valuable? Li Bo couldn't help but mutter, this bottle of remaining dragon turtle blood on him should be considered quite valuable, right? However, he did not bring up the matter, but continued to ask, what is the third one? He. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo and gave him a sly smile. Third, core members of the association have one chance every year to have their relatives enter the forbidden area directly. A core member of the association? Li Bo couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, thinking that as the president of the association, you should be considered a core member, but with this kinship, Lin Feng, this old fox, wouldn't. Thinking of this, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lin Fei again, but found that the other party's eyes were evasive and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ha ha. Li Bo. Lin Feng suddenly said. Because of Fei, I've paid quite a bit of attention to you. You live alone in the downtown area, relying on scholarships and grants to make ends meet. Naturally, you don't have anything important that the association needs. So, these 2 conditions can be ruled out directly. So what does uncle mean? Li Bo couldn't help but squint his eyes. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Then I'll be frank. According to the association's 3rd iron rule, I can arrange for one relative to enter the thunder pool directly every year. The conditions before me are simple. As long as you marry Fei as my son-in-law, entering the thunder pool is a matter of course, and the other members won't say anything. What? When these words came out, Li Bo's mouth almost dropped to the ground in shock. Yi Meiguo, who was standing aside, had an extremely complicated expression on her face. She obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct. She quietly looked at Li Bo, observing how he would react next. Dad. No. Lin Fei frowned and hurriedly tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's coat. Ha ha. Fei, don't you like this boy? Lin Feng smiled at her lovingly. After observing him for a while, I've discovered that although this kid is a bit poor, his character and talent are not bad. He's a promising talent. It just so happens that your teacher and I are here today, so I'll let you take charge of this important matter. Hey! Why are you making the decision? Shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Li Bo was very upset. Oh? Lin Feng looked at Li Bo in surprise. From what you heard, you seem reluctant? This isn't a question of willingness. Marriage is such a serious matter, how can it be treated lightly? Uncle, Fei and I haven't even started dating yet. It's a bit too hasty for you to arrange an engagement straight away. Li Bo tried his best to suppress his unhappiness and explained. I understand that. It's the same if you get engaged first and then get married after graduation. Lin Feng chuckled and said. Li Bo, you have to think clearly. I only have one daughter, Fei. The huge assets of my Lin family will belong to Fei sooner or later. If you marry her, the entire Jianhai will submit to you. Hearing Lin Feng's big promise, Li Bo was speechless. He forced a smile and said, Uncle. To be honest, I'm currently focused on my training as a beastmaster and have no plans to get married. With you forcing this on me, I believe not only I but Fei as well has some resentment. After saying that, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lin Fei and winked at her hurriedly for help. That. Lin Fei was a little incoherent. Dad, isn't it just entering the third level of the Thunder Pool? You are making it too difficult for Li Bo. She added. I admit that I like Li Bo, but if I coerce him in this way, I'm afraid this guy will never give me the same face again. I must conquer him with my own strength. Conquer me? Did I hear that right? Although Li Bo felt a chill in his heart, he was still grateful that Lin Fei did not follow Lin Feng on his donkey ride down. Fei, you. Lin Feng looked at his daughter with some confusion, pulled her aside again, and whispered. Dad, this is all for your own good. I've watched every match this kid plays. He's a once-in-a-century talent. A golden fish can't be kept in a pond. If you don't tie him down now, the gap between you two will only grow. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to catch his eye. Lin Fei shook her head and said seriously. Dad, I understand everything you said. This is why I am obsessed with Li Bo. If you like something, whether it is strong or soft, it is meaningful only if you get it with your own ability. I like challenging things, you know this best. At this time, Night Rose, who had been silent all this time, took 2 steps closer to Li Bo. What? You still don't like Fei? How am I, your disciple, unworthy of you? Seeing that Ji Meiguo was still making sarcastic remarks, Li Bo curled his lips and asked casually. Do you want me to marry Lin Fei? Night Rose wanted to say something in rebuttal, but she didn't say it. Well. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He approached Li Bo and said. Honestly, Li Bo. The people who want to be my son-in-law can line up all the way to the next city. I really don't understand why you can refuse such an attractive offer. Besides, I didn't ask you to marry into my Lin family. Are you really not going to reconsider it? Li Bo shook his head and said seriously. I've made up my mind, uncle. I hope you respect Fei and I's decision. Okay. Lin Feng said disappointedly, in that case, let's get back to the point. If you want to enter the Thunder Pool, you must meet one of the conditions. Li Bo rolled his eyes and said, Uncle, could you please make some concessions? Lin Feng glanced at him, his tone obviously much colder. How do you want to accommodate me? He. Li Bo laughed. I can pretend to be your relative. After all, you are the president, and no one dares to investigate you. Oh? Lin Feng sneered. Do you think this association is owned by my family? I'm the president, so I have to lead by example. Besides, you don't even want to be my son-in-law, so why should I ruin your reputation for you? What if I can save your flaming eagle? Li Bo smiled confidently. Chapter 59 Rescue. What? Lin Feng's face changed, and he stared at Li Bo with eyes wide open in disbelief. You said you can cure the blazing eagle. Not only him, but even Night Rose beside him looked at Li Bo with an incredible look. I was just talking casually just now, but I didn't expect this guy to be serious. Lin Fei pulled Li Bo's arm and whispered. You idiot! You're being too arrogant. Dad's fiery eagle has been incurable by many top trainers, and you can cure it just by looking at it? Facing the doubts of several people, Li Bo didn't care at all. He smiled faintly at Lin Feng. Uncle! What do you think of my offer? Stop joking, you little brat. Lin Feng looked skeptical. If you want to enter the forbidden pool, why bother trying to deceive me with such sweet words? The symptoms of the blazing eagle are extremely rare, and you can't just treat them if you want. It would be easier for you to just be my son-in-law. How do you know I can't do it without even trying? Li Bo continued. Uncle, just answer me, if I can cure your fiery eagle, will you let me enter the thunder pool without forcing me into marriage? You! Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he watched Li Bo thinking for a while. Seeing that he looked confident and calm and didn't seem to be lying, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that this kid really has some folk remedies? He turned his back, cleared his throat and said. If you can truly cure the blazing eagle, I will allow you to enter the thunder pool and will no longer force you to marry Fair. But Lin Feng changed the subject, but if you can't cure it, then you'll be my son-in-law. Hearing this, Li Bo's face changed slightly. This old fox, he cursed in his heart. After looking at the flaming eagle again, Li Bo showed a confident smile. Deal. I hope Uncle won't break his promise. Li Bo turned his head and smiled mysteriously at Yime Gue. Then Yime Gue found that a message quickly popped up in front of her retina. Your full-level bounty has been taken over by Hunter 4210 Li Bo. Please track the bounty progress in a timely manner. Night Rose blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Li Bo, saying to herself. You're so brave to agree to this, don't shoot yourself in the foot later. In front of several people, Li Bo walked straight towards the Flame Eagle, and then clicked on the information in the status column of the Flame Eagle. After several experiments, Li Bo was sure that this panel system had a hidden function, that is, when the pet status fell into a negative state, the system would give corresponding recovery suggestions. Dying, although the blazing eagle is almost dead, there's still a chance for recovery. Because it's partially paralyzed, its condition is extremely chaotic. You can remove excess flesh and blood from the blazing eagle to unify its condition. It's recommended to continue using the dragon turtle's precious blood. Note, considering that the flame intensity enhanced by the dragon turtle blood for the blazing eagle is too high, there is a certain risk of self-destruction. When using it, please control the flame intensity to a level that it can absorb. Remove the excess flesh and blood. Li Bo touched his chin and thought. In summary, there are two keys to treating the fiery eagle. The first is the precious blood of the dragon turtle, and the second is to control the flames that will rage on its body. Seeing Li Bo frowning, Yime Gue asked curiously. What? Are you worried? Li Bo took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, the blazing eagle has become like this because of the dragon turtle's precious blood. He then said to the crowd. To cure the blazing eagle, we must continue to use the dragon turtle's precious blood. What? You still need the blood of the dragon turtle? Lin Feng was shocked at first, then looked at Li Bo with doubt. No. How do you know that the blazing eagle used the dragon turtle's precious blood? Logically speaking, whether it was offering a bounty on the dragon turtle or using the precious blood on the fiery eagle, he had done it extremely secretly. The only person present was Yime Gue who knew about it, and even Fair herself hadn't told her. Yime Gue turned her head and looked at Li Bo in surprise. Although she didn't know how this guy could see it, her confidence in Li Bo increased a little. Dragon turtle blood. Lin Fair opened her red lips slightly. It was obvious that the conversation between the few people had touched upon an area that she found difficult to understand. I didn't expect that Li Bo could chat with his father and master to this extent, and a hint of joy unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Bo smiled faintly. Since I can treat the blazing eagle, I must be very confident. If I can't even see the symptoms, how can my uncle trust me? This. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo suspiciously, remembering what Fair had said before, that this kid entered Jianghai University as the top scorer in the liberal arts in the city's college entrance examination, so it was reasonable for him to know about such a rare thing as the dragon turtle's precious blood. You just said that you want to continue using the blood of the dragon turtle? Lin Feng said with some confusion. You must be aware that the blazing eagle became like this because it couldn't withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's precious blood and set itself on fire. Now it has lost half its body. If it continues to use the precious blood, I'm afraid only bones will be left on its body. Then everything will be lost. Li Bo said, if we want the blazing eagle to recover, we must completely remove the excess flesh and blood from its body to unify its state. Remove all the flesh and blood. Not only Lin Feng, but the other two all looked at Li Bo in shock. Obviously, this treatment method sounded too crazy. Could it be a mistake? Lin Feng's face darkened. Li Bo, it's not that I don't trust your method, but this method is really too radical. Is there a gentler way? Li Bo shook his head. Burn your boats. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Burn one's boats. Lin Feng muttered a few words, with some worry still on his face. Uncle, please rest assured. Li Bo said. Continuing to use the dragon turtle's precious blood will cause the blazing eagle great pain, but I will control the intensity of the flames and keep it within the range it can absorb. After hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and couldn't make up his mind for a long time. Finally he cast his eyes on Night Rose. Yi Meiguei, you are Fair's teacher and you are knowledgeable. Do you think the method Li Bo mentioned will work? Night Rose smiled softly. To be honest, I'm not sure either. However, I think you can try to trust this kid. Maybe at the critical moment, you can let him create a miracle. Yi Meiguei looked at Li Bo meaningfully, and the scene of him forcibly killing the leader dragon turtle in an ordinary manner appeared in her mind again. She still felt it was a bit dreamy. Hearing what Yi Meiguei said, Lin Feng thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. All right. The blazing eagle won't last much longer in this state. Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, why not give it a try? I'll let you give it a try. Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Li Bo's face lit up with joy, and then he said, Then uncle, do you have any extra dragon turtle blood? This. Lin Feng glanced at Yi Meiguei, then said with some regret. Hey! I should have asked you to take more. I've already used up all the dragon turtle's precious blood. Ah! All used up? Li Bo was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, I am here to treat your pet, I can't sacrifice my own bottle of dragon turtle blood. Li Bo began to think about what conditions he should offer to get Lin Feng to buy his bottle of precious blood. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Feng clapped his hands excitedly. I remember there was a hunter who once used the blood of a dragon turtle to gain the qualification to enter the Thunder Pool. Chapter 60 Qingming Bone-Eating Eagle. Someone else wants to enter the Thunder Pool. And that person also has the dragon turtle blood. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat and he began to think. In the Battle of Sunset Beach, there were only 5 people including him and Night Rose. I haven't seen Scar and Huang Yan's other pets, but Bai Liang has a Zapdos. Could it be this guy? Thinking of the humiliation in the past, Li Bo unconsciously clenched his fists. If Yi Meiguei had not intervened in time, he and Xiao Bai Ziyun would probably have died on Sunset Beach. The dragon turtle's precious blood, as a valuable item, meets the second requirement for entering the Thunder Pool, so the association approved this person's qualifications. It's just. Lin Feng began to feel entangled. This precious blood was given to the association. It's not my personal property. It would be inappropriate to use it without permission. What's wrong with this? Li Bo said simply. Uncle. I believe that with the Lin family's financial resources, it won't be difficult to come up with something of equal value to a bottle of dragon turtle blood. Since this precious blood is the key to curing the blazing eagle, I believe the other members of the association will understand even if you use it. When the time comes, you can return the value to the association and no one will say anything. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a gleam in his eyes. You kid! You have a pretty sharp mind. He suddenly burst into laughter. This is a good compromise. I'll explain the reason to the association and then double the price by paying the equivalent of the dragon turtle's precious blood. That will be a good deal for the association. That's it. Lin Feng turned his gaze and looked at Lin Fair. Fair, you take care of this. Okay, Dad. I'll go to the association and call upon the precious blood. Lin Fair's face lit up with joy, and she turned around and rushed towards the Lin family's gate. About half an hour later, Lin Fair returned home again with an exquisite blood bottle in her hand. Lin Feng took it and shook the bottle, then said sadly, I thought I was well informed. Unexpectedly, 3 more killers showed up at Sunset Beach that day. I wonder where they got the information. To be exact, 4. While Yimei was speaking, she glanced at Li Bo inadvertently. The crisis of the dragon turtle's blood this time is greater than I thought. I received news that the Sakura country has sent many experts to lurk in the rivers and seas to investigate this matter. Night Rose, you'd better be careful. Lin Feng warned seriously. You don't have to worry about me. There are other people to be careful of. Yimei deliberately raised the tone of the last sentence, as if she was deliberately reminding Li Bo. Ahem. Li Bo coughed dryly twice and continued, now that we have the precious blood, let's start treating the fiery eagle. Lin Feng nodded, Li Bo, according to what you said before, we need to feed the precious blood to the fiery eagle. The fiery eagle has a violent personality. No one else can get close to him except me. I'll be the one to do this. As he spoke, Lin Feng stepped in front of the fiery eagle, opened the lid of the blood bottle, and spoke in a friendly tone. Old buddy. You've been with me for so many years, through countless battles, both large and small. I really can't bear to see you fade away. Although I don't know the outcome, rather than continue to linger like this, it's better to let it burn one last time. Feeling the will of his beast master, the fiery eagle's gaze instantly became extremely firm, and his sharp eyes were full of determination. It forced itself to stand up and slowly opened its mouth. Lin Feng brought the blood bottle closer, and the dragon turtle's blood flowed from the bottle mouth into the mouth of the flaming eagle. Boom! In an instant, the dim flames on the intact right side of the fiery eagle's body suddenly became stronger. The flames were like burning red lotuses, constantly jumping and flickering, so enchanting that people could not take their eyes off them. The body of the fiery eagle also began to tremble, constantly enduring the immense pain brought by that trace of true dragon blood. As Li Bo expected, after using the dragon turtle's precious blood, the blazing eagle was unable to withstand the almost violent flames. As its body temperature rapidly increased, the remaining half of its body began to be devoured by the flames. Crash! The red feathers of the fiery eagle were burning with crackling sounds, and the stench of burnt flesh and blood filled the entire room. Lin Fei turned her head away with tears in her eyes, unable to bear to see such a cruel scene. To her, the flame eagle had grown up with her and had long surpassed the category of a pet. It was more like a relative. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. It was a great torture for the Beastmaster's mental strength to see his pets suffer such hardships. Lin Feng knew very well that no matter how painful it was, he had to remain calm. Will it really work? Yimei opened her red lips slightly, and glanced at Li Bo unconsciously. She found that the other party had cold sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were fixed on the movements of the flame eagle. As the enchanting flames on the fiery eagle grew stronger and stronger, its feathers and flesh were being quickly devoured. Just like the first time Lin Feng used the dragon turtle's precious blood, soon, the other half of the flame eagle's body was reduced to white bones. The flames don't seem to stop. Li Bo, isn't it time yet? Lin Fei looked at the flames on half of the flaming eagle's body, which were like maggots attached to its bones, and her face was full of worry. Li Bo still stared intently and said resolutely, "Wait a little longer. The condition is still unstable." Sudden. With a loud bang, the flames on the half-skeleton instantly ignited the entire body of the flaming eagle, including its head. The flames soared into the sky and directly extinguished several chandeliers in the Lin family's hall. Surprisingly, still alive. Feeling that the flame eagle had not died yet, Lin Feng was surprised and excited at the same time. The condition is stable. Seeing the endless flames on the fiery eagle, Li Bo's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. This also means that the next step is to let the flame eagle control the high-intensity flames brought by the dragon turtle's blood, and it will be a success. Now! Li Bo shouted loudly and then made a summoning gesture. Are you going to summon the frost dragon? Lin Fei looked at the scene in surprise. Lin Feng and Yimei attention was also drawn over at the same time, and they stared at Li Bo's every move carefully. However, what surprised everyone was that the color of the magic circle summoned by Li Bo was not the green color unique to the elite level. But it is a yellow magic circle. Come out! Ziyun! A flash of light passed by, and a dark purple cloud suddenly floated in front of everyone. The moment she saw Ziyun's figure for the first time, Lin Fei was stunned. This is your second pet. Feeling the mystery and power emanating from Ziyun, Lin Fei's heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, this guy was hiding even deeper than she had imagined. Brother Li Bo. I'm ready, Ziyun said in his heart. Li Bo nodded. Use the grudge. Lower the temperature. Ziyun's eyes began to flicker strangely, and then everyone heard a wailing sound like a ghost crying around them. When he looked at the fiery eagle again, incredible changes had taken place on his body. The originally blazing red high-temperature fire suddenly dimmed miraculously, and then quickly turned into blue-green. Oh? Cyan blue flame? Yi Meguei looked surprised, then turned her gaze to Li Bo. Looking at the determination and seriousness on that well-defined profile, he was distracted for a moment, and seemed to understand in a trance why Lin Feier was so fascinated by him. It's so cold. Lin Feier hugged her arms reflexively and suddenly realized that the temperature around her had dropped sharply. Lin Feng was excited because as the crimson flames disappeared, he could clearly feel that the Flame Eagle's injuries were gradually recovering. What made him feel even more incredible was that the aura of the fiery eagle was rising straight up. Lin Feng's eyelids kept trembling, and a bold idea could not help but emerge in his mind. The blazing eagle. Could it be? Looking at the blazing eagle skeleton wrapped in the glittering blue flames, Night Rose's eyes widened. This aura is leader level. At this moment, a relieved smile finally appeared on Li Bo's tense face. I think you should call it the Blue Heaven Bone-Eating Eagle now. Chapter 61 Entering the Forbidden Zone. Is this considered evolution? Lin Feier said somewhat uncertainly. The strange pet in front of him was clearly the skeleton left behind by the burning fiery eagle. But the icy blue flame attached to the skeleton exuded a terrifying aura that shocked the soul. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. I never thought you'd save my blazing eagle. You also helped it evolve beyond its upper limit. Azure Bone-Eating Eagle, who could have thought that I, Lin Feng, would one day possess a leader-level pet? Ha ha. Lin Feng's face was filled with excitement that was beyond words. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, he felt mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was impressed by Li Bo's amazing talent, and on the other hand, he felt extremely regretful that he could not get this ideal son-in-law. How did you do that? Yi Meguei looked at Li Bo in surprise. He was obviously just a second-level beastmaster, but this kid refreshed her cognition every time. As a beastmaster of a leader-level pet, she knew very well how difficult it was for a pet to break through from the excellence level to the leader level. The strength of this blue nether bone-eating eagle is a qualitative breakthrough compared to the previous fiery burning eagle. In Zhanghai, owning a leader-level pet will undoubtedly make you one of the top powerhouses. If there were still a few forces in Zhanghai that could restrain the Lin family before, after today, because of Lin Feng's Qingming bone-eating eagle, the power structure of Zhanghai will be directly broken. Li Bo, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in the art of healing and cultivation. Lin Feier exclaimed sincerely, looking at Li Bo with surprise and joy. Li Bo. Feier was right about you. Lin Feng patted Li Bo's shoulder heavily, and he liked this boy more and more. Ha ha. You don't have to flatter me like that. The blazing eagle can evolve mainly because of the dragon turtle's precious blood. Li Bo explained. I simply used the appropriate method to allow the blazing eagle to properly absorb the power of the precious blood. It seems, this blue nether bone-eating eagle seems to have gained an evil attribute. At this time, Night Rose frowned and said. Li Bo nodded. You guessed it right, the current Azure Nether Bone-Eating Eagle is indeed a triple-element pet beast that combines the attributes of evil, fire, and flying. Li Bo looked at the blue flame emanating from his body. Unlike the blazing, violent flames of the blazing eagle, the flames of the Azure Bone-Eating Eagle are of an extremely cold nature. Although it appears to be much more restrained, its power cannot be underestimated. Frost flame? Hearing this, everyone looked at Li Bo in confusion, obviously not understanding this term that sounded extremely contradictory. Li Bo continued. This extremely cold flame can burn the soul of a pet. Combined with the bizarre power of evil attributes, the potential of this Qingming burning bone eagle is limitless. In time, its reputation will surely resound throughout the rivers and seas. Hearing this, Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. With the Azure Dark Bone-Eating Eagle, I won't have to bother Teacher Feier anymore when I encounter tough opponents. Yi Meguei smiled slightly and fixed her eyes on Ziyun. Now I can confirm that your Phantom Cloud possesses the ability to reverse gains. What? Invert gain? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. I remember that this kind of rule-based skill should only be comprehended by high-level pets with extremely high sequences. But this? Ziyun, it doesn't even look like he's at the elite level. He looked at Li Bo and said in astonishment. I never thought that such a small Jianghai would produce a beast-taming genius like you. That old Lu Jun would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. It was just luck. Li Bo smiled faintly and evaded the question. Uncle. As I said before, I'm entering the level 3 Thunder Pool this time precisely for Ziyun's evolution. Now that I've successfully cured your pet, please don't break your promise, uncle. Ha ha. Who do you think I, Lin Feng, am? Lin Feng said cheerfully. You saved the fiery eagle's life and helped it break through its evolutionary limit. No matter what, I'm going to make you enter this level 3 Thunder Pool. Whenever you want to go, your uncle will arrange it for you immediately. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. The sooner the better. If it can be done tonight, that would be even better. Tonight? In such a hurry? It's so late, why don't you take a rest and go to Lei Qi tomorrow? Lin Feng looked surprised. Dad. You don't know this. Lin Fei smiled strangely. Mu Oshua's martial arts competition is in full swing, and Li Bo doesn't want to lose to this old lover at the critical moment. The girl from the Mu family? I see. Lin Feng thought for a while, then said. Okay. Since you're so insistent, I'll immediately notify the association and make arrangements for you. Thank you very much, uncle. Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief. After so much trouble, he could finally enter the forbidden area. At this time Lin Fei said. Li Bo. Let Dad take you to the Thunder Pond. I can't help you much. It just so happens that the teacher is back, and I have some training questions to ask her. In that case, all right then. Li Bo waved to the two and left, deliberately making a 5 with his hand and shaking it twice towards Night Rose. Knowing that Li Bo was reminding her not to forget the reward, Yimegu said softly. Slippery boy. Lei Qi is located in the core area of the central part of Jianhai. When Lin Feng and Li Bo arrived at the door, it was already late at night. There were several well-equipped beastmasters guarding and patrolling outside the Thunder Pool. Lin Feng nodded to them and led Li Bo straight in. Lin Feng stopped at the elevator entrance. Li Bo was surprised to observe that there was only one down button on the elevator in front. He asked curiously, is the Thunder Pond underground? Ha ha. Lin Feng pressed the down button and laughed. Jianhai's third-level Thunder Pool is built 10 kilometers underground. What? 10 kilometers down. Li Bo was stunned by the distance. With a ding sound. At this moment, the elevator door opened. Lin Feng made an invitation, let's go. I'll explain it to you slowly. The elevator carried the two of them and slowly descended deep underground. Lin Feng said. Li Bo, are you confused as to why the Thunder Pond was built so deep underground? Li Bo nodded thoughtfully. Logically speaking, shouldn't the cost of building a mine pool above ground be lower? Building it underground would be inconvenient to get to and from, and the operational difficulty would probably be much greater. Ha ha. Lin Feng smiled. We all know how expensive it is to build an underground thunder pool. Back then, Grandpa Fair insisted on investing in the construction of this third-level thunder pool, but was opposed by many people in the Lin family. From what my uncle said, this third-level thunder pool seems to have some secrets. Li Bo asked curiously. Unlike the first and second-level mine pools, the third-level and above mine pools all have different construction structures. Did you know this? Oh. Li Bo suddenly became interested. Uncle, please explain. Lin Feng paused and said. For level 1 and 2 lightning pools, generally speaking, as long as there are enough excellent level electric pets, they can continuously generate electricity for the lightning pool. But for a level 3 thunder pool with a huge power storage capacity, a stable and powerful power supply core is even more necessary. A stable and powerful power supply core? That's a substance that can continuously emit electricity. Li Bo touched his chin and pondered. I've heard that in ancient times, after the death of some high-level electric pets, parts of their bodies were buried deep underground in the form of fossils. These fossils contained extremely surging electric energy. Could it be that? Li Bo suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Smart boy. Lin Feng laughed heartily with admiration in his eyes, and then he said. What we found underground back then were 2 teeth from an ancient electric beast. At that time, Fair's grandfather also thought of a way to move it to the ground. But unexpectedly, the lightning power contained in the tooth bone was extremely violent. Just getting close to it could cost the lives of many beastmasters, let alone moving it. So they simply dug a tunnel, used the tooth bone as the power source, and built this third-level thunder pool underground. 2 dentaries? Li Bo was very confused. I'm actually very curious. What kind of ferocious beast's dentary could actually keep a level 3 thunder pool running for so many years? He. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously at Li Bo. Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger. Chapter 62. Meet by Liang again. Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger? Li Bo touched his chin and pondered. This ferocious beast from ancient times has long been extinct. According to records, the lightning of the Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger was so powerful that it could annihilate the void and tear apart the sky. I never thought that the teeth and bones of the Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger would be buried here. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed. There are many legends about the Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger, but no one has ever witnessed its might. However, judging by the lightning energy contained in these 2 dentaries, this Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger is well deserved of its reputation. According to Uncle's wishes. All these years, the dentary bones of the Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger have been used as the energy core to power the entire Jianhai city? Lin Feng nodded. When this level 3 Thunder Pond was originally built, its lifespan was estimated to be no more than 20 years. But 50 years have passed since the Lin family began operating it, and the power it supplies remains as strong as ever, truly generating considerable profits for our Lin family. I see. After hearing Lin Feng's story, Li Bo was deeply moved. Just 2 teeth bones contain such powerful lightning power. How powerful was this Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger at its peak? Arrive! The elevator door opened, and Lin Feng brought Li Bo to a blue light barrier. There were 2 powerful beast masters standing in front of the light barrier. They first greeted Lin Feng respectfully, then looked at Li Bo with doubt. President Lin? What is this? Ha ha. This is my son-in-law. Lin Feng replied casually. What? Hearing this, Li Bo almost dropped his eyes to the ground. Uncle. Didn't we agree that? Before he could finish his words, Li Bo saw Lin Feng winking at him again, and then he realized that this was the identity Lin Feng had made up for him in order to get him into the forbidden zone. But it was obvious that Lin Feng could have fooled the 2 of them by saying that he was his nephew or his niece, but he insisted on saying that he was his son-in-law. This made Li Bo secretly curse Lin Feng again in his heart for being cunning. Although he was helpless, Li Bo didn't say anything in the end. He just smiled and agreed. Son-in-law. Isn't that the eldest lady's? The 2 guards looked at each other, and couldn't help but look at Li Bo. In addition to envy, a hint of jealousy that was hard to conceal appeared on their faces. What is so special about this guy that he can become President Lin's son-in-law? However, the 2 naturally did not dare to carefully verify the identities of Li Bo and the president. After taking the special authorization letter handed over by Lin Feng, they took the initiative to make way. Lin Feng instructed the 2 of them. Go get Li Bo a set of insulating clothes. Okay, President Lin. From time to time, a guard came over with a specially made white hooded cloak. Lin Feng handed it to Li Bo and said, although there are electric beast masters stationed inside, this minefield can occasionally become unstable. Wearing this insulating suit will ensure complete safety. Unstable? Li Bo was a little surprised, but he still put on the insulating suit obediently. Lin Feng looked at him with satisfaction. Well, this is much safer, he said seriously. Li Bo. Entering the level 3 thunder pool is no joke. If your pet experiences any discomfort, you must evacuate immediately. Lin Feng's tone was sincere, and Li Bo nodded solemnly, sensing the care in his words. I'll be more careful, uncle. Well, I have something important to attend to, so I won't delay your training. After Lin Feng left, the 2 guards stopped Li Bo again. What are you doing? Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Don't get me wrong. We are not trying to embarrass you, said a guard. Because this is your first time entering the thunder pool, I need to tell you some precautions in advance. Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief and said. But it's okay. First, there are electric beast masters from the association working in the thunder pool. Try not to disturb them during training. I understand that. Li Bo nodded. Second, there are other beastmasters training in the thunder pool. Do not engage in conflict or fighting in the thunder pool. Anything else? The third and most important point is, do not summon any pets other than electric-type ones in the thunder pool. Otherwise they will be reduced to ashes, the guard said solemnly. Hearing this, Li Bo was shocked. Huh? Is it that serious? There's an unknown red lightning in the tooth bones, which will indiscriminately attack other types of pets. And this lightning is very powerful, and has seriously injured many excellence-level pets. The guard replied. Red lightning? Is there such a thing? Li Bo took a breath of cold air. Severely injured excellence level, how powerful is this? Yes. This lightning has existed since the establishment of the thunder pool. In short, if we follow the rules, there will be no accidents. Li Bo looked at the blue barrier with a serious expression. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked in. As soon as he entered the barrier, he was stunned by the scene inside. It was a giant circular thunder pool with a diameter of about 50 meters, filled with constantly flashing and jumping blue electric currents. The electric currents were as thick as a baby's arm, like long snakes constantly circling and colliding. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning made Li Bo feel dazzled. In the center of the thunder pool, two 10-meter thick white saber teeth stood upright, isolated by a huge cylindrical glass cover. When he first saw this thing, Li Bo felt a ferocious feeling coming towards him. Is this the dentary of the thunder saber-toothed tiger? Li Bo's eyes flashed with surprise. Just two of its fangs had reached such a height. How big could the thunder saber-toothed tiger be? With such a terrifying size, this thunder saber-toothed tiger must be at least at the overlord level. What made Li Bo feel strange was that the tooth bone in the glass cover on the right had a faint red arc jumping on its surface. Although it is not obvious, this touch of red is particularly eye-catching in the center of the thunder pool full of blue and white lightning. Red current? That's strange, isn't it? Li Bo looked up and saw 18 thick steel pillars of the same size standing majestically around the thunder pool. Above each pillar, there is an independent space separated by glass, and in each space there are beastmasters and pets standing. Arc jellyfish, silver horn thunder horse, lightning kite, lightning bat. Looking closely, all of these pets have electric attributes without exception. These people must be the electric beast masters in the Jianghai Beast Master Association who are responsible for the operation of the thunder pool. At the same time, Li Bo was surprised to find that behind each pillar, there were countless large and small cables connected. Only then did he figure out the principle of the thunder pool's power supply. The two saber teeth continuously provide electricity to the thunder pool. The beastmasters use electric pets to continuously channel the current in the thunder pool into the special device in the cylinder. The lightning is then transmitted to various areas of the river and sea through these large and small cables, providing electricity for the city. Li Bo turned his gaze back to the thunder pool and found that besides him, there were several beastmasters scattered around the thunder pool. They stared at the blurry bottom of the thunder pool with focused eyes, and it seemed that they came here to home their pets. Seeing a second-level beastmaster suddenly appear in the thunder pool, several people cast surprised eyes at Li Bo. Li Bo had no choice but to smile awkwardly. However, just as he was looking around, he found a familiar figure on the other side of the thunder pool, looking at him with a sinister smile. Li Bo's expression froze, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Bai Liang. Chapter 63, Absorbing Lightning Crazily. Ha ha. Boy, I didn't expect to meet you here. Bai Liang's voice was still extremely sharp. Although it was not loud, it still reached Li Bo's ears clearly. Li Bo was still upset about the incident at Sunset Beach, but he still tried his best to suppress his inner anger and said with a smile, "It's my fault for being unlucky lately." You. Seeing that Li Bo was not afraid of him at all, Bai Liang looked a little angry. After looking at Li Bo, he raised a teasing smile. Oh? Becoming a hunter? No wonder you seem more confident. Too bad, in my eyes, you're still just a bug that can be crushed to death at will. Ha ha. What's the point of just talking big? Li Bo sneered, if you have the guts, come and attack me like you did last time. Arrogant boy. Bai Liang showed disdain on his face, do you think I'm stupid enough to fight you in this forbidden area? You're lucky, kid, I don't want to play with you today. After saying that, Bai Liang no longer paid attention to Li Bo, his eyes focused on the thunder pool, and he muttered. Damn it! Why is my luck so bad? It's already the third day and I still haven't seen any red lightning. At this time, Li Bo looked into the depths of the thunder pool and saw a golden flying bird constantly tempering its wings with lightning. There was no doubt that this was Bai Liang's lightning bird. But in the thunder pool, Li Bo discovered that the golden wings of the lightning bird were covered with dark spots, and it seemed to be struggling in the thunder pool. Ha ha. Still at Elite 6th Dan. Looks like you haven't made any progress in this time. Li Bo smiled coldly. Normally, for an electric pet like Zapdos, whose bloodline is not high level, it would be more appropriate to choose a level 2 thunder pool when tempering it. A level 3 thunder pool is really too much of a stretch. Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious. It was obvious that Night Rose had taken away most of the dragon turtle's precious blood, and Bai Liang and the other two didn't get much. He didn't keep it for the 3rd level Scarecrow to break through the evolution sequence, but instead took out a bottle in exchange for the qualification to enter the thunder pool. It was really unreasonable. In addition, this Zapdos has clearly not reached the level of breakthrough evolution, so entering the 3rd level thunder pool at this time is too extravagant no matter how you look at it. Ha ha. Little guy, ignore him. This guy is a weirdo. At this time, a middle-aged man with stubble next to Li Bo spoke to him in a friendly manner. Uncle, what do you mean? I heard this guy has been in this minefield for 3 days and 3 nights. He stinks, and no one wants to get close to him. The man pinched his nose. What? 3 days and 3 nights? Li Bo was extremely surprised and looked at Bai Liang unconsciously. Seeing his focused gaze, he couldn't help but become curious about what this guy was up to. Who cares? Let Ziyun evolve. After making the summons, Ziyun appeared before his eyes again. When Ziyun saw the surging current in the thunder pool, his eyes seemed to be almost straight, and he said excitedly, Brother Li Bo. Is this the 3rd level of the thunder pool? Yes. After so much hardship, we finally got here. Li Bo said with a smile. Ziyun, you must temper yourself in the thunder pool for 5 hours. Do you have the confidence to persevere? I can't wait. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun was very excited. Li Bo nodded, then go. The power of the level 3 thunder pool is extraordinary. If you feel unwell, return immediately. No problem, Brother Li Bo. With a whoosh, Ziyun plunged into the thunder pool. The man next to him looked at the scene with shock on his face. That cloud you summoned just now, was it an ordinary level pet? Li Bo smiled and nodded. To be precise, ordinary 8th stage. What? An ordinary 8th level? Little guy. Are you having a fever? You dare to enter the forbidden area without even the 9th level? Besides, how could an ordinary pet withstand the immense pressure of the thunder pool? Be careful, your dark pet might end up in there with its soul torn to pieces. However, just as the man finished speaking, he discovered that in the center of the thunder pool, the strange clouds summoned by Li Bo were actually cruising leisurely inside, and there was no dangerous situation as the man said. The man rubbed his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. This. How is this possible? This is a level 3 minefield. Bai Liang also noticed the movement here. Seeing Ziyun stayed in the thunder pool, his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This phantom cloud is truly bizarre. Last time, it absorbed the lightning from the Zapdos unscathed, yet this time, it's actually able to be so comfortable in the thunder pool. Could it be that this guy wants to train it towards the electric element? Brother Li Bo. This thunder and lightning smells so good, can I eat it? Ziyun's voice came into Li Bo's mind. Eat? Li Bo looked at the 2 huge teeth, touched his chin and said. With such abundant electricity, it shouldn't be a problem to eat a little. Then I won't hold back. Call. Ziyun siphons. In an instant, with her body as the center, the lightning in the thunder pool quickly gathered towards her. Lightning and thunder were like long blue and white snakes, rushing towards Ziyun's body from all directions. In an instant, Ziyun's body flickered, like dark clouds before a storm, accumulating tremendous lightning. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Because they found that the lightning in the thunder pool was as if being pulled by an invisible force, and was constantly being forcibly pulled over by Ziyun. The most important thing is that Ziyun's body is like a bottomless pit, and these thunder and lightning can't fill her stomach at all. The 10-meter deep thunder pool was about to bottom out in an instant, and the pets of several beastmasters on the field were all exposed in the thunder pool and clearly visible. Suck it dry. Bai Liang on the opposite side widened his eyes, his expression changing from gloomy to happy. You know, its lightning bird couldn't withstand the power of the lightning in the 3rd level thunder pool at all, so it had to keep dodging. When Li Bo's phantom cloud came, it almost absorbed all the lightning. The 18 beast masters on the high platform noticed the movement in the thunder pool and cast incredible glances at Ziyun. Li Bo looked at the thunder pool with some guilt, fearing that Ziyun would absorb all the thunder and lightning, which would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, when the thunder pool was about to dry up, the two huge teeth seemed to sense it and began to fill the thunder pool with lightning again. At this moment, a line of information floating in front of him made Li Bo's face quickly brighten with joy. Phantom Cloud Upgrade Normal 9th Stage. Chapter 64 Red Lightning. Upgraded. Li Bo never thought that just by swallowing lightning, Ziyun could be promoted to the ordinary 9th level. If you continue to absorb the lightning in the thunder pool, you might be able to evolve directly. But what Li Bo was worried about was that the system task required Ziyun to be tempered in the thunder pool for 5 hours. At this rate of lightning absorption, the lightning in the toothbone should not last until this time. This kid's pet is really weird. It actually absorbed so much lightning in the thunder pool at once. In response to this phenomenon, the electric beast masters on the stage began to discuss it intensely. Looking at this appearance, it should be the rare pet beast Huan Minjian. I didn't expect it to actually run into the thunder pool to train. Phantom Cloud? I remember this pet wasn't a dark type? A non-electric type pet here could trigger the red lightning attack in the toothbone. I don't think so. Although this Phantom Cloud is only of ordinary level, its ability to absorb lightning far exceeds our imagination. Perhaps it can actually absorb this red lightning as well, bringing peace to our level 3 thunder pool. Ah! It's easy to say, but this red lightning has existed for so many years. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it's also incredibly cunning, like it has its own consciousness. When it encounters a tough opponent, it hides in its dentary and refuses to come out. We've recruited countless powerful grass-type beast tamers, but they're still completely helpless against it. Based on the terrifying speed at which this Phantom Cloud absorbs lightning, this kid couldn't possibly drain our thunder pool dry. What are you thinking? The power of lightning contained in this ancient thunderbolt is so powerful. The two teeth have supplied Jianghai with electricity for so many years and are still in good condition. How can this Phantom Cloud absorb it all? Or, should I remind this kid? Although the toothbone energy continuously provides electricity, it was absorbed by the Phantom Cloud shortly after entering the thunder pool. Now the current flowing into the 18 power pillars has decreased, which will affect the power supply of the entire city. Forget it. Just pretend you didn't see it. I heard from the security outside that this guy is Chairman Lin's son-in-law. This is the first time the chairman has used his authority to allow a relative into the forbidden area, so we have to give him some face. What? The Lin family's daughter was kidnapped by this brat. I was even planning to introduce my son to Fair, but this damn brat got there first. Forget it, old dang. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? How could he possibly be worthy of Fair's attention? I see this kid in front of me. Although his level is not high, his every move exudes an air of unwillingness to admit defeat. He dares to enter the 3rd level forbidden pool. He is a man of great skill and courage. Just focus on power supply. It's late at night, which is low electricity demand. We only need to maintain the city's basic power needs. Li Bo stared at Ziyun's movements off the field. Although electric currents were directed at her body one after another, fortunately, there was no abnormality shown on Li Bo's panel. Not only that, Li Bo discovered that Ziyun's appetite seemed to be getting better and better, and the speed at which he absorbed lightning was much faster than when he first entered the thunder pool. Then, a strange scene happened in the thunder pool. Whenever Ziyun was about to drain the thunder pool dry, the toothbone would continue to absorb lightning towards the bottom of the thunder pool as if under stress. Before the lightning could spread to the surrounding area of the thunder pool, it would be quickly absorbed into Ziyun's body. Several beastmasters who came to train near the thunder pool were helpless when they saw this scene. Most of the electric current was destroyed by the Phantom Cloud, and their pets did not get any chance to train at all. The electric beastmaster who was leading the charge from the high pillar suddenly gave an order to the loudspeaker on the roof. Because the thunder pool is currently overloaded, you may leave it first, but your entry qualification will be retained. Once the Phantom Cloud is tempered and the thunder pool is fully charged again, you may enter it again. Hearing this, several beastmasters looked at each other and cast expressions of disbelief towards Li Bo. Bai Lian looked suspicious. It's really strange, how did this kid get into the thunder pool? Even the Beastmaster Association is willing to give him face. Could it be that he used the dragon turtle crystal core he obtained that day as a bargaining chip to enter? The middle-aged man next to Li Bo summoned back his pet and smiled meaningfully at Li Bo. I didn't expect that you, little guy, have quite a background. Li Bo scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, uncle. I'm sorry for interrupting your training. The man shook his head and smiled. No need to apologize, little one. It's getting late, and I'm ready to rest. Anyway, I still have my qualification to the Lechi, which means I can get it for free again. 2 hours passed in a flash. As the Beastmasters who came to train left one after another, the number of pets in the Thunder Pool became fewer and fewer. Li Bo was surprised to find that Bai Liang's Zapdos was still in the Thunder Pool. Seeing that the lightning became less, the Zapdos quietly lurked in a corner to recover. This guy, won't he leave yet? Li Bo couldn't help but squint his eyes and wondered in his heart what Bai Liang's real purpose was in coming here. Out of curiosity, he opened the Zapdos panel again and carefully checked it. Name, Lightning Bird. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, electricity. Level, Elite 6th stage. Potential, excellent. Status, injured. Skills, Wind Wings Basic, Thunder Intermediate, /Intermediate, Thunder Melting Intermediate, Feather Spin Advanced. Description: while Zapdos' bloodline is mediocre, some highly qualified Zapdos can comprehend the skill Thunderbolt Fusion, gaining a chance to fuse lightning and increase their strength. Considering that lower-level pets have greater adaptability, Zapdos Beastmasters often immediately seek out higher-level lightning to fuse with upon comprehending the Thunderbolt Fusion. Thunder Melting Technique? Seeing that Zapdos had an additional skill compared to last time, Li Bo's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this guy is still staying in the Thunder Pool and refuses to leave. He must be doing this to use the Thunder Melting Technique on his body. As an Elite 6th level pet, Zapdos' evolutionary sequence has been determined, and its physical development has reached the semi-mature stage. If you don't perform lightning fusion, the chances of success will be much lower after you fully develop. No wonder this guy was willing to spend a bottle of Dragon Turtle's blood to enter the Thunder Pool. If the Lightning Bird can successfully fuse with lightning, Bai Liang's combat power will undoubtedly be improved to a higher level. Li Bo was just curious about the background of Bai Liang, who was willing to let him wait for thunder and lightning in this Thunder Pool for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Bo looked at the red arcs of electricity jumping on the 2 teeth, and remembered what the detention center said before entering the detention center about the raging red lightning. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that Bai Liang came here for the red lightning in the Thunder Pool? Chapter 65, Scarlet Thunder. As if sensing Li Bo's vigilance, Bai Liang smiled defiantly at him. Don't look at me, kid. As a senior, I'm kindly advising you to get out of the Thunder Pond with your Phantom Cloud as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble later. Ha ha. Li Bo said coldly, Bai Liang, I think you're worried that I'll snatch that red lightning away from you when it appears. You. The smile on Bai Liang's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Li Bo with an uncertain expression. Good boy. You guessed it all. But what if you knew it? The red lightning will first attack the non-electric pet. When it comes out, the first one to die will be your Huan Minjian. Bai Liang said with a gloomy look. That's nothing for you to worry about. Li Bo said. I'm curious, what exactly is this red lightning? It's so strange that it made you wait for 3 days and 3 nights. Such patience is not like your character, Bai Liang. You smooth-talking brat. Do you think I'll tell you just by provoking you? Ha, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. You've delayed my good fortune, and I'll settle all the old and new scores with you. Bai Liang said this with disdain, then he fixed his eyes on the Dentry and ignored Li Bo. Li Bo looked towards the Thunder Pond, and saw the lightning flashing in the clouds around Ziyun's body, and a hint of worry rose in his heart. Does this method really work? Li Bo calculated the time carefully. If Ziyun stayed in the Thunder Pool for another half an hour, he would be able to complete the Elite Evolution mission. Although he knew very well that all he needed to do was to wait patiently, Li Bo still couldn't help but look at the 2 thick teeth in the center of the Thunder Pool from time to time. Suddenly, Li Bo frowned and muttered to himself. Why do I feel like the red light seems to be much stronger? If previously there were only a few arcs of electricity faintly jumping on the 2 Dentaries, now, one could hear the crackling sound inside through the glass cover, and the thickness of the electric current was no different from the blue lightning in the Thunder Pool. What made Li Bo even more alert was that the red lightning was constantly gathering towards the bottom of the right Dentry, emitting an extremely dazzling red light. Ziyun! Be careful! Li Bo frowned and hurriedly sent a warning to Ziyun. However, in the next second, Li Bo suddenly discovered that the red lightning quickly gathered into a powerful electric current as thick as a column, which shot out from the bottom of the tooth bone and shot straight towards Ziyun's back. Finally out! Bai Liang's eyes flashed with excitement. Fortunately, Li Bo reminded him in time. The next moment, when he felt the dangerous aura behind him, Ziyan dodged reflexively and passed by the red lightning. When her eyes locked onto the thick red lightning that looked like a giant snake, Ziyun's eyes suddenly became extremely hot. It smells delicious. As Ziyun spoke, a message quickly flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Detected the original lightning Scarlet Sky Thunder. Red Sky Thunder, ranked 39th on the lightning rankings, this thunder was forged from a dominant level thunder saber-toothed tiger. This red sky thunder has been dormant for 10,000 years within the fossilized tooth bones of the earth. It has developed a hint of its own consciousness and will indiscriminately attack non-electrical pets. Absorb Scarlet Thunder permanently gain the power of the original lightning. Host, please command Huan Minjian to tame Scarlet Thunder as soon as possible. Original lightning? Such a familiar term. Li Bo thought quickly in his mind, and suddenly remembered that he had read a very niche book about electric pets in the library before, which introduced the origin of lightning. As an extremely rare type of lightning, origin lightning possesses a powerful and special power. Because this type of lightning has long transcended all laws of the world and can exist forever in the world, it is named origin. There are many types of original thunder, such as the red sky thunder, which is obtained by the repeated evolution and actual combat tempering of electric pets. Some original lightning is born from nature. What's more, it is the original lightning that is artificially synthesized. But no matter what kind of original thunder it was very far away from Li Bo. Because these pets possess the original strange thunder, their beast masters are all well-known top masters in the entire continent. In places like Jianghai, there are very few beast masters who can recognize the origin of thunder and lightning, let alone have heard of it. A powerful person compiled the original lightning into a list, and divided them into different levels according to their strength and characteristics. No wonder Bai Liang was so fascinated by this red lightning. It turned out to be the Qi Xiaolei, which is ranked 39th. Who would have thought that the third-level thunder pool in Jianhai actually contained the original lightning, the red sky thunder? Boy! Be careful, this red lightning is extremely powerful, be careful. The loudspeaker above the roof sounded a reminder from the Beastmaster above. Obviously, they didn't know that the strange lightning that had bothered them for many years was actually the legendary original lightning. Don't worry. Seniors, I know what to do. Seeing that Li Bo still chose to stay in Leiqi, Bai Liang sneered. Oh? You're not running away? You're such an ignorant brat. He looked at Qi Xiaolei, who was still chasing Ziyun, and Bai Liang's eyes showed a trace of greed. Alright. Let your phantom cloud consume this scarlet sky thunder, and when the opportunity arises, Zapdos will take over and fuse it. Qi Xiaolei's body was like a giant red python, biting Ziyun's body tightly. After Ziyun dodged another ricochet attack, Qi Xiaolei used the terrain at the edge of the thunder pool to quickly deflect his body and attack Ziyun again relentlessly. You really won't stop. Ziyun said angrily, if you keep doing this, I'll really eat you up. Ziyun! Don't be impulsive. This scarlet sky thunder is extremely powerful. At your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to absorb it. Li Bo hurriedly passed the message. How will you know if you don't try it? Brother Li Bo. Ziyun said, somewhat unconvinced. This time, she no longer dodged, but floated motionless in the air, facing the red sky thunder that was madly bouncing towards her. The next moment, the red sky thunder quickly hit the purple cloud layer. Red light was seen emitting continuously from Ziyun's body, as he tried hard to absorb the Qishao thunder into his body. So spicy. So spicy. After a while, Ziyun cried pitifully. Brother Li Bo. This thunder is really hot. Wow. What? Li Bo saw Ziyun's body trembling, and the red light from the red thunder in its body continued to shine. A hint of worry rose in his eyes. As expected. Is this still too much of a stretch? Looking at this scene, a fierce look flashed across Bai Liang's face. Want to absorb the scarlet sky thunder? It's not that easy. Chapter 66 Teasing. Use slash. Bai Liang decisively issued an attack order to the Zapdos. The next moment, the lightning bird lurking in the corner quickly flapped its wings. With a swish, a white, transparent, narrow wind blade flew straight towards Ziyun's back. Seeing this, Li Bo's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Bai Liang was so bold as to openly launch an attack in the forbidden area. Ziyun, be careful. However, Ziyun was still struggling hard against the Qishao thunder in his body, trying desperately to integrate it into his body, and had no time to worry about the attack from behind. Bang! The lightning bird's slashing crystal hit Ziyun's body with incredible precision, splashing out a few cloud flowers. With a puff sound, Ziyun was severely injured and had no choice but to spit out the red sky thunder that he had not yet swallowed. It hurts. Ziyun lost his balance and crashed to the edge of the thunder pool. Ziyun! Are you okay? Brotherly Bo, I'm fine. Ziyun gritted his teeth and said, it's just that this red lightning doesn't seem to taste that good. It's like it's expired. Expired? Li Bo was a little amused and helpless. Ziyun was injured but still cared about whether Lei Dian tasted good. He quickly checked her condition. Fortunately, because Ziyun was a spirit, the slash did not cause fatal damage to her. He glared at Bai Liang fiercely, you bastard. How dare you attack me in the middle of nowhere? Ha ha. Bai Liang smiled grimly, boy. It seems you haven't learned enough from last time. Without absolute strength, don't touch things that don't belong to you. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being too greedy. At this time, the Beastmasters on the pillar platform looked at each other and took in the scene. Hey! This guy is fighting in the Thunder Pond. Do you want to stop him? I think we shouldn't rush. That guy is from the Hunter Association. And he seems to be an A-rank hunter. He's a third-rank Beastmaster, we can't afford to offend him. But this guy is President Lin's son-in-law after all. Are we just going to watch him get bullied by this hunter? That phantom cloud doesn't seem to be any serious problem. I think it's just a minor incident. Let's wait and see. After all, we should be cautious when dealing with a global behemoth like the Hunter Association. That makes sense. The Thunder Pond is unstable right now, so we need to focus on maintaining it. Let's just turn a blind eye to what's happening next. Li Bo looked up at Gao Zhu and found that the 18 electric beastmasters above the thunder pool were indifferent to Bai Liang's blatant attack. At this moment, the indifference of human nature is vividly reflected. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since you've tacitly agreed to his actions, don't blame me for breaking the rules next time. He looked at Bai Liang, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Bai Liang was frightened by Li Bo's ferocious gaze like a hungry wolf, but he still pretended to be calm and said, ha ha. Boy, what's the point of glaring at me? You should focus on how to deal with this scarlet sky thunder. At this time, the Qishao spit out by Ziyun turned around and stared at Ziyun's body again. Almost being swallowed, the Qishao seemed a little angry, the red light on his body increased greatly, and in an instant it turned into a giant lightning as thick as a millstone. Everyone was frightened by the huge movement in the thunder pool. Since the establishment of the thunder pool, they had never seen the red lightning emit such great power. Red sky thunder. This is the red sky thunder. Bai Liang's face was illuminated by the red light, revealing an almost twisted and crazy look. The 39th ranked origin of lightning is indeed worthy of its reputation. If I confuse it, there's no need for Scarecrow to undergo a fourth transformation. With just Zapdos, I can become S rank. He set his greedy eyes on Huan Ningyun. Good boy. I really have to thank you. If Zapdos had really let it absorb the lightning directly, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand its pressure. But now you've successfully angered it. When Phantom Cloud dies in the Thunder Pool, that will be the time for Zapdos to transform. Ha ha. Who said I had to absorb the Scarlet Sky Thunder first? Li Bo raised the corner of his mouth, Ziyun. Use the illusion color mimicry. Then, a scene that made Bai Liang feel incredible happened. At the moment when the huge red lightning was about to hit Huan Ningyun's body, the latter's body miraculously disappeared in the Thunder Pool. Bai Liang rubbed his eyes hurriedly, disappeared. How is that possible? Suddenly, a frightening thought came to his mind. Could it be that this Huan Minjian has learned a skill like invisibility? However, the next second, he found that Huan Mingyun's body appeared in the Thunder Pool again. Not good. He shouted. Because the location where the phantom cloud appeared was right behind the lightning bird. Following closely was the incomparably thick and long scarlet sky thunder. Get out of the way. Zapdos. Bai Liang's face changed drastically, and he had lost his composure. However, Ziyun's trick of diverting trouble completely caught Zapdos off guard. After staying behind Zapdos for less than a second, Ziyun once again used the phantom mimicry to disappear into the air. Boom! The giant python-like red lightning struck the Zapdos with a heavy blow, almost submerging it. Although it had a natural resistance to electricity, under the powerful impact of the Scarlet Sky Thunder, the Zapdos still let out a painful scream. Sure enough, although this Scarlet Sky Thunder has a certain level of spiritual awareness, it can't capture the purple cloud hidden in the sky at all. Li Bo smiled calmly. There were only 10 minutes left before the Thunder Pool tempering task. Ziyun only needed to lurk in the Thunder Pool, and after evolving, he would find a way to recapture the Red Sky Thunder. Looking at the severely injured Zapdos, Bai Liang roared at Li Bo. Damn you! I'm going to kill you! After persisting for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally waited for the appearance of the Scarlet Sky Thunder. However, before it could merge with the Scarlet Sky Thunder, the lightning bird had already fallen into a negative state. How could he not be angry? Kill me? Li Bo sneered. What are you going to use to kill me? If you have the guts, use your level 3 Scarecrow. I don't think the Scarlet Thunder would mind taking it along with you and burying it with your Zapdos. When talking about the word bury together, Li Bo's tone exuded a cold sense of death. From the moment Bai Liang attacked Ziyun just now, he had made up his mind that he must make his Zapdos pay a heavy price. After Qi Xiaolei's attack missed, he turned around again and looked at the Thunder Pool, looking for traces of Ziyun. But every time Ziyun appeared, it was on the trajectory of the Zapdos, either forward or backward, or up or down. Its body shape was so unpredictable that Bai Liang could not guess at all. Boom! Once again, the Qixia Thunder guided by Ziyun hit the Zapdos without any deviation. This time it directly injured the Zapdos' lungs, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of its mouth. Chapter 67 Kill the Lightning Bird. Don't want. Bai Liang looked terrified, because he could clearly feel that Zapdos' injuries were rapidly worsening. Defense was Zapdos' weakness, so how could it withstand these continuous attacks? You stinky bird! How dare you severely injure Sister Xiaobai in the past? I will definitely avenge her today. Ziyun's figure kept changing, and he kept moving around the battlefield like a ghost. While he was doing it with ease, he only increased Qi Xiaolei's rage again and again. It has been around for more than 10,000 years and has annihilated countless powerful beasts along with the Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger. Unexpectedly, it is now being teased by a small ordinary pet. After several attacks failed, Qi Xiaolei had no choice but to vent all his anger on the Zapdos in his path. In an instant, the light on its body had reached its limit, like a long red dragon, lingering in the center of the Thunder Pool. This is the true power of Scarlet Sky Thunder. Even Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes. I really don't know how powerful this Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger was back then. Suddenly, Li Bo's eyes turned and he focused his attention on the 2 huge dentaries in the Thunder Pool again. Before, every time the Red Sky Thunder became stronger, the tooth bone on the right would emit a red light, as if supplying energy to the Red Sky Thunder. This time, Li Bo discovered that the right dentary in the Thunder Pool had become extremely dim, but the left dentary, which had been motionless, emitted a faint red light, and there was even red lightning jumping on the surface of the dentary. Strange, why do I seem to see a strange red arc flash across the tooth bone? Li Bo muttered suspiciously. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind, and Li Bo continued to convey a message to Ziyun. Ziyun! You just said that this Scarlet Sky Thunder smells a bit like it's expired. What's going on? Brother Li Bo, I just ate that Scarlet Sky Thunder. Although it looked huge, the texture and taste were nothing like real lightning. It's not nutritious at all. It's even worse than the blue lightning in the Thunder Pool. No nutrition? Li Bo looked at the almost crazy Qi Xiaolei in the Thunder Pool, and then fixed his eyes on the tooth bone flashing red in the Thunder Pool, his brows locked into the shape of a chuan. Could it be that the Scarlet Thunder in front of me is fake? Could it be that its true form is hidden in the left tooth bone? Compared to Li Bo's calmness, Bai Liang's expression was not so good. Seeing that the red thunder in the Thunder Pool had become unprecedentedly huge, Bai Liang's eyes flashed rapidly, and he thought that even if a third-level Scarecrow came out, it might not be a match for this thunder and lightning. Bai Liang was struggling with whether he should summon the Zapdos back in time while the Scarlet Thunder was still targeting Huan Minjian. On second thought, after spending so much money to enter this forbidden zone, wouldn't it be giving up halfway if I gave up now? But when Bai Liang saw the miserable appearance of Zapdos covered in blood and even having difficulty flying, Bai Liang realized that he would not be able to perform the thunder melting technique to absorb the Scarlet Sky Thunder today. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and quickly made the summoning gesture. However, before Bai Liang's green magic circle was fully formed, he found that the magic circle had mysteriously disappeared. What? Bai Liang looked up in horror, but the scene before him almost made him burst with anger. Because just now, Huan Mingyun suddenly appeared behind the lightning bird and cast 3 extremely strange dark chains, which pierced directly through the lightning bird's chest. Ha ha! You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Li Bo stared at the scene with an indifferent expression. The dark noose struck his soul directly. Now that the Zapdos was firmly controlled by Ziyun, it was impossible for Bai Liang to summon it back. Boy! How dare you! Bai Liang roared almost madly. Sunset Beach. You, Zapdos, severely injured my Whitey. I remember it clearly. Li Bo's eyes were cold. Today I will use the death of Zapdos to wash away the grievances that Xiaobai has suffered. You! Bai Liang was completely panicked. He never expected that not only would he fail to absorb the Scarlet Sky Thunder today, but he would also have to kill the Zapdos here. Moreover, the opponent was actually a young man who was 1 level lower than him. Shame, resentment, fear, and all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined in his heart. Bai Liang's expression was extremely gloomy. Boy! Let go of Zapdos. I won't hold you accountable for what happened in the past. Let bygones be bygones? Ha ha! How dare you treat me like a child? Li Bo sneered. Bai Liang, I think you still don't understand our relationship. What did you say? Hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes widened. The fight between us is destined to end to the death. Li Bo said coldly. As he spoke, the hidden Ziyun suddenly appeared in front of the Zapdos that was tightly trapped by the dark noose. Sensing that Ziyun's figure appeared again in the thunder pool, the giant red thunder suddenly turned around, emitting a pervasive violent aura. Come and hit me, idiot! Ziyun shook his head and stood in front of the Zapdos, constantly provoking Qi Xiaolei. How could Qi Xiaolei bear such humiliation? After being teased one after another, his heart was already filled with anger. Boom! In an instant, the huge red lightning body suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and a manic atmosphere filled the entire thunder pool. The fear on Bai Liang's face had reached its peak. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson lightning suddenly struck Ziyun. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to begin to distort. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly noticed that a very shining red arc was secretly poking out from under the glass cover on the left side of the tooth bone in the thunder pool. This is... Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Seeing that Qi Xiaolei had been fooled and was rushing towards him without reservation, Ziyun curled up his lips into an extremely cunning smile. Just in time. At the moment when the red sky thunder was about to hit her, Ziyun used the illusionary mimicry again to disappear. After the red sky thunder's attack missed, it flew straight towards the lightning bird that was trapped in the dark noose and unable to move. No! Bai Liang roared in despair. Boom! The scarlet sky thunder struck the lightning bird without any deviation, completely engulfing it. In the hazy light, the figure of the lightning bird was gradually annihilated, and finally turned into starlight and completely disappeared. Zapdos. The death of a pet is undoubtedly fatal to the mental trauma of the Beastmaster. In addition, all his efforts were wasted at this moment. Bai Liang, who had not slept for 3 days, was completely devastated. In an instant he collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty. Ziyun! Now! Dive under the dentary! At this time, Li Bo suddenly conveyed a message to Ziyun. Under the dentary? Ziyun, who was hidden in the air, looked at the 2 dentaries in the center of the thunder pool in confusion. Suddenly, a jumping bright red arc of electricity below the left dentary suddenly made her eyes light up. Ziyun licked his lips. So the real delicacy. It's here. Chapter 68 Fusion of Scarlet Thunder. The next moment after killing the Zapdos, the red giant thunder hesitated and stopped in the center of the thunder pool. It knew very well that its fatal attack just now was perfectly avoided by that strange purple cloud again. The red giant thunder looked around for Ziyun's location, and when Ziyun's figure appeared again, it suddenly panicked. Hee. I got you. Ziyun suddenly appeared in front of the scarlet arc under the tooth bone like a ghost. A deep-rooted fear suddenly rose from the heart of the electric arc. Like a conditioned reflex, the electric arc immediately turned around and began to desperately drill into the tooth bone. At the same time, the giant red thunder used all its strength to rush towards the purple cloud. Want to escape? Too late. Ziyun smiled evilly, and the dark noose appeared on his body again, trapping the electric arc tightly and forcibly pulling out the half of his body that was buried in the tooth bone. A huge red thunder followed behind him, and when it was about to hit Ziyun's body, Ziyun put the electric arc into his mouth without hesitation. Gulp! As the electric arc was swallowed by the purple cloud, the giant red thunder instantly disintegrated and then completely disappeared in the thunder pool. The giant red thunder disappeared. The Beastmasters on the stage opened their mouths wide, staring at this scene in great shock. The red lightning that had troubled them for so many years was just eaten up by the phantom cloud? Did it work? Li Bo's palms were sweating, and he stared at Ziyun's movements intently. After the red electric arc was swallowed, Ziyun's body began to tremble violently. The red lightning kept flashing and changing in Ziyun's body, reflecting the purple cloud light on her body. It seemed that it was still struggling with the purple cloud. The red lightning tried its best to break free from the purple cloud's body, constantly splashing its dazzling electric light on the surface of the purple cloud. However, its struggles seemed to be in vain. Ziyun's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how the lightning attacked, the lightning struck its body like a fist hitting cotton, causing no harm to Ziyun at all. Helplessly, it could only watch itself being devoured by the purple cloud, its consciousness constantly being taken over by the purple cloud. Finally, Ziyun's body finally calmed down. Congratulations to the host. Phantom Cloud successfully merged with the original lightning, gaining the power to permanently control the Scarlet Sky Thunder. Great Ziyun! Seeing the information flashing across the system, Li Bo's face was overjoyed. As expected, he was right. The tiny electric arc hidden in the left tooth bone was the real body of the Red Sky Thunder. I didn't expect that entering the Thunder Pool would bring such an unexpected gain. You know, what Ziyun absorbed was the 39th ranked original lightning, which is something that countless top electric beastmasters dream of. You actually dared to take away my Scarlet Sky Thunder. Bai Liang, who was not far away, had a ferocious look on his face. He had already woken up from his grief and anger. Seeing Ziyun merge the Qi Xiao Lei, he looked at Li Bo with an extremely fierce look. Kill my Zapdos. Take my Scarlet Thunder. Boy, you're looking for death. Bai Liang yelled at the top of his lungs, third-level Scarecrow. Kill him for me. The blue light reappeared, and the third-level Scarecrow floated in the Thunder Pool. Now that the giant red thunder has disappeared, Bai Liang has nothing to worry about. I'm not afraid of you. Li Bo stretched out one hand, and a green light flashed. A giant white dragon floated above the thunder pool, staring at Bai Liang angrily. After recuperating in the beast taming space for most of the day, Xiao Bai's condition has completely recovered. When he meets his old enemy again, Xiao Bai immediately exudes a strong fighting spirit. The moment he saw Xiao Bai's huge figure, Bai Liang's expression became uncertain. How is this possible? He looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You actually evolved an elite dragon-type pet. Feeling the familiar aura of Xiao Bai, Bai Liang had a horrifying thought in his mind. This white ice dragon is the evolution of the white spirit snake from the past. So what if I guessed it? Li Bo sneered, if you want to fight here today, I will fight you to the end. Good. 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 Bai Liang gritted his teeth and said 3 good words in a row. You've got guts. You dare to challenge the 9th stage of excellence at the elite level? Boy, I admire your courage. Today, I'll use your 2 pets to bury my Zapdos with me. Xiao Bai flapped his wings and let out a deafening dragon roar. The situation was tense and the atmosphere reached its peak. Stop. Just as the two were about to start a battle, the 18 Beastmasters on the stage opened the glass covers one after another, and several electric pets jumped down, blocking the 3rd-level Scarecrow and the Frost Ice Dragon. What do you want to do? Bai Liang raised his head, his eyes fixed on the figure of a frail old man on the stage. Old man Tang Hong, come down and give me an explanation. The old man named Tang Hong is the leader of this group of electric beastmasters, and his level has also reached the 3rd level. Although they were both wearing insulating clothing, it was not difficult to see that most of his hair was already white. Tang Hong's pet was an excellent class Thunder Crane. He stepped lightly on the Thunder Crane, and the Thunder Crane swooped down towards the ground carrying him. A white Thunder Crane was suspended in the air above the group of people. The old man suddenly spoke. This is a restricted area. Fighting is prohibited. No fighting allowed? Bai Liang laughed angrily. Tang Hong, you old man are quite biased. When that guy killed my Zapdos just now, why didn't you come out to stop him? If I remember correctly, you were the one who attacked this young man first. Tang Hong remained calm and naturally did not say that he did not come down just now because he wanted to see if the two of them could deal with the red lightning. Now that the hidden danger in Lei Qi has been eliminated, the two are arguing again. As the core of the Jianghai Beastmaster Association, he naturally has to come down to stop them. You old thing. Bai Liang gritted his teeth and said viciously. Don't forget. I spent a bottle of dragon turtle blood to enter the thunder pool. No matter what you say, you have to give me an explanation today. Everyone is equal once entering the thunder pool. What this young man has brought out may not be less valuable than your precious blood. Tang Hongyi said righteously. Ha ha. So you want to favor this kid? Bai Liang looked at Lei He and sneered. Do you think this old and weak thunder crane can stop my third-level scarecrow? You are an A-rank hunter, so you are naturally confident in dealing with an old man like me. However, this level 3 minefield is related to the stability of the entire city. Even if it costs me my life, I will prevent you from having a war here. Since you know I'm a hunter. Then why don't you get out of here right now? A small city-level Beastmaster Association dares to shout in front of my Hunter Association? Bai Liang said proudly. Bai Liang, you're so arrogant. If someone didn't know, they'd think we hunters could truly dominate the rivers and seas. A magnetic female voice came. Chapter 69 Evolution. Shadow Thundercloud. What? Bai Liang suddenly turned his head and found that in the blue light curtain at the entrance of the thunder pool, a charming woman was slowly walking towards him. You again. Night rose. When Bai Liang saw Yi Meigui's figure, his eyes narrowed into slits. Accompanying Yi Meigui were Lin Feng and Lin Feier, father and daughter. Uncle. Why are you here? The moment he saw the figures of those people, Li Bo's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha. I heard from the people in the association that a fight broke out in the Thunder Pond. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I had to put down my important work and rush over here. Then Lin Feng set his sights on Bai Liang, with an extremely cold aura flashing in his eyes. From the tone you just used, Your Excellency, it seems like the Jianghai Beastmaster Association could be destroyed with just a single word from you. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang tensed up. He had met Lin Feng several times, but wasn't the president of the Jianghai Beastmaster Association only at level 3? How come now, he exudes a powerful aura that even he himself cannot understand? Could it be that he has evolved to the leader level? A terrifying thought flashed through Bai Liang's mind. But he still forced himself to remain calm and said, President Lin. This is a personal grudge between me and this kid. Please don't meddle in other people's business. Although there was a huge gap in levels, Bai Liang still looked confident because he was a member of the Hunter Association. Oh? A personal vendetta. Lin Feng changed the subject. Li Bo is my future son-in-law. If you have a grudge against him, then you have a grudge against me, Lin Feng? Having said this, Lin Feng's eyes became extremely gloomy. What? This? Bai Liang couldn't believe his ears and looked at Li Bo in disbelief. How did this guy suddenly become Lin Feng's son-in-law? He muttered in his heart and couldn't help but start to worry. Obviously, he is still very wary of Lin Feng's current strength. In addition, no one knew what relationship Yi Meigui had with the Lin family, but she actually came to take sides openly, which instantly made his A-level hunter identity useless. What? Do you still want to do it now? Lin Feng's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an unquestionable intimidation. Bai Liang's face turned pale and blue, and for a moment he was completely speechless. Get out of here. Night Rose on the side spoke coldly, but with an undeniable commanding tone. You. This completely broke Bai Liang's defense. He had always been bossing others around like this, and today, Yi Meigui humiliated him in public. Bai Liang was completely embarrassed. He clenched his fists and his face looked extremely ugly. Although he wanted to explode, he tried his best to suppress his inner impulse. Bai Liang looked at Li Bo fiercely, then finally waved his hand and walked towards the exit of the thunder pool with reluctance. After passing through the blue barrier, he suddenly stopped and turned around, casting a vicious look in the direction of several people. It's just S rank. One day, I will crush all of you. Li Bo. How did you end up offending such a difficult person? After Bai Liang left, Lin Feier suddenly asked. This matter is a bit complicated. Li Bo scratched his head and looked at Yi Meigui meaningfully. No matter what. You shouldn't impulsively and blindly attack him. After all, that guy's pet has reached the 9th level of excellence, and it's also an extremely difficult psychic type. Psychic type. Li Bo looked in the direction whereby Liang left, with a barely perceptible murderous intent flashing in his eyes. See you next time, it won't just be the death of a pet. Thanks to the president for coming to the rescue. At this time, Tang Hong looked at Lin Feng and said with some fear. Otherwise, with our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop this hunter. Humph. Lin Feng said angrily. Now I've broken through to the excellence level. Soon I'll officially become a 4th rank Beastmaster. If you encounter someone like this causing trouble in the Thunder Pond in the future, be sure to be cautious, just attack them. Excellent. 4th rank Beastmaster. Tang Hong was excited. That's great. Under the leadership of the president, our Jianghai Beastmaster Association will definitely reach the top. By the way, President, I have something good to tell you. Tang Hong looked at Li Bo and said with a smile. This kid, he conquered the red lightning that had been harassing Lei Qi for years. What? Lin Feng suddenly looked at Li Bo, his eyes flickering, and then he laughed heartily. Good boy. You really have some skills. He went on to say. For this red lightning, my Jianghai Beast Tamer Association has tried countless methods, but we couldn't drive it out of the thunder pool. Now, fortunately, you have tamed it, and the thunder pool will be completely stable. I think not only the Beast Tamer Association, but the entire Jianghai should be grateful to you. Ever since Li Bo came to the Lin family, good things have happened one after another. How could Lin Feng not be satisfied with him? It must have been recaptured by that phantom cloud. Yi Meigui smiled charmingly, then turned her gaze to Lei Qi and said in surprise. It seems, it's starting to evolve. Evolved? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Ziyun in the thunder pool. Li Bo looked at the time and found that it had been exactly 5 hours since Ziyun entered the thunder pool for training. Li Bo didn't dare to breathe and carefully observed Ziyun's movements. As the evolution began, red lightning flashed around the phantom cloud in the thunder pool, and the purple light on the surface of the cloud became increasingly brighter, reflecting an extremely dazzling blue, illuminating the surrounding thunder pool with a brilliant look. Ziyun's body kept expanding and contracting, and its shape seemed to be undergoing wonderful changes. With each cycle, Ziyun's cloud body continued to grow larger. It's 3 meters. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and watched as Ziyun's body expanded from a single cloud into a cloud of mist, until red electric grid patterns appeared on the surface. The growth continues. Lin Fei looked at the scene in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the purple cloud had spread to a diameter of about 5 meters. The red sky thunder continuously sputtered out bright electric light, crackling on the surface of Ziyun's body. As the lightning became more and more intense, Ziyun's body was soon enveloped by an extremely shining red light, which made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Li Bo endured the pain and watched every change of Ziyun through his fingers. Until the light faded, everyone opened their eyes and was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was a dark purple cloud with a diameter of 10 meters. The cloud was thick and red arcs of electricity were jumping inside. Indistinctly, one could see the dark purple crystal core hidden deep in the cloud. Dark purple clouds shrouded the top of the thunder pool, with an oppressive force that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Everyone held their breath and was completely shocked by the mysterious and powerful pet in front of them, leaving them speechless. Li Bo's face lit up with excitement. Success. Shadow Thundercloud. Name, Shadow Thundercloud. Gender, female. Attributes, dark, electric. Level, Elite First Stage. Potential, Overlord level. Skills, Phantom Mimicry Talent, Shadow Ball Intermediate, Dark Noose Intermediate, Thunder Intermediate, Thunder Roar Intermediate, Curse Advanced, Arrow Rain Advanced, Scarlet Thunder Prison Advanced. State, Excited. Evolution Sequence, 1. Description, the guardian of thunder and lightning within the clouds, a symbiotic union of shadow and thunder. The day darkness completely covers the sky, it declares its dominance. Chapter 70-50 million. Shadow Thundercloud. Looking at the evolved Ziyun, Li Bo was so excited that he was speechless for a moment. Brother Li Bo. Why are you staring at me like that? Has Ziyun become uglier? Ziyun muttered to Li Bo, seeming very dissatisfied with his current appearance. How could it be, Ziyun? Li Bo was a little amused. You don't know how strong you are now. After reaching the elite level, Ziyun actually mastered 3 new electric skills at once. One of them is even advanced. Red Sky Thunder Prison releases a lightning array to imprison the opponent. When the opponent is trapped in the lightning array, not only will they be attacked by lightning, but they will also be unable to use teleport skills during this period. I didn't expect that after Ziyun absorbed the Scarlet Sky Thunder, he would actually integrate such a powerful control skill. Li Bo was delighted. Now that Xiao Bai and Ziyun had both entered the elite level, his overall combat power had been raised to a higher level. Next, even if Wu Bai encounters Mu Aoshua's Phantom Moon Spirit Cat, he will have the ability to counterattack. Seeing Li Bo's satisfied face, Ziyun said in surprise. So, brother Li Bo doesn't mind my ugliness anymore. Pooh. How is Ziyun ugly? Humph. I'm obviously ugly. I used to be so cute when I was little. Now I've become so scary. Look, everyone around me is scared by my appearance. What they fear is their own business. In my heart, I will always love Ziyun. He. I feel relieved with brother Li Bo's words. Ziyun became happy and added. But there are some advantages to having the main body become bigger. Oh? What benefits? Li Bo looked curious. Of course, after becoming a beast girl, her breasts will also become bigger. Is there such a thing? Li Bo's mouth almost dropped to the ground. Yes. Doesn't brother Li Bo like big breasts? Ziyun said doubtfully. Ahem. Li Bo was in a state of confusion. Whether you like it or not is another matter. But how did you know Ziyun? He. Ziyun smiled mischievously and said cunningly. After Xiao Bai evolved, I sneaked in. At this time, Night Rose came over. I didn't expect that you could actually evolve this phantom cloud into an electric attribute. She smiled at Li Bo and said. A brand new evolutionary path, you guys are always surprising me. Good boy. Although I don't know the origin of this strange mist of yours, it looks like it's no weaker than the ice dragon next to you. Ha ha. Lin Feng on the side laughed heartily and seemed to be in a very happy mood. You helped the Beastmaster Association resolve this red lightning. I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing this, Tang Hong rolled his eyes and said with an idea. President Lin. My beloved son-in-law is a genius. I think it would be better if we just let him join our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. With his help, our Beast Tamer Association will surely reach greater heights. Oh? Tang Hong, after all these years of knowing each other, this is the first time I've seen you praise a junior like this. Lin Feng was surprised and a little proud at the same time. He set his sights on Li Bo. Li Bo. What do you think? This is a great opportunity. Not everyone can join our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Join the Beast Tamer Association? Li Bo thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. I apologize, seniors, but my only goal right now is to cultivate and strengthen my pets. The Jianghai Beastmaster Association is certainly a good platform, but I'm afraid I don't have the extra energy to help with matters. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. Li Bo. You've got to think this through. Countless seniors from your school are desperately trying to join the Beastmaster Association after graduation, and our compensation is quite high. You won't suffer any loss if you join. Li Bo smiled silently, but still shook his head to refuse Lin Feng's kindness. If it were before, he might have gone to work for the Beastmaster Association without hesitation because of poverty. But just now, a payment message suddenly came from his Hunter account. E-rank Hunter Li Bo. Congratulations on successfully completing all level bounties. The 50 million bounty has been sent to your account, please check it promptly. Chapter 71 Iron-Eating Ants. When we came out of the third level Thunder Pool, it was already dawn and the sun was rising in the east. After tossing and turning at the Lin family for a whole night, Li Bo suddenly felt extremely exhausted and sleepy. So after saying goodbye to Lin Feng and the others, he rode on Xiao Bai and flew towards the downtown area without stopping, ready to have a good sleep. According to the schedule, tomorrow is the school martial arts competition for the top 4 to the top 2. I wonder who I'll be picking as my opponent. In order to ensure fairness, the list of the top 4 finalists was drawn on the day of the competition. Although Li Bo had watched the matches of the other 3, if we really had to talk about the strength of the 3, there was no doubt that Mu Aoshue was the strongest among them. What made him curious was that among the top 4, there was a boy named Wang Linshan, whose combat performance was mediocre and nothing outstanding. In terms of strength, let alone catching up with the level of Mu Aoshue and Lin Feier, even Tao Jian, who was eliminated by Li Bo, is much stronger than him. I don't know if this guy is lucky or has other tricks to advance to the semifinals. However, Li Bo did not want to think about it so much now. As a second-level Beastmaster with 2 elite pets, no one of his peers at Shanghai University could put pressure on him. After all, even some sophomores rarely breed 2 elite pets at the same time. Li Bo's strength is considered to be among the best in all universities across the country. At the same time, Li Bo discovered that as his level increased, his dragon riding skills also became more sophisticated. To put it simply, when riding on Xiaobai in the past, you might have to pull on the 2 dragon horns to maintain stability. After many battles and adventures with Xiaobai, the two have reached a point where they are in perfect sync with each other. Now when Li Bo tries to stand on the dragon, he can keep himself from being blown away by the wind. In addition to the reason of tacit understanding, it is more because when the Beastmaster reaches a certain level, he and his pet will reach a state of becoming one. In some top-level battles, it is very common for pets to use high-level skills such as extraordinary or destructive levels. These skills have great destructive power. Even if a Beastmaster is fully armed and standing on the outside, it is difficult for him to avoid being affected. Therefore, some Beastmasters can cultivate spatial abilities in their pets, and fight as one with their pets. This kind of space is similar to the Beastmaster's pet space, but if the pet wants to comprehend this ability, in addition to being gifted, it also puts a great test on the Beastmaster's mental strength and training ability. Standing upright on Xiaobai, Li Bo clasped his arms and stared at the sky ahead. His hair rustled in the strong wind, and he had the aura of a master beast tamer. Ziyun was left in the beast taming space by Li Bo to carefully digest the new skills he had learned. At first, Li Bo was worried that with Ziyun's current size, it would be a bit crowded to stay in the beast controlling space. But when Ziyun evolved to the elite level, Li Bo discovered that his beast taming space had also increased a lot. It expanded from the original 1,000 cubic meters to 5,000 cubic meters in one go. Li Bo was very satisfied with the god-level space talent given by the system. Not only could it quickly restore the pet's state, but it also had such incredible growth potential. According to what Wu Gang said before, many beast masters like him have spent their entire lives unable to expand the beast taming space, so the upper limit of their pet beasts is also limited. But now with this god-level space for growth, Li Bo no longer has to worry that when Xiaobai and Ziyun reach the overlord level, the beast taming space will not be able to accommodate them. At Xiaobai's current flying speed, it only takes 40 minutes to travel from the upper city to the lower city. After a while, Li Bo arrived at the boundary of the lower city district. Looking down from the air, the dilapidated low buildings in the lower city are crowded together, and the dark mass looks extremely depressing, forming a sharp contrast with the prosperous and magnificent scene in the upper city. Although Li Bo had long been accustomed to the environment here, he had vowed to take Xiaobai and Ziyun to move into a beautiful new house. Now with the 50 million yuan reward, buying a nice house in the upper city is no longer a problem. Before Li Bo could decide where to buy a house, Xiaobai suddenly sounded an alarm. Master! There are enemies. Enemy? Li Bo narrowed his eyes and saw a dark mass of things rushing towards him rapidly in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz. As the dark mass approached, Li Bo saw clearly who was coming. It was actually a large group of flying ant pets. This group of black flying ants exudes a metallic black color all over their bodies. When they gather together, they have an aura that covers the sky and the sun. Seeing these black mosquitoes emitting a disgusting smell, Li Bo was shocked. This is iron-eating ants. Li Bo's eyes suddenly widened. Shanghai, how could such an evil pet appear? Iron-eating ant, a pet with dual attributes of insect and steel. Logically speaking, there are no pets like iron-eating ants distributed in the territory of Daxia, and the large group of iron-eating ants in front of him should not appear in a city like Shanghai. Iron-eating ants have extremely developed senses. Not only do they have a keen sense of smell, but they also have strong reproductive capacity. Once they appear, they are difficult to eliminate. Although it is just an ordinary pet, the iron-eating ants have extremely sharp jaws and can even chew and devour iron. When they gather together, no grass will grow wherever they pass. They are a pet with extremely strong ecological destructive power. When Li Bo realized that this group of iron-eating ants were coming towards him, he instantly woke up and all his sleepiness disappeared. As the iron-eating ants approached, a task suddenly popped up in the system. Upgrade mission: destroy the iron-eating ant colony. Just in time. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of ants, Li Bo did not dare to be careless. He summoned Ziyun from the beast controlling space without hesitation. These tens of thousands of iron-eating ants gathered together have already surpassed the elite level in combat power. Li Bo does not want to joke with his own life. Xiaobai. Suppress with blizzard. Xiaobai roared to the sky and flapped his wings rapidly, sending out a fierce blizzard that swept towards the iron-eating ants. However, the next moment after the cold snowflakes froze the iron-eating ants, a red-high temperature suddenly rose from the bodies of the iron-eating ants, like a huge red branding iron, quickly melting the blizzard. Oh? The metal heats up? A hint of surprise appeared in Li Bo's eyes. However, although the blizzard did not freeze the entire iron-eating ant colony directly, as an advanced skill, it still forced the speed of many iron-eating ants to slow down. The iron-eating ant colony on the edge of the building scattered in pieces under the influence of the cold wind. Li Bo quickly found the right opportunity. Ziyun. Now is the time, use the rain of arrows. During Xiaobai's battle just now, Ziyun had already floated above the group of iron-eating ants. Whoosh whoosh. The dense rain of arrows shot towards the iron-eating ants like sharp arrows, and Li Bo was surprised to find that as Ziyun's body grew in size after evolution, the range of the rain of arrows also became much wider. The sharp rain of arrows quickly penetrated the wings of the lone iron-eating ants, and large numbers of iron-eating ants fell from the sky. The large group of iron-eating ants gathered together did not look very good either. Under the suppression of the rain of arrows, their formation almost collapsed. As if they were intelligent, this group of iron-eating ants saw that both of Li Bo's pets had group attack skills, and after quickly judging the situation, they actually dispersed on their own initiative. Then it spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the iron-eating ants formed a huge ball cage, surrounding Li Bo tightly. Crash! These iron-eating ants quickly vibrated their wings and then rushed towards Li Bo and his team from all directions. Sly bug! Li Bo's face darkened. It was obvious that these iron-eating ants wanted to attack from every corner. Once the prey was bitten by the iron-eating ants, they would not let go even if they died. As a last resort, Li Bo lay low on Xiaobai, directing her to dodge continuously while continuously shooting out cold spikes to kill the iron-eating ants. Even though Xiaobai has extraordinary fighting power, he still seems a little flustered when facing the constant harassment from these tiny bugs. On the other hand, as for Ziyun, because she was a spirit, those iron-eating ants could not cause any harm to her when they rushed over. Instead, when they fell into the cloud, they were burned black by the crackling red lightning from Ziyun's body. Seeing this, Li Bo had an idea. Xiaobai. Use dragon power, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai quickly spun his body, forcibly broke through the encirclement of the surrounding iron-eating ants, and roared towards the battlefield. The dragon's roar was deafening, and the huge pressure emanating from Xiaobai's blood made this group of iron-eating ants feel a fear from the soul. In an instant, all the iron-eating ants in the air stopped. Purple cloud. Scarlet sky thunder prison. No problem, brother Li Bo. As she spoke, red arcs of electricity were seen jumping rapidly on Ziyun's body. Then, pillar-thick scarlet lightning bolts kept falling from under her extremely dark body. They were exactly the same shape as the red sky thunder that was raging in the thunder pool. Boom boom. Thick red thunder continued to fall from around Ziyun's body, surrounding all the iron-eating ants. Although Ziyun could only fire 5 red thunderbolts at his current level, as all 5 huge thunderbolts landed, they were instantly connected together by crackling lightning, forming an airtight minefield space that surrounded all the iron-eating ants. When these iron-eating ants woke up from the dragon's might, they found themselves in a thunder prison and had no way of escaping. As an ordinary pet, it is your honor to die under the red sky thunder. Li Bo showed murderous intent on his face. The scarlet sky thunder prison was like a purgatory, and began to continuously shoot out scarlet lightning, quickly strangling the iron-eating ants trapped inside. The iron-eating ants were already in a mess, trying desperately to get out, but without exception, they were all wiped out by the electric net connected to the lightning pole. Li Bo, who was standing on Xiaobai, was indifferent to this scene, but he was confused in his heart. How did these iron-eating ants appear and what was their purpose in coming to Zhanhai? Congratulations to the host. Successfully eliminated the iron-eating ant colony. Frost Ice Dragon Upgrade Elite Stage 3. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade Elite Stage 2. Chapter 72, The House Was Robbed. Oh? You finished them all so quickly? Li Bo was a little surprised when he saw the upgrade information from the system. Sure enough, with the disappearance of the Scarlet Sky Thunder Prison, there was no trace of the iron-eating ants in the sky. As expected of the origin of lightning. Ziyun is only at the elite level, yet he can display such formidable destructive power. Li Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Ziyun, at such a level, absorbed the red sky thunder and grew. When he evolved to the Overlord level, he might be able to reproduce the might of the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger in the past. After destroying the iron-eating ants, Li Bo took his two pets and swooped towards home. But what surprised him was that the area where he was originally located, which was filled with dilapidated houses, turned into a plain when viewed from the air. Li Bo looked left and right, but couldn't find his little house for a while. "No, where's my home?" Li Bo rubbed his eyes hurriedly and thought to himself that he had not come to the wrong place. He flew back to the ground in confusion, but the scene before him made his heart instantly chill. The surroundings were extremely empty, and there was only one house left. The entire block had turned into ruins. And all that was left of his little wooden house were the few lonely ruins on the ground. Could it be that these were done by the iron-eating ants? This terrifying thought suddenly came to Li Bo's mind. Looking up and around, I saw many men, women, old and young gathered around. They stood helplessly in front of the ruins of their houses, crying one after another, as if they had experienced the end of the world. "My home. This is the house I worked hard for my whole life to buy." A big man was crying loudly, and two thin little girls were standing beside him, wiping their tears. Li Bo was not unfamiliar with this man. He was a neighbor of his named Wang Yong, who usually supported his two daughters by doing odd jobs. Looking at this scene, Li Bo felt sad. "Brother Wang, what happened just now?" Seeing Li Bo's figure, the man wiped away his tears. "Li Bo, you didn't come back last night. I didn't know that a bunch of damn bugs destroyed our house." Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough. "Li Bo, fortunately you didn't come back last night. We escaped this disaster," Wang Yong said with some fear. "These bugs eat everything. Last night, not only did they clear out the 4 or 5 floors of the downtown area, but they also injured quite a few people. Some elderly people were killed after just a few bites. Grandma Lu next door was killed by these bugs." "What? Grandma Lu was bitten to death?" Li Bo felt like something was pulling at his heart. Grandma Lu is her landlord. Because her son died early, she rented out his house. Li Bo has always been taken care of by Grandma Lu, and the rent of 300 yuan a month has not increased in more than 10 years. Upon hearing the news of Grandma Lu's death, Li Bo suddenly felt a surge of regret in his heart. "If I had come back earlier, maybe I could have prevented this catastrophe." Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but clench his fists. "Li Bo, you don't have to be too sad." Wang Yong comforted him. "Grandma Lu is already old, she wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. But you, I see, have become a dragon-type beast master. That's quite a development. With your abilities, you don't need to live in our lower city. You've seen how bad the security is here. If you go out and come back, you won't even have a home." Looking at Li Bo's frost ice dragon, Wang Yong's eyes were filled with indescribable envy. "Master, what should we do? We have no home." There was an indescribable look of dejection in Xiao Bai's eyes. Looking at the ruins, Li Bo felt a mixture of emotions. This was where he struggled and grew up. He remembered every brick and tile very clearly. Now it had disappeared completely, and he couldn't help feeling sad. After a long period of sadness, he looked up towards the city and murmured, "Xiao Bai, maybe we should move to another place." At this time, there was a dilapidated house in the suburbs of Jianhai. A middle-aged man dressed in a samurai costume was sitting at the table, drinking tea with an expressionless face. "Oh, Masako, are you saying that you found clues to the dragon turtle's death?" The man exuded an extremely powerful aura, and his voice was intimidating without even being angry. Reporting to General Oda, the Iron Ant's senses are not wrong. The person who was speaking was the charming woman in a red kimono sitting opposite the man. A golden ant was flapping its wings on her shoulder. Apart from the color, the ant looked no different from the iron-eating ant that Li Bo had encountered. The woman said firmly, "According to the information sent to the mother gold-eating ant after the iron-eating ant died, they sensed the aura of the dragon turtle's crystal core on an ice dragon." "What? Ice dragon?" The man threw the teacup heavily on the table, his eyes filled with rage. "These greedy Daxia people. They actually swallowed the crystal core of the dragon turtle." "What level is this person?" the man asked. "Second level beast tamer." "Second level beast tamer? How is that possible?" A trace of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, and his expression became thoughtful. "Ice dragon." As if he had thought of something, the man suddenly widened his eyes. "Could it be that the guy who murdered Yamamoto and the other two?" "That's possible," said the woman named Masako. I can check it out. Oda angrily said, "Humph. That Yamamoto bunch of rubbish. They're more of a hindrance than a help. We should have kept a low profile when we infiltrated Dacia, but this idiot was captured by the patrol. Our movements have been restricted at every turn, forcing us to hide in this deep forest." He looked at Masako with a strange smile. Masako is in charge. I feel much more at ease. I will definitely not let the general down. Masako replied. Ha ha. Masako will definitely not let me down. After all, if I fail to complete the mission, I won't be able to save Masako's seriously ill father. As he spoke, Oda showed a lewd smile on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Masako's hand, but Masako dodged it swiftly. "General, please respect yourself," Masako said, a little annoyed. Oda was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Well, after the mission is accomplished, this general will reward you handsomely. Go ahead, let Jianghai's Beastmasters experience what a Zerg natural disaster is." Chapter 73. Buy a house and get a beast girl for free. Shanshui number 1. As a popular real estate project in Jianghai City in recent years, it has attracted many Jianghai dignitaries to buy property here. Shanshui number 1 is located on the lakeside, with mountains behind and water in front. It has beautiful scenery and is located in the bustling city, yet it is quiet and peaceful. At this time, a young man in simple clothes walked into the sales office. After learning about many real estate projects in advance, Li Bo chose Shanshui number 1 because he heard that there were larger apartments for sale here. At this time, the sales office reception desk. More than a dozen beast girls, all dressed in black stockings and white shirts, looked at Li Bo with scrutiny. These beast girls have different appearances, including fox-eared girls, cat-eared girls, dog-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls. They all have delicate faces, curvy figures, and breasts so big that they almost burst the buttons of their shirts. When they saw a customer coming to the sales office, these beast girls did not receive him immediately, but instead started to pass the buck to each other. "Hey! Hui! It's your turn now. Why aren't you going to greet the guests?" "I don't want to. Usually people who come to the sales office alone are just looking around. And this guy is dressed in ordinary clothes, he doesn't look like a rich young man. As expected of a top seller, you have a sharp eye. Hui, everyone who came with you has been taken away by the owner. You've sold so many houses, but there's no wealthy person you're interested in? Ha ha. Rich? You're kidding. I, Hui, already get so much in commission, why would I need to be with a rich man? But you all have such dismal performance, so if you find a suitable client, just go get them. After all, we beast girls have no fighting ability, and we're ostracized and looked down upon by our own kind. All we have left is a nice appearance, barely surviving in this snobbish society." Ha! Speaking of sales, I remember that Tutu has been in the sales office for almost 3 months and hasn't made a single sale. After saying that, all the beast girls turned their eyes to a bunny girl with a somewhat shy face behind them. The bunny girl has long pink ears and a pair of big watery eyes. She blinks her long eyelashes and says timidly, "Why are you all looking at me like that? By the way, bunny, the 3-month probation period is about to end. If you can't sell the house, you'll really be fired." "Exactly. You said you never opened an order. If I'm not mistaken, you got beaten up by the manager Manyang again after the meeting yesterday, right?" "But I really can't sell houses. I get nervous when I'm introduced to a project," Bunny said timidly. "It's not that you can't sell a house, you just can't let go." Foxy walked up to Rabbit and consoled him. "Bunny, in our line of work, you have to learn to let go. Look at you, you wrap yourself up tightly all day long. How can clients feel comfortable listening to you? In fact, the reason why our Shanshui number 1 is so popular is because the clients come here for that unspoken rule, right?" "Hidden rules? What hidden rules?" Tutu asked puzzledly. "Oh my god. You've been here for so long and you don't even know this. Tutu, you're so naive." Hui was very shocked. "Then can you tell me, Hui?" Bunny looked at her with his big eyes blinking. "Of course I buy a house and give it to a beast girl," Foxy said. "At Shanshui number 1, for every 2 units we sell, 1 beast girl will voluntarily resign and follow the owner. This project is so expensive, and the families of those who come to buy it are more or less wealthy. Any smart beast girl knows how to seduce the owners and ask them to take them away. Rabbit, I remember my Nyang brought you back from the miasma forest. If you can't make an order again, you will be expelled from the sales department. You will have to go back to where you came from. Where did I come from? Where am I going back to? As if thinking of something terrible, Bunny's face changed and he kept shaking his head. I don't want to go back to the miasma forest. That's right. Foxy smiled charmingly, then unbuttoned the 2 buttons on the top of Bunny's shirt, revealing a faint hint of Snow White. Go ahead. Use this guy to practice your skills. Bunny is so pretty, there will definitely be a wealthy sponsor who will take a fancy to you. Remember, even though this guy doesn't look like a rich second generation, as a customer, you still have to call him young master. Tutu was obviously a little embarrassed, but in order not to be fired, she gritted her teeth and mustered up the courage to walk towards Li Bo. At this moment, when Li Bo was still wondering why no one introduced him, a tall and beautiful bunny girl, wearing high heels and taking somewhat awkward cat steps, walked towards him with a smile. Oh? Using beast girls as salespeople? That's quite interesting. While being surprised, Li Bo curiously clicked on Bunny Girl's message. Name, Wood Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary 9th level. Potential, ordinary level. Status, shy. Skill, grass fragrance basic. Description, a grass-type pet with a natural scent. Born with the ability to transform into a beast mother, wood rabbits are widely found in various service industries. So its true form is a wood spirit rabbit. No wonder. Li Bo suddenly felt it made sense. The wood spirit rabbit has inferior bloodline and is naturally unable to evolve. It will stagnate at the ordinary 9th level and is a true vase pet. Because of its very weak fighting ability, it often becomes the prey of other pets in the wild. Only in human society can the wood spirit rabbit survive relatively safely. Hello, sir. Welcome to Shanxue number 1. At this time, Tutu held the project information in his arms and bowed warmly to Li Bo. I'm your exclusive real estate consultant rabbit. Young master? Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable. After living in the lower town for so many years, this was the first time someone called him young master. When he lowered his head, the deep cleavage between Tutu's tall breasts fell into Li Bo's eyes without a single detail. Looking at the dazzling white, Li Bo was caught off guard. After coughing twice, he asked directly. Hey! Bunny, what are the apartment sizes here? House layout? Tutu introduced it somewhat stiffly. Right now, there are only large 1,000 square meter apartments left. The smaller units have already sold out. 1,000 square meters? Li Bo touched his chin. This size isn't a problem. Xiaobai and Ziyun usually stay together in their beast mother forms at home. If it's 1,000 square meters, even if they transform into their true forms, we don't have to worry about them destroying the house. How much is it? Li Bo asked again. As for the price, depending on the floor and location, it fluctuates between 20,000 and 30,000. The one in the middle of Chaohu Lake is priced at 30,000 per square meter. 20 to 30,000? Li Bo did some calculations and figured out that the most expensive one would be only 30 million, which was affordable. Are there any ready-made buildings? Take me to see the one in the middle of Chaohu Lake that you just mentioned. Li Bo said. Hey! Rabbit was stunned for a moment. Sir, don't you need to introduce the sandbox project or something? No need. Li Bo shook his head and smiled. I just flew over and had a bird's eye view of Shanxue number 1. I'm pretty satisfied with the overall view. It flew over here. Bunny's red lips parted slightly. Are you a beast master of a flying pet? Is this something strange? Li Bo looked at her in confusion. No. I just think that flying pets are amazing. Tutu spoke hesitantly and couldn't help but glance at Li Bo twice out of the corner of his eye. I don't know what happened, but after just a brief contact with Li Bo, Tutu felt unprecedented panic, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She always felt that there was a unique smell on the Beastmaster in front of her, which made her unable to stop and couldn't help wanting to get closer. Chapter 74 Bunny's Request. After a while, Tutu brought Li Bo to the large flat on the 20th floor. Sir! This is the king of our Shanxue number 1 building. Facing the vast lake, it features 2 elevators and 2 units. It's fully furnished, and the furnishings are all top-tier brands. You can move in right away. Tutu gave a serious introduction. 2 elevators, 2 households? Does that mean there's another neighbor? Yeah. Tutu nodded. The family next door has moved in 2 years ago. I see. Li Bo smiled faintly. He was used to living in the crowded downtown area, so he felt a little dazed for a moment standing in this luxurious flat. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Bo saw a mirror-like lake, shimmering in the sunlight, as if sprinkled with a layer of fine gold. So beautiful. Seeing this touching scene, Li Bo smiled and thought that Xiaobai and Ziyun would definitely like this place too. Great. This is the one I want. Li Bo said, looking at Tutu. Ah? Tutu was stunned at first, then looked at Li Bo with disbelief, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Sir? You just said you want to buy this house? Bunny said a little uncertainly. Of course. Let's figure out the price. Bunny. Hearing Li Bo's affirmative answer, Tutu's face quickly lit up with joy. No one would have expected that this young customer, whom all the beast girls looked down upon, was not only capable but also so efficient. He looks like a college student, but he can buy a house worth tens of millions without any hesitation. Such extravagance makes Tutu wonder which wealthy family he belongs to. However, Tutu still forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, took the price list and began to write quickly on it. After a while, she handed the calculated price list to Li Bo. Sir, you bought the top floor apartment. The original price was 30,000 per square meter, but since you're so willing, I'll give you all the discounts. The total price is 28.88 million. 28.88 million, still acceptable. Li Bo made a rough calculation and found that buying this house only cost him a little over half of his savings, which was not too extravagant. Pay up. After that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Tutu. Ah? This. The rabbit seemed to be dreaming. Is there any problem? Li Bo asked. Ah? No. No. Tutu said nervously. Tutu was just sighing. It's only been half an hour since Mr. Young Master entered the sales office, and he bought it without even thinking about it. I'm a little surprised. Ha ha. If conditions permit, there is no need to consider the things you like. Li Bo smiled faintly. Young Master is so open-minded, Tutu really admires him. Tutu looked at Li Bo with stars in her eyes, but when she swiped her card, her eyes turned resentful. I don't know what kind of pet is so lucky to be contracted by the Young Master. While Tutu was processing the house buying procedures for him, Li Bo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looked at the scenery outside the window, and enjoyed this rare tranquility. Young Master is fine. 10 minutes later, Tutu handed the key to Li Bo. Congratulations, sir, this will be your home from now on. Li Bo nodded. I want to stay here for a while, Bunny. Now that the formalities are completed, you can go back. Tutu wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Bo turned his back and looked into the lake again, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After saying oh, Rabbit turned and walked towards the door. Strange? Why didn't I hear the door close? Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Remembering that when Tutu went out just now, the sound of high heels stopped abruptly, Li Bo guessed that she might not have left yet. He turned around in confusion, but the scene before him made Li Bo's blood boil instantly. The bunny in front of me lowered her head shyly, stretched out her hands and unbuttoned her white shirt one by one, and her 2 big white rabbits suddenly lost their cover and popped out. Then Tutu slowly put her hands on the hip skirt behind her and slowly pulled the zipper. Then Li Bo heard a droop sound and the black hip skirt fell to the ground. Seeing that Tutu was about to bend down and take off the black garter stockings on her thighs, Li Bo was a little at a loss and stopped her. No, Bunny, what are you doing? Hey, what's with the scar on your back? The moment Tutu bent down, Li Bo suddenly saw that on her snow-white skin behind her, there were scars of varying ages, intertwined with each other, as if she had been whipped, which looked extremely shocking. When she saw Li Bo's gaze, Tutu froze for a moment, a trace of panic and sadness flashed in her eyes. She slowly stood up and subconsciously tried to cover the scar with her hands. Suddenly, there was a thump sound. Tutu knelt down in front of Li Bo and said with tears in her eyes, Master, please take me away from this sea of suffering. Tutu is willing to serve you for the rest of her life. What? Serve me? Li Bo was caught off guard by this sudden incident. So this is like buy a house and get a beast girl for free? But seeing how aggrieved this rabbit is, it seems like there is something hidden. Bunny. Look at you, if you have anything to say, we can just talk it out. There's no need to take off your clothes. The air conditioning in this room is turned down so low, what if you get frozen? Li Bo stretched out his hand to help Tutu up, but Tutu kept shaking his head stubbornly. Sir! If you don't take me away, I will stay on my knees and won't get up. I'll take you away? Li Bo was confused. Why are you following me? Just because I bought your house? Bunny, that's too casual. Bunny is not a casual person. It seemed to have hurt Bunny's heart. She shook her head even harder and kept crying. I've been in the sales office for so long, and they all told me to learn how to please customers. But Tutu simply can't flirt with strange men. As a result, I can't sell any houses now, and I get beaten every day. But young master is different. Tutu changed the subject and said with great fascination, as soon as Bunny walked up to you today, I was attracted by the unique charm emanating from you, and I couldn't help but want to get closer to you. My intuition tells me that young master is Tutu's destined beastmaster, and I must not let this opportunity go. So no matter what, please, sir, you must take Bunny with you. If you think I am too inferior to be your pet, then Bunny is willing to be your slave and serve you like a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. Chapter 75. The Third Pet, the Wood Rabbit. This. Li Bo hesitated. Although for him who was born with full mental power, it was not too difficult to contract another pet. But the aptitude of the wood spirit rabbit in front of him was too poor. Ordinary 9th level is already the limit. You know, Xiao Bai, who had not yet reverted to his original form, at least had elite potential. Besides, the wood spirit rabbit's fighting talent is too weak. It only has one primary skill, wood fragrance, and no attack attributes. Sir! Please take me. Please. Tutu raised her head and begged, tears streaming down her face and falling onto her white chest. Seeing this scene, Li Bo's breathing trembled and he felt a little soft-hearted. I think pets like the wood spirit rabbit are at the bottom of the food chain in the wild. After finally mingling into human society, he still has to rely on showing off his body to make a living. The rabbit in front of Li Boguan, although with an attractive figure, has a very pure and lovely face, and is not at all like those vulgar people in the sales office. After a long pause, he sighed and said worriedly, Rabbit! It's not that I despise your mediocre talent, but my two pets are both exceptionally gifted and both have incredibly arrogant personalities. If you join them, I'm afraid you won't get along with them. Extraordinarily gifted. Upon hearing this, Tutu's eyes became much more dim. Yes, I am just a wood spirit rabbit with inferior bloodline. The young master's pet can fly and its combat power must be unparalleled. Compared with them, I am probably just a firefly that can hardly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon. But when she thought that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she would be exiled to the wild or follow other old men, she mustered up her courage and continued to plead. Bunny will get along well with the two sisters. Please summon them out, sir. If they dislike me, I will be your slave and serve you and your sisters forever. Well, Li Bo said helplessly, since you insist so much, Xiao Bai, Ziyun, both of you come out. Tutu stared intently at the two green magic circles shining on the ground. The moment she saw Xiao Bai and Ziyun, she was so shocked that she was speechless. On one side was a majestic, white, tall ice dragon, emitting a bone-chilling aura that made Rabbit shiver. The key point was that the dragon emanated an invisible pressure that was constantly pulling at Rabbit's soul. On the other side was a mysterious purple cloud. When she appeared, the room suddenly became much darker, and a huge sense of oppression loomed over their heads. Are these the two pets of the young master? As expected, they are both extraordinary creatures. Although he had been mentally prepared, the moment he actually saw Xiao Bai and Ziyun, Tutu's psychological defenses were suddenly broken, and a strong sense of inferiority surged in his heart. If it weren't for the young master, I would probably never have any contact with these pets with noble bloodlines in my entire life. Look how scared you all are of her. Li Bo smiled and then extended his hand. Ziyun and Xiao Bai then cooperated by moving their heads closer to him. Two rays of light flashed, and Ziyun and Xiao Bai transformed into two beautiful girls standing on both sides of him. Seeing that the beast girl in front of him was wearing so little cloth, with her two big white rabbits hanging in front of him, Ziyun opened his mouth wide. All right. Brother Li Bo. You actually cheated on me and Xiao Bai. Go away. Ziyun, am I that kind of person? He. I was just kidding. According to the order, you should eat us first. Ziyun pulled Li Bo's hand and said coquettishly. Xiao Bai and I heard your conversation just now. Brother Li Bo, do you want to take this wood spirit rabbit as a pet? Li Bo smiled faintly. Isn't this asking for your opinions? Ziyun, what do you think? As for me, there's nothing wrong with me, Ziyun said with an indifferent attitude. But, according to the rules, the one who comes first becomes the elder sister, and the one who comes later becomes the younger sister. Tutu is pretty, I like her, and I have no objection to Brother Li Bo taking her in. You are so dishonest. Li Bo shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, what do you think? Xiao Bai touched her chin and began to ponder. Compared with Ziyun, her mind was much more mature. For the newly joined pet, Xiao Bai would consider whether it could bring higher benefits to the team. At this time, Ziyun also stared at Xiao Bai with wide eyes. As the first pet to be contracted by Li Bo and the eldest sister of all new pets in the future, Xiao Bai's words undoubtedly carry the most weight. Feeling the kingly power emanating from Xiao Bai, Tutu cast a helpless look towards her. Sister Xiao Bai, please ask the master to take me in. Although I can't fight, I can endure hardships and am willing to take on all the logistical work, cleaning up the battlefield, washing clothes, cooking, and any dirty and tiring work. I'm willing to do it all. Xiao Bai was stunned at first, then he sighed and said with some sympathy. Rabbit, you said so much, what reason do I have to refuse? Oh. So, Xiao Bai, you agree? Li Bo was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Xiao Bai was the strongest person in the team. He thought she would disdain to associate with a pet of inferior qualifications like the wood spirit rabbit. He didn't expect that she also had a compassionate heart. Xiao Bai fixed his eyes on the shocking whip marks behind Tutu, lowered his eyebrows and said, Master. Seeing the rabbit reminded me of the days back at the training base, when I was hiding and living in fear all day long. If Master hadn't forcibly taken me away, I'm afraid Xiao Bai would have already disappeared silently like the others of his kind, and no one would have cared. I think Tutu must have suffered a lot before she met her master, so you can take her away. It doesn't matter if she has no fighting ability, Ziyun and I will block everything. Sister Xiao Bai. Hearing Xiao Bai's true feelings, Tutu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't help but throw himself on Xiao Bai and burst into tears with a loud wow. Xiao Bai touched the scar on the rabbit's back with heartache. Look at the wounds on your body, you must have suffered a lot. Since you sincerely want to join, I will not refuse. Follow the master well in the future. With Ziyun and I, we will never let you be bullied again. Surprise and gratitude flashed in Bunny's eyes, and he nodded quickly. Sister Xiao Bai. I will never forget your kindness. Xiao Bai shook his head. I'm not the one you should be thanking. Although I agree, it's still the master's decision whether to choose you or not. After saying that, the three women cast their eyes on Li Bo at the same time, and Tutu's eyes were full of tension. Why are you all looking at me? Li Bo smiled bitterly. Since Xiao Bai and Ziyun have no objections, let's sign the contract. Contract? Tutu looked at Li Bo in disbelief, as if he had heard it wrong. The young master actually said that he wanted to contract with her. Does that mean that she can become his pet? The next second, before she could react, she saw Li Bo reaching out his hand towards her, followed by a gentle light flash, and he forced her to conclude a contract ceremony. Chapter 76 Activation Sequence. What happened? Li Bo Tutu stretched out her hands in disbelief, because she could clearly feel at this moment that she had developed a mental connection with Li Bo and could communicate silently across the air. I have become the master's pet. Tutu suddenly realized. Although she was very surprised by Li Bo's ability, she was completely immersed in the joy of being contracted. At this time Li Bo said, Rabbit. Since I've chosen you to be my pet, I will definitely do my best to raise you just like I raised little white purple cloud. The relationship between a beastmaster and his pet is one of partnership, family, and equality, so don't talk about becoming a slave anymore, I don't like it. Young master. Tutu's eyes were blurred with tears. For the first time, she felt the feeling of being valued and her heart was filled with emotion. Bunny nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll remember this. I'll work hard to become stronger and repay you. But I hope you don't look down on me for being stupid. I might stay at the ordinary 9th Dan level for the rest of my life. There was a strong sense of inferiority in Tutu's words. She knew better than anyone that the Wood Spirit Rabbit clan was destined to never be able to break through to the elite level like Xiao Bai and Ziyun. Seeing Tutu being so humble, Ziyun's eyes kept rolling around, and she suddenly said, "Hey! Brotherly Bo, don't you still have a bottle of dragon turtle blood?" Dragon turtle blood? Li Bo was surprised for a moment. Ziyun means to use the dragon turtle blood on rabbit? That's right. The dragon turtle's precious blood can break through the upper limit of pet beasts. Even Lin Feng's blazing eagle can evolve again. Maybe using the rabbit can also successfully evolve. But Li Bo couldn't help but touch his chin and fell into deep thought. What's wrong, brotherly Bo? Is it that rabbit is not worthy of using the dragon turtle's precious blood? Ziyun was a little puzzled. Purple cloud. Xiaobai, who was standing by, quickly pulled her back. Seeing Ziyun speaking so recklessly, Xiaobai gently scolded her. The master has his own considerations. Don't talk nonsense. Although he didn't know what the dragon turtle blood that several people were talking about was, Tutu was sure that this thing was of extraordinary value from their words. Seeing that Li Bo was in trouble, Tutu hurriedly shook his head. Sir, I don't need any dragon turtle blood. As long as I can follow you, I will be satisfied. Hearing the argument between the two, Li Bo could only laugh helplessly. What are you thinking? Bunny is my pet just like you too. How can I not give her the good stuff? He said with some concern. It's not that I'm reluctant to use the dragon turtle blood. It's just that its properties are extremely unstable. You've all seen Lin Feng's blazing eagle. Blindly using the dragon turtle blood will only leave it half dead. It took me a lot of effort to save it. I have not used this hot potato on you two before, not only because of the instability, but also because both of you currently have the potential to be at the overlord level, which has surpassed the level of the dragon turtle itself, so I don't want to take this risk at all. I was thinking about giving it to Tutu, but I was worried she wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's blood. After hearing Li Bo's earnest explanation, Ziyun and Xiaobai fell silent. Yes, even a ferocious beast like the fiery eagle could not withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's blood, let alone the wood spirit rabbit which had no combat ability. Overlord level. Tutu murmured the words Li Bo said. She had guessed that Xiaobai and Ziyun could evolve to a higher level, but the weight of the overlord level was still too heavy for her at the moment. Thinking that many years later, Xiaobai and Ziyun had become top-level ferocious beasts famous throughout the continent, while he was still mediocre and standing still, a huge sense of disappointment once again surged in his heart. She suddenly looked at Li Bo and said with a firm gaze, "Sir, if possible, please let me use the dragon turtle's precious blood. No matter the cost, as long as I can become stronger, rabbit can endure any pain." Bunny you! Li Bo looked at her in disbelief, and seeing the determined look on Tutu's face, he was moved. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo said seriously, "Rabbit, you better think carefully. The dragon turtle's blood is extremely strong. As a grass-attributed pet, the risks of using it will be greatly increased. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid I won't have many remedial measures." Hearing that Li Bo was willing to use the dragon turtle blood on him, Tutu's face lit up with joy. "Sir, I've made up my mind. I must catch up with my two sisters. I don't want to be a burden to you, so please let me give it a try. Come on, Tutu. Sister will be here to protect you." Ziyun encouraged. In that case, Li Bo took out the only bottle of dragon turtle blood from the storage ring. "Rabbit, you must hold on." Bunny nodded seriously. "I'm ready, sir." Li Bo stretched out his hand and turned the rabbit into a pet. The wood rabbit is pink all over and has a pair of long furry ears. A green clover is dotted on the left ear. The wood spirit rabbit exudes a natural fragrance. It is not very big and Li Bo can hold it in his hands. As Li Bo opened the bottle cap of the dragon turtle's blood, a strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. When Tutu smelled the pungent smell, he still endured the discomfort and moved closer to Li Bo firmly. "Come on, young master," Tutu said to Li Bo. Li Bo nodded, his face very solemn, and carefully poured the dragon turtle's blood slowly into the rabbit's mouth. In an instant, the precious blood seeped into the rabbit's body like boiling magma. The rabbit's face changed and his body trembled in pain. Xiaobai and Ziyun stood by nervously. They knew that Tutu would have to overcome the next difficulties on her own and they could not help at all. Suddenly, several people discovered that the rabbit's body began to emit a strange light, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Li Bo stared at the rabbit panel intently. Fortunately, the rabbit status bar had not shown any negative information so far, and the pain on his face was gradually fading. This is completely different from the state when the flaming eagle used the precious blood yesterday. After about 10 minutes, the rabbit fell into a strange silence, without pain or any glory. Li Bo watched this scene quietly with a smile on his face. It looks like the rabbit has already absorbed the dragon turtle's precious blood. Absorbed so quickly? Ziyun said in confusion, this process isn't it a little too simple? After all, rabbit is only at the ordinary level. Li Bo smiled faintly. I guess. Maybe it's because the rabbit hasn't evolved yet, so she's more malleable, so the dragon turtle's blood can be quickly absorbed into her body. Congratulations to the host. The wood spirit rabbit successfully absorbed the dragon turtle's precious blood. Evolution sequence has been opened. Name, wood rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary 9th level. Potential, excellent. Status, tired. Skills, grass fragrance basic, leaf blade basic, photosynthesis intermediate. Evolution sequence, 1. Wood spirit rabbit, flower spirit rabbit, forest whispering rabbit. Chapter 77, Dragon Claw. Oh. You actually comprehended leaf blade and photosynthesis at the same time. Looking at the updated panel of Tutu, Li Bo was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the dragon turtle's precious blood not only allows pets to break through the evolution sequence, but also has the miraculous effect of promoting pets to comprehend skills. Li Bo continued to observe the rabbit with great interest. He saw that the clover on its ear was glowing with a faint emerald green light, as if it could send out leaf knives at any time. However, the scar on Tutu's back was still very eye-catching. Li Bo said to her, Bunny, try photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Tutu blinked at Li Bo, and when he was about to say that he had never learned this skill at all, he suddenly found that he seemed to have already mastered it. Naturally, the rabbit began to emit a warm glow like the sun, and then Li Bo saw that the scar on its back was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rabbit's condition soon changed from tired to energetic. Sure enough, photosynthesis can not only provide basic treatment for itself, but also restore the energy of pets. Li Bo's mouth lit up with joy. But he soon discovered that although some of the rabbit's injuries had healed, some deeper scars still stubbornly remained on his body. It seems that the effect of photosynthesis is still limited. We still need to let Bunny return to the pet space to recuperate. Li Bo was not discouraged. As an intermediate healing skill, photosynthesis was already quite good to be able to reach this level. However, this also made him think, since rabbit has this kind of healing talent, then there will be a chance to upgrade photosynthesis to a high level in the future. After all, the current photosynthesis is only limited to the use of pets themselves and cannot be used for group recovery and treatment. At this moment, Rabbit felt the wonderful changes happening to himself and was extremely excited. The most obvious thing is that she knows that she already has the ability to fight, and all this is thanks to the dragon turtle blood that Li Bo gave her. The rabbit jumped up and landed in front of Li Bo's chest, where he caught it. It rubbed its head against his chest. Master! Thank you! From now on, I can fight for you. Bunny's tone was filled with immense gratitude. Li Bo stroked the rabbit's fur gently and said with a smile, Rabbit! After I finish tomorrow's martial arts competition, I'll find a way to evolve you. Evolution? Tutu opened his eyes wide in disbelief and looked at Li Bo. Can Rabbit also evolve to the elite level? Of course. Li Bo smiled. Then focus on the bunny evolution task. Would Rabbit Evolution Mission Dead Trees Reborn? Beast Masters, please collect the following materials to complete the dead tree and let the wood rabbit bloom. 1. Search for the foundation of life fertile spring soil and absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Quest progress, 0-10. 2. Infuse the essence of growth life dew, 3 drops. Quest progress, 0-3. Li Bo searched for the 2 materials in his mind, and the first one was not too difficult. Yunchun fertile soil is an extremely fertile soil. According to Li Bo's understanding, there is a high probability of finding Yunchun fertile soil under some lush spiritual plants. As for the second, Dew of Life, Li Bo was puzzled. He had read many books on beast training and cultivation, and he thought he had a wide range of knowledge about various rare materials, but this, Dew of Life, was something he had never heard of before, and it left him baffled. That's not right. Considering the frivolous nature of this system in the past, the mission assigned this time is a bit too normal. Li Bo asked the system with some suspicion. No. What on earth is this dew of life of yours? Reply to the host: the dew of life is the dew of life. The host can comprehend it with his heart. Understand your mother's head. You are just talking nonsense. Although he didn't know what it was all about, Li Bo always felt that this hanging system vaguely revealed a vulgar atmosphere. Forget it. I should go back to school and consult the teacher in charge of training. Li Bo simply ignored the system and focused his attention on Rabbit. Rabbit. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you should go back to my pet space and rest. Will it be okay if I return to the young master's pet space? Bunny was utterly shocked. Of course. Bunny just needs a good night's sleep, and all the scars on her body will be gone. Very good. Of course, Tutu chose to believe everything Li Bo said. After the transformation just now, Tutu was more convinced that he has followed the right beast master, and is glad that he had risked his life to fight for the contract. Taking off some clothes is no big deal. As long as the young master wants it, Tutu can give him anything. Li Bo smiled slightly and summoned the rabbit back to the pet space. Only Xiaobai and Ziyun were left in the room. Ziyun looked around at this completely new environment, his face full of curiosity. Brother Li Bo, is this our new home? It's so big. Compared to the extremely crowded houses in the downtown area, Ziyun was very satisfied with the large flat purchased by Li Bo. Master, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Xiaobai said somewhat restrainedly. How could that be? Xiaobai. Li Bo placed his hands on Xiaobai's shoulders and said comfortingly. The master promised you that he would take you to live in a new, big house. We won't have to squeeze into a small room anymore. And the security here is strict, so we don't have to worry about our home disappearing when we come back from an outing. Then, Xiaobai will have to work harder to make money for his master in the future. Xiaobai nestled his head happily in Li Bo's arms. Wow! What a big bed! It can easily accommodate the 3 of us. Oh no, 4 of us. Ziyun's excited shouts came from the room. Li Bo and Xiaobai smiled at each other, then followed in. Ziyun was seen standing in front of the brand new bathtub in the room, looking eager to do something. She filled the bathtub with water, then took off her clothes to cool down. Inviting the 2 of them. I'm going to take a bubble bath. Do you want to join me? Xiaobai glanced at Li Bo, with anticipation on her face and a hint of shyness on her face. Li Bo smiled helplessly. Xiaobai, this bathtub can't hold 3 people. It just so happens that you and Ziyun are tired from fighting these past 2 days, so you can relax together. Xiaobai lowered her head, bit her lip and said then shyly took off her white dress, revealing her flawless figure, and stepped into the bathtub where Ziyun was with her long legs. The little girl has silver hair and silver horns, and the purple hair is like a waterfall. In the mist rising from the bathtub, the 2 girls sit facing each other. Their faces are beautiful, and their smooth breasts are undulating, which makes Li Bo dazed for a moment. No, Sister Xiaobai, it's not the first time that Brother Li Bo has seen you. Why are you still shy? Ziyun said mischievously. Ah! Ziyun, you're so annoying. Xiaobai's face was as red as an apple. Compared to Ziyun's generous personality, Xiaobai was much more conservative inside. She had followed Li Bo the longest and had learned a lot about the concept of shame among humans. Whenever she thought of the ambiguous scene when she was learning the dragon dance, an inexplicable feeling of shame would surge in her heart. Hey! Let me check Sister Xiaobai's body to see if you've grown bigger. As he spoke, Ziyun stretched out his evil hands and grabbed the big white bun in front of Xiaobai. However, having been fooled so many times, Xiaobai would not let her succeed. She lowered her head to avoid it, then stretched out her hands and instantly grabbed Ziyun's vital points. Ah! Ziyun let out an ecstatic cry. Sister Xiaobai! You are bullying me! Ziyun, it's gotten a lot bigger after evolving. Xiaobai chuckled. Seeing Xiaobai and the other 2 having so much fun in their new home, Li Bo felt warm in his heart and immediately felt that all his efforts were worth it. Before he could appreciate the charming figures of the 2 women, the system suddenly popped up a prompt that the task was completed. Congratulations to the host. Frost Ice Dragon completes the skill evolution task. Grab. Dragon Claw, Primary, Dragon Claw, Intermediate. Dragon Claw, a mid-level dragon type skill. Inheriting the close quarters grappling power of the Dragon Claw, the 2 Dragon Claws can now unleash 3 intersecting gusts of wind to attack the opponent. Chapter 78, Pretty Neighbor. No. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Bo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Dragon Claw, as Xiaobai's only primary skill, can no longer keep up with Xiaobai's growth. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Claw evolved in this way, which really caught Li Bo off guard. Dragon Splitting Claw. It makes up for the shortcoming of only being able to attack at close range. Li Bo showed a satisfied look, and then yawned loudly. If you think about it carefully, you haven't even closed your eyes since you left the Lin family. Li Bo lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. After a few hours, Li Bo was awakened by the hunger in his stomach. He opened his eyes drowsily and looked out the window. It was already dark as ink and it seemed to be late at night. I slept for so long. Just as he was about to get up, he found Xiaobai and Ziyan sleeping soundly with their arms around him, one on each side, with their long white legs lazily draped over Li Bo. The two of them were only wearing thin nightgowns, and their seductive white spring scenery was faintly visible. The fragrance of their hair after bathing penetrated Li Bo's nostrils. I think Xiaobai and Ziyan saw that I fell asleep and didn't want to disturb me, so they fell asleep next to me. The two beast girls were breathing evenly, and their delicate and beautiful faces formed a still and beautiful picture. Li Bo stared at them in fascination for a while, but gave up getting up for fear of waking them up. Ding dong ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang continuously in the living room. Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange. It's already this late. Who would come knocking on the door? Xiaobai's senses were very sharp. When he heard the doorbell, he opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Li Bo with happiness. He. Master, you're awake. Oh. This bed is so soft. I love it so much. Ziyun also woke up. She sat up and stretched. At this time, the doorbell was still ringing intermittently. Li Bo smiled faintly. Go see who's here. He walked out of the room with the two beast girls and then opened the front door. But when he saw the pretty figure standing in front of him, Li Bo was stunned. How could it be her? Because the familiar figure in front of him was none other than the patrol captain he had seen in the past, Lu Wei. She still had sharp short hair, but Lu Wei's hair was wet, as if she had just taken a shower. She was wearing a silk pink suspender nightgown, and a few drops of transparent water were sparsely hanging on her half-hidden tall breasts. The nightgown hangs at the base of Lu Wei's thighs, and her two elastic, snow-white legs stand straight, full of flesh and beauty. Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes, because it was hard to connect the impetuous, uniformed patrol captain he had met before with the young beauty in front of him. Hello, hey! Why is it you? When she recognized Li Bo, Lu Wei was obviously shocked. She looked at Li Bo in surprise. You moved here? Ha ha. Any questions? Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo smiled faintly. Without. Lu Wei shook her head, and the nightgown in front of her began to roll up into surging waves. I just thought it was such a coincidence. Because I live across the street. What? That means we're neighbors now? A strange feeling suddenly surged into Li Bo's heart. It was somewhat uncomfortable to be neighbors with the police. There are only two households on this floor, which means that every time I open the door, I may encounter this decisive patrol captain. What? You don't look very happy? Lu Wei chuckled, a charming smile blooming on her face, without any of the airs she had at work. How could that be? No one would mind having a gorgeous neighbor. Li Bo laughed and then changed the subject. Captain Lu Wei, you're here so late, aren't you here to check my water meter? Hearing this, Lu Wei burst out laughing. You little brat. What are you thinking? Are you so afraid that I will investigate you? She said. I just finished taking a shower and hadn't even finished drying my hair when the power went out. The lights in the neighborhood were brightly lit, so it didn't seem like a power outage. And then I saw a new neighbor coming over, so I thought I'd borrow a screwdriver so I could open the electrical box and see if anything was broken. Open the electrical box? Li Bo looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. Can you fix it? No. No. Lu Wei looked embarrassed. It's just that it's so late, and I can't find any workers to come and repair it. Plus, I've always lived alone, so if there's an electrical problem, I have to fix it myself. Inspecting the electrical box is a technical job, Captain Lu Wei. You have no practical experience, and repairing it in a blind spot is very dangerous. Li Bo kindly reminded that he had quite a bit of experience in basic electrical knowledge. After all, when he lived in the downtown area, he tinkered with the broken electrical appliances in his home quite a bit. Oh? From what I hear, you seem to know a lot. Lu Wei raised her eyebrows and smiled at Li Bo. How about this, good neighbor, can you help me check it out? I'll give you a reward if you succeed. Looking at the dark room behind Lu Wei, Li Bo said with some embarrassment. This, a man and a woman alone, wouldn't it be bad if it got out? You little rascal. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. Let's not talk about the fact that there are only 2 of us on this floor, so no one will know. Besides, even if we're alone, so what? Do you dare to take advantage of me? Lu Wei's eyebrows raised, and she suddenly had the momentum to catch the criminal. I dare not. I dare not. He. Li Bo said angrily, since Captain Lu Wei doesn't care, I'll give it a try for now. Just to show my neighborly kindness. But first, don't blame me if it doesn't work. Come on. Follow me into the house. Chapter 79 Lu Wei. After saying that, Lu Wei turned on the flashlight and walked ahead. However, just as she turned around, Li Bo discovered that there were some red spots of varying sizes scattered on Lu Wei's white back. Li Bo couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Huh? Why does it look a bit like a bug bite? Logically, a high-end residential complex like this should have a property management company that specializes in mosquito removal, right? After muttering a few words in his heart, he followed Lu Wei into the darkroom, and suddenly a unique fragrance came to him. Although the visibility in the room was extremely poor, Li Bo could still vaguely see the figures of dolls of various sizes scattered around the room. I never thought that the majestic Captain Lu Wei actually has such a girlish heart. Li Bo joked. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, because living alone is quite lonely, I bought some stuffed animals. Talking to them can help me relieve my loneliness. Lonely? Li Bo rubbed his chin and pondered. If my guess is correct, you should be a 3rd-level beastmaster. You should have a few pets around you, right? You're right, I do have 3 pets. Lu Wei said meaningfully. But for me, life is life, and work is work. Pets are used as weapons to catch criminals, and they usually only appear on the battlefield. I rarely summon them at home. I see. Li Bo did not refute Lu Wei's answer. After all, every beastmaster has different attitudes and concepts towards their pets. Some see their pets as ruthless combat tools, some see them as a cash cow, and some, like him, see their pets as family members. With such a high-pressure job as Lu Wei's, she must be used to seeing fighting and killing, so she would prefer to enjoy the peace and solitude after returning home. It is understandable that she does not want to see the pet beast that symbolizes killing again. Lu Wei led Li Bo to a room and stopped. She pointed at the box on the corner and smiled brightly. This is my electrical box. Please help me check if there is any problem, my good neighbor. The electrical box was installed very high, so Li Bo had no choice but to use a stool to weigh it before he began to check it carefully. After a few minutes of tossing and turning, Li Bo jumped down and shook his head at Lu Wei. The electric box is not broken. It's not broken? Lu Wei felt it and fell into deep thought. Strange, what could have gone wrong? There might be a circuit failure. You can check the electrical wiring at home. Li Bo said thoughtfully. Can you also check the circuit? Lu Wei looked at Li Bo in surprise and exclaimed, this college student is really different. It's just practice that makes perfect. Li Bo smiled. A seasoned electrician like me can tell where the leakage is just by touching it. Ah? Lu Wei opened her cherry lips and cast a nervous look towards Li Bo. Hey! Don't joke around. Touching electrical wires is dangerous. I never said anything about touching the wires myself. Li Bo grinned and said to Ziyun beside him. Ziyun, change back to your original form and run some electricity through the wires to see what's going on. I was so scared. So you have an electric pet. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief and gave Li Bo a look. Brother Li Bo. There's no need to change back to my original form, I can discharge electricity now. Ziyun replied with some pride. Can I use electric skills even in Beast Mother mode? Li Bo said curiously, then let Ziyun give it a try. Okay. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun smiled mischievously. Then she walked to the nearest switch and stretched out her beautiful hand to touch it. In an instant, tiny streams of electric current flowed out from Ziyun's fingertips and spread along the wires. Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. Such precise control is no less than that of the original form. It seems that Ziyun, like Muashua's Meowth, can also possess good combat capabilities after becoming a beast girl. As Ziyun input electricity, the originally faint light in the room actually changed slightly as the current flowed, and some light bulbs began to flicker. Ziyun was concentrating on controlling the current. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly. She withdrew her palm and looked towards a room with a frown. Brotherly Bo, it seems that the electrical wires in the living room are cut off somewhere, and the current can't pass through. Ziyun said with a frown. Lu Wei and Li Bo looked at each other and walked over with flashlights. Following the direction indicated by Ziyun, Li Bo found an old wire with a short circuit in a hidden corner of the living room. The outer covering of the wire was damaged, exposing the copper wire inside, and emitting faint electric sparks. Looks like there's a problem here. Li Bo frowned, then ordered Ziyun to turn off the power. Then he used scissors to cut off the damaged part, reconnected the wires, and sealed it tightly with insulating tape. The whole set of movements was smooth and neat. Lu Wei stared at this scene in amazement, then said with great joy. All right. You're quite professional, boy. Li Bo clapped his hands and said with a smile. That should be all right, Ziyun. Open the gate. With a click. The living room and all the rooms were instantly brightly lit, and the circuits became smooth again. Finally seeing the light of day again. Lu Wei laughed heartily. Wow! Nice decoration. Li Bo's eyes wandered around Lu Wei's living room and found that the entire living room was decorated in a very pink and girlish atmosphere, with cute elements everywhere. Suddenly, Li Bo looked at the balcony and found that there were a lot of clothes hanging there, and most of them were underwear. Teabags, briefs, lace pants, low-cut bras, everything you need. And these underwear, without exception, are all bright red. Li Bo's old face turned red instantly, and he quickly looked away, pretending that he hadn't seen it. Noticing Li Bo's reaction, Lu Wei was stunned at first, and then a hot blush appeared on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, You don't have to laugh at me. In our line of work, we all have to rely on our brains. Life-threatening situations happen all the time. Buying these red underwear is actually just for the sake of safety and good luck. Lu Wei's words were so sincere that Li Bo felt a little embarrassed. It makes sense. The guard's job is mainly to maintain urban stability, and they often deal with various criminals. Every year, many guards die in the line of duty. To be able to become the patrol captain, Lu Wei must have dealt with the King of Hell countless times. Thinking of this, a feeling of admiration rose from the bottom of Li Bo's heart. Sorry. I'm sorry for being rude. Li Bo apologized very sincerely. It's okay. Lu Wei smiled generously. The fact that we were able to catch a few hunters today might be thanks to my lucky color. Chapter 80 Rove Moth. What? Hunter? Li Bo couldn't laugh anymore. Captain Lu Wei, did these hunters you captured break any laws? Li Bo asked tentatively. Lu Wei shook her head. It's not against the law. If they haven't committed any crime, why are you arresting them? Sensing a hint of excitement in Li Bo's words, Lu Wei looked at him suspiciously. Why are you asking so many questions? Could it be that you are related to the hunter? Oops. I was careless. Being stared at by Lu Wei like this, Li Bo's heart suddenly tightened. He didn't expect this guy to be so alert. No wonder he could become the patrol captain. Li Bo quickly calmed down the strange look on his face and said innocently. He. What relationship do I, a college student, have with hunters? I just heard that the Hunter organization seems to often do good things to eliminate violence and protect the innocent, and has made a lot of contributions to society. Contribution? Lu Wei smiled coldly. If it were a few years ago, there wouldn't be anything wrong with what you said. Although the Hunter organization operates on the edge of the law, it has generally done a lot of good things, so the government would have turned a blind eye. However, in recent years, with the sharp increase in the crime rate among members of the Hunter organization, various incidents of indiscriminate killing of innocent people and looting of property have emerged one after another, which has had a serious impact on social stability, and the government's attitude towards the Hunter organization has completely changed. So now, once the Hunter is found, the patrol team will spare no effort to arrest him. Li Bo suddenly felt guilty. What if Lu Wei discovered his identity as a hunter? He would be arrested immediately. You don't look very good. Lu Wei looked at her with a smile, and Li Bo felt a chill on his back. He dodged his gaze while thinking quickly about how to change the subject. Just as he inadvertently glanced at the clothes hanging on Lu Wei's balcony, Li Bo suddenly saw a small white moth fluttering from a piece of underwear and quickly flying out of the balcony. Although the moth was extremely inconspicuous and only the size of a grain of rice, it still could not escape the precise lock of the system in Li Bo's eyes. Name: Rove moth. Gender: female. Attributes: flying, poison. Level: normal first stage. Potential: elite. Status: newly hatched. Skill: rash powder basic. Description: a moth that can temporarily hide in the air. Its wings contain a dust that can cause itching and, over time, can cause skin ulcers. This dust is extremely difficult to clean, and its structure will only disintegrate on its own in an environment below 0 degrees Celsius. This is so strange. We don't have rove moths in our country. Why are there so many invasive species lately? Thinking of the iron-eating ants he encountered in the lower city area, Li Bo's eyes suddenly became solemn. Could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lu Wei. Captain Lu Wei, what are those red spots on your body? Erythema? Lu Wei couldn't help but stroke her back, then lowered her eyes to her chest and sighed softly. Oh. I don't know what disease I have. I have seen many doctors recently and they prescribed all kinds of medicine, but nothing can cure it. Have you ever encountered a rove moth before? Li Bo asked directly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wei immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Bo in shock. How do you know about rove moths? Just now, I seemed to see a creature that looked very much like a rove moth flying out from your balcony. What? Lu Wei's pupils shrank sharply. Could it be that during the battle that day, that woman's rove beetle lurked on me? Seeing Lu Wei's somewhat bewildered look, Li Bo narrowed his eyes and said, Fight? In that case, this rove moth is not ownerless anymore. There's more than just this one. Lu Wei's face darkened, as if she had thought of something bad. Behind it is an extremely powerful insect-type beastmaster, capable of controlling hundreds of thousands of insect pets in battle simultaneously. I fought that woman for a long time that day, and these rove moths were the most formidable. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, I'd have been exhausted to death by these troublesome insects. Lu Wei said immediately with some fear. Insect beast tamer? Li Bo touched his chin. Could it be that the destruction in the lower city today was also caused by her? Oh? Even you know about what happened in the lower city? Lu Wei was a little surprised. How could I not know? My house has been eaten clean by these things. Li Bo said angrily. Well, the iron-eating ants are wreaking havoc on the downtown area, leaving so many people homeless. This matter is spreading rapidly, and I'm afraid the news can't be suppressed. Lu Wei continued. Your judgment is correct. That iron-eating ant is also that woman's pet. This person is extremely dangerous and has attracted the high attention of the higher-ups. The patrol team has been ordered to bring him to justice. What is this guy's purpose in coming to Jianhai? Li Bo couldn't help but touch his chin. No matter what her purpose is. As long as she is still at large, she will continue to endanger society. I will definitely catch her. Lu Wei said seriously. When she said this, her expression suddenly became depressed. It's just that I didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. She caused me to get infected and unable to work. But from what I observed during my battle with it, although this rove moth has the ability to remain invisible, it can't maintain it for long. I wonder what tricks it used to allow this poison to lurk in my body for so long without being discovered. Hearing this, Li Bo was silent for a while, then looked thoughtfully at the clothes on Lu Wei's balcony. Maybe, the moth lurking on your clothes isn't actually alive. Then according to you? Lu Wei looked at Li Bo curiously. Under her gaze, Li Bo slowly walked towards the clothesline and picked up a red bra. Seeing her amazing size, Li Bo joked. I didn't expect Captain Lu Wei to be so broad-minded. What are you doing? Lu Wei's neck suddenly turned red, but looking at Li Bo's confident look, it didn't seem like he was deliberately flirting with her. Li Bo smiled without saying anything, just handed the underwear to Ziyun next to him and nodded. I understand. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun smiled mysteriously, and then condensed lightning in his hands again. In an instant, all I could hear was crackling sounds on the underwear and flashes of lightning. Then Lu Wei was surprised to find that particles of matter as big as sesame seeds, which were burnt black by electricity, kept falling from her underwear. Lu Wei's eyes suddenly widened. This is Insect Eggs. Chapter 81 Borrow Clothes. If I'm not mistaken, when you were fighting that insect-type beastmaster that day, the rove moth quietly lurked on your body and laid a lot of eggs. Rove moth eggs not only have a strong attachment ability, but are also extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye. That's why you didn't notice them for all this time. Li Bo said. What? Lu Wei's face turned extremely ugly, and a chill rushed from the soles of her feet to her forehead. This vicious woman, she gritted her teeth. If I hadn't met Li Bo today, I don't know how long I would have been lurking under this rove moth. She angrily pulled all the clothes off the clothesline and said, Looks like we need to burn all the clothes in the house. I suggest you take the one you're wearing too. Li Bo said, looking at the suspender dress she was wearing. Lu Wei was in a dilemma. If she burned all her clothes, she would have nothing to wear. She said with some difficulty, Can you lend me some clothes? Clothing? Li Bo looked at Zian and Xiaobai beside him. How about you? Don't want. Before Li Bo could finish, Xiaobai shook his head decisively. The clothes that my master bought for me cannot be touched by other women. Helplessly, Li Bo could only focus his eyes on Ziyun. Ziyun pouted and turned her head to the side. Humph. Beast masters and clothes are not available for loan. What a headache. Li Bo smiled bitterly. Seeing that Li Bo's two beast girls were unwilling to lend clothes, Lu Wei bit her red lips and said, Li Bo, if you don't mind, could you lend me 2 of your clothes? I promise I'll return them to you tomorrow after I buy some clothes. Me. Li Bo paused. But thinking about how it was not easy for Lu Wei, and that he was her only neighbor, Li Bo nodded, adhering to the idea that if he didn't help her, who would? That's fine. Then, can you lend me 2 pairs of underwear? Lu Wei's face was so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out. What? Li Bo almost vomited blood. This was the first time he heard such an outrageous request. Ahem. I can only borrow 1. Li Bo said righteously, My house was destroyed by the iron-eating ants, and I only have a pair of shorts in my storage ring. 1 will do. Lu Wei's face lit up with joy. Then Li Bo handed a set of clothes he had brought with him to Lu Wei. Here. These are my favorite pleasant goat pants, you have to keep them safe. Seeing the cartoon-themed underwear in front of her, Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You are such an interesting boy. Seeing Li Bo standing there and not intending to leave, Lu Wei bit her red lips and said, Do you want to see me change clothes? That. I'm just afraid of bad guys. If I hurt Captain Lu Wei, I'll blame myself. Slippery. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. I'm the patrol captain. Do you think you're the one protecting me? But since you are here, please help me apply the medicine. Lu Wei suddenly said. Apply medicine? Just when Li Bo was puzzled, Lu Wei suddenly turned her back to him. She took out a bottle of ointment and handed it to Li Bo, saying with some shame. You, don't look around. Li Bo finally understood what Lu Wei meant. It turned out that she wanted him to help apply the medicine to treat the skin infection caused by the rove moth. But, is this thing useful? Li Bo asked curiously. Alas. It's useless. What else can we do? We can only try our best to save the dying horse. Lu Wei sighed deeply. She had been seeing doctors for so many days and had tried so many different treatments, but she still couldn't eradicate this sad infection. Wipe it on. As she spoke, Lu Wei's pink suspenders suddenly slipped off her smooth shoulders, and she was suddenly upper body naked with her back to Li Bo. Li Bo was stunned by the perfect body in front of him, the slender waist, the round shoulders. Just looking at the back made Li Bo's heart beat wildly. However, when he saw the large area of red, almost ulcerated skin on Lu Wei's back, Li Bo's desire was immediately thrown away. I didn't expect it to be infected to such an extent. Li Bo's heart trembled, and he didn't know how much pain Lu Wei had endured these days. Thinking that she became like this in order to protect the city, Li Bo felt a surge of admiration in his heart again. I'll paint the front myself, the back is up to you. Lu Wei suddenly said. There's one in front too? Li Bo was so surprised that he couldn't help but tilt his head slightly. Sure enough, on the sides of the 2 perfect peaks that looked like water droplets, there were also red spots of varying sizes. What a waste of natural resources. Li Bo cried out in his heart, this woman is too cruel. You don't look. Lu Wei felt a little embarrassed and annoyed when she noticed Li Bo's gaze. The infection has spread all over my body. Do you want to examine me? Hey. Li Bo's eyes narrowed a little, and he continued. Captain Lu Wei, I have a folk remedy that might be able to cure your infection. Cure? Hearing this, Lu Wei's face lit up with joy, and she turned to look at Li Bo reflexively. Are you serious? However, he was too excited and the two big pears in front of him fell into Li Bo's eyes exactly. Goodness! What a pair of deadly weapons! Li Bo hissed. Seeing Li Bo's eyes almost popping out, Lu Wei reacted immediately, screamed, and hurriedly crossed her hands to cover her two weak spots. Since everyone had seen it, Lu Wei simply said to Li Bo with a smile. Boy! You didn't lie to me just now, did you? If you did, I'd let you take advantage of it. If you tell a lie, I'll dig your eyes out. Seeing Lu Wei's eyes that seemed to want to strip him alive, a chill rose from Li Bo's heart. He. How dare I lie to you? Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo said angrily, I heard that low temperatures can destroy the dust structure of the rove moth. The infection on your body should be caused by the dust that can't be washed off. Perhaps my Xiaobai can help you. Noob. Hearing this, Lu Wei set her sights on the beast girl with blue hair and silver horns standing beside Li Bo. Ice-type pet? Is this really possible? If Captain Lu Wei doesn't mind, I can have Xiaobai use snow mist to freeze the infection on your body. The temperature is a bit low, though, and I'm worried Captain Lu Wei won't be able to handle it. Li Bo said with some concern. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei smiled calmly. I, Lu Wei, joined the patrol team after graduation. Over the past 10 years, I've experienced countless life and death situations, big and small. How could I be afraid of a little snow and fog? After saying that, she removed her hands that were covering her face and pulled her suspender skirt down to the ground, revealing her incredibly proud figure. Chapter 82 Frozen Pear. This scene caught Li Bo off guard. He didn't expect that Captain Lu Wei was also a person of temperament. At such a critical moment, she showed no hesitation. Although she acted very calmly, it was the first time that she showed her naked body in front of a man. Lu Wei still felt extremely ashamed in her heart, and her face suddenly became very hot. She bit her red lips so hard that they were almost bleeding. Li Bo. I choose to trust you completely. Don't let me down. Don't worry. I won't look at you in vain. Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo chuckled and immediately withdrew his lingering gaze, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Xiaobai. It all depends on you. Li Bo stretched out his hand to Xiaobai's head and transformed it into a frost ice dragon that appeared in Lu Wei's room. Although he knew that Xiaobai was a dragon-type pet, he couldn't help but flash a look of shock in his eyes when he saw her true appearance. I'm ready. Master. Xiaobai said to Li Bo. Li Bo nodded and reminded. Xiaobai, remember how to use snow mist? Don't use blizzard, the advanced skills are very dangerous. Xiaobai remembers it. Although the snow fog has evolved twice, its power is already extraordinary. But Xiaobai still tried hard to recall the extent to which he had released his skills when he made smoothies with Li Bo in the past. Her azure eyes flashed, then she aimed at Lu Wei's body, and a hazy white mist came out of her mouth. So cold. Lu Wei's figure was quickly enveloped by the cold snow fog, and she couldn't help but shiver. But she still gritted her teeth, clenched her fists and persevered. Soon, Lu Wei's short hair was covered with white snowflakes. The temperature of her smooth skin began to drop sharply, and an imperceptible chill rose. So cold. The air Lu Wei exhaled was instantly frozen by the cold air beside her. Her face turned pale and her body kept shaking. Li Bo stared at the red infected area on Lu Wei's body, and his heart became uneasy. Although snow fog is a basic skill, Lu Wei is a flesh and blood body after all, and she cannot last long naked in such a cold environment. As the snow and fog continued to cover, Lu Wei's body began to be wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Lu Wei was frozen unconscious, with only a trace of consciousness left struggling against the cold current. Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo couldn't help but look worried. Suddenly, Li Bo was surprised to find that the red infections on Lu Wei's body began to change. The infection that had originally penetrated deep into her skin, as if stimulated by the snow and fog, slowly emerged from her skin and condensed into small red dots on the surface of her body wrapped in thin ice. As the snow and fog continued to cover the area, these small dots became more and more numerous, gradually converging into red ice crystals that were particularly conspicuous on the ice. Li Bo stared at the scene closely, feeling both surprised and nervous. He stretched out his hand to touch the condensed red ice crystals, and with a slight force, the ice crystals were wiped away. Li Bo's face lit up with joy, and he began to perform physical examinations on Lu Wei. Inside and outside, don't miss any corner. After making sure that every infection in the body was frozen, Li Bo quickly said to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Stop the snow and fog. As the cold air around her disappeared, Lu Wei felt that the surroundings were slightly warmer. At this time, her face from eyebrows to the tip of her nose was covered with tiny white transparent ice crystals, and her body was frozen and unable to move. She struggled to open her lips and said tremblingly, hold me tight. Hearing this, Li Bo was stunned. Looking at Lu Wei's white jade-like body, he hesitated and said, this is not good. He looked towards Ziyun. Ziyun. How about, you go? I don't want to. I'm not a pervert like Meow Meow who likes to take advantage of others. Ziyun flatly refused. Ziyun is a straight woman and won't hug any woman. Except for Sister Xiaobai, of course. He. After saying that, Ziyun turned around mischievously and hid behind Xiaobai. Helplessly, Li Bo had to turn his attention to Xiaobai in front of him. Xiaobai said innocently, Master. You know, my body temperature is relatively low. Holding her won't help. Brother Li Bo. Sister Xiaobai lied to you. She's obviously cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Ziyun. What are you talking about? I hate it so much. Looking at the two unreliable girls, Li Bo sighed. Forget it. I'll just take the loss. After saying that, he approached Lu Wei with a righteous look on his face and held her body, which was frozen into an ice sculpture, tightly in his arms. So warm. Lu Wei had already lost consciousness and leaned on Li Bo's shoulder. Seeing this ambiguous scene, Xiaobai and Ziyun on the side instantly became jealous. They snorted at the same time, hugged their arms to the left and right, and turned their heads away. While the thin layer of ice on Lu Wei's body had not yet melted, Li Bo quickly removed the red ice crystals from her body. After a while, the infections on her back and arms were completely eliminated by Li Bo, and Lu Wei's skin became as white as jade again. When Li Bo looked in front of Lu Wei, he found that a lot of red ice crystals had solidified in front of her and on the inside of her thighs. Li Bo began to hesitate. In such a private place, it would be disrespectful to others if you act rashly. At this time, Lu Wei's consciousness recovered a little. Seeing Li Bo's hesitation, a blush flashed across her face and she slowly said, No, don't mind. Li Bo glanced at her and said, Captain Lu Wei, you said that. Then, Li Bo stretched out his hands without any hesitation and placed them on the two huge frozen pears in front of him. Lu Wei groaned reflexively, not knowing whether it was discomfort or enjoyment. I don't know whether she enjoyed it or not, but Li Bo definitely enjoyed it. Under his constant massage, the ice on the snow mountain began to melt slowly, turning into a pool of snow water and flowing into Li Bo's hands. The feeling of his hands suddenly changed from ice to soft cotton. Li Bo couldn't help but massage Lu Wei a few more times. You little bastard. You're addicted to touching me in circles, aren't you? Lu Wei glared at him, and her complexion was obviously much better. Hey! Captain Lu Wei, there's still some on your legs. After saying that, Li Bo naturally began to clear the red ice crystals on the inside of Lu Wei's thighs. There was no grass growing there, like a secret place that had been sealed for 30 years, waiting for the lucky person to open it. After a while, Li Bo cleared all the infected substances from Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei put on her clothes, with a blush on her face, and said to Li Bo solemnly, Thank you for helping me with my treatment. If I hadn't met you, I don't know how long I would have been tortured by this rove moth. Captain Lu Wei. We should try not to say thank you when we can talk about money. Li Bo grinned. You little brat. You're just good at taking advantage of others with your smooth talk. You already live in Shanshui number 1, and you still need this little money? Thinking of the shame just now, Lu Wei still felt her face flushed, she said. For what happened today, I owe you a favor. As the patrol captain, I can promise you that I will help you realize one wish within my ability. Oh? Hearing this, Li Bo raised his eyebrows and fixed his eyes on Lu Wei's proud chest. Any wish is acceptable, Captain Lu Wei. You little thief. Lu Wei protected her body in anger and added. Of course it's within my ability and reasonable. Chapter 83 Competition for the Top 2. After a good night's sleep in his new home, Li Bo rode his dragon back to school early the next morning to start today's 4-2 competition. The audience seats were already packed with people. As the finals were approaching, there were many sophomores and juniors in the stands. After all, a freshman who can reach the semi-finals in the martial arts competition already has the strength to challenge the senior Beastmasters. Generally speaking, most sophomores are only at the level of a second-level Beastmaster, and a configuration of one elite level plus one ordinary-level Beastmaster is relatively common. As for the third-year students, although a small number of gifted students can successfully contract 3 pets, those who can break through to the excellence level are rare. By the time they reach their senior year, they have basically completed their major courses and are busy with internships and jobs, so you rarely see senior students in school. However, according to normal progress, if a student can break through to the third-level Beast Tamer within 4 years of college, he or she will undoubtedly be a hot commodity that all forces will compete for during graduation season. In the stands, 2 high school students dressed in elegant attire were looking at the arena with great interest. Hey! Wang Chen, your brother Wang Lingchuan's match is coming up soon. These top 4 guys are definitely not pushovers. Oh? Chen Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my brother? Wang Chen's expression revealed the arrogance of a rich second generation. He was wearing an expensive Beastmaster uniform and shining accessories, and it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. He said, Xiaoxian is now at least a second-level Beastmaster. He was able to reach the semi-finals in the fierce martial arts competition, all thanks to his own strength. Strength? Not necessarily. The man named Chen Hao said jokingly. I've been following this year's martial arts competition. Although your brother Wang Linxian won every match, his performance was quite ordinary. Honestly, your brother was just lucky. In terms of strength, I think Tao Jian, who was eliminated by Li Bo, is much stronger than him. Wang Chen did not refute him, but just laughed. Luck is also part of strength. Hearing this, Chen Hao smiled strangely. You idiot, our Wang and Chen families are old friends after all. Tell me the truth, did you bribe the rookies who were fighting against your brother? Wang Chen smiled without saying anything, only giving Chen Hao an expression that could only be understood. Ha ha. As expected. Chen Hao said lazily. But Wang Chen. Although you bribed the previous opponent, I'm afraid Mu Aoxue will be difficult to deal with. Although I don't know where she comes from, my father has repeatedly warned me that no matter how lawless I am at school, I must not be so blind as to provoke this woman. Mu Aoxue is very powerful. Xiaoxian is definitely not her opponent, and I really can't deal with her. But Wang Chen smiled cunningly. If someone could pin her down to second place, things would be much easier later on. Press down the second strongest? You mean Li Bo? Suddenly thinking of something, Howden Chen widened his eyes and said, Good fellow, it turns out you not only bribed the contestants, but also arranged for the people who drew the lots for the school. Ha ha. Since we've done it, we have to make sure it's watertight. Wang Chen smiled proudly. But speaking of Li Bo, I really have to thank this guy. If he hadn't forcibly eliminated Lin Feier, my Wang family might have really had to beg that old bastard Lin Feng for help. That's true. The Lin family is the power giant in Jianghai, but your Wang family has monopolized the entire mining industry in Jianghai. If it weren't for Lin Feng relying on his status as the president of the Beastmaster Guild to suppress your father, it would not be his turn to call the shots in Jianghai. Chen Hao said. Ha ha. If Xiaoxian can enter the national secret realm and get that treasure, the situation in Jianghai will be completely rewritten. Wang Chen gritted his teeth viciously. Baby? Chen Hao touched his chin. Normally, although the martial arts champion enters a national-level secret realm, these are all mature and well-developed secret realms. There are certainly many good things, but with your family's financial resources, I'm afraid they can't be called treasures. Ha ha. You don't understand, there are some things that money can't buy. Wang Chen smiled mysteriously. Teacher's observation area on the high platform. Principal Lu Jun still had a smiling face. Boss Lin. Feier's match is over, and you still took time out of your busy schedule to come here. Tell me the truth, is it because of that brat Li Bo? Ha ha. You old fellow, I really won't let you off with my words. Lin Feng said while looking at the arena. Li Bo is my future son-in-law, so what if I pay more attention to him? If this guy can match up with the girl from the Mu family, it would be exciting. TSK. So you're calling me son-in-law? Lu Jun laughed and said. Ever since Mr. Lin's fiery eagle evolved, he looks so cheerful every day, and his wrinkles have decreased a lot. Ha ha. You're right. After the blazing eagle faded and was reborn, the warlike genes of my youth began to move again. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find an opponent. Speaking of which, old Lu, how about we find a place to spar after the martial arts competition is over? No. Lu Jun's face panicked and he waved his hands hurriedly. How can an old man like me be your opponent? You are already a 4th level beast master. Forget me, I am afraid there are few people in the entire Jianhai who can fight against you. Alas! Lin Feng sighed towards the sky. Invincible, how lonely. As the top 4 contestants arrived one after another, the referee in the audience blew the microphone and began to organize today's 4-2 qualifying match. Everyone. Now, we'll draw lots to determine the order of the competition. The referee shouted. Then, the big screen off the field began to scroll, and the names of Li Bo and the other 3 were sliding rapidly. As the speed of the names sliding slowed down, 2 rows of battle lists appeared in everyone's eyes on the screen. Mu Aoxue versus Li Bo. Wan Linxian versus Lu Meng. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao on the stage couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good boy. You must have been chosen long ago. Ha ha. There's going to be some fun to watch next. Wang Chen smiled proudly. As soon as the match list was announced, the audience suddenly exploded. The most talked about topic was undoubtedly the battle between Li Bo and Mu Aoxue. The reunion of old lovers on the field has already become a hot topic. In addition, both of them have the ability to win the championship, and they meet at this time, which makes people sigh at the cruelty of the competition. Next we start the first match of the day, Mu Aoxue versus Li Bo. The referee's shout rang out again. When Mu Aoxue heard her name being called, she was stunned for a moment. After looking at Li Bo from a distance, her eyes fixed and she walked onto the stage with determination. Finally. Throwing aside all distractions, Li Bo took a deep breath and calmly walked onto the stage. Chapter 84 Battle against Mu Aoxue. Mu Aoxue was dressed elegantly in a white long dress, with her long hair falling behind her like a waterfall. Her delicate face looked exceptionally soft in the early morning light, like a white jasmine flower blooming in the morning light. I don't know if it was a coincidence or she dressed like this on purpose, but this outfit was what Mu Aoxue wore when Li Bo and she had their first date. Li Bo clearly remembers the time when he sat on a bench in the place full of cherry blossoms and mustered up the courage to hold Mu Aoxue's hand for the first time. That feeling of uneasiness and nervousness is still deeply engraved in his mind. Do you still remember this dress? Mu Aoxue smiled gently at Li Bo. Don't tell me that you dress like this on purpose to distract me from nostalgia during the competition. Li Bo sneered. Of course not. Mu Aoxue shook her head lightly. Before today's match, I had a feeling I'd be matched against you. Li Bo, after you left, I've woken up countless times in the middle of the night filled with guilt. I'm wearing this outfit today simply to formally break with the past and put an end to the worry I've been feeling. Get rid of your worries? Li Bo showed an incomprehensible expression. I really don't understand your train of thought. But Mu Aoxue, if you think that saying this will make me lenient during the competition, you are totally wrong. On the contrary, I hope you can give it your all. Mu Aoxue smiled and said, it's sad to think about it. From the time you awakened your talent for beast control to now, it's only been a few days, and you've reached the same position as me. From being the person who knows you best, to being the person who can least see through you, Li Bo, I'm really curious about how high your ceiling is. I don't know how high the ceiling is. But one thing is for sure, I will eliminate you today. Li Bo looked at her with a resolute gaze. Accept my challenge. Mu Aoxue. E-rank Hunter Li Bo challenges you to a higher rank battle. If the challenge is successful, the levels of both parties will be swapped, and the other party will inherit your D rank. What? A battle for the top position. Mu Aoxue opened her mouth slightly, and then she sensed the hunter's unique identity information transmitted from Li Bo's chip. She looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You became a hunter? As you thought, we are in the same department now, and Yang Fei is also my contact person. Li Bo said calmly. So, the new member of Unit 4210 is you. Mu Aoxue's eyes flickered. She couldn't accept the fact that Li Bo became a hunter. Why? To become stronger. Li Bo said firmly, summon your pet. Mu Aoxue. Mu Aoxue took a deep breath, gradually came out of her trance, and looked at Li Bo seriously. Well, since you are so confident, I will not show mercy. As he was speaking, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the sidelines and leaped onto the high stage. By the time everyone reacted, a tall white-eared catgirl was already standing on the field. It was Li Bo's old acquaintance Meow Meow. "Hello. See you again." Meow Meow was wearing a short skirt and had an extremely hot body. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled and she waved enthusiastically at Li Bo. Her two little canine teeth looked very cute. "Are you still choosing the Phantom Moon Spirit Cat to stand on the field?" Hearing Meow Meow's voice, Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly, because compared to last time, Meow Meow had become a lot stronger. Name: Phantom Moon Spirit Cat. Gender: female. Attribute: superpower. Level: Elite Second Stage. Potential: Leader level. Status: Fanatic. Skills: Tearing Claw Intermediate, Telekinesis Intermediate, Hypnosis Intermediate, Superpower Mirror Intermediate, Soul Wave Intermediate, Spirit Arrow Intermediate, Space Exchange Advanced, Half Moon/Advanced. Description: Evolved from the Moonlight Cat. Due to absorbing large amounts of moonlight into its body, the Phantom Moon Spirit Cat now possesses the combat ability to materialize moonlight. After Meow Meow came on stage, she did not forget to give Li Bo a wink, with an expression as if she wanted to seduce Li Bo. Thinking back to how this guy squeezed people dry without paying for their lives, a chill suddenly rose in Li Bo's heart. "What? You plan to use the Beast Girl form to deal with me?" Li Bo spoke at this time. "Ha ha." Meow Meow smiled charmingly. "Compared to my beastly and rude original form, I prefer to show this graceful figure to the world. What a stinky cat that only knows how to flirt. Brother Li Bo, let me out now. I want to teach her a lesson." At this time, Ziyun's angry voice came from Li Bo's beast-controlling space. "Alright. I guess Ziyun hasn't officially appeared in the martial arts competition yet. Let them see your might. Come out, Ziyun." Li Bo made a summoning gesture. Swish. Ziyun's figure suddenly emerged from the green magic circle. Rumble. Along with Ziyun's 10-meter wide body, the red electric light wrapped around her body also appeared with her. "What? Elite level." The moment she saw Ziyun, Muao Xue's eyes widened. She was not surprised that Li Bo had contracted a second pet. But no one expected that this strange cloud, which had never appeared in the martial arts competition, had reached the elite level. As soon as the shadowy thundercloud appeared, discussions about its identity instantly exploded among the audience. Is this Li Bo's second pet? It's also elite level. Such a strong sense of oppression. This is a dark type pet. No, it has lightning. And it has thunder attributes. Red lightning, I've never seen it before. TSK. It looks like it's no simpler than his frost ice dragon. This thundercloud looks strange, and I don't know what kind of pet it is. Li Bo, this guy, both of his pets are rare species, it's really enviable. 2 elite level pets. Even among sophomores, they're already top tier. Some seniors are already juniors, but they still can't raise 2 elite level pets. What's even more outrageous is that Li Bo only awakened his beast taming talent shortly before the martial arts competition. By this calculation, all other geniuses pale in comparison to him. Hearing the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, Lu Jun on the high platform stood up in a flash, staring intently at the dark clouds on the stage, and said excitedly, "Could this be the evolution of the Phantom Cloud? Ha ha. Principal Lu. Stay calm, stay calm." Lin Feng explained with a smug look on his face. "This is indeed the evolution of the Phantom Cloud. It's called the Shadow Thundercloud. Shadow Thundercloud, a brand new evolution sequence." Lu Jun looked at Lin Feng in shock. Seeing the calm expression on his face, Lu Jun seemed to have suddenly realized something. "It looks like you found a treasure, Mr. Lin." Compared to her Beastmaster's disbelief, Meow Meow's expression did not seem so surprised. After all, she and Li Bo's pets were old acquaintances. "Oh? Little Ziyun has evolved into an elite?" Meow Meow looked up and smiled at Ziyun. "You slutty cat. You're still in the mood to laugh. You'll cry soon," Ziyun said fiercely. Then she lowered her body closer to Li Bo. "Brother Li Bo. I want to fight as a beast girl too." Chapter 85: Beast Girl vs. Beast Girl. "This Ziyun. Are you sure you want to become a beast girl too?" Li Bo said with some concern. Although pets possess certain combat capabilities when transformed into human form, they are unable to exert the full strength of their original form. "Don't worry. Brotherly Bo, I will make her admit defeat with conviction, Ziyun said confidently. In that case, all right then. Li Bo put his hand on Ziyun's head and turned her back into the quirky girl she was. Be careful, Li Bo warned. Looking at the purple-haired girl in gorgeous Lolita clothes in front of her, Miao Miao's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh? You dare to fight me in beast mother form? Xiao Ziyun, you are the first. Miao Miao leisurely swung its white cattail behind it, with no sign of tension on its face. Ha ha! You stinky cat! How dare you take advantage of my brotherly Bo? Today I will let you understand that there will be a price to pay for stealing other people's things, Ziyun said evilly. Then let me witness your growth during this period, Xiao Ziyun. Before I knew it, a faint green light had appeared in Miao Miao's pupils. You're using that awful hypnosis again. Too bad it doesn't work on me. Ziyun showed disdain on her face, and then her graceful figure disappeared from the ring in an instant. This is? Muaoshua couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Invisibility skill? Oh. It disappeared. Seeing that hypnosis could not lock onto Ziyun, the light in Miao Miao's eyes gradually dissipated. She looked at the ring in confusion, with fear in her eyes. Next second. With a loud bang, a scarlet lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck directly on Miao Miao's head. Miao Miao, be careful. Muaoshua was shocked. She had never expected Ziyun's attack to be so sharp. As soon as she released the invisibility skill, thunder followed. Miao Miao dodged reflexively. Although his body was flexible, he was caught off guard by Ziyun's attack. When he jumped away from his original position, his tail was accidentally scratched by the lightning, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. When Miao Miao came to his senses and turned around to look, he found that there was a burnt mark on his white tail. How dare you dirty my tail? Miao Miao was immediately annoyed by Ziyun. At this time, Ziyun's body appeared again not far in front of Miao Miao. She folded her arms and looked indifferent. Humph. This is just the beginning. Accept my punishment. After saying that, Ziyun's body transformed again and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, Muaoshua quickly gave instructions. Meow. The invisibility skill can hide the body, but it can't conceal the breath. Use the soul-stealing wave to sense her location. Suddenly, a green light flashed in Miao Miao's eyes, and she let out a shrill cat meow. An invisible wave spread out with her as the center. Boom! Ziyun fired another thunderbolt, but this time Miao Miao dodged it cleverly. Suddenly, Miao Miao's eyes quickly locked onto one direction. I found you, little Ziyun. Without hesitation, Miao Miao pounced towards there. At the same time, sharp claws suddenly emerged from the fingertips of her hands, emitting an extremely bright cold light under the sunlight. Whoosh! Miao Miao waved his sharp claws and arrived at Ziyun's position in the blink of an eye. Just when she thought she was sure to win, a dark spherical cloud came straight towards her. Humph! Is this all you're capable of? Little Ziyun. Miao Miao sneered, then crossed his claws and decisively used his skill-tearing claws. With a swish, a few cold lights flashed by, and Miao Miao instantly destroyed the shadow ball shot by Ziyun. Just when she was determined to win. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the defeated shadow ball, four extremely strange black chains suddenly emerged. It is the dark skill Dark Noose. After Ziyun evolved, the number of chains he threw out increased from 3 to 4. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. The black chains were right in front of him. Miao Miao's face changed, and he quickly moved his body, cleverly avoiding the attack of the 4 chains. Seeing this scene, Li Bo was also a little surprised. Such reaction speed is worthy of being a phantom moon spirit cat. If it were an ordinary pet, it probably wouldn't even be able to pass the shadow ball stage. But you think Ziyun is too simple? Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, the dark noose did not disappear after it hit the side of Miao Miao's body one after another. Before Miao Miao could react, the 4 chains suddenly turned around and trapped Miao Miao's limbs tightly with lightning speed. What? Muaoshua looked at the scene in disbelief. The level of control over the skills is so precise. We're too careless. After controlling Miao Miao's body, Ziyun's body emerged again. Only then did the audience see clearly that the 4 chains were originally shot out from both sides of Ziyun's waist. Hey! Ziyun had a wicked smile on his face, and in front of everyone, he slowly lifted Miao Miao up with a chain. Xiao Ziyun. Let me go. I'll be exposed. Miao Miao looked angry and kept struggling. Ha! Are you still afraid of exposing yourself? Xian looked up and said, Oh? He's wearing safety pants. I didn't see you being so shameless when you were flirting in the bar? Ziyun said sarcastically. Ziyun. If you do this, I will really be angry. A strange arc suddenly appeared at the corner of Miao Miao's mouth, and those extremely deceptive eyes suddenly became as deep as a dark pool. Space exchange. Mu Aoshue uttered softly. Chapter 86 Thunder Whip vs. Moonlight Sword. Then, something strange happened. Miao Miao, who had just been chained in the air, was now standing in Ziyun's place like a miracle. Ziyun on the ground was instantly moved to the air and trapped by his own chains. Seeing this scene, the audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Oh my god! It can be like this. Wonderful! The situation has been reversed in an instant. It actually has the effect of swapping spaces. It must be an advanced skill. Damn! This psychic type pet is way over the top. It makes me want to buy one and contract it. Come on! A rare pet like the Moonlight Cat is not something you can buy just because you want it. Hee hee. You're still a little young to fight me, little Ziyun. Miao Miao looked at the purple clouds in the sky with pride, and his offensive did not decrease at all. She focused her eyes, and countless transparent light arrows suddenly appeared around Miao Miao. Spirit arrow. Go! Whoosh whoosh. Dense spiritual arrows flew straight towards the purple clouds in the sky. When the spirit arrow hits, it can directly reduce the fighting spirit of the pet, achieving the effect of defeating the enemy without fighting. Li Bo didn't dare to be careless, Ziyun. Block it with a rain of arrows. Well, I'm going to be serious. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun frowned slightly and quickly retracted all the dark nooses on her body. While falling freely and rapidly, Ziyun quickly rotated his body and threw out countless elite arrows to meet the arrow of spirit. Advanced skill rain of arrows. How come? Mu Ashue's face changed slightly. After observing just now, she was sure that Li Bo's Ziyun had the dual attributes of dark and electric. She didn't expect that he could use a high-level water skill all at once. She stared at Li Bo across the ring, her face full of disbelief. Li Bo had a disapproving expression. Why are you staring at me? Isn't it normal for clouds to cause rain? At this moment, the rain of arrows quickly collided with the arrows of spirit, making a crackling sound. After a brief confrontation, the spirit arrow, an intermediate skill, quickly fell below. Suddenly, a thick and long arrow pierced through Miao Miao's arrow group and headed straight for her face. Ah! Miao Miao screamed, then turned her face away reflexively, but the rain of arrows still left a scarlet scratch on her face. At the same time, purple clouds landed magnificently, and the battlefield returned to peace for a short time. Like a dream, Miao Miao reached out her hand in disbelief and gently stroked her beautiful face. Staring at the bright red bloodstain in his hand, Miao Miao's eyes widened in an instant and his body began to tremble continuously. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes lost their previous calmness in an instant, replaced by a fierce look like a wild cat. Ziyun! How dare you hurt my face? I'm not done with you. With a swish, a transparent moon-colored sword suddenly appeared in Miao Miao's hand. The long sword flickered with a faint light like the moonlight in the deep night, and from a distance, it made people feel a chill that penetrated into the bone marrow. This is moonlight materialized. Li Bo was surprised. He didn't expect that Miao Miao had mastered the ability to transform moonlight. Ziyun! Why don't you change back into your original form? Li Bo said to Ziyun worriedly. Unexpectedly, Ziyun smiled calmly. Brother Li Bo. She has moonlight, and I have scarlet thunder. As he spoke, Ziyun stretched out his right arm, and red arcs of electricity crackled on it. Immediately afterwards, the red electric arc spread out instantly and turned into a crimson lightning whip. The whip was wrapped in scarlet lightning, crackling and emitting a terrifying aura. What? She has a weapon too. Mu Ashue's eyes flickered as she kept looking at Ziyun holding the thunder whip, her eyes full of surprise. She was already shocked that Li Bo's Ziyun could sustain high-intensity combat with the Beast Girl, but she didn't expect that she could control lightning to such an extent. Elemental transformation is a very difficult thing for pets. Because Miao Miao is a psychic-type pet, its mental power is much stronger than other types of pets, so it can materialize the moonlight. Unexpectedly, Ziyun also had the ability to transform lightning into weapons, and for some reason, Mu Aoxue always felt that Ziyun's lightning was completely different from that of ordinary lightning pets. A bad premonition rose from the bottom of her heart. Ziyun held the thunder whip in her hand and struck the ground twice, making a crackling sound. She smiled with satisfaction. That's quite handy. Oh? You have a weapon too? Seeing this, Miao Miao's eyes became stern, but, Xiao Ziyun, I'm not afraid of you. After saying that, Miao Miao gripped the moonlit sword tightly with both hands, and the sword shone with an even brighter light. She let out a low roar, and her figure flashed, rushing towards Ziyun like a ghost. The moon-colored sword, with a sharp sword energy, pierced Ziyun's throat. Ziyun was not in a hurry. He swung the thunder whip in his hand, and the tip of the whip wrapped around the moonlit sword like a spirit snake. With a crack, the thunder whip collided with the long sword, and countless sparks burst out. Ziyun used the force to rotate his body, and the thunder whip swept towards Miao Miao. Miao Miao screamed in surprise, reacted quickly and dodged sideways, while swinging his sword to chop at the thunder whip. With a clang sound. When the two collided, the electric arc on the thunder whip instantly spread to the sword, making Miao Miao's arm numb. Hateful. Miao Miao took 2 steps back and suddenly felt that he had underestimated Ziyun's ability, but he still endured the numbness in his arms and attacked Ziyun again. The two fought back and forth, and the battle became more and more intense. Electric arcs flickered on the arena, and moon energy filled the air. This showdown between the dark and electric dual attribute pet and the psychic pet drew exclamations from the audience. In addition, both beast girls have extraordinary looks and top-notch figures. The attack and defense are full of the beauty of battle. It is simply a visual feast that amazes everyone. However, although Miao Miao's moonlight sword is very sharp, it can't gain any advantage against the original lightning, Shi Xiaolei. Every time they made a handover, Miao Miao felt his arm go numb, and his control over the moonlight sword weakened by 3 points. After a few rounds, Ziyun quickly seized the opportunity. The moment Miao Miao thrust out his sword, he quickly shot out a thunder whip to wrap it tightly. Then, electric light flashed in her hand, and an astonishing electric arc quickly burst out from the red thunder whip. The electric arc jumped to the moonlight sword and quickly attacked Miao Miao's arm. Hiss! After being hit by the scarlet sky thunder, Miao Miao's body trembled, and he reflexively let go of the sword in his hand. Ziyun raised the thunder whip, and Miao Miao's moonlight sword was thrown out of the ring. Oh no! Miao Miao, who lost his weapon, felt something was wrong. However, how could Ziyun miss this great opportunity to win? With a snap, a thunder whip hit Miao Miao mercilessly. Before Miao Miao could react, he trembled and fell to the ground. Meow. Mu Aoxue looked at this scene with heartache. Miao Miao gritted his teeth and tried to prop himself up and stand up. Bang! Ziyun swung another swift thunder whip heavily at Miao Miao's butt, knocking her to the ground again. Ziyun! How dare you spank me? Miao Miao stared at Ziyun fiercely and let out a sharp cat howl. Humph! Today I'm going to seek justice from Sister Xiaobai. Brother Li Bo hasn't even gotten us any advantage yet, and you've already gotten there first. Bang! Ziyun's thunder whip appeared again. You'll steal our master. Bang! You'll steal our master. One after another, Miao Miao lay on the ground and kept making shrill screams, and her skirt was already stained with blood. Under the great pain of Qi Xiaolei, she couldn't concentrate on using her skills at all. She could only hold on to the ground tightly and continue to endure Ziyun's whipping. Meow meow. Seeing this scene, Mu Aoxue felt heartbroken. To her, Miao Miao was not only a pet, but also a lover. Ziyun's thunder whip hit Miao Miao's body, but it hurt Mu Aoxue's heart. Li Bo. For the sake of our old friendship, don't be so cruel to Miao Miao. Li Bo curled his lips. I can't help it. Ziyun doesn't like to listen to me. If you don't want to, just admit defeat. Give up. Mu Aoxue's body trembled and her expression became dazed. She never thought that Li Bo would push her to such a point. Li Bo, I never thought you'd become so strong that even I can't catch up. Mu Aoxue clenched her fists and said with some self-mockery. Suddenly, Mu Aoxue raised her head, and an unprecedented look of determination appeared in her eyes. But if you think I'll stop at a place like this, you're totally wrong. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I have to use my talent? It's finally here. Principal Lu Jun on the stage stood up excitedly, staring at Mu Aoshue's figure intently. S-level beast taming talent Tide of Longing. Chapter 87 The Tide of Longing. Mu Aoshue's eyes suddenly became extremely deep, with a sharpness that could see through everything, staring at Ziyun on the field without blinking. Is this activating a talent? Li Bo frowned. Li Bo was no stranger to Mu Aoshue's S-level talent, the Tide of Longing. This was an extremely powerful talent in terms of mental power. When Mu Aoshue's pet is a psychic type, after using the Tide of Thoughts, she can forcibly invade and occupy the other party's pet's consciousness. With this talent, Mu Aoshue can fight even when facing an opponent who is several times stronger than herself. However, Li Bo knew very well that Mu Aoshuе used her innate power at this time because she was forced into a desperate situation by him. Because when they were dating, Mu Aoshue had secretly told him that although his S-level talent was powerful, it had certain side effects. To put it simply, using this talent will overdraft the Beastmaster's future mental strength. After using it, the Beastmaster will fall into an unprecedented state of weakness and his emotions will become unstable. During the recovery period, if the treatment is not done properly, it will cause irreversible mental trauma. If you encounter anything unpleasant again, there is a great possibility that you will become depressed. Other people in the academy, including the teachers, did not know the side effects of Mu Aoshue's talent. After all, she was an extremely proud person, so how could she expose her weaknesses in front of others? That is to say, when Li Bo captured Mu Aoshue's heart, he did not hide anything from her psychologically, and was also extremely open with her physically. Seeing Mu Aoshue's wave of longing, Li Bo felt mixed emotions. He was shocked by Mu Aoshue's determination, and at the same time, he felt a little worried about Ziyun. At this time, Ziyun on the field was still throwing the Thunder Whip and whipping Miao Miao. She turned all her previous resentment into strength and vented it on Miao Miao. Miao Miao accidentally let out a shrill and seductive moan. This made Ziyun even angrier. You're enjoying it, aren't you? I'll let you breathe. Thinking of how she screamed like that on Brother Li Bo's body that night, Ziyun increased the force of the Thunder Whip in her hand by another 3 points. Miao Miao's skin was already torn and she finally couldn't help begging for mercy under the stimulation of Qi Xiaolei. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Ziyun, I was wrong. What's wrong? I don't understand the principle of first come first served. You and Xiaobai should enjoy it first and then I can enjoy it. Miao Miao cried. Humph. That's more like it. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Ziyun's face, but then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. Hey! That's not right. Brother Li Bo is our Beastmaster, why should he let you enjoy it? After saying that, Ziyun raised the Red Thunder Whip again, ready to teach Miao Miao a lesson again. But suddenly, as if something had suddenly drilled into his brain, Ziyun's body suddenly froze. She stood there blankly holding the Thunder Whip, her eyes empty, and her consciousness seemed to be out of her control. The audience below the stage looked at this scene in confusion, but they didn't know that Mu Aoshuе had already invaded Ziyun's consciousness. Ha! Feeling Ziyun suddenly stop attacking, Miao Miao slowly removed the hand that was blocking his eyes and looked up in confusion. Seeing Ziyun motionless with a dull look in his eyes, Miao Miao instantly understood something. Xiaoxue. Woo woo. Knowing the sacrifices Mu Aoshuе made to help her win, Miao Miao was immediately moved. Miao Miao, from now on, I won't go out and mess around anymore. I will train hard and not hold Xiaoxue back. Miao's eyes welled up with tears, and a feeling of guilt suddenly washed over her. If she hadn't been so conceited and didn't pay much attention to training, she wouldn't have suffered such a terrible defeat at Ziyun's hands today, forcing Mu Aoshue to use her beast-taming talent. Half Moon /End the battle. Miao Miao. Mu Aoshue murmured softly, while trying hard to control Ziyun's consciousness and prevent her from moving. With her current mental strength, she can only keep her pet still for a period of time and cannot directly control its behavior. Miao Miao nodded vigorously, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then turned his gaze to Ziyun. Xiao Ziyun. I have to admit that you are very strong. Although defeating you in this way is somewhat unfair, Xiaoxue and I must go to the secret realm. She was half lying on the ground, light flickering on her claws, energy continuously gathering, and a crescent-shaped light blade emitting a sharp aura gradually took shape. Oh no! Half Moon /. Li Bo looked at the scene nervously. Half Moon / is an advanced skill with great power. Although it needs to charge for a period of time before it can be released, Ziyun currently has no ability to resist it at all. If the original state is fine, Ziyun as a spirit can completely withstand this attack, but in the Beast Girl state, once hit, Ziyun will definitely suffer serious damage. Ziyun! Wake up! Li Bo hurriedly conveyed a message to Ziyun in his heart. However, at this moment, Ziyun was unable to control his brain at all. In the dark and hazy subconscious, every time she wanted to take back the initiative of her body, she found that in the center of her mind, a figure emitting golden light was constantly expelling her. Hiss, it hurts. Ziyun Zhao, who has dark attributes, felt extremely painful because of this holy spirit-like body, and could not get close to it at all. This is Mu Ashua's consciousness. Only then did Ziyun realize that the figure in the light ball was Mu Ashua's shadow. She invaded my consciousness, this is so despicable. Ziyun was puzzled, but when he saw Miao Miao's quickly condensed half-moon slash, Ziyun felt that something was wrong. No! I can't lose here. Brother Li Bo is still waiting for me to fight for him. Ziyun tried her best to get closer to the ball of light, but no matter how she struggled, Mu Ashua's holy light always kept her out. Damn it! Is there really no other way? A feeling of helplessness and powerlessness surged into Ziyun's heart. Ha! Mu Ashue, isn't she Brother Li Bo's ex-girlfriend? Suddenly, Ziyun had an idea. Ha ha! Since you enjoy invading my brain so much, let me show you what your pet did to Brother Li Bo. Although he cannot take back control of his body, Ziyun can awaken past memories in his mind. With her hard work, the experience in the backstreet bar that night turned into a slideshow, which played quickly around Mu Ashue's light ball. This is Ziyun's experience? Bar? Li Bo, what is he doing here? Seeing Li Bo and Xiaobai sitting intimately in the box, for some reason, a sour feeling welled up in Mu Ashue's heart. Although the two had broken up long ago, Mu Ashue still felt uncomfortable seeing Li Bo being so intimate with other women. However, before she could quickly savor it, the scene changed and she saw Miao Miao making a sexy appearance from the dance floor. What? Meow. Chapter 88 Mu Ashue collapses. Mu Ashue's expression changed. Didn't you say that you went to absorb the moonlight that night? How could that be? This brief scene made Mu Ashue feel like the sky was falling. When she saw Miao Miao dancing a pole dance in front of everyone, her face became extremely ugly. Why? Mu Ashue's heart sank in an instant. He was so devoted to Miao Miao, but she went to the bar to show off her figure and attract other people's attention. However, when Mu Ashue saw Miao Miao holding a wineglass and sitting on Li Bo, her face suddenly turned extremely pale. How could you do this, Miao? He's my ex-boyfriend. Mu Ashue only felt a buzzing sound in her head, and her control over Ziyun's consciousness unconsciously weakened by 3 points. What follows is the process of Li Bo and 2 beast girls intercepting and killing the night werewolf in the alley. Seeing that Li Bo already had the ability to fight against elites at that time, and was so skillful in killing, Mu Ashue's heart skipped a beat. She could no longer associate Li Bo with the gentle expression he had when they were in love. He brought drunk Meowth home. Seeing this scene, Mu Ashue felt mixed emotions, but a touch of warmth unconsciously welled up in her heart. If Li Bo had left the drunk Miao Miao on the street that day without caring about anything, who knows what terrible things would have happened. Thinking that Li Bo not only did not hate Miao Miao because she cheated on him, but instead helped her silently where she couldn't see, Mu Ashue felt regret for the first time. After bringing Miao Miao home, Li Bo carefully covered her with a blanket. This scene reminded Mu Ashue of the time when Li Bo would thoughtfully prepare brown sugar water for her during her menstrual period, rub her belly with his warm hands, and coax her to sleep before he would go to sleep. It's me. I'm sorry, Li Bo. I hurt him, the one who once treated me like a treasure and held me in his hands so carefully. Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears slid down Mu Ashue's beautiful face. However, before she could savor the good times of the past, the image that appeared in Ziyun's mind made Mu Ashue's face turn extremely cold. Meow meow. Seeing that Miao Miao used hypnosis on Li Bo and reversed it when Li Bo was not paying attention, Mu Ashue felt like she was struck by lightning, and the blood in her body seemed to solidify. You are my pet and my lover. How can you take off his clothes? Miao Miao's behavior was like a sharp sword, deeply cutting Mu Ashue's heart. After witnessing her wantonly exploiting Li Bo for 18 times, Mu Ashue's heart was broken and she lost all hope in an instant. At this moment, she didn't want to stay in Ziyun's mind for even a millisecond longer. After regaining consciousness, Mu Ashue collapsed on the spot, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness of being deceived. Xia Xue. What's wrong with you? The battle isn't over yet. Feeling that his Beastmaster's fighting spirit had reached its lowest point, Miao Miao cast a puzzled look at Mu Aoxue. Although he didn't know what was happening, Miao Miao quickly condensed the half-moon slash in his hand and prepared to end the battle. It's over. Ziyun. Whoosh. A crescent-shaped white light wave quickly broke away from Miao Miao's claws and smashed towards Ziyun's chest with incredible precision. However, unexpectedly, Ziyun seemed to have regained consciousness at this moment, suddenly opened his purple eyes, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha. That's a nice thought. With a bang, Ziyun quickly turned into its original form, and the crescent slash directly penetrated the extremely vast dark cloud and disappeared silently into the air. How could it be? Miao Miao looked at Ziyun in disbelief. Hasn't your consciousness already been controlled by Xiaoxue? How can you still transform back into your original form? Xiaoxue? Ha ha. You really hurt your master. Ziyun was enjoying the fun. Just now, she saw everything in my mind, everything she should and shouldn't have seen. What? Miao Miao was shocked as if by a bolt from the blue. She naturally guessed that Mu Aoxue already knew about Ziyun's cheating in her mind. She turned around somewhat bewilderedly, only to find that Mu Aoxue was already squatting there, sobbing with her head down. The audience didn't know what was going on, but they were very curious about what could have caused the campus beauty Mu Aoxue to break down like this. Ha ha. Mu Aoxue, you have come to this day. Lin Fei showed a sneer on her face. The winner was already decided. She didn't want to look at Mu Aoxue again. She turned around and left the scene. Xiaoxue. Miao Miao no longer cared about fighting. Her feet seemed to have lost sensation, and she walked slowly towards Mu Aoxue numbly. Don't come over here. Mu Aoxue raised her head and shouted hysterically. At this moment, she had completely burst into tears, and there was no trace of the dignity of a cold and beautiful school beauty on her face. Why? I thought I was devoted to you. Why would you betray me? She questioned Miao Miao at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with pain and despair. Miao Miao fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Xiaoxue, I was wrong, but I really couldn't control myself. The attraction he carries is too fatal for me. But he was the person I once loved the most. Do you know how much you hurt me by doing this? Mu Aoxue cried out almost in collapse. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Xiaoxue, please forgive me. Miao Miao pleaded bitterly, I promise. I will listen to you from now on and never do anything stupid again. There is no future. Mu Aoxue took a deep breath, then with a determined look, turned around and walked towards the arena. Student Mu Aoxue. Leaving the arena will be considered as giving up the competition. Please take the competition seriously. At this moment, the referee's solemn voice sounded in Mu Aoxue's ears. Contest. If even my most beloved pet betrays me, what's the point of the competition? Mu Aoxue sneered, took it and left the scene without looking back. Xiaoxue. In front of everyone, Miao Miao jumped off the ring and chased after Mu Aoxue. This sudden change made everyone feel incredible. Even the principal Lu Jun had a face full of question marks. What happened? Just when everyone was whispering, the referee suddenly blew the whistle. Mu Aoxue gave up the competition. Li Bo won. Advanced to the championship and runner-up finals. He. Revenge is finally achieved. Ziyun's tone was extremely proud. Chapter 89 Steel Hammer Bull. The upper-level battle challenge was successful. Hunter-level exchange completed. Congratulations to Li Bo, successfully promoted to D-level hunter. Looking at the prompts coming from the hunter chip, Li Bo finally came back to his senses. I won. At this time, the audience below was cheering one after another, but there was no trace of joy on Li Bo's face. I thought the battle with Mu Aoxue would be bloody, but I didn't expect it to end in such a hasty way. Before the opponent's second pet even appeared, Mu Aoxue gave up the competition and left the scene. Li Bo knew Mu Aoxue very well. With her proud and arrogant personality, she would never give up easily on anything. I guess after knowing what happened between Miao Miao and him, the blow was too great to bear. It's just that Mu Aoxue used a talent with side effects this time, and I don't know when she can recover. Seeing Li Bo still looking at Mu Aoxue's departing figure, Ziyun said with some dissatisfaction. Brother Li Bo, you don't seem very happy. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Li Bo turned Ziyun back into a beast girl and smiled dotingly. Ziyun never lets me down. Lulu. Ziyun stuck out her tongue mischievously. Brother Li Bo, don't tell me, if Miao Miao hadn't done that to you and affected Muashua's condition, she would definitely be in trouble today. Ziyun, why do your words sound weird? Li Bo's old face darkened. He. Ziyun continued. Brother Li Bo, didn't they say that the strongest contestants in the martial arts competition were Lin Feier and Muashue? Now that you've defeated them one by one, the championship is probably in your pocket. I don't think so. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but look at the stage. After the game, he did not choose to leave, but found a place to watch the next game quietly. Soon, after a break, the school referee blew the whistle again to organize the next 4-2 match. Next we invite Wang Linxian and Lu Meng to the stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, a young man with a defiant look confidently walked onto the stage. Wang Linxian was dressed in a noble manner, with his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't take his opponents seriously at all. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Wang Linxian's opponent Lu Meng is also a well-known figure among the freshmen. Li Bo also observed several of Lu Meng's previous matches. Although he couldn't compare to Mu Aoxue and Lin Fei, his strength was definitely on the same level as Tao Jian. Lu Meng also received a cactus from one of the 3 royal families for cultivation. Now he has evolved it into an elite-level cactus, and he also successfully contracted a second pet not long ago. Facing a second-level beast master, Wang Linxian was so dismissive. He was really too arrogant. At this time, Lu Meng was standing opposite her. Although this girl looked weak, there was a tenacious light in her eyes. Summon your pet, Lu Meng. Wang Linxian raised his lips provocatively and said in a voice that only Lu Meng could hear. Don't forget the black crystal are needed to evolve that little stone monkey you just contracted is only found in my Wang family mine. Hearing this, Lu Meng's expression paused, and he looked at Wang Linxian with flickering eyes, and was reluctant to summon his pet. Ha. Come out. Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian was the first to make the call. A green light flashed, and a minotaur pet wearing steel armor and holding a huge warhammer suddenly appeared on the ring. Name, Steel Hammer Bull. Gender, male. Attribute, steel. Level, elite first stage. Potential, elite. Skills, roar basic, violent charge basic, hammer basic, armored shelter intermediate, charged hammer intermediate. Li Bo casually looked at the information of Steel Hammer Bull. Although this guy looked intimidating, his combat attributes were indeed not that good. Apart from having thick skin and flesh, he only has 2 intermediate skills. It seems like we've been focusing on raising the level of our pets during training, and neglecting their skills training and growth. Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered, this Lu Meng's cactus has good control and attack. It shouldn't be a big problem to defeat this stupid bull. Psychologically speaking, Li Bo would rather meet Lu Meng in the finals. After all, it has been so long and he hasn't fought against a powerful grass-type pet. Lu Meng took a deep breath and then began to summon his pet. But what surprised everyone was that the magic circle summoned by Lu Meng was not the elite green one, but the ordinary yellow one. Something's wrong? Li Bo stared at the movement on the stage intently. As the magic circle dimmed, a pet beast with a headband made of a string of stones tied on its head suddenly came into everyone's sight. Little stone monkey? Li Bo felt incredible. Not to mention that the level of this little stone monkey is only ordinary level 7 or 8. Facing an elite steel-type pet, Lu Meng did not summon the cactus to fight it, but instead sent out a stone-type pet that was perfectly restrained by it. It was really unbelievable. Ha. Lu Meng, where's your cactus? Using the little stone monkey to face my steel hammer bull is very dangerous. This time, Wang Linxian's voice was very loud, reaching the ears of many nearby spectators. Many people pricked up their ears to listen to how Lu Meng would respond. Lu Meng bit her lip and said hesitantly. Cactus was injured during his last training, so only the little stone monkey can fight you. Oh? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Iron Bull. Use roar. Wang Linxian roared angrily, and then the iron bull roared towards the sky, and a sound wave swept towards the little stone monkey. The little stone monkey was agile and jumped quickly to avoid the roar, but the roaring sound waves had a wide range and it was still affected, causing its body to sway slightly. Steel Hammer Bull, then use violent charge. Wang Linxian seized the opportunity to pursue the enemy. The Steel Hammer Bull slammed into the little stone monkey like a steel chariot. Just when everyone thought the little stone monkey was going to be knocked away, it suddenly squatted down, swept across, and tripped the steel hammer bull to the ground. Its clumsy body rolled on the ground for several times before it stopped. Although the damage is not great, it is extremely insulting. The audience burst into laughter. Seeing this scene, Li Bo couldn't help laughing. This little stone monkey is quite intelligent. What? How dare you? Wang Linxian felt a little embarrassed. How could he not be angry when he was teased by an ordinary pet in front of so many people? He stared at Lu Meng fiercely, his eyes changing from gloomy to bright. Good. Very good. Lu Meng. Since your little stone monkey is so powerful, then there's no need to evolve it. Hearing this, Lu Meng's face changed. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Didn't mean it? Ha ha. Then don't dodge if you have the guts, take on the next move from Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian said with a gloomy expression. Chapter 90 Fertile Soil Clues. This. Lu Meng hesitated. Although others could not hear what he said, Lu Meng was very clear that Wang Linxian was giving him an ultimatum. Having just humiliated him, Wang Linxian was determined to get back at him. Little stone monkey. Lu Meng's eyes flickered, and she remembered the promise Wang Linxian had made to her privately a few days ago. As long as he wins the martial arts competition, he will not only receive a reward, but also get the black crystal stone needed for the little stone monkey to evolve. This kind of ore is extremely rare and can only be produced in the mines owned by the Wang family. Not only is it very expensive, but it is also sold out as soon as it enters the market. For Lu Meng, who comes from an ordinary family, it has to be said that the conditions offered by Wang Linxian are very tempting. After all, the strength displayed by Li Bo is too strong. Even if he successfully advances to the championship and runner-up finals, he is likely to be eliminated by him. Instead of running along dully, it is better to help others and get high returns at the same time. Seeing Lu Meng hesitate, Wang Linxian showed a sly smile. Steel Hammer Bull. Use the charged hammer. After saying that, Steel Hammer Bull swung the terrifying huge hammer, spinning it continuously. Seeing that his Beastmaster had not yet taken any countermeasures, the little stone monkey turned to look at Lu Meng in panic. I'm sorry. Little stone monkey, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Meng's face turned fierce and he shouted. Little stone monkey. Use rocket headbutt. Upon hearing this, the little stone monkey's face suddenly became terrified. It looked at its Beastmaster with a puzzled expression. He could have clearly used his speed advantage to consume the Steel Hammer Bull's strength and then find another opportunity to win. But he didn't expect that his Beastmaster would let him fight it head-on. After hesitating for a moment, the little stone monkey still chose to believe his Beastmaster. It gritted its teeth, took a big step, and quickly charged towards the attack of the Steel Hammer Bull. You're crazy. You actually used a rocket headbutt. Li Bo looked at this scene in disbelief. The attack of Steel Hammer Bull was a real intermediate skill, and the elementary rocket headbutt could not withstand it at all. Soon, the Steel Hammer Bull's huge iron hammer hit the little stone monkey's head mercilessly. With a bang, the stone hoop on the little stone monkey's head was suddenly smashed apart. After it let out an extremely tragic scream, it was swung out of the ring. Little stone monkey. Lu Meng was extremely distressed and hurried to check the little stone monkey's injuries. Although its head was already bleeding, fortunately it still had a breath of life. After breathing a sigh of relief, he summoned it back to the beast taming space. Lu Meng. Please return to the competition venue immediately. At this time, the referee's majestic voice sounded again. Lu Meng shook his head and said, I give up the competition. Hearing this, the audience let out a series of sighs, and the referee said in confusion. We're almost in the finals, how can you give up so easily? As a second-level Beastmaster, where's your other pet? Cactus is injured, and I need to take the little stone monkey to the veterinary hospital now. After saying that, Lu Meng left the scene without looking back. This. Lu Jun on the stage looked at this scene with great confusion. With Lu Meng's level, this shouldn't be the case. Ha ha. Don't you understand? Principal Lu. It must be Wang Yan's youngest son who secretly pressured this girl, otherwise how could she make such a low-level mistake? Lin Feng sneered from the side. Mr. Lin means that they are playing a fixed match? Lu Jun's expression suddenly became serious. I didn't say that. Lin Feng acted as if it had nothing to do with him. But judging by the old man Wang Yong's habit of playing tricks behind the scenes, he has done a lot of this kind of thing in secret. Wang Yong. Lu Jun frowned. Although this guy has monopolized all the mines in Jianhai, if his son is suspected of fraud, I will not tolerate it. Ha ha. Brother Lu Jun. I don't care about the others. Since the Wang family kid has advanced to the finals, then the battle between him and Li Bo must be fair and just. Lin Feng's tone suddenly became stern. Humph. If I find out that Li Bo was tripped up by someone during the finals, I will not only personally visit the Wang family in Jianhai University, but also forget about receiving any sponsorship from my Lin family from now on. This. Hearing this, Lu Jun's face changed and he smiled hastily. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will immediately send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. I will never let Li Bo suffer any injustice. Everyone. After today's fierce competition, the top 2 contenders in the martial arts competition have officially been announced. The referee's loud voice once again drew the attention of all the audience. They are Li Bo and Wang Linxian. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Linxian cast a meaningful look at Li Bo from a distance. Li Bo couldn't help but frown, and suddenly understood something in a trance. So this guy is offering a reward for the martial arts competition champion. But Li Bo was a little confused. It was just a qualification to enter the secret realm, but Wang Linxian could manipulate so many players to make way for him, and even the Hunter organization came to him. Even if he wins the qualification to enter the national secret realm, he still has to compete with the proud talents of the whole country. The champions of martial arts competitions from other schools will not give in to others so easily. This also made Li Bo curious about how great the temptation was hidden in the secret realm that could make Wang Linxian put so much effort into running the entire martial arts competition. But Li Bo didn't want to think so much. He would just fight against the enemy with his soldiers and block the water with earth. The martial arts competition finals will be held in 3 days, which is just enough time for me to prepare for the evolution of Rabbit. Although Li Bo did not leave the school immediately after the crowd dispersed, he went to the office to find the counselor Wu Gang. The dew of life? Wu Gang looked at Li Bo with a puzzled look. That's strange. Teacher, I've been in the education industry for 10 to 20 years, and I know a lot of strange and bizarre evolutionary materials, but I've never heard of this dew of life you're talking about. Could you be mistaken, Li Bo? Even the teacher doesn't know? Li Bo was a little surprised. Could it be that the system drank the wrong wine and gave him fake information? Helpless, Li Bo had to put it aside for the time being and asked Wu Gang. Then, teacher, do you know where there is fertile spring soil in the rivers and seas? Fertile soil? Wu Gang stroked his chin. Although it's a bit rare. But overall, this is still a normal evolution material. But Li Bo, generally only grass-type pets are used to cultivate fertile spring soil. The types of your 2 pets are completely unrelated. Could it be? Seeing Li Bo smiling but not saying anything, Wu Gang slowly turned his gaze to him, his face full of disbelief. Have you contracted a 3rd pet? Nothing can be hidden from the teacher. Li Bo could only force a smile. TSK tisk. Wu Gang said with admiration. It's only been a short time since you awakened your beast taming talent, and you already have 3 pets. Your growth has truly astonished even the teacher. He patted Li Bo on the shoulder and said, well done. Once you enter the national secret realm, let's show those talented people across the country what a true genius is. Seeing Wu Gang immersed in excitement, Li Bo reminded him. Teacher. I haven't even won the martial arts competition yet. Damn. That kid Wang Linxian is just a half-baked guy. He only relied on luck to make it to the finals. There's no way he can be your opponent. Wu Gang said nonchalantly. By the way, you said you wanted to find Yunchun fertile soil, right? Yes. Just as the teacher guessed, my 3rd pet is a grass-type pet. Evolution is imminent. Fertile spring soil is one of the keys. What? Evolving again? Although Wu Gang was shocked, his expression became reasonable when he thought of Li Bo's incredible training speed. He pondered. North of the river and sea, there's a place called the Miasma Forest. I heard from a professor who visited there that there seems to be fertile soil there. You could try your luck there. Chapter 91 Take in. After learning the clue about Yunchun fertile soil from Wu Gang, Li Bo left school and returned home. Master. Are we going to the Miasma Forest next? Xiaobai asked from the side. Yes. Fertile soil is crucial to the successful evolution of the rabbit. We'll rest for one night and set off early tomorrow morning. Brotherly Bo, didn't I just hear you say that there is still a key material for the evolution of rabbits? Ziyun said at this time. Li Bo nodded. Life dew. Perhaps it's an extremely rare evolutionary material, even the teacher doesn't know. The dew of life. Ziyun stood there, his big eyes rolling around. Oh? Bunny is coming out too? Li Bo was suddenly stunned. Because just now, he suddenly received a request from Rabbit in the beast taming space. Alright. I'd like to see how your injury is recovering. Li Bo took advantage of the situation and made a summoning gesture, and the figure of Tutu immediately appeared in front of several people. After transforming it into a beast girl, Tutu looked at Li Bo with gratitude. Sir. Seeing that Tutu's back was as white as snow without a single scar, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. Bunny, congratulations on being fully recovered. It's all thanks to you, Master. The fact that Bunny is contracted by you is a blessing from my past life. The rabbit has straight and slender legs, a rosy face, and long pink ears standing high, giving her a ladylike look. By the way, Bunny, why do you speak so elegantly? Compared to the two of us, you are indeed more like a human. Ziyun suddenly said. Tutu glanced at Ziyun and Xiaobai and said. My two sisters, I'm not talking like this on purpose. Ever since being captured by Manyang, I've been learning etiquette and conversation every day, participating in various etiquette training. If I don't learn well, not only will I not be able to take up my post, I'll also have to endure corporal punishment. So over time, I've become accustomed to talking like this. Poor Bunny. Ziyun pouted and said, from now on, I'll protect you and no one will bully you anymore. Sister Ziyun is so nice. Tutu smiled gently, then turned to look at Li Bo. Oh right, young master. I just heard you say you were going to the miasma forest? Rabbit knows about the miasma forest? Li Bo looked curious. Bunny nodded, her expression growing nervous. Sir. The miasma forest is too dangerous. Bunny doesn't want you to go there. Danger? Li Bo couldn't help but be very confused. How did Bunny know it was dangerous there? Because. Tutu said solemnly, before coming to Shanshui No. 1, Tutu had been living in the miasma forest. What? Li Bo did not expect such a coincidence that the fertile soil needed for the rabbit's evolution was actually distributed in its previous habitat. In that case, Rabbit should be very familiar with the miasma forest. As long as we avoid dangerous places, there shouldn't be any accidents. Li Bo judged. In response to this, Bunny shook his head. Young master, you're wrong. The miasma forest is shrouded in thick fog year-round, making it seldom visited by humans. Although Rabbit can use scent to determine direction, very dangerous pets often suddenly appear in the fog. Thinking of this, a trace of fear appeared on Tutu's face. Those pets are extremely feral and very difficult to deal with. Once they get entangled with us, we will be caught in a life and death battle. Hearing this, Li Bo fell into deep thought. He had no doubt that what Tutu said was true or not, but the law of the world has always been the survival of the fittest. Whether it is in the miasma forest or other places, risks and benefits always coexist. If he wants to obtain the fertile soil of Yunchun, he must face the danger of the miasmic forest. What are you afraid of? Bunny. Ziyun spoke again, with the strength of Sister Xiaobai and I, would we be afraid of a mere miasma forest? Yes. Bunny. If you want to evolve successfully, you must face some dangers. Xiaobai said to her meaningfully. Ziyun and I have been able to successfully evolve to the elite level. Has every time been because our master has taken us back from the brink of life and death? Sister Xiaobai. Bunny's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaobai's confident face, and a sense of admiration rose unconsciously in his heart. At this time, Li Bo smiled and comforted Tutu. Don't worry, Bunny. Although you might encounter high-level pets in the miasma forest, don't forget, we have Xiaobai who can fly. If we can't defeat him, we can just run away. Whoosh! Sister Xiaobai is flying so fast. Ziyun laughed on the side. Everyone. Seeing his companions comforting him so warmly, Tutu was so moved that tears came to his eyes. She quickly shook off the shadow in her mind and said with a firm look in her eyes. Okay, sir. Let's go to the miasma forest. Bunny will lead the way for you. This is my good pet. Li Bo rubbed the rabbit's head lovingly. Can you take me with you, too? As a few people were laughing, a familiar voice suddenly came. Strange. Am I hard of hearing? Why can I hear the sound of meow again? Ziyun scratched his head in confusion. Ziyun, you heard it right, she is here. Xiaobai frowned slightly and looked outside the balcony. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure jumped up from under the balcony. Meow? Li Bo looked over in surprise. The person who came was none other than Miao Miao, who was fighting between Bai Ri and Ziyun. But unlike the cheerful and playful look before, Miao Miao now looked dejected, with tear marks on her face, as if she had been crying for a long time. What are you doing here? Didn't you get beaten enough this afternoon? The moment she saw Miao Miao, Ziyun immediately rolled up her sleeves, walked towards Miao Miao angrily, and raised her fist as if she was about to hit someone. However, Miao Miao did not dodge at all. Ziyun, if you're not satisfied, just keep hitting me. Anyway, Xiao Xue doesn't want me anymore. Wow. Just beat me to death. Seeing Miao Miao burst into tears suddenly, Ziyun put down his raised fist and said helplessly. Hey! You, what are you doing? I won't pity you. Miao Miao, what did you just say? Muao Xue doesn't want you anymore? Li Bo said with some surprise. Miao Miao wiped her tears and said with a sob. Xiao Xue said that my heart is too wild and she can't hold me down. She also said that since I like you so much, I'll come to you. So you came to me? Li Bo was speechless. But how did you know my address? Li Bo asked curiously, because he was riding Xiaobai to fly home. Miao Miao definitely couldn't follow him. Miao Miao's pretty face turned red. Just now, when Xiao Xue entered Ziyun's consciousness, she knew that you bought a new home here, so she came here. As he spoke, Miao Miao cast a pleading look towards Li Bo. Beast Master, since I gave you my first time, please take me in. Chapter 92 Do of Life. Absolutely not. Ziyun immediately blocked the way and said, Brother Li Bo, we three are enough. We don't need you to join us. At this time, Xiaobai said calmly. Miao Miao, to be fair, you are too willful. Even if your master takes you in, it is inevitable that you will do something even more outrageous in the future. Xiaobai. I promise you I will behave myself and never do anything stupid again. Miao Miao swore. This. Xiaobai didn't know how to answer for a moment, and then turned his gaze to Li Bo. Miao Miao, I see that the contract on you is still there. I think Muao Xue doesn't really want to abandon you. She just said it in anger. You'd better go back early. Li Bo persuaded. No. Miao Miao shook her head desperately. Xiao Xue is very weak right now, and she's also very angry. If she sees me again, she'll definitely be upset. So I have to wait until Xiao Xue recovers before I can go back. That's true. Li Bo fell into deep thought. Muao Xue had already suffered a great loss of vitality after using the Tide of Longing, and she suffered another blow today. If Miao Miao went back at this time, it would definitely affect her mental state. She might even go crazy. Although Li Bo had some resentment towards her, she was the woman he loved deeply after all, so he did not want anything to happen to Muao Xue. Seeing that Li Bo was a little shaken, Miao Miao struck while the iron was hot and said, Beast Master, aren't you going to the miasma forest? It's very dangerous there. Take me with you, it'll increase your combat power. Who dares to believe you? What if you don't listen? Ziyun was the first to stand up and object. I promise I'll be obedient. Miao Miao said seriously, if you're worried, you can ask the Beast Master to contract me. That way you can control my actions. Contract? Ziyun snorted, you have Muao Xue's contract on you, how can Brother Li Bo contract you? Hearing this, Xiaobai covered his mouth and laughed. Ziyun, maybe the master really has this ability. As the first pet to follow Li Bo, Xiaobai is very clear about his master's abnormal ability in contracts. From a distance, you can unilaterally contract wild pets into the beast taming space. Who knows, you might even be able to force someone else's pet into a contract. Hey! Sister Xiaobai, now that you mention it, it reminds me of the day when I was contracted by Brother Li Bo. He didn't even get my consent, and I was inexplicably contracted into his beast taming space. Ziyun said with sudden realization. That's right. When the young master signed a contract with me yesterday, it seemed to be compulsory. Tutu also added. After saying that, several beast girls turned their eyes to Li Bo. No. Why are you all looking at me? Li Bo was speechless. The question now isn't whether I can sign the contract, okay? Although the talent, Succubus Holy Body, given by the system has the ability to forcibly contract other Beastmasters' female pets, Li Bo has never tried to contract other people's pets. After all, it always feels a bit weird to take someone else's pet, who you have developed feelings for, under your control. As if guessing Li Bo's thoughts, Meow Meow rolled his eyes and said, Beastmaster. If you mind, you can contract with me for a short period of time. A short-term contract? Li Bo looked at Meow Meow in confusion. Yeah. Meow Meow nodded. During the time I serve you, I will never go west even if you tell me to. You'll need help in the miasma forest anyway, so why not have an extra fighter? Once Shoshue recovers from her grief, it won't be too late to terminate the contract. Ha ha. Aren't you afraid that doing this will hurt your mental strength? Li Bo said. Termination of the contract would cause some mental trauma to both the Beastmaster and the pet, but it was not a problem for Li Bo, who had full mental power. Hearing this, Meow Meow smiled. Spiritual power? As a psychic pet, the thing I have the most is spiritual power. Humph. Even so, brother, Li Bo has no reason to contract you. Ziyun said. Ziyun. It's too early for you to say that. Meow Meow looked at Li Bo and smiled mysteriously. What if I say I know the life Dew Bunny needs to evolve? What? You know the Dew of Life? Li Bo looked at Meow Meow in shock. She didn't look like she was being mysterious, so he said. Don't be ridiculous, Meow. Why would I lie to you? Beastmaster, I heard everything you said just now. Even if you found the fertile soil in the miasma forest, you can't evolve a bunny without the Dew of Life. Meowth had a smirk on his face. This. Li Bo hesitated. Although he didn't know whether what Meow Meow said was true or not, she was indeed right. The Dew of Life was one of the keys to evolution. He still had no clues, so he didn't want to miss even a slight chance of finding the Dew of Life. Meow Meow, tell me first, what is the Dew of Life? Then I will consider whether to take you away. Li Bo said seriously. Beastmaster. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Meowth snorted. If I told you, you'd know how to get it. What if you don't take me with you? Hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious. According to Meow Meow, this Dew of Life didn't seem to be a rare thing. At this time, Meow Meow spoke again. It's very simple, you contract me first. I'll tell you about the Dew of Life later. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss. Li Bo said nothing and turned to look at his 3 pets. If Meow Meow really has some clues, there's no problem keeping her by our side for a while. After all, the miasma forest is full of dangers, and Meow Meow's abilities can be of great help. Xiao Bai was the first to speak calmly. Xiao Bai. You are such a nice person. Meow Meow said with gratitude. Humph. If it weren't for Bunny's evolution, I wouldn't want her following us. Ziyun turned his head to the side and accepted the condition, although he was a little reluctant. Young master. Tutu looked at Li Bo with a touched face, tears already welling up in her eyes. Seeing that the 3 pets had no objections, Li Bo no longer had to worry about Meow Meow joining the team and starting a fight. He said. In that case. Then I'll give it a try. Meow Meow, look into my eyes. Meow Meow was stunned for a moment, then said oh, and stared at Li Bo's magical eyes. Contract successful. Congratulations, host. You can now control the actions of the Phantom Mooncat. Fuck, that really works. Li Bo was stunned. If he directly contracted the opponent's female pet during the battle, wouldn't he be furious? I now have 2 Beastmasters? Meow Meow looked at her hands in disbelief. Li Bo's contract and Xiaoshue's contract were not mutually exclusive. In other words, they could both command her to fight. That's unscientific. The contract is unique. Could it be because they've merged before? Thinking of this, Meow Meow couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Okay. Now, you should tell me what the Dew of Life is? Li Bo asked. Hey. Meow Meow smiled strangely. Beastmaster. Could it be that you forgot that you once used the Dew of Life on me? Chapter 93, Miasma Forest. What? I used it on you? Li Bo didn't react for a moment and suspected that Meow Meow had a fever and was talking nonsense. Xiaobai and Tutu looked at each other with innocent expressions, but Ziyun suddenly had a very strange expression on his face. No, is it? Ziyun's mouth suddenly opened wide. Why didn't I think of this? Because I'm a psychic type, so I can clearly feel the vibrant life force inside. Meowth said with some pride. Seeing that Ziyun and Miao were talking in a confusing manner, Tutu looked at Xiaobai with a puzzled look on his face. What are you two sisters discussing? At this time, Xiaobai finally reacted. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed meaningfully. Rabbit, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Ziyun and I have never been treated like this before. Lucky? Tutu said innocently, Sister Xiaobai, you've made me dizzy. Li Bo touched his chin and looked at the wonderful expressions on the faces of several beast girls. No matter how pure he was, he guessed what the evolution material was. You're such a jerk. You're such a badass. I knew you weren't serious. Li Bo was so upset that he looked at the innocent rabbit who was still in a daze, and became at a loss for a moment. If the object was Xiaobai or Ziyun, he would not be so embarrassed. After all, they had been together for so long, and the only thing left was to break the window paper. But Tutu had been with him for less than 2 days and he was about to stretch out his evil claws towards her. Li Bo really couldn't bear it. Seeing that Li Bo was a little embarrassed, Miao and Ziyan looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding, and then both of them showed a strange smile on their faces. Ziyan walked to the side of the rabbit and asked softly. Bunny, do you want to evolve and become stronger? Of course I did. Sister Ziyun. Tutu also wants to become as powerful as you. Tutu said seriously. That's right. Ziyun smiled mischievously, then whispered a few words into Tutu's ear. Ah. Tutu's face suddenly turned red like a red apple, and she was so embarrassed that she was about to drip water. She clenched her pink fists and bit her crystal clear lips tightly, saying, Sister Ziyun, really, do you want to do this? Don't you want to become stronger? Of course I did, but... Tutu looked up at Li Bo embarrassedly, I'm afraid you might not agree. At this time Miao walked to Li Bo's side and said with a smile. Beast Master, what's wrong? You can't even bear to give this little evolution material to Bunny? She's your precious pet. Do you even need to tell me that? Li Bo's face darkened, and he sighed, I'm afraid. Rabbit isn't ready yet. Bunny suddenly raised his head and, mustering all his courage, said, I'm ready, sir. No? Bunny. You. Li Bo was very surprised. Don't let Ziyun lead you astray. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Tutu looked at Li Bo with a determined look. Anyway, Tutu will be yours sooner or later. After saying that, Tutu lowered her head shyly, her face flushing. What are you waiting for? Let's take action. After that, Ziyun pushed Tutu into the house. When Li Bo entered the room, he saw Tutu with her head buried tightly in the quilt, with her 2 long pink ears sticking out. Sir, please be kind to the rabbit. Bunny was extremely ashamed. 18 plus 17 18 17 18 plus 17 18 17 18 plus 17 18 17. An hour later, Li Bo's system successfully popped up a prompt indicating that the task was completed. Now, all that's missing from the rabbit's evolution is the fertile soil of spring in the miasma forest. To be on the safe side, Li Bo went to the equipment store early the next morning and bought some basic protective gear. After dressing them neatly, he took his 4 pets and headed straight for the miasma forest. The miasma forest is located in the northernmost part of Jianhai City. The mountain roads are rugged and it is deep and secluded all year round. If you take conventional transportation, it will take a whole day and a night to get there. However, because Li Bo had a dragon, the travel efficiency was much higher. Xiaobai carried him for only 5 hours, and they were almost reaching the sky above the miasma forest. The rabbit stood on Li Bo's shoulder in the form of a pet, its pink claws tightly grasping Li Bo's clothes, and its ears were blown askew by the wind. Li Bo said to her, Rabbit, the fertile spring soil is extremely beneficial to plant growth, so we need to change our thinking and find the area with the most lush vegetation in the miasma forest. Only then will we be able to find the fertile spring soil. An area with lush vegetation? Bunny blinked his big eyes and said crisply. Sir. There's a spot in the miasma forest where the trees are very strong and sturdy, and there are many pets living there. You should go take a look. Hearing this, Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy. That's great. Does Bunny know where it is? Tutu lowered his brows and looked at the thick fog covering the miasma forest, and said with some disappointment. I know, I do. But, the fog is too thick, and the miasma forest is too big, so Tutu can't determine the direction. That's true. Li Bo nodded and found that since Xiaobai entered the miasma forest, the visibility had obviously decreased a lot. The miasma forest below seemed to be covered by a thick gray veil, and the situation on the ground could not be seen clearly. Li Bo frowned and said, "Looks like we have to go back to the ground." "Yes." Bunny nodded. Bunny is very familiar with the smell of the forest. "Once we get to the ground, we can use the scent to lead you to that place." "In that case." Then, Xiaobai, fly down into the forest. At Li Bo's command, Xiaobai swooped down with him in his arms. As we got closer to the ground, the fog in the miasma forest became thicker. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the fog. The black shadow brought up a gust of wind, almost blowing Xiaobai away. "Master! There are enemies," Xiaobai said in a serious tone. Li Bo frowned and said quickly, "We've been intercepted." "Stop diving." Xiaobai quickly stabilized his body, flapped his huge white wings, and carefully felt the opponent's movements in the mist. "Sister Xiaobai. She's above," Tutu reminded hurriedly. The next second, there was a whoosh sound. A massive black vulture suddenly appeared from the thick fog above Xiaobai's head, its wingspan reaching 10 meters as it swooped down towards Li Bo on its back. The vulture's eyes were red, emitting a bloodthirsty light, and its sharp claws were as big as sickles, looking extremely creepy. Man-eating vulture. Li Bo was shocked. Chapter 94: Man-eating vulture. Name: Man-eating vulture. Gender: male. Attribute: flying. Level: elite 3rd stage. Potential: elite. Skills: black feather arrow intermediate, claw attack intermediate, pounce intermediate, magic wind wall advanced. Description: a ferocious beast that loves to prey on humans. The man-eating vulture enjoys torturing its prey. Don't let it catch you. At the moment the man-eating vulture suddenly attacked, Xiaobai quickly turned over. Dragon claw. Swish. Xiaobai quickly crossed his claws and shot out 2 gusts of wind straight towards the man-eating vulture. Seeing Xiaobai's quick reaction, the man-eating vulture was shocked. Because it dived too fast, it could not avoid Xiaobai's unexpected attack. There was a muffled bang. The dragon claws hit the man-eating vulture's body hard, and black feathers flew everywhere. The man-eating vulture let out a hoarse cry, turned around and disappeared into the thick fog. Just run away? After Xiaobai stabilized his body, he looked at the scene with some confusion. Li Bo had a serious look on his face, because he knew that a ferocious beast like the man-eating vulture would never give up its gift just because it was injured. Magic wind wall. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo's face changed. "Oh no! There's another one." Xiaobai. "Use hail quickly." "What?" Although he didn't understand why his master suddenly issued the attack order, Xiaobai still obediently flapped his wings and released hail. Sure enough, the next second, from the huge thick fog in the sky below, an elite 2nd level man-eating vulture suddenly jumped out again. But what greeted it was a sky full of huge hailstones of varying shapes. The man-eating vulture thought it had victory in its grasp, but it never expected such an accident to happen. Before it could react, crash. The merciless hailstones fell wildly, hitting the featherless head of the man-eating vulture, causing it to scream miserably. After a while, the man-eating vulture was suppressed and disappeared in the thick fog. Taking advantage of this time, Li Bo simply summoned Ziyun and Miao Miao to his side. The purple cloud itself was floating, appearing, and disappearing in the clouds. And Miao Miao stood beside Li Bo. "I will protect you, Beast Master." "Master, how do you know there is a man-eating vulture?" Xiaobai asked at this time. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. "That man-eating vulture just now can cast magic wind wall. And this skill requires 2 flying pets to work together. No wonder. The master is really a genius," Xiaobai said admiringly. "Ha ha. If my guess is correct, those 2 man-eating vultures should be a couple. We are surrounded by them." Li Bo sneered. As he was speaking, a whistling sound of wind suddenly came from the space around Li Bo. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, 2 pairs of scarlet eyes, one on the left and one on the right, were staring at Li Bo with a fierce look. They were the man-eating vultures just now. Both man-eating vultures were covered in blood and looked very angry. Just as Li Bo was looking at them carefully, a prompt suddenly came from the system. "Upgrade mission: kill the man-eating vulture couple." "You came just in time." Murderous intent flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, two man-eating vultures shot black feather arrows at Li Bo from the left and right, and the dense black arrows trapped him. Meow Meow used the super mirror. Li Bo gave instructions decisively. Meow licked her lips. I just love it when you're so strong. Suddenly, her eyes emitted an extremely dark green light, and transparent square mirrors quickly appeared around Xiaobai, forming a huge circle. The super power mirror was smooth and shiny, and the black feather arrows in the sky were quickly bounced back the moment they touched the super power mirror. Those two man-eating vultures had never seen such an evil skill before. When they saw that all the arrows they shot were flying back to them, they were startled and quickly flapped their huge wings to fly away. However, their tails were inevitably pierced by some black feather arrows, and blood spurted out in the air. Disappeared again? Li Bo secretly cursed the cunning of the two man-eating vultures. If it was a normal fight, he was confident that he could take them down in a few strokes, but in this thick fog, it was much more difficult to deal with them. Whoosh! A man-eating vulture suddenly appeared from the clouds above Xiaobai, extending its thick claws to grab Xiaobai. Brother Li Bo, be careful! Xian quickly extended 4 dark nooses from the clouds, trying to intercept the man-eating vulture, but he never expected that the other party would directly extend its sickle-shaped claws and forcibly break the dark noose. And me! Meow Meow protected Li Bo behind him and quickly shot out a spiritual arrow, shooting it towards the man-eating vulture. Feeling the powerful aura from Meow Meow, the man-eating vulture didn't dare to be careless at all. It flapped its wings quickly and blew out a strong wind to disperse the spiritual arrow. Although the man-eating vulture failed in its sneak attack, its mate tacitly came up from behind it to replace it and was behind Xiaobai in the blink of an eye. After being attacked one after another, Xiaobai became extremely angry. Before Li Bo gave any order, it directly used its cold blade tail to hit the man-eating vulture hard on the head. There was a muffled bang. Hit by Xiaobai's dragon tail that was made of solid ice, the man-eating vulture let out an extremely mournful cry, and in an instant its head was bleeding, and it headed towards the thick fog area again. Humph! Still want to hide? Li Bo sneered and shouted, Xiaobai the blizzard drives away the thick fog. Okay, master. Xiaobai's azure eyes suddenly emitted a cold light, and the huge dragon wings flapped wildly, and a violent blizzard swept across in an instant. The thick fog in the air quickly dissipated under the ravages of the blizzard, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. The bodies of the two man-eating vultures were completely exposed to the air, their feathers had been blown into disarray by the blizzard, and were covered with frost. Seeing the growth, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the two man-eating vultures, but after looking at each other, they did not intend to escape. Obviously, they didn't want to miss out on this delicious dish that Li Bo had delivered to their doorstep. Suddenly, the pair of man-eating vultures spread their wings violently and began to circle Xiaobai rapidly from a distance. Finally used the magic wind wall? Li Bo frowned and stared at the scene intently. The two man-eating vultures were spinning faster and faster, and the strong wind gathered around them, forming a huge wind wall emitting a faint glow, covering Li Bo and his group. The wind wall was like a doomsday tornado, with a devastating force. Li Bo's hair was rustling in the wind, and even Xiaobai almost lost his balance and hurriedly flapped his wings to keep his balance. This scene happened in a split second. The pair of man-eating vultures cooperated with each other in perfect harmony, and the power of the magical wind wall they created far exceeded that of ordinary high-level skills. Swish, swish, swish. Before Li Bo could react, dense black feather arrows quickly emerged from the huge wind wall and attacked him. With the power of the wind wall, the black feather arrows covered the sky and the sun. Not only did their number increase by more than 10 times, they also emitted a dark cold light and were extremely fast. Meow Meow didn't dare to be careless and gathered the super power mirror again to resist the surroundings. But this time the black feather arrow was extremely powerful. Although the super mirror had the effect of reflecting skills, it had a certain limit to its endurance. In addition, under the fierce attack of the black feather arrows like locusts, Meow Meow also seemed a little overwhelmed. With a click, the super mirror suddenly showed signs of cracking. Chapter 95 Thunder Roar. Seeing this, Ziyun decisively thundered at the wind wall, but because the man-eating vulture couple moved too fast, all the thunders failed. Similarly, the cold spikes shot by Xiaobai were completely absorbed after entering the wind wall, just like a drop in the ocean. Beads of sweat the size of beans overflowed from Meow Meow's forehead. Beast Master, I can't hold on any longer. Think of a solution quickly. Suddenly, there was a crisp bang. The super mirror in front of Li Bo suddenly exploded. A black feather arrow flew straight towards Li Bo's face. Bunny reacted quickly, concentrating his mind to summon the leaf blade and block the black feather arrow. Li Bo calmly thought about the countermeasures. Now that the wind wall has risen, forcing a breakthrough will be extremely difficult. Furthermore, this pair of man-eating vultures are so well coordinated, the only way to succeed is to break their tacit understanding. That's right. I can use the interference skill. Li Bo suddenly had an idea and quickly said to Meow Meow. Meow Meow, can you still use the soul-snatching wave? Meow Meow gritted his teeth and replied. I'm afraid it won't work, Beast Master. If I get distracted by the soul-snatching wave, the super mirror will completely explode. That's true. Li Bo touched his chin and suddenly seemed to think of something, and quickly turned his gaze to Ziyun. After Ziyun evolved, he learned a Thunder Roar skill. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know if it will work. Li Bo quickly opened the Ziyun information panel. Thunder Roar, inheriting the mighty roar of the Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger, this skill can emit a circular sound wave, temporarily deafening the enemy and causing them to fall into confusion. The power of the roar. Li Bo's face lit up with joy, maybe it can destroy the wind wall from the inside. After making up his mind, Li Bo decisively issued an order, Ziyun. Use Thunder Roar. No problem. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun said obediently, and then the red lightning flowers on her dark purple body kept flashing and jumping. These lightning bolts seemed to have consciousness, desperately gathering towards Ziyun's body. As the lightning gradually gathered into a huge shadow of a pet beast, Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. This is Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger. Although it is just formed by the convergence of electric light, it is not difficult to see the majestic posture of the Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger from its outline. The two saber teeth looked terrifying, as if they could tear everything apart easily, and a strong sense of oppression suddenly came over me. The shadow alone has such a strong pressure, I really don't know how terrifying this Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger was at its peak. Li Bo exclaimed in amazement. As the shadow of the Thunder Saber-toothed Tiger gathered together, suddenly, a deafening roar burst out from its mouth. The whistling sound mixed with deafening thunder transformed into a huge circular sound wave, rushing towards the wind wall formed by the man-eating vulture couple. So powerful. This power is probably comparable to advanced sonic skills. Li Bo said in surprise. Rumble. Under the impact of this powerful sound wave, the wind wall began to tremble violently, and in an instant it was full of holes. At this time, Li Bo could already catch sight of the man-eating vulture couple with his naked eyes. After being hit by the thunder roar, they were already confused and their bodies were shaky. Kill them. A cold light flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Ziyun first aimed at the trajectory of the pair of man-eating vultures, and then decisively launched two dark nooses. Whoosh! The throats of the two man-eating vultures were instantly pierced by the sharp noose, blood splattered everywhere, and they were fixed in the air by Ziyun. Seeing that it still had life, Meow Meow and Xiao Bai each finished off the beast. Meow Meow used a half-moon slash to directly cut off the head of a man-eating vulture, while the other one was pierced by Xiao Bai's cold ridge. Taking advantage of this time, Ziyun stretched out two nooses again and took out the crystal cores of the two man-eating vultures, and then handed them to Li Bo. Everyone. Great job. Li Bo said happily. At this time, 3 messages about pet upgrades also floated across the system. Frost Ice Dragon Upgrade, Elite Stage 4. Phantom Moon Cat Upgrade, Elite Stage 3. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade, Elite Stage 3. Li Bo was not surprised that Tutu did not get an upgrade. After all, the ordinary 9th level had reached the bottleneck of her current form. If she wanted to break through the level, she had to evolve. As for Meow Meow's upgrade, Li Bo did not expect it. At this moment, feeling that his strength had suddenly improved, Meow Meow looked at his hands in disbelief. What's going on? Didn't I just level up a few days ago? How come I broke through again so quickly? Ha ha. You're lucky to be able to follow my brother Li Bo. Ziyun muttered something. I see. Meow Meow looked at Li Bo with surprise. Thank you. Beast Master. Although he won the battle against the man-eating vulture, Li Bo became more vigilant. I've encountered such a change before even entering the misty forest. It seems this place is indeed more dangerous than I imagined. Then Master, are we going to the forest now? Xiao Bai under him suddenly asked. Go. But be careful. Xiao Bai. Li Bo warned seriously. Yeah. Xiao Bai nodded and slowly landed in the forest. Soon, Li Bo and his companions arrived at the secluded miasma forest. The place is still shrouded in fog. If an ordinary beastmaster comes here, he will definitely lose himself and find Bamie. Fortunately, Tutu grew up in the miasma forest and is quite familiar with this place. Relying on her keen sense of smell, Tutu led the way for Li Bo and the other 3 beast girls. Rabbit, are you sure you can find that place? Li Bo asked curiously. Bunny sniffed the pink nose and nodded to Li Bo. Sir. Although we're quite far from where we landed, if we keep trying, Rabbit should be able to find it. Led by Tutu, Li Bo and his party walked in the miasmic forest for a while. But surprisingly, the forest was unusually quiet. Not only was there no pet attacking them, there wasn't even a shadow of a living creature to be seen along the way. Suddenly, as if smelling something terrible, Bunny's fur stood up and he jumped on Li Bo in horror. What's wrong, Bunny? Master. I'm scared. Tutu's voice trembled a little. Scared? Is your pet in danger of its life? Li Bo stopped and asked. At this time, Xiaobai frowned and said. Snake. Chapter 96 Colorful Scale Python. Snake? Li Bo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No wonder the rabbit was scared. But I wonder what her expression would be if she knew that Xiaobai also evolved from a snake. Rushing. As they were talking, a colorful snake head suddenly popped out from the bushes in front of them, spitting out its tongue and staring at Li Bo and others with a fierce look. Man snake? Name man snake. Gender, female. Attribute, poison. Level, ordinary 6th level. Potential, elite. Status, alert. Skills, entanglement basic, venom basic. Description, a colorful snake pet. Don't be fooled by its pretty appearance, it's highly poisonous. At this time, mandrake snakes kept poking their heads out around Li Bo. These colorful snake-like pets were everywhere on the branches and grass. It seems, we have entered the territory of the man snake. Li Bo said somewhat depressedly. Although he didn't know their purpose, Li Bo still felt a little uncomfortable because of the dense crowds of these snakes constantly spitting out their tongues. At this time, the snake group had surrounded Li Bo and his companions, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tutu clutched Li Bo's sleeve in fear, apparently having a genetic fear of snakes. Young master. Don't be afraid, Bunny. Xiaobai took a step forward and glanced coldly at the surrounding man snakes. An invisible pressure emanated from her, which was the skill dragon power. Feeling the incomparably noble blood power in Xiaobai, these man-mammal snakes froze at the same time, with fear in their eyes. Some of the man snakes soon couldn't hold on and fell off the branches, while the rest of the man snakes shrank their bodies back, but had no intention of leaving. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai said with a cold look in his eyes. What should we do? Master, should we kill them? At this time, Li Bo narrowed his eyes and said, It seems to me that these man snakes don't want to attack us. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, there was another more violent noise coming from the woods. From a distance, Li Bo saw the grass and trees swaying constantly, as if a large pet was approaching. Master! A more powerful snake. Xiaobai's eyes became sharp, and at the same time, Ziyan Miao also took a fighting stance. As the noise grew louder, a huge, multicolored python slowly swam out from the woods. This colorful scaled python is as thick as a bucket, and its body is more than 10 meters long. The scales on its body are colorful and sparkling with strange light. It looks extraordinary at first glance. Name, colorful scale python. Gender, female. Attribute, poison. Level, elite 5th stage. Potential, elite. Condition, mild. Skills, slap basic, hiss basic, death coil intermediate, colorful venom intermediate. Description, evolved from the man snake, it has a strong sense of territory. The colorful venom on its teeth is extremely corrosive. However, this colorful python seems to be showing you goodwill. Colorful scaled python? Li Bo quickly looked at the information of the giant python in front of him. Seeing that it showed no malicious intent, he made a gesture to tell Xiaobai and the others not to act rashly. The colorful scaled python stopped not far in front of Li Bo, and its expression froze when it saw Xiaobai. She looked at Li Bo, constantly spitting out her scarlet tongue, as if conveying some message. Li Bo looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Xiaobai, do you understand what it means? Master, different types of snake pets speak different languages, but from what she said, it seems like she wants to ask us for help. Xiaobai replied. What do you want from us? Li Bo touched his chin and looked at the colorful scaled python. Seeing that she was still trying hard to spit out her tongue at him, it seemed that she had indeed encountered some difficulties. So Li Bo waved towards the colorful python, "Come here." The colorful scaled python was stunned at first, then moved its body and slowly slid towards Li Bo. When he reached the front, Li Bo said, "Lower your head." The colorful scaled python lowered its head obediently. Li Bo placed his right hand on its head, and then a gentle light flashed, and the colorful scaled python was instantly transformed into a beast girl. The colorful python's hair is as colorful as her skin, like a gorgeous rainbow. Her face is fair and delicate, and her eyes are narrow and smart, sparkling with a mysterious light. She had a proud figure and was wearing a thin gauze that looked like it was made of shed snakeskin, and her alluring beauty was faintly visible inside. The colorful scaled python first looked at its own changes in disbelief, and was extremely surprised at the abilities that Li Bo possessed. The colorful scaled python prostrated itself on the ground, its voice soft but filled with urgency, "Honorable Lord, please save me and my people." "Save you?" Li Bo was still confused. He then supported her and said, "If you have anything to say, get up first." The colorful python slowly stood up and asked with a pleading look, "My lord, Kai Lin has been waiting for you here for a long time. Only you can save my tribe. You've been waiting for me for a long time." Li Bo looked at her puzzledly. "How did you know I would come here?" "To be honest, sir, I saw your entire aerial battle from the tree just now. That man-eating vulture couple is incredibly powerful, often catching man-man snakes for food. They are the biggest aerial threat to our tribe." At this point, Kai Lin sighed. "Now that the threat from the air has been resolved, we still have powerful enemies on the ground who are trying to prey on us. Seeing how powerful you are, I hurried here, hoping to seek your help." After hearing what the colorful scaled python said, Li Bo finally understood the other party's intention. It turned out that it was looking for him to be its thug. Li Bo shook his head. "I think you overestimate my abilities. Even you, at Elite 5, can't defeat an opponent. My pets are not even as high in level as you, so how can they help you eliminate the enemy? The opponent's level is only Elite 7th stage. With your ability, it is absolutely no problem to deal with it. If Kai Lin's poison was not ineffective against it, I wouldn't be begging you here. Even so, I don't want to risk the lives of my pets." After saying that, Li Bo nodded to Xiao Bai and the others and prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing Li Bo was about to leave, Kai Lin gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "If you can help our race resolve this crisis, Kai Lin is willing to give you the precious treasure I've nurtured for many years, the snake breath grass." Boom! Suddenly, while the two were talking, a huge earth-colored brown bear-like pet quickly jumped out of the dense forest. It was extremely imposing, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, with bloodshot eyes, emitting a violent and murderous aura. The moment it appeared, the huge brown bear pulled down several mandrake snakes hanging on the tree next to it. Then the brown bear stuffed them all into his mouth like spicy strips. Chapter 97: Kill the Earth-Splitting Bear. Name: Earth Rift Bear. Gender: Male. Attributes: Ground, Earth. Level: Elite 7th stage. Potential: Elite. Status: Hungry. Skills: Explosive Charge Intermediate, Shelter Intermediate, Power Punch Intermediate, Earthbind Intermediate, Earth Shield Advanced. Description: The Rift Bear has an astonishing appetite, consuming a ton of food per day. Its thick fat layer gives it a strong defense. It's also extremely protective of its food, so don't disturb it while it's eating. It turned out to be the Earth Rift Bear. Li Bo's eyes narrowed. This earth-splitting bear was extremely tall, with arms thicker than tree trunks. When it chewed the man-man snake, its greedy saliva flowed out from the corners of its mouth like a stream of water. When the earth-splitting bear saw the leader of the man-man snakes, the colorful scaled python, his eyes almost popped out. "You beast! How dare you hurt my people?" Seeing the earth-splitting bear devour the man-man snake, the colorful scaled python was almost furious. "Looks like we have no choice but to fight." Li Bo looked at Kai Lin and said, "Just now what you said still counts." The colorful scaled python nodded and said seriously, "As long as you can kill this earth-splitting bear, I will offer you the snake-breathing grass with both hands." Roar! At this moment, the earth-splitting bear pounded his chest with his fists and let out an astonishing roar. Then it burst forward, charging towards Li Bo and his group with its elbows. Under the brute force of the earth-splitting bear, rows of giant trees as thick as an adult's embrace were constantly broken by it, making loud crackling sounds. "Master, be careful. Xiaobai transformed into a giant dragon and quickly took Li Bo to avoid the dangerous attack. Meow Meow stood still, facing the direction where the earth-splitting bear was turning, its dark green eyes emitting a strange light. She decisively started hypnosis. The earth-splitting bear was affected, and its movements suddenly slowed down, looking drowsy. Meow Meow found the right moment, and with his sharp claws, he moved continuously between the trees with his nimble feet. The moment she approached the body of the earth-splitting bear, she jumped up and used her skill, ripping claws. However, what it didn't expect was that just when her claws were about to touch the face of the earth-splitting bear, the other party's expression suddenly became clear and his eyes became extremely sharp. How come? Apparently, Meow Meow didn't expect the rift bear to wake up from hypnosis. The next second, the earth-splitting bear suddenly punched out with its huge fist, and with one powerful punch, Meow Meow was knocked onto a tree 10 meters away. Meow Meow, this guy can protect hypnosis is useless to him. Li Bo said solemnly. The shelter can make it immune to negative influences for a period of time, so it can devour the highly venomous man-man snake without restraint. Brother Li Bo. I'm coming. At this moment, Ziyun, who was hidden in the air, suddenly took action. For dark nooses, carrying a strong breath of death, stretched out towards the earth-splitting bear. Seeing this, the earth-splitting bear used its powerful punches to quickly knock the sharp noose spears away. But Ziyun, who had already mastered the use of the dark noose, was not so easy to deal with. After the 4 chains were knocked away, they immediately turned into thorns and entangled, flexibly and quickly binding the body of the earth-splitting bear tightly. Realizing that he had been tricked, the earth-splitting bear kept roaring and struggling. Well done, little Ziyun. Meow Meow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the green light in his eyes reappeared. He concentrated on using his telekinesis and forced the earth-splitting bear to stay in the air. Xiaobai. Kill him with the cold spike. Li Bo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Understood, master. Xiaobai's eyes quickly locked onto the earth-splitting bear that was suspended in the air, and then a series of narrow and piercing ice spikes shot out at once. Without exception, all of these cold-edged thorns penetrated the body of the earth-splitting bear with incredible precision, turning it into a hedgehog alive. However, what Li Bo did not expect was that after being attacked by the 3 pets together, the earth-splitting bear showed no signs of death, and instead the fighting spirit in its eyes became much stronger. Roar! The earth-splitting bear let out a painful howl that echoed throughout the forest, and then its eyes turned scarlet. Ziyun's chain showed signs of bursting as it struggled. Bang bang! There were 4 crisp sounds in succession, and the earth-splitting bear actually used brute force to break the dark noose. Then its body shook violently, and the dense cold spikes were suddenly shot out, and the blood on its body continued to rush out along the wounds. Damn it! He's really thick-skinned. Li Bo cursed inwardly and saw that the earth-splitting bear's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that it was completely enraged. Everyone be careful. Li Bo quickly reminded several pets. Unexpectedly, the next second, the earth-splitting bear quickly turned its gaze and stared at Li Bo on Xiaobai. Immediately afterwards, the ground where Xiaobai was standing began to sprout up like mushrooms after rain. Li Bo was very quick to notice this scene. It's using Earth Bind, Xiaobai, fly. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai quickly spread his wings, trying to get off the ground. But the woods were filled with dense vegetation and numerous obstacles, and Xiaobai's huge body was unable to move at all. Before he flew a few meters, his feet were quickly grabbed by the mud tentacles and Xiaobai was pulled off the ground. Seeing that the evil plan succeeded, the earth-splitting bear's eyes flashed with cunning, and then it used the explosive charge again to rush towards Xiaobai. Humph! You're just dreaming! Li Bo sneered. The earth-splitting bear rushed forward recklessly, and when it was less than 5 meters away from Xiaobai. Purple cloud! Red sky thunder prison! Li Bo shouted. There was a loud bang. A huge circular thunder array suddenly appeared in the sky above the earth-splitting bear's head, tightly surrounding it. The earth-splitting bear couldn't stop at all and crashed into the edge of the thunder array, and was trembling all over from the electric shock. It realized that something was wrong, so it quickly retreated and hid in the center of the thunder array. When he looked up, he saw a strange purple cloud hanging over his head with murderous intent. Boom! Ziyun decisively used thunder and struck directly at the top of the earth-splitting bear's head. Unexpectedly, an earth-colored shield suddenly appeared in the hand of the earth-splitting bear. It quickly held the shield above its head, and the lightning shot by Ziyun was quickly absorbed by it. Oh? Earth shield? Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw that all the lightning in the thunder array was blocked by the sky. He thought that it was not a solution to keep going down. After all, high-level skills were very energy-consuming. With Ziyun's current level, he could not maintain the Qishao Thunder Prison for too long. At this time, Miao Miao had already rushed to Xiaobai and quickly used his sharp claws to forcibly cut off the mud-shaped tentacles on her feet. Seeing that his thunder was blocked by this guy, Ziyan looked dissatisfied and said, "Come again." Another powerful thunder struck, but unsurprisingly, it was absorbed by the earth shield in the earth-splitting bear's hand. Ziyun! Use rain of arrows. Suddenly, Li Bo had an idea and said, "Okay. Brother Li Bo." Crash! Ziyan decisively changed his moves, and saw a dense rain of arrows falling rapidly above the thunder formation. The earth-splitting bear still chose to use the earth shield to resist. Seeing that its defense was still effective, it looked at the purple cloud in the sky with sarcasm. As long as the effect of the thunder array dissipates, it will be time for it to counterattack. But what the earth-splitting bear didn't expect was that although the rain of arrows did not hit it directly, it gathered into puddles of varying sizes on the ground in the center of the thunder array. As the soil became gradually moist and water continued to flow, the earth-splitting bear suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Use thunder on the ground," Li Bo suddenly shouted. Chapter 98 Charm. With a loud bang. Another red lightning strike. Although the earth-splitting bear can block the lightning above its head, it is completely defenseless against other parts of the lightning array. After the lightning struck the water, the electric current instantly spread along the puddle, enveloping the entire body of the earth-splitting bear. The earth-splitting bear howled miserably, its body trembling uncontrollably, and its earth shield quickly disintegrated under the impact of the electric current. Under the intense electric current, the earth-splitting bear's defenses dropped sharply, and its arms suddenly became weak and powerless. This flaw also gave Li Bo the opportunity to strike the winning blow. "Xiaobai Niao, it's now," he said with a gleam in his eyes. Xiaobai and Miao Miao nodded, and then flew towards the left and right sides of the earth-splitting bear. The dragon-splitting claw and the tearing claw clamped the earth-splitting bear's arms at the same time. Then Xiaobai and Miao Miao exerted force in opposite directions and forcibly removed the huge arms of the earth-splitting bear. Pillars of blood gushed out from both sides of the earth-splitting bear, and it let out an extremely heart-wrenching scream. Roar! The earth-splitting bear, having lost both arms, was in great pain, but reason eventually triumphed over anger, and it instantly understood that the human beastmaster in front of it was not someone it could afford to offend. After making up his mind, the earth-splitting bear took heavy steps and ran wildly in the opposite direction. "You killed so many of my people, and you still want to run away?" Kai Lin on the side was the first to react and quickly chased after the earth-splitting bear in his original form. When seriously injured, the earth-splitting bear was no match for the angry Kai Lin in speed. She quickly wrapped herself around the broken body of the earth bear and decisively released the death coil. The thick and long python body instantly wrapped the earth-splitting bear tightly, and then Kai Lin decisively exerted force and quickly retracted his body. Snap! From a distance, Li Bo could only hear the sound of the earth-splitting bear's bones constantly breaking. Immediately afterwards, a bloody scene happened. There was a huge explosion with a bang. Kai Lin actually forced the earth-splitting bear's body to burst, and blood splattered everywhere. When she released her body, only some mutilated corpses were left on the ground. Seeing this scene, he was stunned and said, "You are really cruel." As he spoke, he walked over and took out the brown, shiny crystal core of the earth-splitting bear from the corpse. Li Bo weighed it in his hand with satisfaction. Such a mature crystal core could be sold at a good price. Humph. I don't know how many of my compatriots this beast has killed. It's too easy for it to die like this. Kai Lin still had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "Well, Kai Lin, since I helped you deal with the earth-splitting bear, don't forget your previous promise," Li Bo said at this time. Kai Lin was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her head and asked Li Bo to turn her into a beast girl. She looked at Li Bo with gratitude. "My lord, you have helped us eliminate our great racial enemy. Kai Lin will certainly not break his promise." Kai Lin smiled and said, "Please follow me, sir. The snake breath grass is in my cave." In the cave? Li Bo was stunned for a moment. He thought that the snake-breathing grass was nourished by the breath exhaled by python pets every day, so it made sense for it to grow in the cave. This magical herb has the effects of healing and detoxification. Whether it is saving people or treating pets, it is a treasure with outstanding healing effects. "Well then I'll go with you," said Li Bo. Upon hearing this, Kai Lin's face lit up with joy, and she began to lead the way. After wandering around in the dense forest for a while, they came to an extremely hidden giant cave entrance. The cave entrance was more than 3 meters high, and there was mist in front, which was quite mysterious. "We're here, sir." Kai Lin stopped and said. Li Bo hesitated for a moment. Kai Lin. I won't go in, can you help me pick it out? Looking at this deep and bottomless cave, Li Bo still felt a little scared. What? Are you afraid that Kai Lin will harm you? Kai Lin asked. This snake breath grass was nurtured and cared for by Kai Lin day after day for many years. It is Kai Lin's life's work. If I don't see you take it away with my own eyes, I will only feel immense regret. Besides, you have so many powerful pets by your side. Even if Kai Lin wanted to harm you, she would definitely be no match for you, master. That does make some sense. Li Bo touched his chin and said, then let's go and take a look. He thought about it and decided that if Kai Lin didn't listen, he would just sign a contract with her and she would be obedient. Kai Lin led the way in front, and Li Bo followed closely with a few beast girls. He thought the cave would be pitch black, but to Li Bo's surprise, above the cave entrance, there were vines covered with green glowing fruits. Li Bo knew this thing, it was called fluorescent vine. Its fruit could emit soft light, just like a light bulb that could illuminate the surroundings. It could only grow in places with abundant spiritual energy. In this light, it makes sense that snake breath grass is grown here. With the light of the glowing vine, they continued to walk deeper into the cave. After a while, Kai Lin brought them to the deepest part of the cave. At the end, Li Bo discovered that there was an extremely flat open space, surrounded by flowers and plants of various colors. It was beautiful and had a refreshing fragrance. I think this should be where the colorful scaled python sleeps. Li Bo's eyes scanned the flowers and plants briefly, and when he saw a scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a green grass that emitted a faint glow. The grass stem was slender and the leaves were in a strange diamond shape. Under the glow, it looked like it was carved from jade. It stood out from the surrounding flowers and plants like a crane among chickens. Li Bo recognized it at a glance. This was the snake-breathing grass bred by Kai Lin. Seeing Li Bo staring upwards without moving, Kai Lin smiled and said, Sir, if you count carefully, this snake breath grass has been with Kai Lin for over 100 years. Every morning, I use my breath to nourish it for half an hour. It can be considered as Kai Lin's half-child. Feeling the reluctance in Kai Lin's words, Li Bo smiled dumbly. Kai Lin, if you have any other conditions, just tell me directly. As long as you are willing to give up, I will consider any reasonable request. Hearing this, Kai Lin was startled, and then said, Your Excellency is truly thoughtful, kind, and generous. It would be great if Kai Lin could stay by your side like them. As she spoke, Kai Lin cast an envious glance at Xiao Bai and the others standing beside her. She looked at Li Bo shyly. Kai Lin's request is very simple, that is. Can you please summon your pets back to the pet space? Summon back to the pet space? Li Bo felt a sense of vigilance. Why? Don't misunderstand, my lord. Kai Lin hurriedly explained. Kai Lin just wants to be alone with you for a while. Kai Lin bit her red lips and said this, a faint blush already rising on her face. Great. Brother Li Bo is going to benefit someone else again. Ziyun on the side had already seen through everything. Oh well. Seeing that there were no other strange pets around except Kai Lin, Li Bo was silent for a while, and decided to summon Xiao Bai and the others back to the pet space. With Li Bo being the only one left in the cave, it suddenly became quiet. Kai Lin blushed and pulled him towards the empty stone among the flowers. Kai Lin, what are you doing? Li Bo looked at her in confusion. Kai Lin said nothing and slowly lowered her head. In an instant, the thin colorful veil on her body suddenly slipped from her shoulders, revealing a pale body as pure as a god, which fell into Li Bo's sight without a single detail missing. Chapter 99 The Snake Cave is beautiful. Seeing this scene, Li Bo suddenly felt dry in the mouth and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, his whole body was limp, except for one place. Kai Lin, what are you doing? Kai Lin slowly raised her head, two jade-like peaks standing in front of her. Her pretty face blushed and she said, My lord. Our man-snake tribe has survived in this miasma forest for tens of thousands of years. Male man snakes are responsible for defending our territory against powerful enemies, while female man snakes are responsible for cultivating snake breath grass and bearing offspring. Under this clear division of labor, we have continued a tradition. Tradition? What tradition? Li Bo couldn't help but become curious. At this time, Kai Lin's face became redder and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. This tradition is that when a female man-man snake cultivates the snake breath grass to maturity, she will offer it to a member of the tribe she likes and become their partner. Ah. This. At this moment, Kai Lin sighed softly. Your Excellency has seen that our tribe was massacred by the earth-splitting bear, the man-man snakes suffered heavy casualties, and the elite color-scaled pythons were completely wiped out. I am the only one left. In order to get you to take action, Kai Lin had no choice but to offer the snake breath grass she cultivated herself as a condition. Now that the powerful enemy has been eliminated, Kai Lin does not ask you to be my partner, but please grant me your grace and fulfill my last wish. Is this what you wish for? Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Kai Lin was about to cry, he thought it was a serious task, but it turned out to be just plowing the fields. It just so happens that what I am best at is farming. Hey Kai Lin. Since you said so, why don't you just come with me? You've seen Xiao Bai and the others too. It's so lively with so many sisters together. Hearing this, Kai Lin shook her head sadly and helplessly. My lord, you are a gifted man. Kai Lin would love to be your pet and travel the world with you to see the vastness of the world. But Kai Lin can't do this. Kai Lin still has her own people. The miasma forest is a place where the weak are the prey of the strong. Currently, no man-man snake has evolved into an elite. As their pillar, Kai Lin must shoulder the hope of revitalizing the race. I can't be so selfish and just walk away. Why? Li Bo sighed lightly. Kai Lin was bound by racial morality and could be considered a miserable person. Kai Lin is so righteous, I am narrow-minded. Since you understand Kaylin, it's worth it that Kaylin has dedicated her life's love to you. Kai Lin's eyes were full of spring, and she accidentally met Li Bo's eyes. They could clearly feel each other's warm breath, and the atmosphere suddenly became charming. Colorful scales. Sir, don't say anything. Kai Lin's soft lips were full of affection and gently blocked Li Bo's words before they came out. Relying on the gravity of her body, Kai Lin pushed Li Bo down. 6 hours later. Li Bo pulled up his trousers. Kai Lin snuggled tightly against his shoulder and suddenly began to sob. My lord! Kai Lin, can't bear to leave you. 2 lines of cold tears slid down Li Bo's chest. Li Bo was at a loss for a moment, wondering why she suddenly started crying. It seems that being too charming is not a good thing. Li Bo helped Kai Lin wipe away her tears, hugged her and said, Kai Lin. According to what you said before, if someone in the tribe can take your place, you can escape and leave, right? Kai Lin nodded and said firmly. When Kai Lin trains a capable man-man snake, I will follow you wherever the world ends. I just hope you won't look down on Kai Lin's low talent. Seeing Kai Lin's infatuation, even if Li Bo had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Kai Lin and said seriously. Kai Lin, no matter when you come to see me, my beast taming space will always have a place for you. If you don't believe me, I can conclude a contract ceremony with you right now. Contract ceremony? Really, sir? Kai Lin's face was excited for a while, and then he said with some worry. But, sir, I heard that human beast masters have limited mental power. Kai Lin has taken up one of your contract qualifications for no reason, and he can't fight for you. Wouldn't that be a burden to you? Li Bo smiled. That's true for ordinary people, but unfortunately I'm not an ordinary person. As long as Kai Lin is willing. I do. Kai Lin looked at Li Bo with her beautiful eyes, her tone extremely firm. Looking at Kai Lin's eyes, Li Bo smiled gently. In that case, then a contract. A flash of light passed by, and Li Bo quickly concluded a contract ceremony with Kai Lin. From this moment on, the two could sense each other's presence. Grown-ups. Kai Lin was so moved that she pushed Li Bo down again. After having a good sleep in the Kailin cave, Li Bo didn't wake up until noon the next day. When he opened his eyes, he found Kai Lin lying beside him, resting his chin on his head and looking at him. Kai Lin, why are you staring at me? Li Bo said a little embarrassedly. I don't know when we'll meet next time. Kailin wants to see more of you, sir. Kailin smiled with her eyes curved like the moon. You are so handsome. Kailin likes you very much. Li Bo dragged his tired body to sit up and looked at her lovingly. Silly Kailin, it's not like we'll never see each other again. But before that, Kai Lin must memorize your appearance and every hair in her heart. Kai Lin chuckled and said, My lord, this is for you. As she spoke, Kai Lin suddenly took out a piece of bright green grass from behind her and handed it to Li Bo. It was she who picked the snake breath grass that she had nurtured for many years. Colorful scales. After a night of companionship, Li Bo and Kai Lin became much closer, and now he felt a little embarrassed to take the snake-breathing grass away. Kai Lin seemed to know Li Bo's thoughts and said with a smile, "My lord, there's no need to feel guilty. This snake breath herb was originally prepared by the female man-man snake for her husband. If you take it away, Kai Lin will only feel happy." After saying that, Kai Lin lowered her head very reservedly. "Ah. Like this, haha." Li Bo laughed dryly twice and put the snake breath grass into his bag. At this time, Kai Lin said, "Sir, snake breath grass has the magical effect of detoxifying and relieving pain. Although it is a good medicine for treating diseases, Kai Lin hopes that you will never need to use it." Hearing Kai Lin's heartfelt advice, Li Bo felt warm in his heart. "Then there's no need, I'll keep it by my side and take it out to look at it whenever I miss Kai Lin." Grown-ups. Kai Lin pouted coquettishly, and her eyes were blurred by Li Bo's coaxing. Li Bo saw that her eyes were shrunken and she was about to push him down, so he thought to himself that he could not bear it anymore, so he waved his hands hurriedly. "Kai Lin. No, no. My body won't be able to handle this. Oh well." Kai Lin lifted up her clothes with a hint of disappointment. At this time, Li Bo said again, "Kai Lin, I have important things to do in this miasma forest. I can't stay with you for long. When I become stronger, I will come and take you back. Kai Lin will also work hard to become stronger just like your other pets." Chapter 100 Primary Magic Mushroom. After bidding farewell to Kai Lin, Li Bo, under the guidance of Tutu, continued to search for Yinchun fertile soil. The dense forest was damp and cold, and there were many mosquitoes, making the already rugged journey even more difficult and dangerous. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset again. Li Bo stopped and said to several beast girls, "It's getting late. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night and continue searching tomorrow?" "Humph," Ziyun muttered. "It's because Brother Li Bo insisted on tangling with the giant python. Otherwise, we might have found the fertile soil for the rabbit to evolve." "That's right. Master is too partial." Xiao Bai was also a little dissatisfied. "Ziyun and I have been with the master the longest, and we have never been treated like this. Forget about the rabbit, that's necessary for evolution. Ziyun and I have no objection. But the master has already favored this colorful scaled python since she was just contracted. Could it be that she is disgusted that Ziyun and I are not worthy of the master's eyes?" Hearing this, Miao Miao shrank to the side, fearing that Xiao Bai and the other two would point their spearheads at him again. Cough cough. Li Bo said somewhat embarrassedly, "I am forced by the situation. Kai Lin has lived in the mountains for a long time, and it is rare for her to see me. This is like a long drought finally coming to an end. Unlike you two, you are inseparable from your master all day long, hee hee. We're almost dying of drought. Brother Li Bo." Ziyun said proudly, "I don't care anyway, from now on we can each have one day." "What? One person per day?" Hearing such shocking words, Li Bo almost fainted on the ground. It turned out that Ziyun didn't regard him as the master at all, but treated him as a livestock. These beast girls are not vegetarians. One person a day, how can their bodies keep up with the nutrition? Xiao Bai burst out laughing and said to Ziyun, "Ziyun, you're not right. As the saying goes, slow progress leads to long-term success. If you keep doing this, the master will be unable to stand up in 3 days." "But," she changed the subject, "the master said it himself. We will be rewarded after we win the martial arts competition." "That's right." Ziyun's eyes lit up. "That's easy. Defeating Wang Lingchuan's big, stupid ox is as easy as drinking water. When the time comes, don't regret it, Brother Li Bo." Hearing the two beast girls bring up this matter again, Li Bo's forehead was covered with black lines. He coughed twice and pretended not to hear it. He looked at Bunny and suddenly asked, "Speaking of rabbit, how far is this from that densely forested place you mentioned?" Bunny looked straight ahead, constantly using the tip of his nose to sense the faint scent in the air. "It's not far, sir," she said solemnly. "Not far away?" Hearing this, Li Bo quickly gave up the idea of camping on the spot and said to the beast girls, "Although it's getting a little dark, Bunny said there might be clues to the fertile spring soil ahead. Everyone, work harder and evolve Bunny, then we'll go home. I'll obey the master." Xiao Bai responded first, and the other 3 beast girls nodded in unison. The rabbit changed back into the wood spirit rabbit form again and continued to explore the way ahead. Passing through one forest after another, and with the light too dim at night, Libo's pace was obviously unable to keep up. Bunny! Slow down, don't be so impatient. Seeing that the rabbit was running faster and faster, Libo said with some difficulty. Sir Rabbit smells it, it's good stuff. Tutu excitedly conveyed the message to Libo. Nice one? Although Libo looked confused, he still took a step forward and chased after Tutu. When they arrived at an open flat ground, Tutu suddenly stopped and stared at the front. This is? Libo's eyes flickered, and he followed Tutu's gaze. Suddenly, an extremely lush and towering tree came into view. Libo looked up in surprise and saw that the tree was dozens of feet tall and its trunk was so thick that it required several people to hug it. The bark of this tree is rough and has deep lines. The tree has lush branches and leaves, and the emerald green leaves sparkle in the hazy moonlight, which immediately gives Libo an illusion of beauty. What surprised Libo even more was that under the big tree, there was a spotted mushroom the size of a palm, emitting a strange light. This is magic mushroom. Libo rubbed his eyes in disbelief and found that the shape of this mushroom was exactly the same as the magic mushroom recorded in the book. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Primary magic mushroom, after taking it, you can randomly upgrade one of your pet's primary skills to an intermediate level. So it's a primary magic mushroom. When he saw this line of information, the excitement in Libo's eyes dimmed a lot. Magic mushrooms are a natural spiritual plant that grows in places with abundant spiritual energy. Magic mushrooms are also divided into many levels such as primary, intermediate, and advanced according to their size and maturity. The higher the level, the stronger the skills that can be evolved. Generally speaking, the more vigorous the spiritual energy is, the higher the upper limit of the magic mushroom's growth level will be. This palm-sized primary magic mushroom not far in front of me can only evolve primary skills. As for Libo's pets, only Rabbit is useful now. After all, Xiaobai and the others' lowest skill level has reached intermediate. But no matter what, there is no need to be so dissatisfied with the treasures you picked up. Libo didn't rush to pick the magic mushrooms. Instead, he asked curiously, Rabbit, is this the place you mentioned? Well, sir. After all the twists and turns along the way, Rabbit finally found this place. At this time, Xiaobai turned around, looked around carefully, and said, Master, the trees around here are indeed much denser than those in other parts of the miasma forest. It's only so obvious at night. Well, Brother Libo, the fertile soil that Rabbit needs may be under the giant tree. Ziyun guessed. Meow meow. What do you say? Libo set his sights on Meow Meow, who had the strongest mental power. Meow Meow frowned, sensed it carefully, and slowly spoke. Beast Master, I can feel it deep underground. There is indeed an extremely abundant amount of spiritual energy. Really? Libo was pleasantly surprised to learn that the fertile Yunchun soil was right below. After a lot of trouble, he could finally evolve the rabbit. He stroked his chin and looked at the giant tree in front of him, feeling that there was something indescribable weird about it. Because apart from this magic mushroom, there is almost no grass growing within 10 meters around the giant tree. If the giant tree absorbed all the spiritual energy from the soil below, then it is really strange that a magic mushroom appeared here out of nowhere. Moreover, there are many wild beasts in the miasma forest. Once treasures like magic mushrooms grow out, they will definitely be picked by some pets with high intelligence. No matter from which angle, Libo's intuition told him that these magic mushrooms that seem to be within easy reach must be hiding subtle dangers. Chapter 101, Giant Locust Tree Monster. Seeing that Libo was silent, Xiaobai asked, Master, what should we do? Should we take this mushroom? Take it. Of course you have to take it. But, you have to use the right method. Libo said mysteriously. How? Xiaobai was a little confused. Why don't I just fly over and bring it to the master? Of course not. What if my Xiaobai is in danger? Libo said with a smile, this matter only Ziyun can do it. Ziyun pointed at himself. Then Libo quietly conveyed a plan to Ziyun. After hearing this, Ziyun showed a mischievous smile, leave it to me, Brother Libo. In the darkness of the night, Ziyun quietly retreated behind Libo, then turned into a shadow and disappeared into the air. At this time, Ziyun had turned into his original form, using phantom mimicry to quietly lurk in the direction of the magic mushroom in the air. Seeing that Ziyun had locked onto the magic mushroom, Li Bo decisively told him, Ziyun. Now. Dark news. Two pitch-black chains quickly emerged from the silent air. Ziyun wrapped around the magic mushroom at lightning speed, and then quickly lifted it up from the ground. Next second. With a loud crash. Below the magic mushroom, a giant tree net woven from giant tree trunks suddenly appeared, quickly closing from bottom to top to form a huge tree cage. Seeing this scene, Li Bo sneered. It's a trick. However, Ziyun was far above the tree trunk, and his movement speed was extremely fast, so the giant tree cage couldn't trap Ziyun, and couldn't even catch the magic mushroom. Hey! I stole it! Ziyun smiled cunningly, slowly returned to Li Bo, and handed the magic mushroom to him. Well done! Ziyun! Li Bo weighed the magic mushroom in his hand, then looked at the giant tree and said jokingly. You're trying to trick me with just a single primary magic mushroom. Your bait is way too stingy. The next moment, the giant tree suddenly let out a low roar, and the trunk shook violently. Then, on the ancient trunk, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, staring at Li Bo, their eyes full of anger. Giant locust tree demon. Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although he had already guessed that this giant tree was a pet in disguise, Li Bo's heart was still stirred when he saw its true form. Because the level of this giant locust tree monster has reached the excellent level. Name, Giant Sephora Tree Demon. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, excellent first stage. Potential, excellent. Status, angry. Skills, Vine Ball Cage Intermediate, Anesthesia Mist Intermediate, Vine Whiplash Intermediate, Wind Blow Advanced, Spirit Attachment Advanced. Description: due to absorbing the spiritual energy of the fertile spring soil for many years, this giant locust tree demon is far more robust than its peers. Its branches have long penetrated hundreds of meters underground. The giant locust tree demon has developed a high level of intelligence and can create traps to lure and prey on other pets. Excellent female pet, it seems it's not possible to contract directly. Li Bo touched his chin. The contract talent is only valid for pets within his own level. As a second-level beast master, he certainly cannot directly contract the giant locust tree monster in front of him. After quickly giving up the idea of winning without fighting, Li Bo began to think about how to obtain the fertile soil of Yunchun. His guess was correct. Not only did this place contain fertile soil of spring, but the spiritual energy of the fertile soil on the surrounding surface had been absorbed by the tree demon, so there was no grass growing nearby. If you really want the rabbit to absorb the spiritual energy of the fertile spring soil, you must turn over the soil 100 meters underground. 100 meters. How long will it take to dig it? Li Bo suddenly got a headache. Seeing the giant locust tree demon staring at him with a fierce look on his face, it was obvious that he was still brooding over the fact that he had just stolen its magic mushrooms. After all, this guy had used this trick to prey on countless pets. At this moment, a breeze blew, and Li Bo keenly noticed that a faint mist was quickly emanating from the tree monster and was covering their team. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Bo's face changed. It's the anesthetic mist. This giant locust tree demon actually took advantage of the evening breeze to secretly use anesthetic mist, forcing Li Bo to secretly curse this guy for his cunning. In the pitch-black night, the visibility of the anesthetic mist is very low. If a few pets accidentally inhale the mist, they will become paralyzed and lose their combat ability, and then they will become lambs to be slaughtered. It looks like we have to resort to violence to obtain Yunchun fertile soil. Li Bo's face showed murderous intent. Xiao Bai Blizzard. After receiving Li Bo's order, Xiao Bai's azure dragon eyes suddenly shone in the night. She flapped her wings suddenly, and the sky full of white wind and snow covered the giant locust tree monster. The anesthetic fog that came quietly was easily blown away by the blizzard. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature in the air, the giant locust tree demon's blood-red eyes showed a trace of fear. It obviously did not expect that Li Bo could see through it. The blizzard continued to swallow the giant locust tree monster, quickly covering it with a thick layer of snow fog. Master! Why doesn't it run away? Xiao Bai looked at the scene curiously and felt that it was too simple. It's not that it won't escape. It's that it can't move. Li Bo frowned and said, the roots of this giant locust tree monster are 100 meters deep into the ground, how could it be moved so easily? However, the other party was an excellent level pet after all, and it was frozen into an ice sculpture. Li Bo always felt that things were not that simple. Never mind. Meow meow half moon slash. Leave it to me, Beastmaster. Meow Meow gathered the crescent-shaped long wave in his hand again, and with a swish, the crescent cut through the darkness and went straight towards the thick trunk of the giant locust tree monster. Bang! As expected, the half-moon slash hit the trunk of the giant locust tree monster directly, and dark green juice continued to overflow. But because the trunk was so thick, Meow Meow's half-moon slash only left a deep gash on the giant locust tree monster, and it was still more than halfway to cutting it in half. Seeing this, Meow Meow decisively extended his sharp claws and shot forward, ready to use his tearing claws to finish off the giant locust tree demon. Li Bo stared at the scene intently, feeling that everything was going too smoothly. "Don't worry, Beast Master. Finish the job quickly." Meow Meow turned around and smiled at him. But unexpectedly, the next moment, the giant locust tree monster covered by the blizzard suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, revealing a hint of cunning. I saw its body shaking rapidly, and the blizzard on its body immediately scattered. What made Li Bo feel even more incredible was that the wound on the tree trunk left by the half-moon cut was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Bo's pupils shrank sharply. "It has the ability to regenerate. Meow Meow, be careful." Chapter 102 Necromancy. What? Upon hearing this, Meow Meow's expression changed. Sure enough, when he turned around, the giant locust tree demon seemed to have recovered its fighting ability. At the same time, several thick green vines attacked Meow Meow like an overwhelming force. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Meow Meow gritted his teeth and quickly waved his claws to fight against the vine-whipping skill of the giant locust tree monster. Although Meow Meow relied on the sharpness of the tearing claws to cut off the vines one after another, because there were too many giant vines thrown out by the giant locust tree demon, Meow Meow soon became unable to cope and his feet were immediately entangled. The giant locust tree demon seized the opportunity and quickly used vines to hang Meow Meow upside down in the air. Then, under its blood-red eyes, a ferocious black mouth suddenly opened, ready to put Meow Meow into its mouth. Meow Meow's expression changed, just when she thought she was going to die. Swish! 2 white claws came quickly and cut off the vines that were wrapped around her. They were the dragon-splitting claws that Xiaobai had used. After Meow Meow was rescued, she quickly evacuated the spot and returned to Li Bo. She cast a grateful look towards Xiaobai. "Thanks, Xiaobai. Don't thank me. Thank my master. He asked me to save you." Xiaobai smiled. "Beast Master." Meow Meow looked at Li Bo, her cheeks flushed. "I knew you wouldn't ignore me. This tree demon is not easy to deal with. From now on, follow my instructions and don't act rashly," Li Bo said with a serious look. "Yeah." Meow Meow nodded seriously. Li Bo set his sights on the giant locust tree monster again. At this moment, it was in full condition, without even a trace of injury on its body. After checking the giant locust tree monster's panel again and confirming that it had no regeneration skills, Li Bo looked down at the ground suspiciously. Could it be that this guy relies on the spiritual energy provided by the fertile spring soil to fight? No wonder he can stand as strong as a mountain and not even be afraid of ice-type skills that can restrain him? Thinking of this, Li Bo suddenly felt that things were becoming difficult. This guy had taken root 100 meters below, and his roots must be intertwined. Relying on the endless energy from the fertile spring soil, he could continuously recover his injured body. Whoosh! Just as Li Bo was thinking quickly, a strong wind suddenly blew on the battlefield. "Brother Li Bo, the wind is blowing again. Did this guy sneak attack us with the anesthetic mist again?" Ziyun said with a frown. "This isn't a narcotic mist. This cunning thing, it's starting to use the wind blast." Li Bo smiled coldly, because he keenly discovered that this wind was not the natural wind blowing in the woods, but the wind and waves stirred up by the giant locust tree monster. If you don't observe carefully, it is easy to be confused by this guy. Meow Super Mirror Defense. Li Bo issued orders decisively. Meow Meow didn't dare to be careless and quickly summoned the Super Mirror. This time the Super Mirror directly formed an airtight hemisphere, covering the entire team. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the leaves on the ground dozens of meters nearby were swept up and gathered in all directions to form dozens of thick leaf tornadoes, which suddenly smashed towards Li Bo and others. It only took a second or two from the time the wind and waves surged to the time the tornado attacked them. Fortunately, the Super Mirror blocked it. Although the leaf tornado was surging, it was quickly bounced back. "You really are as predictable as a god." Meow Meow looked at the scene with lingering fear, and felt a touch of admiration for Li Bo's quick judgment of the situation. Seeing that Ji Longzhuan's attack had dissipated, Ziyun quickly shot a red sky thunder at the giant locust tree monster from a distance. With a loud bang, lightning broke several thick branches of the giant locust tree monster, leaving behind black charred marks. But just as Li Bo expected, the giant locust tree demon has the ability to regenerate continuously with the support of the fertile soil of Yunchun. The broken parts of its body that were split by the purple clouds quickly grew branches like bamboo shoots after rain, and it became brand new again. What? It's growing again? Zian looked at the scene in disbelief and said angrily, "Brother Li Bo, how about I just summon the Scarlet Sky Thunder Prison and kill this guy instantly? I'm afraid it won't be easy in seconds." Ziyun. Li Bo frowned and said, "Although Scarlet Thunder is powerful, grass-type pets are quite resistant to electric-type skills. Furthermore, this tree demon has an endless regeneration ability. Blindly using the ultimate skill will only waste energy. What should we do then?" Li Bo touched his chin and said, "The only one who can restrain this guy here is Xiao Bai, the ice type." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Bai and said, "Xiao Bai, go to the air and use hailstones to fight this guy first." In addition to restraining the giant locust tree demon, hail also has the effect of reducing resistance. Li Bo does not expect the hail to kill this outstanding tree demon in 1 second. He plans to lower its condition and then let several pets use damage to force it to death. After saying that, Xiao Bai quickly flapped his wings and flew into the sky. However, just as Li Bo looked up, he discovered that the originally empty sky near the giant locust tree monster was now covered with dense trees, and the moonlight pouring down from the sky was completely blocked. Blocked by the intersecting branches, Xiao Bai's huge body couldn't fly high into the sky at all. What's going on? Li Bo was immediately puzzled, because he clearly remembered that there was no vegetation in the area near the giant locust tree monster. These trees that came close out of nowhere, could it be? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly ordered ice armor. Xiao Bai didn't dare to hesitate and quickly summoned ice armor to cover his body. Sure enough, the moment the ice armor appeared, the big trees next to it suddenly seemed to wake up, growing thick wooden arms and slamming towards the flying Xiao Bai. Those wooden arms were extremely powerful, and they made a dull sound when they hit the ice armor. Fortunately, the ice armor is strong enough to protect Xiao Bai temporarily. But Xiao Bai lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Are you okay, Xiao Bai?" Li Bo looked worried and hurriedly checked Xiao Bai's injuries. Fortunately, he did not fall into a negative state. "I'm fine, master. It's just that these trees seem to have become spirits," Xiao Bai said with a somewhat unhappy expression. "It's necromancy." Li Bo stared at the giant locust tree demon not far away. This guy used necromancy to control these originally unconscious trees. This is going to be tricky. At this time, the giant locust tree demon had an extremely strange look in his eyes, and the dense leaves on his body were emitting a bright spiritual energy that continued to spread towards the surrounding trees. Boom boom. As the surrounding trees absorbed the giant locust tree demon's spiritual energy, thick and long arms like dead trees continued to appear on both sides of the trunks. Pairs of extremely scarlet eyes opened silently in the darkness. Chapter 103 Yixian Blade. Tree Spirit. Because the giant locust tree demon forcefully infused these ordinary trees with spiritual energy, they've developed an attack consciousness and can now move their bodies. Their combined combat power has reached elite levels. Be careful of their wooden limbs. Seeing the tree spirits constantly waking up around him, Li Bo couldn't help but take a breath. It can actually summon so many tree spirits at the same time. I wonder how much spiritual power of the fertile spring soil is stored in this giant locust tree monster. "Sir, the enemy is coming." Looking at the big tree that was getting closer and closer to them, Tutu's face tightened. Because the arms these guys grew were extremely old, and coupled with those weird eyes, they looked really creepy. If young master hadn't insisted, Tutu really didn't want to bring him into such a dangerous situation. "Don't be afraid, bunny." Li Bo stroked her rabbit ears and said, "As the saying goes, if an enemy comes, we will fight him with our army. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. These tree spirits are just intimidating. Compared to true elite pets, they are still quite far behind." "That's right, bunny. With the sisters here, today, no matter what, I will evolve you into an elite." A fighting spirit surged in Ziyun's eyes. At this time, dense swarms of tree spirits had surrounded Li Bo's team. Several pets had serious expressions in their eyes and were ready for battle. Xiao Bai's eyes were extremely cold as she looked at the two huge tree arms falling down. She jumped up and took the initiative to meet them. After the two dragon claws grabbed the tree arm tightly, only a snapping sound was heard. Xiao Bai actually broke the thick tree arm in half, and then she swept out a cold blade from her tail, cutting the tree spirit in half. Ziyun was not willing to be outdone and continued to thunder, splitting the tree arms that were covering it one after another. Miao cooperated with Ziyun tacitly. Once Ziyun chopped off the tree arm, she would take advantage of the situation and kill the tree spirit directly with her tearing claws. As more and more tree spirits were awakened by the giant locust tree demon, the fighting became more and more intense. Xiaobai, Ziyun and Miao were the main forces in the battle, standing scattered around and constantly killing the tree spirits that were approaching. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with cold air, lightning flashed, and phantoms kept flying around. My three sisters are all so amazing. This scene completely stunned Tutu. This level of battle was simply not something he could participate in. Tutu couldn't help but wonder, after evolving, would she be as powerful as her sisters? Bunny, I leave the master to you. After Xiaobai killed several attacking tree spirits, he quickly turned around and gave instructions to the rabbit on Li Boa's shoulder. Tutu quickly recovered from her trance, her eyes suddenly becoming serious and determined. Sister Xiaobai, I will protect the young master. After saying that, Tutu jumped off Li Bo's shoulder and looked around vigilantly, not missing any movement that might pose a threat to Li Bo. After hearing this, Xiaobai felt relieved. He let out a deafening dragon roar and threw himself into the battle again. Suddenly, a big tree next to Li Bo suddenly opened its eyes. After being awakened by the giant locust tree demon, it quickly stretched out its huge wooden arms and smashed towards Li Bo. Young master, be careful. Bunny was startled and quickly stood in front of the newly awakened tree spirit. Like a conditioned reflex, Tutu used the only attack skill he had, leaf knife. Swish! Several emerald green leaves condensed out from the 4-leaf clover on the rabbit's ear and flew towards the falling wooden arm. However, what Tutu didn't expect was that the flying leaf knife he threw only left a few shallow marks on the thick wooden arm, and was unable to stop his fierce attack. Seeing that the wooden arm was about to hit the rabbit, Li Bo reacted quickly. He pounced on the rabbit, hugged it in front of him, and then rolled quickly 2.5 times on the ground before he avoided the attack of the tree spirit. Looking at the big hole that the tree spirit's wooden limb had smashed into the ground, Li Bo was still frightened. That was a close call. Just as the tree spirit swung its wooden arms to attack again, whoosh! A white moon wave quickly penetrated the air. Miao used a half-moon slash to smash the wood spirit into pieces. Seeing this scene, Tutu felt mixed emotions. Her sisters can all kill powerful enemies on their own, but she can only hide in the young master's arms. I'm sorry, sir. Rabbit said in frustration and disappointment. Rabbit is so useless. He can't even beat a tree spirit. Rabbit, this is not your fault. Li Bo comforted. This tree spirit is already thick-skinned and tough, and Leaf Blade is a basic skill, so it's normal that it's not powerful enough to break its defense. Not powerful enough? Tutu blinked her watery eyes and looked at Li Bo. Sir, is there any way to increase the power of the Leaf Blade? There was an unprecedented desire in Bunny's eyes to become stronger. Increase the power? Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then he touched his chin and pondered. The Leaf Blade skill does have a relatively mature evolutionary path. After training to a certain level, it can be upgraded to an intermediate skill leaf spinning blade. And when your pet has fully mastered the Leaf Blade, it can take it one step further and eventually upgrade it to the advanced skill Leaf Storm. Seeing the battle between Night Shadow Rose and Night Shadow Rose at Sunset Beach, the Leaf Storm she unleashed was the final form of the Leaf Blade after its evolution. Leaf Storm can gather thousands of leaves, turning them into a hurricane that sweeps through and crushes the enemy. It is a highly destructive grass-type skill. In the past, Night Rose relied on Yifengbao's move to successfully dissolve all the rain of arrows fired by the dragon turtle. However, these are still far away for the current rabbit. If she wants to evolve the Leaf Blade into a higher level Leaf Blade, the most urgent thing is to let her eat the primary magic mushrooms she just obtained. The evolution of magic mushroom skills is random. Since rabbit has two primary skills, Grass Fragrance and Leaf Blade, whether it can evolve into Leaf Blade depends on luck. At this time, Li Bo could not care about many things. Anyway, no matter which skill he evolved, it would not be a loss. So he suddenly took the magic mushroom in his hand. Bunny, come on, eat this. Have eaten? Tutu looked at the strange spotted mushroom in front of her. Although it smelled fragrant, she always felt that it looked a bit like a toadstool. But since the young master said so, he would definitely not harm himself, so Rabbit lowered his head and chewed the magic mushroom bit by bit. After a while, the magic mushrooms in Li Bo's hand were completely destroyed by Rabbit, and a message popped up on the system. Leaf Blade, Basic, Leaf Spinner, Intermediate. Leaf Spin, based on summoning flying leaves, the leaves automatically converge into a cross spiral, slashing opponents in the path. Chapter 10 for the full moon day. It actually worked, Li Bo said with a delighted expression. Although both Grass Fragrance and Leaf Blade can improve Rabbit's overall combat power after evolution, in the current situation, Rabbit urgently needs a skill with strong attack power. The Leaf Rotating Blade is the best choice to deal with these tree spirits in front of us. At this time, as more and more tree spirits appeared from the giant locust tree monster, Xiao Bai and the others were also caught in a fierce battle. On the battlefield, a tree spirit bypassed the gaps between several people and attacked Li Bo. Noticing this, Li Bo did not panic but laughed instead. You've come just in time. It's a good time to try out the power of my new skills. After the tree spirit rushed into the attack range. Boom! It swung out its two wooden arms without hesitation, attacking Li Bo from the left and right. Rabbit Leaf Rotating Blade. Li Bo shouted. Understood, sir. After receiving the order, Tutu activated the skill without hesitation. The four-leaf clover on its ear quickly emitted a brilliant light, and then countless sharp leaves gushed out. There is no doubt that the number of blades summoned by Leaf Spinner is far greater than that of Leaf Knife. Densely packed leaves continued to attack and quickly gathered into a huge cross-leaf blade. The edge of the leaf blade exudes a cold green light, with a fierce momentum that can cut through everything. In an instant, the huge condensed leaf blade began to spin rapidly, and then flew away to meet the tree spirit's long arms. Swish! The rotating leaf blades collided violently with the dryad's arms, making a harsh friction sound. The seemingly thick wooden arm was cut into pieces in an instant like paper by the leaf spinning blade. The tree spirit, who had lost both arms, shook his body in pain, and green juice splashed out from the broken ends. But the huge cross-leaf blade did not stop. It used the remaining momentum to directly embed into the branches of the tree spirit. Boom! The huge body of the tree spirit suddenly fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Good job, Bunny! Li Bo smiled. I killed the dryad. Bunny looked at the scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe it even in her dreams, that she, who once had no fighting ability at all, actually possessed such powerful fighting power after being trained by the young master in such a short period of time. In an instant, her admiration for Li Bo reached its peak. Brother Li Bo! There are simply too many tree spirits. We can't kill them all. After a loud thunder, Ziyun conveyed the message to Li Bo with some difficulty. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked around. Although the bodies of fallen tree spirits were scattered everywhere, every time Xiao Bai and his friends killed a wave of tree spirits, the giant locust tree demon would awaken more giant trees and surround them. Li Bo's eyes peered through the gap and fixed his gaze on the giant locust tree demon that was hidden by a giant tree not far away. This guy has too much spiritual energy stored in him. If we don't kill him quickly, the pets will be dragged down by this endless stream of awakened tree spirits sooner or later. Knowing the cunningness of the giant locust tree demon, Li Bo knew that he could not delay any longer. He fixed his eyes and made a decisive decision. Work together to break through. Give Xiao Bai a chance to win. Understood, the four pets said in unison. Li Bo stared intently at the battlefield and suddenly said, Ziyun! Retreat to the center of the battlefield. Meow! Cover Ziyun. Xiao Ziyun! Go! Leave everything here to me. Meow Meow nodded, took a few steps towards Ziyun, and used his tearing claws to continuously kill the tree spirits rushing towards him. At the same time, Ziyun ran quickly towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing that they were almost in position, Li Bo quickly issued another order. Ziyun! Use Thunder Roar quickly. Ziyun nodded, and the red lightning on his body quickly jumped and gathered, and the shadow of the thunder saber-toothed tiger reappeared in the air. Roar! A tiger roar mixed with huge thunder sounded, and an invisible wave spread towards the tree spirits around. For a moment, the movements of these tree spirits froze for a while, and then they seemed to have lost their direction and kept colliding with each other. Seeing that his opponent was in chaos, Li Bo shouted again. Clear the obstacles in the sky and let Xiao Bai fly. Leave it to us. Ziyun was the first to thunder, forcibly knocking down the nearest tree spirits. The rabbit released a leaf spinning blade, quickly cutting off the branches blocking the air. Finally, Meow Meow used his advanced skill Half Moon Slash to forcibly blast a big hole in the air, creating enough space for Xiao Bai to escape. Li Bo jumped onto Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, now is the time dragon dance. Woo-ah! A dragon roar echoed throughout the forest. Xiaobai flapped his wings rapidly, his white body spinning continuously, breaking through the encirclement of the tree spirits and soaring into the air. As the dragon dance was activated, a layer of dazzling white light surrounded Xiaobai's body, and all his attributes had been doubled. After riding on Xiaobai and reaching the sky, Li Bo looked down coldly at the gigantic body of the giant locust tree demon below. It's time to end at Cold Edge Thorn. With the help of Dragon Dance, every cold spike shot out by Xiaobai was extremely thick and long, reaching more than 1 meter in length. Whoosh whoosh! The densely packed cold thorns were like giant white cannonballs, bombarding the giant locust tree monster with great momentum. As if sensing the imminent threat of death in the air, the giant locust tree demon's expression changed drastically. Then, giant vines emerged from its body one after another and quickly wrapped around the trunks of the surrounding tree spirits. Then it kept lifting these tree spirits to form a dense defense, trying to block Xiaobai's attack. However, these protections were completely vulnerable in front of the cold thorns blessed by Dragon Dance. The cold thorns penetrated the tree spirit easily like piercing through thin paper, and stabbed the giant locust tree monster fiercely. Boom boom boom. After a while, the dense branches of the giant locust tree monster were blown into pieces by Xiaobai. The ice crystals exploded, and the green juice on the giant locust tree monster splashed everywhere. Under the moonlight, it was like a gorgeous fireworks feast. Is it over? While Tutu was surprised at Xiaobai's powerful destructive power, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, because she could still feel the active vitality deep in the soil. After a round of cold spikes, the giant locust tree monster's huge body had already been shattered and covered by a piece of white ice and snow. But there was no joy on Li Bo's face, because according to common sense, if they killed the excellent pet beast, Xiaobai and the others' levels would definitely be improved. Now that the system has not yet popped up the kill message, it means that the giant locust tree monster is not really dead. Suddenly, the ice and snow covering the ground moved slightly. Li Bo's face changed in shock when he noticed this. Rustle! At this moment, the movement on the ice and snow was getting louder and louder. Li Bo stared at the scene with his brows furrowed in the shape of a character. Could it be resurrected? This terrifying thought emerged in Li Bo's mind. Sure enough, the next moment, countless green vines sprouted out frantically from the place covered with ice and snow, and the giant locust tree demon was reborn in a more terrifying posture. Its trunk became thicker, and the branches were covered with thick green leaves, giving it an aura that covered the sky and the earth. The vines on it grew wildly, dancing in the air like pythons, bringing up strong winds. Whoosh! A huge vine suddenly stabbed towards Xiaobai. Dragon Claw! Li Bo quickly recovered from his shock and began to command the battle seriously. Xiaobai violently sent out 2 gusts of wind from his claws, cutting off the attacking vines, and then carried Li Bo high to a safe area. Seeing that the attack failed, the giant locust tree demon was extremely angry and transferred all his anger to the pet below. In an instant, its thick vines quickly surged out and attacked Ziyun and the other 2. At the same time, the several spirits that had stopped attacking because the giant locust tree demon fell down woke up again and surrounded Ziyun and the others with great momentum. Protect the bunny! Ziyun and Miao Miao, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded the lowest level rabbit in the center and fought hard against the giant locust tree demon. Master! Ziyun and the others are in danger. What should we do? Xiaobai said anxiously. Li Bo did not respond in a hurry. He narrowed his eyes and analyzed the situation carefully. He knew very well that there was no way to end this battle unless the giant locust tree demon was eradicated completely. But this guy's roots were deep in the ground, and he had a strong regeneration ability, which made Li Bo instantly in trouble. How do we eradicate this guy? Among all the pets present, only Miao Miao's telekinesis has the effect of keeping the pet in the air. But telekinesis is only an intermediate skill. With Miao Miao's current mental strength, it is impossible to pull this outstanding giant locust tree demon out of the mud that is 100 meters deep. At this time, the battle below became extremely fierce. Under the bright moonlight, Li Bo could clearly see that Ziyun and the other 2 were in a state of decline when facing the crazy attack of the tree demon. Moonlight? I remember, today seems to be the 15th. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Bo looked up abruptly. High in the sky, the half of the moon that was blocked by dark clouds was now fully revealed. Full moon day. Li Bo's pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 105 Moon Tide Form. Li Bo looked at Miao Miao below, and suddenly remembered the system's previous description of Moonlight Cat. Moonlight cats thrive on moonlight. Under a full moon, their combat power is greatly enhanced. God is helping me. Li Bo's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, and he quickly gave instructions to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai rushed back to the team. Understood, Master. Aiming at the direction of Ziyun and the others, Xiao Bai dived down rapidly. At this time, the giant locust tree demon had completely fallen into a state of madness. Li Bo could clearly see from the air that all the big trees within a mile radius had been resurrected by it and turned into tree spirits, which were constantly besieging Ziyun and the others. Boom boom. It was as if there was an earthquake all around. The tree spirits were so aggressive that soon they surrounded Ziyun and the others again. Hail! Li Bo's voice sounded again, and then Xiao Bai's eyes focused, and his wings suddenly waved out fist-sized hailstones that ruthlessly smashed towards the tree spirit below. Under the huge pressure of hail, Li Bo quickly blasted a big hole in the group of tree spirits. Xiao Bai found the right opportunity and quickly flew back to Ziyun. Seeing Li Bo again, Ziyun said nervously, "Brother Li Bo, what are you doing back here? It's too dangerous down there." Li Bo looked at Ziyun with a doting look. "Silly Ziyun. How could I abandon you? Besides, I already know how to deal with this giant locust tree demon." Hearing this, several beast girls turned to look at Li Bo with an incredible look on their faces. "Really? Brother Li Bo. We can finally kill this hateful tree monster," Ziyun said evilly. "Young master, but this giant locust tree monster relies on the spiritual power of the fertile spring soil and has the ability to regenerate continuously. I'm afraid that after we use all our strength to kill it, it will be resurrected again." Tutu was still a little worried. "As long as we uproot it, cut off its connection with the fertile soil of Yuncheng, and then kill it, we won't have to worry about its resurrection," Li Bo said with a smile. "Pull it out? How do I pull it out?" Rabbit was puzzled. Li Bo did not answer, but instead turned his gaze to Miao Miao, who was fighting fiercely on the side. Feeling Li Bo's gaze, Miao Miao quickly responded, "Beastmaster. What do you want to do?" Li Bo raised his head and pointed to Miao Miao with the full moon hanging in the sky. "Meow. With the moonlight's blessing, if you're in your original form, you can use your telekinesis to force this giant locust tree demon to stay suspended in the air." Telekinesis. Miao Miao glanced at the moonlight in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, "We can give it a try. Help me clear the obstacles." "No problem." Li Bo smiled faintly, "Don't worry about absorbing the moonlight, we will take care of these tree spirits." As he spoke, Li Bo set his sights on Xiao Bai. There's still some time left for the dragon dance bonus. Now's the time to use Blizzard. Roar! Xiao Bai roared to the sky and flapped his wings rapidly. In an instant, a biting cold wind blew, and large flakes of snow shot towards the surrounding tree spirits like sharp blades. The surrounding tree spirits were shaking their bodies under the attack of the blizzard, and their branches were frozen and cracked, making them unable to move. Taking advantage of this gap, Miao Miao quickly raised his head, looked at the full moon in the sky, and let out a sharp and piercing howl. Then her white tail grew long quickly, and her body changed from standing to crawling on all fours. Under the moonlight, the state of the phantom moon cat gradually emerged. Miao Miao has a slender body and is not very big. Its fur is white and it looks like a layer of moonlight is pouring on its body, shining with holy light. There is a distinct half-moon mark on Miao Miao's forehead, and his eyes are like a pair of dazzling emeralds, emitting a mysterious light. Seeing the magnificent figure of the phantom moon spirit cat in front of him, Li Bo was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he saw the true appearance of Miao Miao. At this time, Miao Miao was motionless, as if he had entered a state of emptiness. She stared intently at the bright moon in the sky, her blue-white eyes becoming extremely deep in an instant, as if she could communicate directly with the moonlight. As the moonlight continued to pour in, Miao Miao's body began to emit a soft blue light, and her aura became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the panel in Li Bo's eyes suddenly updated Miao Miao's status information. Phantom Moon Cat Moontide Form. Under the full moon effect, the power of the following skills will be temporarily greatly increased. Telekinesis Intermediate, Super Telekinesis Advanced. Half Moon / Advanced, Full Moon / Superb. What? This is extraordinary? Li Bo was not surprised that his telekinesis was upgraded to Super Telekinesis. After all, Miao Miao already had advanced skills, and it was reasonable for his telekinesis to be improved with the blessing of moonlight. But when he saw that the half moon / had also been upgraded, Li Bo immediately lost his composure. You know, Miao Miao is just an elite pet now, but it can actually use extraordinary skills. This makes Li Bo feel really uneasy. Although they only possess this ability for a short period of time, it is enough to illustrate the extraordinary talent of the Meow Meow race. With cultivation, it is only a matter of time before you comprehend the full moon slash. For some reason, Li Bo thought of Mu Aoshuai again. When they were in love, she always answered all his questions. But whenever Li Bo asked about Meow Meow's origins, Mu Aoshuai hesitated and refused to tell him. Thinking back to what Lin Feier said last time, that Mu Aoshuai's teacher and Lin Feier's teacher Yimei Gui were from the same school, Li Bo couldn't help but think that Mu Aoshuai's identity was probably far more complicated than it seemed. But the battle is not over yet. Li Bo quickly cleared his mind and focused his attention on the battlefield. Meow Meow Super Telekinesis. He shouted loudly. Meow. After a howl, green light burst out of Meow Meow's pupils, and an invisible wave of mental power swept towards the giant locust tree monster. The giant locust tree demon seemed to sense the danger and twisted its body frantically, trying to break free from the restraints of this mental power. At the same time, the tangled roots beneath its body desperately dug deeper in an attempt to stabilize its body. But with the blessing of the full moon, Meow Meow's telekinesis became extremely powerful, and the giant locust tree demon's struggle gradually seemed futile. Pulled by that huge mysterious force, the giant locust tree demon's body was completely out of its control and was forcibly pulled off the ground. After a while, its trunk completely broke away from the ground and was completely suspended in the air. A look of fear finally appeared on the face of the giant locust tree demon, and it continued to struggle desperately. At this time, Li Bo saw that there were still dense roots under the tree trunk firmly rooted in the fertile soil of Yunchun, so he shouted to Meow Meow. Meow Meow, try harder. We must uproot it. Meow Meow's expression became more focused, with a bright light in his green eyes. He concentrated all his mental strength, and his super telekinesis surged wildly. Whoosh! The giant locust tree demon was forcibly lifted by Meow Meow to a height of 100 meters as if riding a rocket. Chapter 106 Evolution. Flower Rabbit. When Li Bo saw that the roots were pulled out, a pile of fresh, moist and shiny soil was dug out from the ground, and he couldn't help but look very happy. Fertile soil. Success! However, the giant locust tree demon was only lifted up and was not really dead. If it were allowed to return to the ground, it would definitely take root in the soil again. Meow Meow full moon slash. Li Bo issued the order again. Meow Meow was surrounded by moonlight, and she spun her body rapidly, suddenly emitting a white circular light wave as big as a millstone, which blasted towards the giant locust tree demon with a sharp sonic boom. The full moon slash may not look big, but the power it contains is extremely terrifying. Wherever it passes, it is stained with a layer of death. The giant locust tree demon twisted its branches frantically, trying to resist this terrifying attack. But in front of the extraordinary full moon slash, its struggle seemed so pale and powerless. After the light wave hit the middle trunk of the giant locust tree monster, it exploded instantly, making a deafening roar. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the broken branches fell to the ground like shooting stars. Congratulations to the host. Successfully killed the giant locust tree demon. Frost Ice Dragon Upgrade Elite 5th Stage. Phantom Moon Cat Upgrade Elite 4th Stage. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade Elite 4th Stage. Finally done it. Looking at the prompt that popped up from the system, Li Bo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing that all the pets had been upgraded, only the rabbit was still standing still, Li Bo said with melancholy. Bunny, you're really at a loss for not evolving. With the demise of the giant locust tree demon, the spiritual energy of the surrounding tree spirits also collapsed. They closed their blood-red eyes and stopped moving, turning back into ordinary trees again and silently merging into one with the night. Master! Look! What is that? Suddenly, Xiaobai said as he looked at a green explosive falling rapidly from the sky. Huh? Could it be the crystal core of the giant locust tree demon? It doesn't look like it. Li Bo looked at the green object from afar. It was not the shape of a crystal core, but it exuded the aura of a crystal core. He couldn't help but feel extremely confused. Ziyun! Intercept it! Li Bo said quickly. Okay. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun quickly threw out a dark noose, which all wrapped around the green falling object. After this upgrade, the number of black chains shot out by Ziyun increased from 4 to 6, and the power was increased again. 6 chains quickly swept up the green falling objects layer by layer, and then Ziyun manipulated them and placed them on the ground in front of Li Bo. When Li Bo saw this thing completely, he was stunned by its strange appearance. This is a heart-shaped object, green all over, beating continuously on the ground. There seemed to be an immense amount of spiritual power constantly flowing in the heart. Through the dark green outer skin, Li Bo seemed to vaguely see the core of the heart, the excellent crystal core emitting a bright green light. It was the first time that Li Bo saw such a strange scene, and he couldn't help but feel very confused. What is this? The crystal core mutated into a heart? Just as his eyes were locked on this strange heart, 2 lines of information suddenly popped up on the system. Heart of wood, the heart formed by the mutation of the giant locust tree demon's crystal core, compressing all the spiritual energy of the fertile spring soil it has absorbed over hundreds of years. The heart of wood can be activated by a grass-type pet and detonated with power equivalent to a supernatural attack. Hiss! Extraordinary attack. When he saw these words, Li Bo took a deep breath. No wonder this giant locust tree monster can regenerate continuously and summon tree spirits as if it were free. It seems that all the absorbed spiritual power is stored in the heart of the tree. To some extent, it can be considered as a result of accumulated efforts. I have to say that this giant locust tree demon is quite smart. If conditions allowed, Li Bo would have contracted it. But now that he has obtained the heart of wood today, Li Bo feels that there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. After all, it was an extraordinary attack, and its value was extremely high. Except for pets like Meow Meow that have their own incredible mechanisms and can exert extraordinary power, generally speaking, only when pets reach the leader level can they comprehend extraordinary skills. With this thing on hand, I have an extra trump card. Li Bo believed that even if he encountered an excellent pet again, this heart would be able to blow it to pieces. After all, the scene of Meow Meow killing the giant locust tree monster with extraordinary power is still vivid in people's minds. Master Meow Meow fainted. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly shouted. What? Fainted. Li Bo hurried over to check and found Meow Meow lying motionless on the ground. Status, exhausted. It seems that the continuous use of high-level skills has caused too much damage to Meow Meow's body. Li Bo looked at Meow Meow's body with complicated eyes. If she hadn't insisted on following him to the miasma forest, today's battle would probably not have been so smooth. As an elite level, it is really too difficult to let Meow Meow use extraordinary skills. Thanks a lot. Li Bo gently stroked Meow Meow's fur and then summoned it back to the beast taming space to recuperate. Brother Li Bo. Can I evolve into a bunny now? Ziyun said with a smile at this time. Certainly. Li Bo smiled, put the heart of wood back into his bag, and walked towards the place where the roots of the giant locust tree monster were pulled out. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of the wet soil that had been turned up, squeezed it, and sniffed it. The humidity is just right, the color matches, and it has a nice fragrance. It's exactly the same as the characteristics of the Yunchun fertile soil described in the records. Master. It seems that Meow Meow has really done a great job. If it hadn't forced the giant locust tree demon into the air and turned over the soil, we don't know how long we would have to dig this fertile soil. Xiao Bai said at this time. Oh? From what Xiao Bai said, it seems that he approves of Meow Meow. Li Bo said in surprise. Master. I'm not a stingy dragon. Everyone has seen how much Meow Meow has worked hard today. It would be unreasonable to exclude her now. Hearing this, Li Bo showed a relieved smile on his face. Xiao Bai is really becoming more and more like an older sister. Then he set his sights on Bunny. Bunny. Are you ready? It's time to evolve. Bunny can't wait, sir. Bunny said with anticipation. Li Bo nodded, then signaled Xiao Bai and Ziyun to step back a few steps so that Rabbit could absorb it quietly. The rabbit lay obediently on the fertile soil of Yunchun. As its nose continued to inhale the spiritual power emitted from the soil, a soft light began to emanate from the rabbit's body. As time passed, the light grew brighter and brighter, completely enveloping the rabbit. Li Bo watched nervously, his heart full of anticipation. 10 minutes later, a reminder that the evolution mission was completed suddenly popped up in Li Bo's eyes. 1. Search for the foundation of life fertile spring soil and absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Quest progress, 10-10. 2. Infuse the essence of growth life dew, 3 drops. Quest progress, 3-3. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the evolution mission of Dead Tree Comes to Life. Wood Rabbit, Ordinary Level, Flower Rabbit, Elite Level. As the light on the rabbit quickly faded, its evolved image suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. Unlike Xiaobai Ziyun, whose size increased significantly after evolution, Tutu did not grow much larger due to evolution and still looks small and cute. However, the emerald green 4-leaf clover hanging on the long ear has turned into a pretty pink flower. There was a faint spiritual energy lingering all over her body. Compared to the ordinary wood spirit rabbit, the rabbit at this moment had an added charm. Name: Flower Rabbit. Gender: female. Attribute: grass. Level: Elite First Stage. Potential: excellent. Status: happy. Skills: Floral Fragrance Intermediate, Leaf Blade Intermediate, Photosynthesis Intermediate, Parasitic Seed Intermediate, Flash Shield Intermediate, Vine Strangulation Advanced. Description: As a pet that breaks through the racial hierarchy, the flower rabbit not only combines control and healing, but also possesses very impressive damage. Chapter 107: Parasitic Seed. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully evolved your third elite pet. Beast Taming Space Upgrade. Current beast taming space volume, 50,000 cubic meters. The beast taming space has broken through again. Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that the beast taming space would expand so much at once. 50,000 cubic meters, such a terrifying volume. If you tell others about it, I wonder how many high-level beastmasters will be jealous. Young master. At this time, Tutu kept rubbing its head against Li Bo's knees, and was extremely grateful to Li Bo for evolving it. From this moment on, she finally had the ability to fight alongside Ziyun and the others. Li Bo gently stroked the rabbit's fur, which was very tactile, and then carefully examined its panel. After evolution, rabbit's skills have increased from 3 to 6, and its strength has been greatly improved. However, what surprised Li Bo was that the original skill, Grass Fragrance, was also upgraded to Wood Flower Fragrance, as the rabbit evolved into the Flower Spirit Rabbit. Floral Fragrance: The flower rabbit releases a short-lived fragrance that anesthetizes the opponent upon impact. Anesthetized? Li Bo touched his chin. Although anesthesia was not a particularly severe negative effect, overall, the effect of the floral fragrance as a control skill was much better than that of the grass fragrance, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Detected that the flower rabbit skill Flower Fragrance Intermediate can be upgraded to Fragrant Petals Advanced. Do you want to accept the skill upgrade task? Fragrant Petals. Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the new task suddenly released by the system. He knew very well that as an advanced skill, Fragrant Petals was much more powerful than Floral Fragrance. Floral Fragrance, although it can paralyze the opponent, its disadvantage is that it spreads very slowly. The battlefield situation is ever-changing, and the enemy will not be stupid enough to stand there and smell your scent. But Fragrant Petals is different. The most intuitive thing is that it no longer releases fragrance, but several petals. Not only does it spread extremely quickly, but its petals are also as sharp as blades, causing considerable physical damage while controlling the enemy. Secondly, the aroma concentration of fragrant petals has reached a level that can cause hallucinations in pets. Once the opponent is hit, it will be far more than just paralyzed. Pets with insufficient willpower will be lost in its aroma and completely lose their combat ability. Receive. Li Bo accepted the skill evolution task issued by the system without hesitation. Task received successfully. Task requirements: collect the body odors of 5 different women beast girls are not included in the statistics. Current progress, 0.5. Holy crap! What kind of weird mission is this? When Li Bo saw the task requirements, he was immediately confused. No. How did you come up with the idea of collecting body odor? Wouldn't others think I'm a pervert? The damn system is taking advantage of me. Host, please believe in your own charm. Good luck. Moa. I don't believe you. You bad guy. 1,000 horses were galloping through Li Bo's mind. The key point was that this task required that the person must be a human of the opposite sex, and beast girls were not allowed. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake to complete. Collecting body odor. Li Bo felt extremely upset for a moment. He couldn't just run up to the girl and say, "Let me smell your fragrance." Otherwise, he would be regarded as a pig. Collect, right. Li Bo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly searched in his storage ring. After a while, he took out a pair of white stockings that were as white as new. Hee. I almost forgot, I'm still wearing Mu Aoshue's stockings. Li Bo smiled strangely, even though the stains on the stockings had been washed away. But there was still a trace of Mu Aoshue's body fragrance. Collect body fragrance +1. Floral fragrance evolution mission 1-5. Really? Seeing the latest progress bar popping up in the system, Rebirth suddenly realized that as long as he collected the medium with residual body odor of the opposite sex, it would be considered to meet the requirements. By this calculation, the task is not that difficult. Rebirth first thought of the women he was familiar with, but after studying for a long time, he still couldn't find the words to talk to them. Forget it. Put it aside for now. If it doesn't work, go buy some yanwei from the small yellow croaker. Rebirth quickly put this task behind him. Since Tutu had successfully evolved, the most urgent task was to upgrade quickly to catch up with Xiaobai and the others. The matter of skill enhancement can be put aside for now. Now that the giant locust tree demon is dead, it is time to set off for home. So many problems have occurred during our first foray into this misty forest these past 2 days. If we stay any longer, we might get into even bigger trouble. Young master. Seeing Rebirth was about to leave, Tutu suddenly called him. Ha? What's wrong, Bunny? Rebirth asked curiously. Bunny glanced at the dense forest around him. These tree spirits? Are we just going to ignore them? Tree spirit? Rebirth smiled. Rabbit. The giant locust tree demon is dead, so there's no tree spirit left. They're just ordinary trees now. But Rabbit can feel that there seems to be a sealed power in them. Rabbit said uncertainly. The sealed power? Rebirth's expression suddenly became serious, and he couldn't help but look around. Although these big trees had just been resurrected by several elves using necromancy, they now possessed elite-level destructive capabilities. But with the death of the giant locust tree demon, the tree spirits had long been cut off from each other and turned back into ordinary trees. Rabbit, can you sense the aura of them and the giant locust tree demon? Rebirth suddenly asked. Bunny shook his head vigorously. Sir. After these tree demons broke free from the control of the giant locust tree demon, they have become independent individuals. But strangely, the spiritual power in them did not disappear with the death of the giant locust tree demon. As they are both grass attributed, I can clearly feel the dust-covered power in them. What? There's still spiritual power in your body? Rebirth's eyes showed disbelief, then he touched his chin and began to think seriously. According to Tutu, these giant trees still possess the combat capabilities granted by the giant locust tree demon. However, the giant locust tree demon is dead, and it can no longer use necromancy to control them, so the tree spirits fell into a deep sleep. Thinking of this, a bold idea emerged in Rebirth's mind. There are at least 300 or 400 of these tree spirits. If I can revive and control them, they will become a powerful trump card in my hands. But how do we revive them? Rebirth looked at the 3 pets next to him. The only one that matched the attributes of the tree spirit was the grass-type rabbit. If Tutu can successfully control them, then Rebirth can definitely summon them back to the beast taming space. After all, 50,000 cubic meters of beast controlling space is enough to store and accommodate all the tree spirits. Control. Suddenly thinking of something, Rebirth's eyes lit up. That's right. Parasitic seeds. Chapter 108, Conquer the Tree Spirit Troops. Rebirth looked at Tutu suddenly, remembering that after evolving, Tutu had learned an intermediate skill, Parasitic Seed. The skill of Parasitic Seed, after using and hitting the opponent, can absorb the opponent's energy and use it for your own benefit. Combined with the random control skills of the grass-type pet, it can drag the opponent to death. It is a common combo combination for most grass-type beastmasters. But what many people don't know is that in addition to this old trick, parasitic seeds also have another little-known function. That is, after using the parasitic seeds, the spellcasting pet can use the parasitic seeds to influence and control the pet's actions. But after all, pets are self-aware. To reach this level, you must densely sow parasitic seeds on their bodies and forcibly control their bodies. In actual combat, it is obviously difficult to reach this level, so this tactic has been basically abandoned. But it was completely different for the tree spirits in front of him. They have no independent consciousness at all, and are just a body with empty power. With just a little guidance, their actions can be completely controlled. Thinking of this, Rebirth couldn't help but smile. This skill was simply tailor-made for controlling tree spirits. He excitedly said to Bunny, "Bunny, try to control these tree spirits with your parasitic seed skill." The rabbit nodded, and a light flashed on its body. Green seeds flew out of its body and shot towards the surrounding trees. The seeds attached themselves accurately to the tree and quickly drilled into the trunk. After a while, the originally still tree began to shake. Pairs of scarlet eyes slowly opened from the darkness again. The branches twisted and deformed, and the trunk grew arms, gradually evolving into the appearance of a tree spirit. The method really works. Libo stared at the scene intently, and his palms were sweating unconsciously. After all, Rabbit has just evolved into an elite, and is not yet so proficient in manipulating the parasitic seeds. If these tree spirits lose control, he will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Soon, all the tree spirits around woke up. Ziyun counted their numbers in the air. 380 in total. Brother Libo, are you sure about such a large number? Rabbit, Libo asked with some concern. Of course it's easy to catch, sir. Bunny smiled confidently. Under the precise guidance of the rabbit, the parasitic seeds on each tree spirit began to germinate in its body. The aura left by the giant locust tree demon on their bodies was gradually replaced by the rabbit. Feeling the rabbit's call, the tree spirits turned their heads and looked at her with empty eyes. Everyone, line up and stand still. From now on, you must obey my orders. Bunny gave orders to the tree spirits. Rumble. Under the command of Rabbit, these tree spirits lined up in dozens of rows very neatly, like well-trained soldiers. Libo looked at this group of dark and oppressive tree spirit troops with surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that Tutu really succeeded in controlling them all. He. Sir. How did I do? Bunny raised his head, expecting Libo's praise. Libo was not stingy with his words, and stroked Bunny's head and said, Bunny is the best. I'll buy you some delicious carrots when I get home. However, the bunny's head shook like a rattle. Bunny doesn't want to eat carrots. Bunny wants to eat Master's big carrot. Hearing this, Libo almost fell to the ground. Who taught my rabbit to be so bad? Libo unconsciously turned his gaze to Ziyun. Ziyun didn't buy it at all, and pouted unconvincedly. Brother Libo. Look at you. You're accusing me again. Tutu has become a real woman. These things are simply not taught well. At this point, Ziyun's tone turned resentful. It's a pity for me and Sister Xiaobai, we are still widowed as usual. Cough. Cough. Facing Ziyun's complaints, Libo simply pretended not to hear and said to Tutu seriously. That bunny. Don't do that again. We have to be serious when we're out. Bunny said in frustration. Bunny understands. Bunny will be inappropriate with the young master again when she gets home. Libo. Libo once again set his sights on this group of tree spirits who were on high alert. Now they had officially become his Deadpools. As long as he gave the order, these tree spirits would pounce on the enemy like hungry wolves without caring about their lives. Maybe the fighting skills of the tree spirits are a little crude, but the strength of each of them has reached elite level. When they rush forward, even a third-rank beastmaster will die on the spot. Libo was thinking in his mind that with this army of tree spirits and the heart of wood with extraordinary power, he would be able to walk sideways in the rivers and seas in the future. After calming down, Libo made a summoning gesture and tried to bring these tree spirits into the beast-controlling space. Because this group of tree spirits was directly under the control of Tutu, the recall process was smoother than expected. Following Libo's summons, these tree spirits transformed into green lights and entered the beast-controlling space one after another. In the vast beast-controlling space, the tree spirits lined up neatly and fell asleep again. It's getting late, it's time for us to go home. Libo rode on the dragon's back, looking at the miasmic forest shrouded in thick fog gradually moving away, and a hint of reluctance to leave appeared in his eyes. Although he only came here for 2 short days, all the experiences were deeply engraved in Libo's mind like a brand. What he could never forget the most was undoubtedly his acquaintance with Kai Lin. Whenever Libo thought of the scene in the snake cave where he and Kai Lin bid farewell to each other, his heart felt like it was suddenly pulled. Master, do you think Kai Lin can escape from the miasma forest? Xiaobai suddenly asked meaningfully. Who can say for sure? Libo smiled faintly. Who knows, next time we meet, Kai Lin might have become even stronger than us, Xiaobai. Then Xiaobai has to train harder. I can't let my sisters surpass me. Xiaobai said seriously. Xiaobai is still so strong-willed. Libo laughed and said, but speaking of which, Xiaobai is already at the elite 5th level. Among the sisters, you should be the first to reach the excellence level. Excellent. A trace of complex longing flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. The scene of him struggling on the edge of survival as a white spirit snake of lowly bloodline was still vivid in his mind. The term excellence level used to be so far away, but now it seems to be within reach. For Xiao Bai, after being contracted by Li Bo, it was like experiencing a beautiful dream, and every day was extremely happy. Even if this is just a dream, I hope I'll never wake up and stay by my master's side forever, Xiao Bai said to himself. Chapter 109 Yang Fei's Suggestion. After returning home from the miasmic forest, Li Bo took a shower and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he was suddenly awakened by the doorbell. Who is it? Li Bo rubbed his hazy eyes and saw a few rays of sunlight shining into the room through the curtains. Only then did he realize that it was already dawn. It won't be Lu Wei again. Li Bo muttered a few words in his heart, then opened the door. Really? What caught Li Bo's eyes was Lu Wei's smiling face with squinting eyes. Good morning, my good neighbor. You're still sleeping in. Lu Wei greeted Li Bo enthusiastically and seemed to be in a good mood. Different from her disheveled appearance that night, Lu Wei was now wearing a blue uniform and the guard's unique hat, looking very heroic. Li Bo saw her so radiant and asked, "It looks like Captain Lu Wei is getting ready to go to work, right?" "Thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't be back to work so soon," Lu Wei said with a smile. Li Bo yawned. "We're neighbors, so there's no need to be so polite. Oh, and Captain Lu Wei woke me up so early. Is there something going on?" I'm here to return your things." Lu Wei's face turned slightly red, and then she took out a pair of cartoon underwear from her bag in front of Li Bo. These were the ones Li Bo had handed to Lu Wei and lent her that day for temporary use. "I was just saying it casually, Captain Lu Wei is really good," Li Bo said generously. "If you like these pants, you can use them. Just think of them as a gift to Captain Lu Wei." Puff. Lu Wei laughed. "Who wants to keep it with them forever? I'm wearing yours." Lu Wei stuttered twice, her neck flushed red as she said, "Crotch." "That's true. After all, the structures of men and women are different." Li Bo grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Just a humble question, Captain Lu Wei, has she been washed?" Hearing this, Lu Wei's face suddenly became angry. "No. What do you think I, Lu Wei, am?" she said with a serious expression. "I, Lu Wei, am a very hygienic person. I rubbed your shorts with my hands several times." In response, Li Bo just said, "Oh." Seeing that he seemed a little disappointed, Lu Wei couldn't help but look at Li Bo with suspicion. "What do you mean, kid? Do you have that kind of fetish?" At this point, Lu Wei's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she looked at Li Bo as if she was examining a pervert. "Of course not." Seeing the suspicion in Lu Wei's eyes, Li Bo said righteously, "I just sigh that it's a waste of talent for a pillar of the country like Captain Lu Wei to rub my pants with her hands. Bah! Slippery tongue." Lu Wei looked angry and stuffed her pants directly into Li Bo's arms. Collect body fragrance +1. Floral fragrance evolution mission 2-5. Li Bo looked surprised when he saw the prompt flashing across the system. "Huh? Is this possible? Thanks, Li Bo." At this time, Lu Wei said something very sincerely. Li Bo laughed and said, "Captain Lu Wei, if you still need it, you can come and borrow it from me anytime. I don't mind at all." "You poor-mouthed brat." Lu Wei grumbled, then suddenly asked, "By the way, where have you been these past 2 days? Why weren't you here when I looked for you?" "I went to explore the miasma forest, so I was not at home." Li Bo did not hide this. "The miasma forest? It's very dangerous there." Lu Wei looked at Li Bo in shock, then said seriously, "Speaking of danger, I must warn you that the insect-type beast master has been causing trouble again these past few days. Be careful when you go out." "Huh? Showing up again?" Li Bo looked surprised, but after thinking about it, although he didn't know the other party's purpose in coming to Jianghai, it definitely had nothing to do with him. Let the guard team take care of punishing evil and upholding justice. Captain Lu Wei must hurry up and bring her to justice, otherwise we ordinary people will live in fear every day. Li Bo sighed. "I'll catch her even without you telling me." Lu Wei gritted her teeth, a look of determination on her face. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back to work." "Hey! Captain Lu Wei, see you tonight." Li Bo waved to Lu Wei and watched her enter the elevator before closing the door. So sleepy. Li Bo couldn't stop yawning and prepared to go back to his room to take another nap. Anyway, the martial arts competition finals are scheduled for tomorrow, and my 3 pets are all elite level, so the championship is a sure thing. Contact person Yang Fei sent a message. Li Bo took 2 steps and suddenly stopped when he heard a prompt from the hunter chip. Ha? Minister Yang is looking for me? Li Bo immediately opened the message. Li Bo. New bounty, come meet me in the lower town. New bounty? Finally a mission. When he saw these words, Li Bo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and all his sleepiness disappeared immediately. Having tasks means more contribution points. Now, there are too many rare and exotic materials needed to cultivate 3 pets at the same time. The hunter mall can share some of the pressure. After getting dressed, Li Bo quickly rushed to the place where Yang Fei had an appointment. This is an abandoned factory. Li Bo was very puzzled. He used to assign tasks in the upper city, so why did it go to such a remote place this time? Pushing open the tattered door, I saw Yang Fei standing in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. Li Bo. We meet again. Yang Fei smiled warmly. He. Minister Yang has become handsome again. Li Bo walked over with a smile. Unexpectedly, Yang Fei's face changed and he quickly grabbed his ear, and Li Bo stopped laughing immediately. Good boy. You've become more capable, haven't you? You even challenged Xiaoxue to a battle for the top position. Brother Fei. It hurts. Be gentle. Let's talk it over nicely. Li Bo begged for mercy. Yang Fei's strength did not decrease at all. Xiaoxue, as a member of our 4210 division, you didn't challenge others, but instead started a fight among yourselves. You're my ex-girlfriend. You're so cruel. Now Xiaoxue has become like this, you have an inescapable responsibility. Hearing this, Li Bo's eyes flickered and he asked tentatively. Mu Aoxue, how is she now? Humph. What else can I do? Yang Fei let go of his hand. Xiaoxue stays indoors all day now. She doesn't reply to messages or take missions. I'm really worried that she'll be upset because of what happened between you and her cat girl. Ha? You know everything? Li Bo was sweating profusely. It was really true that bad news spread far and wide. Brother Fei. You can't blame me entirely for this. Li Bo said innocently, if you hadn't arranged for me to kill the night werewolf last time, I wouldn't have been caught by Meow Meow. You're blaming me, aren't you? You're such a blockhead, kid. Yang Fei said with a feeling of disappointment. Since you have such an inextricable relationship with Xiaoxue and Meow Meow, why don't you just take them in together and become a family? Then there won't be any questions about who is letting whom down. What the hell? Why didn't I think of that? Li Bo looked at Yang Fei with a strange expression, and an expression of admiration appeared on his face unconsciously. Brother Fei has to be so smart and experienced. Chapter 110 New Bounty. Go away. Don't try to get close to me. Yang Fei rolled his eyes at Li Bo and said, let's get down to business. Business? Li Bo asked curiously, Brother Fei, you're offering me a bounty in such a mysterious way. Are you trying to get me to give up the title of the martial arts competition again? Of course not. You and Xiaoxue didn't accept the reward, so I had no choice but to turn it down. I even had my salary docked because of this. Yang Fei looked bitter. No? Li Bo said, stroking his chin. They actually chose to meet in a remote place like the lower town. I'm curious about what the bounty is that's so mysterious. I didn't come to the lower town because of the bounty. Yang Fei sighed. The guards have been cracking down on us hunters lately, so we have no choice but to come here. That's true. Li Bo touched his chin, remembering that Lu Wei had told him that the government's attitude towards hunters was very unfriendly. Speaking of which, Li Bo, you must hide your identity as a hunter. If you are captured by the guards, it will be very difficult to rescue you. Yang Fei added. It turns out that Brother Fei has the ability to rescue people. It's really unfair for you to be the minister of a few of us rookies. Li Bo smiled. You poor-mouthed brat. Yang Fei looked at Li Bo and said seriously, I'm not kidding you. The bounty I'm asking you to accept this time is a C-level bounty. C-rank bounty? Li Bo blinked, but I'm only D-rank. There's nothing we can do about it. Now you are the only D-level member in our department, and the other members are all E level. Who asked you to change Xiaoxue's level? Yang Fei said. No. Are you kidding me? Li Bo said in disbelief. It turns out our department is full of new recruits. The contribution value is 2,000. Just tell me whether you will accept it or not. Yang Fei said something. 2,000. Li Bo immediately became alert, but then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. This mission should be very dangerous, right? He asked. Not dangerous at all. Yang Fei smiled. The other party is just a second-level beastmaster. The reason he's rated C level is because you need to kill him. Kill? Li Bo's face changed, thinking that it was too much of a leap to ask him to kill someone after accepting the second bounty. Li Bo looked at Yang Fei seriously. Who do you want me to kill? Hunter. Yang Fei smiled mysteriously and handed a photo to Li Bo. Li Bo took the photo and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a flat head, with his codename attached to it, C-level hunter, Qianlong. Qianlong? Could he be a dragon-type beastmaster? Li Bo muttered to himself, and then asked, what did he do wrong? Why do you want to kill him? Embezzling the reward. Yang Fei uttered 5 words. Embezzle the reward? Li Bo said puzzledly, this isn't a crime punishable by death. Ha ha. Maybe it was like this in the past. Hunters who embezzled bounties would at most have the items recovered, but would be expelled from the association and never be hired again. But things are different now. Yang Fei's expression was extremely cold. The hunter leaders are carrying out a large-scale purge operation. Purge operation. Li Bo was shocked, remembering what Yang Fei had said before, that many hunters were now semi-independent from the organization, frequently committing crimes, forcing the government to make every effort to hunt down the hunters. This purge operation must be a large-scale reshuffle within the hunters against this backdrop. No, don't be too surprised. There will only be more and more bounties like this in the future. Yang Fei continued, and the bounty stolen by this Qianlong is worth 500 million. He deserves to die. This time, not only must you kill this hunter, but you must also recover the bounty he embezzled. So what exactly is this bounty? A pair of ivory. Yang Fei said. Ivory? Li Bo looked puzzled again. Yes. Yang Fei nodded. To be precise, it's a pair of ancient ivory tusks, originally kept in the British Museum. They have extremely high artistic value. What? The British Museum. Li Bo was an evil man, isn't that stolen? Look at what you're saying. Yang Fei said calmly, how can a hunter use the word steal? It's called take. This ancient ivory originally belonged to the ancient country of Daxia. Now that it has been rewarded by our financial sponsor of Daxia, it can be regarded as returning it to its original owner. The sponsor had to use all their connections to get Qianlong into the museum, but he actually took the items away without permission. He even removed his hunter chip and completely disappeared. There's no hunter chip. How am I going to find this guy? Li Bo thought to himself that things were not as simple as he thought. Well. Yang Fei smiled faintly. According to reliable sources, this guy is now hiding in the rivers and seas. Moreover, this kind of ancient ivory is extremely sensitive and it won't be easy to get rid of it. You can pay attention to various underground auctions, maybe there will be clues. I'll try my best. Li Bo sighed. That being said, it was not easy to rescue a hunter who was hiding deliberately in such a vast river or sea. Don't try so hard. Yang Fei said with a bitter face, if you can't complete the task again, I will have to go home and farm. Brother Fei, stop joking. Li Bo pursed his lips and looked Yang Fei up and down. Seeing that he was extraordinary and dressed simply but elegantly, he said. I've seen it for a long time. Even if you don't work for the Hunter Association, you'll inherit billions of dollars when you return home. Ha ha. Yang Fei laughed dryly. As a human being, you must have dreams. Otherwise, you are no different from a salted fish. All right, kid. I won't talk to you anymore. Complete the mission quickly, so I can be proud of you at headquarters. Last time, you completed the full-level bounty for Night Rose, and many high-ranking hunters remembered you. Hee hee. After patting Li Bo twice meaningfully, Yang Fei walked towards the factory exit. After pushing open the model door, Yang Fei suddenly stopped and turned back to say something. Xiaoxue's matter. You have to take care of it for me. Otherwise, if her grandfather comes looking for you, don't say I didn't warn you, kid. Mu Aoshue's grandfather? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He had been with her for such a long time, but he had never heard her mention her grandfather. However, judging from Yang Fei's fearful tone, he must be a well-known figure. What a headache! Li Bo rubbed his head. Chapter 111 Li Bo's Conditions. After Yang Fei left, Li Bo's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. I'm so hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Li Bo walked out of the factory gate and prepared to go to the downtown area to find something to eat. It doesn't matter what the reward is, filling your stomach is the most important thing. However, before Li Bo could take a few steps, he was blocked by a strange figure in front of him. This is a man who looks to be in his 20s, tall and thin, wearing a yellow windbreaker, but his handsome face reveals a cold look. Good boy. I had a hard time finding you these past 2 days. The man looked at Li Bo and smiled coldly, then dialed the phone in his hand. Chen Hao. Come quickly, I found this damn guy. I'll be there soon. A cold voice also came from the other end of the phone. Looking for me? Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes, thinking that he hadn't offended anyone recently, but the face in front of him seemed familiar, so he said. Have you misunderstood? I don't think we've met before. Ha ha. You haven't seen me, but I've seen you many times. Seeing that the man opposite him had bad intentions, Li Bo began to think seriously. Suddenly, looking at the face of the man opposite him, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Because this guy looks very similar to the one called Wang Linxian. I have heard that Wang Linxian has an older brother who was a junior in college and often bullies others at school. Considering that tomorrow is the final with Wang Linxian, even if Li Bo is stupid, he can guess that this guy is here to smooth things over for Wang Linxian's victory tomorrow. Li Bo smiled calmly and said calmly. Your Wang family is quite capable. You even managed to find the Hunter organization. You must have spent a lot of money to send your useless brother to the finals. Hearing Li Bo reveal his identity, Wang Linxian's face changed, and then became gloomy again. Good boy. You guessed it all. Wang Chen continued, that's right. I am Wang Linxian's brother. Wang Chen. Li Bo, my purpose in coming to you today is simple: to give up the championship of tomorrow's martial arts competition and let Xiao Xian win. Give up the championship? Li Bo wondered if he had heard it wrong. How dare you say that? If someone didn't know, they would think Jianghai University was owned by your family. Ha ha. Wang Linxian sneered, although Jianghai University is not owned by my family, in Jianghai, my Wang family is still considered influential. Li Bo. You are also a smart man. Rather than offending my Wang family, why not do me a favor and give up the championship in the martial arts competition? Li Bo looked at Wang Chen carefully. I'm curious, what exactly is hidden in this secret realm that would make you spend so much energy on this martial arts championship? You're still trying to trick me, brat? Wang Chen sneered. Some things, even if I tell you, you can't control them. The items in this secret realm are extremely important to my Wang family. As long as you can help Xiao Xian achieve victory, my Wang family will reward you handsomely. Oh? Hearing this, Li Bo immediately became interested. I'm curious about what kind of generous reward you're talking about. Ha ha. He is indeed a man who knows the current situation. Wang Chen saw that Li Bo was moved, and then smiled triumphantly. Well, just give me a number. If it's reasonable, I can consider it. That's what you said. Li Bo smiled, then slowly raised his right hand and made a 5 gesture. Oh? 5 million? Wang Linxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This number is just a small thing to him. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, thinking that he was indeed a country bumpkin from the lower city, and that 5 million could be enough to get rid of him. However, Li Bo shook his head. Ha? Wang Linxian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Bo with a surprised expression and asked, you want 50 million? Although 50 million is a bit painful, after thinking about it, as long as it can help Xiao Xian win the championship, it is not unacceptable. Unexpectedly, Li Bo still smiled and shook his head, as if he couldn't see through him. What? You want 500 million? That's too much. Li Bo. Wang Chen suddenly lost his composure. 50 million was within his authority, but if it reached 500 million, he would have to make a decision for his father. He began to think in his mind. but as long as Xiaoxian enters the secret realm, he'll have a chance to obtain the Sunstone. Then, all of my Wang family's depleted rare mines will be regenerated. My Wang family's status will surely rise day by day, and then it won't be a problem to overthrow that old man Lin Feng. From this perspective, I think father should agree. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to agree to Li Bo, the other party suddenly spoke. It's not 500 million, it's 5 billion. He. Li Bo showed 2 rows of big white teeth. Fuck you. Wang Chen suddenly burst into curse words. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was dripping out of it. Li Bo. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Greedy people are greedy. 5 billion, you really dare to ask for it? Would you dare to take it if I gave it to you? What are you afraid to take? Li Bo spread his hands and pursed his lips. Since this national-level secret realm qualification is so important to your Wang family, spending 5 billion in exchange for it is a great value. Pay me now, and I will immediately give up the championship. I'll beat your mother. Wang Chen was completely enraged by Li Bo. He never expected that the other party would be so greedy. 5 billion is not a small sum no matter how you put it. How much minerals does the Wang family have to mine in a year to sell 5 billion? You're still a college student. You have no manners. Li Bo was speechless that the other party always talked about his relatives, but fortunately, he had no mother and could not be chosen. Good. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. If that's the case, then I'll prevent you from participating in the competition. His expression was extremely cold, and without saying anything, he immediately made a summoning gesture. Swish, swish, swish. 3 green lights flashed in succession, and several pets of different appearances suddenly appeared between the 2 of them. 3 elites? Li Bo narrowed his eyes and quickly looked at the information of the 3 pets. Fire Tusk Boar, Steel Type, Elite 7th level. Soul Crossing Crow, Dark Element, Elite 4th stage. Wasteland Wolf, Earth Element, Elite 3rd stage. Among the 3 pets, the largest one is the Fire Fawn Wild Boar, which is 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its sharp and long fangs are wrapped with red fire teeth. Its short and dense black hair covers its rough skin, and several narrow scars on its skin are faintly visible. The soul ferrying crow's entire body was black and fluid. Except for its strange head, the rest of its body was made up of dark matter, like a ghost floating in the air. The skin of the wasteland wolf is earthy yellow. Although it is the lowest level, its eyes reveal a murderous aura. This pet from the exotic desert is extremely murderous. Chapter 112 Battle with Wang Chen. There is no doubt that Wang Chen's pets are all rare and expensive pets. No matter which one it is, if it is put in the market, others will fight for it. Only a rich young man like him could configure all his pets to such a high level. The moment the 3 pets appeared, Wang Chen suddenly became confident and gave Li Bo a provocative smile. How's it going, Li Bo? However, he did not get Li Bo's shock and fear. Not so good. Li Bo just shook his head in disappointment. Wang Chen, you're already a junior, and your pet hasn't reached the excellence level yet. You're really a failure. What did you say? How could Wang Chen keep his face clear when being ridiculed by a freshman? His face flushed with excitement. Do you really think that achieving excellence is as easy as drinking water? Once your pet reaches elite, each level up is incredibly difficult. Reaching my level as a junior is already quite impressive. Wang Chen snorted coldly, then changed the subject. Li Bo. I have to admit that you are indeed qualified to take on the title of the best freshman of this year. But your 2 pets have only just broken through to the elite level, and their levels and numbers are not as good as mine. I advise you to give up the championship. If your pets are crippled by me, it will be a loss. Ha ha. Who will be crippled? It's still uncertain. Li Bo didn't waste any time and directly summoned Xiaobai, Ziyun, Miao Miao, and Tutu. Wang Chen was stunned when he saw 4 green magic circles suddenly flash across the ground. What? 4 elites. This is impossible. He rubbed his eyes hard, finding it hard to accept the scene before him. Clearly, in the previous martial arts competition, Li Bo only had the Ice Dragon and Purple Cloud as his pets, so how come there are 2 more now? What's with that rabbit with flowers on its ears? It's another brand new pet I've never seen before. And the only cat girl standing in the beast girl form on the field is obviously the pet of the one named Muao Xue. How did I get contracted by this guy? Wang Chen was suddenly speechless, his mouth twitched, and his expression was extremely complicated. What made him feel even more incredible was that Li Bo's ice dragon had just evolved into an elite 2 days ago, so how come it was now emitting the aura of an elite 4th or 5th level? Such an incredible upgrade speed, even if you take drugs, it won't be that fast. The situation suddenly became evenly matched, and Wang Chen suddenly felt uneasy. He had seen the incredible fighting abilities of Li Bo's ice dragon and Ziyun. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. This guy Chen Hao, why hasn't he arrived yet? Wang Chen was extremely anxious. Upgrade mission: kill the Fire Tusk Boar, Soul Crow, and Wasteland Wolf. Suddenly, a system upgrade task popped up in front of Li Bo. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Wang Chen. I've changed my mind. I won't cripple your 3 pets. What? Wang Chen looked puzzled. Because, I'm not going to eat beef anymore. A creepy smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. You're looking for death. Wang Chen was completely furious. Do you really think you can defeat me just by relying on your numbers? Pig. Use tusk cannonballs. He shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, extremely thick shells wrapped in flames kept falling off the fangs of the fire-tusked boar and attacked Li Bo's pets. Bunny Flash Shield. Understood, sir. Bunny's eyes narrowed, and then the pink petals on her ears began to shine with intense light. In an instant, the pets including Li Bo were quickly covered by a semicircular golden light shield, which quickly blocked the incoming Fong shells. The Fong shells hit it and continuously splashed violent sparks. Every time the explosion flashed, the shield would be shaken. Li Bo knew that such a passive attitude was not a long-term solution. The tusk shells are too powerful. Bunny won't be able to hold out for long. Let's split up. Master. This fire-tusked boar is the highest level. I'll deal with it, and leave the rest to my sisters. Xiaobai said very responsibly. Brother Li Bo, leave the soul ferrying crow to me. Ziyan also spoke. Then I'll deal with this steppe wolf. Rabbit said immediately. All right. Meowth will help everyone. Divide the work. After saying that, Li Bo decisively rode on Xiaobai and rushed towards the outside of the light shield. Wang Chen saw that the flash shield was about to be blown apart, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. The fire fawn boar was his most proud pet, and he was very confident in the power of the tusk shells. Ha ha! Let's see how long you can hide. Steppe wolves, once they show up, rush in and tear them to pieces. Wang Chen said gloomily. Woo! The Steppenwolf responded with a sharp howl. Unexpectedly, the next second, a huge ice dragon suddenly rushed out from the light shield. Wang Chen's face changed drastically and he had no time to react. Ice Armored Dragon Splitting Claw. Li Bo issued the order. Steppenwolf, use Rip Claw to stop it. Wang Chen's face changed and he shouted. But he didn't expect that Li Bo's ice dragon had no intention of dodging at all. What? Wang Chen witnessed with his own eyes that Xiao Bai's body was quickly wrapped in a thick layer of ice during the flight. When the steppe wolf jumped up and attacked her, it was like a tickle, leaving only a layer of scratches on the ice armor. Xiao Bai had no intention of wasting time with the steppe wolf. Its goal was very clear, and that was to kill Wang Chen's main fighting force, the fire-tusked wild boar. After forcibly taking an attack from the steppe wolf, Xiao Bai suddenly rushed to the front of the fire fawn boar. The dragon claw is activated. Xiao Bai quickly stretched out his extremely powerful dragon claws, quickly and accurately grasped the long-tusked wild boar's fiery red fangs, and then flew it into the air without hesitation. Dragon Dance. Increase the attributes. Li Bo gave the order again, and after Xiao Bai let out a huge dragon roar, he kept spinning and flying, and his combat power suddenly skyrocketed. Pig. Seeing that the ice dragon was getting farther and farther away from the ground, Wang Chen panicked and hurriedly gave orders. Jet Flame. Fire quickly flashed in the mouth of the long-tusked boar, and a surging flame was ready to burst out. Throw it down, Xiao Bai. Li Bo was not greedy. When the wild boar was dozens of meters away from the ground, Xiao Bai quickly swung the body of the long-tusked wild boar, and then threw it down without hesitation. Boom! This blow directly created a deep, hot pit in the ground, but the long-tusked wild boar had thick skin and flesh, so it did not die. But how could Li Bo miss such a great opportunity? Cold Edge Thorn. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the huge ice spikes, after being blessed by the dragon dance, mercilessly attacked the fire-fanged wild boar trapped in the deep pit. Thick icy fog filled the huge deep pit. After a while, Wang Chen discovered in despair that the fire-tusked wild boar had completely lost its breath of life. What? When the ice fog dissipated, Wang Chen immediately saw the tragic appearance of the fire-tusked wild boar with holes shot into it. The blood mixed with snow water looked extremely tragic, like a massacre. Chapter 113, Crushing Strength. My piggy. Wang Chen roared to the sky, and when he came to his senses he was heartbroken. He never expected that Li Bo's fighting skills were so skillful and his attacks were so vicious. In less than a minute, he completely put an end to his fire-tusked boar. I'm going to kill you. Bastard. Wang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and the grief and anger almost overflowed from his eyes. He set his sights on the other two pets, ready to let them avenge the Firefang boar. However, unexpectedly, the situation of the Soul Crow and the Steppe Wolf was also very grim. While Xiao Bai was fighting the Firefang boar, Xian was also fighting fiercely with the Soul Fairy and Crow. Quack! At this time, the Soul Fairy and Crow kept making extremely hoarse and piercing voices, which gathered into ripples and hit Ziyun. Its cry can directly disturb the pet's mood, and it is a kind of innate sonic attack. However, this does not pose any threat to Ziyun, because she also has the sonic attack skill Thunder Roar. Roar! The fierce tiger roar mixed with lightning and thunder instantly crushed the momentum of the Soul Fairy and Crow. Seeing that the sound he made was ineffective, the Soul Fairy and Crow decisively launched a dark attack. Whoosh! The Soul Fairy and Crow transformed itself into a sharp blade, leading a black whirlwind to attack the purple cloud dreamland. Dark elements are mutually restrained, so it is not worried about not being able to hit Ziyun. The Soul Fairy and Crow's attack speed was very fast, and it was almost in front of Ziyun's huge body. Just when it thought it could split the strange cloud in front of it into two, suddenly, its body was blocked by a huge net. Hey! You've been fooled! Ziyun floated in the Scarlet Sky Thunder prison, watching the Soul Fairy and Crow stuck in the outer electric fence like a spectator. The Scarlet Thunder prison can not only trap enemies inside, but can also be summoned for self-protection in critical moments. It is very effective against pets like the Soul Fairy and Crow that only know how to charge forward. Under the strong electric current, the Soul Fairy and Crow's body crackled and trembled in pain. After a while, it drooped its wings in despair and gave up struggling completely. At the same time, the battle between Rabbit and Steppenwolf is coming to an end. At first, when Steppenwolf saw that his opponent was the lowest level rabbit on the opposite side, he felt extremely proud. Thinking that after killing it quickly, I can have a good meal. But after several rounds of attacks, it felt more and more that something was wrong. Because this rabbit is a grass type, its attributes perfectly restrain its earth type. In a short while, its body was covered with wounds of various sizes caused by leaf knives. What was even more terrifying was that the cat girl next to him had been staring at him hungrily for a long time. Although he didn't know why she didn't turn back into a pet to join the battle, the Steppe Wolf still felt an unknown fear from Meow Meow. After looking at Meow Meow curiously, the Steppe Wolf suddenly felt something was wrong. His head felt heavy and he wanted to fall asleep. Oh whoa! The Steppe Wolf howled towards the sky and quickly shifted his attention away from Meow Meow's dark green eyes. Unexpectedly, it was during this brief moment of distraction that Meow Meow decisively used his telekinesis to lift the Steppe Wolf into the air. Bunny, I leave it to you. Meow Meow smiled at Tutu. Although she could easily kill the Steppenwolf by herself, Tutu had just learned to fight not long ago. Practicing with the Steppenwolf would help her gain a lot of practical experience. Bunny nodded, thank you, Sister Meow Meow. Suddenly, the rabbit's pupils emitted a strange red light, and then several thick green vines emerged from the ground one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. It is Rabbit's advanced skill vine strangulation. Swish! These vines are pointed at the top and thick at the bottom, all emitting a sharp cold light. Under Wang Chen's witness, vines mercilessly pierced through the body of the wasteland wolf. The scene was extremely tragic. No! Wang Chen shouted in despair. In a short period of time, 3 pets died one after another. Wang Chen never dreamed that the defeat would come so quickly. I am a third-year beast tamer, and I am considered a well-known one among my peers. Yet, I was beaten completely to a pulp by this freshman boy in front of me. Although he could buy a new contract if he lost his pet, he had painstakingly trained the pet for 3 years, and now it was burned to ashes. How could he not be heartbroken? Congratulations to the host. Successfully killed the opponent and completed the upgrade mission. Frost Ice Dragon upgrade, Elite 6th stage. Shadow Thundercloud upgrade, Elite 5th stage. Phantom Moon Cat Upgrade, Elite 5th Stage. Flower Rabbit Upgrade, Elite 2nd Stage. Another upgrade. At this rate, Xiaobai will soon evolve into excellence. Li Bo said in his heart with secret joy. Li Bo, how dare you kill my pet? Wang Chen's eyes were red and he pointed at Li Bo and cursed. What's wrong with killing your pet? Li Bo laughed instead of getting angry. This isn't a school martial arts competition. It's not uncommon for pets to suffer casualties in battle. If it weren't for my superior skills, the one lying on the ground today would probably be my pet. You. Hearing the words one step ahead, Wang Chen felt even more excited. Logically speaking, this was a challenge initiated by himself, and he really had to pay for his impulsiveness. Unfortunately, Wang Chen is not a reasonable person. Well. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and said, Li Bo, since you dare to do it on the first day, then I dare to do it on the 15th. From now on, my Wang family and you will never coexist. What happened? At this moment, the figure of a young man suddenly appeared in the alley in the distance. When Wang Chen saw this person, his eyes lit up. Chen Hao. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Hao. Seeing that he was about the same age as Wang Chen, he guessed that he might also be a junior student. Wang Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly called Chen Hao over. Chen Hao. Haven't you always been arguing with me about who's stronger? He pointed at Li Bo with a vicious look and said, as long as you can take down this guy, I will admit that you are better than me. Chen Hao pointed at himself and couldn't help but look in the direction of Li Bo. But when he saw the tragic battlefield on the ground, Chen Hao's face immediately turned dark. No. Are you fucking kidding me? All your pets were killed by this kid? Oh. I was careless. Wang Chen fanned the flames and said, all his pets are seriously injured. With just a little help from you, you can avenge me. Hearing this, Chen Hao's face showed a hint of suspicion. The boy's pet looked safe and sound, and it didn't look like it was injured at all. The most important thing is that Li Bo has 4 elite pets. He believes that his strength is similar to Wang Chen's. Wang Chen is in such a mess, so he is not stupid enough to continue giving away his head. What? You don't dare? Seeing Chen Hao hesitate, Wang Chen's face showed a cold expression. Humph. If you don't take action, your father will never be able to take over my Wang family's projects in the future. Don't. Wang Chen. Chen Hao immediately explained, it's not that I won't take action, but I have to act cautiously, scientifically, and step by step. Why bother talking? Hurry up and summon your pet. Wang Chen looked impatient. Suddenly, he looked at the back of Chen Hao's head and asked in confusion. Ha? Chen Hao, why is there a moth on your neck? Chapter 114 Insect Beast Tamer. Moth? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, and indeed felt a little itchy under the back of his head. He slowly raised his hand, and then blew it towards his neck without hesitation. Bang! The palm left a red mark on Chen Hao's neck. He spread out his hands, but there was nothing wrong with them as Wang Chen had said. Where is it? I can't see it. There, it flew away. Wang Chen pointed in a direction. The two of them slowly raised their heads, their eyes following the direction the moth flew, but unexpectedly, a huge moth-like pet suddenly appeared in the air, and a charming woman was standing below, looking down at the battlefield below. Have you been looking for you for so long? I finally found you. The Beastmaster of the Great Xia Kingdom, the woman said with a charming smile. Who are you looking for? My name? Wang Chen was confused. Although he had many girlfriends, from the accent, she seemed to be a foreigner. He hadn't learned any foreign languages recently. Hello? Do you know him? Chen Hao. Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. I don't know him. What are you mumbling about? Chen Hao scratched the back of his head. He should be a beastmaster who mainly plays insects. Compared to the relaxed expressions of the other two, Li Bo's face was extremely ashen. Because the woman on the strange moth was staring at him with interest. Name, Queen of the Hidden Veil Moth. Gender, female. Attributes, insect, poison. Level, excellent 7th stage. Potential, excellent. Skills, poison wing powder intermediate, tracking intermediate, wing flutter and hissing intermediate, neurophosphorus mist advanced, gauze wing binding advanced, 1000 insects and 10,000 wings advanced. Description, the final form of the rove moth. The rove moth queen can quickly produce and hatch a large number of rove moths from the sac behind her body, causing an insect plague. The queen of the hidden veil moth is pale yellow in color and has a pair of transparent wings like scissors. When the wings are spread out, they can reach 6 meters, which is quite large among insect-type pets. The most important thing is that there is a bulging sac on the tail of the hidden silk moth, as if it is about to lay eggs. After checking the information of this strange pet, Li Bo was shocked. The queen of the hidden veil moth. Could it be? He couldn't help but look at the beast master behind the hidden moth. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. Her upper body was wrapped in a tight white dress, which was tucked into a black horse-faced skirt, making her look very capable. Although the woman had a charming face, her skin was a cold white, and she exuded an aura of coldness that made it difficult to approach. She's what Lu Wei mentioned, the insect-type beastmaster. All kinds of thoughts rushed through Li Bo's mind. How could this guy suddenly appear here? The group of iron-eating ants that wreaked havoc in the lower city area before should have been released by this woman. Hey! What are you doing? Can't you see we're teaching this kid a lesson? I advise you to mind your own business. At this time, Wang Chen scolded the woman. It was obvious that she thought the woman was here to help Li Bo. Unexpectedly, the other party just glanced at him coldly and didn't take him seriously at all. The woman once again fixed her gaze on Li Bo and spoke slowly in the unsmooth Daxia dialect. You killed the dragon turtle. Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. The other party was actually here to track down the dragon turtle. But he was puzzled because there were only 4 hunters besides him at Sunset Beach at that time. How could the matter be leaked to this foreign woman? It is not difficult to tell from her accent that this woman is from the Sakura country. Combined with the conversation between Huang Yan Daobai and others at Sunset Beach that day, the dragon turtle was released by a master of Disxia after he blew up the Baxia fortress in Sakura country. Putting all this together, combined with the other party's malicious expression, this woman must have come to avenge the dragon turtle. A third-level beastmaster with the powerful ability to create insect plagues. Run! This idea suddenly popped up in Li Bo's mind, and he quickly thought about how to climb onto Xiao Bai and break out. Daxia Beastmaster, don't try to escape. As if she had noticed Li Bo's eagerness to move, the woman said in a joking tone. I have control of the air now. If your ice dragon takes off rashly, the consequences will be severe. Hearing this, Li Bo's movements froze for a moment. Such a subtle movement could not escape the woman's gaze. It seemed that the other party's strength was indeed far above his own. He squinted his eyes and looked at the rove moth hovering in the air, and found that its strange eyes like lanterns were fixed on him. It would be impossible to avoid the battle by force. Li Bo was thinking quickly about countermeasures in his mind, thinking that if a war really broke out, he would probably have to use the heart of wood. An extraordinary blow, even a high-level master couldn't withstand it. After gaining confidence, Li Bo finally spoke. I have no grudge against you, but you came to stop me today for no reason. I am truly baffled. Cluck. Hearing this, the woman burst into laughter. You cunning great Xia Beastmaster, you're still playing dumb with me even now. When you killed so many of my iron-eating ants, I already sensed the aura of the dragon turtle on your ice dragon. The dragon turtle, you were the one who killed it. A sudden chill flashed in the woman's tone. Surely, they can even find this out. Li Bo looked shocked. Seeing that the matter was exposed, he simply stopped hiding it and grinned and said in a negotiating tone. Your Excellency has seen that I'm only a second-level beastmaster. Although I was present when the dragon turtle was killed, the main force was several other masters. If you want revenge, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. You should go find a guy named Bai Liang. He was the most ruthless when it came to killing the dragon turtle. Ha ha. You want to completely get rid of the matter. The woman embraces her arms and smiles charmingly. You're definitely not the only one involved in the suppression of the dragon turtle. However, the dragon turtle's most important crystal core was swallowed by you, the ice dragon. Naturally, I have to come find you. Grass. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, Li Bo cursed in his heart. Everyone has shared the love, but you have to take the blame alone. What do you want? Li Bo looked at the woman and asked. It's simple, bring your ice dragon and come with me, said the woman. Let's go? Li Bo sneered, going with you I'm afraid it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Hey! Don't even think about hitting on this guy. He has to give me an explanation today. Suddenly, Wang Chen's voice rang out. Seeing that the other party wanted to take Li Bo away, he could no longer stand. He had finally dragged Chen Hao here, so how could he let Li Bo leave so easily? Chen Hao stood beside him to support him, with a ferocious and aggressive look on his face. What a noise! A chill flashed in the woman's eyes, and then she waved her hand, and a golden ant suddenly appeared in the air. Gold-eating ants. Excellence level. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from this little ant, Li Bo's face couldn't help but darken. However, Wang Chen relied on his status as the eldest son of the Wang family and showed no fear at all. You woman, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or I'll... The words haven't been finished yet. Whoosh! The golden ant suddenly turned into a golden meteor and rushed towards Wang Chen. In the blink of an eye, it pierced his throat, splashing a horrible flower of blood. Chapter 115: The Power of Insects. Duh. As blood continued to drip from Wang Chen's neck, Chen Hao's expression next to him changed from arrogance to horror. He stared at the round bloody hole in Wang Chen's neck that was forcibly penetrated in disbelief, and shouted with empty eyes. Wang Chen. With a snap, Wang Chen fell to the ground mechanically, and this scene completely scared Chen Hao. Kill murder! Chen Hao shouted suddenly. He never expected that the other party would be so vicious and take Wang Chen's life without saying a word. You know, Wang Chen is the eldest son of the Wang family, the second largest family in Shanghai. This woman is simply crazy. She even dares to kill him. Madman. Chen Hao seemed to have lost his mind, and his mind was completely covered by a layer of black shadow. He gritted his teeth and quickly summoned his two pets. Swift Leopard Normal Elite 6th Stage. Big Steel Gate Steel Elite 5th Stage. The Gale Leopard is green all over, and its streamlined body can minimize resistance. It is a pet that moves extremely fast. As for the Big Steel Door. Yes, it's just a simple door. As a pet specially bred for defense, the Big Steel Gate can stretch and retract its body freely, forming shields of various sizes and shapes to block enemy attacks. The purpose of Chen Hao summoning these two pets was very simple, and that was to escape. He was not stupid enough to say something about revenge for his brother. This woman's terrifying strength was not something he could deal with. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I will take care of your wife and children. Without hesitation, Chen Hao jumped and immediately rode on his own Gale Leopard. Run! Behind the big steel doormat. Chen Hao issued two instructions in succession. Whoosh! The Gale Leopard suddenly turned into a green phantom, speeding through the alleys of the lower city. The big steel door followed closely behind, protecting the man and the leopard. The woman standing behind the hidden moth looked at the scene with a sarcastic look. Ha ha! Want to escape? Naturally, she would not let Chen Hao, who witnessed her crime, leave the scene, so she suddenly waved her hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a swarm of black flying ants appeared in front of the woman. They gathered together so densely that Li Bo was frightened. Iron-eating ants. The army of flying ants that appeared before him was no different from the iron-eating ants he had killed in the past. The difference is that there are 3 more silver ants in front of this group of iron-eating ants. It is the elite level evolved from the iron-eating ants, the silver-eating ants. 2 exceptional beasts, 3 elite beasts, and tens of thousands of ordinary insect-type pets. This guy's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary 3rd-level beastmaster. Li Bo's heart tightened. There is no doubt that a woman who can control so many insect-type pets at such a level must have used some special manipulation secret technique. Otherwise, with her mental strength and the ability to contract tens of thousands of pets at the same time, she would have collapsed and died long ago. I wanted to leave your body intact. Since you want to escape, don't blame me for being merciless. The moment the iron-eating ants appeared, the woman said coldly, kill. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 silver-eating ants took the lead, and with countless iron-eating ants, they attacked Chen Hao in an overwhelming manner. Taking advantage of the walls and narrow terrain, Chen Hao weaved his way through the alleys. Coupled with the lightning speed of the Gale Leopard, Chen Hao thought to himself that these insects might not be able to catch up with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not expect that these iron-eating ants did not follow his route at all, but rushed forward in a straight line. If they encounter obstacles such as walls on the road, the iron-eating ants will bite them open and devour them completely. Like a swarm of locusts, wherever these iron-eating ants pass, everything is destroyed and reduced to nothingness. What? They're chasing me. Feeling the increasingly intense flapping sound behind him, Chen Hao immediately turned his head and saw these flying ants swooping down at him. Chen Hao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly gave orders in a panic. Big steel gate. Block it. Once I reach the upper town, I'll be safe. After receiving the order from his beast master, the big steel door behind him hurriedly stopped, and then his body kept changing and reorganizing, forming a huge shield that was 10 meters high, blocking the path of the iron-eating ants. Big steel door. I'm so sorry. I'll burn more paper money for you when I get back. Chen Hao burst into tears. He knew very well that the big steel door could not hold the woman back for long and would be broken through soon. Letting her stay here was basically tantamount to committing suicide. However, Chen Hao firmly believed that with the strong body of the big steel door, it would be no problem to stop the flying ants for a period of time. Humph. Such a trifle. The woman in the air remained calm and immediately issued a formation-changing order to the iron-eating ants. In an instant, the originally irregular iron-eating ant colony quickly transformed into a black spear. 3 elite silver-eating ants formed a triangle to form the sharpest spear tip, emitting a bright cold light, and rushed straight towards the big steel door. Clang! The long spear and the giant shield collided violently, causing circular waves and stirring up sand and gravel. The power of this attack far exceeded ordinary high-level skills. Even if Big Steel Gate had a high defensive talent, it was an elite pet after all. Under such a strong gunpower, it could not help but feel the pain secretly. The big steel door trembled, but it still gritted its teeth and endured the damage from the black gun. Because it knows very well that it is the last line of defense behind its master, and even if it dies, it must not retreat even a single step. Buzz! A dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the big steel door. It used all its strength to block the invasion of the silver-eating ants. Oh! The woman behind the hidden moth had a look of morbid surprise on her face. To still be struggling at this level, the will of living beings is truly admirable. Seeing that the woman's attention was completely focused on dealing with Chen Hao, Li Bo suddenly had the idea of attacking her by surprise. But when he saw that the gold-eating ant was still on her shoulder, he immediately gave up the idea. Li Bo couldn't help but secretly curse the woman's caution. She kept the 2 strongest excellent-level pets by her side, so the chance of his successful sneak attack was almost zero. We have to find another way. Li Bo knew that after dealing with Chen Hao, the woman would turn against him, so he had to find a way to escape before that. Purple cloud. Li Bo quietly signaled to Ziyun behind him. Ziyun immediately understood what Li Bo meant and immediately used the illusion of color mimicry to disappear silently into the air. Snap! The spears formed by the iron-eating ants were incredibly powerful, and soon a crack appeared on the steel door. This was followed by a loud explosion. The big steel door was pierced through and broke into pieces. Big steel door. Feeling the death of his pet, Chen Hao let out a cry of despair. He never expected that the big steel door would be destroyed in less than 10 seconds. A beast master who abandons his pet deserves death. The woman's words were like the announcement of death. At her command, the iron-eating ants rushed to Chen Hao's side and attached themselves to him and his leopard in a creepy black streak. With a burst of extremely shrill cries, Chen Hao and his gale leopard were soon eaten to the bone. Chapter 116, Chase. After dealing with Chen Hao, the woman still had a calm expression on her face, as if someone's death was the most normal thing for her. She slowly turned her head, fixed her eyes on Li Bo, and said with a smile, "So are you going to come with me? Or are you going to be like them and let my love bugs have a good meal first?" As she spoke, the woman stretched out her slender hand, and the gold-eating ant on her shoulder flew obediently to her slender index finger and lay down. Vicious woman! Li Bo gritted his teeth. Although he had no good feelings towards Wang Chen and Chen Hao, he always felt an inexplicable anger after witnessing their deaths at the hands of a foreign beast master. Vicious? Ha ha! Aren't you vicious when you kill the dragon turtle, extract its core, and bleed it? The woman's face showed no sign of anger, but she smiled charmingly at Li Bo and said, "Pet beasts, like humans, have feelings and can feel pain. So, my killing them is essentially no different from your killing of 3 pet beasts just now. You are so crazy about killing and destroying in the territory of my great Xia. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? Although your strength is stronger than that of an ordinary 3rd-level beastmaster, I am not without masters in Jianghai." Li Bo sneered. Master? Ha ha ha. The woman sneered. As far as I know, there aren't any resident 4th-rank beastmasters in Jianghai, right? Besides, if I take you away now and leave Dacia, even if experts come to track you down, it will be useless. Take me away? Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With your strength, it's really unbelievable that you would go to such great lengths for a leader-level crystal core. I can only say that the value of the Dragon Turtle crystal core is far beyond your imagination. You've wasted it like this, it's truly a waste of a gift from heaven. But fortunately, I can still make things right by bringing this ice dragon of yours back. The woman suddenly set her sights on Xiaobai, greed in her eyes. Xiaobai glared back fiercely, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. Seeing that there was no room for retreat, Li Bo asked coldly. Tell me your name. It's okay for you to know Masako. The woman said lightly. Masako. Li Bo sneered, his expression suddenly becoming gloomy. Then you can go to hell, Masako. What? Masako's face changed. Red Sky Thunder Prison. With a loud bang, thick blood-red lightning pillars fell from the sky, forming a circular lightning prison that quickly enveloped Masako, her gold-eating ants, and the queen of hidden moths. Masako squinted her eyes and looked around, then looked up and saw a huge purple cloud appearing in the sky above her head at some point. Soon her expression returned to calm. Oh? You've already caught me. Ah, cunning great Xia Beastmaster, once I catch you, I'll play with you slowly. I'm not interested in Sakura girls. Li Bo spat and said without hesitation, Ziyun. Retreat. Understood, brother Li Bo. Ziyun replied, quickly withdrawing and returning to Li Bo. Li Bo immediately rode on Xiaobai, with Miao Miao and Tutu following closely behind. After a deafening dragon roar, Xiaobai flapped his wings and flew away into the distance. Master! Are we just going to let her go like this? Xiaobai asked in confusion. Hearing this, Li Bo almost fell off the dragon's back. My Xiaobai! What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think we can defeat this woman? Li Bo sighed. You saw that gold-eating ant just now. Killing someone is a matter of a thought. This Masako is a master who specializes in insects. If we blindly fight her, we will gain nothing. At this point, Li Bo looked back worriedly. I don't know how long the Scarlet Sky Thunder Prison can hold her back. He was not naive enough to think that Ziyun's Scarlet Sky Thunder Prison could kill a third-level Beastmaster under the protection of two outstanding level pets. Li Bo looked ahead and said firmly, fly to the upper city and find Captain Lu Wei. Understood, master. Feeling the solemnity in Li Bo's words, Xiaobai flapped his wings with all his strength, swept through the vortex, and turned into a white light and rushed towards the upper city. Oh? From the looks of it, it looks more like the original lightning. Interesting boy. Masako calmly looked around the Red Thunder prison surrounding her. There didn't seem to be any fear on her face about the lightning that automatically descended from the Red Sky Thunder prison. The Scarlet Sky Thunder prison had already been fully formed, and irregular lightning bolts randomly shot out from the surrounding lightning net. Facing the lightning that kept coming at her at a rapid pace, Masako only managed a faint smile. Gold-eating ant, you've been in Dacia for so long, it's time to give you a good meal. After saying that, the gold-eating ant quickly flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a golden stream of light, constantly welcoming the descending blood-red lightning in the Scarlet Sky Thunder prison. The strange thing was that the Scarlet Sky Thunder did not cause any damage when it hit it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it was all absorbed by its golden jaws. Whoosh whoosh! The gold-eating ants moved around the Scarlet Sky Thunder prison with ease, and each time they were able to accurately catch the lightning attacking Masako. After a while, Masako discovered that the power in the Thunder prison had suddenly decreased a lot. She caught a faint spark with her bare hands. Although it's an advanced skill empowered by the original lightning, it's a pity that the pet's level is too low to unleash its true power naturally. It's nothing to be feared. At this point, her voice suddenly became cold. The gold-eating ant suddenly rushed towards the electric net and quickly devoured it circle by circle until a huge hole was opened in the Scarlet Sky Thunder prison. Masako looked at Li Bo flying towards her, with a playful smile on her lips. You cunning boy, you can't escape from my grasp. Hidden Veil Moth Queen used tracking. As she gave an order, the lantern-sized eyes of the hidden moth under her began to flash violently, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. It seems that any slight fluctuation in the air cannot escape its perception. Suddenly, the queen of the hidden veil moth instantly aimed in one direction, her eyes no longer flickered, but became as bright as a light bulb. Ha ha! I found you! A gleam of light flashed in Masako's eyes. Chapter 117 Trapped. After quickly locking onto Li Bo's direction, Masako quickly ordered Insha Moha to pursue him. Although the wings of the Queen of the Veiled Moth are as thin as cicada wings, its flying speed is incredibly fast, not inferior to that of Xiaobai. From a distance, Li Bo saw it turn into a yellow meteor and rush towards him. Flying so fast. Li Bo's heart sank. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, he would definitely be caught up by Masako. As the figure behind the hidden moth began to become clear, Masako's stern face gradually came into Li Bo's sight. She looked at Li Bo and said jokingly, "I told you, you can't escape from my grasp." "Hey! I say, why are you pursuing me so relentlessly? Are you interested in me?" Li Bo looked angry. "Ha ha! I admit that you are quite pretty. After I capture the ice dragon under you and give it to General Oda, I will play with you slowly." As she was speaking, the rove moth under Masako suddenly produced a burst of mysterious white eggs from its back. The moment the eggs appeared, they immediately hatched into rove moths as big as little fingers in the air. These rove moths quickly gathered together and formed a huge palm in the sky in an instant, and grabbed Li Bo without hesitation. Seeing that the other party did not use gold-eating ants but instead used these low-level insects, Li Bo understood that Yazi was determined to capture him alive. Facing the swarm of rove moths, Li Bo was startled at first, then shouted angrily. "Purple cloud thunder roar! Roar!" A fierce roar resounded through the sky, and the thunder roar shot out by Xian gathered into an arc-shaped light wave, attacking the big hand in the air directly. Due to this extremely violent vibration, these rove moths lost their stability and suddenly scattered. Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw that Masako did not continue to let the rove moths gather together and launch an attack. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo's face changed and he shouted hurriedly. "Bunny Flash Shield!" With a swish, a golden circular barrier suddenly enveloped Li Bo's team. Sure enough, the moment the Bunny Flash Shield was formed, all the dust in the sky fell on it and was blocked by the golden round shield. Li Bo looked at this scene with lingering fear. It's a good thing I helped Captain Lu Wei treat a skin disease caused by the rove moth last time, so I remembered that the moth's dust is very sticky. Otherwise, this woman might have gotten away with it. Seeing that Li Bo had seen through her plan, Masako's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Oh? You actually predicted my poisonous wing powder, you're quite skilled." "Ha ha! Great Xiao Beastmaster, I'm really becoming more and more interested in you. I'm going to capture you today no matter what." After she finished speaking, her eyes fixed, and the gold-eating ant on her shoulder suddenly shot out, rushing towards Li Bo like an arrow. So fast. Li Bo's pupils shrank sharply, and in the blink of an eye, the gold-eating ants had already broken through to the front of the team. With a bang, the gold-eating ants directly destroyed the rabbit's flash shield. "Meow meow!" Li Bo suddenly shouted. "Understood. Beast Master." Meow Meow immediately used quick movement and stood in front of the gold-eating ant in an instant. As a strange light flashed in her dark green eyes, hypnosis began. The gold-eating ant's charge suddenly stopped and it hovered in the air in front of Meow Meow. Only then did Li Bo see the true appearance of this tiny insect. The gold-eating ant was only an inch long, not much larger than its pre-evolved silver-eating ant. However, its entire body seemed to be coated in gold, making it appear indestructible. Especially its ferocious and sharp jaws, which exuded an incomparably creepy aura of death. A little hypnosis. Thinking of stopping the gold-eating ants? How ridiculous. A sneer appeared on Masako's lips, golden flash. The next moment, Li Bo was surprised to find that the gold-eating ant suddenly emitted a golden glow, shining brightly. It's like a mini-sun, making it hard to open your eyes. Ah! Meow Meow, who was concentrating on hypnotizing the gold-eating ants, was blinded by the dazzling light and felt extremely painful. After letting out a cry, Meow Meow had to give up hypnosis and at the same time summoned the moonlight sword in his hand. Bang! Meow Meow swung the moonlight sword vigorously and slashed at the gold-eating ants. However, she ultimately underestimated the physical strength of the gold-eating ant. Although the moonlight sword hit the gold-eating ant very accurately, it only knocked it 10 meters away. The other party flapped its wings and quickly stabilized its body in the air. A closer look revealed that it had not caused any fundamental damage to the gold-eating ant. What a strong defense! Li Bo's face became even gloomier. Although this gold-eating ant was small, its oppressive power was no weaker than those giant pets. Have you made enough noise? If you have, then come with me obediently. Masako's expression was grim. Silver-eating ants. It's your turn to perform. What? Li Bo's face changed. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, Masako's 3 silver-eating ants suddenly appeared from the air below Li Bo with thousands of iron-eating ants. The ants swarmed up from all directions frantically, and in an instant they surrounded Li Bo's team tightly. Li Bo suddenly understood why Masako had not used the iron-eating ants just now. It turned out that after killing Chen Hao, they were not summoned back by Masako immediately. Instead, they were ordered by Masako to lurk at low altitude, waiting for an opportunity to move and then surround him. As expected, old ginger is still spicy. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at the swarm of iron-eating ants. Although he had killed the iron-eating ants before, the solidity of their gathering together still made Li Bo feel a little scared. This time, the number of iron-eating ants released by Masako was far greater than what they had encountered before. In addition, there were 3 elite silver-eating ants leading the way. It would probably be difficult to break through by force. What should we do? Master, do you want to use Dragon Might? Seeing that the team was trapped in this black cage, Xiaobai conveyed a message to Li Bo. She clearly remembered that it was the Dragon's Might that defeated the iron-eating ant colony last time. I'm afraid not. Xiaobai. Li Bo pondered. Dragon's might work wonders on low-level pets, but this woman has 2 high-level excellence pets. I'm afraid it won't be enough to intimidate them. Sir, what should we do next? Do you need me to activate the Heart of Wood to force a breakthrough? Bunny said solemnly. As they spoke, she and Meow Meow Zian tacitly surrounded Li Bo in the center of the dragon's back. Don't worry, Bunny. Li Bo frowned and said, if she wanted to use a killing move, she should have done it long ago and would not have dragged it out until now. Let's wait and see what happens. Li Bo did not want to use Mu Jixin's trump card so easily. He was sure that Masako wanted to capture him alive. As long as he was still alive, there was hope. I'll listen to you, Master. Bunny nodded. At this time, Masako was riding on the hidden moth and approached Li Bo calmly. What? You're not running anymore? Standing outside the ant colony, Masako looked at Li Bo with satisfaction, as if she was examining her prey. Look at you. You're being serious again. Chapter 118 Escape. Li Bo said with a serious face. I just wanted to spar with you, I didn't say I wouldn't go with you. Oh? You're so sensible suddenly? I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Masako said jokingly. Oh. Isn't it just a trip back to the country with you? Since Masako was so anxious to take me to meet her parents, I can't be rude to such a beautiful lady. You wait for me to go back and dress up, put on a suit and tie, and be more formal. It's not too late for us to set off later. Li Bo smiled. Hearing Li Bo's irrelevant words, Masako sneered. You little rascal, you're almost dead, and you still dare to joke with me like this? My parents are sick and don't have time to see you. It's another adult who wants to see you. Grown-ups? Li Bo pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect that I'd be so popular. If that's the case, I'll fly with you to meet this important figure. But could you please remove these iron-eating ants? I have trypophobia, and it scares me to see them. Retreat? Masako chuckled, you wish. Hidden Veil Moth Queen Veil Wing Binding. Following Masako's order, the queen of the hidden silk moth flapped her wings suddenly, and countless transparent silk threads shot out from her wings. After the silk threads passed through the gaps between the iron-eating ants, they quickly intertwined and entangled, and soon formed a large net. The net contracted from bottom to top, tightly trapping Li Bo and his pets. Then the iron-eating ants gathered at the top of the big net, forming the shape of a giant flying bird, holding the net firmly and suspending it in the air. Xiaobai tried to spread her wings to break free from the net, but the net was very resilient and no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. Masako looked at Xiaobai with a sneer on her face. Stop struggling. There's a price to pay for devouring the dragon turtle crystal core. Come back with me and face your judgment. Trial? Haha, you are not qualified to judge my Xiaobai. At this time, Li Bo's eyes became sharp. You're already trapped in the net, yet you still dare to be so stubborn, great Xia Beastmaster. Should I praise you for your optimism, or say that you're naive? Masako said, hugging her arms. Oh? Naive? Li Bo suddenly revealed a smile that was hard for Masako to understand. I'm afraid it's not me who's trapped in the net. Space swap. What? Masako's face changed drastically. When he looked carefully, he saw the strange green light in the eyes of the catgirl next to Li Bo reappear. Before Masako could react, she had already appeared in the big net woven by the queen of the hidden silk moth. Li Bo, who was supposed to be tied up tightly, was standing outside as if he was safe and sound. "You've been fooled. You cunning boy." Masako gritted her teeth. It was the first time she was teased like this, and her expression suddenly became extremely cold. "Plug in the oil." Li Bo waved his hand and rode Xiaobai towards the upper city without hesitation. Seeing that the group of iron-eating ants were still holding the net bag obediently, Masako angrily cursed. "What are you still standing there for? Go chase him." The group of iron-eating ants finally realized that they had pretended to be the wrong person. They quickly put down Masako and chased after Li Bo. But this time Li Bo was well prepared. Facing the attacking army of iron-eating ants, he decisively said to Tutu, "Bunny, use floral scent." "Understood, sir." Bunny's eyes focused and red light burst out. As a few beautiful petals fell, a rich and exotic floral fragrance filled the air. The fragrance of flowers has a paralyzing effect. The iron-eating ants were enveloped by the fragrance and were so intoxicated by it that they lost their minds for a moment, and the vibration frequency of their wings unconsciously decreased a lot. Useless thing. After Masako led the rove moths out of the giant net, she saw the group of lost iron-eating ants and became extremely angry in an instant. At this moment, a beautiful petal floated down from the sky. Yazi Qian stretched out her hand and took it in her hand. "What a nice smell, what kind of flower is this?" I don't know what she was thinking about, but Masako was lost in thought for a moment as she stared at the petals. After being stunned for a while, Masako carefully put the petal into the storage ring. Then she looked up and looked straight ahead, locked onto Li Bo's position again and chased after him. Strange, according to the speed of the rove moth queen, it shouldn't have taken so long for her to catch up with me. Li Bo felt confused. Could it be that Masako was so angry with him that she fell down? If that's the case, that would be great. However, when Li Bo looked back again, he saw a goose yellow light flying towards him quickly in the distance. Fuck! It's never going to end. Li Bo cursed inwardly and immediately ordered Xiaobai to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he handed the heart of wood to Tutu, ready to detonate it at any time. Although it is a bit of a waste to use the heart of wood in such a place, the upper city is right in front of him, and Li Bo doesn't want to give up halfway and be caught by Masako again. Just as Xiaobai was running at full speed, Li Bo, who was standing above, suddenly discovered that in the distance, a green flying dragon, carrying his beast master, was flying towards him. Li Bo recognized that the green dragon beast opposite was an extremely high-level grass-type dragon beast. Ha! Willow leaf dragon? Li Bo looked shocked. Name: Willow leaf dragon. Gender: female. Attributes: grass, dragon. Level: excellent 8th stage. Potential: leader level. Skills: Willow Entanglement Intermediate, Scimitar Blade Intermediate, Swiftness Advanced, Dragon Dance Advanced, Blue Wave Break Advanced. Description: although the willow leaf dragon prefers to be a vegetarian, it is a pure-blooded dragon beast with a streamlined body and impressive flying speed. From a distance, the willow leaf dragon is emerald green all over, and has the same overall pterosaur shape as Xiaobai, but its wings are much thinner than Xiaobai's. At the end of its wings, there are 3 slender willow leaves floating on each side. When it flies, the willow leaves flutter, which looks very beautiful. As an extremely rare pet with the combination of grass and dragon attributes, the price of the willow leaf dragon has always remained high in the pet market. The beast masters who can contract it are all of noble status. Strange? Why is there a willow leaf dragon here? Could it be that Masako has an accomplice? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look at the beastmaster standing on the back of the willow leaf dragon. As the distance got closer, Li Bo could see the figure of the beastmaster clearly. This is a woman with a body that is almost explosive, a beautiful face, and long black hair fluttering in the wind. The most important thing is that the woman is tightly wrapped in a black tight leather jacket. When he really saw his face, Li Bo couldn't help but show joy. Good sister. Chapter 119: The Battle Between Grass and Insects. The beastmaster standing on the back of the willow leaf dragon is Lin Fei's teacher Night Rose. Li Bo never imagined that Night Rose also had a dragon-type pet. No wonder it left the beach earlier than him. This willow leaf dragon is known for its swiftness. If it really flies, Xiaobai may not be as fast as it. Oh? Little brother? Seeing that it was Li Bo, Yi Meiguei stopped and asked him curiously. Why are you here? I'm going to die. My dear sister, I can't believe I met you here. It's really a blessing from heaven. Li Bo looked excited and immediately ordered Xiao Bai to hide behind the willow leaf dragon. It looks like someone is chasing you. Little brother, you have quite a lot of enemies. Night Rose joked. As she was speaking, Yi Meiguei suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching her, and her eyebrows raised. A bug-type expert? Masako was riding on a rove moth and quickly rushed over. When she saw Li Bo hiding behind a strange woman, she immediately stopped in the air. She looked at Night Rose and saw that she was also a third-level beastmaster. She said rudely, "Get out of the way." The other party's accent sounded like a Sakura native, and Yi Meiguei's eyes turned slightly cold. Ha ha! What a big tone! What if I don't move out of the way? Won't you move aside? Masako glanced at the willow leaf dragon under Night Rose and sneered. You seem to be a grass-type beast tamer. How long do you think you can hold out against my insect plague? Ha ha! Insect plague? Night Rose looked at the dense swarm of iron-eating ants behind Masako, and a hint of mocking smile appeared on her face. I think a mob would be a better way to describe them. Arrogant. The anger in Masako's heart was immediately ignited by Night Rose. Whoosh! The gold-eating ant on her shoulder suddenly flew out without any warning, turning into a golden arrow and attacking Wild Rose's eyebrows. Go to hell! The temperature in Masako's eyes suddenly dropped. She was teased by Li Bo repeatedly, and suddenly someone blocked her way. She was already extremely unhappy. However, facing this deadly attack, Night Rose remained calm. When the gold-eating worm was about to hit him right between the eyebrows, suddenly, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Night Shadow Rose. Li Bo's eyes quickly locked onto the black shadow, which was Night Rose's main pet Night Shadow Rose. As expected of an S-rank hunter, he upgraded Night Shadow Rose to the third level of leader in such a short time. When he saw Night Shadow Rose again, Li Bo was extremely surprised. You know, once a pet reaches the leader level, it will be extremely difficult to upgrade to each level. It was less than a month since the battle at Sunset Beach, and it was truly astonishing that Night Rose had been able to improve the level of Night Shadow Rose so quickly in such a short period of time. What? Leader level. Seeing the black rose that suddenly appeared, Masako's expression became extremely complicated, and a sense of danger rose in her heart. She never imagined that the woman in front of her actually possessed a powerful leader-level pet. However, even at the leader level, it is impossible to change the iron rule that insect-type pets restrain grass-type pets. Confidence was rekindled in Masako's heart. At this moment, Night Shadow Rose's eyes were like lightning, quickly locking onto the rapidly attacking golden bug. It gently stretched out its black leaf hand and made a series of gentle moves towards the gold-eating monster. In an instant, the whistling impact force of the gold-eating beetle seemed to be dissolved instantly, and it stopped trembling in front of Night Shadow Rose. Although the Night Shadow Rose's movements were slow, it contained an extremely powerful force. There seemed to be an invisible hurricane between its two leaves, pulling the gold-eating ants inside. No matter how they struggled, they could not move forward. What? Masako's expression was extremely ugly. She had never expected that the gold-eating ant, which had always been invincible, would be clamped by a grass-type pet. Give it back to you. Night Rose uttered something softly, then swung her hands hard and threw the gold-eating ant towards Masako. Whoosh! The gold-eating bugs shot towards Masako's face like bullets. Masako was horrified and turned her face away reflexively, but a feeling of pain still quickly entered her mind. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she reached out her hand to touch her face in disbelief, her fingertips covered in blood. It turned out that her flawless cheek was scratched by the gold-eating ants, leaving a deep wound, and blood was flowing out. Hateful! Masako was shocked and angry. She didn't expect that her gold-eating ant would be easily counterattacked by Night Rose and even hurt herself. It seems that your proud insect-type pet is just this good. Night Rose said with undisguised sarcasm. Sister is so great. She's worthy of being Feier's teacher. Li Bo kept flattering her behind his back. Little brother. You are really popular with women. You can even attract women from the Sakura country. I am really worried about my Feier. Night Rose said in a magnetic voice. Hearing the hidden meaning in the other party's words, Li Bo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. My dear sister, this misunderstanding of yours is too big. He hurriedly explained, this woman came here to investigate the death of the dragon turtle. Oh? Tracking down the dragon turtle? Night Rose's eyes flickered. Ha ha. She suddenly laughed. Little brother, now you finally understand why I have so many lives on my hands, right? In our line of work, if you want to excel, you must learn to kill without mercy. After saying that, Yimegure locked her eyes on Masako, and her expression became extremely cold. I'm being watched. Masako's heart sank. From the brief fight just now, she could personally experience the terrifying strength of Night Rose. Although she believed that her strength could crush most third-level beastmasters, she felt unsure for the first time when facing Night Rose, who had a leader-level pet. Especially judging from the ease with which Night Shadow Rose dealt with the gold-eating ants, he was afraid that even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to defeat the woman on the willow leaf dragon. She looked silently at Libo, who was hiding behind Yimegure, knowing in her heart that she probably couldn't take this boy away by force today. So he smiled and said, "Cunning boy. You are lucky today. See you next time." I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Night Rose had an indifferent expression. The next moment, the Night Shadow Rose's two leaves turned into blades, and it decisively used the advanced skill, Blink, and in the blink of an eye it suddenly attacked above Masako. So fast. This is the leader level. All this happened in a split second. Night Shadow Rose was indeed an assassin-type pet. Such an outstanding burst even made Libo astonished. At this moment, the black leaf blade emitted a sharp cold light and slashed towards Masako's head without mercy. I admit you're strong. But wanting to kill me? Ha, that's just wishful thinking. A sneer appeared on Masako's lips. With a bang, a thick gray dust immediately engulfed Masako and Inshamovu, and then Libo discovered that Night Shadow Rose's attack had missed. By the time the vision became completely clear, Masako and her pets had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 120 Farewell Night Rose. Oh? Escape technique? Night Rose looked into the distance and found that Masako's breath was already 1,000 meters away. Sister, be careful. This dust is the neurophosphorus mist from the hidden veil moth. Inhaling it can cause nerve damage to your pet. Libo looked at the dust that Night Shadow Rose was trapped in and gave a timely reminder. Come back. Night Shadow Rose. Night Rose said lightly, and Night Shadow Rose quickly summoned a leaf storm, dispersing the thick fog completely, and then stepped on the fallen leaves and returned to Night Rose. Yimegure turned around and smiled at Libo. Little brother, I'm afraid you can't catch up with her. If you meet her again in the future, you can only wish you good luck. Ha? Libo looked puzzled. From what sister said, it seems like you want to leave Jianhai. Yes. Night Rose's expression was somewhat lingering. I came to Jianhai this time to help Lin Feng get the dragon turtle's precious blood, and secondly, to see Fair and help her contract a second pet. Now that everything is done, it's time for me to leave. I see. There was a hint of loss in Libo's eyes that he himself didn't even notice, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Everyone will inevitably have admiration for the strong. What's more, Yimegure is a top beauty who once helped Libo when he was at his weakest. Her position in his heart is naturally incomparable. Libo has always buried this subtle feeling deep in his heart. Because Night Rose is not only his savior, but also Lin Feier's teacher. The most important thing is that Night Rose and he belong to the same hunter organization, and are at the unattainable S level. Seeing Libo in a daze, Yimegure raised an eyebrow and jokingly asked, "Why? Can't bear to leave your sister?" Hey. Libo grinned, calmed down and said, "Excuse me, sister, where are we going this time?" Where? Night Rose looked off into the distance with a melancholy look on her face. The Hunter Association has arranged for me to go to the southwest for a new mission. Southwest? So far. Libo looked surprised. Night Rose smiled and said, "As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Since the association is willing to pay, there is no reason for me to refuse. Little brother. The next time you're in danger, you can go to Lin Feng for support. He owns the Rotten Bone Burning Eagle and is considered a top-notch expert in Jianhai. I'm sure he won't sit idly by. After all, he's very satisfied with you as his son-in-law." Night Rose suddenly said this out of the blue. This. Libo laughed awkwardly and said, "Sister, you know that you're good disciple and I haven't reached that point yet. So? You don't want to recognize Feier?" Night Rose gave a warning look. "Little brother, I have to remind you that Feier loves you wholeheartedly. You must not let her down. I, Night Rose, only have this one student. if I knew you made her sad humph. No matter where I am, I will come back to avenge her. Don't dare, don't dare. Li Bo sneered hurriedly. It's just that Fair has a strong personality. She once made a bet with me that she would defeat me with her strength and make me her boyfriend. Ha ha. Yi Meiguei smiled. Maybe when Fair goes back for further training, you really won't be her match. Further study? Where to study? Li Bo looked puzzled. Oh. It seems that Fair hasn't told you this yet. Night Rose said, well, let her tell you in person. Although he was confused, seeing that the other party was mysterious, Li Bo did not ask any more questions. Little brother. Since we are so destined to meet, I will give you an opportunity. Do you want it? Night Rose suddenly said. Chance? Li Bo rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Meiguei suspiciously. Sister, I understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm afraid the gift you gave me might just bring disaster upon myself. Cluck. Night Rose smiled charmingly. Little brother. You are really vigilant. She sighed again and said. It's not like I'm giving it to you for no reason. You defeated that bitch's apprentice in the martial arts competition, so I felt relieved. This thing is of no use to me now except you. I really can't find anyone else who would be suitable to entrust it to. The bitch's apprentice? Li Bo was stunned for a moment and started thinking quickly. He suddenly remembered what Lin Fair had said before, that Yi Meiguei had a fellow disciple and sister who used to be very close to her, but later they broke up for some reason. The reason why Lin Fair always competes with Mu Aoxue in school is to save face for her teacher. It was thought that the two would meet in a martial arts competition, but unexpectedly, Li Bo appeared and defeated both Lin Fair and Mu Aoxue, dramatically preventing this fateful duel. Li Bo still asked tentatively. The person sister is talking about is Mu Aoxue? Yi Meiguei smiled without saying anything, which was considered as her agreement with Li Bo's guess. Then she took out a small black object from her body and threw it directly to Li Bo. This is? Li Bo's eyes flickered as he carefully observed the item in his hand. This is an extremely delicate black pendant in the shape of a curved fish, like a yin-yang diagram with half missing. The pendant is the size of an index finger, with a faint spiritual power emanating from its surface, revealing a mysterious aura. This is half of the yin-yang fish pendant. If you collect it, you'll have a chance to contract the ancient mythical beast the yin-yang fish. Little brother. Night Rose said seductively. Yin-yang fish? Li Bo thought about it, but couldn't remember any records about this kind of pet. However, there are thousands of mysterious pets in the world, so it is normal that he has not heard of some of their names. Since Night Rose said it was an ancient mythical beast, it must be no simple beast. So sister, where is the other half of the pendant? Li Bo asked. The other half. Night Rose smiled mysteriously. Of course it's in the hands of my vicious senior sister. Ah. This. Li Bo's expression became complicated. Night Rose said slowly. Ha ha. Little brother, this yin-yang fish pendant was given to us by my master when we first became beast masters. I hold the black fish and my senior sister holds the white fish. The master told us that when our pet breaks through the leader level, we can put the pendants together, open the seal, and summon the ancient mythical beast the yin-yang fish. As for what happened later, I'm sure Fair has told you a general idea. My senior sister betrayed me, so I put all my effort into training Fair, hoping that she can stand higher than Mu Aoxue. Now that the black fish pendant is in my hands, I'm afraid I'll never be able to complete it. If you have the chance to meet my senior sister in the future, take the white fish pendant back from her, and that will be considered as fulfilling my master's wish. Night Rose said this with sincerity, but then she changed her tone. Of course, it would be better to teach her a lesson. Sister, I'm really optimistic about you. Ha ha. Night Rose smiled with her eyes wide open and her clothes were gorgeous. For a moment, Li Bo couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad. He held the pendant tightly in his hand and promised solemnly. If I have the chance, I will bring the yin-yang fish back to the world. Night Rose nodded in satisfaction. Just saying that is enough. It's getting late, I should leave. I've spoken to you for the past 6 months. Li Bo was silent for a moment, then smiled and said. See you again, sister. I hope that next time we meet, you'll have become an outstanding hunter capable of standing on your own, little brother. After bidding farewell to Li Bo, the willow leaf dragon transformed into a meteor, carrying Night Rose away into the distance. Chapter 121 Aftermath of Death. After Night Rose left, Li Bo looked at the black fish pendant in his hand for a long time and couldn't forget it. Yin Yang fish. Li Bo muttered to himself, curious about the reason that caused Yi Meiguei and her fellow senior sister to part ways. Being able to become Night Rose's senior sister, her strength must not be underestimated. It is not easy to take back the other half of the white fish pendant from her. It seems, I still need to work hard to improve my strength. Collect body fragrance +1. Floral fragrance evolution mission, 3-5. Ha! The mission completion progress has actually been updated? Li Bo was stunned for a moment, picked up the black fish pendant and sniffed it. A faint fragrance immediately filled his nose. He thought it was because Night Rose wore it close to her body. Since my elder sister hates her senior sister so much, why does she always keep both halves of the pendant with her? Just when Li Bo was puzzled, Xiao Bai under him said sourly, "Master, you seem reluctant to let her go. Parting always makes people sad, Xiao Bai." Li Bo said dejectedly. "Master, do we still need to go find Captain Lu Wei?" Li Bo looked towards the upper city and said, "Go home first. Masako shouldn't chase us again today. Let's wait until Captain Lu Wei gets home from get off work tonight." Zhanghai Guard Police Station, Morgue. Chanur. My Chanur. Wang Yong, the head of the Wang family, roared to the sky, his face filled with grief. The moment he received the news of Wang Lingquan's death, he still couldn't believe that someone dared to openly kill his son, Wang Yong, in Shangqing district. Until the guard team notified him to come over and saw Wang Chen's body, he seemed to have lost his soul and kept muttering that he had failed to protect his son. Wang Linxian, who was standing by, had tears still on his face as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Father. I think Li Bo must have done it. When my eldest brother left today, he said he wanted to bribe Li Bo to give up the championship in tomorrow's martial arts competition." Li Bo. Wang Yang was filled with disbelief and anger. This guy is just a freshman. How could Chun'er fall into his hands? Father doesn't know. Wang Linxian said. Li Bo is a meticulous and ruthless man, and his methods are quite devious. During martial arts competitions, I've seen him turn the tide of battle at critical moments many times. Big brother, you must have been defeated by his devious methods. Evil ways. Wang Yong's eyes wandered, revealing a sinister look. At such a young age, yet he's so cruel. In the entire Jianghai region, apart from the Lin family, no one dares to disregard our Wang family like this. In the final analysis, my elder brother sacrificed himself so that I could enter the secret realm and obtain the Sunstone. He sacrificed himself for the revitalization of the family. Father, no matter what, you must seek justice for my elder brother. Wang Linxian roared. Xian'er. Father understands your grief. I also want to avenge your elder brother immediately. However, Chen'er's death report hasn't come out yet, and Chen Hao is nowhere to be found. For everything, let's wait for the notification from the guard team. Wang Yang said somewhat unwillingly. Father. What are you waiting for? Wang Linxian roared. Isn't this obvious enough? Big brother, it was Li Bo who killed him. Don't you have connections in the Hunter Association? Just hire a killer and finish him off. Then, it will be a natural progression for me to win the martial arts championship and enter the secret realm. Wang Yang sighed. Xian'er. You are still too young. Our family has come this far thanks to your father's careful planning. Now, countless eyes across Jianghai are staring at us. Standing in the position of a father, every step is treading on thin ice. In addition, now is a critical period for the martial arts competition. If I blindly attack the boy, I am afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble. Be careful. Be careful again. My eldest brother is already dead. And father is still worried about so many things. Wang Linxian couldn't bear it any longer and said madly. If it weren't for father's overcaution, would our Wang family be suppressed by the Lin family everywhere in Jianghai? Xian'er. You. Wang Yang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Seeing Wang Linxian was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to stop him. Your elder brother's body is still warm. Where are you going? Black market. Why are you going to the black market? Humph. Father is cautious and doesn't want to cause trouble. Then let his son do this dirty work. Wang Linxian shook his hands vigorously, pushed open the door of the morgue angrily and left. Rebellious son. Stop right there. Wang Yang shouted loudly, but there was no sign of his son outside the door. The family of the deceased, right? After Wang Linxian left, a patrol captain with sharp short hair and in uniform walked into the morgue. It was Lu Wei. Seeing the other party's indifferent tone, Wang Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a low voice, "Captain Lu Wei, my Wang family has a lot of connections with the guards. Everyone in the guards respectfully addresses me as Mr. Wang. Why is it that I, Mr. Wang, seem so unfamiliar to you?" Hearing this, Lu Wei frowned slightly. "Family of the deceased, please be respectful in your words. In my eyes, there are only two identities, criminal and victim. I don't know how much you've given to the top brass of the guard, but from my perspective, every penny you take comes from the state and has nothing to do with your Wang family." "Ha, what a righteous patrol captain!" Wang Yang sneered. "Then may I ask, has the cause of my son Wang Chen's death been investigated?" "Judging from the hole in the deceased's neck, our initial assessment is that it was caused by a powerful insect-type pet. This characteristic is very consistent with the pet skills of an insect-type beastmaster I'm currently investigating. Once we have solid evidence, we can merge the cases." Lu Wei replied solemnly. "Insect beast tamer?" Wang Yang looked doubtful. "Didn't I tell you that my son went to find a guy named Li Bo?" "What? Didn't they find out? Or are you guys biased towards this guy and putting the blame on some unknown insect-type beastmaster?" Captain Lu Wei, from what I know, this guy seems to live in Shanshui number 1 just like you." Wang Yang's words turned cold. "You're investigating me?" Lu Wei looked at Wang Yang with lightning-like eyes. "Ha ha. That's not really an investigation." Wang Chen laughed and said, "Everyone in the entire escort team knows that Captain Lu Wei is a martyr. After your parents died, the country resettled you in Shanshui number 1 as compensation. Coincidentally, Shanshui number 1 was a project funded and developed by my Wang family, so knowing that you and Li Bo lived in the same community was a piece of cake." Snort. Although Lu Wei was unhappy, out of professional ethics, she patiently explained to Wang Yang. Whether Li Bo was present at the scene is unknown, but what is certain is that he did not possess such a lethal insect-type pet. Hearing this, Wang Yang's face darkened. So Captain Lu Wei is determined to favor this guy. I, Lu Wei, have never shown partiality in handling cases. Without sufficient evidence, I will not easily arrest an innocent college student," Lu Wei said with a serious face. "What, an innocent college student?" "Captain Lu Wei, since you keep avoiding the issue, I, Wang, will have to solve it my own way." Wang Yang was furious. He glared at Lu Wei and then walked away. Chapter 122: The Aggrieved Masako. On the outskirts of Jianghai, in a treehouse in the dense forest, Oda waved the simple teacup in his hand and looked at the scar on Masako's face with sharp eyes. "Oh? Masako, you're saying that you encountered the ice dragon and its master, but let him escape?" "General, please forgive me." Masako knelt on the ground with a plop and explained with gritted teeth. "We were almost there when a powerful great Xia beast tamer suddenly showed up and ruined our plan." "A powerful great Xia beast master?" "According to our intelligence, there aren't any 4th-rank beastmasters in Jianghai." Masako's defeat seems a bit unreasonable. Although there was no trace of anger in Oda's voice, Masako understood very well that the more this was the case, the more angry Oda was. Reply, General." Masako buried her head tightly in the ground, and her voice trembled unconsciously. "Although this person is a 3rd-level beastmaster, she has evolved a leader-level pet. My beloved insects won't get any advantage at her hands." "Oh? Leader level?" Oda said in surprise. TSK. I didn't expect Jianghai to produce such a master. Looks like I have to do it myself. After all, we've been in Daxia for quite some time, and it's time to return home." Oda said this with a melancholy tone, then looked at Masako, raised her chin with his finger, and said with a lecherous look, "What a shame. Such a beautiful face, and it was cut. Masako, you made such a big fuss, you almost ruined our plan. This general is furious right now." Oda's hand suddenly slid onto Masako's shoulder and pulled her loose robe down with force. "Ah!" Masako exclaimed, her face changed drastically. She obviously didn't expect Oda to be so presumptuous this time. Looking at Masako's jade-white shoulders, Oda swallowed his saliva greedily. "Masako, what a stunner." Masako quickly avoided his gaze, took 2 steps back and stood up quickly, covering her body with her clothes in fear. "General, please respect yourself." Masako bit her red lips and looked at Oda with fear. "You." Oda's patience had been worn out by Masako's repeated rejections. He sneered. "Masako, have you forgotten that your father, bedridden with miasma, needed a strange fragrance to heal him? Now that your mission has failed, you're not even willing to sacrifice your own body?" This general truly doubts Masako's loyalty. "General, Masako's loyalty to you is evident to all, heaven and earth." 2 lines of cold tears slid down the corners of Masako's eyes. "But please give me one more chance, General. If you can't make it, Masako will dedicate everything to you. I only hope that you can keep your promise and reward me with a few fragrant flower petals." "Oh? Give you another chance?" Although Oda expressed doubt, with Masako's promise, he immediately showed a lewd smile on his face. This is what Masako said herself. "I hope next time, Masako won't be so reckless as to ruin this general's mood." Ha ha ha. "Goodbye, General." Masako didn't want to stay in the wooden house for long, so she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. After Masako left, the smile on Oda's face suddenly froze. "Jianhai's Beast Masters, it's time for this general to have a proper meeting with you." After leaving Oda's cabin, Masako rode on her hidden giraffe and ran all the way. Only after she was sure that she was far away from Oda's sight did she breathe a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Looking into the distance, she didn't know where to go. Because Masako knew very well that she had been listed as the #1 wanted criminal by the woman in the guard team, and coupled with the wanton killings in the upper city this time, she might have already sent more people to search for her everywhere. What's more crucial is that after the battle just now, that cunning boy will definitely be more vigilant. With such a master by his side, it will be extremely difficult to trap him again. Hesitating at a loss, a sudden sadness surged in Masako's heart. She squatted on the back of the moth and sobbed continuously. Father. The reason why he traveled far away to work for Oda was because his father, who was a farmer in the countryside, was infected with malaria while chopping wood. The doctor advised that he must use flower petals containing extremely fragrant petals, boiled into medicine and taken it to be cured. It just so happens that Oda has a phantommon who has mastered a very rare grass-type skill, fragrant petals. The concentration of the fragrance it emits has already reached the requirements for treating her father. In order to convince Oda to use Mimimon to treat his father, Masako had to obey his orders and follow him across thousands of miles of rivers and seas, causing destruction everywhere and hunting down the murderer who killed the dragon turtle. But after so much time, the capture plan has not been going smoothly, and he has been listed as Jianhai's most wanted criminal. Even though he failed in his mission and his face was injured, he still got taken advantage of by Oda when he came back. The more Masako thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. In an instant, her homesickness reached its peak. She raised her head, picked up the beautiful petal she had captured during the battle with Li Bo, and stared at it inadvertently, lost in thought, and said helplessly, "You said, it would be nice if you smelled a little better." At night, Lu Wei knocked on Li Bo's door again. Seeing that she was still in her uniform, Li Bo said, "Captain Lu Wei, you're back? I just happened to have." Before she finished speaking, Lu Wei suddenly asked, "Li Bo, tell me the truth, did you see Wang Yan's son today?" "Wang Yan's son?" Li Bo asked tentatively, "You mean Wang Chen?" "Sure enough." Lu Wei frowned and asked again, "You fought with him?" Li Bo laughed dumbly. "It seems Captain Lu Wei knows everything. Wang Chen's death must have been reported to the security team, and he would definitely not be able to escape suspicion. At this moment, I can only tell Lu Wei the whole story." So, Li Bo calmly told Lu Wei the whole story of his encounter with Wang Chen and Chen Hao, and then how Masako appeared and killed people. "It's her indeed." Lu Wei gritted her teeth, only her gold-eating ants can pierce Wang Chen's neck so cleanly. She looked at Li Bo again. "Get up early tomorrow, come back to the police station with me to write a statement." "Ah? Tomorrow morning?" "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Captain Lu Wei." Li Bo hesitated. "Why?" Lu Wei looked puzzled. "Because tomorrow is the school's martial arts competition finals." Chapter 123, the final is coming. The next day, the Jianghai University martial arts competition was already packed with people. After many days of competition and layers of elimination, the final martial arts champion will finally be decided today. This also marks the end of the freshman year for this batch of Beast Masters. According to the Dasha National Education System, the champion of the martial arts competition will represent his or her university and participate in the annual National Secret Trial during the summer vacation. The Secret Realm contains countless natural treasures and rare beasts, making it the training ground that countless Beast Masters dream of. At this time, Li Bo and Wang Linxian were sitting in the preparation seat, waiting for the referee to blow the order for the final battle. At the beginning of the competition, no one expected that the two of them would make it to the finals. Mu Aoshui and Lin Feier, who were once the favorites to win the championship, ended up in a dismal defeat under the absolute suppression of Li Bo's strength. However, everyone was convinced that Li Bo had made it to the finals. After all, everyone had witnessed his outstanding performance in every game. However, there are different opinions about whether Wang Linxian can advance to the top two. The audience is not stupid either. Wang Linxian performed mediocrely in the martial arts competition, but he was able to defeat his opponents repeatedly. The strangeness is self-evident. After all, as the second largest family in Shanghai, it is not difficult for the Wang family to use their money-counting ability to bribe the players. For some contestants, although there are many rare opportunities in the national secret realm, they know very well that even if they are lucky enough to win the martial arts championship, the competition they face will be geniuses from universities across the country. Although Jianghai University is relatively well known in the province, it seems a bit mediocre when compared to the many famous beast-taming universities across the country. Even if a coveted treasure appears in the secret realm, the hope of competing with the martial arts champions of those top universities is naturally much slimmer. In addition, the conditions offered by the Wang family to these bribed players were very targeted. If they needed money, they would give money. If they needed evolution materials, they would give evolution materials. Therefore, they were all willing to give way to Wang Linxian. After a few rounds, Wang Linxian successfully entered the finals. On the day of the finals, the martial arts competition venue was packed, and even the stands were filled with teachers from various departments of Jianghai University. Of course, as Lin Feng has always been paying close attention to Li Bo, he naturally would not miss this game. Seeing Wang Linxian coming to the competition field so smoothly, Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Jun. "Principal Lu, did you find anything fishy about Wang Linxian?" Faced with Lin Feng's questioning, Lu Jun did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly explained. "To be honest, President Lin, the school has set up a special committee over the past 3 days to investigate Wang Linxian's advancement to the finals. The committee interviewed all the players who had competed against him, but they all denied that the Wang family had bribed them. Therefore, we are unable to confirm whether Wang Linxian cheated at this time." Snort. Lin Feng didn't seem surprised and laughed coldly. "Principal Lu, you don't really think this kid can make it to the finals on his own, do you? The reason you didn't investigate is because that old man Wang Yang paid them all off to keep quiet. That's what we say, but if there's no evidence, we can't just accuse someone wrongly," Lu Jun said somewhat bitterly. Wang Yang had expressed his dissatisfaction with him several times in investigating Wang Linxian's affairs, but in order to save Lin Feng's face, he went through the necessary investigation procedures. On one side is the power giant in Jianghai, and on the other side is the Wang family that monopolizes the Jianghai mines. Lu Jun is stuck in the middle and can't please either side. Forget it. That old bastard Wang Yang is so impeccable, it's normal that you can't find any loopholes in him," Lin Feng said angrily. "Anyway, everyone knows how strong Wang Linxian is. If he wants to defeat Li Bo, it's simply a pipe dream." At this time, Li Bo, who was sitting below, also began to deploy for battle. He asked several pets in the space. "Wang Linxian's main pet is the steel hammer bull. It should be the first to go into battle. Does anyone among you want to fight it?" "Master, I'll go." Xiao Bai volunteered to speak first. "Brother Li Bo, let me go. I only made my debut in the martial arts competition once. I haven't had enough fun yet." Ziyun spoke up immediately, and she pleaded with Xiao Bai again. "Sister Xiao Bai, just give me this chance to perform. I promise, within 3 minutes, I'll take down that big, stupid bull." "Absolutely not. Ziyun," Xiao Bai said firmly. "Master said that there will be a reward for the winner of the competition." "I'm sorry, sister, I can't let you have this opportunity." "But, I want to be rewarded too." Xiao Bai is the older sister, she should give in to her younger sister. "It is precisely because I am your elder sister that Ziyun should listen to me." Xiao Bai and Ziyun debated with each other with red faces, both wanting to win this final battle for Li Bo. Meow Meow in the beast taming space didn't say a word and seemed much quieter. Because she was not sure whether Mu Aoshui was watching the game on the spot. If she saw her next to Li Bo, she would definitely be very upset. Just as the two women were arguing, Tutu suddenly spoke up. "How about I go?" "Ah. Go ahead." The two looked at Tutu in surprise at the same time, and then Ziyun persuaded. Tutu, let me handle this dangerous task. Your level isn't high enough yet, and I'm afraid you won't be able to control it. But Tutu also wants to do her bit for you, Tutu replied softly. Ziyun, you are wrong. At this time, Li Bo smiled and said, it's precisely because Bunny's level is low that he needs more training. I think it's best to let Bunny start. Oh well. Since Li Bo said so, Xiaobai and Ziyun stopped arguing and obediently gave the chance to play to Tutu. Now I declare that the 125th Jianhai University Martial Arts Competition Finals has officially begun. As the referee's whistle sounded, the atmosphere on the scene was once again stirred up. Next, we invite the two finalists Li Bo and Wan Linxian to the stage. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly erupted with fierce shouts one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Linxian was the first to step onto the stage. Li Bo couldn't help but look towards the arena, but found that Wang Linxian was staring at him with a gloomy face, his eyes full of resentment and hatred. Li Bo's face was calm. He ignored the other person's gaze, took a deep breath, and prepared to step onto the stage. Just as he took half a step, a cold female voice suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Li Bo. Li Bo turned around curiously and suddenly found a tall, red-haired girl with a face as bright as the moon running towards him breathlessly. Lin Feier? Chapter 124 Red Bracelet. The red-haired beauty who was rushing towards Li Bo was Lin Feier. Li Bo stopped and asked curiously when Lin Feier came to him. What's the matter, Lin Feier? Call. Lin Feier took a deep breath and calmed down her breathing. Li Bo. I have something to give you. As she spoke, a blush rose silently on Lin Feier's cheeks, imprinted on her beautiful face, just like the sunset glow. Lin Feier, who was always arrogant and cold, rarely behaved like this today. Li Bo became more and more curious. Something? What? This. Lin Feier suddenly stretched out her hand and handed a red bracelet with a special buckle to Li Bo. Is this a bracelet? Li Bo looked a little surprised. To be precise, this is a bracelet with a Wenchang knot. It symbolizes success and victory. Lin Feier smiled brightly, her eyes curved into crescents, and added. I made it up. You made that up? Li Bo couldn't help but look at Lin Feier. He saw two dark circles under her eyes. She must have stayed up all night weaving the red rope. Thinking of this, a warm feeling surged from Li Bo's heart. She was a rich lady who had never done housework, but she stayed up late to weave a bracelet for herself. Even though Li Bo had a prejudice against her before, he couldn't help but feel a little fond of Lin Feier at this moment. This scene was seen by everyone in the audience, and they immediately started talking about it. Lin Feier, is this considered a confession to Li Bo? Ha ha. A red bracelet, isn't that obvious enough? TSK. To be honest, although Lin Feier has a hot temper, when it comes to loyalty, she is indeed impeccable. That brat Li Bo has captured the heart of another school beauty. I'm so pissed off. What do you think, Li Bo? Will he accept Lin Feier's confession in public? If it were me, I would agree. With so many people watching, it would hurt Lin Feier so much if I refused. The audience at the scene couldn't hear the conversation between Li Bo and Lin Feier clearly, so they naturally thought that this was Lin Feier confessing her love to Li in public, so they started to make a fuss. Together. Promise her. Thus, the martial arts competition finals instantly turned into a large-scale confession scene. In an inconspicuous corner, another campus beauty from Jianhai University was hiding in the crowd and watching this scene quietly. Mu Aoshue's face was pale and her complexion was very bad. It was obvious that she had not fully recovered from the backlash after using the tide of longing last time. She bit her thin red lips tightly, staring intently at Li Bo's every move off the court. At this time, the shouting from the audience became louder and louder, and the audience looked like they didn't mind making trouble and kept cheering on the two. Boss Lin, everyone seems to have mistakenly thought that Feier was confessing her love to Li Bo. In the stands, Lu Jun said with a smile. Ha ha. Just let the kids play house. Lin Feng smiled like a loving father and said. Before we part, maybe Feier also wants an answer from this boy to relieve the regret in her heart. A young girl's emotions are passionate yet cautious. What a pity we old bones like us can't experience them. Ha? That's right. Lu Jun changed the subject and asked. Oh right. The admissions procedures for Holy Dragon University should be completed, right? Lin Feng nodded. Everything has been arranged. Thanks to Principal Lu's help, the transfer process went so smoothly. Fei's flight has been booked, and she'll be flying to the beautiful country in a few days. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Lu Jun felt a little proud, so he smiled and said, "Ha ha. Not bad, not bad." As one of the world's top dragon-related universities, the Holy Dragon University in the United States has seen tremendous growth in recent years. They have hired many of the world's top dragon-related beastmasters as visiting professors at high salaries. Whether it's academic research or practical teaching, it's world-class. Although Western schools require an application system, Shanglong University is known for its strict admissions process. Fei must have put in a lot of effort that is unknown to others to get there. That's right, Lin Feng said with a smile. Fei has a strong personality. After being defeated by Li Bo, she trained hard to catch up with him. Just 2 days ago, with the help of her teacher, who she has been a disciple of since childhood, she finally contracted a second dragon-type pet. She just passed the transfer threshold of Holy Dragon University. I hope that after further training there, she can barely catch up with this kid. Thinking of Li Bo's enchanting talent for taming beasts, Lin Feng's tone became melancholy again. Looking towards the audience, he felt a faint worry rising in his heart. He remembered that this guy had previously declined his marriage proposal by using the opportunity to cure Lai Yinfanying. This time, Fei took the initiative, and he didn't know how this guy would respond. At this moment, feeling the almost boiling shouts around her, Lin Fei's cheeks suddenly became hot. Oh no. They seem to think I'm confessing my feelings. Lin Fei's heart was pounding. It was the first time for her to do this, and she felt nervous. In fact, before Li Bo awakened his talent for beast control, Lin Fei had tried to show him goodwill more than once or twice, but she either blocked his way or acted like a wall. The method is naturally a bit rough. But this time, for some reason, Lin Fei, who had always been extremely confident, felt unsure for the first time. Maybe she just wanted to give Li Bo a red rope with profound meaning, and did not expect things to develop to this point. Seeing that she was in a difficult situation, Lin Fei's expression became a little embarrassed. Lin Fei, act openly and honestly, what am I afraid of? After comforting herself, Lin Fei hurriedly explained. Li Bo, that's not what I meant. Thank you, Lin Fei. Li Bo smiled slightly and took Lin Fei's bracelet naturally. Seeing Li Bo take his red rope so skillfully, Lin Fei didn't react for a moment and stood there in a daze. How could she not have expected that Li Bo would accept her kindness so calmly? Lin Fei's joy was beyond words, and her face suddenly turned as bright as a flower. This red rope, can I just wear it directly? Li Bo asked at this time. Lin Fei nodded seriously. Put it on. I believe you will be invincible. Li Bo. Then I'll take your blessing. I will win this game. Li Bo smiled and put the red rope given by Lin Fei on his right hand in front of everyone. It's done. Roar. Let's congratulate this guy. There were continuous whistles from the audience, and everyone thought that Lin Fei's confession was successful. Naturally, this scene did not escape Mu Aoshue's sight. For some reason, when she saw Li Bo and Lin Fei being so close, an inexplicable feeling of jealousy welled up in her heart. She unconsciously clenched her fists, and her crystal-clear lips were bitten until traces of blood were oozing out. Snort! After glancing at Li Bo with a flickering look, Mu Aoshue shook her hands vigorously and left the scene without looking back. This thing belongs to me, Mu Aoshue. No one can take it away. Chapter 125 Final. After putting the red rope on his hand, Li Bo smelled a unique fragrance that belonged only to Lin Fei. Collect body fragrance +1. Floral fragrance evolution mission 4-5. Li Bo was delighted when he saw the prompt popped up by the system. I only need one more person's body fragrance to complete the fragrant petals evolution mission. Li Bo, please come on stage as soon as possible. At this moment, the referee's voice suddenly sounded behind Li Bo. He looked at Lin Fei. I have to go to the game. Go quickly. I'll be waiting for your good news. Lin Fei winked at Li Bo, then quickly returned to the audience. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Wang Linxian said to Li Bo with a half smile. You've killed someone, yet you're still so calm and composed. You have a pretty good mental state. Li Bo, do you dare to look me in the eye? Li Bo calmly raised his head and looked at Wang Linxian, then helplessly spread his hands. What are you mumbling about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Ha ha, Are you still pretending? Yesterday, my eldest brother went to negotiate with you, and when he came back, there was only a cold corpse left. Who would believe it if you told others that it wasn't you who did it? Wang Linxian sneered. Li Bo sighed. Alas! Although I really want to teach your brother a lesson, unfortunately, I didn't kill him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here safely to compete with you in the finals. Arrogant! Wang Linxian pointed at Li Bo and said angrily. My eldest brother had 3 elite pets, and they fell into your hands for no reason. You must have used some dirty tricks to plot against my eldest brother, you despicable villain. I'm despicable to your mother. Wang Linxian, your mouth stinks because you ate shit? Li Bo was too lazy to talk to him in a nice tone. 3 elite-level beasts, so impressive? I really don't even take your eldest brother's half-baked skills seriously. You! Wang Linxian was so angry that his hands were shaking. All right. Very good. Today, I will prove to everyone that there is not a single coward in my Wang family. Come out. Steel Hammer Bull. A green light flashed, and Wang Linchuan's Steel Hammer Bull appeared on the scene again. Still wearing armor, Steel Hammer Bull holds a heavy hammer in his hand, standing a full 2.5 meters tall, a true bull warrior. Strange, why does the aura feel a lot stronger? Li Bo squinted his eyes and looked at the Steel Hammer Bull. He could clearly feel that its strength was far beyond the level it had when it fought with the little stone monkey. Based on Li Bo's experience of frequently fighting with wild pets, the pressure emitted by the Steel Hammer Bull is very similar to that when he fought against the man-eating vulture. In other words, its level is around the elite 5th level. But what is very strange is that the level of the Steel Hammer Bull shown on the panel is still Elite 1. Name, Steel Hammer Bull. Gender, male. Attribute, Steel. Level, Elite 1st stage. Potential, Elite. Skills, Roar Basic, Violent Charge Basic, Hammer Basic, Armored Shelter Intermediate, Charged Hammer Intermediate, Bull Stare Advanced. What? You've already learned to stare like a cow? Li Bo was shocked. Bull staring is a control skill that has the effect of intimidating the opponent. Although its momentum is not as strong as Xiao Bai's Dragon Might, it has strong enough suppression power for pets with ordinary bloodlines. However, according to common sense, the bull staring is an advanced skill that can generally only be mastered by excellent level cattle pets. This Steel Hammer Bull was only at the Elite Level 1, yet he suddenly mastered an advanced skill in such a short period of time, which really made Li Bo a little suspicious. Rabbit, the situation has changed. The opponent might be a bit strong. Maybe Xiao Bai should take over. Li Bo said to the women in the beast taming space. After all, Tutu really doesn't have any skills to restrain this bull staring skill, and only Xiao Bai's dragon power can compete with him. Master! Summon me! Xiao Bai can't wait any longer. Sir! Please let me try first. Tutu said firmly, no matter how strong the opponent is, Tutu will give it my all. Rabbit! Li Bo touched his chin and thought for a while, then said. Since you insist so much, it's better to be careful. After that, he summoned the rabbit directly. Even if we can't win, Xiao Bai, Ziyun and the others are there to back us up. This battle is mainly to train Tutu's actual combat ability. A ray of light flashed, and a small flower rabbit appeared opposite the Steel Hammer Bull. The 3rd Elite. Seeing this scene, Wang Linxian was the first one to fall. It seemed that Li Bo was not being arrogant when he said that he did not take his elder brother's 3 Elite Level 1s seriously. He really had 3 Elite Level 1s. Wang Linxian looked at Li Bo in disbelief. When did you contract a 3rd pet? Just 2 days ago. Li Bo said this casually. There was also heated discussion in the audience about the appearance of Tutu. Holy crap! Another Elite Level 1. Li Bo's mental strength is too terrifying. 3 elite pets would be a huge drain on a Beastmaster. Li Bo is only a 2nd level Beastmaster right now. It's more than just his mental power that's terrifying. Being able to possess 3 elite pets at the same time is extremely rare, even among sophomores. Li Bo is already far ahead of us. The key is, what kind of rabbit is this? Could it be a new evolutionary direction developed by the hopping rabbit? I don't think so. This rabbit doesn't have any characteristics of a jumping rabbit. It looks a bit like a wood spirit rabbit. What? Wood spirit rabbit? That's even worse than a hopping rabbit. Isn't the wood spirit rabbit a pet with a very low-level bloodline? Many of the waiters in the restaurant are wood spirit rabbit girls. I remember that wood spirit rabbits can't evolve, right? Damn. Nothing is impossible for this kid. Maybe he caught a genetically mutated one. There was a lot of discussion about rabbits in the audience, but what shocked everyone the most was that Rebirth had already contracted 3 elite rabbits by the end of his freshman year. This level is already on par with the top beast taming talents in the country. Rebirth was already accustomed to everyone's surprise. If he let them know that he had also contracted a colorful scaled python far away in the miasma forest, and that there was an elite army of tree spirits in the beast-controlling space, he wondered how they would react. TSK. Rebirth, although you are very powerful, you don't use your ice dragon and purple cloud, and use a lowest level rabbit to deal with my steel hammer bull. Are you looking down on me? Wang Linxian laughed coldly. Whatever you think. I'm determined to win this championship today. Fighting spirit surged in Rebirth's eyes. At this point, nothing could stop him. Ha ha. I can't win the martial arts championship, but you can forget about it. Wang Linxian said gloomily. Chapter 126 Battle with King Lin Xian. Steel hammer bull staring. Wang Linxian suddenly shouted. The next moment, the steel hammer bull's round eyes, as big as copper bells, suddenly became fierce and quickly locked onto the rabbit's body. Really? Rebirth frowned. This kid used this trick again. He knew very well that if he didn't have any countermeasures, as long as he was fixed in place by the bull's glare, he would have to bear the brunt of his opponent's next series of moves. Fortunately, Rebirth had already anticipated that Wang Linxian would take the initiative to control the situation. So, almost as soon as Tutu appeared, he decisively let Tutu use the flash shield. At this moment, with the activation of the bull's stare, the rabbit's movements were suddenly restricted. Ha ha. I've got you pinned down. I'll let you show off and not get a high-level pet. Wang Linxian seemed to have let out a sigh of relief, and then he commanded, Steel Hammer Bull, charge up the hammer and rush over to destroy it. Boom boom. After saying that, Steel Hammer Bull took steady steps and rushed towards Rabbit with great momentum. At the same time, the huge iron hammer in its hand was raised high, shining with a cold iron light, appearing to be full of power. Although the charged heavy hammer is an intermediate skill, its power will increase with the charging time of the Steel Hammer Bull. The opponent's Flower Spirit Rabbit was perfectly immobilized, and this period of time was enough for Wang Linxian to deliver a powerful blow with excellent effect. After a while, the Steel Hammer Bull suddenly attacked Rabbit. Boom! It smashed down at the rabbit without hesitation. However, just when he thought he could win with this heavy hammer, unexpectedly, a pale yellow light shield suddenly blocked the Steel Hammer Bull's heavy hammer. What? There's a shield. Wang Linxian said he was careless. He just realized that Rebirth had already predicted that he would use this combo and used the flash shield in advance. Under the morning sunlight, the shining shield seemed to be integrated into one, and was very inconspicuous. It was not until the Steel Hammer Bull's heavy hammer hit him with a dull sound that Wang Linxian could see clearly what was going on. This scene did not escape the vicious gaze of Lu Jun on the stage. He was not so surprised that Rebirth contracted a third pet. But the flashing shield cast by Tutu made his mind fly. Oh? It's a bit like a light skill? Light-type skills? Principal Lu, are you sure? This rabbit looks like a grass-type pet. Light-type pets are even rarer than dragon types. Lin Feng was puzzled. That's right. Lu Jun said with certainty. Although I can't reveal anything from the appearance of this pet that looks like a wood spirit rabbit, this shield is a legitimate light-type skill. So this rabbit has the potential to evolve into a light-type pet? TSK, a light-type pet that can dispel all darkness, a symbol of nobility and status, truly makes one envious. Lin Feng said with a twinkle in his eyes. Ha ha. I can't say for sure whether he can evolve or not. Lu Jun said with a smile, this kid, even I can't see through him anymore. Snap. At this time, there was already a crack on the bunny's flash shield. Rebirth knew very well that the flash shield, as an intermediate skill, would not last long under the charged hammer of the Steel Hammer Bull. Although this flash shield is a light-based skill, Bunny doesn't have light attributes. I still don't know how to evolve this flash shield to a high level. It would be better if the flash shield was more powerful, Rebirth thought to himself, but fortunately, the Steel Hammer Bull's attack was slow, which successfully delayed the attack and gave Rabbit time to wake up. With a bang, Tutu's flashing shield exploded completely, and at this moment, her enchanting red eyes quickly became bright. Damn it! I'm losing control. Wang Linxian looked unwilling, he was so close to success. Hammer to death. He continued to give orders to the steel hammer bull. However, after waking up, the rabbit became extremely agile and jumped out of the attack range of the hammer with a turn. You've used up your bull's staring eyes. Let's see what you're going to do next. Li Bo sneered. High-level skills consume a lot of energy from pets, not to mention skills like bull staring that consume mental energy. As an elite-level steel hammer bull, you will have to wait for a while before you can use bull staring again. While Tutu was dodging, Li Bo decisively asked him to use the flower fragrance. As a rich floral fragrance filled the ring, Steel Hammer Bull's movements suddenly became much slower, and his already clumsy body seemed even more sluggish. It is the paralyzing effect brought by the fragrance of the flowers that makes the Steel Hammer Bull a sitting duck. Bunny. Leaf Spin Blade. Li Bo decisively launched a fierce attack. Leaves emerged from the rabbit's body and gathered in the air to form a sharp cross-leaf knife. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Dao showed no mercy and smashed towards the chest of the Steel Hammer Bull. With a bang, Yi Xianrun directly shattered the armor in front of the Steel Hammer Bull, exposing his skin. The Steel Hammer Bull fell to the ground. Li Bo followed his gaze, and the next scene made his pupils suddenly dilate. Because the exposed part of the chest of the Steel Hammer Bull was not the red skin that the Steel Hammer Bull originally had, but a dark black color. However, the leaf-spinning blade was quite powerful. After breaking through the Steel Hammer Bull's armor, it left many scars on its body. The blood quickly covered the black skin. Strange? Why is it black? Li Bo was puzzled. However, before he could think about it, the Steel Hammer Bull who had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up, patted his chest, and there was no sign of pain on his face, as if nothing had happened. How come? Li Bo was very surprised, because Tutu's attack just now was obviously very sharp, and Steel Hammer Bull didn't have time to use defensive skills. How could he suffer such damage but not feel any pain at all? Seeing that the other party was safe and sound, Tutu gritted his teeth and released the flower fragrance again, covering the Steel Hammer Bull. But this time Wang Linxian was well prepared. He ordered the Steel Hammer Bull to hold the heavy hammer in both hands and spin rapidly, forming a whirlwind to block all the fragrance of the flowers outside. Whoosh! Suddenly, the iron hammer in the spinning Steel Hammer Bull's hand suddenly fell off and flew into Rabbit. Flower Rabbit, injured. The information on the panel in front of Li Bo was changing rapidly. His expression changed, and he quickly calmed down. Photosynthesis. Bunny. In an instant, a strong light burst out from the rabbit's head, and then the body's condition began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. There's actually a recovery skill. Steel Hammer Bull Violent Charge. Wang Linxian hurriedly gave orders, and the Steel Hammer Bull kicked back with one leg and suddenly rushed towards Rabbit. Rabbit threw out Leaf Blade, but Steel Hammer Bull didn't dodge at all. After taking the skill head-on, it charged towards Rabbit even more violently. Tutu's face changed, and he quickly turned around and narrowly avoided the attack. It looked at the Steel Hammer Bull with lingering fear, not understanding why its skills could not cause any damage to it. Li Bo frowned. There was no doubt that this Steel Hammer Bull was acting very strangely today. Not only has my strength increased a lot, I can't even feel the pain. This guy is tough and thick-skinned, we have to find another way. Li Bo touched his chin and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the wound on the chest of Steel Hammer Bull. An idea struck him and he said to Rabbit, "Rabbit, find a way to throw the parasitic seeds into its wound." Chapter 127 The Weird Steel Hammer Bull. After receiving Li Bo's instructions, Tutu quickly changed his battle strategy. She turned offense into defense, and every time the Steel Hammer Bull rushed over, she took the initiative to avoid it. Although the Steel Hammer Bull was incredibly powerful, Rabbit was too small, so no matter whether it was a violent charge or a random hammer, Rabbit dodged it flexibly. Li Bo had been observing the breath of the Steel Hammer Bull from beginning to end. According to common sense, the Steel Hammer Bull had been fighting for such a long time, and its physical strength should have been affected to some extent. But the opponent had been injured by Tutu during the battle, and he clearly had no endurance skills, but his condition was not affected at all. Instead, his offensive became more fierce, which made Li Bo feel more and more weird. In other words, the rabbit has the support of photosynthesis and can continue to fight with the Steel Hammer Bull. At this moment, after a few exchanges, the Steel Hammer Bull's attacks all failed, and Wang Linchuan's face was a little embarrassed. He cursed at Li Bo. "You're so timid. Li Bo, where has your limelight gone? Do you dare to fight me head-on?" "Ha ha. A head-on battle? Li Bo sneered. Wang Linxian, your steel hammer bull is truly remarkable. You fought for such a long time, using your skills so frequently, without even needing to breathe. Even an exceptional pet would be ashamed of your endurance. How did you do it? Teach me. After hearing what Li Bo said, Wang Linxian seemed to feel a little guilty. He simply ignored Li Bo and just let the steel hammer bull attack. Unexpectedly, after several attacks and defenses, Tutu already knew every move of steel hammer bull. She discovered that every time Steel Hammer Bull used the hammer swing action, there would be a period of pre-swing, and this also gave Rabbit the opportunity to activate the parasitic seed. At this moment, Tutu suddenly stopped when Steel Hammer Bull used the charged hammer. Whoosh whoosh. A total of 10 parasitic seeds flew towards the wound on its chest, and penetrated into the skin of the Steel Hammer Bull without missing a single one. Despicable guy. Seeing that Steel Hammer Bull was attacked, Wang Linxian gritted his teeth and said angrily, "So what if I let you hit me?" Li Bo, don't think that just because you, a rabbit, can use photosynthesis, you're a perpetual motion machine. If you frequently use intermediate skills, you'll be exhausted sooner or later. Let's see who can outlast the other. The parasitic seed hit the Steel Hammer Bull's wound, but the Steel Hammer Bull didn't even breathe. Considering the black skin of the Steel Hammer Bull just now, Li Bo can now be sure that Wang Linxian must have given the Steel Hammer Bull some kind of banned drug, which is why it has become so difficult to deal with. However, these drugs that temporarily enhance the strength of pets will have some side effects to a greater or lesser extent. Wang Linxian is willing to sacrifice the foundation of the pet he cultivated with great effort to fight with himself. Even if he wins the championship, how long can he last after entering the secret realm? Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but squint his eyes, always feeling that things were not that simple. But now is not the time to think about these things. Since the parasitic seed has entered the body of the Steel Hammer Bull, the parasitic seed will then absorb the body energy of the Steel Hammer Bull and continuously provide nourishment to Rabbit. It's ridiculous that Wang Linxian has no idea of the horror of the 10 parasitic seeds. He thinks that his Steel Hammer Bull can't feel pain and doesn't care. Little did they know that the situation on the battlefield was quietly reversing. After a few more rounds, Wang Linxian was surprised to find that the Steel Hammer Bull's pace suddenly slowed down a lot, and the heavy hammer he swung was far less powerful than before. On the other hand, Li Bo's rabbit still looks energetic, and from time to time it emits the fragrance of flowers to interfere with the Steel Hammer Bull. Over time, the Steel Hammer Bull becomes decadent. What kind of seeds did the rabbit just drop? They can actually drain the Steel Hammer Bull's energy so quickly. Wang Linxian was shocked and angry, veins popped on his forehead, and he glared at Li Bo fiercely. Don't think that you have a sure win just like this. Steel Hammer Bull use roar. He shouted. The Steel Hammer Bull on the battlefield suddenly stopped and let out a deafening moo towards the sky. An invisible energy vibrated with the Steel Hammer Bull's body as the center. Under this violent wave, the armor of the Steel Hammer Bull was blown loudly, and there was a faint sign that it was separated from the body. The parasitic seeds that Tutu had injected into its wound were actually forcibly shaken out. A trifle. Wang Linxian said with disdain. He looked at Li Bo, but found that he had a strange smile on his face. Wang Linxian's face changed. Oh no! I saw that under the feet of the Steel Hammer Bull, sharp vines as thick as tree roots appeared at some point. And these vines drilled into the gaps in the armor when the Steel Hammer Bull used roar. It is Rabbit's advanced skill vine strangulation. Swish! Swish! The vines grew wildly along the gaps in the Steel Hammer Bull's armor, forcibly lifting it up from the ground in an instant. Li Bo did not let Rabbit penetrate the Steel Hammer Bull's body directly. After all, the vine's strangling power was quite powerful, and it was very likely to kill the Steel Hammer Bull after penetrating it. After finally reaching the finals, Li Bo didn't want to break the rules by accidentally killing his pet and lose the right to compete. At this time, the Steel Hammer Bull was struggling desperately above, but the sharp vines had already penetrated its armor and fixed it above. No matter how hard the Steel Hammer Bull tried, it could not get rid of it at all. And from the audience, there were also sighs and hisses. Another advanced skill each of Li Bo's pets is extraordinary. It's raised. Looks like the winner is decided. After all, Wang Linxian's other pet hasn't even reached elite level. Wang Linxian did quite well today. He was able to hold on for so long against Li Bo. I've noticed it too. This guy's fighting ability today has improved by leaps and bounds compared to his performance a few days ago. It took a lot of effort for Li Bo to hold him down. The discussion was heated and the audience had already made up their minds about the winner. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Bo would be the worthy champion of this martial arts competition. There's something wrong with this guy. Lin Fei stood not far away, staring at Wang Lingquan's movements intently. Even though the situation had reached such a critical juncture, Wang Lingquan's face was not only free of tension, but he also revealed an imperceptible and creepy smile. A feeling of uneasiness rose in Lin Fei's heart. She looked at Li Bo, clutching the corner of his clothes and worrying about him. Li Bo. Rabbit. Throw it out of the ring. Li Bo made the decision. He understood that if he allowed Steel Hammer Bull to continue staying in the ring, the opponent would only attack Rabbit tirelessly, and driving it out of the ring would be the most appropriate way to win. Understood, sir. Rabbit nodded, commanded the roots and vines growing from the ground, and suddenly threw the Steel Hammer Bull out. After a dull thud, the huge body of the Steel Hammer Bull fell to the ground. But just when everyone thought the game was about to end. With a loud bang, the Steel Hammer Bull's body suddenly exploded, and the ground was instantly covered with bloody and horrific corpses. Chapter 128 Death Incident. Dead. This sudden change left everyone present unable to react. Silence. A dead silence enveloped the audience stands. The blood of the Steel Hammer Bull was splattered everywhere, and an unpleasant fishy smell lingered in the martial arts arena. The Beastmasters watching the fight on the stage all looked at the scene below in horror. After they realized what was happening, the martial arts competition field became noisy again. Li Bo. You're being a bit too ruthless. Even if you're strong, there's no need to kill the Steel Hammer Bull so brutally to prove yourself. What do you think? Does this count as a vicious attack on a pet? No matter if it's malicious or not. The purpose of the martial arts competition is mainly to exchange skills. Killing a pet will have serious consequences. Yes. In the early stages of this martial arts competition, there were 1 or 2 incidents of pet beast deaths. Although the investigation later determined that they were caused by negligence, the Beastmasters who killed their pets were still inevitably disqualified from the competition. In other words, even if Li Bo wins, the champion of the martial arts competition will still be. I think it's hanging. Steel Hammer Bull, death. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Steel Hammer Bull. Flower Rabbit Upgrade, Elite Stage 3. What? Seeing the death information of Steel Hammer Bull transmitted through the system, Li Bo's face looked very ugly, and his brows were tightly furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. He was very puzzled. He didn't even try to kill the bull, so why did the Steel Hammer Bull suddenly explode? Sir, it's not me. Tutu explained hurriedly. Seeing Li Bo being criticized by thousands of people off the court, she couldn't help but feel worried. Rabbit. Of course I know this wasn't you. Li Bo's voice sank. Someone is trying to frame us. He suddenly turned his head and his eyes quickly locked onto Wang Lingqian opposite him. Wang Lingquan's eyes were gloomy, staring at Li Bo like a wolf. He said in a voice that only Li Bo could hear. Li Bo. I told you if I can't win the martial arts championship, then neither can you. You're so cruel that you're willing to sacrifice your own pet just to drag me down with you. Li Bo clenched his fists, obviously not expecting that Wang Lingquan's methods would be so cruel. Ha ha. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. It's just an elite, so if it dies, it dies. But being able to trip you up can be considered as a way to vent my elder brother's anger. Wang Lingqian sneered. At this time, after carefully checking the information about Steel Hammer Bull's death, the referee questioned Li Bo in a less friendly tone. What's going on? Li Bo. I didn't kill it. Li Bo explained calmly, my flower spirit rabbit didn't use any killing moves just now. No killing move used? The referee snorted, you used an advanced skill just now, right? Although my vine strangle is an advanced skill, it didn't penetrate the Steel Hammer Bull's body. When Bunny lifted it up just now, everyone saw that it was still alive. Li Bo said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Referee. Don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, Wang Lingqian came over with a grief-stricken expression. It's true that Steel Hammer Bull was still alive in the ring, but when he threw it out, he must have used some vicious move to make it explode. Wang Lingqian began to cry, Steel Hammer Bull, it was Li Bo who killed him. You have to do me justice. Referee. As he spoke, Wang Lingqian winked at the referee at an inconspicuous angle. He had bribed this referee before, and the reason why he was able to bypass all strong opponents and enter the finals every time was due to the considerable benefits that the Wang family had already given to this referee. Therefore, Wang Linxian informed the referee of this plan early on. "Referee, please don't listen to his one-sided words. When we were fighting just now, I found that something was wrong with Steel Hammer Bull. Please conduct a serious investigation into Steel Hammer Bull's death and clear my name." Li Bo tried hard to explain. "Humph. Innocent?" the referee said with a righteous expression. "The Steel Hammer Bull exploded and died when you threw him off the ring. Thousands of people in the audience witnessed it. How can you expect me to clear your name?" Li Bo wanted to say something but stopped himself, thinking about the exchange of glances between Wang Linxian and the referee just now. Suddenly, he remembered that there must be something fishy going on between this kid and the referee for him to make it to the finals. Li Bo immediately chose to call the counselor Wu Gang. He said to the referee with full determination, "I remained silent until my counselor, Mr. Wu Gang, arrived." Ha ha. The decision on martial arts competitions rests with the referee. There's no point in calling the counselor. The referee snorted coldly. "Also, your teacher, Wu Gang, has been seconded to another university to teach and won't be back this semester." "What?" Li Bo's expression changed and he suddenly looked at Wang Linxian, only to find that the other party was looking at him with a smile. He was not stupid enough to think that Wu Gang's departure at this critical moment was a coincidence. All this must have been arranged by Wang Linxian. After all, Wu Gang had personally come to watch every one of his previous matches. As Wu Gang's most proud student, he would definitely not miss the final of this martial arts competition. If teacher Wu Gang were present, he would definitely make a big deal out of the matter and clear his name. But the only teacher who took care of him, Mr. Wu Gang, is not in school now. Although Li Bo has thousands of explanations in his mind, he has no way to defend himself in front of this dog referee who was in close collusion with Wang Linxian. Li Bo gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that Wang Linxian had infiltrated Shanghai University so deeply. It seemed that he had underestimated the power of the Wang family in Shanghai. At this time, the referee spoke again. "Li Bo, if you admit now that you maliciously killed your pet and are disqualified from the competition, I can still show leniency and not hold you accountable for any other consequences. Otherwise, you will face even more severe school penalties. After all, maliciously killing a pet can lead to expulsion from school." "Impossible." Li Bo refused outright, glaring at Wang Linxian and the referee. "Teacher Wu Gang is not here, so I ask the school's senior leaders to intervene in this investigation." As he spoke, Li Bo turned his head and looked towards the high platform where the leadership was in the distance, looking for help. "Ha? A senior school leader?" Wang Linxian sneered. "The facts and results are right in front of you, why are you still struggling? Moreover, you, a lowly person born in the lower city, dare to imagine that the school leaders will stand up and speak for you at this time? Li Bo, you are too naive." Seeing that Li Bo was still stubborn, the referee blew the whistle. "Because Li Bo maliciously killed another person's pet during a martial arts competition, according to national martial arts competition rules, I hereby declare Li Bo to be." "Wait a moment." At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. The originally noisy martial arts competition field suddenly became completely silent. Wang Linxian and the others turned their heads and suddenly realized that two extremely oppressive figures were walking towards the ring. "Headmaster?" Wang Linxian's pupils couldn't help but widen. The person walking towards him was none other than Principal Lu Jun. Beside him was a tall and strong middle-aged man. The man had a stern face and eagle-like eyes, and he exuded a powerful pressure that no one on the field could match. Looking closely, when walking, Lu Jun stood half a step behind the man and appeared very respectful to him. Seeing this figure, Wang Linxian's face turned extremely ugly, and his teeth were gritting. "Lin Feng." Li Bo's face lit up with joy. "Uncle." Chapter 129. Lin Feng is here to support. As the two of them slowly stepped onto the stage, the audience began to whisper. Hiss. "It's Principal Lu Jun. Oh my god. This is the first time Principal Lu has been eliminated since the martial arts competition. The guy next to him looks familiar. He seems to be Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family? I've seen him on TV. Ha ha. Look how polite Principal Lu is to him. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? The Lin family donates over 10 billion to Shanghai University every year. It wouldn't be too much for Principal Lu to kowtow to him." Look at what you're saying. The financial support provided by Mr. Lin hasn't been put to good use. Without the training base he sponsored, we'd probably be out there fighting wild pets all day. Looking at their postures, it seems like they are not very satisfied with the referee's decision. Ha ha. Can't you see? Even President Lin has stepped down personally. This is obviously to support Li Bo. Seeing Lu Jun coming over, the referee's face suddenly became nervous. Principal. Why are you here? He said with a trembling voice. Lu Jun's eyes were like lightning, and he glanced at the referee sharply. Teacher Fong, I remember you presiding over Jianghai University's martial arts competition for several years, right? How come you haven't investigated everything thoroughly this time? And you just eliminated Li Bo straight away? That's a bit too hasty. Facing Lu Jun's questioning, the referee surnamed Fong forced himself to remain calm and said, to answer the principal. Everyone witnessed Li Bo's killing of Wang Lingchuan's steel hammer bull. I think there's nothing controversial about this result. Nothing controversial? Lin Fong immediately stood up and questioned, pointing at the referee and scolding him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Bo's rabbit didn't kill the bull at all. And what it used was clearly a high-level grass-type skill vine strangulation. How could it possibly have blown up the steel hammer bull's body? I think you're just whistling. When the referee heard Lin Fong cursing at him, his face immediately turned green and his forehead was suddenly covered with beads of sweat. Although he really wanted to refute it, Lin Fong was the financial backer of Jianghai University. Even the president had to be courteous to him, not to mention a little karami like him. How could he dare to act rashly in front of Lin Fong? Even if he was unhappy, he had to bear it. Boss Lin, I don't dare. The referee apologized hastily, swallowing hard. I'm just strictly following the rules of the National Martial Arts Competition. Don't use the rules to pressure me. Lin Fong said, waving his sleeves. Humph. If we don't get this straight today, Jianghai University will never get a penny of funding from my Lin family again. Uncle. Seeing Lin Fong standing up for him so firmly, Li Bo was deeply moved. Ha ha. Li Bo. Don't worry. Lin Fong turned his head and looked at him with a kind smile. With your uncle here, I will not let you suffer any injustice today. When Lu Jun heard that Lin Fong was going to withdraw his funding, his expression changed immediately. He immediately smiled and said to him, Hey! Mr. Lin, let's talk it over nicely. Didn't I come down here to deal with this? He cleared his throat and said to the referee. Boss Lin's analysis just now makes sense. His pet doesn't have the ability to blow up the steel hammer bull's body. And considering Li Bo's strength, there's no need to risk victory by killing other people's pets. I think we should investigate thoroughly first. But the principal. It has come to this. Principal Lu, are you planning to protect Li Bo? A scolding sounded, and Wang Linxian stood up, his face full of grief and anger. The principal was startled at first, then looked at Wang Linxian and said angrily, Wang Linxian, please pay attention to the attitude you use when speaking. Attitude? My pet is dead, what attitude do I need? Wang Linxian laughed back, Principal Lu, don't forget that according to Daxia law, shielding cheaters in a martial arts competition is the same crime as cheating themselves. You. Seeing that this brat spoke without restraint, Lu Jun's anger was almost written on his face. If it weren't for the fact that his father was Wang Yong, he would have asked the school security to arrest him long ago. Ha ha. Wang's son, why are you so anxious for Principal Lu to give you the results? Do you have something to hide? At this time, Lin Fong sneered from the side. Seeing the cold light in Lin Fang's sharp eyes, Wang Lingchuan's momentum suddenly collapsed. Maybe he could rely on his status as a rich second generation to show off in front of the principal, but he had no temper at all in front of Lin Fong. After all, as the head of the Lin family and the president of the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Fong has to give some face even if his father comes. However, he was puzzled as to why Lin Fong came out to stir up trouble. Could it be because Lin Fei like Li Bo? The two of them haven't even started yet, but Lin Fong treats Li Bo as a son-in-law who hasn't even arrived yet? Wang Linxian quickly concealed the guilt on his face and said respectfully, Boss Lin. My father and you have been friends for many years. I hope you won't interfere in such trivial matters. Destroying the friendship between our two families is a small matter, but damaging Boss Lin's prestige is a big deal. Wang Lingquan's words, on the one hand, tried to establish a friendship with Lin Feng, and on the other hand, reminded Lin Feng indirectly not to meddle in other people's business. His Wang family was not afraid of trouble, nor was they afraid of causing trouble. Humph. Stop trying to curry favor with me. Lin Feng ignored him completely and said indifferently, I am ashamed to be associated with your father because of his despicable behavior. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't give him any face, Wang Lingquan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. He gritted his teeth and, since General Lin is determined to help Li Bo, please provide solid evidence to prove that he didn't use inferior means to assassinate my steel hammer bull. Assassination? Ha ha. Wang Linxian. You really are good at subterfuge. At this time, Li Bo spoke. It was you who tampered with your own steel hammer bull, and now you're trying to throw the dirty water on me and ask me to prove my innocence. This is absolutely ridiculous. Did I do anything to steal hammer bull? Wang Linxian pointed at himself and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. How ridiculous. Li Bo, have you ever seen a beastmaster who would kill his own pet with his own hands? But you relied on your own strength to wantonly kill other people's pets. Such disregard for life will definitely be punished. Principal Lu. Since both sides are arguing endlessly, I think we should just hand Li Bo over to the guards for interrogation and investigation. Let's keep the title of martial arts champion for now. At this time, the referee surnamed Wang said. No. Lu Jun immediately refused. The National Secret Realm will open soon during the summer vacation. Jianghai University must have representatives participating. This is related to the honor of Jianghai University. He looked at Li Bo, since you just said that Wang Linxian tampered with the steel hammer bull, do you have any substantial evidence? Li Bo calmed his thoughts and said slowly. Principal Lu, just now when I was fighting the steel hammer bull, I noticed a lot of things were wrong. I won't even mention the steel hammer bull's increased strength, but the most important thing is that I noticed its skin had turned from red to black. I suspect this was caused by the banned drugs Wang Linxian gave it. You fart. Wang Linxian immediately jumped up to refute. The steel hammer bull's skin changing color is just a normal phenomenon caused by intense combat. It's not like he took any banned drugs. If you can't provide evidence, don't slander me. What? Banned drugs? Lu Jun's expression suddenly became extremely stern. Taking banned drugs is strictly prohibited in the Daxia martial arts competition. Once verified, the offender will be expelled at the very least, and handed over to the guard team for detention at the worst. He couldn't help but pick up a piece of black corpse, frowned and looked at it for a long time, and finally sighed. Just looking at skin color doesn't really tell you anything. Hearing this, a smile of success appeared on Wang Lingquan's face. Even if Li Bo knew he had used banned drugs, what would happen? His plan was foolproof. Now that Steel Hammer Bull was dead, the possibility of Li Bo clearing himself of the murderer was almost zero. Lin Fei, who was not far away, saw everything that happened on the ring. She stared at the black body part that fell at her feet and fell into deep thought. Banned drugs? Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Fei suddenly stood up. I have proof that Wang Linxian purchased banned drugs. Chapter 130 Banned Drugs. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunderclap out of nowhere, suddenly exploding around everyone. Lin Fei. Under Li Bo's gaze, Lin Fei stretched her long legs and slowly walked onto the stage. She stood beside Li Bo and winked at him. Don't worry. I'm here. Fei? Lin Feng looked at her in confusion. Do you know the truth? Well, Dad, I wasn't sure before, but after Li Bo's analysis just now, it can basically be confirmed that Wang Lingquan's steel hammer bull has taken banned drugs. Hey! Lin Fei. Don't spit bloody words at me. Wang Linxian immediately became restless and said angrily. Perjury. It's against the law. Breaking the law? Ha ha. Lin Fei looked at him with a sneer on her face. What's the matter? Wang Linxian, are you too proud to take responsibility for what you did? Let me ask you one question, did you go to the Juman black market yesterday? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Lingquan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Lin Fei with an uncertain expression. Damn it! Could it be she was there yesterday? Wang Lingxian muttered to himself, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Nine Gates Black Market? Li Bo was stunned for a moment. He had heard a lot about the Nine Gates Black Market. Zhanghai is located on the eastern coast of Daxia. Because it has several large ports, its foreign trade is relatively prosperous. However, due to its long coastline and numerous shipping routes, Zhanghai City is also a severely affected area for the smuggling of foreign beastmasters. Therefore, black market transactions in Zhanghai City are also rampant. Among them, the Juman black market is the most mysterious and chaotic underground black market in the world. It is a mixed bag of people and all kinds of contraband are sold there. If Wang Linxian really went to the Juman black market to buy banned drugs, then everything would make sense. Seeing Wang Linxian silent, as if frantically looking for excuses, Lin Feier scolded him. "Answer me." Wang Linxian's eyes flickered, and he pretended to be calm and said, "What's wrong with me going to the black market? I'm just buying some ordinary pet supplies." "Miss Lin, do you have to care about this too?" "Ha ha. Ordinary supplies?" Lin Feier snorted coldly. "At this point you still dare to be stubborn. I saw you buying banned drugs at the black market yesterday." "Lin Feier, you are slandering me." Wang Linxian was furious. "You said you saw it? Based on your one-sided statement, you dare to conclude that I bought illegal drugs? I just want to ask, is there any law in this? Feier, do you have any evidence?" At this time, Principal Lu Jun asked softly from the side. "Evidence? Of course I have it." Lin Feier smiled mysteriously, and suddenly stretched out her right hand, making a summoning gesture. "Come out, Shadow Lantern Dragon." A yellow light flashed, and suddenly a light blue dragon appeared on the ground. Shadow Lantern Dragon? Li Bo immediately recognized this pet and his face lit up with joy. The Shadow Lantern Dragon has a dinosaur-like appearance and is no more than 1 meter tall. Its tail to spine are covered with spikes of varying sizes. In addition to its light blue color, the Shadow Lantern Dragon has 2 big round eyes that are embedded in its face like night pearls, making it cute and mysterious at the same time. Unexpectedly, Lin Feier still chose the dragon type as her second pet, but in addition to the dragon attributes, the Shadow Lantern Dragon also has a rare super attribute. Name: Shadow Lantern Dragon. Gender: female. Attributes: dragon, psychic. Level: normal 5th level. Potential: leader level. Skills: Dragon Claw Basic, Dragon Tail Basic, Shining Eyes Intermediate. Description: Shadow Lantern Dragon possesses a photographic memory, storing everything it sees in its brain as a video. As Shadow Lantern Dragon levels up, its brain storage capacity increases. It's also known as a walking mobile cloud drive. I didn't expect that you even got such a rare pet like the Shadow Lantern Dragon. This thing consumes a lot of mental energy. Li Bo looked at Lin Feier and exclaimed. Lin Feier smiled faintly. Yes. Thanks to the teacher's help, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to successfully contract this little guy. Night Rose? Li Bo was in a trance for a while, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his farewell to Night Rose. It turned out that the second pet she mentioned to help Lin Feier with the contract was actually this Shadow Lantern Dragon. As a dual-element pet with dragon and superpowers, Shadow Lantern Dragon has great potential. Its only drawback may be that it cannot fly. This is... When Wang Linxian saw Shadow Lantern Dragon, his face darkened. So you were the one who bought the top-scoring pet at yesterday's auction. 1 billion. You're really willing to spend. Ha ha. Wang Linxian, since you already know everything, why don't you admit that you bought the banned drugs? Admit it? Stop talking nonsense. If you can't produce any evidence, don't waste your breath here. Wang Linxian retorted fiercely, trying to hide his guilty conscience. Seeing that he was still so stubborn, Lin Feier no longer paid any attention to him. She turned her head and nodded toward Xing Denglong. Shadow Lantern Dragon, show everyone what he did. The next moment, the Shadow Lantern Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up red. Then, a magical scene happened. A beam of light was projected from the Shadow Lantern Dragon's eyes, which were as big as light bulbs. It illuminated the air and instantly formed a virtual curtain. The image transmitted on the screen clearly showed Wang Linxian buying banned drugs at the Juman black market yesterday. In the picture, Wang Linxian was secretly trading with a black market merchant at the stall. After handing him a few stacks of banknotes, the merchant carefully took out a pitch-black fruit from his pocket and handed it to Wang Linxian. Seeing this scene, Principal Lu Jun's face turned extremely cold. This is a banned drug from the West, the blood explosion fruit.